The state forces you to play a game, and you go to jail if you don't. While all other players are complaining about the game's predatory monetization and insane difficulty, this young man, working 3 jobs a day to keep his critically ill niece alive, discovers the heaven-defying potential for infinite upgrades in his seemingly useless starting talent. A single strike dealing 0.1% of max HP as true damage will become his only hope to cut through the chains of reality and defy fate. Li Chen, the results of your case are out. You have 7 days to make up 42 hours of online time. Combined with this week's quota, you must be online for 12 hours a day. Officer Zhou, I really don't have time to play games. It's useless. This is the new law. All citizens aged 14 to 60 must maintain 42 hours of game time per week, or face detention. Li Chen clenched the 500 yuan Officer Zhou had forced upon him and walked out of the police station. Looking at the dark sky, his nose began to sting. He wasn't lying. Last year, his sister's family died in a car crash, leaving only his 1.5-year-old niece, Tuan Tuan. He took on her guardianship, but soon after, Tuan Tuan was diagnosed with leukemia. For the non-insured special medicine that cost 240,000 a year, he sold all his family's property, dropped out of college, and started working 3 jobs a day, barely able to breathe under the pressure. And just then, the government launched the absurd National Gaming Plan, forcing all eligible citizens to play a game called Blue Star Online. He had hoped the law wouldn't be enforced on everyone, but the police came knocking sooner than he expected. Back home, after putting the sleeping Tuan Tuan to bed, Li Chen sighed and looked at the unopened game helmet in the corner. If he really got detained, there would be no one to earn money for Tuan Tuan's medicine. He put on the helmet. After a series of retinal and brainwave scans, a cold electronic voice boomed in his mind. Name, Li Chen. Online time, -42 hours. Warning, please complete the required online time within 7 days, or you will be punished according to the law. This is too damn ridiculous. Before he could recover from the shock, his vision switched to a grand battlefield. Amidst earth-shattering roars, countless monsters overwhelmed the human army. Before he could react, a dark shadow swooped down, its sharp claws piercing his shoulder. The excruciating pain made him scream. The next moment, he was high in the air, his life force slowly fading. The overly realistic experience of death left him breathless for a long time. Please name your game character. Invincibly cute Tuan. Naming successful. A random talent has been generated. Your talent is cutting. Please check your character panel. Li Chen opened his panel with confusion. Cutting, upgradable attacks or skills deal 0.1% of the target's max HP as true damage. Special, can be upgraded. Killing a wild boss of your level or higher can increase the percentage by 0.1%. True damage with every hit? It sounded good, but the 0.1% base value was too low. It meant he would have to hit any monster 1,000 times to kill it with the talent alone. Unless he could level it up significantly, it was a useless skill. He sighed and opened his inventory. Besides bread, water, and a beginner's sword and staff, there was surprisingly a pistol and 10 bullets. Is this game for real? His clumsy attempt to load the pistol attracted a middle-aged man who offered to buy his bullets for 1 yuan each. Li Chen ignored him, squeezed through the crowd, and found a general store. When he saw the prices, his jaw nearly hit the floor. 1 piece of black bread or 1 bullet cost 50 copper coins. The exchange rate was 1 yuan equals 10 copper coins. A piece of bread or a single bullet cost 5 yuan in real money. Good thing he didn't sell. The game's monetary system was brutal. Perhaps he could really make money here. With a glimmer of hope, Li Chen headed out of the village. Outside the village was a vast grassland filled with giant, ferocious rabbits as tall as his shoulder. Giant rabbit, level 1, HP 200, attack 25. Li Chen's face turned green. His attack power with his sword was barely enough to deal 21 damage after defense. It would take 10 hits to kill one, but the rabbit's attack dealt 15 damage to him. It could kill him in 7 hits. A head-on fight was impossible. Using the pistol was an option. 1 shot dealt 50 damage, so 4 shots for 1 rabbit, at a cost of 20 yuan. This wasn't a game for ordinary people. He decided to go solo, relying on switching between his staff and sword to maximize his damage output. He carefully aggroed a single rabbit and kited, casting a fireball. -27. But the rabbit was as fast as a cheetah. Before he could cast a second fireball, it was already on him. -34. He landed a power strike. I'm safe. The moment the thought crossed his mind, his left arm was viciously bitten. -15. Fuck. The intense pain made his movements sluggish. He was instantly on the back foot. After a brief exchange, the pain caused him to be a step too slow, and he turned into a beam of white light, returning to the respawn point. The 100% realistic pain made his scalp tingle. He finally understood why even high-attack players were still teaming up to farm rabbits after a week. He tried to find a team on the chat channel with his ID Invincibly Cute Tuan, which attracted a bunch of flirts. After clarifying he was a man, no one responded. Finally, a player named Spicy Rabbit had added him. She was a 15-year-old girl with twin ponytails, also a newbie forced to play from a detention center. I'm scared. I was killed by a bite before, it hurt so much, the little girl said with teary eyes. Li Chen looked at her, then at his own massive 10,000 EXP requirement to level up, and his face turned green. He would have to be bitten 996 times to level up. This was unbearable. He had to change his strategy. He squatted down, staring at a distant rabbit with a glint in his eyes, his brain working furiously. A minute later, a meticulous plan formed. He was surprised to find that the little girl's talent was 100% critical strike, giving her incredibly high damage output. He immediately adjusted his plan to make her the main damage dealer. They cast fireballs at the maximum range simultaneously. Then, Li Chen cast a second one to draw aggro. He used the slight knockback from his power strike to interrupt the rabbit's movement, creating an opening for Spicy Rabbit Head. -54. The massive critical damage instantly shifted the rabbit's aggro. It abandoned the nearby Li Chen and charged towards Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Chen seized the opportunity, striking the rabbit from behind and taking its last bit of health. Ding, killed giant rabbit, gained 20 EXP. A no damage kill. The strategy worked. Li Chen let out a long sigh. Although it took a lot of brainpower to kill the lowest level monster, looking at the satiation value hanging over his head like the sword of Damocles, he knew he had no other choice. Finally, after killing the 9th rabbit, something dropped for the first time. Giant rabbit's fawn, giant rabbit's fur. Looking at these two basic materials, a real glimmer of light finally shone in Li Chen's eyes. Although they didn't know the price, Li Chen and Spicy Rabbit Head couldn't help but smile a little. It's better than nothing. Let's each take one for now, and we'll split the profits when we sell them later. Spicy Rabbit Head nodded eagerly, reaching out to pick up the giant rabbit's fur, clearly not interested in the bloody fangs. Although they despised the drop rate in Blue Star Online, getting something to drop was somewhat motivating. And the two of them became more diligent in hunting giant rabbits. With more giant rabbits killed, their proficiency increased significantly, and they could take down a giant rabbit in just 10 seconds. Moreover, there were plenty of giant rabbits around, so they didn't need to waste time looking for monsters. This was one of the benefits of joining the game late. Aside from a few timid players or those with families, most veteran players had long since moved on from the level 1 monster area. In a game for everyone, Li Chen could imagine the scene when the server first opened, with drums beating and firecrackers going off, where the giant rabbits that spawned probably didn't even have time to open their eyes before being killed. A group of people killing a single giant rabbit for 10,000 experience points. How many giant rabbits would that take? Unfortunately, the blue mana was insufficient. Even at full mana, he could only cast Fireball 5 times, so they had to take breaks after killing 2 monsters. Ding, you have gained 20 experience points for killing giant rabbit. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the white light orb left behind after the giant rabbit disappeared. Those 2 materials wouldn't glow. This was a drop for equipment. Giant rabbit leather armor, white, health plus 10 physical defense plus 2 required. Level 0. Here you go. If Li Chen were tanking, he would naturally take this piece of white gear for himself, but since they were killing monsters without taking damage, he decided to give the first piece of white gear to the little girl. Wearing leather armor would help boost her confidence and prevent her from making mistakes out of fear. The little girl fumbled to catch the leather armor and hurriedly said, "Brother Tuanzi, you should wear it." "No, I said you should take it." "That's not right, Brother Tuanzi sometimes tanks, so you should have it." Li Chen sighed. This was why he preferred to be a lone wolf. Dealing with considerate teammates who insisted on giving things back and forth wasted time, while encountering opportunistic people was just annoying. "You wear it first, I'll take the next piece of equipment." Li Chen was too lazy to be polite anymore and made his point clear. Spicy Rabbit Head nodded, not saying anything more, and directly equipped the giant rabbit leather armor. The loose beginner's robe transformed into a fitted white lace leather armor, and Spicy Rabbit Head's appearance changed instantly. Li Chen blinked, pretending to be calm as he averted his gaze. Is the little girl really that well nourished? She seems to be only 15 years old. Li Chen shook his head, shaking off the wicked thoughts in his mind, and focused his eyes on the giant rabbit in the distance. After Spicy Rabbit Head changed into the leather armor, she was momentarily stunned, her little face turning bright red. She took a deep breath twice before calming down. "It's fine, it's just a game." The little girl forced herself to suppress her discomfort and continued to follow Li Chen to hunt rabbits. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Li Chen's Experience points reached 4880, still half a level away from leveling up. He had planned to continue hunting rabbits, but unfortunately, his hunger level wouldn't allow it. He had 3 black breads, he ate 1 and gave 2 to Spicy Rabbit Head. Now his hunger level had dropped to 4 points, and Spicy Rabbit Head was left with only 5 points. Once the hunger level dropped to 3 points, they would feel hungry, which would reduce their action power, making it difficult to continue fighting monsters without taking damage. It was better to head back and split the loot. Although the drop rate in Blue Star Online was pitifully low, they still managed to get quite a few items from all those monsters. 16 giant rabbit fangs, 15 giant rabbit furs, 1 piece of leather armor, 2 iron swords, and a pair of leather boots. Inferior iron sword, white, attack plus 12 giant rabbit's foot, white. Health plus 10 movement speed plus 5%. They didn't even need to sell the 4 pieces of equipment, they each had 2 items. Each person had a low-quality iron sword, and when the giant rabbit's foot burst out, the Spicy Rabbit Head took off the leather armor and handed it to Li Chen. The giant rabbit's foot, which increased movement speed, was clearly more suitable for timid little girls, and its fluffy appearance was also quite appealing to them. Fortunately, the game equipment would change according to gender. Although Li Chen still wore it with cutouts, he didn't have to deal with 2 large shells on his chest. The two went to the shop and saw that the giant rabbit fangs and giant rabbit fur had the same recycling price of 10 copper, causing Li Chen's mouth to twitch again. 16 giant rabbit fangs plus 15 giant rabbit furs amounted to 310 copper, which was equivalent to 31 yuan. Each person would get 15.5 yuan, barely enough to buy a game card, black bread. No, it seemed that even the game card money wasn't sufficient. It was only when he was eating black bread that he realized the importance of mineral water. It was really dry, and he couldn't eat without drinking water. Eating 1 black bread required at least half a bottle of water. The price of mineral water was also 5 yuan per bottle. Was Blue Star Online really this ruthless in milking players? Li Chen sighed and helplessly called the Spicy Rabbit Head to sell the materials first. Brother Tuan, wait a minute, my mom said materials can be sold to life players, and the price is a bit higher than the shop's recycling price, the Spicy Rabbit Head said happily, closing the private chat interface. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up. He had completely forgotten that the little girl's parent was an old player, which meant they had a ready-made strategy. Following the hint from the Spicy Rabbit Head's mom, the two went to the small square inn. The village and indeed found someone setting up a stall to buy materials. After a simple price comparison, they sold the materials for 440 copper, which meant 220 copper each. Li Chen's satiety value dropped to 3 points, and his movement speed decreased significantly, with his stomach also sending waves of hunger. The two hurried to the grocery store to buy 3 black breads and 1 bottle of water each, instantly emptying their wallets. Fortunately, he still had 3 bottles of water given to him as a newbie, otherwise, he would have been short of money for a bottle of water. Looking at the remaining 20 copper coins, Li Chen couldn't help but frown and turn to the Spicy Rabbit Head. This income and expenditure is unbalanced. Ask your mom if there are any ways to make money, like life professions or something. Okay. The little girl nodded and quickly messaged her mom. Brother Tuan, my mom said that life professions require a lot of materials to raise proficiency to earn money, and even after 7 days since the server opened, life professions are still investing money. Is there any other way? Yes, we can go mining. The Spicy Rabbit Head pointed to the east side of the village, looking timid. There's a mining area over there where we can mine stones to sell, and there are very few monsters, but what? But my mom said the lighting there is very dim, and the monsters are zombies, and I'm scared. Li Chen sighed at the little girl's nervous expression. Let's kill the giant rabbits first. Or should we go mining? Aren't you scared? I kind of want to see what zombies look like. The little girl's mix of naivety and eagerness to play left Li Chen with a headache, but it was just as he wished. Levels didn't matter, making money was the priority, and he absolutely wouldn't spend money. The two happened to have 20 copper coins each, so one bought a pickaxe. And they headed towards the east side of the village, sorting through the information given by the Spicy Rabbit Head's mom as they walked. The mining area in the east of the village was vast, with countless dense tunnels, and of course, there were many players. Most players who were too scared to fight monsters or many life profession players were burrowing into the mines. The number of zombies in the mine wasn't small either, but the zombies were only level 3, which was nothing for players whose average level had reached 4 or 5, they would be instantly killed in groups. That's why the little girl mustered her courage to say she wanted to see zombies. After all, the zombies had no chance to bite her. Mining was quite profitable when the server first opened, but now the earnings have dwindled. Many players, unable to withstand the pressure, have chosen to become miners, and as production increased, prices naturally fell. Currently, the price of ore is not much higher than the store's recycling price, but at least the ore production is stable. Moreover, mining also has a drop rate. Stones and iron ore are just the basics, and occasionally one can dig up silver ore. Gold ore, which, even at store prices, is quite considerable. Many players come and go at the east end of the village, each looking dusty and tired, resembling diligent miners. There's no need to ask for directions, the two followed the crowd straight to the mining area. They casually picked a mine shaft and drilled in. Indeed, as the spicy rabbit head mother said, the mine shaft was very dark, with visibility only about 10 meters. Beyond that, they could only faintly see figures swinging pickaxes. The number of players was absurdly high. After walking a few hundred meters, they were surrounded by a throng of people. Not knowing how long they had walked, their hunger levels dropped a bit before they finally found a less crowded fork in the tunnel and squeezed in. Along the way, they satisfied half of the little girl's curiosity by encountering a zombie. Unlike other monsters, the zombie that spawned actually emerged from the ground. Unfortunately, just as the zombie had crawled out halfway, the little girl's scream had barely begun when the zombie was smashed into white light by a flurry of pickaxes. It left the little girl feeling quite embarrassed. The two found a good spot. The tunnel ceiling was significantly higher than in other areas, nearly 10 meters tall, and it didn't feel oppressive. Since they were deep in the mine, there weren't many miners around, providing enough space for them to work. They found a flat area, took out their pickaxes, and started mining. Li Chen struggled to chip away a piece of stone with his pickaxe, then picked up the stone and stuffed it into his bag. Stone +1. This is too realistic. In other games, you just have to swing your pickaxe at the mine wall, and the ore automatically goes into your backpack. But in Blue Star Online, you actually have to dig the stone out and pick it up. Moreover, the wall really did have a missing piece of stone. According to the spicy rabbit head mother, the environment in this mine is destructible, but since the server had only been open for 7 days, the mine had not yet regenerated, so it was uncertain how long it would take. At this point, Li Chen had been mining for an hour, and the mine wall in front of him had a pit about half his height. His backpack now contained 86 stones, 5 pieces of iron ore, and 1 piece of silver ore. According to the spicy mother's information, stones are sold in groups. One group consists of 99 stones, with a store recycling price of 20 copper per group and a player purchase price of 21 copper per group. There were too many stones, so it was all about whether someone wanted to buy or sell. The store recycling price for iron ore is 10 copper per piece, while the player purchase price ranges from 12 to 13 copper. If someone is buying, whether it's 12 or 14, sell quickly. Who knows when it might drop to store prices. The store recycling price for silver ore is 50 copper, with a player purchase price of 60 plus, and it hasn't dropped to the bottom yet. After an hour of mining, he had earned about 130 copper, and after deducting the card cost, he still made 8 copper. During this time, he encountered a zombie again, but it was a bit far from them. Li Chen wanted to sneak in for some experience, but unfortunately, visibility was only about 10 meters, and by the time he ran over, the monster had already been killed. Rabbit Head, how much have you mined? Oh, I told you not to call me Rabbit Head. Who told you to choose that name? Invincibly cute, can you not call me Rabbit Head? My bad, Rabbit. How much have you mined? Hee, I've made a killing. I've mined 150 stones, 8 iron ores, and 2 silver ores, the spicy rabbit head giggled, covering her mouth. What the heck? Li Chen was stunned. How could a little girl mine faster than him? He couldn't help but stop his actions and turn to look at the spicy rabbit head beside him, quickly noticing something odd. The spicy rabbit head had clearly only chipped away 1 piece of stone from the wall, but the moment it hit the ground, it turned into 2 pieces. 100% critical hit. This can actually be used for mining. Thinking about his nonsensical cutting talent, Li Chen felt sour. Brother Tuan, how much have you mined? Quite a lot, I'm making a killing. After mining for another half an hour, the bored little girl suggested they grab a late-night snack together. Li Chen glanced at his hunger meter, nodded, and took out some black bread and mineral water. My mom said there's a restaurant in the village that's even better than in the real world, and it won't give you diarrhea. Really? Then when we go back, you should treat me to a meal to try it. Ha? You're an adult, and you want me, a minor, to treat you? But you're making a killing. Oh, right, hee, I really am making a killing. I mined some gold ore. Spicy Rabbit Head exclaimed excitedly while munching on the black bread. Li Chen was startled by this and quickly covered Spicy Rabbit Head's mouth, looking warily at the player nearby who had suddenly stopped mining. Bro, she's still a kid, 1 piece of gold ore shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, it might not even drop, and there are 2 of us. The player turned his head to look at Li Chen, revealing a set of white teeth against his dark face. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem, but you Might want to remind your little girl to be careful not to flaunt her wealth. After saying this, the player turned back and continued mining. Li Chen didn't relax at this and gently lowered his hand. Although Spicy Rabbit Head hadn't played many games, she suddenly understood. The shop's buyback price for gold ore was 3 silver, while players could sell it for over 5 silver, which is over 500 copper coins, equivalent to 50 renminbi. In reality, 50 RMB isn't much, but in a game with no legal constraints, piking someone and making 50 bucks on the side feels great. Fortunately, the other player was only level 3, and given the game's painful design, most people wouldn't dare to PK easily. Plus, since the other player had arrived earlier, they probably had a bunch of wars in their bag, making a 1v2 a bit risky. After quietly reminding Spicy Rabbit Head to be careful with her words, Li Chen leisurely finished his bread and then stood up to continue mining. So sour. The little girl said she mined gold ore, and with a critical hit, that would naturally mean 2 pieces, guaranteeing at least 100 bucks. He could deliver takeout all night and still not make as much as she did in this short time. Spicy Rabbit Head couldn't possibly be using a protagonist template. After mining for over half an hour, Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly stopped. Her pickaxe. Brother Tuan, shouldn't we change places? I haven't mined any rare ores for a long time, and even iron ore is getting scarce. Li Chen glanced at his backpack and didn't feel it had decreased. In fact, he had even gained a silver ore. Turning to look at the eager little girl, Li Chen saw through her excitement but didn't say anything. After swinging the pickaxe for over 2 hours, his mind was a bit dull too. Alright. Let's find a place with better feng shui. The two of them moved as soon as they spoke, heading deeper into the mine. Perhaps having gotten used to it, Spicy Rabbit Head no longer had the fear she had when she first entered the cave. She charged ahead, her big eyes darting around, not knowing what she was looking for. Slow down, we can't take on zombies. If you run into one, you'll be done for. I'm not looking for zombies. In the end, Spicy Rabbit Head didn't find any zombies. As the two advanced, the players on both sides of the mine increased, and just as Li Chen found it strange, he discovered they had come to another main mine through a fork in the path. After searching for a while without finding a good spot, it was even worse than where they had started mining. Just as Li Chen was about to call Spicy Rabbit Head back, the little girl suddenly grabbed his arm and whispered mysteriously in his ear, Brother Tuan, look, there's a big chunk sticking out above us. Let's go check it out, maybe there's a mysterious cave or treasure up there. Li Chen looked up and noticed a protruding area, about 5 or 6 meters high, which indeed had a hint of mystery. However, he glanced at the densely packed players around and couldn't help but feel speechless. So, you're the only one with eyes, huh? Perhaps due to the past 2 years of taking care of Tuan Tuan, Li Chen had become quite patient and didn't mind the trouble. He smiled and said, let's go take a look. The two walked over, only to find several small holes on the cave wall beneath the protrusion, clearly chiseled out intentionally. Obviously, there were more curious people than just Spicy Rabbit Head. When Spicy Rabbit Head saw that there was a ladder, her curiosity diminished significantly, but with the thought of having come this far, she excitedly stepped on those small holes to climb up. The little girl was quite quick. In just a few seconds, she had climbed up and then, unfortunately, shouted down to Li Chen, there's nothing here. Is it flat up there? Very flat. Li Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly climbed up the cave wall as well, his eyes shining even brighter. Rather than a protrusion, it was more like a small platform, about 3 or 4 meters long, but indeed very flat. The cave wall of the small platform had 2 or 3 gaps, likely left by other players mining. What a prime location. They were only level 0, unlike other players who were at least level 3 or 4. If a zombie spawned right in front of them, they might instantly be sent back to town. Let's mine here. I actually want to see a zombie, I only saw half of one before. It's the same here, if one spawns below, you'll see it more clearly from up top. Okay, fine. At first, Spicy Rabbit Head held on to fantasies about this mysterious platform, thinking the drop rate would be high, but after half an hour of mining, she extinguished that fantasy. Mining down here was no different. Just as boredom began to set in again, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance, accompanied by the sound of whoosh 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 and flickering lights. The little girl's eyes brightened, and she excitedly grabbed Li Chen, who was focused on his work. Li Chen turned to look and saw that the dark mine, which should have been pitch black, was flashing with dazzling electric light, and a large number of players were fleeing in panic. Li Chen cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to pull Spicy Rabbit Head down, he saw the electric light still approaching. Not far away, 2 players who were running slowly were instantly pierced by a crackling bolt of lightning, turning into white light. A broken figure over 2 meters tall passed through the darkness, its pitch-black hands emitting arcs of electricity. Li Chen instinctively cast a true Ian then quickly grabbed Spicy Rabbit Head, pressing her down. Electric Zombie King, boss, level, 5 health, 60,000 magic attack, 680 defense, 320. Skills, Chain Lightning. Lightning will deal 260% magic damage to the first enemy and then bounce to the nearest enemy, with damage decreasing by 5% for each bounce, up to a maximum of 18 times. Cooldown, 1.2 seconds. Lightning Piercing, releases a piercing lightning bolt that deals 200% magic damage to all targets within an 80-meter straight line. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Thunder Shield, automatically triggers when health is below 30%, increasing defense by 50% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. What the hell, this is a boss. Who can handle this? Although he didn't know what level and attributes the high-level players in the game were at now, looking at the Electric Zombie King's stats, Li Chen estimated that no one could take it on. With 680 points of magic damage, even the lowest damage from lightning piercing could deal over 1,000 damage. The cooldown time was short. Who could withstand that? Not to mention there was also a chain lightning that dealt 300% damage. Li Chen firmly pressed down on Spicy Rabbit Head's little head, fearing that her curiosity would attract the boss's attention. Fortunately, the Electric Zombie King was very fast, clearing the area while bouncing after the fleeing players. Tuan Go, let's fight the boss. Kill this boss and we'll get rich. What are we going to use to fight it? A pickaxe? We'll stand on the platform and hit it, it can't reach us. Li Chen looked at Spicy Rabbit Head in silence and casually sent her the boss's data. This is a ranged monster, you can hit it with fireballs, but it can zap you with lightning. Our health points aren't even enough to withstand its damage, and neither of our attacks can break its defense. Ah, what a pity. I'll ask my mom. Li Chen didn't think Spicy Mom would have any solutions. If it were a melee monster, they might be able to find a way to exploit it, but with a ranged monster, they were completely out of options. No, even if it were a melee boss, they couldn't exploit it, their damage was too low, and their mana was even lower. With such high defense, even a handgun wouldn't work. He didn't even know if the game had rifles or machine guns. Even if it did, compared to the damage of a handgun, rifles and machine guns would barely break its defense. A boss with 60,000 health points, how many bullets would that take? That's all money. My mom said that the Electric Zombie King can only be lured out of the mine by sacrificing players, and then we can use a swarm tactic to take it down outside the mine. So far, it seems like only the novice village where my mom is has succeeded, mainly because the pain is 100% real, and showing up means instant death from electrocution. The mine is so long, who knows how many players would have to be sacrificed to lure the Electric Zombie King out? Many people have developed mental issues trying to lure it out. In reality, they don't even dare to plug in their chargers. Li Chen nodded thoughtfully at this. It was already harming the mental health of the public. Should Blue Star Online be shut down? In reality, he still had 3 jobs waiting for him. By the way, Brother Tuan, my mom told us to hide well. The Electric Zombie King will wander back deep into the mine if it has no targets. Okay. The player's visibility in the mine was only a few meters, and the two didn't dare to mine, fearing that the Electric Zombie King would see them if it came over. Although they were standing 4 to 5 meters high, they could still be seen from a distance. With no players mining around, the entire mine fell into silence. Coupled with the dark and oppressive atmosphere, the little girl's excitement quickly turned into anxiety, and within 10 minutes, she couldn't help but cling to Li Chen's arm. Brother Tuan, it's too quiet, I'm a bit scared. The soft touch on his arm made Li Chen's heart race, but he quickly snapped back to reality, cursing himself silently before dismissing the thought. Before long, Li Chen gently tugged at Spicy Rabbit Head's wrist, signaling her to lie down. Spicy Rabbit Head hurriedly followed suit, not daring to breathe, only faint vibrations could be heard from a distance. The Electric Zombie King was back. The two lay still on the platform, waiting for the Electric Zombie King to return to the depths of the mine. The sound of the Electric Zombie King's jumps grew closer and clearer, but what Li Chen didn't expect was that once the Electric Zombie King reached below the platform, it stopped moving. It seemed to be bouncing right beneath the platform. Roar, ah, roar echoed from below the platform, startling the little girl, who screamed louder than the Electric Zombie King. Li Chen jumped in surprise twice, finally realizing that he needed to be careful not to scare the little girl further. He quickly pulled his arm back and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, the Electric Zombie King has no line of sight and can't attack us." "I'm sorry, Brother Tuan, I was so scared that I couldn't help but scream." "It's not your fault, it must have triggered the Electric Zombie King's alert line. I didn't expect the monster's alert line could be triggered from up high." "Oh. What do we do now? This boss isn't moving below us, we won't starve to death here, will we?" "I have no idea, we can't fight it, and we can't run away. Let's just ignore it and keep mining." "Ah." Stop ing and start mining, just think of it as a free trip back to town. No, brother Tuan. The feeling of starving to death is really uncomfortable, I don't want to experience it again. Then just jump down when your satiety value is about to run out and let the boss zap you. Ah. Ha ha. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh at the silly expression on Spicy Rabbit Head's face, and he patted her head, saying, "It doesn't necessarily mean you have to die. Let's wait and see if anyone comes by, maybe we can lure the boss away, and then we can try to find another path." Oh, so that's how it is. Spicy Rabbit Head's eyes lit up, and she started digging along with Li Chen. They didn't wait long when a flash of lightning lit up the cave, accompanied by 2 screams, leaving only the roar from below the platform. Li Chen withdrew his gaze from the distance, his brows slightly furrowed. He had been a bit presumptuous. Ordinary players have too low health. As soon as they enter the Electric Zombie King's alert range, they get instantly killed, unless they coordinate in groups to lure it away while its skills are on cooldown. It seemed they really had to die and respawn. Li Chen sighed and shared his conclusion with Spicy Rabbit Head. Upon hearing that they were bound to die anyway, the little girl was so angry that her teeth itched. She picked up the ore she had just dropped and threw it down. The ore hit the opposite cave wall and bounced right onto the Electric Zombie King's body below the platform. Roar! -2. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then excitedly said, "Brother Tuan, throwing stones also deals damage. Let's kill the boss. Even unbroken defenses can take a forced 1 point of damage. Your talent is truly invincible." "Ha, right. Let's hurry and fight the boss. This Electric Zombie King has 60,000 health. Even if you can deal a force 2 points of damage, that's still 30,000 stones. Do you have that many stones?" "No." Spicy Rabbit Head's little mouth drooped instantly, pouting in grievance. He. Don't be discouraged, I think I can kill this boss." Ah. Li Chen took a stone from his backpack and, mimicking Spicy Rabbit Head's earlier action, threw it at the opposite cave wall. -160. It actually triggered the cutting talent, dealing 0.1% true damage to the target's health limit. Just 1,000 stones needed. Li Chen quickly checked his backpack and found he only had 206 stones, then turned to ask Spicy Rabbit Head. "I have 398 stones. Still need 400 more stones, hurry up and mine, little rabbit." Worried that the boss might heal, Li Chen didn't dare to mine and fight at the same time. After briefly explaining the situation, he urged Spicy Rabbit Head to mine quickly and gather 1,000 stones. Before they started, the little girl, hearing that they could fight the boss, excitedly picked up her pickaxe and began mining, swinging it even more vigorously than Li Chen. They mined for an hour, ignoring the Electric Zombie King's roars below. Spicy Rabbit Head showed no fear. While the two were focused on mining, the regional chat in the novice village exploded. "Damn! The Electric Zombie King is still there. Ha, did you die too? How long has it been? Is there still someone stuck in the Electric Zombie King's line of sight? Could it be that there's a fool like last time with Wu Lao who starved to death on the small platform? Starving to death is even worse than being electrocuted, and you lose more when your bag is full. Don't go to the 6th fork in Cave 2, the Electric Zombie King is stuck there, and it can zap you outside of player visibility. Good-hearted person upstairs, I still want to go loot the bag. Loot a pile of crap. The boss is stuck in visibility, its aggro is chaotic. Whoever shows their head dies, you won't even get a chance to loot before you get killed. If it weren't for the visibility restrictions, I really want to see which big idiot got me killed." Li Chen and Spicy Rabbit Head had no idea that the regional chat had exploded. They kept their heads down and mined for an hour and a half, finally exceeding 1,000 stones. The main reason was the critical hits from the Spicy Rabbit Head. Otherwise, relying solely on Li Chen, he might not even gather 1,000 stones before starving to death. You keep digging, it will take a long time, and the boss will probably regenerate a lot of health automatically, plus it won't hit 100% of the time. Got it. After Li Chen finished his instructions, he raised the stones and began to throw them. -1 -60, real damage, -1 -60, real damage. 1 per second, it would take about 17 minutes to throw 1,000 stones. When he finished throwing all 1,000 stones, the boss indeed hadn't died. Because of the visual obstruction, Li Chen couldn't use the true eye to check the boss's health. Fortunately, the Spicy Rabbit Head had dug up more than 70 stones. This time, without any mishaps. After smashing down another 57 stones, a scream from the Electric Zombie King echoed from below the platform, and a huge beam of white light flashed and disappeared. Ding, you have killed the Electric Zombie King and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on killing the Electric Zombie King and gaining 50 reputation points. Ding, level up, all attributes +2, you gain 5 free attribute points, please allocate them. Reasonably. Ding, congratulations, your team is the second in the Huaxia region to kill the wild boss, Electric Zombie King. Your team will share a 2,000 reputation reward, you gain 1,000 reputation points. Ding, killing a wild boss above your own level, talent level +1. Li Chen didn't have time to check the pile of system rewards. If an unexpected guest showed up or small monsters suddenly respawned, the two would have worked hard for nothing. Without being polite to the spicy rabbit head, Li Chen quickly climbed down from the small platform and frantically started picking up items. The spicy rabbit head also climbed down, standing dumbly to the side, seemingly a bit shy to step forward. Hurry up and pick it up. After Li Chen's reminder, the young girl finally reacted and excitedly bent down to gather the items. As expected of the second kill of the Electric Zombie King. In the entire server, items were scattered everywhere, and it took them nearly a minute to finish picking everything up. Of course, it couldn't all be equipment or materials, the vast majority were coins. The wicked planners of Blue Star Online had made copper coins drop everywhere, and picking them up was a waste of time. If it weren't for the fact that each copper coin represented a dime, Li Chen wouldn't even bother bending down. After collecting everything, Li Chen pulled the spicy rabbit head and left, heading back to the village without stopping. Finally, it was the exciting time to check the rewards. The coins dropped by the Electric Zombie King were easy to check. The two had clean pockets before, and now whatever they had was exactly what the boss dropped. 1 gold, 68 silver, and 98 copper. Li Chen was thrilled. Ignoring the copper coins for now, just the 1 gold and 68 silver was equivalent to 1,680 yuan, and splitting it meant 840 each. Next were the equipment. The spicy rabbit head was a bit late, and all the colored items had been taken by Li Chen, leaving her with only 2 white items. Inferior magic wand, white, spell attack +22 required level, 3 sturdy. Iron sword, white, physical attack +32 required level, 5 naturally. White items weren't worth much. Li Chen glanced at them and started taking equipment from his backpack, having picked up 5 items. Ironwood shield, white, defense +20 required level, 3 zombie thigh bone, black iron, physical attack +70 strength +3 required level, 5 zombie king bone pendant, silver, spell attack +10 intelligence +5 spirit +5 required level, 5 zombie king ring, silver, physical attack +12 strength +5 constitution +5 required level, 5. The white items were uninteresting, but 1 green and 2 blue items excited Li Chen a bit. Given Blue Star Online's terrible drop rates, colored equipment should be valuable. What thrilled Li Chen even more was the last piece of equipment glowing with golden light. Zombie King Scepter, gold, magic attack +188 stamina +12 intelligence +12 spirit +12 required. Level 6 equipped skill, Chain Lightning, deals 160% spell damage to the first enemy, then bounces to another enemy within 5 meters. With each bounce reducing damage by 10%, up to a maximum of 5 times. Li Chen lovingly caressed the noble golden equipment. Not to mention the explosive spell damage, just the combined attribute bonus of 36 points was already impressive. Most importantly, the skill that came with the equipment. Although a toned-down version, was an AoE skill, practically a monster-slaying artifact. Although Li Chen was still unclear about the price, it was definitely expensive. Besides the equipment, the Electric Zombie King also dropped something else. Purple gold or *2. Although Li Chen didn't know what purple gold ore was used for, it was definitely better than gold ore, just by thinking about it. A single gold ore could sell for 50 coins, so the value of this item was evident. After tallying the loot, Li Chen didn't hesitate and traded 16 silver and 53 copper to Spicy Rabbit Head, leaving them both with exactly 84 silver and 49 copper. Rabbit, send these equipment attributes to your mom and ask her how much they can sell for. Spicy Rabbit Head was stunned when she saw the equipment attributes Li Chen sent, taking a while to respond. Okay. In the newbie village. Number 6554, at the habitat of the level 5 monster Fierce Turtle, a robust middle-aged woman was holding a wooden shield to block the attacks of the Fierce Turtle. The middle-aged woman played very skillfully. She not only easily blocked each attack from the Fierce Turtle with her shield but also countered with a sword strike to the turtle's body. Although blocking with the shield still caused her some damage, her arms only felt sore and numb. Much more comfortable than being bitten directly by the Fierce Turtle. Just as the Fierce Turtle was about to meet its end at her hands, a sharp notification sound suddenly rang in her ears. Normal message alerts were just a slight cough, but only specially marked friends would have a distinct notification sound. Since her precious daughter had just started playing the game, the middle-aged woman had set the loudest notification sound for her daughter, fearing she might miss a message and something bad would happen to her little one. The real pain in this dog game was too intense. One careless move could leave a psychological scar. Her baby was only 15 years old, and she couldn't be at ease when her daughter's message came in too. Suddenly, the woman lost focus for a moment and her wooden shield was a beat too slow, resulting in the fierce turtle biting her on the head. Even though the woman still had health points, the unbearable pain caused her to fumble, and after barely resisting a couple of times, she turned into a white light, leaving a shield on the ground. Damn it! Back at the resurrection point, the woman cursed herself and hurriedly checked the message from her daughter. Mom, how much are these equipments worth? Sweetheart, these equipments have level restrictions, you can't equip them yet. And forget about the white and black iron ones, why are you even thinking about silver and gold equipment? I could barely manage to buy you the silver equipment, but I really can't afford the gold one. Mom, I meant how much can we sell them for, not that I want to buy them. Sell them? The woman nearly went crazy upon hearing this, nervously replying, Baby, please don't be silly. Even in a game, you can't do that, you're only 15 years old. Mom, what are you talking about? What do you mean silly? Just tell me how much these equipments can sell for, the group leader is still waiting. The group leader? It wouldn't be some guy with a female name trying to lure you with equipment, right? You mustn't believe him. I'm telling you, we have money at home, and there's even a set of school district housing over there. I'm just pretending to be poor to keep you from spending recklessly. Oh, the group leader. And I just killed the electric zombie king and are planning to sell the loot and split the spoils. What are you talking about? And make sure to tell me about the school district housing when you have time. Ha, ha, ha. The woman was stunned, taking a long time to react, and hurriedly checked the equipment attributes sent by her daughter again. My mom said we can either set up a stall in the square to sell or use the personal auction house. The small square allows free trading, but the personal auction house charges a storage fee and a 10% transaction tax. For high-value items, it's best to use the auction house, although stall trading is free, it's hard to find a buyer with so many people around. Okay. Following the guidance of Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Chen summoned the auction interface and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the planning of Blue Star Online. The personal auction house was incredibly convenient, allowing buying and selling anytime and anywhere. With categorized searches, just type in what you want to buy. However, the main city had not yet opened, so the auction house could only be used in the current novice village. But there were only 9,999 novice villages across Huaxia, averaging about 100,000 people per village, which was already a substantial base. There were quite a few black iron level equipment in the auction house, but most of them were plain items. With golden equipment already available, Li Chen naturally didn't bother looking at the plain items and first searched for the zombie thigh bone. There were also 2 zombie thigh bones in the auction house, with attributes identical to those dropped by the electric zombie king, one priced at 11 silver and the other at 13 silver, both at fixed prices. Black iron equipment could not be auctioned, they could only be sold at fixed prices. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided not to list it. Spending $100 on a black iron weapon wasn't too extravagant, right? There were very few silver equipment in the auction house, and there were no Zombie King Bone Pendant or Zombie King Ring, the 2 silver items. Li Chen searched by part, level, and quality, and finally found a level 5 silver necklace that was currently up for auction. The bidding price for this necklace had already risen to 56 silver, and with about 10 minutes left on the countdown, it was likely to go up further. Li Chen thought for a moment and turned to Spicy Rabbit Head. The Zombie King Pendant and Zombie King Ring have similar qualities, so their prices should be about the same. We don't necessarily have to split the sale, you can decide whether to sell the one you choose. I'll choose the Zombie King Pendant, I'll keep it for myself since I don't have a bank card and can't withdraw cash. Alright. Li Chen nodded, directly trading the Zombie King Pendant to Spicy Rabbit Head, and then listed the Zombie King Ring in the auction house. Silver equipment. He didn't deserve it. Plus, he couldn't equip it for now. He set the starting price at 30 silver, with the auction time for silver equipment fixed at 1 hour. There were no golden equipment in the auction house at all, so Li Chen thought for a moment and set the starting price at 2 gold, with the auction time for gold fixed at 3 hours. As soon as the Zombie King staff was thrown into the auction house, it quickly attracted a lot of attention. In Novice Village 5188, a gathering place for level 8 steel-tooth wild boars, a young girl, holding a silver-white revolver in each hand, delivered the final blow to a steel-tooth wild boar blocked by 2 shield-wielding players. After the 2800 health steel-tooth wild boar took down one of the shield players, it fell under the girl's gunfire. Not far away, after 5 shield players surrounded and killed a steel-tooth wild boar, one of them quickly ran over to take the place of the recently deceased player. The girl coolly blew away the non-existent smoke from her gun. This silver-level pistol is really good, it kills monsters much faster than that silver staff I had before. A middle-aged woman approached and said softly, Miss, while firearms have a fast attack speed, they can only deal fixed damage based on the weapon itself, and you currently have 2 spell skills. The DPS of that silver staff is only 5.3% lower than what you would achieve with the silver pistol. Only a 5.3% increase? That's still pretty good. The pistol feels nice to use. Miss, the cost-performance ratio is too low. The girl raised her eyebrows, incredulous as she looked at her steward. Cost-performance ratio? Are you talking to me, Daba, about cost-performance? Am I short on money? The middle-aged woman's expression remained unchanged as she replied calmly, you are short on money. Just now, you shot that steel-tooth wild boar 23 times, costing 115 yuan, and one guard died, with a death spirit. Subsidy of 50, plus 2 guards each receiving a pain subsidy of 10 yuan. You spent 185 yuan to take down this wild boar. 185? That's not much. If you want to maintain your rank in the top tier, you need to kill at least 700 steel-tooth wild boars every day, totaling over 136,500 yuan in expenses. Ha! So much? Daba blinked, somewhat in disbelief. The subcard given to you by the master has a monthly limit of 1 million, plus what you get from the lady when you act cute. Your disposable amount for this month is 1.38 million. So that means it's not enough for me to play for 10 days? You're thinking too much. You've already spent 767,000, which means you'll be out of money in about 5 days. There are still 14 days left this month, and you'll need to eat dirt for 9 days. I suggest you go hunt giant rabbits after 5 days. What should I do then? I don't want to eat dirt, nor do I want to hunt giant rabbits. Then switch back to the silver staff and go hunt level 7 monsters. The potion costs will be quite high, but it can ensure that the guard team doesn't die. Although your level may slowly drop out of the top tier, the gap won't be too big. Alright then. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Daba's pitiful expression. In fact, she was exaggerating. Daba still had a large sum of New Year's money to spend. She just didn't want to see the guard team continue to risk their lives. She had also died twice in the early stages of the game. Although it wasn't real death, the incredibly realistic experience of dying was quite terrifying. Daba had the highest level and the best equipment. If she was willing to tank, she could take on the steel-tooth wild boars without issue, but unfortunately, she was afraid of pain. With her fear of pain and unwillingness to tank, the level 7 bodyguards were very likely to die. Even if 7 bodyguards rotated, they wouldn't know how many times they would die in a day. Who could handle that? Dying once would yield a subsidy of 50 yuan, and just from subsidies alone, they could earn 3,000 yuan a day. But what if one of the bodyguards developed a mental issue? Although these bodyguards volunteered to earn money, what was mutually agreed upon could be interpreted differently by outsiders. At that point, both the young ladies and the family's reputations could be affected. That's why she subtly guided Daba to change tactics without making the guards feel like she was blocking their financial path. Ding! A notification sound caught the middle-aged woman's attention. This was a special reminder from the auction house. As long as the options were set in advance, the auction house would notify her immediately when relevant items were listed. Zombie King Staff, gold. Seeing the attributes of this golden equipment, the middle-aged woman's eyes twitched. Couldn't you have listed it a few minutes earlier? Wasting so many of my brain cells. Miss, leveling up by hunting wild boars isn't impossible. The middle-aged woman wasn't the only player in the 5188 newbie village to set up a reminder for golden equipment. Boss, there's golden equipment again. Boss, look at this treasure. No one can snatch this golden staff from me. Li Chen opened the search interface and found that there were no purple gold ores in the auction house. After thinking for a moment, he directly traded a purple gold ore to the spicy rabbit head, just enough for each of them. Everything that could be listed in the auction house was up, and just as he was about to take the little girl to the square to have a look, Li Chen couldn't help but glance at the bidding interface for the Zombie King staff, and then he froze. 50 gold 50. Gold 1 silver 55 gold 55 gold 1 silver 58 gold 88 gold. How long has it been since then? Or did he misread it earlier, and 1 yuan wasn't 10 copper but 1,000 copper? Li Chen couldn't help himself and clicked the plus button next to the currency bar in the bottom right corner of the auction house interface. When the prompt to recharge 1,000 yuan popped up after entering 1 gold, Li Chen silently clicked cancel. A level 6 piece of equipment had its price instantly raised to 88,000, and tears silently slipped from the corners of Li Chen's mouth. Adhering to the principles of fairness and justice, Li Chen let the nearby spicy rabbit head take a look at the auction house. The little girl blinked cutely at it and then froze alongside Li Chen. The price continued to rise, slowing down only when it reached over 180 gold. Players came and went around them, but the two remained motionless. It wasn't until their hunger levels dropped below 3 that the intense feeling of hunger broke their freeze. With over 2 hours left in the auction, if they kept this up, they would have to ascend right there. Li Chen took a deep breath and slowly closed the auction house interface. There's still plenty of time, let's do something else first. Oh, okay. With money in his pocket, Li Chen was unrestrained in his purchases, buying 10 black breads and 5 bottles of mineral water. As for the delicious honey bread that cost 1 silver and increased hunger by 4 points, Li Chen didn't even bother to look. Glancing at Spicy Rabbit Head happily munching on honey bread, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Spoiled kid. Ding, your Zombie King ring has been purchased by a player for 80 silver. After deducting a 10% transaction tax, 72 silver has been transferred to your wallet. Li Chen was stunned. He had been focused on the Zombie King staff and hadn't paid much attention to the time, only to be pleasantly surprised by the silver ring. Give me half a honey bread. 72 silver equals 720 yuan, enough for him to work for 3 days. Looking at the currency in his account, Li Chen couldn't help but click to withdraw 1 gold. Without even needing a password, 1 gold was directly converted into 950 yuan cash transferred to his bank card. Li Chen was first overjoyed, but then he burst into a tirade. Damn planner. The withdrawal fee for a ball is only 0.5%, and you charge 5%. Is the Silver Regulatory Bureau not watching? Thinking about the large sum of money about to arrive, Li Chen quickly retracted his dissatisfaction with Blue Star Online and dismissed the idea of reporting to the Silver Regulatory Bureau. Would he still need to work after this? There were still over 50 silver in his bag, and recalling the principle that investment yields returns, Li Chen opened the auction house and began searching for level 1 equipment. The prices were very satisfying to Li Chen, mainly because the vast majority of players were already at levels 4 or 5, and level 1 equipment had long been outdated. Level 1 whiteboards were even hard to find in the auction house, only some stubborn black iron equipment remained, all at rock-bottom prices. Li Chen carefully selected, mainly picking items that increased physical attack and health. Giant Rabbit Blade, black iron, physical attack plus 17, strength plus 2, Giant Rabbit Leather Armor, black iron, health plus 35, defense plus 6, Giant Rabbit Helmet, black iron, health plus 30, strength plus 1, Giant Rabbit Boots, black iron, health plus 25, movement speed plus 5%, gold. Chain, black iron, physical attack plus 4, strength plus 1-2, copper bracelets, black iron, physical attack plus 3, constitution plus 1-2, copper rings, black iron, physical attack plus 3, strength plus 1. 9 pieces of level 1 black iron equipment cost only 8 silver, and he was quite pleased. Upon reaching level 1, Li Chen gained 30 health points and 20 magic points, along with plus 2 to all attributes and 5 free attribute points. Following the principle that attack is most important. In the early game, he allocated 4 points to strength and 1 point to constitution from the 5 free attribute points. After equipping the full set of black iron gear, Li Chen's attributes exploded. Health, 270 magic, 140 physical attack, 77. Spell attack, 24 defense, 30 strength, 23 intelligence, 12 spirit, 12 constitution, 15 bone, 12 agility, 12 skills, true eye, fireball. Talent, cutting, level 1 attacks or skills will deal 0.2% of the target's maximum health as true. Damage, special, upgradable, killing outdoor boss of the same level or higher can increase by 0.1%, each level boss can only trigger 3 times. In the future, I will try to reduce such data and not forcefully increase the word count. Spicy Rabbit had also learned from Li Chen to buy a set of level 1 black iron equipment, but chose those focused on magic attack, reaching 62 points of magic attack. The two of them, dressed in their brand new gear, headed straight for the south end of the village. Giant Rabbit, here we come. Minus 29 minus 142. The Giant Rabbit's 200 health points were instantly reduced to critical levels. Li Chen paused for a moment, but there was no need to kite anymore, he was too lazy to use skills and simply delivered a regular attack to the Giant Rabbit's head. Minus 72. A 100% critical hit is terrifying. Spicy Rabbit Head cast a fireball for 142 damage. Was there even a need to team up? Li Chen thought for a moment and realized he didn't need to team up either. A fireball took away 29, kiting again took another 29, followed by a powerful strike of 115, leaving the Giant Rabbit with just 58 health points. With the slight knockback effect of the powerful strike, if operated well, he could land another regular attack without taking damage. The only issue was his mana couldn't handle it. Killing one Giant Rabbit left him with less than half his mana. If it weren't for the fear of pain, he wouldn't even need the fireball. A regular attack, powerful strike, and another regular attack would suffice. Li Chen mentioned this to Spicy Rabbit Head, who shook her little head vigorously. I'm scared alone. Li Chen saw that Spicy Rabbit Head didn't seem to be pretending and thought for a moment that even if they teamed up, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, her one fireball dealing 142 damage, even if it were 199 damage, would still require 2 fireballs to take down the Giant Rabbit, while teaming up only needed 1 fireball, so efficiency wouldn't decrease. Ding, killed, Giant Rabbit, and gained 16 experience. The two leveled up, although the Giant Rabbit's Experience decreased by 20%, the efficiency increased even more. Taking down a giant rabbit in 3 seconds was simply exhilarating. The only thing affecting the monster respawn speed was Spicy Rabbit Head's mana, although her equipment added some spirit. She only had 200 mana, and after fighting 10 monsters, she needed to rest for a while to recover mana. Li Chen, seeing his full mana, felt a bit restless, although Spicy Rabbit Head's efficiency hadn't decreased due to teaming up. His own efficiency had increased because of it, so in the end, he was the one benefiting. Li Chen instructed Spicy Rabbit Head to stay in a non-combat state to speed up mana recovery, while he walked over to the nearest giant rabbit and delivered a powerful strike. -103. Taking advantage of the giant rabbit being slightly knocked back by the powerful strike, Li Chen quickly followed up with a regular attack. -72. -1. Li Chen's blocking arm was bitten by the giant rabbit, and surprisingly, it didn't hurt as much as expected. It felt like being bitten by a small group through a cotton-padded jacket, a bit fierce but not even breaking the skin. -72. Although Li Chen was surprised, he didn't lose focus and finished off the giant rabbit with a regular attack. Picking up the rabbit fur that dropped on the ground, Li Chen summoned the character interface to take a look. Defense 30. The giant rabbit's physical attack was only 25 points, so it turned out he hadn't broken through the defense. Could the pain sensation be related to the damage? Ask your mom. With a communicator by his side, Li Chen naturally didn't want to log off to check the information. So he turned around and charged at another giant rabbit. Spicy Rabbit Head was very obedient and immediately called her mom. After repeating Li Chen's question, there was a long silence on the other end, with her mom seemingly enduring something. Baby, in the game, you can directly open a webpage, and there's an official forum. You can check this little thing yourself, and mom has been killed by you again. Hearing her mom's displeased tone, Spicy Rabbit Head secretly stuck out her tongue and then tried to call the official forum. The forum had a search function, and soon she found the answer. Brother Tuan, the pain sensation is related to 2 aspects. First, it is related to damage. The lower the damage received, the lower the pain sensation. Secondly, there are the equipment traits, which are quite close to reality. For example, the leather armor on your body reduces pain when the covered areas are attacked, while the exposed hollow areas hurt a lot when hit. That makes sense. Li Chen nodded, picking up a pair of plain white rabbit shoes, and then continued to kill monsters. His blue mana was already depleted, so he simply resorted to basic attacks. By the way, Brother Tuan, I found another strategy. Although you can only change to a shield guardian at level 10, players below level 10 are not restricted from using shields. While they don't have the damage reduction effect of a shield guardian, blocking attacks with a shield will naturally hurt less. Alright, we can test that when we have time. For now, let's keep grinding monsters. The blue mana of Spicy Rabbit Head was already full. Seeing that Li Chen wasn't hurt by the giant rabbit's bite, and with his defense at exactly 26 points, the giant rabbit couldn't break through his defense either. So, he confidently went to find another giant rabbit. -142. -1. Oh, Brother Tuan, save me. -1. Li Chen looked at Spicy Rabbit Head running towards him in a panic, and without a word, he rushed over and stabbed the giant rabbit that was chasing the little girl. If you had that much time to run away, you could have killed it with your staff. It hurts so much. Spicy Rabbit Head was rubbing her arms and buttocks with tears in her eyes. Li Chen glanced at the silk robe on Spicy Rabbit Head and pondered that the pain was probably related to the material of the equipment. Cloth armor is certainly not as thick as leather armor. Of course, the little girl's own pain tolerance was probably also a negative value. The two continued to grind monsters. Li Chen was now able to tank and deal damage, but he was at a slight disadvantage. However, he didn't mind, as they were teammates who had fought bosses together. This little loss was nothing, and he had an idea not to level up too quickly. Ding, your King of Zombies staff has been purchased by a player for 240 gold. After deducting a handling fee of 24 gold, the remaining 216 gold has been transferred to your wallet. Even while playing a game, Li Chen could feel his heart racing. Just one piece of equipment that couldn't even leave the novice village sold for a price he couldn't earn in a year working 3 jobs from dawn to dusk. Blue Star Online, no, I mean, the Divine Planner, are you a woman? If so, come here. And let me give you a kiss. No worries, a man is fine too. Li Chen took a deep breath and signaled Spicy Rabbit Head to pause. The King of Zombies staff has been sold, let's split the loot. Spicy Rabbit Head was momentarily stunned. Just about to say something when Li Chen suddenly disappeared from view. Opening the friend list, the name of the invincible cute team turned gray. She actually logged off. Li Chen hurriedly took off his gaming helmet, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he found a pair of big eyes right in front of him. When players are gaming, if someone touches them or there is a loud noise from the outside, the gaming helmet will automatically alert them. The only one at home who could touch him now was little Tuan Tuan, so Li Chen quickly logged off to check. Why is Tuan Tuan awake? Li Chen turned his head to glance at the clock and realized it was already 6 a.m. without him noticing. Uncle, the baby pooped. The baby did it by herself. Little Tuan Tuan, hands on her hips, looked proud, her big eyes full of "come praise me." Li Chen enthusiastically clapped his hands, smiling indulgently. Baby is amazing, knowing to go poop by herself. Did the teacher teach you that? Teacher Lei said the baby has grown up and can go poop by herself. Baby is so obedient. Did the baby wipe her bottom? Mem didn't wipe. Li Chen glanced at Tuan Tuan's pajamas that she had already put back on, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. By the time Li Chen had coaxed Tuan Tuan back to sleep and washed her little pants, a considerable amount of time had passed. When he logged back in, he found the little girl was gone. Opening the friend list, Spicy Rabbit Head's name had turned gray. This little girl wouldn't have had a heart attack from anger, would she? Li Chen's worry lasted a second before a powerful strike landed on the giant rabbit beside him. When Li Chen killed 6 giant rabbits and exhausted his blue resources, the figure of Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly appeared not far away. Brother Tuan, oh no, I scared the kid. Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward to explain, don't cry, I didn't run away with the money. No, it's my mom who hit me huh? Didn't you get detained? My mom is locked up in the same cell as me. What's going on? It's not because of me, right? No. Spicy Rabbit Head rubbed her eyes and explained the situation with grievance. Although Spicy Rabbit Head said it wasn't related, the matter was indeed connected to Li Chen. Because when Li Chen suddenly went offline, the little girl waited for a while and, realizing he hadn't come back, worriedly asked her mom if Blue Star Online would disconnect. Hearing that Li Chen had suddenly gone offline and disappeared, Spicy Rabbit Head's mom, recalling the value of golden equipment, confidently told her daughter that he must have encountered a bad teammate. Spicy Rabbit Head disagreed, firmly believing that her brother Tuan must have just disconnected. He wasn't that kind of person. The two couldn't convince each other, and after arguing for a long time without reaching a conclusion, the little girl, full of rebellious spirit, finally shot back at her mom, calling her small-minded. Furious, her mom directly took off her helmet. Upon hearing that it was indeed because of him, Li Chen quickly comforted Spicy Rabbit Head a few times and then initiated a trade. Brother Tuan, you don't need to share the loot with me. Spicy Rabbit Head refused the trade request, pouting. Li Chen thought the little girl was angry and patted her little head, smiling. Even if you're wronged, don't joke about gold coins, just accept it. I wasn't planning to take it anyway. That boss was defeated by you, Brother Tuan. I just mined some stones, and how much are stones worth? I thought the ones you gave me before were already too much. You can't say that. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to kill the boss. If it weren't for you, I might not have mined 1,000 stones even if I spent the whole night, and even if I had the patience to mine all night, my satiety value wouldn't have been enough. So we both played a crucial role in defeating this boss, and we should split it evenly. But the main reason is still your talent, Brother Tuan. Your talent is also very important. After much persuasion, Li Chen finally got Spicy Rabbit Head to accept the trade. Seeing that his account had decreased by 108 gold, Li Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maintaining the bottom line of 108,000 was indeed quite tough. Just as he was about to click to withdraw, Li Chen suddenly thought of something and opened the chat interface. Regional chat, 5188 Newbie Village Invincible Cute Group, large amounts of gold available, 1 minute and 1.02 seconds, no advance payment, small amounts accepted. Jiang Feng Yu Hua to Lake Sleep, what the heck, are there scammers in Blue Star Online too? Fog Knight, this game binds ID cards and brainwaves, surely no one is that stupid, right? It must be a studio, I didn't expect studios to operate in Blue Star Online too. Is there a studio? There can't be. A script, right? I debao, look at my chain lightning. Jiang Feng Yu Hua to Lake Sleep, did the upstairs get a skill book? Invincible Cute Group, large amounts of gold available, 1 minute and 1.02 seconds, no advance payment, small amounts accepted. Ding, the system has detected that your speech violates the rules, you are muted for 3 hours. Li Chen sighed, reached out, and clicked to withdraw. All 113 gold was withdrawn, arriving at 107,350 yuan. What a waste of effort. Earning 110,000 in one night, Li Chen felt exhilarated, wishing he could find a boss to battle for 1,000 rounds right now. No, 500 rounds would suffice. Thinking of the boss, Li Chen hurriedly called up the official forum. According to forum leaks, there are 4 bosses in the novice village, 1 in each direction: the level 5 boss Silver Wolf King, the level 5 boss Electric Zombie King, the level 10 boss Furious Giant Ape, and the level 10 boss Hellhound, known as the Gatekeeper. Li Chen remembers that the upgrade condition for the cutting talent is to kill bosses of the same level or higher, and the same level boss can only be triggered 3 times, so it's best to kill 2 more level 5 bosses before reaching level 6. Currently, no one has strategized against the two level 10 bosses, and even the level 5 boss Electric Zombie King has only been killed twice across the entire server, including the one Li Chen killed. In contrast, the other level 5 boss Silver Wolf King has been defeated countless times by the entire server. The Silver Wolf King's respawn location is in the southern plains of the Novice village. Although the location is not fixed, it generally spawns in open areas. However, despite the Silver Wolf King having high attack and thick health, it does not possess large area AoE skills, making it easy to defeat with a straightforward swarm tactic. Li Chen checked again and found that the respawn time for the Silver Wolf King is 12 hours, but the information on the other bosses is incomplete. However, since the Electric Zombie King is also a level 5 boss, it should have a similar respawn time as the Silver Wolf King. Li Chen is still muted, so he can only seek help from the nearby Spicy Rabbit Head. Regional Channel 5188 Novice Village Spicy Rabbit Head. Does anyone know how long until the Silver Wolf King respawns? Jiangfeng Yuhui, around 12:30 to 1 p.m. Phantom Knight, brothers, let's take down the boss at 12:30 sharp. No one leaves until it's dead. Phantom, watch my lips, NMB. Seeing the answer he wanted, Li Chen exited the chat channel, glanced at the time, and waved to Spicy Rabbit Head, smiling, I'll log off to make lunch for the kid. You should log off and rest too. Let's go fight the Silver Wolf King together at noon. After saying this, Li Chen logged off directly, while Spicy Rabbit Head looked at the spot where Li Chen had disappeared, feeling an indescribable sensation in his young heart. So brother Tuan has a child already. Mom, boo-hoo, Li Chen. Checked the time, it was exactly 6:40. Recently, Tuan baby had been a bit fiery, so Li Chen decided not to send Tuan to kindergarten for breakfast. First, he rinsed some millet and set the rice cooker to porridge mode, then took out a piece of tofu and a tomato, cut them up, and placed them in the steamer. He had read in a parenting book that steamed tofu and tomatoes are good for cooling down. However, he had only made stir-fried tomatoes with tofu for Tuan before and had never steamed them, so to be safe, he cut a small piece of winter melon and added it to the steamer, planning to make minced meat with winter melon later, as winter melon also helps reduce heat. Then for the main dish, Li Chen toasted 2 slices of bread and fried 2 eggs. At 7 o'clock, the alarm rang on time. I am the invincible little cutie. Accompanied by the music, little Tuan turned over and sat up, her big eyes accurately landing on her uncle through the open door. The little one had no signs of morning grumpiness. She wiggled her little bottom and slid off the bed, her tiny feet bare as she made her way to the bathroom. First, she used the little toilet. Then, with her bottom in the air, she dragged out the movable steps from under the sink, managing to wash her face and brush her teeth all by herself. After completing her tasks, the little one marched over to Li Chen with a proud gait, looking up at him with her little face waiting silently. Baby brushed her teeth and washed her face all by herself. Great job! Li Chen enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, his exaggerated tone making little Tuan puff out her chest even more. Tuan Bao is the best. Little Tuan hugged Li Chen's thigh, her face full of pride. The little guy was quite accommodating, eating a few bites of the steamed tomato tofu and minced winter melon, then drinking a bowl of millet porridge and having a fried egg, even nibbling on a piece of toast, not leaving anything behind. Li Chen finished off the leftover food just as he felt full. After eating and drinking, the two of them set off at exactly 7:45. The little girl stood on the footboard of the electric bike, her small hands obediently gripping the handlebars, mumbling about being an invincible little cutie. Li Chen glanced at the little girl's hair, tousled by the wind, feeling a bit regretful. Braiding hair was really too difficult. Teacher Lei would style all sorts of braids for the little girl every day, but by the time it got to Li Chen, it turned into a wild mess, free and untamed. After handing the little one over to Teacher Lei, Li Chen found himself at a loss for what to do next. Normally, at this time, he would go to the barbecue shop at the end of the street for skewers, spending a dime on each skewer, and he could eat 800 skewers in a morning. In the afternoon, he would unload goods at the supermarket, earning 100 when there was a lot of stock, and 60 or 70 when there was less. After picking up Tuan Bao in the evening, he would carry Tuan Bao to deliver takeout, returning home around 9 p.m. With surveillance and motion capture alarms installed at home, after Tuan Bao fell asleep, Li Chen would head out to deliver takeout until 2 in the morning. After a whole day of this, he would earn about 300 yuan. But just yesterday evening, he had made 110,000 yuan from Blue Star Online, and now the thought of going back to skewers felt like a heavy burden. After hesitating for a billion seconds, Li Chen picked up the phone and requested a half-month leave. It was impossible to quit outright. After all, last night was just luck overpowering skill, and he couldn't guarantee he could still make money in the game, so he decided to wait and see, especially since he still needed to make up for the overdue online time. He planned to go home and sleep, but when he lay in bed, he found he wasn't sleepy at all, so he sat up and looked at Blue Star Online's information for a long time, eventually dozing off without realizing it. Once he earned big money in the game, he definitely wanted to buy a gaming pod. It was said to have a calming effect on the nerves, making playing games feel like sleeping. Although the gaming helmet had some similar effects, it couldn't replace sleep. He slept until 11:30, skipping lunch and going online directly. In the game, he was still standing in the giant rabbit prairie, and as he looked up, he spotted the figure of Spicy Rabbit Head. The little girl was full of energy, logging in even earlier than him. At that moment, she was soloing the giant rabbit, and after throwing a fireball, she skillfully kited the giant rabbit with another fireball, clearly having trained while Li Chen was away. Seeing Li Chen give a thumbs up, Spicy Rabbit Head scratched her head a bit shyly, then ran over. "Brother Tuan, I'm scared." Li Chen shot her a sideways glance and said lightly, "At such a young age, don't learn to brew tea." "Ha? What do you mean? It's all about the tea's energy." "That's mean, I'm just scared." Spicy Rabbit Head pouted back, unconvinced. "If you're scared, why not find someone to team up with? Aren't there a few players over there who look like newbies fighting the giant rabbit?" Li Chen pointed to 3 players in the distance who were struggling against the giant rabbit, looking even more inexperienced than him. "I teamed up, but they're too clumsy, always failing to hold aggro, and I ended up getting bitten many times. Plus, with so many people, the experience is too little. I don't want to be the caring big sister, but I did give them all the whiteboard gear I got today, so they can fight together." "You think you're the caring big sister?" Li Chen glanced over there and noticed that those players did seem to be around the same age as Spicy Rabbit Head, but the little girl had developed quite a bit, looking more mature. "Those few wouldn't have ended up in detention, would they? Do you have any cellmates?" "Hee, not at all. They all just had their birthdays today, turning 14. Li Chen couldn't help but curl his lips at the mention of it. Blue Star Online was truly impressive, managing to gather all the personal information of the citizens nationwide. "Alright, I still have a few pieces of equipment dropped by the giant rabbits, which aren't worth much anyway. You can take them to them. I want to go see the Silver Wolf King. Are you staying here or coming with me for a little adventure?" "Of course I'm going with you." Li Chen received a few distant thanks and waved his hand as he left the giant rabbit prairie with the Spicy Rabbit Head. The giant rabbit prairie was located just south of the Novice village, in the same direction as the Silver Wolf King's spawn point. However, the southern plains of the Novice village were vast, so much so that it would take an hour to walk from the village entrance to the end. The large area was reasonable, otherwise, how could they accommodate 100,000 players? The spawn location of the Silver Wolf King was random, so Li Chen's target was the Mad Sheep Prairie located in the middle of the southern plains. This was a strategy he had seen on the official forum. Mad Sheep was a level 4 monster, a non-aggressive one. Not only was it safe to stay here, but it also allowed for quick scouting in all directions of the southern plains. Once they knew the spawn location of the Silver Wolf King, they could rush over from the Mad Sheep Prairie most efficiently. After all, the Silver Wolf King was a boss that had been defeated countless times, and there were countless players guarding its spawn. If they arrived late, they wouldn't even catch a single wolf hair. With 2 level 1 characters, Li Chen and the Spicy Rabbit Head had no strategy to encounter the Silver Wolf King. It was simply wishful thinking. Any slightly higher level aggressive monster could send them back home. The 2 of them made it to the Mad Sheep Prairie without any incidents and finally witnessed what it meant for there to be more players than monsters. Level 4 non-aggressive monsters were currently quite sought after, and with other players also wanting to see the Silver Wolf King, the area was crowded. Li Chen used his True Eye a few times and finally managed to release it successfully before the Mad Sheep was killed. Mad Sheep, level 4 health, 820 attack, 75 defense. 50. Li Chen looked at the attributes of the Mad Sheep and couldn't help but be taken aback. He had thought that with their full set of black iron gear, they could challenge the Mad Sheep, but they were completely overwhelmed. Fortunately, Li Chen didn't plan to fight monsters. He quietly focused on the chat channel with the Spicy Rabbit Head. At 1:45 p.m., the message Li Chen was waiting for finally appeared on the public screen. Lonely and cold, the Silver Wolf King has spawned, coordinates 12,443.17664 at Wild Boar Ridge. Class 5's handsome guy, brothers, charge. Seeing that the Silver Wolf King had spawned at Wild Boar Ridge, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. The monsters at Wild Boar Ridge were level 8, steel-toothed wild boars, and according to forum information, monsters above level 5 in the game were all aggressive. They would attack as soon as someone entered their alert range. Under normal circumstances, too, level 1 characters would have almost no chance of reaching Wild Boar Ridge, but Li Chen had a plan. Stick close to me, we'll follow the main group. Many players were waiting at Mad Sheep Prairie for the Silver Wolf King to spawn, and Li Chen led the Spicy Rabbit Head to follow players who looked well-equipped. With high-level players attracting the aggro in front, Li Chen just needed to keep up, but he had to be careful of returning monsters. The high-level players were also on the move and wouldn't engage with the monsters, and once the monsters chased to a certain distance, they would return to their spawn point. It sounded easy, but it was quite difficult in action. The main group quickly entered the gathering area of the level 5 monster, Venomous Spider. There were too many players, and the ones in front had drawn away too many monsters, so naturally, there were also many monsters returning from beyond the chase range. Maintaining zero aggro amidst the chaos was a real test of vision and reflexes. Fortunately, Li Chen was a professional. Delivering takeout required precision timing, multitasking, navigating through streets, and avoiding pedestrians, all while competing against rivals. Li Chen's vision and reflexes were top-notch, and he managed to lead the spicy rabbit head through twists and turns, successfully reaching Wild Boar Ridge. As soon as the army of players arrived at Wild Boar Ridge, they spontaneously began to clear the monsters. No one dared to ignore the attack power of the level 8 monsters, so they could only clear their way through. However, with so many people, strength in numbers prevailed. The once formidable steel-toothed wild boar, which could only be tackled by a handful of top players, had now become as easy as a giant rabbit. A dozen players surrounded a single boar, while others followed behind, throwing fireballs. The steel-toothed wild boar hardly felt any pain before it met its end. Li Chen and Spicy Rabbit had also joined in, walking and taking advantage of the situation. Although they couldn't break through the defenses, they contributed a bit, looking quite diligent, even if they weren't gaining any experience. In Blue Star Online, as long as you dealt damage to a monster, you would gain experience based on the damage ratio, but the loot drop was determined by who dealt the final blow. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, the two finally fought their way to the vicinity of the Silver Wolf King, spotting the towering silver giant wolf from over 100 meters away. At this point, countless players had gathered around the Silver Wolf King, making the appearance of two level 1 characters in the level 8 monster area quite conspicuous. Fortunately, the game had strict PK restrictions. If you actively attacked another player, their name would turn gray, and killing someone would turn your name red. Killing gray and red named players wouldn't increase your evil value, so the two didn't have to worry too much about some high-level player getting bored and sending them back to town for free. Li Chen threw a true eye at the distant Silver Wolf King. Silver Wolf King, boss, level, 5 health, 68,000 physical attack, 780 physical defense, 360 magic defense, 310 skills. Sharp Fangs and Claws, passive skill, normal attacks deal an additional 10% damage and 20% lifesteal. Bite, deals 180% attack damage to the target, cooldown time 3 seconds. Thunderstrike, instantly pounces on the enemy, dealing 150% attack damage upon landing, and dealing 110% attack damage to all targets within a 30-meter range, release distance 35 meters, cooldown time 8 seconds. Frenzied Rampage, passive skill, when health is below 30%, the Silver Wolf King enters a frenzy mode, increasing movement speed by 100%, attack speed by 200%, and reducing skill cooldowns by 50%. Li Chen was taken aback by the Silver Wolf King's attributes, which seemed significantly higher than the Electric Zombie King. However, considering that the Silver Wolf King was akin to a warrior while the Electric Zombie King was like a mage, it wasn't too surprising. After all, the Silver Wolf King only had one area attack, while the Electric Zombie King had two. Why wasn't there a large guild clearing the area or organizing a monster hunt? Li Chen was initially puzzled but quickly figured it out. Blue Star Online was different from previous large-scale games. The player base was too large. Even in past games, where top guilds boasted hundreds of thousands of members, it was impossible to organize a team of dozens in the randomly scattered thousands of novice villages, even with a bit of luck. In Blue Star Online, guilds could only be established in the main city, and since no one could enter the main city yet, there was no real guild system. Without a guild system, even if players tried to rally more people through shouting and external chat tools, they couldn't effectively coordinate. The more people there were, the more chaotic it became. Even if a big shot managed to organize a 1,000-person team just 7 or 8 days after the server opened, without a guild system, players couldn't distinguish friend from foe. In the chaotic Wild Boar Ridge, with tens of thousands of players gathered, the scene would be unimaginable. You wouldn't even know how the big shot met their end. Of course, nothing is absolute. At least after observing for a while, Li Chen noticed that over 100 players were lined up neatly more than 100 meters behind the Silver Wolf King, reminding him of the military training during his freshman year. There were indeed capable individuals. The command was impressive. He couldn't help but wonder how much financial power the commander had. If it were Li Chen, he wouldn't stand so still without at least 100 or 80 in compensation for any work beyond just standing at attention. When it came to money, some people on site started shouting, and various calls for recruits filled the air, chaotic like a pot of porridge. Li Chen couldn't hear clearly, so he simply opened the chat channel to read the messages. Immortal touch my butt, looking for damage dealers, Captain picks up, salary 10 silver, requirement attack power 270, ranged preferred, 3 is equal to 17. I am a little fairy, looking for Damage dealers, there's a boss, gear cost split at market price, requirement attack 260, ranged preferred, 7 is equal to 13-inch King Gigi, looking for damage dealers, random pickup, requirement attack power 260, ranged preferred, 9 is equal to 11 waves of. Passion, looking for damage dealers, captain picks up, show ends, requirement attack power 260, ranged preferred, 11 is equal to 9 Shadow Knight, civilian team looking for teammates, random pickup, level 6 and above, 18 is equal to 2 Shadow, watch my lip. Movements. The maximum team size in Blue Star Online is 20 people, and the chat channel was filled with various recruitment messages. Li Chen applied for a long time but was unfortunately rejected by Waves of Passion's team. Waves of Passion set entry requirements, automatically rejecting anyone with an attack power below 260. The requirement of 260 plus attack power was easy to understand. The boss had a physical defense of 360 points and a mage defense of 310. Very few people could break through the defense with normal attacks. A melee player with 260 attack power could only deal 30 plus damage using a powerful strike. A player with 260 spell attack power could only deal 28 damage using Fireball. After searching for a while, Li Chen found that aside from Waves of Passion's team being fully staffed, other teams had at most half their members, and the team offering 10 silver salary only had 3 people in the end. At least from the public screen, there were only a few dozen players with 260 plus attack power, though there might be teams that were already full beforehand. However, this at least reflected the general strength of high-end players. Li Chen wanted to join a high-end team. He had leveled up his cutting talent, and his real damage reached 0.2%. The Silver Wolf King had 68,000 health, and he could take away 136 health points in one hit. Although he didn't know the exact level of the top players, Li Chen believed he shouldn't be any worse than them. Suddenly, a dazed rookie stepped into the Silver Wolf King's alert range, and with a leap, the Silver Wolf King took down this fool, starting the boss battle. The scene was extremely brutal. Although the Silver Wolf King's group attack skill, Thunderstrike, still had 8 seconds left, it didn't mean the Silver Wolf King was slow to kill. With an attack power of 780, plus a 10% bonus, the damage of 858 points was something no one could withstand, capable of taking out a small player in one hit. It seemed insignificant compared to the thousands of players, but that was not the case. Players had limited attack range, even though the Silver Wolf King stood as tall as a building. At most only 200 to 300 players could participate in the attack, while the vast majority couldn't even get close. Li Chen and Spicy Rabbit Head were among those who couldn't squeeze in. They saw a flurry of -1 damage floating above the Silver Wolf King's head, occasionally seeing damage numbers of 10 or 20 points, but the Silver Wolf King's attack speed was also very fast, hitting twice per second, each time. Recovering 150 plus health points, equivalent to recovering 300 plus health points per second. Fortunately, even though it absorbed a lot, there weren't many players, and although it was slow, its health was gradually decreasing. However, this state only lasted for 8 seconds. The Silver Wolf King's Thunder Strike cooldown ended, and with a big leap, it pounced into the crowd, instantly turning dozens of players within a 30-meter radius into white light. Only one player remained standing, adorned in dazzling equipment, clearly a big shot, but unfortunately, within that 30-meter range, he was the only one left, and the Silver Wolf King would certainly not ignore him, sending him off with a bite. Seeing this scene, Li Chen frowned and pulled Spicy Rabbit Head back behind the crowd. After retreating to a safe distance with the Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Chen instructed the little girl to squat down. The Spicy Rabbit Head was confused, but obediently crouched on the ground. In the next moment, Li Chen lifted his foot and stood on the Spicy Rabbit Head's shoulder. Ah! The little girl was startled but didn't move, her small face slightly flushed. Li Chen, towering at over 1.8 meters, clad in leather armor and wielding a long sword, stood on the shoulder of a petite girl dressed in a silk robe, especially since she was squatting, making her appear even more fragile. It was quite an odd sight. Li Chen looked around while standing on the Spicy Rabbit Head's shoulder. Sure enough, the organized teams had not joined the battle and were watching from the sidelines. He had suspected this earlier. Although the Silver Wolf King's health was steadily decreasing, he felt it shouldn't be happening so slowly. After all, just from the chat channel, he had estimated that there were dozens of players with over 260 attack power, not to mention those who were either not in a team or had already formed one, definitely exceeding 100. Even if they all had only 260 points, with a skill dealing 30 damage, over 100 people would still inflict 3,000 damage. This was just the so-called threshold of 260 points. Li Chen believed there were some big shots around, like the one who bought the King of Zombies staff, whose damage would definitely exceed expectations. Are you even human? Get down right now. A sharp voice suddenly came from behind, startling Li Chen. However, instead of turning back with a dismissive attitude, he jumped down directly from the Spicy Rabbit Head's shoulder. In fact, Li Chen realized it was quite unseemly. He had just been eager to verify his guess and hadn't thought much about it. A girl rushed over from not far away, her staff nearly poking Li Chen in the face. What's wrong with you? Using a little girl as a stepping stone? Li Chen leaned back, fearing that the girl would jab him in the mouth with her staff. Calm down, this is a game, regardless of gender or age, character attributes are the same, there's no. Before Li Chen could finish, he suddenly recognized the staff in front of him. It was shiny and familiar. King of Zombies staff? No such thing as no such thing, jerk, pervert. Being scolded, Li Chen should have been angry, but thinking that this girl was his benefactor, he immediately calmed down and suddenly squatted down. Rabbit, stand on my shoulder. Ha! The tool user, Spicy Rabbit Head, was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head repeatedly. No. It's fine, I was inconsiderate earlier, it really didn't look good, and it's not entirely about you stepping back. Just help me keep an eye on that 100-person team to the east and see when they move. Oh. The Spicy Rabbit Head nodded her little head and obediently stood on Li Chen's shoulder. Li Chen slowly stood up with the Spicy Rabbit Head on top, then looked at the girl warrior who appeared to be in distress. Sorry, I made you laugh. Bai Debao's originally beautiful face was now somewhat contorted, but since Li Chen's attitude was good, the little girl didn't feel bullied. Now, it seemed they were just playing around with each other, making her look like she was meddling. Be careful next time. Bai Debao's took a deep breath and withdrew the staff that had been pointed at Li Chen's face. All right. Bai Debao's glanced sideways at the name floating above Li Chen's head, suddenly realizing something, and involuntarily shivered, sincerely clasping her fists towards Li Chen. Sorry. Sister, I misunderstood you. Li Chen's jaw dropped slowly, and he involuntarily shivered, mimicking Bai Debao's gesture of clasping his fists. Just call me brother, you indeed misunderstood, I'm a straight man. Sorry. It's fine. Bai Daba couldn't help but laugh, sizing up Li Chen and the Spicy Rabbit Head, discovering that they were both only level 1. He then boldly said, no fight, no acquaintance. Do you want me to take you to fight the boss? The equipment and items will go to me, but the coins will be yours. Li Chen looked at Bai Daba in surprise. He remembered that the Electric Zombie King dropped 1 gold and 68 silver, and the Silver Wolf King should be about the same, which would be over 1,600 bucks. Bai Daba had no idea what his talent was, he was simply there to lead them. Li Chen naturally wouldn't agree. Having just earned over 110,000, how could he be interested in a mere 800? He still wanted to gamble on the final blow, to take a shot at the motorcycle. I won't trouble you, Rabbit, do you want to go with this big sister? No need, I just came with Brother Tuan to see the Silver Wolf King. I have no intention of going up to fight monsters, such a big mouth, it wouldn't swallow me whole, would it? Li Chen nodded at Bai Daba, politely declining her good intentions, and shifted aside with the Spicy Rabbit Head on his shoulder. Bai Daba thought Li Chen was just too proud and didn't say much, returning to his previous position with the female housekeeper and 7 bodyguards. The brief encounter didn't stir up any waves. Li Chen kept an eye on the Silver Wolf King's health from a distance while advising the Spicy Rabbit Head to keep a close watch on the team on the right that was issuing commands. The Silver Wolf King's health was already nearing 30%, and while the players fighting in the arena still seemed crowded, they had actually replenished countless waves. The surrounding teams watching had also thinned out. It seemed that the Silver Wolf King was about to die soon, but with so many people, how could the stationary teams compete for the boss? Roar! With a howl that echoed through the sky, the Silver Wolf King's silver-white fur suddenly turned blood red, and its size instantly doubled, resembling a small mountain. The situation in the arena changed dramatically. The Silver Wolf King's movement speed became incredibly fast, and its aggro was chaotic, darting around wildly. Many players hadn't even finished casting their fireball spells before the Silver Wolf King's position exceeded their attack range. The melee fighters were even more distressed, chasing and blocking behind the Silver Wolf King but always missing their hits. The most terrifying thing was the Silver Wolf King's skills. The Thunder Strike, which originally had an 8-second cooldown, was now down to 4 seconds, basically taking out a large number of players with each leap, and its attack speed was so fast it left afterimages, with its health not decreasing but actually increasing. In less than 2 minutes, the number of players in the arena had plummeted to a freezing point. It seemed that there were barely even 1/10 of the original players left. Brother Tuan, they moved. The Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly jumped down from Li Chen's shoulder, pointing towards the east. Are they finally entering the fray? Li Chen had also figured out the intentions of the surrounding watching teams. Since no one had the strength to clear the area, they would let the Silver Wolf King do the clearing. The scattered players were mostly cleaned up by the Silver Wolf King, and only the capable teams began to show their skills. No wonder the 5188 newbie village had successfully spawned the Silver Wolf King twice. Now that the equipment levels had improved, how could they possibly fail? As the surrounding teams entered the arena, the previously one-sided situation stabilized instantly. In fact, the Silver Wolf King's one bite failed to take out the shield-bearing player in front of it. A light shield appeared around that player, followed by a golden light falling on his head. Healing skill. Not even at level 10 for class change, yet someone had already learned the priest's healing spell. This game truly had hidden talents. That shield-bearing player was even more impressive. The damage from the enraged Silver Wolf King was absurdly high, and this player's health definitely exceeded 2,000, with an equally ridiculous defense. Otherwise, having a priest wouldn't help. Li Chen observed closely that shield-bearing player had charged out from the Eastern 100-man team. He looked quite mature, probably around 40 years old, and the name above his head read Hao Jianjun. This couldn't be his real name used as a game name, could it? -28, -38, -55, -66. The numbers floating above the Silver Wolf King's head were quite impressive, and its health began to plummet rapidly. Even though the Silver Wolf King's attack power and attack speed had significantly increased, and its lifesteal efficiency had quadrupled, it still couldn't hold on. Thunder Strike. The Silver Wolf King leaped into the crowd again, but this time it didn't manage to take away all the players within a 30-meter radius. 4 or 5 players remained standing, clearly either having high defense or health points exceeding 1,000. That Hao Jianjun charged in with a skill, slamming his shield against the Silver Wolf King's knee, briefly drawing its aggro. Bai Debeos also joined the fray, rushing in with his butler and bodyguards, a bolt of lightning shooting. Fourth. -280. Although the numbers above the Silver Wolf King were numerous, this rare 3-digit figure was still quite noticeable. Li Chen immediately deduced it must be from that heroic figure, Bai Debeos. One must know that just the Zombie King's staff had 180 points of spell attack, nearly matching what an ordinary player would have with full gear. Anyone willing to spend over 200,000 on a level 6 piece of equipment surely wouldn't have subpar gear. Elsewhere. Suppressing the urge to rush forward, Li Chen's eyes were fixed on the Silver Wolf King's health. With his current health, entering the fray wouldn't even count as delivering a dish. At most, it would be like offering a peanut. He had only one chance. The Silver Wolf King's health was at its lowest, and with Thunder Strike on cooldown, he could deliver the final blow with his 136 points of true damage from the cutting talent. The Silver Wolf King's health fluctuated and finally dropped to 3,000 points. As it executed a thunder leap, taking away a group of players, Li Chen made his move. Although he was too far to reach the Silver Wolf King in time, he hadn't intended to rush in anyway. While he was primarily a physical attacker, his attack power wouldn't break through defenses even with a strong hit, so he opted for Fireball. In the final moment, Li Chen launched his Fireball. Ding! A crisp system notification rang in his ears, and Li Chen felt a surge of joy, ready to rush over to loot the equipment, but he quickly realized something was off. He hadn't leveled up. After defeating so many giant rabbits, he was still quite far from leveling up to 2. Killing the Silver Wolf King would definitely grant him a level up. Congratulations on participating in the kill of the Silver Wolf King and dealing effective damage. Reward, 1,000 experience, 5 reputation. Li Chen let out a slight sigh of regret, raising his eyes to where the Silver Wolf King had vanished, wanting to see which lucky player had landed the final blow. There were too many people to see clearly, but the shouts from the front provided him with the answer. It's Bai Debeos. Damn, as expected of the top mage, that damage is insane for stealing the boss. Bai Debeos, do you need any accessories for your legs? Wow! Golden light. Golden equipment. Looks like 2 pieces. Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. It was only right that someone like him would steal the boss after investing so much money. If he couldn't outdo someone who was leeching off the effort, it would truly be a joke. Just as Li Chen was about to turn around to find the spicy rabbit head and quickly call out before the steel-toothed boar respawned, a sudden commotion and a flurry of skill effects erupted ahead. Looking up, he saw 3 or 4 burly shield bearers protecting Bai Debeos as they charged toward him, blades and spells trailing behind. Although the attackers weren't too many, the situation for the few was still precarious. The shield-bearing bodyguards were quite skilled, blocking a significant amount of attacks for Bai Debeos, even managing to shield some targeted fireballs with their positioning. However, they were ultimately outnumbered, and one by one, the bodyguards turned into white light. Bai Debeos, seeing the urgency, stopped running and turned back to unleash a chain lightning. The lightning whip struck down 3 people instantly, leaving the remaining 2 with only a sliver of health. Another fireball took out 1 more, and soon Bai Debeos was focused down and turned into white light. From the white light that Bai Debeos transformed into, a golden light fell. Countless people rushed towards the golden light, and those behind, unable to keep up, hurled spells in frustration. A dozen beams of white light flashed by, leaving a few scattered items on the ground, among which a particularly noticeable black thigh bone stood out. Who's so unlucky to be left with just a bone? Li Chen opened his backpack and discovered that the zombie thigh bone worth over $100 had dropped. Instead of being furious, he looked oddly at the golden stick in his bag, his heart racing. Zombie King's scepter, gold. What a coincidence. Bai Debeos had just died right in front of him, and Li Chen instinctively picked up the golden light from the ground, only to feel a tightness in his chest as he returned to the resurrection point in the novice village. Should I also recharge a bit? It feels a bit wrong to be freeloading on Blue Star Online like this. Spicy Rabbit Head sent a message. Brother Tuan, where are you? I can't find you. I got killed and returned to town. What should I do? I'm farming steel-tooth wild boars, I'm scared. See if there are any reliable high-level players nearby to follow back to the village. Be careful of those gray and red name players. Oh, okay. Spicy Rabbit Head replied obediently, and not long after sent another message. I found a reliable team. It's the 100-man team you told me to keep an eye on. They don't have any gray or red names. Call me when you're back, let's continue farming monsters. Li Chen's mind flashed to the resolute face of Hao Jianjun, a hint of doubt creeping in, but it was quickly cast aside. Nothing was more important than handling the Zombie King's scepter. Without a second thought, Li Chen opened the auction house and directly tossed the Zombie King's scepter up for sale. It seemed many people were waiting for this moment. As soon as the Zombie King's scepter was listed, there was immediate feedback. The bidding price shot up rapidly, reaching 180 gold in just a few minutes, and it looked like the final price would likely exceed the last one. Logically, more than 10 hours had passed since the last auction, and level 6 equipment should have depreciated. The main reason was that Bai Debeos was too impressive, dealing high damage while stealing the boss, taking out 3 high-level players with 1 skill, and a fireball taking out a little kid. These were the best advertisements for the Zombie King's scepter. Village-wide pinned message, Bai Debeos, can the friend auctioning the Zombie King's scepter delay the auction or trade face-to-face with other equipment? I guarantee a premium, you won't lose. Out. Village-wide pinned message, Junlin Tianxia, don't take it down, last time I wasn't online and someone picked up the leftovers. This time, let's see who can compete with me, watch the auction house. Another village-wide pinned message popped up, and Li Chen knew the last sentence was directed at him. Glancing at the auction house, he saw the bidding price, which had just risen to 190 gold, shoot up to 250 gold, instantly surpassing the last auction. Li Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. Again! 250 gold, minus a 10% handling fee, that's 225 gold in hand, which converts to 220,000 cash. Recently, the government had issued a policy, although Tuan Bao's special medicine still wasn't covered by insurance, all tariffs were waived, and 220,000 was nearly enough for Tuan Bao's special medicine for almost a year. Moreover, there were still nearly 3 hours left in the bidding time. Given Junlin Tianxia's momentum, if someone contested, the price could very well rise again, though. It could also be Junlin Tianxia creating hype, wanting to set the price at 250 gold. How to choose between the 2 village-wide pinned messages? Li Chen knew that even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the gold coins. Bai Debeos, still standing at the resurrection point, was nearly furious, wondering why she had to drop the precious scepter. Although she had been killed at first, she was happier about stealing the Silver Wolf King and even more delighted to find a silver wolf robe that fit her perfectly lying in her backpack. The Silver Wolf robe is a gold-level piece of equipment, and gold-level armor can reduce pain more effectively than silver-level armor. As the largest component in terms of coverage among protective gear, it is valuable regardless of its attributes. Especially for Bai Daba, who fears pain more than anything, the value of this robe is even higher than that of a weapon. Where's my staff? Bai Daba finally realized that her Zombie King's staff was missing. Unless some big shot picked it up, it would definitely be put up for auction by an ordinary person without needing a reminder from the female steward. Bai Daba immediately checked the auction house. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the Zombie King's staff was listed. Without hesitation, Bai Daba began to raise the bid, but to her surprise, when it reached 200 gold, her bank card showed insufficient funds. She had initially thought about borrowing money from the steward. But unfortunately, she was ruthlessly rejected, with the reason being that she had recently started dating a young boyfriend and was planning to buy him a car. Such a shameless excuse left Bai Daba at a loss, as the female steward was not just a servant but someone who had watched her grow up, more like a family elder. Actually, the Zombie King staff can be sacrificed, the female steward said with a slight smile, initiating a trade with Bai Daba. Bai Daba's eyes lit up. The Silver Wolf King had dropped quite a few items, the most eye-catching being 2 pieces of gold equipment. Since she and the female steward were in a team, they each picked up one and ran, not daring to collect anything else, but unfortunately, they still couldn't escape. At this moment, the equipment the female steward was trading could indeed serve as a substitute for the Zombie King staff. Bai Daba hesitated for a moment. I still want the Zombie King staff. Actually, switching to melee is fine. 2. Didn't the master say that you can train your close combat skills in the game? Then I want the Zombie King staff even more. Bai Daba, with a rebellious spirit, directly rejected the female steward's suggestion. You have no money. I'll Sell this piece of equipment. Not enough time. The auction time for gold equipment is 3 hours, and you won't make it if you list it now. That won't stop me. Baidaba immediately spent 1 gold to buy a loudspeaker and sent out a top message. For the whole village. A few seconds later, Baidaba saw that Junlin Taiangxia's angry little face was all scrunched up from the loudspeaker. 250 gold had already exceeded the price of a level 6 gold weapon, and no one could guarantee that it wouldn't continue to rise. If it were her, she probably wouldn't choose a buyer like Baidaba who couldn't afford the money and had to find other ways to remedy the situation. Most importantly, in Blue Star Online, the practice of exploiting players is everywhere. If items are taken down early, a penalty fee is incurred, which is 5% of the current highest bid. The current auction price is 250 gold, so the penalty fee would be 12 gold and 50 silver, which is 12,500 yuan. Would an ordinary player be willing to gamble over 10,000 yuan on whether Baidaba could be trusted? Baidaba gritted her teeth, just about to buy another loudspeaker to remedy the situation when she saw that the Zombie King staff had been taken down from the auction house. Baidaba glanced at her friend interface and found that she had received many friend requests. After clicking to agree one by one, she was bombarded with messages, some asking to cling to her, some offering her 50, and others agreeing to her trading method, asking her to transfer 20 gold to compensate for the loss of the item being taken down. There were so many messages that Baidaba couldn't figure out who the real seller was after rummaging through them for a long time. Ding, the Invincible Cute Group has initiated a face-to-face trade with you. Suddenly, a trade request popped up, and Baidaba instinctively clicked to agree, only to see the Zombie King staff prominently displayed on the trading interface. Li Chen felt a bit awkward at this moment. This was a game, Baidaba had been killed by someone else, and if he picked up the Zombie King staff, it naturally belonged to him. Moreover, even if he didn't pick it up, someone else would. The Zombie King staff ultimately had nothing to do with Baidaba. Although it was reasonable and legal, picking up someone else's drop and then turning around to sell it back to them was somewhat of an awkward situation. Li Chen could have avoided all this trouble. After all, although Baidaba Bayo said that he wouldn't let the seller suffer losses, the King of Zombies staff was just listed and had already been pushed up to 250 gold by some big shots, making the final price unclear. Baidaba Bayo's so-called assurance of not letting anyone suffer losses didn't come with any real guarantee. Moreover, the 12,500 gold penalty fee was painful enough for Li Chen, but in the end, he still took down the King of Zombies staff. The embarrassment, trouble, and pain were 3 reasons that Li Chen deeply despised, yet they couldn't overcome that bit of goodwill, of course, on the condition that he wouldn't lose money. Before fighting the Silver Wolf King, Baidaba Bayo suggested taking the unfamiliar Li Chen and Spicy Rabbit head along. Although the currency dropped by the boss was nothing significant for Baidaba Bayo, it wasn't particularly important for Li Chen either. However, for Li Chen, who had experienced the ups and downs of human relationships over the past 2 years due to the illness of his group treasure, this seemingly trivial goodwill was still precious. Li Chen was willing to do something awkward, troublesome, and painful for this goodwill. Sister! So it's you! Baidaba Obayo exclaimed in surprise and joy. It's brother! Li Chen replied somewhat helplessly, unsure if there was a name change card in Blue Star Online. Baidaba Bayo was a sensible person and didn't say anything awkward. Instead, he directly placed a piece of equipment on the trading interface and then entered 100 gold. Due to the pain factor, melee weapons are worth slightly less, but they can still sell for 180 gold. I'll add another 100 gold for you, what do you think? Before Li Chen could respond, Baidaba Bayo added, oh, right. You also lost the penalty fee, so I need to keep some gold to buy medicine. But I still have a full set of pure physical silver equipment that I swapped out earlier. As Baidaba Bayo spoke, he placed the physical gear he had previously exchanged for the King of Zombies staff into the trading slot, even including the pair of silver dual guns. Li Chen didn't waste any time and directly clicked confirm. One should be content. Li Chen was very content, although he could tell from Baidaba Bayo's eagerness for the King of Zombies staff that adding another 10 or 8 gold wouldn't be a problem at all. But if that were the case, the baseline he had managed to protect with over 100,000 at Spicy Rabbit head would truly lose value. Baidaba Bayo was also very content, although he was nearly broke. Acquiring a silver wolf robe meant he had at least earned 100 gold overall. Even though he wouldn't sell it and didn't need the money, it was still a return on investment. It was like earning 100,000 all at once. Let's see if that old man dares to call me a spendthrift again. Do you need me to help you level up? Baidaba Bayo's mood improved, and he found Li Chen increasingly pleasing to the eye, proposing once again to help him level up. Thanks, but I won't trouble you, Li Chen politely declined Baidaba Bayo again and turned to leave. Wait, you're a nice person, let's add each other as friends. Li Chen naturally wouldn't refuse the friend request from someone who provided for him, so he directly clicked agree. After stepping out of Dabo Bayo's sight, Li Chen eagerly opened his backpack. Silver Wolf's Fawn, Gold, Physical Attack plus 198 Strength plus 12. Stamina plus 12 Agility plus 12 Equip Level, 6 Equipment Skill, Sharp Fangs, Passive Skill, Normal Attacks deal an additional 8% damage and 5% lifesteal. What a good item! With 198 attack power plus 12 strength, it was equivalent to 222 attack power. The equipment skill was also impressive, although it wasn't an active skill. Normal attacks had no cooldown, making each strike count as a small skill, and the 5% lifesteal was even more appealing, greatly increasing sustainability. Li Chen fondly stroked it for a few seconds before listing it. Damn it, he actually hesitated for a few seconds. That was simply an insult to gold. There was no way he could keep it. By the time he reached level 6, who knew how much this weapon would depreciate? It was better to sell it at a high price while he could. Then there was also a set of silver equipment in his bag. Li Chen quickly took out the 2 gleaming silver pistols. Men have little resistance to such things. The 2 silver pistols turned out to be a piece of equipment that couldn't be split for use. Unfortunately, they required level 7, so Li Chen could only touch them but not equip them. The other 8 pieces of silver equipment were all level 8, although they were eliminated by Daba. They should still be considered high-end equipment for the current novice village. Anyone who donned this set would instantly become a top player in the novice village, and who wouldn't call them a handsome guy? Li Chen glanced at the attributes and found they were just right for him. Main attack power and secondary life root, equivalent to an upgraded version of his current level 1 black iron gear. What was he waiting for? To let it depreciate? This time, Li Chen didn't hesitate at all and put everything up for auction, even throwing in the beloved silver dual pistols. There was also a novice pistol in his bag, which he could touch and carry. Since he couldn't afford bullets, it was enough to satisfy his craving. There were also level 8 silver equipment for sale in the auction house, but the quantity was very limited, so this set should fetch a good price. Although he didn't know what the final price would be, all of it combined would definitely earn more than selling the Zombie King staff individually. After listing his items, Li Chen logged off directly to have a meal. Having made a significant profit, he decided to indulge a little and went downstairs to buy 2 meat sandwiches without any sides. After eating, he logged back in. He headed straight to the giant rabbit prairie and, after single-handedly killing over 80 giant rabbits, Li Chen reached level 2. At that moment, Spicy Rabbit had finally returned, and to Li Chen's surprise, the little girl was also level 2. When he asked, he found out that Spicy Rabbit Head had followed a 100-person team that didn't return directly to the village but instead went to a level 6 monster gathering area to grind. The little girl had blankly followed them to the level 6 monsters and was left dumbfounded. Fortunately, a big shot named Hao Jianjun noticed her and sent 2 people to escort her back. While in the team, they casually killed some blocking monsters, and surprisingly, the little girl leveled up. Li Chen was a bit surprised and then joked, "This big shot is really clueless. I say, why not just stab you when you're not paying attention and instantly return to the city?" "Brother Tuan." Spicy Rabbit Head pouted, a bit annoyed, and stomped her foot. Alright, since you're level 2 now, let's buy some level 2 equipment and then go fight level 2 monsters. Okay. The little girl, with a fortune of 100,000, loved buying things the most. The two searched the auction house for a long time, intending to splurge on a set of level 2 silver gear, but unfortunately, it didn't exist at all. Li Chen searched again and found that the lowest silver equipment in the auction house was level 3, speculating that silver equipment might only be available at level 3 and above. Since it would soon be outdated anyway, he was too lazy to verify it on the forum. The two chose a suitable set of level 2 black iron equipment, and after Spicy Rabbit Head changed her gear, she directly gave her eliminated level 1 black iron gear to a nearby novice who was fighting the giant rabbits. After playing the caring big sister, the little girl looked at Li Chen with wide eyes. Li Chen hesitated for a billion seconds before tossing the recently eliminated equipment into the auction house. "A spendthrift kid wanted to drag me down with her. This was $80. The little girl noticed her gaze had no effect but wasn't angry, happily following Li Chen to the level 2 monster gathering area. Land turtle level, 2 health, 360 physical attack, 42 dual defense, 15 level 2 monsters had a significant boost, with total attributes nearly doubling, which would be a torment while wearing a full set of level 1 white gear. Fortunately, level 2 black iron equipment was also dirt cheap, and the two's attributes directly crushed the competition. After changing gear, Li Chen's health reached 320, attack 98, and defense 39, making it very easy to take on the land turtle one-on-one. After the Spicy Rabbit Head changed its outfit, it had 255 health, 90 magic attack, and 30 defense. The little girl was very thoughtful in choosing her equipment, primarily selecting items that increased magic attack and spirit, completely disregarding health and defense. Her mana even exceeded her health, reaching 260 points. Even so, with a 100% critical hit rate, the little girl found it easier to take on the land turtle than Li Chen, but unfortunately, the child was afraid of pain. The land turtle's attack power was 42, while Li Chen's defense was 39, resulting in only 3 points of damage. Naturally, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to kite, he charged in for a powerful strike. -132 -3. The 3 points of damage were still less than the little group's small fist damage, and Li Chen couldn't even be bothered to change his expression. -204. The spicy rabbit head's damage remained explosive, directly turning the land turtle into a bloody mess. -83. With a regular slash, Li Chen took down the land turtle, and fortunately, the first turtle shell dropped. Turtle shell crafting material, inquire at the armor shop for details. The experiment concluded, and the two officially began farming monsters. Just like farming giant rabbits, Li Chen didn't need skills. 2 regular slashes combined with a fireball from the spicy rabbit head were just enough to kill the land turtle. A single land turtle could only deal 3 points of damage to him, and it couldn't heal as fast as he could. The spicy rabbit head was very happy. Her current mana allowed her to cast 26 fireballs, and with natural mana regeneration, she could continuously fight 30 monsters before needing a break, no longer a small burden. Li Chen was also in a good mood. Although leveling from 2 to 3 required 36,000 experience points, a land turtle provided 60 experience, which meant they would each get 30 points, half of which was significantly higher than the giant rabbit experience. Now, the speed of farming land turtles was even faster than that of giant rabbits, and the overall efficiency was quite satisfying. However, there was one downside: the level 2 monster gathering place was no longer as desolate as the giant rabbit grassland. The number of players had increased significantly. After the two of them farmed over 30 land turtles in one go, there were hardly any monsters left nearby, and they had to search around or wait for respawns. They hadn't encountered the amusing scenarios of showing off or killing for loot, nor had they seen any cases of lustful intentions. The pain in this game felt too real, and ordinary players really didn't dare to initiate PK easily. Having sunk to farming turtles, one could see the level of the surrounding players. The two continued farming until 4 p.m., and after playing for over 20 hours, the little girl couldn't hold on any longer and logged off to catch up on sleep after saying goodbye. Li Chen checked the time and suddenly thought that if the electric zombie king also respawned every 12 hours, it should be up by now. After considering that time might not be enough, he temporarily set it aside because Tuan Bao was about to finish school. Ding, your silver wolves. Fong has been purchased by a player for 167 gold. After deducting the transaction tax of 16 gold and 70 silver, the remaining 150 gold and 30 silver have been transferred to your wallet. Li Chen couldn't help but smile at the message. Although it was a few gold less than he expected, that set of silver equipment sold for much more than anticipated. The price of the silver dual guns was quite dismal, selling for only 2 gold, which was a bargain compared to other weapons of the same level and quality. After all, the fuel consumption was too high, even Bai Daba couldn't afford it, making its collectible value greater than its practicality. However, the other 8 pieces of silver equipment sold for a high price, totaling 28 gold, leaving 25 gold and 20 silver after deducting the transaction tax. If not counting the transaction tax and just looking at the total price, everything sold for an astonishing 197 gold. Li Chen estimated that the Zombie King staff would be hard to sell for more than 280 gold, especially since Bai Daba, the strongest competitor, had no cash to drive up the price. The increase for the Zombie King staff wouldn't be much. After all, it was just a level 6 equipment. The top players had already reached level 9, and even a level 6 golden weapon would likely depreciate significantly soon. With an additional 267 gold and 30 silver, Li Chen didn't wait a second longer and directly withdrew 267 gold. What if Blue Star Online shut down the next second? The bank card received 253,650 yuan, and Li Chen took out a bottle of mineral water, drank half, and stored the other half away. It's just that extravagant, not eating bread but drinking water. Playing until 4:50, Li Chen logged off on time and rushed to the kindergarten on his little electric scooter, where the children had not yet started to come out. Relying on his youthful strength and agility, Li Chen skillfully maneuvered through the defensive circle of elderly people, successfully positioning himself in the front row. This was his first time arriving early at the kindergarten. Tuan Bao often said she hoped to see her uncle at the first glance when school ended. Unfortunately, Li Chen was too busy working 3 jobs, often arriving late, and sometimes he was the only one left in the entire kindergarten with Tuan. As the music began, the little ones from the toddler class lined up one by one under the teacher's guidance and walked out. Li Chen gripped the railing tightly, determined to stay glued to the front row despite the crowd, even when an old lady sneakily elbowed him in the back. Finally, it was time for Tuan's class. As soon as Tuan emerged from the teaching building, she stretched her little head out, eagerly peering towards the kindergarten entrance. Although she felt a bit disappointed each time, the baby just wanted to see her uncle at first glance. Tuan Bao's eyes lit up. Even from a distance, Li Chen could see the sparkle in her eyes and her newly grown molars. Tuan was very sensible. Although she desperately wanted to rush into her uncle's arms, she immediately held hands with the other children and slowly walked to the gate under the teacher's guidance. Teacher Lei Lei also spotted Li Chen, and her nose suddenly tinged with emotion. For the first time, she didn't follow the order and directly pulled Tuan, who was at the back of the line, and sent her to Li Chen first. Li Chen picked up Tuan. In one swift motion, nodded at Teacher Lei Lei, and turned to protect his precious girl as they broke through the crowd. Uncle, I'm so happy. I saw you right after school. Yeah, Uncle is happy too. From now on, I'll make sure you see me first. Every time after school, okay? Okay. Tuan opened her little arms and hugged Li Chen's neck tightly. I love Uncle the most. Did my precious girl eat enough for dinner? I'm sorry, I didn't eat enough. There was green stuff in the food today, and I ate slowly. All the other kids finished eating, and I was too anxious, so I didn't eat. No need to say sorry, Uncle isn't angry. That green stuff is called broccoli, and it will help you grow stronger. Can you try to eat it next time? Okay. You're so good. How about I take you to a restaurant now, to that big restaurant you wanted to go to last time? Really? Is it the really big restaurant with the huge lion? Yes. Uncle made a lot of money today, so we can eat something. Nice. Yay. Uncle made a lot of money. Is it 100 yuan? More than 100 yuan. Is it 1,000 yuan? More than 1,000 yuan. Wow. Is it 500 yuan? My precious girl, how about I sign you up for a math class? Are there kids in the math class? You can bring one, but I don't know if they accept students as young as you. Though it was called a big restaurant, in Tuan's eyes, it was just big. In a small county, the largest hotel couldn't even be rated with stars. Li Chen extravagantly ordered 4 dishes that Tuan loved. After all, it was a special meal, and his precious girl would only eat a few bites before feeling full. After Li Chen finished eating, there was still quite a bit left, so he packed it up without wasting any, knowing he would be staying up late tonight and could have it as a midnight snack. Back home, he rarely had time to play interactive games with Tuan for a while, then let her braid his hair while he held his phone and started browsing the launching online forum. He earned over 300,000 in just a day and night. Even if luck played a significant role, Li Chen had to take it seriously. Moreover, with the national enforced time in place, Li Chen thought he might as well treat it as a job. If he wanted to do a good job, he had to start by understanding it. Li Chen searched for a while and found that he couldn't find any information about the operating company of online, not even the development company. All the information he found stated it was under the jurisdiction of a country. Is it reasonable for a country to develop and operate it? Reasonable. But what's puzzling is that he couldn't find out which country developed it and which country operated it. That's quite unreasonable. Although Li Chen was confused, he couldn't find any relevant information. Whatever. Who cares who developed it? Anyway, it's free to play. He threw this doubt aside and began to look at the information in posts about the game. At 9 p.m., Li Chen, with his colorful low-spec dreadlocks, lulled his pet to sleep, then put on his helmet and went online. Spicy Rabbit Head was offline, probably sleeping soundly. Just as Li Chen was about to check the situation in the mine, he frowned at a series of loudspeaker announcements. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia, hurry, hurry, hurry. The electric zombie king is attracting monsters. Are there any death warriors left? Dying once costs 5 silver, screenshot, and find me V50. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia, looking for ranged attackers, those with magic damage over 300 salary 50 silver, double the salary for the boss, find me, Lonely Cold, I love to team up. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia, by Daba, if you dare to steal the boss again, I'll kill you. Village announcement, by Daba, are you talking about me? I'm not stealing the boss, I'm just looking for you to zap. Let's see if you can withstand my 500 points of magic damage. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia, damn. Your magic damage is already 480? I was wrong, Sister Bai, you even have the Zombie King staff, let me have this boss. Village announcement, by Daba, shut up. As if you could steal it without me, find the Death Warriors first before you talk. He initially planned to go deep into the mine to look for the Electric Zombie King, hoping to find some opportunities to trap monsters, but unexpectedly, Junlin Tianxia intended to directly attack the Electric Zombie King because he couldn't buy the Zombie King staff. Although Li Chen's kill of the Electric Zombie King was only the second kill in the entire server and didn't trigger a server-wide announcement, the Zombie King staff easily made people associated with the Electric Zombie King. At least he hadn't heard of anyone getting equipment with the zombie prefix from farming zombies. $1,000 for a loudspeaker, it looks like they really want to take down the Electric Zombie King. Li Chen felt a bit frustrated but still ran to the player stall to buy 600 stones, planning to join the fun. If Junlin Tianxia really lured out the electric zombie king, he would also try to steal the boss. If Junlin Tianxia failed, he would proceed with his original plan. The village loudspeaker stirred the entire village, and since 9 p.m. was peak online time for players, the area outside the eastern mining area was already crowded with people leaving. No one in the village. Looking at the bustling scene, Li Chen suddenly felt that Junlin Tianxia had made a bad move. The electric zombie king wasn't hard to kill, the challenge lay in how to lure it out of the mine. Yet, Junlin Tianxia chose the time with the most online players to make a big fuss. Even a level 1 newbie could deal 1 point of force damage, and when tens of thousands of players rushed over to join the fun, even if Junlin Tianxia had recruited many high-level players, the chances of stealing the boss were slim. Most importantly, the entrance to the mine was too close to the novice village. The plan to let the boss clear out the players like when fighting the Silver Wolf King wouldn't work either. If they died, they could just respawn and run back, as there was no experience loss during the novice phase. Although Junlin Tianxia made a bad move, Li Chen couldn't feel happy about it either, because his chances of stealing the boss were also very slim. There were just too many people. There were still some bold players in the game, and Junlin Tianxia's V50 reward attracted quite a few, with coordinates of the electric zombie king frequently reported in the regional chat channel. Potato made $50. At the 4th fork left at the 9th branch of Tunnel 3, coordinates 17,664.33447. Carrot, 50. Same location, coordinates 17,662.33445. Pumpkin, 50 health profit, same location, coordinates 17,660.33444. Big Pig, so tempting? Which brother can give a shout? Getting electrocuted by the electric zombie king feels terrible, right? Tomato, 50 health profit, same location, coordinates 17,658.33440. Junlin Tianxia, it must be tempting. Brothers, hurry up and become martyrs. Getting electrocuted feels so good, just like a massage. This money is too easy to make. I'm a good person, the boss is not kind. Getting electrocuted by the electric zombie king really feels like being shocked. Those with low tolerance shouldn't go. Be careful of leaving psychological shadows. This 50 profit is bad luck. That kid behind didn't keep up. The electric zombie king turned around, coordinates 17,665.33447. Pulled it back. Coordinates 17,660.33441. Reports from martyr players occasionally came through the regional channel. Observing the changes in coordinates, the electric zombie king was indeed being lured out step by step. However, with the efficiency of luring monsters by moving a few steps for one head, it was still early to completely lure the electric zombie king out of the mine. Li Chen found a rock to stand on, looking around but couldn't find the target. There were just too many people. He thought of that big shot named Hao Jianjun. With that guy's health and defense, if he was willing to be a martyr, the efficiency would definitely be very good. He remembered that there was also someone with healing skills with him. If the two coordinated, they might really be able to lure the electric zombie king out. He didn't know if that strict 100-person team had come to join the fun. The martyrs were still in action, dying once and then rushing back from the resurrection point, over 100 martyrs repeating the cycle, looking at the coordinates. On the public screen, the electric zombie king had already been lured halfway. Potato, 50 by 6, I can't hold on anymore. Brothers behind move a bit forward, $300 will be enough. Pumpkin, I can't take it anymore either. This isn't something normal people do. I swear as soon as I enter the mine my legs go weak. Carrot, it's already halfway lured. I'm not needed anymore. I'll take a break. Brothers behind move a bit forward. In the end, some couldn't hold on anymore. The pain was directly related to the amount of damage taken. The vast majority of players lost all their health with just one hit from the electric zombie king, taking full damage, and although they were killed instantly, the pain before death reached its peak. Repeatedly getting electrocuted, who can withstand that? Some martyrs died once, had a couple of cigarettes, and then left. Those with a bit more grit started to break down after dying 5 or 6 times. Anyway, the condition given by Junlin Tianxia was that as long as you got electrocuted once, you'd get V50, and he never said you had to successfully lure it out to count. If Junlin Tianxia really required it to be lured out to pay, he probably wouldn't attract many fools. More martyrs hesitated, and finally, when only a third of the distance was left, a player broke down, and the zombie king turned back. Emotions can be contagious. Although no one had reported the situation on the public screen yet, Li Chen deduced the situation from the suddenly stopped coordinate reports. The electric zombie king didn't instantly return to the spawn point. If they continued to send martyrs to chase, they might still be able to lure it back. Sure enough, Junlin Tianxia started blasting the loudspeaker again, doubling the martyrs' wages. Li Chen watched as more and more players gathered, having heard that the electric zombie king was about to be lured out, and thought for a moment before weaving through the crowd and diving into Tunnel 1. He wanted to take a gamble, to bet that the electric zombie king couldn't be lured out. Competing for a boss among tens of thousands of people had a pitifully small chance. Having strength is called prediction, lacking strength is called blind guessing, and rather than guess blindly, it's better to do something more certain. Currently, the electric zombie king has been lured out 2/3 of the way, which means that if the monster lure ultimately fails, this 2/3 distance will be the path it must take to return. Li Chen can easily set up an ambush in advance and wait for the electric zombie king to turn back. Although the mine has been divided into several numbered sections by players, the depths of the mine are interconnected. Li Chen walked straight into the number 1 mine. There were significantly fewer players mining along the way, most were near the entrance, mining while waiting to join the excitement. The further in he went, the fewer players there were, and by the time he reached the depths, there were pitifully few, even though the number 1 mine was not the monster lure path announced on the public screen. Li Chen opened the chat history with Spicy Rabbit Head to check the message he had sent to the young girl earlier. Since he had no paper and pen, he sent the important coordinate points to Spicy Rabbit Head via private chat, who was a tool when online and a notepad when offline. After delving deeper into the mine, Li Chen overturned his previous assumptions because he suddenly realized that the electric zombie king might not necessarily return along the exact monster lure path. The paths in the mine were intricate. The Death Warriors had found the boss by turning left at the 9th fork in the main tunnel and taking the 4th branch. However, the boss might not return the same way, it could take any fork back. Therefore, the most reliable place was still that left turn at the 4th fork where the boss was initially discovered. The outcome of the monster lure would soon be revealed, and since Li Chen was taking a detour through the number 1 mine, he didn't have much time left. He hoped that Junlin Tianxia could hold on a little longer. It seemed as if he heard Li Chen's thoughts, as Junlin Tianxia's loudspeaker sounded again. The whole village's pinned message: Junlin Tianxia, the boss is about to come out, those just watching, don't mess up my head count. I won't pay for messing up the head count. Junlin Tianxia's loudspeaker had barely finished when the chat channel buzzed with the news that the electric zombie king had completely turned back. The phrase about not paying for messing up the head count became the catalyst. This was the disadvantage of scattered troops. Without effective command, chaos could easily ensue. Not paying for messing up the head count. What exactly was messing up the head count? I've been through this 5 or 6 times. What if you say I'm messing up the head count? Those truly messing up the headcount dared not approach, while those who weren't worried about being mistaken for headcount messers hesitated for a moment, resulting in a late response, and the boss turned back completely. This Junlin Tianxia is really a terrible strategist. Li Chen cursed under his breath and hurried his pace. At this point, Li Chen had only made it halfway. Even if he reached the left turn at the 4th fork in time, he might not be able to quickly find a suitable spot to block the monster. A small platform that jutted out in the main tunnel caught Li Chen's eye. It looked very suitable for blocking visibility. Just as he was contemplating whether to take a gamble, several beams of light suddenly illuminated the mine, and a zombie began to burrow out from the ground not far away. A small monster has spawned. Zombie level, 3 health, 550 attack, 65 defense, 28 naturally. It was impossible for the monster to spawn just one. The mine was probably already filled with zombies. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombie in front hadn't fully emerged yet, Li Chen rushed over and delivered a powerful strike. -119 -1, cutting damage, -70 -26 after taking 1 skill hit and 1 basic attack. The zombie finally crawled out completely, its dark claws poking Li Chen. Hiss. The 26 points of damage caused by the pain made Li Chen gasp, but it wasn't enough to slow his movements. -70 -1, cutting damage, roar -26 hiss. -70. After a 5-round clash with the zombie, Li Chen lost 130 health points before finally killing it. Thanks to my black iron armor, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Li Chen glanced at his remaining 190 health points and sighed helplessly, quickly turning to mine the wall beside him. Don't even mention farming small monsters. Even if we didn't farm, there probably wouldn't be enough time. We just happened to find a suitable spot to lure the boss, so we could only gamble that the boss would pass by. After climbing onto the platform, Li Chen lay flat, fully embracing fate. Perhaps heaven also wanted to bestow this outrageous luck upon Li Chen, as not long after, the audible roar of the electric zombie king echoed through the mine. Li Chen remained calm and didn't move, waiting until he heard the electric zombie king bouncing around below the platform before grinning and standing up. -1 -120, cutting damage. His talent leveled up, and cutting damage doubled. What a delight. As Li Chen threw over 200 stones, the electric zombie king suddenly cast his skill in the direction it had come from, resulting in a scream. Didn't we just say we were farming small monsters? How could someone arrive so quickly? Could it be that Junlin Tianxia hadn't given up? Although Li Chen was a bit surprised, his hands didn't stop moving. When it came to fighting the boss, everyone relied on their own abilities. Just because you spent money doesn't mean I have to let you win. Right? Besides, you haven't even paid me. We've caught up to the boss, watch the distance behind. Something's off, 3 have already died, why isn't this boss moving? Not enough vision, can't see the situation. I'll try again. Although the vision was insufficient, the sound still came through, and Li Chen couldn't help but grin at the discussions. What should we do? The boss isn't moving, isn't this just giving it away? Should we still lure it? Keep going, I've spent tens of thousands already, am I supposed to give up now? You said it, don't regret it later if you can't lure it out. Damn! Does my Junlin Tianxia not have this little bit of face? Hearing the discussions from outside his vision, Li Chen was slightly taken aback, but his hands didn't stop. Junlin Tianxia wasn't playing too poorly, he even knew to supervise the front lines, no wonder he was aware that someone was farming kills. However, with the Electric Zombie King casting his skill every 1.2 seconds, as long as it was there to hold aggro, it was impossible to pull it away unless one could withstand the damage, otherwise, there wouldn't even be any vision. Just as Li Chen thought, several more screams followed. And the Electric Zombie King continued bouncing below the small platform. Junlin Tianxia's face turned green, he realized the problem but had no solution. These dead soldiers were originally just there to feed kills, afraid of losing items, not. A single piece of equipment was worn, and there wasn't even a loaf of bread in their bags. Of course, they had come to die, so how could they have any decent equipment? Even if they wore it, they'd be dead in seconds. Players who could withstand a hit from the boss without dying were all equipped with good gear, who would be willing to come and feed kills? Why does it seem like someone is holding the boss? One of the dead soldiers who had encountered this situation before muttered, prompting Junlin Tianxia to react quickly and shout towards the Electric Zombie King, which bro is holding the boss? Since you can't hit it anyway, could you let someone feed a kill? I'll take the loss, and I'll give you 1 gold as compensation for mental distress. Naturally, Li Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to respond, he silently continued throwing stones. The boss had a long attack range, so Junlin Tianxia and the others kept their distance. By the time he killed the boss, he would have enough time to pick up anything that looked valuable. Even if Junlin Tianxia rushed over and killed him, he would only get a bit of soup. He didn't believe he would be that unlucky to have something good drop. Li Chen ignored the others, and Junlin Tianxia couldn't determine if someone was holding the boss, he could only cling to a stroke of luck and continue sending people to die. With very few dead soldiers left, the sound of coins clinking in Junlin Tianxia's wallet drove him mad. He yanked the remaining 2 dead soldiers over, making them space out to take the boss's 2 skills, and then he charged forward while the boss's skills were on cooldown. The Electric Zombie King's Lightning Pierce had a cooldown of only 1.2 seconds. And Junlin Tianxia hadn't charged very far before he was zapped by the electricity. Minus 865 however, he did not die, after all, he was a big shot who dared to chat with a loudspeaker, fully equipped with the best gear available, and he still had at least 2/5 of his health left. A blue light suddenly flickered around Junlin Tianxia, and his health bar turned blue. This was his talent, when his health dropped below 50%, it automatically activated a magical shield that could absorb part of the damage, currently at a 30% absorption rate. Junlin Tianxia had 1,200 points of mana, allowing him to absorb 360 points of damage. He charged forward again, but the boss's attack came once more. Minus 505, after 360 reduction, the blue bar turned back into a health bar, leaving him with only 180 health points. Seeing that his vision was still insufficient, Junlin Tianxia gritted his teeth and drank a red potion while charging. 800. This was not cheap store-bought stuff, it was a rare instant recovery potion he had managed to obtain, not available in stores, made by a life profession alchemist, with a chance of producing 1 from 10,000 ordinary red potions. To figure out what was going on, Junlin Tianxia was all in. Minus 865. Another lightning bolt struck, and Junlin Tianxia was left with barely any health, cursing as he finally dashed into the line of sight. Sure enough, someone was kiting the monster. Due to the angle, he couldn't see the face, but he could see the name above their head. Invincible Cute Team? Could it be some dazed girl? A multitude of questions floated in Junlin Tianxia's mind, and then he inadvertently caught sight of the boss's health. A flash of lightning lit up, and Junlin Tianxia, surrounded by a series of question marks, was stunned. How could someone get so close to the boss? Li Chen was also taken aback, but fortunately, that person turned into a white light in the end. Worried that more people might rush over, Li Chen didn't dare to pause his actions for a moment. A few seconds later, the Electric Zombie King let out a scream and vanished. Without checking the system notifications, Li Chen hurriedly slid down from the small platform, straining to listen for footsteps while frantically picking up glowing items, ready to run in the opposite direction at the first sign of anyone approaching. It seemed that everyone had truly died. Li Chen had finished picking up the silver coins, yet no one came over. Looking at the at least 180 copper coins on the ground, Li Chen stood up with great determination and dashed to the side. Death drops would refresh after 5 minutes, and with so many people having died here, picking up anything would be worth more than those 180 copper coins. Arriving at the spot where the player had fallen after rushing nearby, there were indeed items on the ground. Li Chen picked one up and was momentarily stunned. Wild boar. Leather boots, gold, health plus 160, intelligence plus 12, spirit plus 10, agility plus 8, movement speed increased by 12%, equipment level 8. What kind of family is this? Even the death warriors dare to wear gold equipment? Li Chen was momentarily dazed but quickly realized that the original owner of these leather boots must be Junlin Tianxia. Besides these wild boar leather boots, there was also one red potion. At first, Li Chen didn't pay much attention, but upon checking the details, he discovered it was an instant recovery potion he had never seen before, capable of restoring 800 health points instantly. The potency was so great that if he drank it, he would choke on his own blood. Li Chen walked a bit further, finding nothing on the ground, then realized these death warriors must have been in a naked state, so he hurriedly dashed back, picking up the discarded copper coins one by one. The village's top post, Junlin Tianxia, invincible Q team, you filthy cheater, just wait to get your account banned. No, this is a game operated by the state, just wait to go to jail. Li Chen was both amused and exasperated by Junlin Tianxia's loudspeaker, and after thinking for a moment, he opened the regional chat. Invincible Q team, I am a steel straight man, I don't use cheats. Junlin Tianxia, you're hitting the boss so hard with stones that it's almost dead, and you tell me you're not cheating? Immortal touch my butt, using stones only inflicts a forced 1 point of damage, you must be cheating. Obscure Knight, so there was a wall hack, no wonder the Zombie King scepter dropped. It's obvious it was exploded by the electric Zombie King, you soloed it last night, right? Obscure, does it matter if there was a hack? Just look at my mouth shape. Bai Daba, Sister? VU50 for a link. Li Chen saw that even Bai Daba had come to join the fun, and this matter was indeed hard to explain. If a whole bunch of people reported it, it would be quite troublesome if the police got involved. His cutting talent seemed quite overpowered now. In some aspects, it was not worse than the 100% crit of the spicy rabbit head. He didn't want to expose it so early. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen saw that the cooldown for speaking was over and casually started to bluff. Invincible Q team, throwing talent ignores defense. Believe it or not, feel free to report me. Junlin Tianxia, even if what you say is true, how do you explain stealing my boss? Bai Daba, fighting bosses is based on skill, what do you mean stealing? All village top message, Junlin Tianxia, I've invested so much, and he intercepts halfway, isn't that stealing? All village top message, Bai Daba, maybe he was just waiting in a good position for the boss, you drawing the boss away is delaying his business. Li Chen was utterly impressed by Bai Daba's mouthpiece. This was exactly the excuse he had thought of but couldn't say due to the regional chat time limit. That $1,000 for a single sentence really made Li Chen feel sorry for Bai Daba. What couldn't be said in the free section? Regional chat, Invincible Q team, thanks to the valiant white hero for speaking up, I've indeed been camping in the depths of the mine for 3 hours, almost letting that Junlin Tianxia guy delay my business. Bai Daba, no problem, no problem. If the electric Zombie King drops gear suitable for me, just sell it to me first. Junlin Tianxia, do you think I'm a fool to be fooled? This isn't over, I have people at all 3 mine entrances. Let's see how you get back to town. Li Chen saw that Junlin Tianxia was blocking his way back to town. Instead of being anxious, he relaxed completely. Since they were blocking the entrance, it meant they wouldn't come in to find him, so he had time to sort through his gains. Li Chen had just opened his backpack when Bai Daba's private message suddenly came through. Bro, shouldn't you thank me? We're friends. And your name was Gray an hour ago, how did you camp for 3 hours? Oh, thanks. Get real, send me a link. Although he felt it wasn't quite right, Li Chen still sent Bai Daba a link. After replying to Bai Daba, Li Chen began to check his recent gains. First was the system message. Killed, Electric Zombie King, and gained 16,000 experience points. Congratulations on killing, Electric Zombie King, and gaining 50 reputation points. Killing a wild boss above your own level, talent. Level +1. The first time he killed the Electric Zombie King, he gained 10,000 experience. This time, his level had increased by 2, so the experience reward dropped a bit. Last time, the Electric Zombie King was the second kill in the whole server, rewarding 1,000 reputation points. This time, there was no ranking reward, and he didn't know if there was no triple kill reward or if other villages had beaten into it. His talent level rose by 1 more level, and cutting damage increased to 0.3%, meaning he only needed 334 stones to fight the Electric Zombie King again. Next were the drops from the Electric Zombie King. First was the golden equipment that excited Li Chen. The Electric Zombie King had dropped 2 pieces this time. But after taking a look, his smile faded slightly. Zombie King Helmet, Gold, Health plus 150 Bone plus 8 Intelligence plus 8 Spirit plus 8 Equipment Level. 5. Zombie King Bracelet, Gold, Spell Attack plus 18 Intelligence plus 8 Spirit plus 8 Intelligence plus 8 Equipment Level. 5. Although both pieces of equipment were gold level, they didn't come with skills like the Zombie King Scepter, and his expectations instantly dropped to the ankles. Although they are golden equipment, these two pieces are only level 5, and their individual attributes are similar to the level 7 silver gear that by DeBeos received. Fortunately, golden equipment has an extra attribute compared to silver. The additional plus 8 spirit on the helmet is probably not worth much, but the bracelet is decent, adding plus 8 intelligence. Overall, considering the current level of top players, these two pieces of golden equipment can only be described as the best of the worst. Combined, they probably don't even match the value of the Zombie King staff. Fortunately, Junlin Tianxia contributed an 8-level golden boot, which should be worth quite a bit. Next, there are two pieces of level 5 silver equipment, one of which is a physical-oriented outfit that Li Chen plans to keep for himself. The other is the magic-oriented Zombie King ring, which Li Chen intends to sell at a low price to Spicy Rabbit Head. It's too dangerous for the little girl to hold onto 100,000 gold coins. There are also two plain items that Li Chen can't be bothered to look at and plans to throw into the shop when he returns. Aside from the equipment, Li Chen discovered a book in his backpack. He took it out and couldn't help but gasp. Skill Book, Thunder Shield. After use, it allows the learning of the passive skill Thunder Shield. Thunder Shield automatically triggers when health is below 30%, increasing defense by 30% for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. It's actually a skill book. Skills are definitely more valuable than golden weapons. After all, this thing is something that will stick with you for life. Even the best skills attached to equipment can be lost. However, this Thunder Shield seems a bit average, with low bonuses and a short duration, but since it's a passive skill, it should be more suitable for tank classes. Faced with the skill book, Li Chen hesitated for the first time. Even an average skill book should be worth a lot, but as it stands, before Blue Star Online goes under, he can't escape this game. If he can strengthen his own abilities, it should be easier to make money in the game. If it were another skill, he might have gritted his teeth and learned it himself, but this Thunder Shield is clearly more suited for tank classes. Tank classes are more about team cooperation, and under the premise of pain, it should be quite miserable. Although Li Chen hasn't decided what class to switch to, being a tank is definitely off the table. Learning it himself is too cost-ineffective, selling it would be better. Of course, Li Chen would never admit to being threatened by gold coins. Finally, there was a piece of purple gold or whose purpose he couldn't figure out. Li Chen was just about to list everything and then commit suicide to return to the city, leaving Junlin Tianxia to keep him company in solitude, when a friend message alert rang out. He opened it to find a message from Bai DeBeos. "Is this your link?" Several big question marks made it clear that Bai DeBeos was furious. Li Chen replied, somewhat confused, "Did the link expire again? I'm a bit busy right now, I'll look for it later." "Are you a freak? I didn't want this kind of link. Why are you cursing? What exactly do you want?" "I want the cheat link, and you sent me a porn site. Do you think you shouldn't be cursed?" This is really a misunderstanding. Didn't I say on the public screen that I don't use cheats?" You didn't really kill the boss with a stone, did you? So you shouted for me for so long, and in the end, you didn't believe it yourself? It's indeed hard to believe. A boss that the whole village couldn't handle, and you soloed it. Who would believe that? Believe it or not, I didn't use cheats anyway. Fine, I believe you. Did you finish off the electric zombie king? Did it drop anything good?" Li Chen saw that his benefactor was ready to spend, so he quickly sent over the attributes of the 3 pieces of golden equipment and the Thunder Shield. The benefactor was a bit picky and only liked 2 items. "Sell me the bracelet. Should I list it now? Can you not put it up for auction? The auction takes 3 hours, and I still have to guard against others stealing the tower. I'll offer 22 gold, which should be considered a premium. You set a buyout price, and I'll buy it instantly." 22 gold means 22,000 coins, which is actually higher than Li Chen expected. Li Chen didn't haggle and directly set up a buy option for 22 gold. Bai DeBeo's purchase was indeed instantaneous, and Li Chen received 19 gold and 80 silver. Actually, next time I could choose to transfer directly. With Bai DeBeo's reckless spending habits, even if I give her the equipment first and let her transfer later, it would be reliable. That way, I could save 10% on transaction tax and 5% on withdrawal fees. Li Chen wasn't in a hurry to withdraw. He listed all the other equipment, including 2 pieces of silver gear and purple gold ore. However, the golden equipment and Thunder Shield were set to auction mode. The 2 pieces of silver were set at a fixed price, which was 30% higher than the same level equipment in the auction house. If they sold, it would be a profit. If no one bought them, they would automatically Be taken down after the time limit, and the unsold equipment would only incur a 1% storage fee based on the listed price. Li Chen had learned this technique of using the auction house as a mobile warehouse without any guidance. The only valuable item left in his bag was the purple gold ore, and with the one he split with Spicy Rabbit Head last time, he now had 3 pieces. He didn't know its use, as there were none for sale in the auction house, so he decided to list it directly, starting at 1 gold. With nothing valuable left in his bag, Li Chen headed straight for a wandering zombie in the distance. The zombie clawed at Li Chen, dealing 26 points of damage, and he didn't resist, allowing the zombie to ravage him. Li Chen's health was 320 points, and 26 points of damage accounted for less than 10%. This level of pain was still bearable. Isn't Junlin Tianxia blocking outside? He could just commit suicide to return to the city and see how he was being blocked. Village announcement: Junlin Tianxia, is that wild boarskin boots in the auction house the ones I dropped? Invincible cute team, you're dead. Bounty on the whole server. Killing once gives 10 silver, no upper limit. The pain was bearable, but the feeling of death was truly uncomfortable, too real, like drowning. Once Li Chen recovered from the sensation of death, he immediately covered his face, then set his name to hidden, and hurried to the shop to buy a mask to wear. Junlin Tianxia was clearly not someone who could be trifled with. He wasn't afraid of the bounty on the whole server, but his real face still posed some risks. He didn't want to bring danger to reality or to his team because of a game. After putting on the mask, Li Chen opened the chat channel. Invincible Q team, fighting bosses based on skill, can you not afford it? Junlin Tianxia, I have money, so what if I chase you down? Immortal touching my butt, 10 silver seems a bit low, not even worth the effort. Shinli, exactly, and it offends people. Those who can solo the electric zombie king are not easy targets, 100 coins isn't worth it. Phantom Knight, the price is indeed low, killing someone will turn you red. Phantom, what does it have to do with you? Look at my mouth shape. Village announcement: Junlin Tianxia, chasing down the invincible cute team across the whole server, killing once gives 1 gold, no upper limit. Li Chen saw Junlin Tianxia's loudspeaker announcement and turned green with envy, quickly sending a message in the regional chat. Invincible cute team, can I take this deal? I'll give you a 20% discount. By DeBeos, I need to save up for food lately, I want in too. Is there really no upper limit? I'm in. Count me in. Invincible Q team, report your location, and I'll split the money with you. Junlin Tianxia looked at the lively chat channel and suddenly felt he might have done something foolish. Sure enough, before he could respond in the chat channel, the Invincible Q team nearly shattered his wallet. Invincible Q team, we are sincerely recruiting cooperative players. Kill me once and give me 60 silver. Pay first, then kill, sign an electronic contract. Please join the team, we'll start when we have 20, and fight until dawn. Immortal touching my butt, this seems quite reliable, but I'm afraid Junlin Tianxia might default. White DeBeo, stop looking for others, I'll cooperate with you. I just took a screenshot of his loudspeaker. People care about their face, trees care about their bark. I'll spend 500 yuan to pin it on the forum, let's see if he values his face or his bark. Junlin Tianxia's face turned truly green as he suddenly realized that Blue Star Online was different from other games. The real pain made what was commonplace in other games complicated. Killing someone and turning red in other games was nothing, but in Blue Star Online, it was a severe punishment. If the payment was too low, no one would do it. If it was too high, the Invincible Q team might exploit the loophole. Especially with White DeBeo, the troublemaker. Junlin Tianxia had money, but not enough to waste it. Funding the enemy would be foolish. Li Chen was indeed gathering people, not just making threats like others thought. Dying once cost 600 yuan, why bother fighting for a boss? Moreover, there were loopholes regarding pain. Controlling the damage to below 10% was still bearable. As for the feeling of death, for the sake of the Team Treasures potion, what was it to kill him 10,000 times? Just like a joke online, no one would pay 100 yuan to knock their head, but if there was no limit, I could bankrupt old Zhong. Just as Li Chen was enjoying a good life, someone said something in the regional chat. Little Fairy, Junlin's house has a power outage. White DeBeo, don't underestimate Junlin. The server-wide manhunt order was declared over due to Junlin Tianxia's power outage. At home, Li Chen regretfully disbanded the team, feeling a bit of admiration for Junlin Tianxia's ability to let go and take things lightly. The truly despicable are the most terrifying. This mask cannot be easily removed. Looking at the constant friend requests, Li Chen directly set it to auto-reject. There were indeed quite a few people wanting to do business with Junlin Tianxia. Brother Tuan, I'm online. What are all these messages you sent me? Spicy Rabbit Head went online and found that Li Chen had sent him many messages, all strings of numbers. He quickly messaged Li Chen back. Not important, just the coordinates for the electric zombie king I recorded earlier. Brother Tuan, did you kill the electric zombie king again? Yeah. Wow. Brother Tuan is amazing. Stop with the flattery, let's go farm the giant turtle. Oh. Okay. Li Chen supplemented some bread and took Spicy Rabbit Head to farm the giant turtle. The Silver Wolf King spawned around 1 p.m., and the next spawn should be after 1 a.m., so there was still some time. After farming the turtle for over an hour, Li Chen felt it was about time to join the fun, but unexpectedly, the little girl refused. Spicy Rabbit Head knew he was a burden now, forcing 2 points of damage was useless, and the Silver Wolf King had already seen through it. It was better to temporarily go back and farm the giant rabbit. Li Chen didn't insist, hiding his name with a mask and heading to the fierce sheep prairie. Following the same process as noon, when someone reported the Silver Wolf King's coordinates, players gathered from all directions. Li Chen followed the crowd to an open space outside the spider forest, where level 3 monsters gathered, but not a single spider was in sight, not even a chance to use a true eye. There were still people forming gold teams and recruiting helpers, but no one was willing to engage the monsters. After 3 spawns of the Silver Wolf King, the solo players had learned their lesson. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. Brother Tuan, someone asked me if that thunder shield in the auction house was sold by you. Spicy Rabbit Head's sudden message puzzled Li Chen, who replied, yes, I sold it, but how would someone ask you about it? It was one of the 2 big brothers who sent me back at noon. We added each other as friends, and while chatting on the way, I think I mentioned you. He said your friend requests are closed, and their leader wants to contact you. Seeing Spicy Rabbit Head's reply, Li Chen's expression became somewhat serious. The term leader is not used lightly. Could that Hao Jianjun be someone from the military? Considering the strict discipline of that 100-person team, it does seem possible. Only the military could gather such a large number of people so quickly under the random distribution model of the novice village. That 100-person team was quite conspicuous, and Li Chen quickly spotted them on tiptoe. Looking at the auction house, where the price had already risen to 102 gold with a few minutes left in the bidding, Li Chen hesitated for a moment before walking over to that 100-person team. He held a special sentiment for the soldiers who protect the country. If nothing had happened at home, he should have joined the People's Liberation Army of Huaxia as a college student like his roommates, but unfortunately, life often has its disappointments. As Li Chen approached, the 100-person team seemed unchanged, but he suddenly felt like prey being watched by a fierce beast, as if a fatal blow was about to come. Li Chen's expression shifted, but he quickly relaxed, a hint of a smile on his face, though it was obscured by his mask. I am from the Invincible Q team, and that thunder shield in the auction house is mine. Hearing Li Chen's words, Hao Jianjun from the team stepped forward quickly, without any pleasantries, and said directly, I want to buy that thunder shield skill book from you, but I don't have enough cash at the moment. Can you take it off the auction for now, and I'll gather some funds? If it were someone else, Li Chen would have scoffed at them long ago. With over 100 people under his command, it was quite exaggerated that he couldn't even come up with 100,000. However, Li Chen suspected these people were military personnel, and active duty at that, so it didn't seem too strange. No matter how many subordinates one has, they are still funded by the state, not personal salaries, and Hao Jianjun had clearly already spent a lot, otherwise, how could he withstand the Silver Wolf King at noon without dying? Of course, leaders are also human, perhaps they have strict wives, and it's quite normal to be a bit tight on cash at times. Li Chen's mind wandered, but he didn't hesitate in action. The next second, he took out the Thunder Shield skill book from the auction house and smiled, let's settle for what you can pay now, and you can give me the rest later. Hao Jianjun looked at the skill book displayed on the trading interface, and even though he held a high position, he was momentarily taken aback. This player with a feminine name had a surprisingly decisive demeanor when it came to business. After handing over all 76 gold coins he had, Hao Jianjun nodded at Li Chen and said in a deep voice, the Thunder Shield has already been bid up to 104 gold in the auction house, it should rise further. How about we settle on 110 gold? That way, I still owe you 34 gold. That works. Li Chen nodded and turned to leave. No more small talk? Hao Jianjun opened his mouth, but the promise he wanted to make was completely lost before he had the chance to say it. This was too smooth. In reality, it was easy to say, his identity was there, and everything went smoothly, but this was a game. It wasn't until the friend request notification chimed that Hao Jianjun realized it was from the Invincible Cute team. Now, this was reality. 34,000 coins, and he hadn't even written an IOU. If he didn't add a friend, how could he chase after it? You don't need to pay back the 34 gold, I just want to know if you can share some insider information about this game? Seeing the message from the Invincible Cute team, Hao Jianjun frowned. That 34,000 was better off not being owed. After some consideration, Hao Jianjun replied, I understand what you're asking, but I don't know much. I can only remind you to improve your strengthen the game as much as possible, that's all I can say. After replying, Hao Jianjun directly deleted Li Chen. He didn't feel any psychological burden about revealing this little secret. Some things were no longer secrets among certain people. And adding one more didn't matter. Moreover, he actually appreciated this young man with a feminine name who was so decisive in his actions. But a secret is a secret. To prevent the other party from digging deeper, I simply deleted it. After all, this kid said the money didn't need to be returned. Li Chen looked at Hao Jianjun's reply, feeling unsettled for a long time. Isn't this just nonsense? Who doesn't want to improve their strength? Li Chen had always found it strange, and probably everyone in the world was wondering the same. Why are all countries forcing their citizens to play games? Even the military, which is supposed to protect the country, has been dragged into it. A small newbie village, number 5188, managed to gather a 100-person team. If this spreads to thousands of newbie villages, doesn't that mean they could almost capture the entire national military force in one net? Just thinking about it is terrifying. The idea of harvesting leaks is just a joke. There must be some huge insider information that makes all the leaders of the countries disregard everything to implement such absurd policies. Is it due to resource shortages? Planning to establish a second world within the game? Or do they want to, like in the Matrix, ultimately imprison everyone in the game world? Or is the Third World War going to be resolved peacefully, with the battlefield set in Blue Star Online? Or maybe Mars is about to collide with Earth, and humanity can only survive as spiritual consciousness stored in some massive hard drive buried deep underground? Li Chen imagined many speculations, but in the end, they were just guesses. Today, he finally encountered someone who seemed to be a military leader, and he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to inquire. He didn't expect that the favor of 34 gold could exchange for some huge secret. Even a tiny hint would suffice. Unfortunately, 34 gold only got him some nonsense. Li Chen wanted to ask again, but found that his friend had been deleted. Just as he was contemplating whether to turn around and ask in person, he heard a loud shot behind him. Hao Jianjun had charged towards the Silver Wolf King with his subordinates. The battle began, and Li Chen was instantly engulfed by countless players. Hao Jianjun's strength was even greater than at noon, standing firm against the Silver Wolf King without backing down. With the healing support from his teammates, the Silver Wolf King couldn't take him down for a long time. Li Chen was squeezed by the crowd and found himself pushed into the battlefield. This is bad. Li Chen saw the Silver Wolf King up close and turned to rush out, but unfortunately, whether it was bad luck or not, just as he was about to leave the attack range, the Silver Wolf King lunged with a thunderous strike right nearby, leaving a barren area within a 30-meter radius. Li Chen was caught off guard. He took full damage, and even after resurrecting, he felt a lingering pain that made his liver tremble, taking a while to recover. This was a complete waste. Not only did he spend an hour without gaining anything, but he also lost 34,000 coins. Li Chen was almost in tears. He had planned to rely on the level up from the cutting skill to try and snag the boss. A 0.3% cut could deal 204 points of damage to the Silver Wolf King, so there was still some hope of landing the final blow. At that time, not only would he level up from cutting, but he could also pick up something glowing gold, and even if he was focused down by others, it would still be a good deal. Ding, your auction Zombie King helmet, gold, has been sold for 7 gold 35 silver. After deducting a 10% transaction tax, the remaining 6 gold 61 silver 5 copper has been transferred to your wallet. Ding, your auction Wild Boarskin boots, gold, have been sold for 12 gold. After deducting a 10% transaction tax, the remaining 10 gold 80 silver has been transferred to your wallet. Ding, your auction Purple Gold or Asterisk 3 has failed to sell, starting price 3 gold, with a 1% storage fee of 3 silver deducted. Li Chen looked at his wallet, which had swelled up again, and without a second thought, clicked to withdraw. Adding the total of 121 gold paid by Daba and Hao Jianjun from the Electric Zombie King's drop, he withdrew it all. There were also 2 pieces of unsold silver equipment in his bag, so Li Chen went straight to the warehouse to store them. Then called for Spicy Rabbit Head to go farm turtles together. Hao Jianjun shouldn't be acting aimlessly, right? Regardless of whether it's true or not, it's definitely not wrong to seize the time to level up. 2 players, 1 big and 1 small, steadfastly defended the land turtle gathering spot, grinding until 7 in the morning. Li Chen logged off to cook for Tuan Tuan, while Spicy Rabbit Head turned back to the giant rabbit plane. After a night of hard work, Li Chen had reached level 3, while Spicy Rabbit Head lagged a bit behind due to missing out on the experience from the Electric Zombie King. Little Tuan Tuan was still as well behaved and understanding as ever, getting up to brush her teeth and wash her face by herself. Sitting obediently at the dining table waiting for her favorite uncle to bring her favorite food. In just 2 days and nights, they had earned 600,000, relieving a lot of Li Chen's pressure. With his previous savings, he wouldn't have to worry about Tuan Tuan's special medicine for the next 2 years. Uncle, why are you so happy? Because Tuan Tuan is too cute. Tuan Tuan is the cutest. I'm the invincible little cutie today. Tuan must listen to the teacher, and tonight, Uncle will take you to buy that big doll we saw last time. Wow! Tuan first raised her little hand in excitement but quickly lowered it. But didn't you say that we can only buy it during the new year? Is today the new year? Not yet, but Uncle earned a lot of money again, so it's okay to buy it in advance. Wow! Uncle earned big money again. Is it still 100 or 1,000? Hee, it's more than 100 or 1,000. Wow! Uncle is amazing. After sending little Tuan to kindergarten, Li Chen didn't rush to catch up on sleep but logged back into the game to go to the mine. The electric zombie king he killed around 11 p.m. last night had a respawn time of about 11 a.m. To fight the electric zombie king, one must ambush in advance, otherwise, they could be killed before even seeing the boss. Li Chen followed the coordinates he noted yesterday and arrived at the spot where the electric zombie king was discovered by the death squad last night. While waiting for the electric zombie king to respawn, he found a suitable small platform and lay down to catch up on sleep. He slept until 11 a.m. and logged in on time, his character still lying on the small platform. He opened the regional chat and confirmed that no one was organizing a fight against the electric zombie king, so he lay there and opened the forum. Inside the mine, the electric zombie king's alert range and attack distance were farther than the player's line of sight. Not to mention mining. While waiting, even sitting up could get him spotted by the roaming electric zombie king. Lying flat was the safest option. Whenever the electric zombie king bounced below the small platform, it would be considered a good spawn. The forum only mentioned that the electric zombie king would wander deep in the mine, but specific respawn coordinates couldn't be found, so Li Chen could only watch the forum while waiting for the rabbit to come. Just as Li Chen was lying down, a few players outside the mine had grim expressions. We've been waiting for 2 hours, and we haven't seen the invincible cute squad. Is he not going to grind the electric zombie king anymore? Logically, he should be grinding. The boss must drop golden equipment. Even the worst golden equipment at level 5 can sell for a few thousand, and a weapon can at least fetch 100,000. Who would give that up? We've already wasted 2 hours, how long are we going to stand here? Money is hard to earn, and it's tough to eat. We've already accepted the deposit from Junlin Tianxia, can you bear to refund it? Refunding is impossible, I'm just waiting until noon. I still want to go work for the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King isn't interesting anymore. Last night, the G team's wages were cut in half, and this time it's probably going to drop again. It won't even be enough for running errands. That's normal, there are already players at level 10. They'll probably be tackling the level 10 boss soon. The level 5 boss can only struggle for a couple more days, no one is buying the other equipment anymore. The invincible cute squad is still the best, I heard he has some throwing talent and can ignore defenses. The electric zombie king seems tailor-made for him, but he's grinding it alone. It's only been a couple of times, the top players' levels and equipment are about the same now, so it'll be easy to lure it out. Useless, just ahead is fragrant, after 1 or 2 more times even the dogs won't attack. Our novice village is just trash, I've seen many novice villages casually killing the electric zombie king on the forum. Li Chen was unaware that Jun Lintian had hired someone to wait for him at the mine entrance, leisurely browsing the forum, and unknowingly fell asleep in the game. He didn't know how long it had been until the roar from beneath him woke him up. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 12:30. He couldn't tell if he had slept too deeply or if the boss was just slow to wander around. With over 300 stones, Li Chen quickly smashed the electric zombie king to death. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar system prompt sounded, granting him 12,000 experience points, which had decreased again after reaching level 3. Still at 50 reputation, currently at 1,150 points, he had no idea what it was for. He happily leveled up his cutting skill again, with the current cutting ratio reaching 0.4%. He could no longer trigger talent upgrades with a level 5 boss. Looking at his loot, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. After all, he wasn't the child of luck, the boss couldn't possibly drop valuable items every time. 1 level 5 golden ring, 3 level 5 silver items, 1 black iron piece, and the eternally unchanged 2 pieces of purple gold ore. The currency dropped was 1 gold, 68 silver, and 88 copper. He listed the golden ring, kept the silver equipment for personal use, and put the black iron up for 5 silver, just to earn a little pocket money. After sorting through his loot, Li Chen looked at the zombies respawning in the distance and thought about it but didn't dare to commit suicide to return to town. Dying was just too painful, better to die less if possible. He opened the auction house again, searching for level 3 silver equipment. Didn't Hao Jianjun say to try to improve his strength? So Li Chen no longer looked at black iron equipment and planned to get a full set of level 3 silver, this would definitely improve his leveling efficiency. Level 3 silver equipment wasn't cheap, not like the dirt cheap black iron gear. After all, for the vast majority of players, using level 3 silver gear until level 6 or 7 was quite normal, as it had an extra attribute. which could easily make up for the lower base value. Of course, this so-called not cheap was aimed at Li Chen, the freeloader. So damn expensive. A full set of level 3 silver equipment, including weapons, cost Li Chen a whopping 58 silver coins. Which was just outrageous. The big doll that my dear treasure likes is only 188, how dare you? Li Chen angrily changed into the silver set, then put the 2-level black iron set he had just removed on the auction house, and after thinking for a moment, he also listed the 3 silver items he had just obtained and the 2 from last time. Leave a single piece? To reach level 5 would take at least another day, who knows how much the equipment would depreciate, it absolutely couldn't be kept. After finishing, Li Chen took a look at his own attributes. Level 3 health, 480 physical attack, 168 magic attack, 32 defense, 62 other attributes weren't important for now, as long as he understood his attack and defense, that was enough. Li Chen still had 10 free attribute points to allocate. He originally planned to allocate strength and bone at a 4-to-1 ratio, but these past few days, thanks to cutting, he had made some money, and he wondered if he should invest in agility instead. Agility could increase attack speed, which would naturally help trigger cutting in the later stages. However, since he was at a low level and the equipment was cheap, Li Chen thought it best to save the attribute points for now and allocate them as needed later. True to its name, the silver equipment had a very strong enhancement, with defense reaching 62 points. The zombie's attack power was only 65 points, which could only deal 3 points of damage to Li Chen, who healed faster. Fully enhanced, Li Chen charged at the zombies in the distance. Minus 224, power strike, minus 140, normal attack. A power strike followed by a normal attack took away more than half of the zombie's health. Minus 3, minus 140, minus 3, minus 140, kill. 1 skill plus 3 normal hits was enough to kill the zombie, and Li Chen calculated the damage. The zombie has 550 health points, while a skill plus 3 basic attacks can deal 644 points of damage, overflowing by 94 points. Ha! Is this even worth anything? For basic attacks would have dealt 560 points. Li Chen mourned the unexpected loss of brain cells for a second, then charged towards the next zombie. Li Chen's return to town didn't take much time, only deep in the mine would there be some zombies left due to the electric Zombie King's presence. By the time he reached the midsection, players outnumbered the zombies, making it impossible to kill any. Li Chen walked out of the mine without any surprises or dangers, though he was somewhat puzzled as to why a few level 7 or 8 players were searching for something with their backs to the mine. Li Chen returned to the novice village to replenish his bread and water, then went to find Spicy Rabbit Head. The little girl, though timid, had impressive damage output. It would be a waste not to utilize such a tool. He wondered if the little girl didn't need to sleep, as she had managed to level up to level 3 just by grinding giant rabbits while he was away. Spicy Rabbit Head was much more willing to spend money than Li Chen. As soon as she reached level 3, she bought a full set of silver equipment, specifically choosing those with good attributes. Normally, equipment of the same level would have lower magical attack than physical attack, but after changing her gear, Spicy Rabbit Head's magical attack reached an astonishing 186 points, surpassing Li Chen's physical attack by 18 points. Of course, this was also due to her freely allocated attribute points being all invested in intelligence and spirit at a 4-to-1 ratio. Upon seeing Spicy Rabbit Head's attributes, Li Chen immediately took her directly to the level 4 Mad Sheep gathering area. With 2 level 3 silver sets and a 100% critical hit, it would be unreasonable not to be able to kill monsters of a higher level. If it weren't for the fear of getting hurt too badly, Li Chen would have wanted to challenge a level 5 monster. Mad Sheep, level 4 health, 820 attack, 75 defense, 42. Li Chen used his true sight to check the attributes of the Mad Sheep, then pondered a strategy. He first approached with a basic attack followed by a powerful strike, and while the Mad Sheep was stunned, he delivered another basic attack. Minus 126, minus 252, minus 126. 3 attacks, not counting the negligible slicing damage, could still take away over 500 health points. Spicy Rabbit Head's fireball flew in at just the right moment, instantly taking down the Mad Sheep. Minus 399. The explosive damage made Li Chen's face full of envy that he couldn't hide. Truly the child of fortune. If this little girl's level and equipment caught up with the top players, how much salary would the gold farming team have to pay her? Killing the Mad Sheep granted 60 experience points, and with the additional 20% for leveling up, Li Chen received a total of 72 experience points. Of course, this was due to being in a team. If he had soloed, he could have earned 144 experience points. To level up from 3 to 4 requires 40,000 points, so the two of them need to kill 555 Mad Sheep to level up. However, Li Chen had soloed the Electric Zombie King and gained 14,000 experience points, plus some monsters he had killed before and after, so he already had a little over half. Spicy Rabbit Head was slightly behind him. But not by much. After all, while Li Chen was looking for the boss, the little girl had been quietly grinding giant rabbits and turtles, leveling up quickly with each hit. Li Chen glanced at the time, then checked the chat channel, discovering that the Silver Wolf King had spawned, which explained why there were so few people in the level 4 monster area. Let's take advantage of the lack of people and grind quickly, otherwise, when there are more wolves and less meat, our efficiency will drop. Li Chen had no intention of competing for the Silver Wolf King, although his slicing damage had increased to 0.4%, with the Silver Wolf King's 68,000 health points, he can only deal 272 points of damage with one hit. However, in the past 2 days, the high-level players' levels and equipment had also improved. The threshold for the gold farming team had risen to 330 attack points, and trying to land the final blow felt like buying a lottery ticket. Anyway, the level 5 boss had already triggered 3 talent upgrades, so it was better to focus on leveling up and preparing to tackle the level 10 boss. With the nature of Blue Star Online, a level 10 boss could have health points reaching over 100,000, and at that time, most others wouldn't even break through its defenses, while he would only deal a few hundred points. Who could compete with him? The mad sheep were everywhere, and the two of them were having a blast grinding. Half an hour later, more players began to gather at the mad sheep spawn point. Li Chen and Spicy Rabbit had finally got a taste of the tragic leveling path that veteran players experienced. Although it wasn't as bad as when the server first opened, where 10 people would attack a single monster, having to wait for respawns after killing 10 or so monsters was still a cold shower for Li Chen. The two of them went to a level 3 monster spawn point. Although there were fewer players, it was still not easy to grind there, and with their low experience, they didn't have the level up bonus, making their efficiency lower than at the mad sheep spot. In the end, they still camped at the mad sheep spawn point, and it wasn't until 4 PM that Li Chen barely reached level 4, while Spicy Rabbit Head was still a few thousand experience points short. Li Chen was contemplating whether to buy a set of level 4 equipment to try fighting level 5 monsters when a sudden loudspeaker announcement caught his attention. Village announcement. Junlin Tianxia, how dare you ask me for money? Did you even get the job done? Junlin Tianxia was causing trouble again? Li Chen opened the chat channel with confusion. Killer Chang, I waited at the mine entrance for 4 or 5 hours, and the Silver Wolf Gold team was delayed. You just sent us off with a 10 silver deposit? Winged Guess 996, you waited 4 or 5 hours? I've been waiting since 10 AM, not even hitting a single monster, and he still won't pay the ones behind us. Boiling Kettle, we've been keeping an eye on it, didn't the Invincible Q team come to bother us? Li Chen suddenly thought of those level 7 or 8 high-level players at the mine entrance. They were actually camping him, preventing him from fighting the boss. They probably didn't expect that he had already put his character in the mine early in the morning, so they only observed those entering the mine and didn't pay attention to those coming out. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia, stop talking nonsense. A zombie king ring just got auctioned off, who do you think got it? You didn't even block the entrance and still want me to pay? Killer Chang, maybe he got it yesterday? Winged Guess 996, exactly. Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from the workers. Boiling Kettle, Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from the workers. Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from the workers. Junlin Tianxia, stop talking nonsense. I just sent someone deep into the mine, and the boss is gone. Killer Chang, Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from the workers. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia, a bunch of worthless people, I won't even give you the money to shout on the loudspeaker. Village announcement, Junlin Tianxia, a bunch of worthless people, I won't even give you the money to shout on the loudspeaker. Plus 1 inch Li Chen finally understood. This old 6, Junlin Tianxia, actually hired people to block him. It was one thing to be killed, but this guy wanted to cut off his source of income. There were only 3 entrances to the mine. As long as a few high-level players were stationed there, they could keep him out. Even if he wore a mask to hide his name, it wouldn't help. After all, most miners were low-level or poorly equipped and couldn't survive. A few high-level players with swords would make him reveal his name. Would he dare not to? There was no need to worry about offending anyone who would mine if they were too powerful. This kind of thing would happen again and again. Li Chen didn't care about leveling up anymore and hurried to the mine. While they were at odds, it was best to get his character into the mine quickly. Li Chen arrived near the mine and observed that there were no high-level players guarding it, so he swiftly entered. Following his previous experience, Li Chen went straight to the depths of the mine. By the time he cleared the zombies in the mine and lay down on the small platform, it was time to pick up his child. Riding his little electric scooter to the kindergarten, Li Chen, just like yesterday, welded himself to the railing, waiting for his precious child to see him first. Little Tuan Tuan, as usual, peeked out of the teaching building, her little head bobbing as her big eyes sparkled with the same anticipation. Li Chen once again caught sight of the little one's surprised expression and her adorable little back teeth, unable to resist. Waving his hand, revealing his 8 big front teeth. That little expression was just too precious. It was practically unfair. Because Tuan Tuan had seriously told Teacher Lei Lei that her uncle would pick her up right away. Teacher Lei Lei had specially arranged for Tuan Tuan to sit in the front row. Suppressing the urge to leap out, the little one finally arrived at her designated spot under the teacher's guidance, and before Teacher Lei Lei could call her name, she launched herself into Li Chen's arms like a little cannonball. Li Chen pinched Tuan Tuan's little cheek. Say goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, Teacher Lei Lei. Uncle, are we going to buy a big doll? Yes, we're going to buy a big doll, but you have to tell Uncle if you ate a lot for dinner tonight? Tuan Tuan gestured with her little hands, answering seriously, yes, I ate a lot, I had 5 dumplings. That's only 5. Li Chen helped Tuan Tuan raise her thumb, then said, let's go buy a big doll now. Bye. The time little Tuan Tuan fell asleep hugging a doll bigger than herself. It was already close to 10 o'clock. The excitement of a new toy made it hard for the child to settle down, and she occasionally giggled in her sleep. Li Chen lovingly poked Tuan Tuan's little nose, then put on the game helmet. Once online, Li Chen quickly checked the chat channel, confirming that no one was organizing a hunt for the Electric Zombie King, and only then did he feel at ease, waiting patiently for the Electric Zombie King to come to him. As expected, the Electric Zombie King, which he had already killed 3 times, soon fell under Li Chen's stone, but unfortunately, the level 5 boss could no longer upgrade its cutting talent. Ding, gain 12,000. Experience. Ding, reputation plus 50. Li Chen quickly picked up the boss's drops, and 2 beams of golden light made him feel a bit excited. Zombie King armor, gold, health plus 280 defense plus 30 bone plus 12 spirit plus 12 equipment level, 5 Zombie King. Helmet, gold, health plus 150 bone plus 8 strength plus 8 intelligence plus 8 equipment level, 5. Seeing the armor drop, Li Chen was incredibly excited. After all, due to the pain factor, the value of armor is second only to weapons, and even a level 5 piece should be worth quite a bit. But when he saw the attributes of the Zombie King armor, Li Chen's face immediately darkened. Damn it, a physical armor that adds spirit? This equipment just took a huge hit. Even if it didn't add strength and bone, couldn't they at least add agility? Li Chen opened the auction house to take a look, and his expression grew even darker. Removing the spirit, which was negligible for physical classes, this gold level armor was about the same as an 8 level silver armor, and it even had 10 less health, instantly becoming worthless. The other Zombie King helmet almost made Li Chen lose his breath. It added both strength and intelligence. Did they think he was playing a paladin? 2 beams of golden light produced 2 worthless items, and as the Electric Zombie King's corpse turned to light, Li Chen really wanted to kick it a few times. Could it be that the dog planners can't stand me soloing the Electric Zombie King and are deliberately messing with me? Li Chen sighed and checked the remaining drops. 2 silver items, a pair of shoes, and a ring, all with average attributes leaning towards physical, could be kept for himself. There was also a long-lost zombie thigh bone. Li Chen couldn't even be bothered to look at the black iron level equipment and tossed it straight into the auction house, hoping to trade it for a couple of meat buns. Still, there were 2 pieces of unknown use purple gold ore. Li Chen had checked the forum. Currently, no one knew the use of purple gold ore. Finally, even the currency had shrunk. The last one had 1 gold and 66 silver, but this time it was only 1 gold and 10 silver. Could it be that the average player level was too high, causing the drop rate of such low-level bosses to decrease? Li Chen reluctantly found a reason to convince himself and turned to charge out of the mine. Upon reaching the vicinity of the mine entrance, Li Chen carefully observed and confirmed that there were no high-level players lying in wait, before quickly returning to the village. He didn't know if Jun Lin Tianxia had forgotten or if no one was taking orders due to the salary dispute. As for the 2 pieces of golden equipment, Li Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to keep them for himself. The attributes were peculiar, and the top players didn't care for them at all. Of course, being low-level was actually an advantage, since they were golden equipment. Even if one of the attributes was useless, it was still comparable to level 8 equipment. A level 6 player was essentially wearing level 8 silver equipment, so the increase in combat power was evident. Unfortunately, there were indeed wealthy players still struggling at level 6, but they were few and far between, so these 2 pieces of golden gear were destined to not fetch a high price. Moreover, after acquiring so many pieces of golden equipment, it seemed unreasonable not to enjoy them himself. Li Chen stored the equipment in the village warehouse and then called up his little helper to start farming monsters. The spicy rabbit head was also level 4 now, but neither of them was in a hurry to switch to level 4 equipment. With few monsters and many players, even if they strengthened a bit, it wouldn't significantly improve efficiency. After all, they could take down the mad sheep in just 2 or 3 strikes. They farmed until midnight when the chat channel began organizing and responding to the kill of the Silver Wolf King. Since the Electric Zombie King hadn't earned much money, Li Chen, with a stroke of luck, participated and ended up wasting over half an hour to gain 1,000 experience. It hadn't been long, and the strength of the top players had already increased. The Three-digit numbers floating above the Silver Wolf King were numerous, while Li Chen's 272 was completely insignificant. Without the luck of a chosen one, snatching the final blow felt like a joke. Li Chen obediently returned to farming monsters, vowing never to fight the Silver Wolf King again. The boring monster farming continued until 5 in the morning when a sudden server-wide announcement injected a dose of excitement into all the online players of Blue Star Online. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Zhan Tianxia and his team for killing the level 10 boss, Raging Giant Ape, earning a first kill reward of 3,000 reputation in the Huaxia server. The server announcement repeated 3 times, letting online players know that a player named Zhan Tianxia had conquered a level 10 boss. Li Chen glanced at his experience bar and found he was still 800 experience away from leveling up to 5, and he couldn't help but shed tears of envy. A level 10 boss. Who knows how many good items it would drop, and it was a server first kill, so the drop rate buff must be stacked to the max. Wasn't this a windfall? He wondered what level of equipment a level 10 boss would drop. The level 5 boss dropped golden weapons at level 6, so surely the level 10 boss wouldn't drop level 11 weapons or even platinum equipment, right? No one had entered the main city yet, and the highest level was only 10, wouldn't the drops just be a tease? Envy aside, Li Chen's hands didn't stop moving as he swung his sword at the mad sheep. If someone had already conquered a level 10 boss, why had no one entered the main city yet? Wasn't it said that the level cap in the novice village was only 10? Did it require completing specific tasks? With a long way to go until level 10, Li Chen was too lazy to spend time checking the forums. After killing a few more mad sheep, he finally leveled up to 5. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 5. You have learned the universal skill Smash and the universal skill Ice Arrow. Smash, strike the target's head with force, dealing 150% damage and stunning for 1.5 seconds. Note, a novice universal skill, it will be adjusted upon class change. Ice Arrow, deal 130% spell damage to the target and reduce the target's movement speed by 30% for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Note, a novice universal skill, it will be adjusted upon class change. Now at level 5, having learned 2 skills, Li Chen immediately took the spicy rabbit head back to the village. In the warehouse, there happened to be 4 pieces of level 5 silver equipment suitable for him, along with a level 5 silver magic ring. Li Chen casually handed it to Spicy Rabbit Head. Although the little girl was still a bit short on experience to reach level 5, she was getting close. He initially thought about selling it to Spicy Rabbit Head for a low price, but the little girl was too well behaved, practically hitting the mark every time, making it hard for him to bring it up. Anyway, a level 5 silver item was only about 200 coins, so he figured it was just like treating her to a large portion of spicy hot pot. Brother Tuan actually gave me a ring. Could it be that kind of intention? But Brother Tuan already has a child. What should I do? Spicy Rabbit Head tightly clutched the shimmering silver ring, her little face slightly flushed, and her 2 ponytails bounced up and down with her emotions. Li Chen also bought a few more pieces of level 5 silver equipment from the auction house, spending over 1 gold, which made him shiver with pain. He couldn't help but turn to Spicy Rabbit Head and say, "Rabbit, we should be clear about money matters between close friends, otherwise, feelings won't last long. So, for the sake of our friendship, I'll just charge you 15 silver for that silver ring." Ah? Spicy Rabbit Head, looking confused, traded 15 silver to Li Chen, faintly hearing something inside her break. With 15 silver returned, Li Chen's expression improved significantly. Although level 5 was still a low level, weapons were still quite valuable. A level 5 silver weapon could sell for 39 silver. How could ordinary folks live like this? The big doll that my precious one loves the most is only 188. After investing in a full set of level 5 silver gear, Li Chen's attributes skyrocketed. Name, Invincible Cute Group Level, 5 Health, 780 Physical Attack, 238 Defense, 90, I won't write down the temporarily unimportant attribute data to avoid fluffing up the word count. Even though there were still 20 free attribute points left unallocated, his health reached 780 points, and his attack power soared to 238 points. He was just a little short of being able to join the Silver Wolf King Gold farming team from the day before yesterday. With this kind of attack power, Li Chen felt a surge of confidence and pulled Spicy Rabbit Head straight to the level 6 monster gathering area. The level 6 monster gathering area to the south of the village was Bloodfang territory, but strangely, there were very few players farming monsters here. Logically, level 6 monsters should be in high demand, as most players were busy making a living, with a forced online time of only 6 hours a day, and their levels mostly around 6 or 7, just right for farming level 6 monsters. Li Chen could already imagine a scene filled with people and firecrackers, but what was the situation now? With confusion, Li Chen threw a true sight at a monster that looked similar to a gray wolf but had 2 prominent canine teeth. Bloodfang Beast level, 6 health, 1680 attack, 150 defense, 68 skill, Bloodthirst. Normal attacks have a 30% chance to absorb 100 health points from the opponent and restore 100 health points to itself. Li Chen frowned slightly upon seeing the Bloodfang Beast's attributes. With 1680 health points and 68 defense, it was indeed a bit tricky, but the level 5 beast had 2 more skills. Although Ice Arrow was not very useful for him, the stun skill was quite practical, allowing him to deal 2 sword strikes during the 1.5 seconds of stun. Moreover, after equipping the level 5 silver set, his defense reached 90 points, meaning the Bloodfang Beast could only take away 60 health points with one hit. Compared to his total health of 780, it still didn't reach 10%, so he should be able to endure the pain. Why were there so few people? Although Li Chen was puzzled, he still called Spicy Rabbit Head to start fighting monsters. Level 6 monsters were aggressive, so Li Chen didn't dare to charge in directly, fearing to attract other Bloodfang beasts, and let Spicy Rabbit Head take the lead. Thanks to the stun skill, Li Chen wasn't worried about Spicy Rabbit Head getting attacked. Minus 347. Even though the little girl wasn't yet level 5, her damage was still frighteningly high, instantly attracting the Bloodfang beast's hatred. The Bloodfang beast was very fast, darting towards Spicy Rabbit Head in a flash. Li Chen quickly stepped forward to meet the Bloodfang beast, delivering a powerful strike. Minus 255, stun, minus 6, slashing damage. Taking advantage of the Bloodfang beast's stun, Li Chen followed up with 2 quick sword strikes. Minus 170, minus 6. Slashing damage, minus 170, minus 6 slashing damage. The stun effect wore off, and the Bloodfang beast locked its hatred onto Li Chen, biting down hard on his raised arm. Minus 60. The 60 points of damage accounted for less than 10% of Li Chen's health, and the pain was bearable. He swiftly delivered a powerful strike to the Bloodfang beast. Minus 255, plus 6 slashing damage. Li Chen intended to follow up with another sword strike while the weak interruption effect of his powerful strike was still active, but he didn't expect the Bloodfang beast's attack speed to be much faster than the monsters he had faced before. As he swung for a regular attack, it retaliated with a claw swipe. Minus 170, plus 6 slashing damage, minus 60. At this moment, both of Li Chen's melee skills were on cooldown, leaving him to exchange damage with the Bloodfang beast. Minus 170, plus 6 slashing damage, minus 60, minus 347. The second fireball from Spicy Rabbit Head arrived just in time, dealing another 347 points of damage to the Bloodfang beast, which now had only 21 health left. Just as Li Chen was about to strike down the Bloodfang beast, it unexpectedly bit into his arm first, its massive fangs sinking deep into his flesh. Minus 160, lifesteal 100, damn. The intense pain radiating from his arm made Li Chen involuntarily curse. The lifesteal effect was accompanied by pain, and combined with the normal attack damage, the 160 points of damage exceeded 20%, feeling as if a large dog had truly bitten him in real life. Minus 170, plus 6 slashing damage. Enduring the excruciating pain, Li Chen thrust his sword and killed the Bloodfang beast, though his expression was far from pleasant. He had been bitten 4 times by a single Bloodfang beast, losing 340 health. Even if he could tolerate the pain, fighting 2 monsters in one go would require him to rest and recover, and that was only because the Bloodfang beast had triggered the lifesteal effect just once. If it had triggered 2 or 3 times, taking on 2 monsters at once would be quite a challenge. No wonder there were so few players here. This lifesteal of 100 points completely ignored defense. Unless a player's health exceeded 1,000 or even reached 1,500, most people simply couldn't endure the compounded pain. Players with that much health fighting the Bloodfang beast would be a waste of resources, which is why there were only a handful of players in Bloodfang Ridge teaming up to grind monsters. No way, the pain doesn't matter, but the efficiency is too low. Let's stick to level 5 monsters for now, and come back when you're level 5, Li Chen thought. He certainly wouldn't admit to being afraid of pain in front of Spicy Rabbit Head, so he led the young girl to the gathering place of level 5 monsters. The level 5 monsters in the south of the village were venomous spiders, which looked quite similar to real spiders, but their size was frighteningly large. At first glance, one might think a giant king crab had come ashore. Li Chen cast a true sight spell, revealing the attributes of the venomous spider. Venomous spider, level 5 health, 1200 attack, 126 defense, 54 skill. Venom, normal attacks inflict venom that poisons the target, dealing 10% of attack power as venom damage per second for 5 seconds. Each attack refreshes the duration, and the venom can stack up to 5 layers. Most monsters at level 5 and above are aggressive and possess at least one skill. The venomous spider's skill may seem low in damage, but it can be quite terrifying over time. First, the venom damage ignores defense. 12 points of damage over 5 seconds totals 60 points. If it stacks to 5 layers, it would be scarier than Spicy Rabbit Head's 100% critical hit. Li Chen calculated the health and damage, confirming that the venomous spider could be farmed. As long as he didn't get more than 2 layers of venom stack, he could continue grinding monsters. Once again, Spicy Rabbit Head initiated with a fireball spell. The venomous spider, injured, lunged at the Spicy Rabbit Head. The enormous spider was indeed quite terrifying, causing the little girl to scream in fright. If it weren't for Li Chen quickly comforting her, she would have probably run back to the village by now. -303, -4. Cutting damage, -184, -4 cutting damage, -184, -4 cutting damage. Li Chen stepped forward and stunned the venomous spider with a shield bash, then swiftly followed up with 2 normal attacks. -36, -12, poison damage. The venomous spider regained its senses and bit Li Chen, causing his body to miraculously turn green. As a miniature Hulk, Li Chen endured the itching sensation from the wound and quickly delivered a decisive blow, ending the venomous spider's life. The blood-fong spider dropped a material, but Li Chen didn't bother to pick it up. Instead, he rubbed the bitten area vigorously. The poison wasn't painful, but it itched intensely, with a scratch every second until the duration ended. Although the itching was uncomfortable, Li Chen was still quite satisfied with his monster-killing efficiency. He had only been bitten once by the venomous spider, and the total damage from the attack and poison was only 96 points. With his current health plus his natural recovery, he could basically kill 9 venomous spiders in a row. Of course, if he used a health potion, he could fight continuously. However, thinking that the cheapest health potion in the shop cost 20 copper made Li Chen a bit reluctant. The cheapest level 1 red potion restored 200 health over 5 seconds, which meant 40 health per second. Using it to farm venomous spiders would be like spending 1 coin to exchange for 1 venomous spider. That didn't seem too unacceptable. Rabbit, look! Li Chen used his silver tongue, appealing to emotions and reason, from sharing joys and sorrows to fighting side by side. The Spicy Rabbit Head was left in a daze, and the level of shamelessness reached a point that even the author felt embarrassed to write about. Satisfied, Li Chen took 250 small red potions from the Spicy Rabbit Head, and with the 250 he had bought himself, he estimated it would be enough, so he excitedly led the little girl back to Bloodfong Ridge. Using potions to level up was indeed much more efficient. He didn't have to wait painfully for health recovery. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many players at Bloodfong Ridge and not enough monsters to farm, Li Chen would have loved to keep farming there. The drop rate for active monsters seemed to be higher than for non-active ones. Although the black iron equipment was pitifully scarce, there were quite a few whiteboard items and materials. Of course, relying on this to make money was unlikely, but the card money, bread and water, was still sufficient. After farming for over 2 hours and using half of the small red potions, the Spicy Rabbit Head finally reached level 5. Without needing Li Chen's reminder, the little girl opened the auction house and bought a full set of silver equipment, still choosing the ones with the best attributes, boosting her spell attack to 260 points. After changing her gear, the Spicy Rabbit Head felt even more inflated than Li Chen and insisted on going to face the Bloodfong Beast. After all, the team leader said that the Bloodfong Beast's bites didn't hurt, and although she had farmed venomous spiders for 2 hours, she still felt a chill down her spine. She was afraid of small spiders in real life, let alone this giant 100 times larger creature. If it weren't for the team leader standing in front of her, she would rather farm rabbits than see these terrifying creatures. Li Chen hesitated to move, but as a grown man, he felt embarrassed to admit he was afraid of pain. Just as he was pondering what excuse to come up with, a massive white light suddenly appeared not far away, and a giant spider, as big as a door, spawned. Li Chen was too close and triggered the giant spider's alert, which charged straight at him as soon as it appeared. Li Chen was startled by the sudden appearance of the giant creature, but being a man, he quickly regained his composure, raised his hand, and threw a true eye, followed by a powerful strike to the giant spider's head. -257, -24, Li Chen didn't even need to check the giant spider's information. Seeing the cutting damage of 24 points, he turned and ran. The Spicy Rabbit Head reacted even faster than Li Chen. When the giant spider appeared, it was already screaming and running away. After being stunned for 1.5 seconds, the giant spider chased after Li Chen again. Although its speed wasn't very fast, it was still faster than Li Chen. After running about 20 meters, Li Chen was caught up by the giant spider, which bit him and took away 150 health points, causing Li Chen to scream louder than the Spicy Rabbit Head. -150, -24, poison damage. Even more terrifying was that the giant spider also had a poison skill, and Li Chen instantly turned green. Just when Li Chen thought he might have to return to the city to respawn, an ice arrow flew in from a distance and struck the giant spider hard. -476, the explosive damage instantly shifted the giant spider's hatred away from Li Chen, turning its head to charge at the Spicy Rabbit Head, which was retreating in the distance. Naturally, Li Chen couldn't let the giant spider pass. If it bit the Spicy Rabbit Head, it would deal at least 200 damage, and given that the Spicy Rabbit Head's health was already lower than his, it would be crying out in pain, and no amount of comforting would help. Fortunately, the slowing effect of the ice arrow took effect, and the giant spider's speed decreased significantly. Li Chen seized the moment and thrust his sword hard into the giant spider's rear. A powerful strike. -257, -24 slashing damage. After landing the hit, Li Chen didn't linger and ran again. Perhaps feeling too ashamed about the injured part, the giant spider's hatred shifted back to Li Chen. Although the giant spider was still slowed down, it was still a bit faster than Li Chen. Despite Li Chen barely managing to create a two-body distance with his reaction speed, he was quickly caught up again. The giant spider was a vengeful monster and bit Li Chen on the backside. -150 -24, poison damage. The interval between the giant spider's two bites on Li Chen exceeded 5 seconds, so the poison didn't stack. However, Li Chen's health had already dropped to 336 points. And he was about to take 4 instances of 24 poison damage. Li Chen couldn't afford to counterattack, he drank a small red potion while running. -476 The spicy rabbit head's fireball spell arrived just in time, and the explosive damage once again attracted the giant spider's hatred. -257, -24 slashing. Li Chen quickly turned around and delivered a powerful strike to the giant spider, then took advantage of its stun to create some distance. He gathered an ice arrow in his hand and shot it out. -1, -24 slashing. The giant spider, recovering from its daze, did not pursue Li Chen and continued charging toward the spicy rabbit head. It was unclear whether it was because Li Chen's damage was insufficient or if it knew to target ranged attackers first. Fortunately, although Li Chen's ice arrow couldn't break through defenses, it triggered the slowing effect, reducing the giant spider's speed and preventing it from getting close to the spicy rabbit head for a time. Keep your distance and alternate using ice arrows with me to maintain the monster's slowed state, Li Chen shouted loudly to the spicy rabbit head while stealing a glance at the giant spider's information. Bloodfawn leader level, 5 health, 6000 attack, 240. Defense, 100 skills, poison, normal attacks inflict poison, dealing 10% of attack power as poison damage per second for 5 seconds. Each attack refreshes the duration, and the poison can stack up to 5 layers. Web fires a web in the target's direction, immobilizing the target for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Of course, Li Chen couldn't carefully read the information while fighting. He didn't need to look closely because he could roughly guess the Bloodfawn leader's health, attack, power, and defense, having experienced it firsthand. He wanted to see if the Bloodfawn leader had any skills besides poison, what those skills were, and whether they could be dealt with. Rabbit, stop. Li Chen glanced at the information and quickly called for the spicy rabbit head to stop, but it was too late. The little girl had already shot out her ice arrow. -476 Another explosive hit completely enraged the Bloodfawn leader. Its massive body suddenly halted, and its sharp rear end thrust out violently, shooting a white web towards spicy rabbit head. Spicy Rabbit Head, already trembling with fear and focused on kite flying, didn't notice the Bloodfawn leader's movement and was instantly ensnared by the web, immobilizing her feet. The web lasted a full 2 seconds, enough time for the Bloodfawn leader to charge right up to her. Li Chen couldn't just stand by and watch, he hurriedly chased after, but unfortunately, both of his close-range skills were on cooldown, leaving him to rely on basic attacks. -138, -24 cutting damage, -138, -24 cutting damage. Even after 2 slashes, he couldn't pull the Bloodfawn leader's aggro back, and Li Chen could only watch anxiously as the Bloodfawn leader bit down on the most vulnerable spot. On spicy rabbit head. -170 -24, poison damage. The cruel scene made Li Chen shudder. As he expected, spicy rabbit head clutched her chest in pain, her face flushed red, and her eyes even redder. Powerful strike. -257, -24 cutting damage, -138, -24. Cutting damage. Finally, Li Chen's skill cooldown ended, and a powerful strike interrupted the Bloodfawn leader's continued assault, followed by a basic attack that reclaimed the Bloodfawn leader's aggro. At this point, the Bloodfawn leader's health dropped to 2937. -150 -24, poison damage. The Bloodfawn leader's counterattack sent Li Chen's health plummeting to the bottom, dropping from the 440 points he had just regained with a small red potion to 266, plus a layer of poison that still had 4 seconds left. Li Chen quickly delivered a heavy blow to the Bloodfawn leader, then turned and ran while drinking a potion. Meanwhile, Spicy Rabbit Head, clutching her chest and howling, ran away, feeling both itchy, shy, and scared, but she finally didn't forget Li Chen. After running a few meters, she bravely turned around and shot an ice arrow. -476 The little girl's bravery bought Li Chen some time, allowing him to create distance with his heavy blow and slow effect. Don't panic. Drink the red potion, keep retreating, and remember to alternate using ice arrow with me, Li Chen encouraged Spicy Rabbit Head while timing his use of ice arrow. The Bloodfawn leader, hit by alternating ice arrows, remained in a slowed state, while The cooldown for the web skill was still a long way off, leaving it to watch as the two were so close yet always just out of reach. -1, cutting 24, -476. Seeing the Bloodfawn leader's health drop to 1960, Lee Chen finally felt a bit of relief. Although it looked like they could only kite a couple more times, by then his heavy blow would be available again, and the Bloodfawn leader would surely be taken down. Lee Chen calmly drank another small red potion, restoring his health to 370 and gradually increasing it. -1, cutting 24, -476, -160, -165. 3 ice arrows flew past Lee Chen, 2 to the right and 1 to the left, striking the Bloodfawn leader hard. The one on the left was naturally from Spicy Rabbit Head. Who were the two on the right from? Lee Chen quickly realized, but before he could turn his head, a figure rushed out from the side, delivering a heavy blow to Lee Chen's head, followed by a basic attack that struck him. -217, stun, -115. The sudden heavy blow left Lee Chen stunned, and the intense pain nearly made him lose consciousness. His health had just recovered to 450 when the unexpected 2 strikes nearly cost him his life. -476. Spicy Rabbit Head had never encountered such a situation by the time she reacted. Her ice arrow had already instinctively shot towards the Bloodfawn leader. -165, -160. Meanwhile, 2 fireballs also nearly simultaneously slammed into the Bloodfawn leader. Spicy Rabbit Head's slightly delayed reaction inadvertently saved Lee Chen's life. The player who ambushed Lee Chen saw that the Bloodfawn leader's long health bar was reduced to just a sliver, and greed instantly took over. The powerful strike that should have landed on Lee Chen was instead directed at the Bloodfawn leader. -207. The ambusher's strong attack brought the Bloodfawn leader's health down to 126, just one more hit and the monster's drop would be theirs. Meanwhile, Lee Chen finally broke free from his stun state. Although the character Invincible Cute Group was dazed, Lee Chen's mind was still sharp. The moment he regained his senses, he shouted without looking back, "Rabbit, switch to free attack mode and hit the 2 players on your right." -277, stunned, -2 slashing damage. As he shouted, Lee Chen swung back a powerful strike onto the ambusher's head, then slashed at the Bloodfawn leader. -138, -24 slashing damage. Ding, congratulations on killing the Bloodfawn leader, Elite, you have gained 1,200 experience points. Lee Chen successfully killed the Bloodfawn leader. On the other side, the Spicy Rabbit Head was already stunned by the 3 unexpected guests, flailing in confusion about what to do. Fortunately, although the little girl was a novice, she was obedient. Upon hearing Lee Chen's call, she quickly switched to free attack mode and hurled a fireball at a player in the distance on her right. -540. The mage player, angry that their foolish teammate was not following the plan, screamed in pain as the Spicy Rabbit Head's terrifying damage hit him, causing the skill he was about to cast to be swallowed back. Although this mage player had reached level 6, his equipment was not as good as the Spicy Rabbit Head's, leaving him with only 620 health points. The 540 points of damage made him forget who his great-grandmother was, and with just 80 health points left, he instinctively retreated in panic. Another mage was startled by his companion's scream, but maintained decent composure, keeping his ice arrow aimed at Lee Chen from a distance. If they could kill him before he picked up the loot, it would naturally belong to them. -170. Lee Chen, who should have fallen, did not die because the small red potion he had just drunk still had 3 seconds of effect left, meaning he had 120 points of recovery. When the ice arrow struck him, his health just barely recovered to 198, leaving him with 28 points of health, and he regained another 40 points. With only 68 health points left, he could die from a single hit, leaving no time to pick up items. Lee Chen remained calm, not letting the flashing items on the ground distract him. Instead, he took out a red potion from his backpack, calmly drank it, and his eyes revealed not only calmness but also a hint of extremely contradictory excitement. The ambusher, just waking from his daze, was still annoyed by his own foolishness, but was taken aback to see someone even more foolish, who didn't even bother to pick up the loot. If it were him, he would have just picked something up before dying. The ambusher, overjoyed, swung his sword at Lee Chen. -115. To his surprise, Lee Chen did not die from the strike. He retaliated with a powerful blow to the ambusher's head, followed by a basic attack. -277, -2 slashing damage, -158. Adding the previous powerful strike, the ambusher lost a total of 712 health points, leaving him with just a sliver of health. The ambusher stared blankly at Lee Chen's remaining 665 health points, his eyes filled with terror. The pain from the 2 consecutive high damage hits made him lose all will to fight, and he turned to flee. Lee Chen calmly pursued him, delivering a humiliating poke to his backside. The ambusher's health instantly dropped to 0, and his dying scream echoed with another scream from afar. The Spicy Rabbit Head finished off the remaining mage with a fireball, then froze in place, startled by the dying wail of the ambusher. Lee Chen watched as another mage turned and fled in the distance, a grin revealing 8 deep white teeth. He conjured an ice arrow and shot it forward, charging ahead while downing a small red potion. Although Li Chen's ice arrow didn't break defenses, its slowing effect still triggered, instantly reducing the fleeing person's speed. Rabbit, attack that person. 2 seconds of slowing wasn't enough for Li Chen to reach his opponent, and seeing the effect wear off, he quickly called out for Spicy Rabbit Head to help. Strangely, the little girl, who usually hit her targets perfectly, didn't respond or use her skills. Li Chen glanced back to confirm that she was standing there unharmed, though puzzled, he didn't have time to ask and continued his pursuit. The mage, convinced that facing 1v2 would mean certain death, was too frightened to look back, focused solely on escaping. Fortunately, this guy was scared out of his wits, otherwise, if he had turned back to kite with ice arrows, it would have been quite troublesome for Li Chen to take him down. Li Chen used another ice arrow to slow him down again, finally catching up from behind. A powerful strike landed on the opponent, followed by a strong basic attack that eliminated the last enemy. After finishing off the foe, Li Chen quickly picked up the dropped items and dashed toward the location of the Blood Fawn leader's loot like a rabbit chased by a dog. After collecting the Blood Fawn leader's drops, he then ran over to grab the items dropped by the melee player who had ambushed him earlier. Blue Star Online had strict penalties for malicious PK, player killing. Actively attacking others would turn your name gray for 10 minutes, and even if you hid your name, it wouldn't be concealed. During the gray name period, one piece of equipped gear would definitely drop, and at least one random item from your backpack would be lost. Actively killing someone would turn your name red for an hour, and during that time, if you died, you would drop 2 pieces of equipment, with all items in your backpack, except for a few bound items, being lost. There was also a guy who had tried to steal a monster, but he was taken out by Spicy Rabbit Head. It was unclear if he dropped anything. Just as Li Chen was about to ask, he noticed the little girl still standing there, dazed, with a big red name flashing above her head. Rabbit? Li Chen walked over in confusion and found Spicy Rabbit Head trembling with her head down. Rabbit? He tugged at her ponytail, causing her to stumble slightly. The ambushed girl finally reacted, crying out in near despair, "Whoa, Brother Tuan, I killed someone. I killed someone. Am I going to be arrested? Am I going to be executed?" Wah. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback but didn't find her comical reaction funny. Instead, he stepped forward and gently patted her back, whispering, "Don't be afraid, dear, Rabbit, this is just a game, you didn't kill anyone." Game? Spicy Rabbit Head looked up, staring blankly at Li Chen. "Yes, it's just a game. The other person isn't really dead, they're probably at the resurrection point cursing us and their pig teammate right now." So it's a game. I thought I killed someone. I thought I was in a detention center, unable to escape, woo. Seeing that the little girl had come to her senses, Li Chen no longer indulged her whiny behavior. He flipped his hand that was patting her back and grabbed her ponytail, pulling her into another stumble. "All right. Your tears and snot are all over your face, it looks terrible." Spicy Rabbit Head was bewildered by Li Chen's unreasonable behavior, and her tears instantly dried up as she hurriedly wiped her face. Once he saw that Spicy Rabbit Head had completely returned to normal, Li Chen quietly sighed in relief. Forcing everyone to play games would eventually lead to trouble. Blue Star Online was too realistic, so real that even adults sometimes struggled to distinguish between the virtual and the real, let alone those immature minors. A few years ago, even computer games and mobile games had many young people immersed in them, unable to distinguish reality from the game, bringing actions from the game into real life, hacking, robbing, raping, and even killing. A good girl like Spicy Rabbit Head might have played simple games like Link, Candy Crush, and Princess Dress Up since childhood, so when she suddenly entered the seemingly second world of Blue Star Online, the impact was unimaginable. If things went wrong, it wasn't just a matter of psychological trauma, it could even lead to mental illness. Even he himself had just felt a moment of inexplicable excitement. The other party had clearly run away, and he should have gone to pick up the leader's drops first. Li Chen suddenly began to understand the significance of real pain in the game. After Spicy Rabbit Head regained her composure, she found that she had turned red and quickly asked, "Brother Tuan, why am I red? Didn't they attack first?" "Teammates attacking others won't affect teammates. The player you killed didn't attack us, so you turned red." "What should I do? I'm afraid others will come to kill me." Upon hearing this, Li Chen cautiously glanced around and noticed that there were indeed players in the distance watching them, so he quickly pulled Spicy Rabbit Head away. "Let's go to a low-level area, the players there are weaker and safer." "Oh, then let's go farm giant rabbits." "No one will dare to hit me there." "Don't be reckless, the giant rabbit grassland is right at the village entrance, and there are plenty of high-level players passing by. Let's farm land turtles for an hour first, that direction is more remote and safer." As Li Chen led Spicy Rabbit Head to a safe place, he began to check the gains from this encounter. The white-named player was lucky and didn't drop anything, but the 2 gray-named players he killed dropped a few items. Unfortunately, the equipment included only a level 4 silver bracelet and a level 6 black iron sword, which were not very valuable. However, it was normal for the equipment to be trash. If it had been better, they might have met their end today. The level 4 silver bracelet and the level 6 black iron sword were of similar value, so Li Chen casually handed the silver bracelet to Spicy Rabbit Head. The rest were mostly materials, one or two of which weren't worth much, but the 32 pieces of black bread surprised Li Chen a bit. Did this drop in a group? It's a pity it wasn't a full set of 99 pieces, otherwise, at $5 a piece, that black bread would be worth several hundred. Of course, 32 pieces of black bread was still a lot, enough for him to run deliveries for a day. After splitting half with Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Chen began to check the drops from Bloodtooth Leader. He had seen elite-level monsters on the forum, but this was his first encounter in the game. Currently, no players had figured out the respawn mechanism for leader-level monsters. Some said it was time-based, while others claimed it was triggered by the number of monsters killed in the current area. Because the map of Blue Star Online was simply too large, just running from one end of Bloodtooth Ridge to the other took at least 10 minutes. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky, it was very difficult to see a living leader-level monster even in Bloodtooth Ridge. After all, while these monsters were stronger than ordinary ones, they were far weaker than bosses. A few players of the same level could easily take them down, and they rarely survived more than 5 minutes after respawning. Leader-level monsters, however, were currently the largest producers of golden equipment on the market. Unlike bosses, which had a 100% drop rate for golden equipment, leader-level monsters might not even have a 20% drop rate, but they respawn frequently and in large numbers, and their equipment levels were much richer than those of bosses. Leader-level monsters only respawn in areas above level 5, but there are gathering spots for level 5 to 10 monsters in all 4 directions of the Novice Village, so there are as many as 24 areas where leaders can respawn. The pair of wild boarskin boots dropped by Junlin Tianxia should have come from an 8-level steel tooth wild boar leader-level monster. Unfortunately, this Bloodtooth Leader did not drop any golden equipment, it only dropped 2 pieces of level 5 silver equipment, which had attributes lower than what the 2 of them were already wearing. But that's not the main point. The main point is that there's also a skill book. Li Chen's heart was racing uncontrollably. Could it be that the god of wealth came to his house and had an upset stomach without bringing any toilet paper? Skill book, poison. When dealing damage to a target, it can poison the target, causing 10% of attack power as poison damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Each attack refreshes the duration, and the poison can stack up to a maximum of 5 layers. Note, ranged damage cannot trigger this. Isn't this just the skill of the Bloodfang spider? Li Chen immediately thought about selling it for cash, but then he recalled how Jianjun's advice. Try to improve your own strength. Equipment can be changed often, but skills can accompany you for a lifetime, and this poison skill is simply too enticing. If it stacks to 5 layers, it would be almost as good as the 100% critical hit of the Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Chen turned to glance at the chattering Spicy Rabbit Head beside him, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. The little girl was momentarily stunned, completely unaware of what the Bloodfang leader had dropped. Even if he hoarded the skill book, she wouldn't know. Li Chen was truly hesitant. If he had to split it with the Spicy Rabbit Head, he would have to give her half the money after learning the poison skill. The previous Thunder Shield had been priced at 110,000 by Hao Jianjun, and in Li Chen's view, this poison skill should be worth more than the Thunder Shield. If he sold it, his psychological price would definitely not be less than 130,000. And money was very important to him. Li Chen's gaze seemed to be a battle between swords and knives, with his conscience and greed in a relentless struggle, remaining unsettled for a long time. Brother Tuan, I can go home tomorrow. I'll have my mom open a bank card for me, and I can buy lots of beautiful new clothes. Do you want to see? The Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly said, her little face turning red. Li Chen looked blankly at the blushing little girl, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. A matter of tens of thousands of dollars, and Tuan's medication and living expenses hadn't defeated him in a year, yet here he was, caught in this internal conflict. See what? At such a young age, you're already thinking of crooked ways. When you get home tomorrow, hurry up and contact your classmates, teachers, or seniors to see if there's anyone from our village to take you. Li Chen doused the Spicy Rabbit Head's little thoughts with a splash of cold water, then said seriously, the Bloodfang leader just dropped a skill book, and I plan to use it myself. The specific price is hard to determine, but I'll tentatively set it at 140 gold. I'll give you 70 gold now, and if you see the same skill book for sale at the auction house later, we can adjust the price accordingly. The Spicy Rabbit Head was so doused that she wilted, and then hearing that Li Chen was going to give her 70 gold, her mind went blank for a moment. This Brother Tuan is using it himself, so there's no need to split it with me, right? No way. If it were something worth a few dozen or even a few hundred, we could just use it ourselves, but this is something worth over 100,000. You're young and don't have much concept of money, but I do. And didn't you say you come from a single-parent family? Don't you want to lighten your mom's burden? The spicy rabbit head was stunned for a moment, then struggled to say, my mom seems to not have too heavy a burden. She told me the other day that the family conditions are bad to make me study hard, but that was a lie. Actually, we have a key primary school district house, which seems quite valuable. Where is your home? The capital. Li Chen opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say, and simply took out 70 gold coins from his bag and stuffed them into the spicy rabbit head's hands. Damn! No more persuasion. Envious of the rich. Heartbroken. Li Chen took out the poison skill book and clicked to use it, successfully learning the poison skill. Upon reaching the turtle map, Li Chen couldn't wait to rush in and strike with a sword. Lu Guikai had only 360 health points, and with a single basic attack, Li Chen knocked off 223. Then, Lu Guikai lost health at a rate of 23 points per second, ultimately leaving him with just 22 health points. Spicy Rabbit Head cheerfully tapped him with a staff, ending his brief life. When fighting Lu Guikai, neither of them bothered to use skills. Li Chen swung his sword once, Spicy Rabbit Head tapped him, and then they moved on to the next, with Lu Guikai being poisoned one by one. Although the experience was low, the speed was fast, and the efficiency was not much lower than when they farmed spiders without using potions. After 2 rounds of attacks, they stopped. It was already 7 a.m., and both of them needed to log off. Li Chen logged off to cook for his child, while Spicy Rabbit Head logged off to prepare for his release from prison. It was the usual routine. After sending Tuan Tuan home, Li Chen logged back in and placed his character deep in the mine, then took a nap until noon. After waking up and having a couple of bites of instant noodles, he logged back in. He should find someone to cook for him. He was willing to make breakfast for his dear child, but cooking or ordering takeout for lunch and dinner was a bit of a time sink. If he wanted to catch up with the top players, he needed to save every minute and second. However, Li Chen wouldn't skimp on time with Tuan Tuan. He refused to hire someone to look after Tuan Tuan. With no parents around, if he didn't take the time to spend with her, he couldn't imagine how lonely the child's heart must be. The moment Li Chen logged in, he checked the regional chat, and the messages on the public screen made his heart tighten. Someone was fighting the Electric Zombie King, and it looked like they were about to defeat it. Li Chen rushed out of the mine, but by the time he arrived outside, he just caught a glimpse of the Electric Zombie King turning into white light. Seeing how Jianjun bending down to pick something up, Li Chen thought to himself that it would be nearly impossible to solo the Electric Zombie King in the future. With how Jianjun's current attributes, he could easily lure the Electric Zombie King out. As soon as the Electric Zombie King left the mine, it wouldn't last 5 minutes. Li Chen sighed and glanced at his friend list. Spicy Rabbit Head was not online. Just as he was about to level up on his own, he suddenly received a message from Baidabo. Bro, are you interested in fighting the Raging Giant Ape? Li Chen was a bit dazed and replied in surprise, me? Level 5, fighting the Raging Giant Ape? You're not an ordinary level 5 player, you're the kind of guy who can solo the Electric Zombie King. Tell me more. Hee. Early this morning, another village got the first kill of the Raging Giant Ape, right? Some of the stronger players in our village were a bit dissatisfied and are preparing to organize their own teams to unite and go for the second kill of the Raging Giant Ape. Well, I guess I'm one of the stronger players too. Binaxia is definitely strong. But my level 5 alt isn't qualified, right? You're definitely qualified. Don't you have that ability to ignore defense? Even if your attack power is a bit low, you can still deal impressive damage. I estimate that in terms of damage to the boss, an average level 9 player wouldn't be able to match you. That's true, but I have a question. What question? Why not organize the whole village to fight it like with the Silver Wolf King? More ants can kill an elephant, and you high-level players shouldn't be afraid of low-level players stealing the boss, right? No matter how many low-level players there are, it won't help. The one who got the first kill, Zhang Tianxia, posted a strategy on the forum. The Raging Giant Ape has a skill that puts it into a fake death state when its health drops to 20%, increasing its defense by 50% for 1 minute. If it's not killed within that minute, it will instantly regain full health. Players have limited attack range, and if too many low-level players crowd in front, the high-level players won't be able to get in, and the damage won't be enough. Alright, count me in. Li Chen thought for a moment and agreed to buy Dabobeo's invitation. As for whether his talents would be exposed, it didn't matter much, and it might not even be exposed, with so many players around, who would know which damage came from whom. Baidabo had just been outside the mine fighting the boss, and Li Chen quickly met up with her. Li Chen wasn't foolish enough to follow someone without understanding the situation. Upon meeting, he directly asked, "You didn't mention how the boss loot will be distributed." This time, for the strategy against the rampaging giant ape, I plan to team up with Another player to organize an elite squad. We've set 2 distribution methods. One is a pure labor model, where each person gets 2 gold, but if someone manages to snag the boss, their pay doubles, though they won't participate in the boss loot distribution. The other option is to forego the salary. If we defeat the boss, the magic gear goes to me, and the physical gear goes to the other person. We will buy them at market price, and the profits will be split among those who chose the second option. As for items we don't need, team members can buy them first, but the price can't be lower than 90% of the market price. If there's anything left, it will be put up for auction, and the proceeds will be split equally. The first option guarantees a safe profit of 2,000, while the second has a low chance but high reward. Li Chen pondered for a moment and asked, the methods are quite reasonable. I wonder which option the others have chosen. Everyone chose the second option. My team requires players to be at least level 10, with gear of at least level 9 silver or above. Players like that generally don't care for 2 gold, they all want to take a gamble. Everyone chose the second option? It's not guaranteed that we can succeed in the strategy, and there can't be too few teams participating. Is there really a need to gamble on those odds? Battle World dropped a platinum weapon. I choose the second option. Li Chen thought that even a moment's hesitation would be disrespectful to the platinum gear. A level 6 golden weapon sold for over 200,000, how much would a platinum one be? If the first platinum weapon in the novice village really dropped, it would surely be priced in the hundreds of thousands. By DeBeos. Couldn't afford to lose that kind of person. Alright, I'll contact a few more people, and we'll set off together soon. Oh, by the way, the boss is in the level 10 monster area, so be careful not to get killed by the small monsters. Understood. Li Chen nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion, didn't you say yesterday that you were broke? How come you have money to form a team now? I don't know what got into my dad, but he suddenly gave me a large sum of money, telling me to spend it freely in the game. Now, when I eat dirt, I just throw it away. Li Chen's mouth curled into an envious smile as he glanced at Bai DeBeos' long, fair legs partially exposed. After thinking for a moment, he asked, seriously, does Bai the heroine need any accessories for her legs? Upon hearing this, Bai DeBeos also looked Li Chen up and down seriously, then replied somewhat awkwardly, I prefer a tough guy style. Come on. You can't get past the name thing. Can you? Bai DeBeos' female steward walked over from the village, handing Bai DeBeos a few bottles of potions. I could only buy this much, the rest were all snatched up. Li Chen recognized them quickly and realized they were instant recovery potions. He had just consumed one that morning. Although they were good items, Li Chen didn't shamelessly ask for them but instead looked at the female steward with curiosity. Are there many level 10 players in our village? It was normal for Bai DeBeos to be level 10, but he didn't expect her subordinates to also be level 10. I'm not sure of the exact number, but I estimate there are definitely around 100. With so many level 10 players, why hasn't anyone gone to the main city? Is the main city not open yet? I'm not sure. The officials still haven't provided any information about the game content. Some people on the forum speculate it might be related to the level 10 boss. Logically, if the main city were accessible, everyone at level 10 would definitely go there to continue leveling up. What's the point of designing such a difficult novice village boss? So, it's possible that only after defeating all the novice village bosses will the main city open. That makes sense. Bai DeBeos gradually gathered 8 people, and with Li Chen and the female steward, they formed a team of 11. The group quickly assembled in the novice village. Alright, another boss said they encountered a commander monster, and after defeating it, they'll come over. Let's set off now. Besides the people in the team, there were also 7 burly men holding shields. Li Chen found them somewhat familiar and quickly remembered they were from Bai DeBeos' bodyguard team. The bodyguards were all level 9 and hadn't been pulled into the team by Bai DeBeos. There were many people in the village, so no one paid much attention, but once they left the village, Li Chen, with his level 5 character, became somewhat conspicuous. The occasional glances from the team made Li Chen feel uncomfortable, although he didn't voice it, those looks carried some emotions. Li Chen understood, after all, he was only level 5, and anyone would think he was a noob. Others couldn't help but worry about his insufficient strength, which might affect the team's gains. Li Chen wanted to say he might not be worse than them, but he hesitated. What if they asked him to take on a small monster to test him? He didn't have high damage for small monsters. Bai DeBeos was oblivious to this, but the female steward was perceptive. She pretended to chat with Bai DeBeos and casually mentioned that Li Chen had unique talents and his output was on par with others. This not only avoided Li Chen's embarrassment but also reassured the others' concerns. Li Chen glanced at the female steward, thinking, I wonder if this lady can cook. The group walked and fought for over an hour before finally arriving at the meeting point set by Bai DeBeos and other high-level players. Li Chen had been fishing in troubled waters along the way, gaining over 8,000 experience points, which was more efficient than grinding spiders. The level-up rewards were indeed enticing. The meeting point was at the entrance of a valley, where quite a few players had already gathered. Li Chen scanned the area and noticed how Jian Jun was also there, clearly having come directly after defeating the Electric Zombie King. However, how Jian Jun had brought fewer people than before. Only about 30 of the more than 100 suspected soldiers had come, with levels split between 9 and 10. Li Chen looked around carefully and finally confirmed that, apart from him, there were no players below level 9 present. 2. Avoid unnecessary ridicule and trouble, Li Chen quietly moved to the middle of Bai Debao's bodyguards, who comfortably shielded him. More and more players arrived, and soon, another boss who said he would come after defeating the commander also showed up. Bai Debao's quickly started forming a team, but while counting, he noticed an extra person and tilted his head in confusion. Wolf Knight, didn't you say one of your guys couldn't make it? How come he's here now? The Wolf Knight was a young man in his 20s, holding a broad, tapered sword. Li Chen recognized it as the golden weapon, Silver Wolf's Fawn, produced by the Silver Wolf King, though he wasn't sure if it was the same one he sold. I thought I had something to do and wouldn't make it, but it turns out I did. What now? I'm already full on my team. How about letting your friend join my bodyguards? That's not possible, that's my wife. How can I let her mix with 7 big guys? Then have one of your other friends drop out. Drop out? We have 10 people working together, just kick one out at random. That's not possible. They all came with me and wasted over an hour. I, Bai Debao's, can't go back on my word. Bai Debao's tone was firm, exuding a bit of a chivalrous spirit. The Wolf Knight frowned, somewhat displeased, and said, "You women are really troublesome. How about having one of the pure workers drop out? I'll give him 2 gold, isn't that fair?" "No. Bai Debao's. Are you really disrespecting me? Our families have been friends for generations, right? Let's stick to the facts. I can't go back on my word." "Damn. Are you implying that I'm untrustworthy?" "I am not. You are. Bai Debao and the Wolf Knight must really be old friends." The two of them bickered for quite a while, their faces flushed and their necks thick, yet they didn't seem genuinely angry. It was just that both of them placed great importance on face, and neither was willing to back down. How about we add a bit more?" A sudden voice interrupted their argument. They turned in confusion and saw Li Chen, who had somehow emerged from behind the bodyguard. "What do you mean by add a bit more?" Bai Debao looked at Li Chen in confusion. Li Chen grinned at Bai Debao, then turned to the Wolf Knight and said, "Add a bit to the salary, and I'll quit right away." Upon hearing this, the Wolf Knight immediately laughed, tilted his head at Bai Debao, and turned to Li Chen, saying, "Let's count it as you snagging the boss, 4 gold. Deal." Li Chen clapped his hands in agreement, fearing that the Wolf Knight might change his mind. Li Chen's eagerness made the Wolf Knight feel uneasy. Although he wasn't short on money, he still felt like he was paying too much. The Wolf Knight took out 4 gold coins to hand to Li Chen, but his hand stopped halfway, staring wide-eyed at the top of Li Chen's head, and said slowly, "You, level 5. Asking me for a salary? And double?" Before Li Chen could respond, Bai Debao was displeased. Although he was somewhat annoyed at Li Chen's backstab, he still put his hands on his hips and said slowly, Friend. Super cow. How strong can a level 5 be?" the Wolf Knight retorted. "Unkindly. Soloing. White heroine, shut up." Bai Debao was just about to boast for Li Chen when he was interrupted by Li Chen, who turned to look at him. Li Chen pointed his mouth towards the distance, smiling without speaking. Bai Debao followed Li Chen's gesture and quickly locked onto the target. Junlin Tianxia. Although he had never seen him in person, the name above his head was very conspicuous. If Junlin Tianxia discovered that the invincible cute group was also here, who knows what kind of trouble would ensue. In fact, Li Chen wasn't afraid of Junlin Tianxia. He was wearing a mask, and as long as there was no danger in reality, what was there to fear in the game? Moreover, he didn't believe that Junlin Tianxia would dare to kill him here, surrounded by level 9 and 10 high-level players. Unless he was an idiot, he definitely wouldn't risk turning himself red. With his gear, many people would probably want to take the opportunity to make some extra cash. However, if a toad doesn't bite, it's best to avoid trouble. If I pull him into the group, it definitely means I acknowledge him, otherwise, am I crazy to bring a level 5 to fight a level 10 boss? Bai Debao retracted his introduction of Li Chen and said to the Wolf Knight with his hands on his hips. The Wolf Knight glanced at Bai Debao and Li Chen, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and without further ado, directly tossed 4 gold coins to Li Chen. Bai Debao, don't forget you have a childhood betrothal. The Wolf Knight grinned and raised an eyebrow at Bai Debao. Who takes the drunken ramblings of old men seriously? Bai Debao retorted with a pout, but then realized, hey? Wait, what do you mean? I mean nothing. If you don't take it seriously, someone else will. While the main city isn't open, you should play more. Zhao Xiao, can you stop talking nonsense? How am I talking nonsense? Didn't you say you acknowledged him? Li Chen frowned and said lightly from the side, bro, please don't drag me into this cliché plot, I don't want to get myself into trouble. Before the Wolf Knight could respond, Bai Dabao, like a fighting rooster, turned to glare at Li Chen and said, who are you calling trouble? Is your brain circuit really that unique? Li Chen rubbed his head, really not wanting to talk anymore, took 2 steps back, and stood behind the bodyguard again. Humph. I was talking about acknowledging his strength. The fighting rooster by Dabao was back at it with the Wolf Knight. He. What strength does a level 5 have? Believe it or not, Bai Dabao's was too lazy to deal with the Wolf Knight any longer. He turned to Li Chen and said, since you're here, why not join my bodyguard team? Li Chen glanced at the 7 burly men, thought for a moment, and shook his head. No need, I plan to loot it myself. I should thank you for bringing me here. Bai Dabao's bodyguards were only level 9, and they probably all had points in life. Defense. Carrying shields would also reduce their attack power by 20%, so Li Chen didn't think much of their output capability. You didn't plan to go solo from the start and voluntarily withdrew from the team, did you? Bai Dabao's looked at Li Chen with suspicion. How could that be? I just think the chance of getting the boss is too small. Li Chen pointed around and smiled wryly, look at how many people there are. A full team of 20 or 30 would be enough. Not to mention whether we can successfully take it down, even if we do, the chance of getting it is still very low. It's better to earn some easy money first. Then split the easy money with me. The team is mine, and you're making money off me. Li Chen widened his eyes at Bai Dabao's, and after a long sigh, said, let's delete each other. Bai Dabao's was speechless. The agreed time soon arrived, and there were about 300 players outside the valley, mostly level 9 and 10 players. Most of them were wealthy big shots who had been hired, while the rest were casual players who had rushed over after hearing the news. Li Chen followed the crowd into the valley, where a monster over 3 meters tall, resembling a silverback gorilla, was wandering. Although a 3-meter-tall gorilla would be considered an unimaginable beast in reality, it seemed quite small compared to the Silver Wolf King and was quite unworthy of the giant in its name. However, no player dared to underestimate it, especially after the true sight was cast. Furious Giant Ape, Boss, Level, 10 Health, 180,000 Attack, 1,080 Defense, 500 Skill 1, Iron Bones, Damage Reduction of 50%. Skill 2, Heavy Punch. The Furious Giant Ape's next 3 attacks will each deal 150% of its attack power as physical damage to the target, ignoring 30% of the target's defense, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 3, Ground Smash. The Furious Giant Ape raises both fists and strikes the ground, dealing 100% of its attack power as damage to all targets within a 50-meter radius and stunning all targets for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 4, Frenzy. When the Furious Giant Ape's health drops below 50%, it enters a frenzy state, increasing its size by 500%. Movement speed by 50%, attack speed by 50%, and damage by 50%. The cooldown time of skills is reduced by 50%, and in frenzy state, it ignores any control skills and taunts. Skill 5, Last Stand Counterattack. When the Furious Giant Ape's health drops below 20%, it enters a state of apparent death, unable to move or attack, with damage reduction increased to 90%. After 1 minute, it restores all its health and deals 300% of its attack power as physical damage to all targets within a 100-meter radius. Seeing the information about the Furious Giant Ape, the players present all turned pale. It wasn't mainly because the Furious Giant Ape's attack was too high and would hurt a lot. After all, the players present had stood out among the 51,888 newcomers in the village and were used to the so-called real pain as if it were a massage, otherwise, they wouldn't have leveled up to 9 or even 10 so quickly. These people were not like Li Chen, a latecomer. The auction house had countless suitable level equipment, and they usually wore gear 1 level lower to fight monsters 1 level higher, so losing half their health from a single bite was quite normal. They had become somewhat numb to the so-called real pain. Of course, players like Bai Dabao's, who were heavy spenders, didn't count. Their 7 bodyguards were in front, and taking a punch would cost them the bodyguard's bonus. The boss's defense is too high. Among the players present, very few can break through with normal attacks, and only skills can deal damage. Moreover, everyone is no novice. They can see at a glance how disgusting the Berserk Giant Ape's 4th skill is. This skill shouldn't be called Desperate Counterattack, it should be called Either You Die or I Die. If they can't kill the Berserk Giant Ape in 1 minute, it's them who will die under 300% damage, and the 100-meter radius is almost filling the valley, essentially wiping them all out. Everyone, silence during the strategy session. Listen to my commands. As the only one who can withstand the Berserk Giant Ape head-on, Hao Jianjun stepped forward without hesitation, and no one objected. Everyone else, don't move, wait for me to grab the boss's attention, listen for my signal. Hao Jianjun shouted loudly, raising his shield that glimmered with golden light as he charged forward. A player from the team behind him rushed out, following closely, and with a wave of his hand, a shield appeared around Hao Jianjun. The Berserk Giant Ape was startled and lunged at Hao Jianjun, its massive fist smashing down. -854 Hao Jianjun's right-hand sword suddenly vanished, replaced by a bottle of exquisite red potion that he drank down. A high-level recovery potion, restoring 160 health points per second for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. The player keeping the farthest distance behind Hao Jianjun waved his staff, and a golden light fell upon him, restoring over 400 health points. -854,160 -597,160 The Berserk Giant Ape's first skill was not over. 2 more punches slammed into Hao Jianjun's shield, directly breaking his lightning shield. -540,160 Ground Smash. The Berserk Giant Ape's area attack skill was used up, with 8 seconds left on cooldown. Everyone, charge! With Hao Jianjun's command, almost all players rushed forward, including Li Chen. As expected from the top players in the 5188 newbie village, 2 healing skills landed on Hao Jianjun, successfully restoring his health to a healthy level, clearly indicating that there were more than just Hao Jianjun's subordinates with healing skills. Players who can't withstand the boss's area attack, manage your time to dodge skills. Hao Jianjun commanded loudly. -1 -720, cut, -1 -720, cut. Li Chen's damage output was quite impressive. Aside from him, only a few big shots could deal 3-digit damage, and even then, it was only low 3 digits. However, he only threw a fireball and an ice arrow before retreating to 50 meters away. He only had 780 health points and 90 defense, and a single ground smash from the boss could take him out in an instant. The Berserk Giant Ape's health was dropping quickly, as the top players of the newbie village, their damage output was naturally impressive, with skill damage not in single digits, unlike fighting the Silver Wolf King, where there were scrubs everywhere, and the screen was filled with -1. The boss's health steadily decreased, and Hao Jianjun's aggro was stable, even with the Berserk Giant Ape's health halved, there were no casualties. But just as the Berserk Giant Ape's health dropped to 50%, the situation suddenly changed. The 3-meter-tall Berserk Giant Ape let out a long howl, its entire body swelling up like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering giant over 10 meters tall. The giant ape's eyes turned blood red, completely ignoring Hao Jianjun, who was pounding on its ankle, and with a mighty leap, it landed in the most crowded area of players, raising its fists high and smashing down, turning several players into white light with their screams. This was not the end. The Berserk Giant Ape seemed to have gained intelligence, grinning as it specifically targeted the fragile ranged players, taking them out one by one with a punch, enjoying itself immensely. Everyone spread out. Fragile players retreat from the attack range, melee players use potions to maintain health. Hao Jianjun shouted loudly while charging forward again, trying to draw the Berserk Giant Ape's aggro. Unfortunately, the Berserk boss completely ignored him, jumping around the field as if searching for something. At this moment, Li Chen was already hiding behind a rock in the distance, trembling. When the enraged giant ape had only 55% of its health left, Li Chen ran away. Others didn't know, but he was very clear that the enraged giant ape was most likely looking for him. He had just exhausted his mana and couldn't resist the temptation to rush in and slash a few times while the giant ape's group attack skill was on cooldown, only to be startled by his own damage output and turn to flee. He didn't expect that the poison could also cause cutting damage. Goodness, after those few slashes, the giant ape's health dropped rapidly, and it felt like Hao Jianjun could barely hold it back. Even as Li Chen was running away, the giant ape was still taking cutting damage once per second. After escaping the danger zone, Li Chen glanced at the background, his heart pounding. The poison damage ignored defenses, dealing 23 points per second. Li Chen had slashed 4 times, stacking it to 4 layers, resulting in 92 points of damage per second, plus the cutting triggered by his normal attacks. In just 3 or 4 seconds, he had taken away nearly 6,000 health from the giant ape, not counting the subsequent 4 seconds of continuous poisoning and cutting. This was quite a grudge. Li Chen retreated again, directly backing up to the mouth of the valley, hiding behind a large rock to observe quietly. Li Chen guessed correctly. The enraged boss ignored Hao Jianjun's taunts and immediately sought out the player who hurt it the most. Unfortunately, Li Chen had already run away, so it could only settle for second best, chasing after the players who posed a threat to him. The enraged giant ape had a group attack skill every 4 seconds, and Li Chen had no intention of returning to the battlefield, waiting for the giant ape's health to drop to 20% and enter a pseudo-death state. The enraged giant ape was indeed terrifying. With more than half the players gone, its health finally dropped to 20%. As soon as it hit 20%, the giant ape's body shrank instantly, curling up on the ground, holding its head and remaining motionless. Quick, deal damage. In fact, there was no need for Hao Jianjun to remind them. The remaining dozens of players on the field began to output desperately. Unfortunately, at this point, the giant ape's damage reduction was as high as 90%, and most of the numbers floating above its head were single digits, with a few surviving big shots only dealing 20 or 30 points of damage. The giant ape still had 36,000 health left. Killing it within a minute seemed impossible. 20 seconds passed, and the boss's health was still at 15%. Some players felt certain they would fail and simply retreated. At 30 seconds, the boss's health was down to 13%, and Hao Jianjun helplessly called for his teammates to retreat. At this moment, Li Chen had just run from the mouth of the valley to the vicinity of the boss. He had hidden too far away and took half a minute to get there. If we can't kill it, let's first retreat from the valley and try again after we regroup. Bai Daba, who was retreating, saw Li Chen running against the wind and hurriedly called for him to retreat. Li Chen ignored him and dashed toward the enraged giant ape. The retreating players rushed out of the valley one after another, with some laughing at the fool who had gone back. Bai Daba glanced back as he was leaving the valley and saw Li Chen desperately hacking at the boss from a distance, sighing inwardly. Even if he ignored defenses, how could one person kill the boss? The surviving players escaped the valley, and a few of the not yet dead big shots gathered to discuss their failure, planning to wait for the players who had died to return before trying to tackle it again. At this moment, a player seemed to have received some news, and then it exploded. Why did the system notify me that I dealt damage to the enraged giant ape, rewarding me with 1,000 experience and 5 reputation points? What? Everyone quickly checked their system notifications, and their expressions changed. Some quick-reacting players turned back toward the valley, and others hurriedly followed suit. The enraged giant ape was nowhere to be seen, and the scattered copper coins on the ground reminded everyone of what had happened. The boss had been killed, but where were the people? The entire village's top post, Junlin Tianxia, who killed the enraged giant ape. After all of us have fought for so long, shouldn't you give us an explanation for taking advantage of it all by yourself? Junlin Tianxia sent out a loudspeaker, but unfortunately, he was completely ignored by Li Chen, who was currently standing in the village counting the gains from this encounter. The rampaging giant ape dropped a return stone, which Li Chen immediately used after picking it up. Return stone, bound as the name suggests, cooldown time, 1 hour. In fact, even without using the return stone, he wasn't worried about being ambushed, as he had time to directly list the most valuable items at the auction house. Even if he were killed, they wouldn't drop. Moreover, it wasn't guaranteed that anyone would take the risk of killing him with a red name. Mainly, it was just too much trouble. Like a pesky plaster like Junlin Tianxia. First, he checked the system messages. Ding, congratulations on killing the rampaging giant ape. You have gained 50,000 experience points and a 100% experience bonus for killing it at level 5, totaling 50,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to level 6. Ding, congratulations, you have achieved the second kill of rampaging giant ape in the entire server, earning 2,000 reputation points. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully killed a level 10 boss, talent level +1. Ding, congratulations, your cutting talent has been upgraded to level 4. Having achieved a second kill on a boss, Li Chen was very satisfied. His intuition told him that reputation must be a good thing. The experience gained from soloing a boss was exhilarating. The boss itself provided 50,000 experience, and the level 5 bonus added another 50,000 experience. Not only did his level rise to 6, but he was also just a hair away from reaching level 7. Next, he looked at the items dropped by the rampaging giant ape. The return stone was bound upon pickup, but what made Li Chen unable to resist using the return stone immediately was a weapon. Giant ape finger bone, platinum. Offhand weapon spell attack power plus 180 constitution plus 30 intelligence plus 30 spirit plus 30 equipped skill. Arcane impact, releases a magic ball at the target, dealing 80% spell damage and stunning the target for 1.5 seconds, cooldown time 10 seconds. Equipment rating, 90 platinum equipment, like gold equipment, increases 3 attributes, but the values are quite terrifying. It's just unclear whether the equipped skill is a standard feature of all platinum equipment or if it's because this item is an offhand weapon. This was the first time he had seen equipment without a level requirement, and he was also puzzled by the equipment rating. Li Chen instinctively thought, could it be that equipment after level 10 doesn't require a wearing level and can be worn freely? That wasn't the main point. The main point was that this equipment was platinum, and it was the first offhand weapon Li Chen had seen aside from shields. Players usually can only equip one weapon. If the offhand is a shield, the attack power decreases, and the shield's attributes do not contribute to the character. Players on the forum speculated that only classes like the shield warrior could truly utilize shields. Li Chen tried it out, and to his surprise, he was able to equip the giant ape finger bone, and his attributes directly increased by all the attributes of the giant ape finger bone. Wasn't this going to be a big deal? Whoever equipped this offhand weapon would have one more piece of equipment. then those who didn't, and it was a significant piece with attributes second only to weapon armor. Not to mention, it also came with a control skill. The value of this made Li Chen shiver with excitement. With this platinum offhand weapon, his excitement for another piece of platinum footwear had decreased significantly. Giant Ape Bone Boots, Platinum, Health plus 288 Stamina plus 28 Strength plus 28 Agility plus 28 Movement Speed increased by 22% Equipment rating, 84. The equipment was quite standard, with high attributes across the board, and the movement speed increase was particularly appealing, as it raised by 22%. He no longer had to worry about being chased around by wild monsters. Li Chen also tried to equip it, and sure enough, it was successfully worn. In addition to these two pieces of platinum equipment, the rampaging giant ape also dropped 2 level 10 gold grade items and 2 level 10 silver items. After witnessing the platinum gear, Li Chen's regard for the gold equipment instantly diminished. It wasn't that Li Chen was arrogant. Even if the level 10 gold equipment had great attributes, he couldn't equip it right now. They were all items from the auction house, and ultimately, their value was best measured in gold coins. The 2 gold grade items didn't have any surprises. One was a standard physical type, and the other was a standard magic type, which Li Chen glanced at and moved on. As for the 2 silver items, seeing that their attributes suited him, he thought for a moment and decided to keep them. In the short term, there was basically no chance for level 10 equipment to depreciate. Selling them now and then buying again when he reached level 10 would be a waste of transaction tax, so it was better to hold on to them. Besides the equipment, the rampaging giant ape also dropped 5 pieces of purple gold ore. The currency dropped was 8 gold and 12 silver, along with a large pile of 1-cent coins that he hadn't had time to pick up. Unfortunately, there were no skill books. Li Chen looked at the giant 8-finger bone in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to list it in the auction house. Instead, he opened his friend list. Bai Daba's avatar had been flashing for a while, and Li Chen knew without opening it that he was asking if there were any good items. Check out the giant 8-finger bone, platinum, and the giant 8 bone necklace, gold. As soon as Li Chen sent the equipment information, the reply came back from the other side. I want it. I want it. Did you even look at the attributes? Just shouting that you want it? I'm looking at it now. Li Chen shook his head and smiled wryly. Indeed, different people had different fates. When would he also be able to shout that he wanted something without looking at the attributes or asking the price? Maybe after saving enough for the team's 80-year medicine fund. I'll take both of these, don't list them in the auction house. I'll transfer you the money, 500,000 for the giant 8-finger bone, 40,000 for the necklace, totaling 600,000, and 60,000 as a reward for prioritizing me. Li Chen didn't haggle and directly agreed to buy Daba's offer. No matter how good the giant 8-finger bone was, it was just transitional equipment for beginners. 500,000 should already be considered a premium price, especially with the additional 60,000 tip, not to mention avoiding the 10% transaction tax and 5% withdrawal fee. Bai Daba had just left the giant 8 valley, and it would take him an hour to get back. He was afraid Li Chen would sell the items to someone else, so he insisted on paying first. Once Li Chen provided his bank card number, the 600,000 cash arrived instantly. Li Chen thought for a moment and then sent the information for another physical gold bracelet. Please let that Wolf Knight check it out first, consider it a thank you for his salary. Before Bai Daba's reply arrived, the notification of 50,000 entering his bank account came through. He finished the transfer and said that he must be thought of when there are good items in the future. Seeing the reply, Li Chen couldn't help but drool with envy. When would he also get to experience the thrill of rich people buying things without bargaining and even adding money? After storing the equipment in the warehouse, Li Chen looked at the platinum boots on his feet and suddenly wanted to see what the last boss of the novice village looked like. Although the boots were very suitable for him, he didn't plan to keep them. The reason he hadn't sent them to Bai Daba or the Wolf Knight was that he wanted to use them while he could. With a 22% increase in movement speed, ordinary monsters couldn't catch up to him at all. Even bosses would need to use acceleration skills. As long as he was careful, Li Chen was confident he could traverse the level 10 monster area. If he waited until the boots were sold, there would be no chance in the short term. Having made up his mind, Li Chen headed straight to the west side of the village, noted the boss coordinates revealed by players in the forum, and then marked them on the novice village map. He chose the shortest route, heading straight for the last boss of the novice village, Hellhound. Li Chen looked at the giant dog with 3 heads hidden behind a massive stone door in the distance, his eyes filled with a thirst for gold. The first kill of the Hellhound across the server, if he managed to kill it, who knows how many good items would drop. At the very least, it should drop a platinum grade main weapon, right? The more Li Chen thought about it, the more tempted he became, but looking at the Hellhound lying in the doorway, he didn't know how to proceed. Hellhound, Boss, Health, 200,000 Physical Attack, 1,100 Magic Attack, 1,100 Defense, 500 Skills, Fireball, Sea of Fire, Ice Arrow, Ice Roar, Dark Energy Ball, Sea of Corruption, Trinity. Aside from special skills, I won't elaborate on the skill information here, otherwise 6 skills would fill a chapter. The skills are quite clear. Each head of the Hellhound has a single target skill and an area attack skill. Someone on the forum had posted a video of players tackling the Hellhound, showing that it wouldn't leave the doorway but would crouch inside and cast skills outward. The Hellhound doesn't move, so it's not actually difficult to fight. As long as there are enough players, it can be worn down. The reason it hasn't been defeated yet is because of its final skill, Trinity. The meaning of Trinity isn't very clear, but if you think of it as 3 lives, it becomes straightforward. Each head of the Hellhound represents 1 life. When its health hits 0 for the first time, the fire head will disappear, losing 2 fire skills, but its health will instantly be restored, and its damage will increase by 30%. When its health hits 0 for the second time, the ice head will disappear, losing 2 ice skills, and again, its health will be fully restored, with damage increasing by another 30%. The strategy video on the forum ended when the Hellhound had lost its 3rd life. A Hellhound with 60% increased damage is unbearable for anyone. Especially with the Sea of Corruption skill, where the entire field of vision is filled with black mist, causing a 10% health loss per second and preventing healing. Healing spells and potions have no effect. The forum poster concluded that it would likely require thousands of players at level 10, all equipped with at least a full set of level 9 silver gear, to have a chance at defeating it. Bai Debao's urged message came through again, and Li Chen replied to wait a moment before pondering. Again. The Hellhound wouldn't come out, but could he exploit the angle at the doorway? However, the enormous doorway was located in a long, wide passage, and with the expansive view from that massive stone door, getting too close would put him within the Hellhound's alert range. How could he safely reach the side of the stone door? Li Chen looked up at the sides of the valley and took out his pickaxe from his backpack. Climb over the mountain. Li Chen circled around the valley and began to climb from the other side, using the pickaxe to create holes wherever he couldn't find a foothold. It took him over half an hour to finally reach the top. Finding an angle where the Hellhound couldn't see him, he slowly climbed down again. Just as Li Chen was about to land, he heard the roar of the Hellhound, clearly indicating he had entered its alert range. Arriving next to the stone door, Li Chen moved his feet little by little, then found an angle to throw a stone at the pillar on the other side. The Hellhound's roar continued, but the sound of the stone bouncing off the ground was still audible. Clearly, it hadn't hit the Hellhound. Li Chen cautiously moved half a step again, and the Hellhound's breathing seemed to be right next to him. He threw another stone, and this time the sound was right. Although he couldn't see the boss or the damage numbers due to the angle, the Hellhound's cry clearly changed. This could work. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Li Chen's current cutting damage had reached 0.5%, meaning each stone could take away 1,000 health points from the Hellhound. After being hit by a few stones, the Hellhound angrily spewed a large flame towards the doorway, setting half the valley ablaze. The intense heat made his face feel painful, and Li Chen was surprised to find his health was slowly decreasing. Fortunately, the health loss wasn't too fast, and Li Chen tilted his head back to drink a bottle of red potion, avoiding becoming a barbecue. The Sea of Fire lasted for 10 seconds, then turned into a howling blizzard. Unfortunately, due to the angle, Li Chen didn't even lose a drop of blood. Once the blizzard ended, it transformed into black smoke, and this time Li Chen couldn't hold his ground. The black smoke must be the corrosive sea. Although Li Chen didn't face it directly because of the angle, the mist actually spread. Just a trace of it caused Li Chen to lose 5% of his health. Startled, Li Chen hurriedly retreated to the farthest corner of the valley, where the smoke finally stopped spreading, but his health was down to only 15%. Thank goodness I ran fast, or I would have died here. After the mist dissipated, Li Chen returned to his previous position to throw stones. The Hellhound had only these 3 tricks. As long as he avoided the corrosive sea in advance, there was nothing that could threaten him. Just as Li Chen was happily throwing stones, players from the nearby 9527 novice village were also fighting the Hellhound, and they seemed to be doing even better than him. Outside the valley, a group of players peeked in, their faces brimming with barely contained excitement. What kind of brain does the captain have? He actually thought of this method. Yeah. Who would have thought that the Hellhound not only can't come out but also can't turn back? It's practically a live target now. Just thinking about it isn't enough. Without strength, you can't withstand the boss's attacks to get behind. It's only the captain has that kind of strength. The captain is going to be even more famous this time. The first kill of the Hellhound will definitely be announced server-wide, just like the rampaging giant ape. Hey, look, right after the corrosive sea comes the ice owl. The fire-type head must have been taken down by the captain. In Novice Village 1133, over 1,000 players gathered in the valley where the Hellhound resided, led by a man in his 60s. For participating. In the strategy against the Hellhound, each person will receive 500, if successful, each will receive 5,000. The top 100 most active participants can enter the beta group without an exam. The old man didn't have the imposing aura of someone who had long held a high position. His plain words stirred the emotions of the entire 1,000-strong team. 5,000 isn't a lot, but it's enough for an ordinary person's monthly salary, and earning that just by defeating a boss is incredibly enticing. What excited them even more than the 5,000 was the chance to enter the beta group without an exam. This is one of the top 100 enterprises in China, and even just standing at the door would be more appealing than being a white-collar worker in an ordinary company. The old man waved his hand, and the 1,000 players behind him rushed into the valley with a roar. Li Chen had no idea what was happening in the other novice villages. He was just mechanically continuing to throw stones. The Hellhound hadn't used any fire skills for a long time, so it seemed its first life should have been long gone. Unbeknownst to him, the ice howl also disappeared, leaving only the thick black mist that appeared every few seconds. Li Chen became even more cautious, throwing a few stones before running away, as the boss's damage had increased. Just a moment ago, he had been a second too slow, and by the time he reached the corner, his health was down to 10%, just a second away from losing everything. When he threw the last stone and black mist spewed out again at the entrance, Li Chen's face turned extremely grim. The 800 stones he had prepared had failed to kill the boss. This shouldn't be happening. The cutting damage is 0.5% of the target's health, which means that 200 hits should take down 1 life of the Hellhound, and 600 stones should take down 3 lives. The Hellhound had no healing or lifesteal skills, it relied solely on its natural recovery, so the extra 200 stones should have finished it off. Why was it still alive? Li Chen hid in the corner, filled with unwillingness. The Hellhound's survival could only mean two things: either it still had a fourth life, or Li Chen's stones didn't hit every time. After all, with 800 throws, it was very likely that some were off target. No matter what the possibility is, the boss's health must be low now. Should I go back to buy stones and start over, or should I take a gamble? Thinking about having to climb back for over an hour, Li Chen decided to take the risk. There's only one chance, and that's when the Hellhound uses the Sea of Corrosion. The Sea of Corrosion is a continuous skill that cannot be used alongside other skills when released. It's like the Hellhound has only one head left to spray mist, so naturally, it can't spit out dark energy balls. The Sea of Corrosion deals percentage damage, losing 10% health per second in the third phase, so theoretically, as long as I kill the boss within 10 seconds, it's fine. If it dies in over 1 second, that's Li Chen. After taking off his platinum boots and throwing them into the auction house, Li Chen fixed his gaze on the stone door, and when the black mist surged out, he dashed in barefoot. It's either you die or I die. There's no time to check the boss's health, so he just charged in and started slashing. -1 -23, poison damage, -1000, cutting damage, -1 -46, poison, -1000, cutting. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the Hellhound boss, gaining 50,000 experience, and an 80% kill reward for leveling up 4 levels, earning an additional 40,000 experience. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 7. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 8. Ding, congratulations on your talent level increasing to level 5. Ding, congratulations on completing the first kill of Hellhound in the entire server, earning 3,000 reputation and a server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the team led by player Invincible Cute Group for being the first to kill the level 10 boss, Hellhound, earning a first kill reward of 3,000 reputation in the Huaxia server. The 3 consecutive server-wide announcements left all players stunned. In the 9527 Novice Village, outside the valley where the Hellhound resided, a group of players couldn't help but jump with excitement upon seeing the server announcement. But when they saw it was the team led by Invincible Cute Group, everyone was dumbfounded. Wait, did the leader recruit a girl? And gave the leader position to her? Is the leader not wanting to be famous anymore? What fame? The Hellhound is still there roaring with ice. The first kill was taken by another village. The young man furiously hacking at the Hellhound's rear saw the server announcement and, aside from a slight surprise in his eyes, his expression didn't change, and the sword in his hand didn't stop for a moment. In the 1133 Novice Village, an old man outside the valley glanced at the server announcement, then looked at the scattered remnants of players inside the valley who had been swept away by the ice roar, his brow slightly furrowing. The old man waved his hand, and a woman with her hair tied up quickly stepped forward. Go investigate where this Invincible Cute Group and that previous War of the World are located in which Novice Village, and see if we can make contact and recruit them. Yes. The woman slightly bowed. Have the personnel department check which Novice villages have our people, and let them pay attention to the high-level players in each village. If there's someone particularly outstanding, you go make contact. Yes. The old man looked at the players who had been wiped out in the valley and sighed helplessly. Sigh, a bunch of country bumpkins will never amount to anything. After Li Chen killed the hellhound, he quickly picked up the drops and then opened the auction house. The platinum shoes had just been listed for about 10 seconds, and the bidding price had only risen to 2 gold and 30 silver. Li Chen decisively took them down, deducting a penalty of 2 silver and 30 copper. I wonder who was so quick to make me spend over 20 more coins. Li Chen muttered in dissatisfaction, then picked up the coins while checking the drops. The first kill indeed had an astonishing drop rate. The hellhound dropped 7 pieces of equipment in one go, 2 platinum, 3 gold, and 2 silver. Demon Dog Ice Staff Platinum Magic Attack plus 338 Intelligence plus 32 Spirit plus 32 Stamina plus 32 Equipped Skill, Ice Roar, causes a snowstorm to attack the target location, dealing 160% magic. Attack damage, attack range 4m x 4m, can attack up to 8 enemies simultaneously, cooldown time 3 seconds. Equipment rating, 96 Demon Dog Fire Fang Platinum Physical Attack plus 360 Strength plus 32 Stamina plus 32 Agility plus 32 Equipped Skill, Fireblade. The sword is imbued with a fire spirit. The next attack can deal 210% physical damage to the target, cooldown time 8 seconds. Equipment rating, 96 Demon Dog Leather Armor Gold Health plus 1088 Defense plus 108 Stamina plus 22 Strength plus 22 Agility plus 22 Equipment. Rating, 66 Demon Dog Necklace Gold Magic Attack plus 28 Intelligence plus 18 Spirit plus 18 Agility plus 18 Equipment Rating, 54 Demon Dog Ring, Gold, Physical Attack plus 36 Strength plus 18 Bone plus 18 Agility plus 18 Equipment Rating, 54 Li Chen was now feeling inflated. He barely glanced at the silver equipment that required level 10 and couldn't be bothered to look further, his main focus still on the 2 pieces of platinum and 3 pieces of gold equipment. Getting 2 platinum weapons was something Li Chen never dreamed of. The first kill across the server indeed had a shocking drop rate, possibly yielding the best items from the boss. The 3 pieces of gold equipment confirmed Li Chen's previous thoughts, as none of them had level requirements, only equipment ratings. As expected, equipment above level 10 did not require a wearing level, and there were no class requirements either. He wondered if there would be any changes once he entered the main city. Aside from the equipment, the hellhound also dropped 5 pieces of purple gold ore and a pitch black token. Abyss token can open the gate to the Abyss passage. Li Chen looked at the Abyss token in his hand, feeling a bit confused, but soon he thoughtfully gazed at the deep passage behind the stone door. The hellhound was also known as the gatekeeper. It couldn't just be guarding this stone door, could it? Ignoring the beeping sounds from his friend list, Li Chen walked deeper into the passage. It didn't take long for Li Chen to reach the end of the passage, where a black light screen blocked his way. A square stone pillar popped up from the wall beside him, with a hollow space in the middle that perfectly matched the shape of the token. Without a second thought, Li Chen placed the Abyss token on it. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully activated the Abyss altar, reward 3000 reputation. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Invincible Q Team for successfully opening the Abyss altar and activating the Abyss Passage Dungeon, reward 3000 reputation. The Abyss Passage Dungeon is activated. Players above level 10 can enter at any time within 24 hours after defeating the Hellhound, with a maximum of 10 players allowed to enter simultaneously. Note, no penalties for death within the dungeon. Fame can be a double-edged sword. The server-wide announcement didn't even provide an option to hide his name. Not even 2 minutes later, another server-wide broadcast went out. And Li Chen's expression under the mask was somewhat helpless. He feared that players across the entire Huaxia server were guessing he must be quite wealthy now. At least Bai Daba in his friend list thought so, having sent several messages. Li Chen reached out to touch the black light screen, but the system coldly reminded him that his level was insufficient and advised him to go back and train before returning. If he had to go back, then so be it. Li Chen obediently used a return stone to go back to the novice village. The first thing he did was contact his adorable benefactors. If he didn't reply, Bai Daba might not report him, but he would definitely be scolded in the public chat. After retrieving the pre-sold equipment from the warehouse, he directly traded it to Bai Daba upon finding him. Bai Daba accepted the equipment without even looking, his eyes gleaming with greed as he eagerly asked, Invincible Q Teen Geijai, what did the Hellhound drop? Is there anything I can use? Li Chen didn't waste any words either, placing the Demon Dog Ice Staff, Platinum, Demon Dog Necklace, Gold, and a level 10 silver helmet into the trading interface. Bai Daba looked at the 3 pieces of equipment on the trading screen, his mouth opening wider and wider. After a long silence, Bai Daba finally spoke, I really can't set a price. You killed the hell 3-headed dog, and who knows when the main city will open. Once the main city opens, I can't be sure if this weapon will skyrocket in value. Anyway, my experience is maxed out now, and I don't have such high requirements for equipment. Why don't you keep it for yourself? I can take the necklace and the silver helmet right away. Hearing Bai Daba's words, Li Chen fell into a brief silence. This was something Li Chen hadn't anticipated. If the main city really opens soon, this equipment might become quite sought after. After all, the number of players in the entire server is incomparable to that of a single village. Of course, this is just a possibility, as the official website hasn't provided any information about the main city. Who knows if platinum will suddenly flood the market. Moreover, there's also the suddenly appearing Abyssal Passage dungeon, where good equipment might drop, and it's possible that platinum gear could suddenly depreciate as a result. Ultimately, it's about Blue Star Online. A nationwide mandate. Even a fool knows there must be deeper meaning behind it, but without any explanation from the officials, it's impossible to calm the public's mind. Back then, for the sake of public safety, sealing off a neighborhood and wearing masks caused so many issues. Now, who can say what the situation is? This is just within the country. Abroad, people have staged protests with hundreds of thousands over just wearing masks. Because of Blue Star Online, it's been said that many people have recently developed mental health issues, and numerous experts are calling for the shutdown or restriction of Blue Star Online. Although these posts were quickly deleted, new ones soon emerged. The government's policy of mandating gaming is naturally a joy for the youth, but for those who have families and responsibilities, it seems utterly ridiculous. Modern times are not like the feudal era. How can the voices of the masses be silenced? Li Chen understood that the money in hand is the only money that truly belongs to him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Who can predict what will happen next? Why don't you give me a price?" The character of the white heroine is still beyond reproach. "Are you trying to flatter me?" Baidaba rolled his eyes, then bit his lip and said, "The weapon is 800,000, the necklace is 50,000, and the silver helmet is just a bonus since you pressured me. Deal." Did I offer too much? What do you mean too much? 180,000 is nothing to boss by. Ha! Baidaba exhaled and directly transferred the money to Li Chen. "Thank you." Boss Li Chen didn't hesitate and immediately handed the equipment over to Baidaba. "Do you have any physical equipment? That Wolf Knight guy can't add you as a friend and has sent me 800 messages." Upon hearing Baidaba's inquiry about physical equipment, Li Chen felt a newfound disrespect for gold coins. The attributes of the Demon Dogfire Fong were simply too good, with a base attack of 360 plus 32 points of strength, making the attack power reach 424 points. Not to mention the additional 32 points of stamina and agility. One piece of equipment was almost equivalent to two of him. Plus, with the Fireblade skill, dealing 210% damage along with high attack power, who wouldn't be one-shot by it except for a few top players? The most important thing was that this equipment had no level restrictions. He could equip it right now. Li Chen hesitated for a long time, finally sighing and abandoning his thoughts. 800,000. Enough to buy 2 houses in their small county town. The thought of carrying 2 houses around in the game was simply unimaginable. Moreover, he didn't rely on attack power to defeat bosses. He had the spicy little turret for leveling up. Why bother using a weapon that clearly looked valuable to test other players' greed? Sell it. After selling it, he wouldn't have to worry about the guild's medicine expenses for the next 10 years. That golden outfit could be kept for a little luxury for himself. Next time, I'll definitely wear it myself. Li Chen sent the attributes of the Demon Dogfire Fong to Baidaba, then gritted his teeth and said, 900,000. Not a cent less. Baidaba took a look at the Demon Dogfire Fong, which didn't require a level, and immediately understood why Li Chen was so furious, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I'll contact him." In less than a minute, Li Chen received a notification that the money had been deposited into his bank account, the amount being 1 million. He. Can such a one-hit kill artifact be cheapened? I added an extra 100,000 for you. After all, he's a fool with plenty of money. Nuxia is quite loyal. I also have a golden level ring. Can you help me sell that too? Baidaba rolled his eyes but still helped sell the unranked golden level ring to the Wolf Knight. The ring wasn't as attractive as a weapon, and in the end, the Wolf Knight only offered 58,000. Li Chen let out a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed. The medical expenses for Tuan Tuan had weighed on him like a mountain, and now he could finally breathe a little easier. In the past few days, he had earned 3,020,000 in cash through Blue Star Online, and there were still over 10 gold in his backpack unaccounted for. Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't have to worry about Tuan Tuan's medical expenses for the next 10 years. After the transaction was completed, Baidaba confirmed the dungeon location with Li Chen and went to gather a team, planning to grab a first clear of the dungeon. Li Chen looked at his level 8 character, still wearing level 4 gear, and decided to go to the warehouse to retrieve those 2 pieces of level 5 golden gear with misallocated attributes, and 3 pieces of level 5 silver jewelry. Comparing them to level 8 silver gear, the level 5 gear suddenly seemed less appealing. Although level 5 golden gear was much better than level 5 silver gear due to the attribute allocation, he hadn't expected to suddenly level up to 8, leaving the gear unused. He dumped the gear into the auction house and planned to buy a full set of level 8 silver gear from the trading house. But when he glanced at the prices for level 8 silver gear, Li Chen's heart sank. Although many players had already reached level 10, the prices for level 8 gear remained as stable as ever. The set of level 8 silver gear by Daba had supplied him with sold for 28 gold a couple of days ago, and with that silver dual gun, it totaled 30 gold. Now, to buy a similar set, it would cost over 20 gold. His level up had been too sudden, propelling him into the mainstream level range. What kind of family would dare spend over 20,000 to buy a set of gear that would only last a day or two? But without matching gear, he would have to downgrade to farm monsters. Since he had accidentally caught up with the mainstream players, Li Chen naturally wanted to try and chase after the top players. What if the main city suddenly opened up, and they went to the new map to farm bosses while he, with his cutting talent, was still struggling in the novice village? That wouldn't do at all. After much thought, Li Chen still splurged and bought a set of level 8 silver gear. Except for the clothes and shoes. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a good weapon. Weapons were always in high demand. The level 8 silver weapons in the auction house were either low in attack power or had misallocated attributes, and there wasn't a decent one to be found. However, there was a silver wolf's fang golden weapon up for auction, likely discarded by the wolf knight, but the price had already risen to 100 gold. Golden weapons came with a skill, while silver weapons did not. Although Li Chen was tempted, he still bought a silver longsword that added spirit. Though the weapon wasn't powerful, the golden armor he kept for himself was quite impressive. The super level 10 golden demon dog leather armor was incredibly strong, adding 1088 health points and 108 defense on its own. At this moment, when Li Chen put on the other level 8 silver gear, he could be considered a tank. Name: Invincible Q Tuan health, 2088 defense, 258 attack, 342. Looking at these attributes, Li Chen immediately felt inflated with confidence and headed straight for Wild Boar Ridge. He wondered what that spicy rabbit head girl was up to. She had just been released from prison but hadn't logged in. Steel-toothed boar level 8 health, 2800. Attack, 240 defense, 120 skills, charge, instantly rush towards the target, dealing 130% physical damage and stunning the target for 1 second, cooldown time 8 seconds. Bite, deal 150% physical damage to the target, cooldown time 5 seconds. Li Chen glanced at the attributes of the steel-toothed boar and couldn't help but smile. Although the boar had 2 skills, its normal attacks couldn't break his defense. He found a lone steel-toothed boar and charged straight at it, only to be pinned in place by the boar's charge first. -54, stun, -102. It doesn't hurt, it just doesn't hurt. The damage from both of the steel-toothed boar's skills didn't exceed 10% of Li Chen's health, and he ignored it completely. Once the stun wore off, he stunned the steel-toothed boar. -293, stun, -34, poison, -16, cut. Li Chen and the steel-toothed boar exchanged blows for 6 rounds, easily securing victory, while his health had only dropped by less than 200 points. With his nearly 2088 health, he could fight however he wanted, but it was a pity his attack power was a bit low. If he had a good weapon, taking on level 9 or 10 monsters would be no problem. No wonder the price of level 6 golden weapons remained high, although the attack power wasn't much higher than that of level 8 silver weapons. The accompanying skills were very appealing. If he had the silver wolf's fang, boosting his attack and lifesteal, he could take on monsters of higher levels without needing a break. Li Chen began to miss the spicy rabbit heads. Without that little turret, his monster farming efficiency always felt lacking. He didn't know when that girl would come online. Although she was only level 5, if she had a full set of level 5 silver gear, her damage might not be lower than his level 8. It was almost time for Tuan Tuan to finish school, so Li Chen logged off after a while of farming. Today was Friday, and there were no classes at the kindergarten on Saturday and Sunday, so he had to think carefully about how to take care of Tuan Tuan. Previously, on weekends, he would take Tuan Tuan to work with him, but now that he didn't have to work, it was actually inconvenient. He wasn't at ease sending Tuan Tuan to someone else's care. In fact, he didn't have anyone else to turn to, especially since the country had enforced gaming, leaving very few people with free time. Still stuck at the railing at the kindergarten entrance, after picking up Tuan Tuan, Li Chen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he played some small games with Tuan Tuan at the entrance. Once all the children had been picked up, Li Chen took Tuan Tuan to find Teacher Lei Lei, who was disinfecting the classroom. Teacher Lei Lei, whose real name was Sun Lei, looked a bit surprised at Li Chen. "Are you asking me to come to your house for a part-time job this weekend?" Li Chen nodded a bit shyly. "Yes, although it's a bit presumptuous, you're the only one I can trust to take care of Tuan Tuan right now." Sun Lei patted Tuan Tuan's little head, looking apologetically at Li Chen. "I'm sorry, Uncle Tuan Tuan. My daughter just turned 2, and on weekends, I not only have to take care of her but also catch up on game time. My husband also needs to catch up on game time, and even if we take turns, our time is quite tight. I really can't spare any time." That's okay, sorry to bother you. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected teacher Lei Lei to be married and have a 2-year-old child. Having earned 3 million in just a few days, Li Chen's thoughts began to stir a bit. Tuan Tuan was only 3 years old, it wasn't too difficult for a grown man to take care of him, but in 2 years, it would be less convenient. Now that he had money in his account, and teacher Lei Lei liked Tuan Tuan very much, he naturally had some thoughts. Unfortunately, he could only take Tuan Tuan to the housekeeping center tomorrow to see if he could hire a suitable nanny or childcare teacher. After coaxing Tuan Tuan to sleep that night, Li Chen couldn't hold on and fell asleep himself. He had originally planned to try to snag the Electric Zombie King and Silver Wolf King in the middle of the night, but unfortunately, he overslept and woke up at 2 in the morning. After logging in, Li Chen immediately checked his friend list, a smile appearing on his face. The little turret was finally online. Li Chen sent a voice message to Spicy Rabbit Head, asking, "Why weren't you online during the day?" Spicy Rabbit Head replied quickly, her tone full of grievance, "Don't mention it, I just got out of the detention center and my mom sent me to school right away, I didn't even get to take a shower." "Oh right, you still have to go to school. Why are you playing so late?" "I have a break tomorrow and the day after, we have a major reduction in workload now, not only no homework, but we also don't have classes on Saturdays." Spicy Rabbit Head's tone was filled with excitement, showing her first support for national policy. "That's great. Your red name is gone, right? Nothing unexpected happened?" When they logged off yesterday, Spicy Rabbit Head's red name time hadn't ended yet. They had originally agreed to log on together at noon, but the girl missed it because of school. Something unexpected happened. Spicy Rabbit Head was indeed unlucky, she was just 10 minutes away from her name turning white when another player logged in right in front of her. Seeing that the player was level 9, she didn't want to be seen and ran away first. As a result, she ran too far and accidentally entered a level 5 monster area, attracting 3 monsters and getting bitten to death in a flurry of panic. Not only did she lose 2 pieces of equipment, but because of her red name, she was captured by the guard NPC and locked in prison for 2 hours upon respawning. What a poor child. Li Chen was speechless after hearing this. After picking up Spicy Rabbit Head, he returned to Wild Boar Ridge. After Spicy Rabbit Head changed into a level 5 silver set, even though she was 3 levels lower than Li Chen, her damage was still off the charts. The two of them could almost keep grinding without stopping, and even if they accidentally attracted 3 steel-tooth wild boars, they were still in no danger. How did we end up straying so far in the tank profession? Li Chen was somewhat speechless. They kept grinding until 7 in the morning. Li Chen logged off to cook, and Spicy Rabbit Head, having leveled up by 3 levels while grinding, surprisingly reached level 6. Full of energy, she directly changed into a set of level 6 equipment and went to solo grind in the level 5 monster area. After breakfast, Li Chen took Tuan Tuan to the housekeeping center. Although it was called a housekeeping center, in a small county town, there wasn't such a formal service platform, it was just a children's clothing store, with the store owner moonlighting as an intermediary. There were no professional nannies or childcare workers, those with money hired them at high prices from big cities. Li Chen wasn't that picky, he mainly cared about Tuan Tuan, as long as Tuan Tuan liked her and she could cook. Of course, character was also very important, but you couldn't judge that at a glance, it took time to see a person's true nature. After the store owner introduced a few candidates, Li Chen ultimately chose a part-time nanny named Lu Ying, who was around 30 and had a daughter. Live-in full-time nannies were a rare job in a small county town, and the store owner couldn't find one in a short time. According to the store owner, this part-time nanny Lu Ying had a college degree and worked in the community, but she wasn't a permanent staff member, she was an external hire. However, the pay was decent, and she didn't need to work part-time, but unfortunately, her husband died in a car accident last year due to drunk driving, and he not only died himself but also killed someone else. Normally, when a drunk driver dies, the heirs only need to compensate up to the amount they inherit, and the maximum compensation is only half of the couple's joint property. But seeing that the other party's family was not well off and their only pillar was killed by her husband, Lu Ying willingly chose to pay full compensation. A good family was shattered just like that, and she was left with considerable debt. Although she hadn't met Lu Ying yet, Li Chen already had a relatively good impression of her. Perhaps it was the shared sympathy for the family of the drunk driver or being touched by the other party's kindness. Today was Saturday, and Lu Ying didn't have to work, so she quickly came over upon hearing the news. Due to the rush, Lu Ying didn't have time to drop her daughter off at her grandmother's house, so she brought her 5-year-old daughter along. Lu Ying was very beautiful, with a head of long black hair tied up at the back, giving her a gentle, scholarly air that made it impossible to associate her with a part-time nanny. Li Chen felt a tug on his pant leg and looked down to see a small hand tightly gripping it, 2 big eyes full of expectation. Li Chen quickly squatted down and hugged the little one, softly asking, "What's wrong, baby? Can I play with that, sister?" The little one whispered like a tiny mosquito in Li Chen's ear. Li Chen was at a loss for words. He had intended to see if the little one and Lu Ying got along, but it turned out the little one had taken a liking to her daughter. It didn't matter who she liked, as long as she liked someone. Li Chen immediately stated that Lu Ying could start working today and could bring her child along, with a daytime shift and a daily wage of 200. The main reason Li Chen hired a nanny was to have someone to keep the little one company, and now he was getting a 2-for-1 deal, which was simply perfect. After bringing Lu Ying and her daughter back home, Li Chen explained to Lu Ying that the little one shouldn't be overexerted or given too much medication, then returned to his bedroom to put on the game helmet. Li Chen was cautious and didn't immediately start the game helmet. Instead, he listened at the wall for an hour. Lu Ying was very patient with the little one, and her daughter was also quite understanding, often yielding to the little one. However, they were still children, and conflicts were inevitable during playtime, but Lu Ying didn't just protect her daughter or the little one, she gently guided both children to think about right and wrong and to apologize to each other. Only then did Li Chen feel reassured and start the game helmet to enter the game. The spicy rabbit head was still there, making the 21-year-old Li Chen sigh that being young was great. Do kids nowadays play games without a care for their lives? Li Chen had intended to advise the developing young girl, but as his eyes inadvertently dropped a few inches, he bit his lip and retracted his words. The two of them farmed at Wild Boar Ridge for 2 hours, and finally, the spicy rabbit head couldn't hold on any longer and went to sleep. Li Chen checked the time and logged off. The two children were playing house, while Lu Ying was preparing the meal and bringing it to the dining table. For the first meal, Lu Ying didn't show off by making a huge spread, she simply made 2 dishes. 1 stew and 1 stir-fry, with a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. The little one, having a great time, came over as soon as she caught a whiff of the aroma, tugging at Li Chen's big hand and swallowing hard. Seeing the little one's greedy look, Li Chen couldn't help but blush. Although he could cook, he usually just learned on the spot, so he didn't consider himself skilled. The 4 of them sat down to eat, and the little one enjoyed the meal so much that Li Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy and asked, "Is it more delicious when Auntie cooks or when Uncle cooks?" Uncle's cooking is the best. In the little one's heart and words, Uncle was definitely the greatest, but her greedy pace of shoveling food revealed the true answer. Li Chen didn't press further, nodding in satisfaction, and his chopsticks moved just as quickly as the little one's. After the meal, Li Chen was increasingly satisfied with Lu Ying, turned around, and went back to the bedroom to continue gaming. The Electric Zombie King couldn't be soloed anymore. Now, the players that could be drawn in were more than just Hao Jianjun, and before the Electric Zombie King could respawn, several high-level players had already gone deep into the mine to wait. Li Chen's damage output had reached 0.6%, which meant an additional 360 points of damage to the Electric Zombie King, but he still couldn't get the kill. Aidaba and the Wolf Knight were just too fierce. Aidaba could deal 980 points of damage with a single ice roar, while the later appearing Wolf Knight was even more terrifying, dealing over 1,300 points of damage with a fire strike, simply overwhelming. Ultimately, the Electric Zombie King was snatched away by the Wolf Knight, dropping 2 pieces of golden equipment that made Li Chen drool. It's fine, a level 5 boss isn't worth much anymore, they spent $1 million on it. Li Chen comforted himself while following the main group to the south of the village, where the Silver Wolf King was about to spawn. The scene of the Silver Wolf King rampaging was long gone. Now, a few hundred casual players could easily take it down. Li Chen's shoes were quick, and after rushing here just in time, he arrived when the Silver Wolf King had less than 30% health left. Seizing the opportunity before Bai Debeos and the other big shots arrived, he charged in and began to slash wildly. Without the presence of freaks like Bai Debeos and the Wolf Knights, Li Chen's damage per second was considered monstrous among civilian players. After stacking 5 layers of poison, the Silver Wolf King's health began to drop rapidly. The Silver Wolf King's aggro quickly locked onto Li Chen, but with his current health and defense, he was not afraid. He took 2 hits from the Silver Wolf King and managed to claim its last sliver of health. Ding, congratulations on defeating the boss, Silver Wolf King, you have gained 6,000 experience. Ding, congratulations on defeating the boss, Silver Wolf King, you have gained 50 reputation. The 2 dings made Li Chen realize that the Silver Wolf King belonged to him, and he hurriedly began to loot. -76, -4, -11, -1, -56, -1. A series of attacks hit Li Chen, but he didn't stop moving. With one hand, he drank a health potion, and with the other, he quickly stashed 2 pieces of purple gold ore into his backpack. Seeing that only coins were left on the ground, he quickly ran to the side. He was faster than others, so he had a good chance of breaking through the encirclement. However, the anticipated second wave of attacks only grazed him, while distant screams echoed. Li Chen turned his head and instantly realized what was happening. He decided not to run anymore and boldly turned back to start picking up silver coins. Most players had participated in taking down the level 5 boss, and as long as they were smart, they wouldn't let their names turn gray or red among the fallen players. Those who couldn't resist attacking Li Chen were quickly overwhelmed in the fourth disaster. Not only did they fail to loot Li Chen's equipment, but they also ended up dropping at least one piece of gear themselves. Li Chen wasn't foolish. After picking up a dozen silver coins, he withdrew. It wasn't that he was kind-hearted and wanted to leave some scraps for other players, but rather he was afraid that once everyone dispersed, some players might team up to ambush him. Taking advantage of the remaining allure of the copper coins scattered on the ground, Li Chen quickly left the battlefield. Once he was far from the battlefield and saw that there were no players around, he began to check the loot from the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King dropped 2 pieces of level 5 golden gear, a helmet and a bracelet, both with physical attributes. Considering the extra attribute, they were better than his level 8 silver equipment. Li Chen was too lazy to sell them and equipped them directly. His attack power dropped by 8 points, but his health increased by 60 points and his defense by 8 points. After tossing the unequipped gear and the silver equipment dropped by the Silver Wolf King into the auction house, Li Chen sent a message. To buy Debayos. By Heroine, when are we fighting the Berserk Giant Ape? Do you need more damage dealers? By Debayos, regretting missing the Silver Wolf King, replied with a strange expression after receiving Li Chen's message. What? You still want to pick up scraps? Li Chen was a bit unconvinced and replied, what do you mean by picking up scraps? My personal output has almost reached 20% of the boss's health, and without me, the boss wouldn't have died either. It would have been a waste. Otherwise, whether it's a waste or not, you don't have a chance anymore. Someone guessed yesterday that you picked up scraps, and if you show up today, you'll probably get killed. By Debayos replied gleefully. No way. Without me, they wouldn't be able to kill the Berserk Giant Ape either. That was yesterday, today is different. So confident? Well, that's thanks to you. The Abyss Passage Dungeons minions have a chance to drop level 10 silver equipment. As long as the boss isn't killed, the minions respawn every half hour. Although the drop rate isn't high, they can be farmed repeatedly. Now level 10 silver equipment is almost flooding the market, and prices have dropped by more than half. What do you think the overall combat power of players has reached? The Berserk Giant Ape can basically be said to be a guaranteed clear. Then won't I be fishing in troubled waters? Li Chen replied unwillingly. He. Yesterday, some big shots mentioned that we should pay close attention to hidden names and be careful not to get sent away directly. Aren't they afraid of getting a red name? You don't really understand our world of wealthy people, do you? I can hire 7 bodyguards in the game, can't others hire a few? Suicide squads? Do I have to handle everything myself? Although I won't stab you in the back considering our friendship, I can't control what others do. Li Chen smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. The taller the tree, the more it is shaken by the wind. He still didn't realize how exceptional he was, yet he was being collectively targeted by the big shots. Seeing that Li Chen wasn't responding, By Debayos enthusiastically offered a suggestion. Actually, you can fight back, just find some high-level players to advance and retreat with you, and no one would dare to attack you risking a red name. Sigh, just tell me the conditions. Li Chen sighed. He knew about this method, but in his friend list, there was only By Debayos and a spicy rabbit head. The only big shot he could rely on was By Debayos. He. I can call the Wolf Knight and gather some people to protect you. With the 2 of us around, no one would dare to act. If we manage to snag the boss, you get 1/3 of the loot, and the other 2/3 go to me and the Wolf Knight. Of course, you won't have to pay the other fighters. Okay. Li Chen replied decisively. 1/3 was better than nothing. They gathered with By Debayos, the Wolf Knight, and others, heading towards the valley where the rampaging giant ape was located. There were fewer team members than yesterday, probably because By Debayos only offered a dead salary today. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to ask, as long as he was there, By Debayos and the Wolf Knight would have to be fools to share 2/3 of the loot with anyone else. However, a dozen people were enough, plus By Debayos 7 bodyguards and butler. Li Chen finally noticed a problem and turned to ask, where are your butler and bodyguards? He. I sent them to guard the Hellhound. Ha? Do we need to guard it in advance? If we want to fight, can't we just kill it here and then go? By Debayos looked at Li Chen strangely. Don't you check the forum? What do you mean? Li Chen was even more confused. Besides you, that guy, Jean Tianxia, killed the Hellhound yesterday too, and he posted a strategy on the forum, saying that the Hellhound can't leave its spot or turn around. As long as you can withstand the boss's bombardment and get behind it, you can hit it freely. There's such a technique? But what does that have to do with your people guarding in advance? Can your butler and bodyguards withstand it? They can't withstand it head-on, but they can guard the passage and wait for the boss to respawn. Damn! There are such sneaky operations? I was thinking of making another profit today. This Shan Tianxia is blocking my financial path. He hasn't said your Blocking his financial path. Someone on the forum leaked that Zhang Tianxia killed the Hellhound just 2 minutes after you, and not only did he lose 1,000 reputation points from the boss, but he also lost the 3,000 reputation points for activating the dungeon passage, and most importantly, he missed 2 announcements to all of China. What a coincidence. Li Chen's mood balanced out significantly, then he disdainfully continued, what's so important about the announcement to all of China? It's like everyone knows I'm rich, I might as well shout, come and kill me. You really don't understand anything. Bai Debeos looked at Li Chen with disdain, then shook his head. Do you know how valuable a server-wide announcement is? If Zhang Tianxia can get 3 consecutive server-wide announcements, once the guild system is opened, he could instantly establish a top-tier guild with just 1 call. If I could get a server-wide announcement, I would even consider starting a guild for fun. His hard-won server-wide announcement was nearly overshadowed by your consecutive 2 announcements. Who's blocking whose financial path? He might not necessarily want fame. Li Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. He's already gone to the forum to post strategies and attract attention, do you think he doesn't want it? Bai Daba rolled his eyes, then suddenly thought of something and glared at Li Chen, continuing, you're blocking my financial path too. You ran so fast yesterday, the death interval between the Berserk Giant Ape and the Hellhound was less than an hour and a half. After finishing here, you rushed over there, unless you commit suicide to return to the village, you wouldn't make it in time for the respawn. Li Chen rolled his eyes back, thinking, I've been climbing for half an hour, otherwise, you wouldn't have made it either. Then why didn't you go with the Wolf Knight to fight the Hellhound first? The Hellhound doesn't have any damage. Reduction skills, your chances of stealing damage are higher than fighting the Berserk Giant Ape with me, Li Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Before Bai Daba could respond, the Wolf Knight, who had been listening to the commotion, chimed in, she thinks the Hellhound's bug is too obvious and might change, so following you is more reliable. Even though there was a strategy for the Hellhound, the number of players coming to fight the Berserk Giant Ape hadn't decreased, in fact, there were even more than yesterday. After all, 24 hours had passed, and there were more players at levels 9 and 10, and many level 8 players had also come upon hearing the news. If it weren't for the fact that the area around the Berserk Giant Ape Valley was filled with level 9 and 10 monsters, level 8 players would probably dare to join the fray. Most of the big shots who led the charge yesterday were also here, likely thinking the same as Bai Daba, not believing that the Hellhound would have such an obvious bug. Outside the valley, players' eyes kept darting towards those masked players with hidden names, and some even went up to insist on revealing their names. Li Chen could guess they were on guard against him. However, with Bai Daba and the Wolf Knight's reputation, even if someone saw that Li Chen had hidden his name, no one came over to force him to reveal his identity. Surprisingly, how Janjun didn't show up, it was unclear if he had gone to guard the Hellhound. Not having how. Janjun didn't mean they couldn't fight the boss, some big shots simply sent 2 low-level accounts to lure the monsters, drawing out the Berserk Giant Ape skills, and then the players swarmed in. Li Chen mixed in with Bai Daba, casting fireballs. With over 2,000 health points and extremely high defense, he was stable as a rock. The boss's area attack could only take away 800 health points from him. As long as he didn't get hit by the area attack 3 times in a row, he could stand firm with potions, while Bai Daba had to occasionally run out of the skill range. When the Berserk Giant Ape's health dropped to 50%, it entered a berserk state, and only then did Li Chen become more cautious, controlling his attack speed to avoid drawing too much aggro while monitoring his own health. The instant health potion he borrowed from Bai Daba didn't get a chance to be used, and the battle reached its final stage without any major incidents. Li Chen kept a close eye and didn't unleash all his power immediately. Instead, he waited until the boss had only 10% health left before going all out. Numbers of 1080 exploded above the boss's head, standing out among the mostly 3-digit numbers. Before the players could react, the Berserk Giant Ape was already lying on the ground. Ding, congratulations on defeating the boss, Berserk Giant Ape, earning 25,000 experience points and a level-up reward of 10,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 9. Ding, congratulations to your team for defeating the boss, Berserk Giant Ape, team bonus reputation increased by 20%, you gain 20 reputation points. Ding, congratulations on leveling up your talent to level 6. Bai Daba quickly gathered the loot, while the other team members held their weapons outward to protect her in the middle. Under such circumstances, no short-sighted players dared to take action. After Bai Daba picked up a few pieces of equipment, the other players could only regretfully leave the scene. Some, with bad tempers, cursed a few words in the public chat but did not dare to actually make a move. As the players dispersed, Li Chen cupped his hands towards his teammates and said, "Thank you all." Li Chen had a reason for his gratitude. He was able to gain so much experience because, at the last moment, apart from him and Bai Daba, the other teammates voluntarily withdrew from the team. These players had reached level 10 the day before and had no need for experience, while Li Chen had no reason to hide his ability to deal 1080 points of damage to the boss with a single strike. With the Berserk Giant Ape's defense and 90% damage immunity, others could only deal a dozen or 20 points of damage. And even the Wolf Knight, using Firestorm, could only inflict 100 points of damage. Li Chen truly looked down on such damage. The reason he kept Bai Daba as the team leader was to gain the trust of the others. The team leader picking up the loot alleviated the concerns of the Wolf Knight and the others. As for Bai Daba, her character alone, not to mention her tendency to treat money lightly, was enough for Li Chen to believe she wouldn't hoard anything. A platinum robe, 2 pieces of gold gear, 4 pieces of level 10 silver equipment, a berserk skill book, and 5 pieces of purple gold ore, totaling 6 gold and 90 silver. Once the crowd had dispersed, Bai Daba began to announce the attributes of the equipment. Li Chen glanced over and finally focused on the berserk skill book. Skill book, Rapid Berserk, instantly increases attack speed and movement speed by 30%, reduces defense by 30%, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time of 5 minutes. What a good item! Among the drops from the Berserk Giant Ape, the Platinum Robe and the Berserk Skill Book were the most valuable. The price of ordinary skill books was around 100,000, and this Berserk book was likely worth even more. Are you choosing items or cashing out? Bai Daba asked with a smile, looking at Li Chen. You give me a price first. Li Chen replied, also smiling at Bai Daba. The Wolf Knight beside them curled his lip and muttered disdainfully, still saying there's no story. I estimate the Platinum Robe at 200,000, the skill book also at 200,000, each piece of gold equipment at 50,000, and the total for the 4 pieces of level 10 silver equipment at around 30,000. As for the purple gold ore, its use is unclear, so let's say 1,000 each. If you think this stuff is valuable, you can take it first, and the remaining 6 gold and 90 silver can be considered a dividend for the others. After all, you gain so much experience. 1/3 of 6 gold and 90 silver is about 2,300, and Li Chen smacked his lips, really wanting to return the experience. Fortunately, he knew it would be embarrassing and didn't dare to say it out loud. Bai Daba's estimated prices were about what Li Chen expected, only the skill book was a bit lower than he anticipated, possibly due to differing perspectives. Bai Daba and the Wolf Knight, as big shots, pursued high burst damage, while Li Chen, with his cutting talent, had a higher demand for attack speed. Li Chen thought it over and then said, the total price is 535,000. My share is 178,300. I want the skill book and the purple gold ore, and I'll make up 27,700, which is 27 gold and 70 silver. Deal. Bai Daba agreed readily, handing over the skill book and purple gold ore to Li Chen, and added, with a smile, you can skip the extra payment. Still saying there's no story. The Wolf Knight couldn't help but mutter again, earning a roll of the eyes from Bai Daba. Li Chen shook his head, took out 28 gold coins, and handed them to Bai Daba. Smiling, I still need to make up the difference. I feel like the purple gold ore should be very useful. What if the price suddenly skyrockets in the future? Is that so? Then give me one. Give me one too. Li Chen realized it was too late to take back his words and, with a wry smile, divided 1 piece of purple gold ore each to Bai Daba and the Wolf Knight. In the spirit of potential future price increases, Bai Daba and the Wolf Knight each insisted on giving Li Chen 1 gold coin. After dividing the spoils, Li Chen couldn't sit still. He waved at the others and returned to the city amidst a crowd of curious gazes. Bai Daba Bao's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly messaged Li Chen. What item did you use to return to the city? Is it for sale? He. Return stone, it's bound. Bai Daba Bao felt a mix of envy and jealousy, turning to the Wolf Knight and said, take off your weapon and send me back to the city with your little fists. Aren't you afraid of dying? The Wolf Knight asked, astonished. Bai Daba Bao recalled his painful death experience and sighed in defeat. Forget it. We're at the northernmost end of the novice village. We could actually walk in a straight line to the Hellhound spawn point at the westernmost end without returning to the city. I think it wouldn't take more than an hour and a half. Maybe we could make it. Forget it, I'm not going. If that bug really works, it would be too late by the time we get there. If it doesn't work, as a mage, I wouldn't even have a chance to rush to the boss. I'm not looking for punishment. Come on. I have a chance to rush in, and even if we can't defeat it, the invincible Q team can. By the time they finish, we can just pull them to run the dungeon. We haven't killed a single dungeon boss yet. He's level 9, how can he enter the dungeon? After killing the boss, he should be close enough. If he doesn't level up, we can just help him farm some level 10 monsters for a bit. It won't take long. Alright, let's go. Bai Daba Bao and the Wolf Knight made their plans, but the teammates nearby weren't as afraid of death as Bai Daba Bao. One of them chuckled and said, you two big shots, we can't run as fast as you. Why don't you just use your little fists to kill us first? We're not afraid of dying. If we drop any gear, you two can help pick it up. Bai Daba Bao was speechless. She knew what these people were up to, but it was harmless, so she let the others take off their weapons and a few pieces of attack gear first. Once their names turned gray, she would knock them away one by one with her staff. Why don't you use your little fists to send me back too? I'm not afraid of dying, the Wolf Knight said with a mischievous grin. Get lost, do you want me, a magic user, to cross through a level 10 monster area? After returning to the city, Li Chen bought 1,000 stones and ran towards the Hellhound. Halfway there, he was distracted by a sudden loudspeaker announcement. Village-wide announcement, by Dabo Bao, Junlin Tianxia, do you want to die? How dare you kill my people? By Dabo Bao's loudspeaker did not elicit a response from Junlin Tianxia, but it did draw Li Chen's inquiry. What's going on? Junlin Tianxia is clearing people in the boss passage with 2 teams. My butler and bodyguard were all killed and sent back to the city, even the big shot Hao Jianjun was focused fired and sent back. Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of being killed by others after turning red? He's not crazy, he's actually quite smart. He has 2 teams of 40 level 10 characters, and in the narrow passage, no one can stop them from clearing people. Even if he turns red, after killing the boss, he can just turn around and enter the dungeon to farm small monsters for a day. Who can do anything to him? Isn't he afraid that the bug won't work or that something unexpected will happen? He's gambling on luck. He doesn't have platinum gear, even if he drops a few pieces of his soon-to-be outdated gold gear, he won't care. Plus, he's already level 10, even if he sits in jail for a day, it's not a loss. What a ruthless person. Li Chen gave a fair assessment. Indeed ruthless, be careful. It's fine, I won't expose myself if there's no opportunity. After arriving near the Hellhound spawn point, Li Chen did not enter the valley but instead took a large detour while no one was paying attention, climbing up the mountain along the path he had dug out yesterday. The cliffs on both sides of the valley were about 200 to 300 meters high. Li Chen lay in a thicket, exposing only his eyes to look down. Many people were gathered in the valley, cursing at the stone gate. And from the sounds, it seemed they were cursing Junlin Tianxia and his group. The group from Junlin Tianxia was blocking the entrance, and Li Chen couldn't see anything, so he could only wait quietly. Before long, 3 consecutive roars suddenly erupted, and a burst of white light appeared in the valley. As the boss respawned, all the players in the valley were forcibly teleported away. A chaotic noise faintly came from outside the valley, and Li Chen opened the regional chat, a strange smile unconsciously appearing on his face. The group from Junlin Tianxia was also forcibly teleported, just like the players in the valley, and ended up outside the valley. Li Chen guessed that the expression on Junlin Tianxia's face must be quite something. 40 big red names appeared in the crowd, no different from 40 big meat buns, and within a minute, they were all killed, dropping a pile of equipment and items. All items in the red names bags exploded, and at least 2 pieces of equipment fell off them. The players outside the valley hadn't even fought the boss yet but had already made a big profit, and the regional chat was filled with gratitude towards Junlin Tianxia. Top message in the village, by Daba, congratulations to Junlin's little dog for sitting in jail. Top message in the village, Wolf Knight, congratulations to Junlin's little dog for sitting in jail. Seeing that both of his comrades had started spamming the big horn, Li Chen joined in the regional chat under the shared animosity. Invincible cute group, congratulations to Junlin's little dog for sitting in jail. How could they not spam the big horn? The farce of Junlin Tianxia had ended, but the players outside the valley were in a dilemma. Without the ability to exploit bugs, there were players who could withstand the boss's 3 group attacks and rush to the back of the boss, but unfortunately, they were not present. Some were rushing over like Wolf Knight, while others, like the Great Master Hao Jianjun, had been ambushed by Junlin Tianxia and returned to the city. The players present who wanted to fight the Hellhound could only do as the initial failed strategy suggested, focusing fire on the boss during the intervals of its group attack skills, attacking in waves and retreating. Although that strategy was a failure, it didn't mean they would fail now. That post was made 2 days ago, and the players' levels and equipment were far superior to that time. 2 days ago, other novice villages could reach the 3rd stage, so they definitely had a chance to take down the boss now. Outside the valley, players were enthusiastically analyzing the situation, and some even began to guide others on how to strategize. Suddenly, a surprised voice caught everyone's attention. Damn! Someone is climbing down from the mountain. Players quickly squeezed to the entrance of the valley and indeed found someone climbing down the wall at the bottom of the valley, even reaching the warning range of the Hellhound. One group attack skill after another erupted from the entrance, yet the player on the wall continued to climb down without pause or injury. Damn! This must be the real bug, right? Hiding their name. Wearing a mask, this must definitely be that invincible cute group. Quick, everyone rush forward and focus fire on that guy. Okay, you rush first, we'll follow you. Why aren't you moving? I'm afraid my name will change color. Damn! As if we aren't afraid. As soon as Li Chen saw everyone being cleared out, he immediately began to climb down the wall. Just like yesterday, Li Chen stood unharmed in a corner of the valley, then walked along the wall towards the stone door. Arriving Next to the stone door, Li Chen didn't throw stones but waited silently. At that moment, a dozen players rushed in from the entrance of the valley, instantly losing more than half of their number under the boss's attacks, while the remaining 6 low-health players shot ice arrows at Li Chen by the door from a distance. -121, -112, -151. A series of 6 damage numbers floated above Li Chen's head, but he remained calm, pouring a big red potion into one hand and then squeezing out a momentary recovery potion from Bai Daba that he hadn't taken back. Li Chen had anticipated this. Ordinary players would definitely not dare to charge in and fight the boss, but there are indeed wealthy individuals like Bai Daba who have hired a few subordinates. To prevent Li Chen from soloing the boss, it's quite normal for them to send their lackeys to try and take him down. If it were yesterday, Li Chen really wouldn't have been able to hold on, but now he could be considered a blood cow. Even Bai Daba couldn't take him down in one hit, let alone a few minions. A series of black energy balls flew out from the stone gate, taking away the nearest player, and then a large mass of black mist gushed out from within the gate. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Before the black mist spread over him, he drank a quick recovery potion, then braced himself to take 4 fireballs before charging into the stone gate. The 4 remaining players, under the effect of the black mist that prevented healing, took a few steps before turning into white light one after another. Li Chen pushed through the black mist and dashed to the back of the Hellhound. Seeing that he still had 980 health points left, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful about that potion worth several $100s, which was priceless in the market. Even without using it, he could have remained with 180 health points, but he didn't dare to gamble. Li Chen looked at the Hellhound's round belly wedged between the walls and couldn't help but laugh. Could this guy be female? That big belly is almost like Mrs. Li, who's been pregnant for 3 years. Looking at the Hellhound's unguarded backside, Li Chen suddenly thought of something and took out the long-buried novice pistol from his backpack. Previously, he hadn't considered this because he couldn't afford the bullets, but now his cutting skill had leveled up and the damage had reached 0.7%, meaning he could kill the boss in 143 hits. A bullet costs $5, so it would only take $715 to take down a boss, and the pistol's attack range was much farther than skills, even exceeding the skill range of the bosses in the novice village. If it worked, wouldn't he be able to kite it at will? Bang! #name? Bang bang bang. After a few shots, Li Chen put away the pistol with a dark expression and switched to his longsword to slash at the Hellhound. At this moment, there was no time for Li Chen to think about firearms, as he charged into the stone gate. The players outside the valley could no longer sit still. Players with leadership skills began to call for ranged players to focus fire on the boss, while wealthy players started hiring mercenaries to lure the boss's skills. Under Li Chen's pressure, the players surprisingly found their rhythm, dealing damage to the boss every few seconds. Some players even had area attack skills, even though Li Chen was blocked behind the Hellhound and couldn't lock on, the AoE damage still took away a significant amount of his health. This forced Li Chen to either use potions or retreat to throw stones. However, it was unfortunate that Li Chen's cutting level had already reached level 6, with cutting damage at 0.7%. Each hit dealt 1,400 points, and with the dual cutting trigger of 5 layers of poison and normal slashes, one strike would deal 2 1400s plus 170. In the end, the god of wealth favored Li Chen, and the Hellhound fell under his sword. Ding, congratulations! On defeating the boss, Hellhound, earning 50,000 experience points and a level up reward of 10,000 points. Ding, congratulations, your level has increased to level 10. Ding, congratulations, you have learned the novice universal skill, jump. Slash. Ding, congratulations, you have learned the novice universal skill, wind blow. Ding, congratulations on defeating the boss, Hellhound, earning a reputation reward of 50. Li Chen was momentarily stunned by the items dropped by the boss, then hurriedly picked them up. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the first pet egg in the Huaxia server, earning a reputation of 3,000. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Invincible Q Team for being the first to obtain a pet egg. The pet system is now open, and all monsters have a chance to drop pet eggs. This is an official announcement. Li Chen's face darkened as he quickly picked up the other items, not even bothering to collect the silver coins before turning and running away. The server announcement was a troublemaker. Platinum equipment was already enough to make people envious, and now there was the first pet egg. If he were to swap identities with other players, he might not be able to resist the temptation himself. Can I just quietly make a fortune? Fortunately, he had reached level 10, and the dungeon was deep within the passage. As long as he entered the dungeon and used a return stone, he would be safe. Li Chen had just turned and taken a couple of steps when he was hit by several ice arrows, causing his movement speed to drop. Berserk! Li Chen instantly activated the newly learned Berserk skill, increasing his movement speed by 30%. Coupled with the extra speed from his platinum shoes, he managed to evade a few attacks and dashed out of the range of other players' attacks. Reaching the end of the passage, Li Chen pressed his hand against the black light screen, and a system prompt sounded, "The Abyss Passage Dungeon can only be entered once daily. The difficulty of the dungeon is high, it is recommended to enter as a team. Please confirm if you wish to enter solo." Li Chen had no time to form a team and directly clicked confirm, then his figure vanished before the black light screen. In the next moment, Li Chen appeared in a long tunnel, where a few humanoid monsters with horns and dark bodies were swimming in the distance. Looking at his remaining 300 health points, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. Finally safe. Not rushing to check the monsters in the distance, Li Chen opened his backpack to check his gains. The first thing he looked at was definitely the rare pet egg. Hellhound pet egg. After hatching, it can randomly obtain one of the 3 attributes, fire, ice, or dark, for the Hellhound. Hellhound, a descendant of the Hell 3-headed dog, due to impure bloodlines, it has not fully inherited the lineage of its mother clan. Note, the pet is bound after hatching and cannot be traded. The simple introduction left Li Chen somewhat puzzled. An A-grade pet egg should be considered top-notch, but the information showed that the hound's bloodline was impure, referred to as a mixed breed. Li Chen opened the pet interface. But unfortunately, there was no information available. He probably could only check the specific details after hatching. He wondered if there were S-grade, SS grade, or even SSS grade above A-grade. What if it had a 5S extraction technology like cooking oil? Would A-grade become worthless? Should he hatch it? Logically, he was already level 10, and the main city hadn't opened yet, making it a good time to train a pet, otherwise, the experience would be wasted. Li Chen hesitated for a billion seconds but gently stuffed the pet egg back into his bag and checked the other items. He didn't know if the pet egg had drained his luck, but the Hell 3-headed dog only dropped 2 pieces of golden equipment and 3 pieces of level 10 silver equipment. Hound leggings, golden, health plus 460 stamina plus 18 agility plus 18 strength plus 18 equipment rating, 54, hound ring, golden, physical attack plus 28 bone plus 18 strength plus 18 spirit plus 18 equipment rating, 54. The other 2 pieces of level 10 silver equipment were both for magic classes, which Li Chen directly tossed into the auction house. After nearly being killed twice by the Hell 3-headed dog, Li Chen finally realized the importance of equipment. If it weren't for the golden top he had that hadn't sold, he wouldn't have even had the chance to fight the boss before being taken out. Simply selling for money was not the way, improving one's strength was the better way to earn. Seeing that both pieces of golden equipment were physical attributes and perfectly suited for him, Li Chen didn't hesitate and equipped them directly. After putting the 2 replaced level 8 silver pieces on the market, he searched for level 10 silver equipment. Sure enough, as by DeBeos had said, the prices of level 10 silver equipment had plummeted, even lower than that of level 9 silver equipment, almost the same as level 8, and the quantity was enormous. Li Chen selected a few items and bought 2 level 10 silver bracelets, 1 level 10 silver ring, and 1 level 10 silver helmet, prioritizing health and defense. After changing his gear, Li Chen realized that he had unknowingly progressed further down the path of a tank. Name, Li Chen level, 10 health, 2860 mana, 620 physical attack. For 28 defense, 428. Li Chen looked at his attributes, feeling somewhat speechless. His attack power hadn't increased much, but his defense had matched his attack. The defense of a level 10 boss was only 500 points, and with a bit more effort, he could replace the Cerberus at the gate. After reaching level 10, he automatically learned 2 new beginner skills. Jump slash, leap high and deliver a heavy blow, dealing 180% physical damage, with a release distance of 3 meters and a cooldown of 8 seconds. Wind Blast can blow away enemies within a 2-meter radius who are not higher than his level, sending them 8 meters away. For each level lower than the target, the distance increases by 1 meter, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Opening his friend list, by DeBeo's avatar had been flashing for quite a while. I want. By DeBeo's voice made Li Chen shiver involuntarily. You know what dropped? You just keep shouting you want? I want a pet egg, I want a pet. At this moment, by DeBeo's was completely uninterested in anything else, fixated solely on the pet. There's only 1 pet egg in the entire server right now, how do you expect me to price it? Li Chen felt a bit helpless. His subjective thought was to sell the pet egg since it was the first pet in the entire server, but how to price it became a problem. It's no longer the only one in the server, the auction house has already listed a pet egg. I estimate yours should be better. So fast. Li Chen was taken aback and hurriedly opened the auction house, only to find 2 pet eggs currently up for bidding. Giant Rabbit pet egg, F grade, Steel Tooth Wild Boar pet egg, C grade. Li Chen was speechless. It had only been a few minutes, and the small monsters had already started dropping pet eggs. Couldn't they at least update the version? He had originally thought to leverage the fact that his pet egg was the only one in the server to raise its value, but before he could even warm it up, it started to cool down. Fortunately, the quality of those 2 pet eggs in the auction house was not high enough to challenge the A-grade quality of the Hellhound. It can be sold. Li Chen gritted his teeth and added, but the price is really hard to determine. I might have to list it in the auction house. Bai Dabeos panicked and quickly replied, Don't put it in the auction house. I'm not afraid of the price, but I'm afraid someone will sneak in at the last second. There's nothing I can do. The price of this thing is unclear right now, selling it too high or too low isn't good. Li Chen replied helplessly. What's the big deal? How about this, I'll give you 100,000 in advance, and then later, when someone in our village or another village auctions a pet egg of similar quality, we'll go by the highest transaction price. If it's more, you don't have to refund. If it's less, I'll make up the difference. Before Li Chen could respond, he received a system notification that 1 million had been deposited into his bank account. Li Chen was speechless and then sent a message with a strange expression. Haven't you asked me what kind of pet egg it is? Isn't it a hellhound pet egg? Bai Dabeos asked in confusion. This one is a. Li Chen sent over the information for the hellhound pet egg. Bai Dabeos was silent for a moment, then excitedly messaged back, You scared me. I thought it was a mutt. The hellhound sounds cooler than the Cerberus, and besides, an A grade can't be considered bad. If something better comes along later, we can always trade. You have the money, you can be willful. I'm going back to town, come find me. Don't go back to town, I'm almost at the hellhound spawn point. I've already entered the dungeon. It's fine, you can enter the group, and I can join you in the same dungeon. Li Chen accepted the team invitation sent by Bai Daba, then threw out a true eye at the humanoid monsters in the distance. 5 monsters were wandering in the distance, one of which looked stronger than the other 4. Abyss Demon, Elite, Level, 10 Health, 20,000 Defense, 350 Physical Attack, 450 Skill 1, Taunt, loudly curses to attract the target's hatred, cooldown. Time 5 seconds. Skill 2, Bloodthirsty Strike, deals 130% physical damage to the target and restores health equal to the damage dealt, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 3, Abyss Steel Body, reduces magic damage by 30%. Abyss Demon Servant, Elite, Level 10 Health, 15,000 Defense, 300 Spell Attack, 420 Skill 1, Fireball, deals 130% spell damage to the target, cooldown time 3 seconds. Skill 2, Abyss Demon Fire, releases Abyss Demon Fire to the target area, flame range 5 meters, dealing 70% spell damage per second to targets within the flame range, duration 10 seconds, cooldown time 3 seconds. Skill 3, Abyss Demon Body, reduces physical damage by 30%. Looking at the data, the 5 humanoid monsters consisted of 1 melee and 4 mages. Their damage wasn't too outrageous, but their health was quite impressive. The Abyss Passage Dungeon is a 10-player dungeon, where 10 players face off against 5 elite monsters. Without any healing skills, it severely tests the team's synergy, and a typical team might not be able to win. However, Li Chen was not worried. As he moved further away from the tank position, his defense reached 428 points. The demon could barely break through his defense, while the demon servant struggled to even do that. If there was only one elite monster, Li Chen would have liked to test his skills, but 5 monsters were a different story. Fortunately, Bai Daba did not keep Li Chen waiting long and soon appeared beside him. Along with Bai Daba were the Wolf Knight and 7 other players. Upon meeting, Bai Daba eagerly extended his pale hands towards Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at him and grinned, It's obvious you haven't done any work. Hey, stop messing around, just give it to me, Bai Daba urged, his hands reaching out as if to choke Li Chen. The wolf knight beside them rolled his eyes and muttered with a smirk, TSK TSK TSK, such lewd words. Li Chen shot a speechless glance at the wolf knight, not teasing Bai Daba any further, and took out the pet egg. Bai Daba took the pet egg and immediately chose to hatch it. A pitch-black puppy appeared at Bai Daba's feet. Although it was called a hell demon dog, its small size made it quite cute. Wow! So cute! Bai Daba exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he hugged the puppy and played with it. Li Chen threw a true eye at the little black dog. Hell Demon Dog Pup, Ice, Quality, a level, 0 health, 180 magic, 180 defense, 20 spell attack, 50 skill, Ice Arrow. Seeing the attributes of the Hell Demon Dog, Li Chen felt a pang of envy. He didn't expect the initial attributes of the Hell Demon Dog to be so high, nearly double that of a player's initial attributes. Fortunately, pets shouldn't be able to equip gear. Li Chen couldn't see Bai Daba's pet interface and curiously asked, is there any introduction for A-grade quality? Hearing Li Chen's reminder, Bai Daba quickly summoned the pet interface and then said with a face full of surprise, A-grade quality pets increase their initial attribute values by 100% for every level gained. Increase by 100% of the initial attribute values? Don't tell me that means 180 health, 180 magic, 20 defense, and 50 spell attack for each level? That's exactly what it means. The Wolf Knight reacted the most, exclaiming with envy, that's just insane. Then when this pet reaches level 10, it will have 1980 health points, 220 defense, and 550 magic attack. That's even more powerful than a magic player fully equipped in level 10 silver gear. Li Chen silently glanced at his own 428 attack power and said nothing. If it weren't for the significantly higher health and defense, he might as well be a dog. Let me tell you a secret. Daba suddenly swept a mysterious glance at the others, but unfortunately, he wasn't one to keep secrets. Before anyone could react, he blurted out, "My Hey Daba can be ridden at level 10. What the heck is Hey Daba?" Li Chen glanced over and noticed the name of the hellhound had changed to Hey Daba, then suddenly realized and asked in surprise, "Can pets be used as mounts?" Yeah, I don't know about other pets, but my Hey Daba's info says it can't be ridden below level 10, so that means it can be ridden after level 10. The Wolf Knight looked at Hey Daba with even more envy, but then suddenly thought of something and burst out laughing. Daba turned around, glaring at the Wolf Knight, pointing at his nose. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on my Hey Daba?" No, I just think whether a pet can be a mount should depend on its race, right? Otherwise, what about that venomous spider pet in the auction house? After level 10, will it be stepping on a king crab? The image of stepping on a king crab hit everyone, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Li Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, casually pointing at a humanoid elite monster in the distance. What if this abyss demon also drops a pet egg? Damn. Riding a person is still okay. Once everyone had laughed enough, Li Chen pointed again at the distant monster and said, "Shall we fight?" "Of course. We didn't kill a single boss yesterday, with you here today, we can definitely take it down. How do we distribute?" "We already discussed it, the small monsters drops will be split among the 7 of them, and the 3 of us won't participate. If the boss drops, we'll split it 3 ways. Li Chen glanced at the other 7 players. All familiar faces from the past couple of days, and thought for a moment before saying, "Isn't that a bit unfair to those 7? Daba was about to speak when a player named Lonely Cold Everything laughed. "That's quite fair. We're not on the same level as the 3 big shots, we're just being carried along. Plus, if the boss drops, Jia will give each of us 2 gold as a bonus, which is already very generous." Li Chen nodded at this. He wasn't sure about the drop rate of the small monsters in this dungeon, but since the 7 said it was fine, then it was fine. However, Daba hadn't mentioned anything about the bonus. "Count me in for the bonus," Li Chen said solemnly. Daba hadn't planned on making Li Chen pay, but since he brought it up, in order to protect Li Chen's pride, he smiled and replied, "Alright, if the boss drops, you contribute 4 gold, and the Wolf Knight and I will each contribute 5 gold. You misunderstood, I meant I want a share of the bonus. 2. What about your proud self-esteem? What's that? How much does it weigh?" Since no one had changed classes, Daba didn't consider any profession matching issues, totaling 4 melee and 6 magic users including Li Chen. Li Chen and the Wolf Knight exchanged their stats, and Li Chen helplessly took off his level 10 silver helmet and put on the level 10 golden helmet that the Wolf Knight lent him. The Wolf Knight was fully geared for output, and only this helmet added 18 stamina and 218 bones. Meanwhile, Li Chen's silver helmet added 14 stamina and 14 bones. Li Chen wanted to lend the removed silver helmet to the Wolf Knight, but the guy looked at the attributes and turned his nose up at it, casually buying a level 9 golden helmet that added strength and agility from the auction house. Alright, it wasn't too extravagant. After finishing the dungeon, he sold the level 9 helmet again, only wasting 3 to 4,000 in transaction fees, which he could afford. After putting on the golden helmet, Li Chen's health reached 2,960 points, defense 472 points, and attack still at 428. With that defense value, Li Chen charged towards the elite monster without hesitation. Halfway through his charge, the abyss demon mocked him, causing Li Chen to uncontrollably run towards it, and at the same moment, the fireball spells from the other 4 demon servants hit him. -48. The fireball spells from the elite monster's abyss demon servants only managed to take away 48 points of Li Chen's health, and the abyss demon's bloodthirsty skill only dealt 113 points of damage. The 4 demon servants cast abyssal demon fire at Li Chen, but unfortunately, 70% of the magical damage couldn't break through Li Chen's defense, only resulting in a series of -1s. As the taunt effect ended, Li Chen executed a jump slash on the demon's head, followed by a powerful strike that filled the hate meter. Li Chen's meager attack power was on par with that demon, but fortunately, his teammates behind him were strong. 3 melee fighters circled around the monster to get behind the demon, while 6 magic users stood at a distance, focusing their fire on the abyss demon. Since the demon was immune to 50% of magical damage, the Wolf Knight's performance was particularly impressive, dealing 1,400 damage with a fire spell and over 1,100 with a jump slash. The demon's hate was almost thrown into chaos, but Li Chen landed a heavy strike that stunned the demon in place. "Be a bit more restrained," Li Chen reminded the Wolf Knight, quickly landing 2 normal attacks to stack the poison to 5 layers. With 5 layers of poison dealing 210 damage per second, plus the double cut for 280 damage, Li Chen's damage per second reached over 500, finally stabilizing the demon's hate. After several exchanges of attacks, Li Chen's health dropped to 2,000 points. Seeing that the demon was still alive and 4 demon servants were throwing fireballs at him from a distance, Li Chen quickly shouted, "Split up 2 people to hold off the 2 demon servants, or I won't be able to withstand the damage." "No need." Bai Daba's voice came from behind, followed by a golden light falling on Li Chen's head. 812 Li Chen's health instantly approached full value. Turning his head, he saw Bai Daba grinning and shaking the magic wand in his hand, his face full of pride. How extravagant! At this stage, healing skill books were exorbitantly priced, and the berserk skill he had learned with great difficulty paled in comparison. With Bai Daba's healing spell, Li Chen had no more worries and boldly charged the demon towards the 4 demon servants, dealing damage evenly among the monsters and maximizing the poison skill. Soon, all 5 monsters had 5 layers of poison stacked, their hate fully drawn. Before long, they transformed into white light, and the 5 elite monsters only dropped some currency. After a brief recovery, they continued forward. The second wave of monsters was the same as before, and Li Chen charged straight ahead. This time, after the demon had 5 layers of poison stacked, Li Chen let the Wolf Knight take over. After a smooth and safe cleanup, a piece of silver equipment appeared on the ground. The local tycoon, as the notary, stepped forward to pick up the equipment, planning to distribute it to others after the dungeon ended. The team continued forward, clearing 7 waves of elite monsters in a row, and 3 forks appeared in the tunnel ahead. Bai Daba signaled to take the left passage first. As soon as they entered the left passage, they encountered a wave of elite monsters, but the number had increased to 8, all melee abyss demons. The pressure fell on Li Chen. Even with Bai Daba healing, he found it a bit overwhelming to face 8 abyss demons. Same old method, kite them. You 4, pair up and use ice arrows to draw away 1 demon each, while the remaining 6 can be handled by the team, Bai Daba quickly suggested, not being new to the abyss dungeon. Li Chen nodded, stepping forward to attract the hate of the 8 demons, while the 4 magic users worked together to draw away 2 demons. After the remaining members focused fire to take down 1 demon, Li Chen maintained 5 layers of poison on the remaining 5 demons and called for Bai Daba to use area attack skills. Bai Daba's staff came with an ice howl. After unleashing the ice howl, he magically pulled out the zombie king's staff and cast it chain lightning. The seamless connection between the 2 staffs was incredibly smooth, making Li Chen unable to help but throw a look of admiration. Wealthy players aren't scary, what's scary is when they play skillfully. Even if the demon is immune to 50% of magic damage, it can only turn into a white light in the face of Bai Daba's explosive damage. The left passage had only 2 waves of elite monsters, and after clearing them, the first dungeon boss of the Abyss passage appeared ahead. Abyss Warrior, boss, level, 10 health, 100,000 defense, 400 physical attack, 800 skill 1, Bloodthirst, deals 150% physical damage to the target and restores health equal to the damage dealt, cooldown time 3 seconds. Skill 2, Bleeding, deals 150% physical damage to the target and tears the wound, causing 10% physical damage per second for 5 seconds, cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 3, Whirlwind Slash, transforms into a whirlwind, dealing 100% physical damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius every second for 3 seconds, cooldown time 12 seconds. Skill 4, Abyss Steel Body, reduces magic damage by 50%. Compared to the Hellhound, this dungeon boss is inferior in every aspect, but with the player count reduced to 10, the difficulty has actually increased. Seeing the boss's stats, Li Chen helplessly shrugged. This boss has too high single target damage. Your healing spell has a cooldown of 3 seconds, I can't hold out for long. Unless you have 2 healing skills, or other melee players have taunt skills to alternate with me, we can't fight it. Bai Daba thought for a moment and said, my talent is damage transfer, I can transfer part of the damage you take to myself, but my talent can only share 8% of the damage for 1 minute. Li Chen was a bit surprised to hear this, but then he said regretfully, your talent is quite good, but why is it only level 2? The cooldown is too long, it can only be used once every half hour, and the transfer amount is small. I always forget to use it. What a pity, 8% is still a bit lacking. Li Chen shook his head and then glanced at the others. Does anyone else have any special skills? Don't look at me. My talent is two-handed greatsword specialization, which increases attack power when using a two-handed greatsword, but I haven't even seen what a two-handed greatsword looks like, the Wolf Knight said with a frustrated expression. My talent is food sweetness +1, I can taste saccharin when I eat black bread. Lonely Cold was even more frustrated than the Wolf Knight. My talent increases damage by 10%, but it can't be upgraded. My talent reduces threat value, so I'm not afraid of pulling aggro. My talent increases cooking speed by 30%. My talent. Li Chen listened with a head full of black lines. What kind of ridiculous talents are these? None of them are useful. Bai Daba sighed and said, this boss should be considered easy, as long as we can withstand it, we can defeat it. Li Chen asked in confusion, didn't you guys fight a boss yesterday? No, we didn't. Yesterday we formed a party with a tank who had taunt skills and another mage with healing, but unfortunately, that tank's damage was too low. Once the taunt time was over, he couldn't hold aggro, and we kept dying. Why didn't you group with them today? Don't mention it, those two are a couple. The tank couldn't hold the monsters, and it ended up being Mai and the wolf knight's fault. We argued with them all afternoon and deleted them. Alright. How about we check the other two passages first? Maybe we can find something else to fight. The other two channels are tougher. One boss is the Abyss Mage, whose area attack skills are too fierce, we can't even stand our ground. The other boss is the Abyss Priest, who has area attacks, can heal, and can summon elite monsters, making it even more annoying than the first two, Bai Dabeos said, feeling a bit discouraged. More area attacks? That's a good thing. Li Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. More area attacks mean fewer single target skills, and area attack damage is lower than single target damage. Li Chen quickly pulled everyone to find the mage boss. After clearing the two waves of magic servants blocking their way, they arrived in front of the boss. Abyss Mage, boss, level, 10 health, 100,000 defense, 400 magic attack, 800 skill 1, fireball, deals 150% magic damage, cooldown time 2 seconds. Skill 2, Explosive Flame, deals 130% spell damage to the target and the same damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 3, Abyss Fire Sea, manipulates the abyssal fire to form a raging sea of flames. Centered on itself, with a radius of 50 meters, dealing 70% magic damage per second for 10 seconds, a channeling skill that cannot be interrupted, cooldown time 20 seconds. Skill 4, Abyssal Body, 50% immunity to physical damage. The Abyss Mage was somewhat different from what Li Chen had imagined. Its damage was not low, comparable to the Abyss Warrior. However, when Li Chen saw that the third skill, Abyss Fire Sea, was a channeling skill that could not be interrupted, he couldn't help but laugh. Channeling skills are just like the Hellhound's Black Mist. During the channeling state, no other skills can be used. We can fight. Dabeos, find a chance to heal me, and everyone else just attack freely, as long as you don't die, Li Chen said without waiting for everyone to discuss, and he directly charged in with a big red potion in hand. Minus 728 on the way, the boss hit him with a fireball, and Li Chen immediately drank the big red potion in his hand. Then, when the boss cast another explosive flame, he executed a jump slash on the boss. Minus 568 minus 185, jump slash, minus 42, poison, minus 700, cutting. The boss was about to use Abyss Fire Sea, but Li Chen preemptively used a stun to incapacitate the boss. Unfortunately, the 8-second cooldown of the stun skill was shared with the boss, meaning the boss could only trigger the stun effect once in those 8 seconds. Otherwise, several warriors could each use a stun to keep it stunned indefinitely. By the time Li Chen stacked the poison to 5 layers, the boss finally unleashed Abyss Fire Sea. The area within a 50-meter radius around the boss was instantly engulfed in flames, and the boss was in a channeling state and unable to move. However, Li Chen's defense was 472 points, so the 75% magic damage from Abyss Fire Sea could only deal 113 damage per second to him. Hiss, ha, Li Chen yelled in pain while being burned, outputting damage like crazy. With normal attacks, plus 5 layers of poison and double cutting, his damage per second reached over 2,300. As the 10 seconds of channeling time ended, the boss's health dropped to 75%. Bai Dabeos and the others, still 50 meters away, were stunned. Although they had seen Li Chen's strength when fighting the Berserk Giant Ape, there were too many people at that time to see it clearly. Now that Li Chen was soloing, he was incredibly eye-catching. What the hell kind of output ability is this? Still standing there? Come over and heal me. Li Chen stunned the boss and turned to shout at Bai Dabeos. Coming. Bai Dabeos finally reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to cast a healing spell on Li Chen. The others quickly moved as well. 3 melee fighters rushed over, but unfortunately, just as they struck once, they were met with an explosive flame, leaving 2 of them with low health, while only the Wolf Knight still had a decent amount of health. You two should retreat for now, you won't have time to dodge the next explosive flame. The Wolf Knight can take one more hit and then retreat too. The Abyssal Mage Servant is immune to 50% of physical damage, making melee attacks less effective. Even the Wolf Knight can't deal much damage. Seeing their health low, Li Chen directly ordered them to retreat. The other magic damage dealers were having a great time, with Li Chen dealing 2,300 damage per second, maintaining aggro steadily, while Bai Daba couldn't disrupt the boss's hate. After the cooldown of the red potion ended, Li Chen drank another large red potion. Daba, stand in the sea of fire for 3 seconds, and give me another healing spell. The boss cast a fireball every 2 seconds, each dealing 728 damage to Li Chen, while Bai Daba could heal every 3 seconds. For 812 health. Calculating it out, the boss's damage per second to Li Chen was 364, while Bai Daba's healing was 270 per second, meaning Li Chen was losing 94 health per second. When he first faced the Sea of Fire, Li Chen's health was already not in a good state, and by the time the boss's Abyssal Sea of Fire cooldown ended after 20 seconds, his health was below half. If Bai Daba hadn't healed him during the fire, a single fireball from the boss could take him out once the fire ended. As the second Sea of Fire arrived, the boss's health had dropped to 40%. Bai Daba didn't follow Li Chan's orders completely. Instead, he endured the burning pain and swallowed a large red potion and a quick recovery potion, standing in the Sea of Fire for 6 seconds, giving Li Chen 2 healing spells, bringing his health close to full before rushing out of the fire's range like a dog chasing a rabbit. Li Chen also swallowed a large red potion, keeping his health above 90%. After 10 seconds, the Sea of Fire ended, and the boss's health dropped to 17%, with no chance of recovery left. Ding, congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss Abyssal Mage, you have gained 0 experience. Just a single ding, and it was a 0, Li Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Not even a bit of reputation, how poor. The notary Bai Daba quickly stepped forward to pick up the loot on the ground. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Mage did not drop any platinum equipment, only a level 10 golden piece and 5 silver pieces. The Wolf Knight scoffed, muttering, "This boss is too poor. Daba, you're not hiding anything, are you?" Bai Daba rolled his eyes and scolded, "Get lost. Didn't you see any platinum glow on the ground just now?" Li Chen remained rational, smiling as he said, "That seems normal, after all, it's just a dungeon boss. 10 people can clear it once, and how much equipment can be dropped across the server in a day? If there were platinum equipment, it would drop to cabbage prices. Golden equipment isn't interesting. Do you think everyone is as rich as you? There aren't many teams that can defeat dungeon bosses now. A level 10 golden piece is still quite valuable. My dad handles the money making, why should I bother with this?" The Wolf Knight pouted, lacking enthusiasm. "You guys should look at the attributes of this equipment." Bai Daba suddenly exclaimed with joy, posting the equipment attributes in the team channel. Abyssal Bracelet, Golden, Health plus 180 Bone. Plus 18 Bone plus 18 Bone plus 18 Equip level, 10. What are you so excited about? This equipment is useless. The Wolf Knight was somewhat speechless. But Li Chen sighed, it was over, the path for the tank was quickly becoming unreturnable. Sure enough, Bai Daba tossed the bracelet to Li Chen, grinning, "Now you should be able to withstand the Abyssal Warrior, right? Let's give it a try." Li Chen casually swapped the Abyssal Bracelet for the silver bracelet that only added 12 strength and 12 bone. His health officially broke through 3,000 points, defense rose to 556 points, and attack dropped to 404 points. The boss dropped a golden piece, and Li Chen naturally wouldn't keep it all to himself, laughing, "Let's keep this bracelet on the account. For now, we'll settle it together after the dungeon ends. Alright, I'll check the auction house to see if there are any other golden pieces suitable for you." Bai Daba nodded and summoned the auction house, wanting to see if there were any equipment that could enhance Li Chen's strength. "No need. It's too precious," Li Chen said, somewhat embarrassed. "You're overthinking it, I'm not that wasteful. I'm just helping you look, you buy it yourself. Then I won't trouble you, let's hurry and fight the boss." Li Chen stopped him from spending his money and walked away. Bai Daba browsed the auction house as he walked, and although he found 2 level 10 golden equipment pieces being bid on, neither was suitable for Li Chen. Li Chen's gear was already quite outstanding. Aside from his weapon and a bracelet and ring that were still silver equipment, the rest were all level 10 golden or higher. It could be said that without those 3 items, his other equipment combined was even comparable to the Wolf Knight. Of course, if we talk about price, the Wolf Knight's weapon alone would far surpass Li Chen's entire setup. The 10 of them returned to face the Abyss Warrior. After checking the Abyss Warrior's information again, Li Chen calculated and came to a rough conclusion. His current defense reached 556 points, and even if he did nothing, considering all the boss's skills and normal attacks, the damage per second would be around 560 points. Bai Daba's talent reduced it by 8%, leaving about 500 points of damage per second, and with the healing spell neutralizing 270 points, only about 230 points of damage per second remained. The boss also had a whirlwind slash, which would reduce damage taken, plus its heavy strike every 8 seconds meant that using a big red potion could allow them to take down the boss. "Let's do it!" Li Chen shouted and charged in. He jumped in with a slash, followed by a heavy strike, normal attacks, a powerful strike, and more normal attacks. After a series of combos, he stacked 5 layers of poison, pulling aggro with double cutting every second. When fighting small monsters, the Wolf Knight might steal aggro with a burst, but against the boss, that was completely impossible. With damage per second over 2,300, even the Wolf Knight couldn't pull aggro. Fighting a boss like the Abyss Warrior didn't require much skill, it was all about data. The only thrilling part was that the Abyss Warrior unexpectedly landed 2 critical hits, which was a flaw in the monster's information. However, Li Chen had a solution. After calling for everyone to stop, he stunned the boss with a heavy strike, then activated his berserk stance and ran away. With an additional 22% movement speed from his shoes, plus 30% from berserk, the boss couldn't catch up to him. After running a big circle, he recovered most of his health with 2 big red potions, and then by dab it healed him to full, including the 20 seconds of running. In circles, it took no more than a minute and a half for the Abyss Warrior to fall to the ground. By the notary went up to loot the body, but unfortunately, it was still a piece of golden equipment, and there were only 3 pieces of silver equipment. However, this golden piece was a piece of clothing. Although it wasn't as good as what the 3 of them wore, it was worth much more than other golden pieces, worth 2 or 3 of them. Even the Wolf Knight, who claimed to look down on golden equipment, couldn't help but smirk. Who doesn't like money? After conquering 2 bosses in a row, everyone eagerly rushed towards the central passage. After clearing 2 waves of small monsters, the 3rd boss appeared before them. Abyss Priest, boss, level, 10 health, 120,000 defense, 450 magic attack, 850 skill 1, life drain, randomly deals 130% magic damage per second to 8 targets within a 35-meter range and restores an equal amount of health, casting time 3 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 2, Abyss Call, summons 5 Abyss Demons to assist in battle, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3, Group Heal, restores 100% magic equivalent health to all friendly targets within a 50-meter range, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 4, Recovery. Restores 50% of the target's magic as health per second, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Seeing the information about the Abyss Priest, Li Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bai Daba. Why are we not fighting such an easy boss first and instead going after those 2? I don't know what you're thinking. What? This boss is harder than the other 2. Bai Daba retorted defiantly. That life drain has damage, what's so hard about it? Can't you see that summoning skill? It summons 5 elite monsters every 30 seconds, the boss has thick health and high defense, plus 3 healing skills. After fighting for a while, a bunch of elite monsters come out, who can withstand that? Sigh. Just fight casually. Li Chen sighed and charged towards the Abyss Priest amidst Bai Daba's exclamations. Before Li Chen could reach the front, the Abyss let out a howl, 1 2 3 4 5, come quickly. Li Chen's head was filled with black lines as he faced the suddenly appearing 1 2 3 4 5 demon, and with a jump slash, he struck the Abyss Priest. Ignore the small monsters, focus fire on the boss. If you run out of health, retreat 50 meters and use potions. After Li Chen shouted this, various skills were hurled at the boss. Bai Daba finally realized why Li Chen had sighed. The bloodthirsty skill of the elite monsters only dealt 29 points of damage to Li Chen, and the total damage from the 5 monsters was only 145 points. The normal attack was even less, only 1 point due to forced armor break. The boss's life drain would deal 1647 points of damage to Li Chen over 3 seconds, but the cooldown for life drain was 5 seconds, and the boss would also use other skills, so the interval for life drain was about 8 seconds, leaving a per second damage of only 205. There was no need for her to share 8% of the damage, just relying on healing spells could keep Li Chen at full health. As for the so-called infinite summoning, Bai Daba glanced at the boss, whose health was still rapidly dropping even while throwing healing spells at itself, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This output was too insane. The boss could only summon small monsters one more time before it would be done for. It was precisely because of Li Chen that this boss was easy to fight, otherwise, which tank could act as a damage dealer, and their output capability even surpassed her, the so-called strongest first mage of the 5188 novice village. As Bai Daba thought, the Abyss Priest had no damage reduction skills, and under the full damage output of 10 people, the Abyss Priest fell within 50 seconds. As the boss collapsed, the 10 unharmed elite monsters disappeared as well. Li Chen thought it was a pity, although it was a bit forced. To take on 10 elite monsters, the small monsters were easy to kill with some slowing and pulling, and maybe they could drop a couple of silver. The boss summoned them, so it was fair according to the boss's distribution. As the Abyss Priest transformed into white light, aside from leaving a few pieces of equipment on the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake, followed by the collapse of the stone wall at the end of the passage. Bai Daba quickly stepped forward to pick up the items, then looked warily at the collapsing stone wall in the distance. As the tremors stopped, another deep passage appeared at the end of the corridor. Could there be another boss? The Wolf Knight said excitedly. It's very possible. Although these 3 bosses are hard to fight, even without me, as long as you cooperate with Hao Jianjun and his teammate with healing skills, it's still possible to take down the 3 bosses. I don't believe that in the entire Huaxia server, with thousands of novice villages, no one can think of gathering the strongest forces to tackle the dungeon, Li Chen said with a smile. I think so too. Ever since the War of the World released the strategy for the Hell three-headed dog yesterday, many novice villages have killed the Hell three-headed dog. There are quite a few novice villages capable of tackling dungeons, but I haven't heard of any novice village completely clearing a dungeon yet. Daba also shifted from being wary to excited. Who wouldn't be happy to fight another boss? The Abyss Priest dropped a level 10 magic system golden boots. After Daba Abayo sent the information to the team channel, he immediately equipped the boots. The remaining 3 pieces of silver equipment were ignored by everyone, as their focus was entirely on the newly appeared passage. There were no monsters along the way. At the end of the passage was a grand hall, where a massive figure sat high on a throne at the far end. Beside the throne lay a huge, pitch-black canine creature. Abyss Lord, boss, level, 10 health, 120,000 defense, 450 physical attack, 900 magic attack, 900 skill 1, bloodthirst skill 2, Abyss Fire Sea skill 3, healing, restores 120% of the target's magic as health. Skill 4, riding stance, after mounting, both attacks increase by 50%, and all damage is borne by the mount. Skill 5, Abyss Body, reduces physical damage by 50%, reduces magic damage by 50%. Abyss Wolf, boss, level, 10 health, 100,000. Defense, 450 physical attack, 800 skill 1, bite, deals 150% physical damage to the target, cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2, Blood Drain, absorbs 10% health. Skill 3, Wolf Howl, reduces the movement speed of all targets within a 100-meter range by 50%. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 4, Save Master, when the Master's health is below 50%, immune to all control effects and rushes to the Master's side. Seeing the information about the 2 monsters, Daba Abayo couldn't help but exclaim, there are actually 2 bosses. Unless we bring Hao Jianjun over right now, maybe a double tank and double healer can handle it. The Wolf Knight shook his head and said with a bitter smile, it really is tough. The Abyss Lord's riding stance is too fierce, increasing both attacks by 50%. Even if Hao Jianjun comes, it won't hold up. I wonder if he starts mounted. If so, it wouldn't matter who comes, said Li Chen with a sigh. That shouldn't be the case. Look, the Abyss Wolf has a Save Master skill. Right? I feel it should trigger when the Lord's health drops to 50%. Then the correct strategy should be to kill the Abyss Wolf first and then the Lord, but unfortunately, we can't withstand it. Li Chen sighed again. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lonely Cold suddenly spoke up, I actually have a way. What way? Li Chen asked, puzzled. It requires money. Lonely Cold grinned. Li Chen blinked at the response, thinking Lonely Cold was joking, and turned to Daba Abayo, teasing, he's talking to you. Daba Abayo rolled his eyes at Li Chen, then looked at Lonely Cold. If the method works, money isn't a problem. The money isn't just for me, it's for the 7 of us to buy time. We 7 will draw the Lord away, risking our lives to buy you time. With Brother Tuan here, we won't lack for damage output. Once you kill the wolf, you can turn back and kill the Lord. As Lonely Cold's plan was revealed, everyone's eyes lit up. If it were another team, this method would be useless. Who could kill a boss with just 3 people? Even if they could, they wouldn't be fast enough. But with Li Chen around, as long as they could hold on, the boss would be down in just a few seconds. Alright. If it works, each person will be rewarded 1 gold. Daba Abayo decided on the spot, offering each person 1,000 coins. Li Chen looked at Daba Abayo as if he were a fool, secretly lamenting how this kid was rich but foolish. What money? If you die in the dungeon, you get teleported outside without losing anything. What do you mean by buying time? In reality, there aren't extra lives to sell. If you can't beat the boss normally, you die, right? If Daba Abayo insisted on trying, could the others refuse? The entire dungeon's rewards were still in Gongjing's hands. Could Lonely Cold and the others not follow orders? Moreover, isn't it quite normal for everyone to strategize together for a dungeon, pooling ideas for a not-so-ordinary challenge? The distribution plan has already been agreed upon, and now that we've seen 2 bosses, feeling shortchanged and wanting to add more money after spending a whole day with Dabayos and not clearing a single boss, while grinding who knows how many small monsters, shouldn't Dabayos and the Wolf Knight also feel like they got the short end of the stick? The main issue is that this guy is being clever, tying the other 6 people together, creating a little moral coercion. It would be better to be straightforward. Given Dabayos' character, would he really let you come up with ideas for free? Li Chen sighed inwardly. This guy's path is narrowing, yet he doesn't cherish holding onto 2 big legs. Unlike Dabayos, the Wolf Knight reacted differently, casting a cold glance at lonely nothingness. We may have money, but you can't treat us like fools, can you? The Wolf Knight remained calm and didn't explode on the spot. Instead, he spoke lightly, money shouldn't be taken for free. Dying in a dungeon doesn't incur any loss. I've heard of teams that die 10 or 20 times just to clear a boss. Why should our team die and still get a reward of 2,000? Lonely Nothingness's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to retort, the Wolf Knight's next words cut him off. It's not that rewards can't be given, and I can even double it, but it's not a buy your life fee. These two bosses should be the final bosses of the dungeon. After clearing them, there's a good chance of getting a reputation reward for the first clear. Although we don't know what reputation is useful for yet, I want to earn more, so when we fight the second boss, if anyone wants to leave the team, you can get a reward of 2 gold. The Wolf Knight's words left several people momentarily silent, but only 4 of them were truly conflicted. Among the 7, 3 had been following the Wolf Knight since the server opened, so they naturally wouldn't disrespect the leg for the sake of reputation. After all, without the leg, they wouldn't have the chance to earn any first clears. One conflicted player thought for a moment and said, "Can I choose not to take the reward and still get the reputation?" Of course, but you also have to share the cost of the rewards for others. You can't expect me to pay while you just ride along for the reputation, can you? Hearing the Wolf Knight's response, the player became even more conflicted. In the end, all 7, including Lonely Nothingness, chose to take the reward. On one side was the option to take 2,000 for free, while on the other, not only would they get nothing but also have to pay several thousand for a reputation that they didn't even know the use of, or whether it would even exist. For ordinary players, the choice was quite clear. Moreover, ordinary players could still earn reputation. Just participating in attacks on wild bosses would net them 5 points. Who would be willing to spend money to buy it? They could just grind it out slowly. In the novice village, one could easily earn 20 points in a day, and once the main city opened, they would probably earn even more. Only a fool would spend money to buy it. Li Chen looked at the Wolf Knight, feeling a bit dazed. This guy was thinking differently than he was. Unlike Bai Debeos, who was foolishly rich, the Wolf Knight was indeed shrewd. Not only did he cleverly turn the tables on Lonely Nothingness, but he also aimed to seize an opportunity to earn some reputation. Ordinary players were too afraid to gamble for a reputation that might not even exist, but what did the Wolf Knight have to fear? Perhaps just the money for a pair of shorts. Moreover, this guy was incredibly smooth with his words, subtly leading those few into a trap. What buying reputation? If there really was reputation, it should have been earned by others in the first place. Why should you want to buy it with money while others have to follow suit? If you have the ability, why not do the dungeon yourself? You pay someone to leave the team, and those who stay earn more reputation. That's just how the system allocates it. Go complain to the system. What does it have to do with them? These few people were unwittingly led into the Wolf Knight's trap, and Li Chen couldn't be bothered to remind them. After all, they weren't really at a loss. The 4,000 gold reward wasn't too shabby. If it weren't for the fact that reputation couldn't be transferred to others, he would have wanted to sell it off. His reputation was already over 10,000, and this was solid reputation, no gambling involved. Asking for a few times the price wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Unfortunately, it couldn't be sold. Li Chen felt that he could no longer underestimate these wealthy people. The notion that fools have more money was merely the delusion of the poor. Isn't 2 gold a bit low? I think. Bai Debeo's words were cut off as the Wolf Knight covered his mouth, his big eyes staring at the Wolf Knight in confusion. Li Chen looked at the foolish rich Bai Debeos and silently tucked away his earlier thoughts. Bai Debeos seemed to have been persuaded by the Wolf Knight's private message, a hint of anger rising on her pretty face, but thankfully she knew that the opportunity for a first clear might not come again, so she didn't explode on the spot. Seeing that the conditions had been negotiated, Li Chen said, "We have a plan, but how do we implement it? The boss has a longer range than the players. If you guys go up, you'll basically be taken out in an instant. If I go in first, both bosses will hit me at the same time. Even if you manage to draw one away immediately, my health will be in serious trouble, and I might not be able to recover in time." The Wolf Knight thought for a moment and said, "How about I draw it? My health shouldn't be taken out in one hit. As long as you catch the Abyssal Wolf in time, I can drink a big red and use a quick return to pull the Lord away. At that point, they can all hit the Lord once and then scatter towards the entrance and the 2 side paths. When I die, the boss will only chase after them." Li Chen frowned and nodded helplessly. It seems we have no choice but to do it this way. But I'm worried that if you die, we won't have enough damage output against the Abyssal Wolf. If the Lord comes back early, it would be disastrous, and the Abyssal Wolf doesn't have damage reduction passives, so your damage output would be somewhat wasted. Actually, we don't need Wolf Brother to draw it, Lonely Nothing Cold suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked over in confusion, only to see Lonely Nothing Cold grinning as he took out a newbie pistol from his bag. The range of the pistol is even farther than the boss's skills. Li Chen glanced at the smug Lonely Nothing Cold and couldn't help but secretly curl his lip. This guy is quite clever. How come he didn't understand what full every meal meant? Lonely Nothing Cold took a couple of steps forward, aiming the pistol at the distant Abyssal Lord. Bang! After one shot, there was no change, and Lonely Nothing Cold awkwardly smiled. I missed. Bang! The second shot successfully hit the Abyssal Lord on the throne. Although the words immune floated above the Lord's head, it successfully angered him, and he stood up and walked this way. The minion under the throne, no, the wolf minion, also roared angrily and charged down. The 7 of them, lonely nothing cold in his group, immediately started to run back, while Li Chen and the other 2 moved aside. As the 2 bosses passed by, Li Chen delivered a powerful strike, stunning the abyssal wolf in place. After exchanging a few blows with the wolf, Li Chen attracted enough aggro and slowly led the wolf back under the throne while retreating and attacking. No one knew how long those 7 could hold off the Lord, but maximizing the distance for the Lord's return was the safest bet. The abyssal wolf only had 1 damage skill, and with Li Chen's current defense, he didn't even need to use potions against the wolf. By Debeos could heal him. With no pressure, Li Chen couldn't help but ask the question he had just thought of. By heroine, why does using a pistol against the boss result in immunity? I remember you used a pistol before. You don't know this? By Debeos was a bit surprised and laughed. It's not because of the boss, but because of the defense. If the combined attack power of the firearm and the bullet doesn't exceed the opponent's defense value, even a forced 1-point damage won't trigger. Then can this firearm still be used later? No matter how high the fixed damage is, it can't be higher than the total equipment of the players, right? The monsters later will probably be very hard to break through their defenses. Li Chen frowned tightly. I really don't understand. What's the point of adding firearms to the game? Is it just to fleece the rich players? By Debeo's gloating response was, I wonder what kind of person would be qualified to be cut down. Anyway, I almost ate dirt because of this. Even if my dad suddenly has a change of heart, I wouldn't dare to think about picking up my dual guns again. Then what's the point of these firearms? Who knows? I heard that there are players now who can manually craft armor-piercing bullets. Maybe bullets will be cheaper later? As long as they dare to drop to 10 copper each, I would dare to pick up my dual guns again. What's the point of dual guns? Someone on the forum said that another novice village has a level 10 golden Alaska rifle, with an impressive rate of fire. The Wolf Knight interjected excitedly. Li Chen glanced at the Wolf Knight and asked in confusion, why are you so excited? With your conditions, don't tell me you've never touched a gun in real life? Not only have I touched one, but I've also shot one. Unfortunately, I could only shoot at targets on the range, while in the game, I can not only fight monsters but also fight people. Li Chen nodded in agreement. After all, what man doesn't have a dream of wielding a gun? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the thought of joining the army before. As they spoke, the abyssal demon wolf fell to the ground without suspense, and a huge figure in the distance angrily charged toward them. The other 7 had completed their set objectives, leaving enough time for Li Chen and the other 2. The abyssal demon wolf dropped nothing, and Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward to block the abyssal lord. Without the abyssal demon wolf, the abyssal lord was like a toothless tiger. Although both attacks reached a terrifying 900 points, it only had 2 damage skills, Bloodthirst and Abyssal Fire Sea. The healing spell that disgusted others was actually relieving Li Chen's pressure. The troublesome 50% damage reduction was rendered ineffective under Li Chen's attacks. The Abyssal Lord lasted only 10 seconds longer than the Abyssal Demon Wolf. After confirming that the other 7 had retreated, Li Chen delivered the final blow. Ding, congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Abyssal Lord, experience gained, 0 a ding, congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Abyssal Demon Wolf, experience gained, 0 a ding, congratulations to your team for completing the first kill of the Abyssal Passage dungeon, reward, team reputation 3000 points. Team members, 3, you gained reputation, 1000 points. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the team led by Debeos for completing the first kill of the Abyssal Passage dungeon, reward, team reputation 3000 points. We hope all players continue to work hard. Yay yay yay. The 3 consecutive server-wide announcements made by Debeo's fair face flush with excitement. I'm on TV. The whole of Huaxia knows my name now. As soon as Debeos finished speaking, another server-wide announcement temporarily made everyone forget her name. Server-wide announcement, the Abyssal Passage is now open, and the Abyssal Zodiac City is accessible. Players at level 10 or above can choose to enter any of the 12 Zodiac cities. At the entrance of the Abyssal Passage dungeon. Before the server-wide announcement could scroll 3 times, Li Chen and the other 2 had already placed their hands on the suddenly appearing light screen beside them. System prompt, entering the Zodiac City will prevent you from returning to the novice village. Are you sure you want to proceed? Seeing the pop-up prompt, Li Chen hesitated. If he couldn't return to the novice village, wouldn't that mean he couldn't fight those 2 level 10 bosses? How could he bear to give that up? But he quickly realized that even if he stayed, the 2 bosses might not let him kill them at will. Debeos and the Wolf Knight had already left, who would protect him to snatch the rampaging giant ape. The strategy for climbing the mountain to the Hellhound's line of sight had already been exposed, and tomorrow it would probably be full of climbers. In that moment of hesitation, Bai Debeos and the Wolf Knight's figures had already disappeared. And he hurriedly clicked to confirm. There are rewards for first kills and first clears. What about the first to reach the city? Is there a reward for the first player to change jobs? This is such a delay. Fortunately, when Li Chen appeared in Shenhou City, no new server-wide announcement was made. It seemed that there was no reward for being the first to reach the city. At this moment, Li Chen found himself in a vast square, with 9 enormous statues towering in the center. Beneath each statue stood a shadowy figure. Li Chen quickly walked forward. The NPCs in the novice village had simple logical AI and could answer some basic directional questions, and the ones in Shenhou City should be the same. He could ask where the job transfer hall was. However, to Li Chen's surprise, as soon as he approached, the 9 figures rushed over in unison and surrounded him. Hi, adventurer, are you interested in joining the Assassin Alliance? An NPC dressed in tight leather armor and of small stature spoke up first. Haha, what's the point of a sneaky profession? Why not join our warrior alliance? You look strong and fit to be a warrior. Another NPC, wielding a long sword, casually shoved the small assassin NPC aside and laughed heartily. Do you dare to discriminate against professions? Do you believe I'll stab you in the back at midnight? A blonde girl with a long bow swayed her body, and her bow accidentally sent the jumping assassin flying far away. She then smiled at Li Chen and said, how about the Archer Alliance? There are plenty of beautiful girls. When it comes to beautiful girls, my Priest Alliance has the most. A tall beauty in a white robe, unable to hide her ample bosom, squeezed her way over. Join our Knight Alliance. We have dual magic and martial arts training in various mounts available for free exchange. Our Mage Alliance is better, you deserve the ultimate damage. Join the Druid Alliance and return to the embrace of nature. The earth and forests will bless you. Have you heard of the Summoner? Pets and mounts are just clouds, we can summon them ourselves, and it's free. A group of people chattered away, creating a cacophony that made Li Chen's head ache. Suddenly, a very discordant voice rang out. Guard Alliance, come if you want, who cares about someone as skinny as a chick? Li Chen looked in surprise at the towering man covered in metal armor, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Even knowing the other was an NPC, he couldn't help but say, are you playing hard to get with me? As if I'd want to be a moving target. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player by Daba for being the first to transfer to Mage, rewarded with a set of gold-level profession gear and 1000 reputation. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Wolf Knight for being the first to transfer to Warrior, rewarded with a set of gold-level profession gear and 1000 reputation. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Zhan Tianxia for being the first to transfer to Knight, rewarded with a set of gold-level profession gear and 1000 reputation. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Feng Chue Dan Dan Liang for being the first to transfer to Priest, rewarded with a set of gold-level profession gear and 1000 reputation. A series of server-wide announcements made Li Chen's expression change drastically. He quickly scrolled through the messages and then dashed in front of the burly man. I want to join the Guard Alliance, I just want to be a moving target. Please transfer me. Among the 9 professions, only Summoner and Guard had no players transferred yet. And Summoner was clearly reliant on summon creatures for combat, being weaker than a monkey. If Li Chen wanted to grab a set of gold-level profession gear and 1000 reputation, he could only choose Guard. The burly man glanced at Li Chen with disdain but did not delay. With a wave of his hand, a golden light fell upon Li Chen. System prompt, do you wish to transfer to Guard? Yes. Ding, congratulations on being the first to transfer to Guard, earning 1000 reputation. Ding, you're free. Attribute points have been reset, please redistribute them. Ding, your novice universal skills have been forgotten, please learn your profession skills from your mentor. Beep, you have obtained the Guardian class trait, attack reduced by 20%. Stamina increased by 20, defense increased by 20%. Server announcement, congratulations to the Invincible Q team for being the first to change to the Guardian class, reward, a full set of golden class equipment, reputation 1000. Beep. Congratulations, you have received a full set of golden class equipment. Looking at the row of golden gleam lying in his backpack, Li Chen let out a gentle sigh. He had actually been torn between a high attack speed class and a tank class. The talent combined with attack speed was absolutely fast, but high attack speed also meant being fragile. Once his talent kicked in, no one could hold the boss, it was 100% over tanking, and a single skill from the boss could take him out in an instant. The tank class could take hits, but the attack speed would definitely not be high, yet thinking about how the poison skill could trigger cutting, and could only be triggered in melee, it could compensate for the attack speed issue. A golden class set, just hearing about it sounded valuable. I wouldn't dare say how much, but based on Li Chen's experience selling equipment these past few days, this set could easily be worth $1 million. A reward that only 9 out of nearly 1 billion players in all of China could get. TSK TSK TSK. Just thinking about it made it feel enticing. Li Chen looked at the weapon attributes in his backpack with great anticipation, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise, but soon turned to a hint of horror. Steel. Longsword, golden, bound, attack plus 360 stamina plus 26 bone plus 26 strength plus 26 equipment skill, bloodsucking, attack carries 5% lifesteal. Equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirements, warrior, shield guard, assassin. Equipment rating, 78. The weapon was indeed good, although it didn't have an active skill. The 5% lifesteal counted as a passive skill of the golden type, which was still very practical. But why the hell was it bound? Li Chen hurriedly checked the other equipment, then revealed a face of wanting to cry but having no tears. All of it was bound, not a single piece could be sold, and although it was called a class set, there were no set attributes at all, just the name being a set. Among them, 2 or 3 pieces were even better than what he had on, which was simply an insult to the name of a class set. No, the equipment on him wouldn't change, right? Li Chen quickly checked the equipment he was wearing and found that it hadn't changed to class equipment due to the city opening. He was afraid that these healing and defense boosting pieces would turn into magic class equipment. Where would he go to cry? Moreover, equipment without class restrictions was definitely worth more than class equipment, so it wasn't a total loss. After checking the attributes of the golden set awarded by the system again, he found that the attribute types were the same, all increasing stamina, bone, and strength, just with different parts adding different amounts of attribute points. Steel shield, defense plus 100, stamina plus 26, bone plus 26, strength plus 26. Steel battle armor, life plus 1000, defense plus 100, stamina plus 23, bone plus 23, strength plus 23. Steel helmet, life plus 400, stamina plus 20, bone plus 20, strength plus 20. Steel leggings. Defense plus 36, stamina plus 20, bone plus 20, strength plus 20. Steel boots, life plus 180, stamina plus 20, bone plus 20, strength plus 20, movement speed increased by 18%. Steel necklace, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, spirit plus 18, strength plus 18. Steel bracelet, life plus 180. Stamina plus 18, bone plus 18, strength plus 18. Steel wristband, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, bone plus 18, strength plus 18. Steel ring, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, bone plus 18, agility plus 18. Steel finger ring, defense plus 36, stamina plus 18, bone plus 18, agility plus 18. A very standard set of guardian equipment, most of which were better than what Li Chen had on, especially since he still had 2 pieces of silver equipment. However, the weapons, upper garments, and shoes were not as good as those on Li Chen. The bracelets were too average and not as good as the 3 bone bracelets he had previously obtained. Since everything was bound anyway, Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to change into all the equipment except for the shoes and bracelets. The clothes were just a tiny bit lacking, so he might as well sell them while they were still valuable, and he still needed to return the helmet to the Wolf Knight. After changing his gear, Li Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Invincible Q Team Level. 10 health, 50-76 mana, for 80 physical attack, 699 magic attack, 60 defense, 933 stamina, 237 spirit, 48 strength, 221 bone, 253 intelligence, 30 agility, 66 skills, guardian specialization, berserk, poison. Occasionally organizing the data to avoid confusion for both the author and the readers. After changing his gear, Li Chen stared at his character panel in a daze. It was normal for all his attributes to explode, especially since he not only upgraded his weapon but also added a large shield. However, he still felt something was off until he noticed the passive skill for Guardian Specialization in the skill bar, which made him understand. Guardian Specialization would reduce his attack power by 20% while increasing his stamina and defense by 20%, which explained why his health and defense were so outrageous. Other classes probably had corresponding changes as well. For a set of bound golden equipment, there was no turning back. Li Chen sighed and then applied to the Guardian Profession Mentor to learn professional skills. At level 10, he could only learn 3 professional skills, and every 5 levels thereafter, he could learn more skills. The first 2 skills were Taunt and Heroic Strike, which were free to learn. However, the third skill, Shield Bash, surprisingly required 2 gold intuition. The skill effect was the same as the Bash skill learned automatically at level 5, but after changing classes, the Bash skill was cancelled, and adding the word shield cost him 2,000. Why is it so expensive to learn a skill? Li Chen glared at the Profession Mentor. The mentor's eyes were even wider than Li Chen's, the ones after this are even more expensive. If you don't have money, hurry up and earn some, don't embarrass yourself here. Oh my. Li Chen, with his short temper, immediately slapped down 2 gold coins, learned the skill, and turned to leave. The mentor's arm was almost as thick as his waist. If he couldn't afford it, couldn't he just avoid it? Baidaba and the Wolf Knight had no idea which city they had been teleported to. Li Chen walked up to the teleportation portal he had just arrived at and pressed a button, only to be taken aback. The teleportation array displayed a window with 12 cities, but the system prompted that the teleportation portal was damaged, allowing entry but not exit. Was this a complete disaster? Just then, Baidaba sent a voice message, "I'm in Rabbit City, where are you? Let's split the loot from the dungeon we just did. I'm in Monkey City, but this teleportation portal is broken. Can you teleport over there?" Not long after Li Chen sent the message, he received a reply from Baidaba that the teleportation portal in Rabbit City could also only allow entry but not exit. Li Chen glanced at the few players who had started to teleport in and sighed helplessly. Although Baidaba had changed to a mage, the skills she learned from skill books were still there, and her attributes must have skyrocketed just like his. Her healing output was definitely impressive, and he was still thinking about teaming up with her to hunt for wild bosses. He didn't expect that the 12 Zodiac cities wouldn't be interconnected. He had just clicked randomly for speed. The Abyss Lord just dropped 2 pieces of golden equipment, a pet egg for the Abyss Magic Wolf, and a few pieces of silver equipment. "I'll send you the information." Baidaba remembered the loot sharing and listed the gains. For Li Chen, 1 level 10 golden helmet and 1 level 10 golden ring, with the Magic Wolf pet egg being of B-grade quality. Li Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Since we can't trade face to face, you can handle the loot from the dungeon. If there's anything we don't need, just put it up for sale, and we'll split it 3 ways. By the way, I have a golden bracelet that I'll keep for myself, and I can't return the Wolf Knight's helmet, so you can factor that in. I'll just give you cash directly. Now that the main city has opened, I'm thinking of starting a guild, and these items can be used as rewards. I plan to collect them all." "Alright. Just so you know, let's be clear about the accounts. With the main city open, level 10 gear definitely won't be worth as much anymore. Even golden gear will take a big hit, so..." Baidaba rarely hesitated over money, mainly because the opening of the main city was so sudden. Just a minute ago, level 10 golden gear could sell for 40 to 50,000, but now that players have reached the main city, there are no level restrictions, and they will level up quickly, also obtaining higher level gear. The top players' equipment will soon be outdated and flood the market, causing prices to plummet inevitably. For instance, the 9 players who just completed their first job change will soon have dozens of pieces of gear entering the market, most of which will likely be golden gear. Li Chen understood this logic and replied, "Got it, bro." The dungeon dropped a total of 5 pieces of level 10 golden gear, all scattered, so let's say 10,000 each. There are 14 pieces of silver gear, let's count those at 1,000 each. As for that B-grade Magic Wolf pet egg, I plan to give it to my mom as a gift, so let's value it at 200,000 for now, just like my pet. If I end up with less later, I'll make it up to you. Sounds good. So after deducting the bracelet and the Wolf Knight's helmet, I'll transfer you 68,000. Okay. Baidaba was still quick with the transfer, and in the next moment, Li Chen received 68,000, feeling quite pleased. But then, he suddenly felt less happy. Golden gear plummeting in value? Wouldn't that mean the gear he just swapped out would also drop in value? Realizing this, Li Chen hurriedly listed all the gear he had swapped out for sale. Looking at the bound steel boots and bracelet in his bag, he hesitated for a moment but decided not to swap out the platinum boots and the 3-bone bracelet. After dealing with the gear, Li Chen strolled around the city, hoping to see if there were any quests available. Blue Star Online was quite peculiar. There were no beginner quests in the novice village. The secondary profession mentors in the novice village would issue profession tasks, but they were all prerequisites for learning life skills, with no extra rewards at all. For example, you might need to smelt a certain number of iron ores to learn the forging skill. Li Chen had heard from his spicy rabbit head mom that life professions required a lot of investment in the early stages, so he hadn't learned any secondary profession. He chatted with quite a few NPCs but didn't trigger any quests, so it seemed there were no quests available in the main city either. Wasn't this just a blatant money grab? If it were set up like other games, there would be a series of main and side quests, and completing one would at least give you something or some money, right? You should know that in Blue Star Online, even stones can be exchanged for money. And since they didn't have any quests, they naturally didn't have to give out rewards. Considering the number of players, how much money could they save? A server-wide announcement: Player Battleheaven has established the first guild, Battleheaven, rewarding the guild level plus 1 golden level guild warehouse, 1 golden level guild banner, and 10 server-wide announcements. With a series of server-wide announcements, the system prompt sounded as well. Ding, players at level 10 can summon the guild panel to apply for membership. Players who join a guild can teleport for free to the city where the guild leader is located within 24 hours. Following the system prompt, Li Chen summoned the guild interface and found that the guild list only displayed the Battleheaven guild, located in the Rat City. Daba was right, Battle Heaven really did establish a guild. Should he join the Battle Heaven guild? The first guild established would surely have a bright future. To be honest, he didn't think that stealing a few bosses in the novice village could be repeated in the main city. After all, with the guild system in place, the chaotic free-for-all among casual players was basically impossible. It had become the norm for major guilds to monopolize and clear out wild bosses, and even some efficient leveling spots could be controlled by them. As a top-tier guardian with the best equipment currently available, joining a guild would definitely attract attention. Negotiating some terms might even land him a stable, high-paying job in the game, and getting benefits like social insurance would be even better. However, he had indirectly snatched 2 server-wide announcements and 6,000 reputation points from Zhang Tianxia. Would this guy retaliate because of that? Just as Li Chen was hesitating, Bai Dabo Bao sent a voice request again. Once connected, Bai Dabo Bao's eager voice came through. Brother, hurry up and create a guild. Li Chen was somewhat speechless upon hearing this and replied, why would I create that thing? It's something only rich people play with. Oh, you can sell it once you create it. Go apply to establish a guild at the Lord's Mansion. Whether you run it yourself or sell it, you'll make a fortune. What do you mean? Li Chen was a bit confused. Creating a guild requires 3,000 reputation points, and you definitely have enough. I estimate that the second guild will also have server-wide announcements and rewards. Even if it doesn't, the earlier you establish a guild, the more valuable it becomes. Hurry up! Bai Dabo Bao was genuinely anxious for Li Chen. All right. Upon hearing this, Li Chen quickly ran off, saying as he ran, if reputation is required, besides me and Zhang Tianxia, no one else could have 3,000 reputation points, right? Not necessarily. Just now, 9 people were rewarded with 1,000 reputation points. I already have over 2,000 reputation points, and the boss kills in the novice village didn't have announcements for second or third kills. Hearing Bai Dabo Bao's words, Li Chen finally realized that he didn't know who got the first and third kills of the Electric Zombie King, nor the first, second, and third kills of the Silver Wolf King, the third kill of the Berserk Giant Ape, and the third kill of the Hellhound. Although the chances were small enough to be negligible, what if someone else, like him, got the full reputation without a team? At least for now, Zhang Tianxia definitely enjoyed the reputation rewards exclusively, otherwise, his reputation couldn't possibly be at 3,000 points. After inquiring with nearby NPCs about the location of the Lord's Mansion, Li Chen quickly made his way there. The Lord's Mansion stood in the center of the city, with 2 rows of guards at the front, holding long swords at their waists, coldly watching the surroundings. Li Chen, feeling a bit impulsive, threw a true eye over and found that besides the guards showing level 60, the rest were all question marks. This game wouldn't create some kind of crime for trespassing into the Lord's Mansion, would it? Looking at the 2 rows of burly men, Li Chen nervously approached. Sure enough, as soon as the guards saw him getting closer, they immediately became alert, and one of them stepped forward with a long sword to question him. What do you want? I'm here to create a guild, could you please inform the Lord? A mere civilian gang, why trouble the Lord? Just go in through the side door and find the director of the Civil Organization Supervision Office. Li Chen smacked his lips and followed the direction pointed by the guard, entering the Lord's Mansion through a small side door. Although he had entered the Lord's Mansion, the side door led to a high-walled alley, and the further he walked, the more off-track it became. Li Chen seriously doubted whether this so-called Lord's Mansion was just a shell. The art team of Blue Star Online couldn't have forgotten to design the interior, could they? Finally, he arrived at an office location, following the sign to the Civil Organization Supervision Office, where an old man with a goatee was lazily reclining in a rocking chair, dozing off. Li Chen's arrival seemed to disturb the old man's rest, and he asked irritably, "Who are you looking for?" "I want to create a guild." Upon hearing that Li Chen wanted to create a guild, the old man immediately perked up, sitting up straight and enthusiastically saying, "What kind of establishment method do you want to choose?" "Choose a method to establish a guild?" Li Chen was taken aback. Didn't they say that 3,000 reputation points were enough to create a guild? What methods are there? Li Chen asked, puzzled. The old man stroked his ram's hornbeard and explained with a smile, "There are 2 ways to establish a guild. One is to complete the monster extermination tasks issued by the Lord's office to earn merit points. Once you reach 1,000 merit points, you can establish a guild for free. The second way is to directly apply by consuming 3,000 reputation points. Tasks? Finally, a task was triggered, and Li Chen instantly perked up, quickly asking, "What tasks are there?" "There's a task hall if you turn left when you go out, go take a look yourself." Although Li Chen was curious about the tasks, he also knew he couldn't waste time, so he hurriedly said, "I'll directly consume reputation points to apply for establishing a guild." The old man seemed to have anticipated Li Chen's choice, smiling as he extended his hand, "Pay 2,000 gold coins." "What?" Li Chen suppressed the urge to dig in his ears, incredulously asking, 2,000 gold coins. Didn't you just say it was free to establish? I said it's free to establish with 1000 merit points, establishing with reputation points costs extra. Is this an extra charge? You're taking my life. Li Chen smacked his lips and turned to leave. The NPC in Shenhaoqing has a bug, it actually wants me to pay 2000 gold coins to establish a guild? Am I being taken for a fool? As soon as Li Chen stepped out of the so-called civil organization supervision office, he connected to the voice message sent by Daba, frantically recounting his painful experience. It really is 2000 gold coins, the NPC in Mauta City just told me the same, Daba replied affirmatively. But that's way too high. Establishing a guild costs 2 million, what if it doesn't sell? Li Chen sighed. Trust me, brother Tuan, it will definitely sell. If I weren't worried about you getting the short end of the stick, I would have offered to buy it from you myself. Buy. Daba's words made Li Chen pause, and after a moment of hesitation, he advised, establishing a guild costs 2 million, and the subsequent upgrades and constructions might far exceed expectations. Are you sure you can handle it? Li Chen's words were not unfounded. Although he still hadn't figured out the quirks of Blue Star Online, he was certain that applying to establish a guild might actually be the simplest step in the entire guild development process. If I can't handle it, I still have my dad, right? He just asked me if I could establish a guild. I'm mainly worried about underbidding you. If you can really establish a second guild, you could definitely auction it publicly, and the final price would surely be high. Auction? Publicly? That can't be. Can't you still establish it for free with merit points? Although it requires completing tasks, it shouldn't be as difficult as with reputation points. Maybe in a couple of days, anyone could establish a guild. Time is money. The sooner you establish a guild, the greater the advantage. It's a pity that Zhang Tianxia can also establish a guild and has taken the lead. Otherwise, if you were the only one who could establish a guild, selling it for a sky-high price would be a sure thing. Nuxia truly lived up to her name, her heartfelt words moved Li Chen slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Can I borrow some money?" When it came to money, Daba was quite straightforward, immediately asking, "How much do you need?" 2 million. Even though Li Chen wasn't in front of him, Daba couldn't help but roll his eyes. In these past few days, I know you've earned more than 2 million, right? Where's your money? Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, "I can't touch that money. If you trust me, just lend me 2 million first. If the guild doesn't sell, I'll give it to you. Consider the 3000 reputation points as a free gift from me." So you still don't trust me? Bye. Daba's tone was somewhat displeased. "I trust you, but I can't afford to gamble, nor do I dare to. This money of mine has very important uses." Daba Bao didn't know what Li Chen needed the money for, but she sensed the sincerity in his tone. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I can lend you 2 million. If the guild can't sell it, consider it my loss, I'll cover you. The 3000 reputation won't go to waste, I'll make up for the 2 million. Ha? Wait a minute. How much are you covering for? The 3000 reputation? Li Chen asked, his eyes widening. 2 million, of course. Then why am I even bothering with a bidding? I might as well just sell it to you directly. Ah, come on, Brother Tuan, why are you being so petty? The value of the second guild is definitely beyond your imagination. Daba Bao was being too righteous, to the point where Li Chen instinctively worried if she had lost her mind. If she had directly proposed buying 3000 reputation for 2 million, Li Chen believed he would have agreed without a second thought. To be honest, if their positions were reversed, he couldn't guarantee he would be as generous as Daba Bao. After receiving the 2 million transferred from Daba Bao, he turned around and returned to the Civil Supervision Office. Li Chen entered the words Blue Star for the guild name. The game was called Blue Star Online, and the guild was named Blue Star Absolute Million Oil Gold. While it might not satisfy everyone, it wouldn't devalue the guild name either. Under the eager gaze of the old man, Li Chen pressed the confirm button and 2000 gold coins were deducted from his account. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Invincible Cute Group for establishing the second guild, Blue Star. Reward: guild level +1, gold level guild warehouse *1, and 8 server-wide announcements. The 8 consecutive server-wide announcements instantly flooded the players' screens. Far away in Zishu City, Zhang Tianxia coldly watched the announcements, his brows slightly furrowing. The name Invincible Cute Group had been trending recently. He hadn't even had time to check his equipment before establishing the guild, worried that Invincible Cute Group would get ahead. Half an hour had passed, and he initially thought this guy wouldn't monopolize the first kill of the 3-headed dog and the reputation from activating the dungeon, but he didn't expect the competition to arrive after all. After the 8 server-wide announcements finished, Zhang Tianxia opened the system store and bought 10 super loudspeakers. The member quota for a level 2 guild was only 20,000, and he thought that with the title of being the first to establish a guild, he could gather the strongest 20,000 players. Now that there was a competitor, he had to show some strength and suppress the news of the second guild's establishment. Server-wide pinned message, Zhan Tian Guild, the first guild. Recruiting heroes from all over to build the strongest guild in the game together. After sending out 10 super loudspeakers, Zhan Tianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Showing off some financial power was more attractive than a simple server announcement. A super loudspeaker cost 100 gold. Even Zhan Tianxia couldn't help but feel the pinch, as this 1 million could have been saved. At this moment, Li Chen, like Zhan Tianxia, also felt the sting. He hadn't expected that after the main city opened, the price of loudspeakers would skyrocket by 100 times. There were intermediate loudspeakers that only increased by 10 times, but their range was limited to Shinho City. No matter how reluctant he was, Li Chen had to bite the bullet and buy a server-wide one. He didn't have the heart to borrow the money from Baidaba Bayo. Server-wide pinned message, Invincible Cute Group, auctioning the second guild, Blue Star, highest bidder wins. Zhan Tianxia looked at Li Chen's loudspeaker and almost cursed it out loud, immediately sending a friend request to Li Chen. The other party rejected the friend request. The rejection message came back instantly. It seemed the system had set it to refuse any friend requests. How were they supposed to bid? By spamming super loudspeakers? Zhan Tianxia thought for a moment and figured it out. This invincible cute group was ruthless. It actually requires people to prove their financial strength with 100,000 yuan, which eliminates the hassle of bored individuals making random bids, and the final price will definitely exceed expectations. After all, if you shout a price of 100,000 yuan and your bid is too low, wouldn't that be a waste? You can only report as high as possible. Zhan Tianxia figured it out, but Li Chen was confused. He didn't know what went wrong. The super loudspeaker had been sent out for several minutes, yet there was no response at all. The regional chat was quite lively, but not a single serious bid was made, and now the prices were starting to drop. Li Chen couldn't help but send a voice request to Baidaba, but once connected, he didn't know what to say. Li Chen remained silent, but Baidaba chuckled and said, "Brother Tuan, no need to say thanks, we're all sisters. Who's who between us? Well, it seems like it can't be sold." After hesitating for a moment, Li Chen finally spoke softly. Baidaba was also stunned, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Even if it's not peak player login time, it shouldn't be completely unresponsive, right? The chat channel is full of random bids, the highest is only a little over 100,000, and now they're starting to lower their prices." Li Chen sighed in response. "Chat channel?" Baidaba paused for a moment, then realized, "Big brother, don't tell me your friend requests are still closed? Damn." Li Chen slapped his forehead and was about to open the friend requests when someone started using the super loudspeaker. Server-wide top message, "Call me Long Out Yen, damn, that's ruthless. You don't even open your friend requests, and you want me to pay 100,000 yuan for a single bid? I'll offer 2 million. Server-wide top message, Level 8 Gale, you idiot upstairs, don't you know it costs 2 million to build a guild now? I'll offer 3 million. Server-wide top message, Young Master Zhao, you two upstairs, don't waste the loudspeakers, 4 million. Xiu Li Qian Kuan, 5 million. Li Chen was a bit dazed when he saw the 5 million bid, but fortunately, he remembered to quickly change his friend settings. With a bid of 5 million, Li Chen's heart instantly settled down. After thinking for a moment, he bought another super loudspeaker. Server-wide top message, Invincible Cute Group, sorry, I forgot to open my friend requests, please don't disturb if you're not serious, thank you. As soon as Li Chen finished sending the super loudspeaker message, he received a series of friend requests. Looking at the 99 plus in the friend request bar, Li Chen frowned. Why are there so many idle people? With a bid of 5 million, it's impossible to have this many people, 99% of them are just here to chat. Server-wide top message, Young Master Zhao, 6 million. Hu Zhong Ryu, 8 million. Seeing that someone was still using the super loudspeaker to bid, Li Chen couldn't help but say to Baidaba, who hadn't hung up the voice call yet, "Are these people crazy? Why are they still using loudspeakers to bid?" Baidaba chuckled and said, "Creating momentum. But the second guild in the entire server can't satisfy some people's appetites." Just like Zhan Tianxia continuously spamming 10 super loudspeakers to suppress the heat of the second guild, using this opportunity to showcase financial strength can make up for the gap with the first guild. After all, money is the most effective means to attract talent. "You really know a lot." Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. You don't understand the world of the rich." Bidding continued, and soon the price reached 10 million. Li Chen, with a trembling hand filled with excitement, waited for a minute, only to find the price had stopped moving. "Who 10 million? Uncle is finally about to reclaim your future." Li Chen murmured, looking up, not wanting his tears to fall. "What are you saying?" Baidaba asked, puzzled, as he couldn't hear clearly over the voice call. "Nothing. Daba, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, where would I find this 8 million? I won't say anything else. If you need anything in the future, just call me, I'll be there. Baidaba smiled gently. Brother Tuan, you still don't believe me when I say you're being petty. This is just the beginning. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Do you think it can still go up? Li Chen was somewhat incredulous. Anything over 10 million is no small amount. The usual management doesn't have the authority for that, so they need time to consult the leaders who aren't online. But we can't just sit here and wait. Baidabao's voice came through, followed by a piercing sound. Oh no, a super loudspeaker. Server-wide announcement, Baidabao's, 12 million. Seeing Baidabao's also rushing to quote with the super loudspeaker, Li Chen quickly said, "What are you doing? Helping you raise the price. Then raise it a little less, don't crash it down." "It's fine, I know what I'm doing." Baidabao's tone was nonchalant, and a few minutes later, Li Chen finally understood what it meant to have a predetermined perspective from birth. They were about the same age, but Li Chen had always lived in a small county, with limited horizons. His biggest dream in the past 2 years was to earn over 300,000 a year, ensuring that his team always had special medicine to take. He had seen online how some wealthy players would spend millions in games, but he couldn't believe someone would spend 30 million for a so-called second guild. Yes, that's right. 30 million. That person, Hu Zhongryu, ultimately bid 30 million, and Baidabao's then told Li Chen that it was about time, indicating that if it weren't for the interference of the Zhantian Guild, selling for a small target would have been possible. This is the difference in perspective between people. When he received the 30 million, Li Chen not only increased his savings but also broadened his horizons. They weren't afraid he would default. Blue Star Online couldn't use outsiders' bank cards, and if fraud occurred, they would catch them easily. Li Chen directly invited Hu Zhongryu to join the guild, and without waiting for Hu Zhongryu to teleport over, he hurriedly handed over the guild leader position to him. Are you kidding? Hu Zhongryu wasn't from Shinho City. Li Chen would be crazy to give him the chance to teleport over. Others would need some time to establish their guilds, and Li Chen still planned to take advantage of the chaos to grab a boss. If he brought the so-called second guild to Shinho City, he would be in big trouble. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for establishing the third guild. Brilliant. Reward guild level +1. Reward server-wide announcement 5 times. Although he was already dizzy from the super loudspeaker, when these 5 server-wide announcements came out, players across the Huaxia region were completely stunned. Server-wide announcement. Invincible Cute Team, auctioning the third guild. Brilliant. Here we go again? Zhan Tian looked at the server-wide announcement that was flooding the screen again, and even someone as resolute as him couldn't help but feel his blood pressure rise. Hu Zhongryu was happily discussing the future of the guild with the people below, but upon seeing the newly released server-wide announcement, he couldn't feel happy anymore. Baidabao's couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The guild leader's pettiness disappeared too quickly. Now he finally understood why this guy suddenly asked her for that favor. Is the third guild appealing? With 2 guilds already established, its appeal was limited, but the reward of guild level +1 was still quite enticing, and the bid had risen to 24 million, which naturally included Baidabao's assistance in driving up the price. Still the same old trick, confirming that the buyer, level 8 Gale, was in Haizhu City. Li Chen quickly transferred the guild leader position and exited, leaving no room for possibility. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Team for establishing the 4th guild. Dazzling. Reward server-wide announcement 3 times. Server-wide announcement. Invincible Cute Team, auctioning the 4th guild. Dazzling. Friends who have previously bid can privately message their offers. Li Chen also knew the principle of 3 times as a charm, so he kindly reminded the buyers that they could privately message their bids. Still the same question, is the 4th guild appealing? Hu Zhongryu and level 8 Gale expressed that it wasn't as appealing as they imagined, and aside from the 3 server-wide announcements, there were no other rewards. The server-wide announcement was merely equivalent to a super loudspeaker, just worth 100,000. But the 12 Constellation City is currently not interconnected, so establishing a guild now is equivalent to monopolizing a city, and those who understand the advantages know what it means. Therefore, capable buyers still chose to bid using super loudspeakers, and the price surged astonishingly, even exceeding the previous one. Most buyers believe that this should be the last guild that Li Chen sells. The name of the Invincible Cute group is not unfamiliar. They achieved the first kill of the Hellhound, activated the Abyss Passage dungeon, and were the first in the server to obtain a pet egg and the first to get a transfer guard. No one doubted whether Li Chen enjoyed the prestige rewards alone. These rewards added up to exactly 10,000, just enough to establish 3 guilds. The price of the brilliant guild ultimately stopped at 28 million. After transferring the position of the guild leader to the seller, Li Chen once again approached the old man with the goat horn beard. His prestige was not just 10,000 points, there was also the 1,000 points from the first dungeon completion reward, but at that time, the server announcement credited it to buy Daba, along with the 2,000 prestige from the second kill of the rampaging giant ape, and the 1,000 points each from the second kill of the electric zombie king and the spicy rabbit head. The server announcement read, "Congratulations to player Invincible Cute Group for establishing the 5th guild, Big White, rewarded with 3 server-wide announcements." The buyers who missed out on the 4th guild's bid had their eyes light up. Before Li Chen could use the loudspeaker, one buyer started to make an offer. But that person's bid was immediately topped by Li Chen's super loudspeaker. The top message in the server, "Invincible Cute Group, this guild is not for sale." Upon receiving Li Chen's guild invitation, Bai Daba was momentarily stunned. Seeing the guild's name, he didn't dare to accept it, instead sending a voice message to Li Chen in disbelief. "Brother Tuan, this should be the last guild you can establish, right? You don't want to sell it to me, do you?" Li Chen's response was very straightforward. Although I can afford the price of 28 million, after buying the guild, I really will have to eat dirt. Just now, when I was helping you raise the price, my dad warned me, our family situation is a bit complicated, and he can't give me more support, you understand, right? Bai Daba said with a mix of laughter and tears. "Family feuds? Illegitimate child? Do you have half-siblings? You're overthinking it. I, Bai Daba, the only heir of the Lao Bai family, my mom's identity is a bit special. Although she stands upright, she inevitably attracts trouble, so you understand, right?" I get it, your mom is a civil servant." Yes. Then it's fine, you're not bidding with a super loudspeaker. If anyone questions it, you can publicly claim that you're collaborating with me to run the guild. That is feasible, but my funds are limited. 2 million. Before Bai Daba could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Li Chen. "Didn't we agree before? You cover for me 2 million to buy my 3,000 prestige. Brother Tuan, don't mess around. Do you know that if you announce with a loudspeaker that this is the last guild, the price will definitely not be lower than 25 million? I know. You know that, and still." Bai Daba suddenly realized something, shocked as he said, "Brother Tuan, you don't want to hit on me, do you? I treat you like a sister, and you want to sleep with me?" Li Chen replied irritably, "What nonsense. I'm doing this to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made so much money, and there's also the service fee for you and your father helping me with the funds." After 3 auctions, Li Chen didn't dare to use his own bank card for direct transactions with the other party. He didn't know who the buyers of the guild were, but he knew one thing, they were all wealthy people, and particularly wealthy ones at that. Selling 3 guilds in a row had at least offended the big bosses, who bought the first 2 guilds, and there was also the watchful war of the world. In the game, Li Chen could be fearless, but in reality, he was just a 21-year-old commoner from a small county. It was too easy to find out the other person's identity through their bank card, and although people of that status might not care about such matters, what if he encountered someone petty? Li Chen didn't want to cause even the slightest trouble for Tuan Tuan because of this. So he chose to seek help from Bai Daba, who without any hesitation agreed to assist. She directly used the public account of a subsidiary under her father's name to receive the 3 transaction amounts, performing various operations that Li Chen couldn't understand. In the end, to ensure everything was secure, she even asked her father to transfer money to Li Chen from his personal account. In Bai Daba's words, her father had the power to block others from prying and to intimidate them from doing so. Li Chen didn't know how much it would cost to enlist someone with such power, so he offered his sincerity. An eye for an eye, a favor for a favor, this was Li Chen's pride. Bai Daba was taken aback by Li Chen's sincerity, thinking, is this guy out of his mind? Just a moment ago, he was someone who needed to borrow 200,000, and now he was handing out over 20 million. Isn't that shocking? Bai Daba absolutely refused to buy, while Li Chen was determined to sell. Neither could persuade the other, until Li Chen thought of a drastic measure. If you don't buy, I'll disband the guild right away. Since I dare to give up 20 million, I certainly won't fear losing another 200,000. Under Li Chen's threat, Bai Daba finally joined the Daba Guild. This guild name is really tacky, you should have told me to name it when you sold it to me, Bai Daba couldn't help but complain. Just make do with it, Li Chen grinned, transferring the guild leader position to Bai Daba before directly leaving the guild. The two were still connected via voice chat, and Bai Daba noticed Li Chen had left the guild, quickly asking, why did you leave? Come to Mauta City and let's grind monsters together. I won't be joining the guild for now. Although collective action in the guild to fight bosses is more reliable, it also means sharing the spoils with many members. Even if I can get a bigger share due to my strength, it still pales in comparison to the thrill of snatching it all for myself among thousands. In the short term, no one should be able to establish a guild, and a Shenhaoqing without a guild is my paradise. When someone builds a guild there, I can join you then. Alright, let's each develop and meet at the peak. You're so melodramatic. I'm logging off now, we'll chat tonight. By dinner time, Luing was also off work, and Li Chen didn't have time to rush out for the first wave of meat. Just as he took off his helmet, his phone buzzed with a notification, and upon checking, he found the latest message was a bank alert for a deposit of 10 million. Damn! Li Chen quickly put the helmet back on and sent a voice request to Bai Daba. Didn't I say 200,000? Why did you transfer 10 million? Li Chen asked irritably. Bai Daba huffed and replied, what kind of worth do you think I, Bai Daba, have? How could I take advantage of you? I warn you, don't transfer it back. If you do, I'll disband the guild. I just blasted a big announcement to recruit people. If I disband, the loss won't just be yours, I'll lose face too. My face is worth more than 20 million. I want to transfer it, but I'm limited. Li Chen gritted his teeth. He. Don't get hung up on it. My housekeeper calculated everything for me. If I transfer you 10 million, neither of us will lose out. No matter how I operated to help you receive the money through the public account, in the end, taxes have to be paid, and I don't want to cause trouble for my mom. I just helped you receive 82 million, and that subsidiary under my name is considered a state-supported project, so the corporate income tax is a bit lower than normal, about 12,300,000. Adding 10 million is still over 500,000 less than what you sold that guild for. I won't argue with you about that, consider it my service fee. For an MBA student who barely passes, this service fee is sky high. And we have to pay taxes? Li Chen was momentarily speechless, but then he reacted and said, if the big white guild didn't sell it to you, would you ask me for tax money? Of course. My dad's money didn't come from the wind. You're lying. Before I built the big white guild, aside from the 2 million you lent me, you could have transferred the remaining 80 million to me. I originally planned to deduct it from the last auction proceeds of your guild, but who knew you insisted on selling it to me? Bai Debao's said earnestly. You? Li Chen was quite skeptical of Bai Debao's words, but now that he had been outmaneuvered, he found himself at a loss. Just as Bai Debao said, if they disbanded the guild now, the losses would not just fall on Li Chen. We really are sick. Anyone who has seen our conversation would definitely think we're crazy. Li Chen shook his head and chuckled bitterly, too lazy to struggle any further, and logged off directly. After logging off, Li Chen stared at the balance displayed on his phone, remaining silent for a long time. The tears that had been pushed back by various loudspeakers finally wet his eyes. 87 million. The shackles that had weighed him down for 2 years were finally completely undone. At this moment, Uncle has finally taken back the future you deserve from the heavens. This is a happy occasion, how can I cry? Li Chen raised his arm to cover his eyes and then burst into laughter, looking almost insane. Hearing the commotion, Tuan, who was playing with her sister in the living room, ran over. Although Auntie said Uncle was working and shouldn't be disturbed, Uncle was laughing now, which must mean work was over, right? Yes, it must be. Tuan nodded vigorously, pushed the door open a little with her small hand, and peeked in with her little head, her big eyes blinking rapidly. When Li Chen heard the sound of the door opening, he put down his arm and was melted by Tuan's adorable appearance, leaning over to hug her tightly and giving her a big kiss. Uncle made a lot of money again. Little Tuan's eyes instantly lit up, and she happily shouted with her small hands raised, Uncle, did you earn 100 coins again? No, Uncle earned more than 100 coins, more than 1,000 coins, 10,000 coins, and even more. Really? Then can Uncle buy a big doll for Bauer again? Yes. Buy whatever big dolls Tuan wants, Uncle will buy as many as you want, filling the bed in the room. Wow. Really? But if the room is full of dolls, will Uncle not be able to find the baby? That's a problem. How about we just buy one? Okay. After dinner, Luing took her daughter home from work. She hadn't finished her gaming time today, but fortunately, there were elders at home to help look after the child. Li Chen took Tuan out as well. The little baby needed to stretch her legs, otherwise, she would just keep watching TV. The mall closed at 8 p.m., and the two of them stayed there until then. Of course, it wasn't that Tuan liked shopping at such a young age, but they played for a while in the indoor amusement park. Just as Li Chen and the little one, still wanting more fun, arrived home, his phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number on the caller ID, he was about to reject the call but noticed it was a local number, so he thought for a moment and answered. Hello, is this Mr. Li Chen? Yes. This is the Industrial and Commercial Bank. I am. Beep, beep, beep. Li Chen hung up the phone before the other party could finish speaking. Is phone fraud really this rampant now? They can even display local numbers. I am the invincible little cutie. The phone rang again, and Tuan sang alone. Li Chen frowned and glanced at it, realizing it was still the same number, and he casually rejected the call. Is phone fraud this rampant now? Usually, don't they just move on to another target after being hung up on? Why are they still calling? Less than 10 seconds later, the phone rang again, still the same number. Li Chen was furious and decided not to reject the call, preparing to answer in curse. Don't hang up, I really am from the bank, the person on the other end spoke quickly, seemingly afraid of being scolded by Li Chen. Li Chen replied irritably, Is your bank still open at 8 p.m.? Did you just come back from northern Myanmar and not adjust to the time difference? Mr. Li, I assure you I'm not a telecom scammer. I am Zhao Wuqi, the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Qiqi Town. There may be abnormalities with your ICBC account. Recently, there have been frequent large cash inflows, and today, large transactions have frequently triggered the risk control mechanism. Our bank believes your account may have been used by someone else for money laundering activities, and we have temporarily frozen your account. The content from the other end made Li Chen retract his cursing. It seemed the brothers from northern Myanmar weren't that impressive after all. That was a normal transfer to a personal account. On what grounds do you freeze my bank card? Li Chen frowned and asked. What you said indicates that you are aware of this matter. According to regulations, for large inflows, the bank must conduct internal verification and require the account holder to explain the source of the funds. Our bank has just worked overtime to verify and found that it is not a system error, so you need to explain the source of the funds. If the explanation is unreasonable, you may also need to provide corresponding proof. Zhao Wuqi's tone was very good, and his reasoning was sound. Li Chen wasn't too clear on this matter, thought for a moment, and said, Your bank should be able to trace where this money came from, right? The amount is large in my account, but it's not unusual for the outgoing account. Yes, the outgoing account is indeed legal and compliant. But you still need to explain the source of the funds. It's a private gift. Do you have any relevant proof? Li Chen thought for a moment and said, I don't have proof, but I should be able to ask the other party to explain to the bank. Would that count as proof? That would work, it's more legally effective than your own explanation. Also, I need to remind you that if this money is indeed a private gift, you may need to pay taxes. The bank is currently linked with the tax authorities. So it's best for you to personally go to the tax bureau afterward to avoid unnecessary trouble. Okay, I understand. Don't forget to unfreeze my account as soon as the other party finishes explaining. I'm in a hurry to transfer money. By the way, my card should have a limit, right? Do I need to make an appointment to transfer more? How much do you want to transfer? 80 million. I want to transfer money to my other cards, the Postal Bank, Construction Bank, Agricultural Bank, and Rural Credit Cooperatives. I want to transfer 20 million to each card. Well, if you are transferring between your own bank cards, there are limits for mobile and ATM transactions. If you go to the counter in person, there are no limits, but you need to make an appointment in advance. Zhao Wuqi's voice was noticeably unnatural. Oh, can I make an appointment with you now? I estimate that the other side should be able to explain clearly by tomorrow morning at the latest. I remember the bank can also handle personal business on Sundays, right? Yes, it can, but may I ask why you want to transfer money to other cards? What's wrong with asking? A few days ago, I passed by these banks, and they were running promotions, giving away rice, flour, and cooking oil for deposits. How much rice and flour are you going to get? Can you eat that much? Why not take something free? I happen to know someone at the supermarket, and I can make a profit by flipping it. That's not illegal, right? Well, whether it's illegal or not seems to require consulting the Industry and Commerce Bureau, but you really don't need to transfer money to other banks. If you want any benefits, you can directly ask me. Our bank has policies too. The Industrial and Commercial Bank is giving away rice and flour now? Don't mention rice, flour, and oil, just tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. If you deposit a large sum in my bank or purchase financial products, I can even send you a grocery store. Zhao Wuqi said excitedly on the other end of the phone. Is that for real? Li Chen felt a bit confused. Was Zhao Wuqi really not a scammer? How could it be fake? You come by tomorrow? No, I'll personally visit you tomorrow. Just don't transfer any money out. No, you don't need to come, I'll go to the bank to find you. What you're saying really sounds too much like a scammer. It's better to talk in the bank president's office. Alright, I'll come in early. Tomorrow. How about 8 o'clock? Zhao Wuqi suppressed his excitement and asked softly. Li Chen didn't want to enjoy such special treatment. He was starting to feel like he had a small goal in life, so he quickly said, No. Your bank opens at 9:30. On Sundays, right? I'll go then, I'm afraid it'll be too crowded. Zhao Wuqi was left speechless. Was Mr. Li Chen being a bit overly cautious? After setting the time, Li Chen hung up the phone and then sat with Tuan Tuan, watching TV while fiddling with his phone. When encountering something he didn't understand, he would ask Baidu. When Li Chen typed large deposit into the search bar, several convenient search terms popped up before he even finished typing. Which bank has the highest interest for large deposits? Tips and methods for large deposits. How much interest can be negotiated for large deposits? A series of convenient search terms made Li Chen ponder. Was Zhao Wuqi really calling him late at night just to inquire about the source of his large sum? What could be investigated just through a phone call? If the account was frozen, wouldn't a text message alert or a phone call from an employee the next day suffice? Did Li Chen dare not to rush to the bank? It turned out this guy had ulterior motives. He had only known that banks had VIP services. When he sold 2 houses and his deposits fortunately exceeded 800,000, he became a VIP customer, able to withdraw money at the VIP window without queuing, but unfortunately, he was downgraded shortly after. Now with over 87 million in deposits, what kind of customer was he? Li Chen checked and found that the information available showed that the highest level customers at the bank were those with deposits over 8 million, who could apply for private banking services with dedicated account managers. He didn't know what private banking was, but with 87 million in deposits, he was definitely a top-tier customer, not to mention being at the pinnacle of the pyramid. It turned out the bank president also had to do business. After coaxing Tuan to sleep, Li Chen hesitated for a moment before picking up the gaming helmet. In just a few days, he had earned more money than he could in a lifetime. He didn't even need to think about how much interest he could negotiate tomorrow. Even with the most ordinary 2-year fixed deposit, the annual interest rate on 87 million would be over 2%. Even if it was only 2%, the interest alone would be 1.74 million a year. What kind of concept was that? Direct financial freedom. Tuan's special medicine, even if he took 1 and threw up 5, wouldn't cost 1.74 million. His gaming time was almost made up. Was there still a need to grind day and night? At one moment, Li Chen really wanted to relax completely. But in the end, he still put on the gaming helmet. He was addicted to gaming. He was just a 21-year-old young man who had been bent over by life, but now he was standing up. If he didn't play games, would he go to bars instead? Moreover, he hadn't forgotten the reminder he bought from Hao Jianjun. There must be a big pit behind the nationwide compulsion to play games, and Hao Jianjun told him to improve his strength in the game as much as possible. It was definitely not without reason. As soon as Li Chen logged in, he received a system notification from the auction house. The obsolete equipment he had listed before had all been sold, but the final price was even lower than he had expected. 6 pieces of level 10 golden equipment surprisingly sold for just over 30 gold, with only the no-level requirement clothes and rings fetching high prices. The rings sold for 60 gold, and the magic dog leather armor even went for 120 gold. Li Chen frowned, opened his friend list, and was about to leave a message for the offline by Dabo Bao when he received a voice request from Spicy Rabbit Head. "Wow, brother Tuan, why did you go to the main city?" The little girl sounded quite aggrieved. They were both new players fighting in the same mine, and now one was level 7 while the other had gone to the main city. Who wouldn't feel wronged? Li Chen glanced at Spicy Rabbit Head's level and said in confusion, "You're leveling up pretty fast too. When I logged off, you hadn't even logged in yet. It's only been 3 or 4 hours, and you've leveled up again? Not just me leveling up quickly, everyone else is too. The auction house is now open, and you can buy no-level requirement equipment from the main city. I now have a full set of silver equipment with a score of 30, it's so much faster to kill monsters," Spicy Rabbit Head said excitedly. Li Chen, upon hearing this, opened the auction house and indeed found no-level silver equipment for sale. The search criteria had also added a score option. Li Chen looked for patterns and discovered that the equipment score matched the attribute points added to the equipment. For example, some of the equipment he wore had 3 attributes plus 18, giving it a score of exactly 54, while 3 attributes plus 20 had a score of exactly 60, even platinum equipment was no exception. Silver equipment only had 2 extra attributes, so the equipment score of 30 that Spicy Rabbit Head mentioned referred to silver equipment with 2 attributes of plus 15 each. This was incredible. Normally, level 7 silver equipment in a beginner village would only have plus 8 or plus 9 at most, and now it had become plus 15, wasn't that a huge leap? Moreover, even level 1 characters could equip it, so what difference was there between a level 1 character and a level 10 character, aside from the automatic increase of 2 points in all attributes and free attributes? No wonder the price of level 10 golden equipment had plummeted while no-level equipment had skyrocketed. What was the point of having equipment above level 10 with no level requirement? Was it to accommodate players who had fallen behind due to less online time? Or was it for some secret purpose, to help those players catch up in strength as quickly as possible? Li Chen couldn't think of an answer at the moment, but he knew an opportunity to make money had arrived. Although there were quite a few players who had reached level 10, compared to the nearly 900 million eligible players, it was still at least several dozen times fewer. This meant that over 800 million players were eagerly waiting, and the price of no-level equipment was about to soar. Even plain items could sell for a good price. Li Chen swallowed hard and asked, "Rabbit, how much did this set of silver equipment cost you?" Spicy Rabbit Head hesitated for a moment and replied softly, 28 gold. Your mom doesn't know, right? Li Chen's eyes couldn't help but twitch. I didn't dare tell her. If she knew I spent 28,000 on equipment, she'd definitely take off my helmet again, Spicy Rabbit Head replied somewhat shyly. Your mom is probably about to enter the main city, right? Your equipment is probably getting close too. What will you do then? I just won't enter the same city as her. You really are a rebellious child. Anyway, this gold is all earned by me. Sigh. Li Chen sighed, hurry up and level up. Once you enter the main city, I'll take you to make some money. Okay, I'm going for it. I won't log off until I reach level 10. Li Chen ended the voice call with Spicy Rabbit Head and left a message for the already offline by Dababeo, mentioning something about the bank account, then turned and headed to the quest hall. Since he was going out to fight monsters anyway, he might as well pick up a clearing quest while he was at it. The quest hall was crowded with players, some taking quests and others looking for groups. Li Chen, dressed in branded equipment, stood out particularly. Although others couldn't see the specific information, they could guess from the appearance that it was definitely high-quality gear. As soon as he appeared, he attracted many people who came forward to offer olive branches, but Li Chen automatically rejected the team invitation, breaking the olive branches in the process. The extermination task could only be accepted one at a time. To take on the next one, he needed to complete the previous task or abandon it. The merit points awarded for tasks were not consumables but were used to enhance official titles. The so-called 1,000 merit points could be used to establish a guild for free, but in reality, it meant that 1,000 merit points could earn the title of Baron. With the title of Baron, not only could one establish a civil society for free, but one could also purchase items in the merit store. The higher the title level, the rarer the items available for purchase, and one could enjoy a certain percentage of discounts. Li Chen was most interested in the discounts and wondered if there were any quantity limits. Otherwise, once his title was higher, reselling items from the merit store could also be a profitable venture. Li Chen could now open the merit store, which only had a few low-level consumables like bread and red and blue potions, similar to ordinary goods, and the prices were not cheap. This might be due to insufficient titles, as many items were not displayed. However, there was still one item in the merit store that was not sold in ordinary shops and did not require a title to purchase. The Return City Scroll. A one-time item priced at 10 silver. This price made Li Chen doubt the intelligence of the planners behind Blue Star Online. If you don't want to die after running far, you just spend $100 to teleport back? Considering how large the map of Blue Star Online is, just running to the end of a novice village map takes an hour. As levels increase and players venture further, just running around becomes a significant issue. It could take half a day just to return to town. The Return City Scroll should be positioned as a commonly used consumable. How can you set it at 10 silver? Ordinary players would probably rather run for half a day than spend that money. Hee. Fortunately, we have a return stone. Although the planner's brain isn't functioning well, they are still nice to him. Accepting extermination tasks also has title restrictions. Players without titles can only take on F and E level tasks, and to go higher, a Baron title is required. Li Chen wasn't interested in F level tasks, so he looked through the E level tasks and found one to exterminate werewolves. Task: Exterminate werewolves. E. The village of Mandu, located east of Shenhaoqing, has recently been frequently attacked by werewolves. Please take the commission letter to Mandu village to deal with these damned bandits. Task objective: Kill 200 werewolves and the werewolf captain, Hog. Team size: 3 people, total reward: 60 merit points for the team. Compared to the 20 merit points rewarded for killing 1,000 level 11 monsters, this task's kill count and merit points were much more appealing. Moreover, it could be completed by a team of 3, as long as one person killed fewer than 70 monsters. Even if they split the kills, each person would still get 20 merit points. With such a high merit reward, the werewolves must be of a higher level than the level 11 monsters, and with a named character involved, Li Chen suspected it was likely an elite monster. A wild boss was unlikely, as the rewards wouldn't match. Li Chen hadn't planned to grind level 11 monsters for leveling up. There were quite a few players at level 10 now, and level 11 monsters would definitely be crowded. Plus, with his current top-tier equipment in the entire server, he couldn't afford to lose face by not being able to take on monsters 2 or 3 levels higher. He decided to look for werewolves first. If he could fight them, great. If not, he would figure it out later. It took him over 20 minutes just to run out of Shenhaoqing, and another 20 minutes to reach Mandu village, which was displayed on the map. This map was way too big. Li Chen somewhat regretted not choosing to become a summoner. It was said that summoners could summon mounts for free. In Mandu village, besides NPCs, there were a few players, clearly indicating that he wasn't the only one who had taken on the werewolf task. The village chief of Mandu village had a golden exclamation mark above his head. After a brief conversation, Li Chen handed the commission letter to the village chief, and the extermination task for werewolves appeared in the task system. Li Chen didn't rush to form a team. After all, the total merit points were only 60, and it would be best if he could handle it himself. Following the village chief's guidance, Li Chen slipped into the woods at the eastern edge of the village. When he found the wargs, he finally understood why it was a team quest. The wargs were not only aggressive monsters but also pack creatures. 5 wargs were gathered around a campfire, roasting something, and from a distance, Li Chen could already smell the barbecue. He wondered if the wargs' barbecue was edible. It smelled quite authentic. He threw out 2 true eyes, revealing information about 2 different types of wargs. Warg Scout level, 13 health, 12,000 defense, 320 physical attack, 550 skill, backstab, attacks from behind the target, dealing 180% physical damage, cooldown time 8 seconds. Warg Bandit level, 13 health, 12800 defense, 320 physical attack, 600 skill, mighty strike, deals 150% physical damage, cooldown time 5 seconds. Seeing the warg's attacks, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. What was the point of forming a team? His defense had reached a staggering 933 points, and neither type of warg could break through his defense. Only the backstab from the 2 warg scouts could take away 57 points of his health, and the cooldown for backstab was a lengthy 8 seconds. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen decided to give the wargs no chance at all. He still had 50 points of free attributes to allocate, so he directly put 2:3 points into stamina and constitution. He hadn't allocated points in the novice village because he was unsure of which profession to choose, fearing he wouldn't have a reset opportunity. Now that he had chosen Guardian, he was definitely going to stack an additional 20% in stamina and constitution. Li Chen's health increased to 5316, and his defense reached 1005. After allocating his attributes, Li Chen charged in without even bothering to use taunt, nor did he need to worry about the warg scouts sneaking up from behind. Even if he took a backstab, it would only deal a forced 1 point of damage. He didn't use any skills, just spun around and hit each warg with basic attacks. The 5 wargs could be poisoned indefinitely. Li Chen's attack was 699, with basic attacks dealing 379, and the 5 layers of poison damage reached 345 per second, with a cut of 84. A minute later, the 5 wargs turned into white light one after another, leaving behind a piece of whiteboard equipment on the ground. The cutting talent was impressive, but it felt a bit useless against small monsters. What left Li Chen speechless was that the 5 wargs should have been able to deal 5 points of forced damage to him per second, totaling 300 damage in a minute. Yet, his health remained full. Opening the system backend, he realized he had overlooked the 5% lifesteal from his weapon. Losing 5 points and gaining 5 points meant infinite sustainability. The smell of roasting wafted from the campfire, and as Li Chen approached, eager to see if he could eat, he noticed some bloody remnants on the ground near the campfire, with a small, bloody hand glaringly visible. The wargs were roasting human flesh. Li Chen nearly vomited. He had never felt this nauseated, not even on the first day of college when he went out with his roommates and got blackout drunk. If it weren't a game, he might have actually thrown up. Was it really necessary to make a game so realistic? Not far away, 3 players had just finished a wave of wargs and turned to look at the commotion. One young man called out to Li Chen, "Brother, buy a high-level mask from the system shop. It can block the smell, or it will just get more disgusting." Upon hearing this, Li Chen quickly summoned the system shop and bought a high-level mask, not hesitating for a moment despite the price being 1 gold. Sure enough, he could no longer smell the human flesh barbecue, and Li Chen sighed in relief, thanking the young man. Knowing it was just a game, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of killing intent as he looked towards another wave of wargs in the distance. Kill. Li Chen decided to engage these wargs head-on. After all, he didn't need to recover health or mana, just killing them in groups of 5 continuously. The 3 players were already surprised that Li Chen could take on 5 wolfmen alone, and now seeing him continuously kill without even healing, they were momentarily stunned. At this stage, those who could come to the main city were the top players from various novice villages, and their strength wouldn't be too bad, but compared to Li Chen, the gap was too obvious. The young man glanced at his girlfriend behind him, who was eagerly looking over at Li Chen, and after thinking for a moment, decided to keep his distance from this big shot. Just like in reality, riding an electric bike with your girlfriend feels romantic, but who knows if a Ferrari revving its engine nearby might steal that romance away. To prevent such a thing from happening, the young man didn't even dare to entertain the thought of clinging to Li Chen's leg and hurriedly signaled his teammates and his priest girlfriend to move away. With no one competing for monsters, Li Chen killed wolfmen for over 2 hours straight, taking down about 500 or 600, and his experience bar had already increased by a small half. Killing monsters 3 levels above him granted an additional 60% experience, and if he kept this up for another 3 hours, he would reach level 11. Thinking about the series of system notifications that would come after the main city opened, Li Chen silently called out leaderboard. After the main city opened, many new features became available, including the leaderboard Currently, the leaderboard only featured the level leaderboard, pet leaderboard, and mount leaderboard, with each list only recording the top 100. Li Chen glanced at the level leaderboard and found that just a few hours after the main city opened, half of the top 100 players had already reached level 12. Leaving the novice village, there were more than just a handful of skilled players. Among the top 100, Li Chen only recognized one familiar name. Dabo Bayo, wielding a platinum staff and holding 2 area attack skills, surprisingly ranked only 46. Dabo Bayo was offline now and would likely be pushed off the leaderboard soon. Although the first place on the leaderboard wasn't someone he knew, the name was familiar. Seeing Zhang Tianxia at the top, Li Chen couldn't help but admire this guy's strength. Unlike the way he stole bosses, the forums revealed that Zhang Tianxia relied on sheer skill. Was Zhang Tianxia in reality some kind of master of the lightning-fast 5-hit combo? According to some forum posts, there were experts in the game who were suspected to have martial arts skills in real life. In this so-called 100% virtual reality of Blue Star Online, ancient martial arts, once submerged in modern technology, were blooming again through various attribute enhancements. Should he sign up for a class tomorrow? The Wolfman quest to kill 200 Wolfmen had long been completed, but he still couldn't find the Wolfman captain named Hog. He didn't know if it had been killed by other players. Li Chen had no choice but to kill monsters. While expanding his search area, and after an unknown amount of time, a few screams suddenly echoed from a distance. Immediately after, a player came running towards him like a dog being chased. Following behind was a massive wolfman over 2 meters tall, wielding a giant axe. That player was the young man he had met before, who had reminded him about the high-level mask. The archer and the beautiful priestess from their trio had not appeared, and considering the earlier screams, they might have already been killed by the giant wolfman and returned to the city. Seeing the young man suddenly turn and run towards him, Li Chen didn't think twice and darted to the side. Whether the young man was leading the danger away or just panicking, Li Chen didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. Although most of his equipment was bound, there were still 2 pieces that weren't. If he lost them, he couldn't get them back, and a mere friendship wasn't worth that price. As he distanced himself, he threw a true sight over. Wolfman Hog, Elite, Level, 13 Health, 38,000 Physical Attack, 800, plus 160, Defense, 450 Skills, 1, Mighty Strike, deals 150% physical attack damage, cooldown time 5 seconds. 2, Battle Intent, killing an enemy. Increases attack power by 10%, lasts for 1 minute, can stack, up to 10 layers. 3, Overwhelming Strength, Hog's body is much stronger than that of an ordinary wargen, and his normal attacks can deal 130% physical damage. Seeing Hog's attributes, Li Chen ran even faster. This Hog must have killed 2 players, and his attack increased by 20%, reaching 960 points. Without that overwhelming strength passive skill, Li Chen might have been able to kill him, but now it was clearly impossible. Even if he managed to kill Hog, he would be left with low health, and he couldn't guarantee that the young man wouldn't repay kindness with malice, nor could he be sure it wouldn't lead to further complications. After all, the map was vast, but he wasn't the only one taking on the Wargen quest along with that trio. Big brother, help me. The young man saw Li Chen change direction and hurriedly called for help, his steps also turning towards Li Chen. I can't help you, I'm scared too. Li Chen shouted without looking back. Brother, let's team up, we can definitely take Hog down. No need, I want to take the merit for myself, but don't worry, I'll collect your corpse. If you drop anything, I'll pick it up and return it to you. Li Chen's shoes were fast, and soon he had left the young man behind, but in the end, the young man was caught by Hog, who took him down with a few axes. What puzzled Li Chen was that he clearly hadn't entered combat. Logically, Hog should have returned to his spawn point after killing the young man, but Hog suddenly looked up at him and chased after him. You bastard who slaughters my kind, Hog won't spare you. Li Chen naturally wouldn't argue with a game monster about right and wrong. Hog's battle-intense skill had stacked 3 layers, and he wouldn't gain any advantage by fighting him now. The duration of the battle-intense skill is 1 minute, and since Hog had just killed the young man, the duration refreshed, so it would be better to wait until after 1 minute to fight. Li Chen's shoes were fast, and Hog couldn't catch up for a while, but Li Chen didn't dare to run towards the full fight village, fearing he might encounter other players, so he took a wide detour to buy time. A small circle chasing a big circle naturally brought them closer together, and before a minute had passed, Hog caught up with Li Chen. Li Chen turned back and delivered a shield bash, the shield slamming hard into Hog. Minus 598, stun. Minus 350 slash, minus 69, poison, minus 350 slash, minus 249, normal hit, minus 350 slash, minus 138, poison, minus 350 slash. After stunning Hog, Li Chen was too lazy to run. Although Hog's battle intent still had a few seconds left, his weapon had lifesteal to sustain him. After Hog woke up, he delivered a powerful strike against Li Chen's raised shield.
-555 Hog, with 3 layers of battle intent, was indeed fierce, dealing over 10% of Li Chen's health in one hit.
Even though it was through the shield, Li Chen still felt his left hand go numb from the impact, and with a muffled grunt, he retaliated with a heroic strike. -598, -350 /29 17 10 17 with one heroic strike, 4 minus signs appeared above Hog's head, while 4 plus signs appeared above Li Chen's. Although the health recovery was average, Li Chen's eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. The lifesteal actually triggered from the slash. Li Chen suddenly realized that his talent might turn the tide, he couldn't hold it back. If he encountered a monster with millions of health, wouldn't he be choking on blood from the lifesteal? Well, a monster with millions of health wouldn't even need to bite him a second time, so he probably wouldn't be able to absorb from it. However, this lifesteal from the slash was an unexpected delight, and he could stack more of it in the later stages. Hog's powerful strike went on cooldown, and even with the extra damage boost, his normal attacks could only deal 347 points of damage to Li Chen. After Li Chen stacked the poison to 5 layers, each sword strike could recover 63 health points. A few seconds later, Hog's battle intent time ended, and his attack instantly dropped to 800. Even with the overwhelming strength passive skill, his normal attacks could only deal 35 points of damage to Li Chen. Li Chen, having lost less than half of his health, instead began to recover slowly, and by the time Hog fell to the ground, Li Chen was back to full health.
Ding, congratulations!
On defeating the elite monster, Wolfman Hog, you have gained 8,000 experience points, and an additional 4,800 experience points for leveling up 3 times.
Ding, the task of exterminating the Wolfman has been completed, please return to Mandu
Village with Hog's head to claim your reward. Hog dropped quite a bit, yielding 8 pieces of equipment, but unfortunately, only 2 of them were silver, while the rest were black iron and whiteboard.
Hog was not a boss monster, just an outdoor
elite, so getting 2 pieces of silver was already quite good.
Besides the equipment, there was also a bloody wolf head and a dozen silver coins. It was still an elite monster, after grinding so many ordinary wolfmen, not a single piece of silver. Equipment dropped, just 3 pieces of black iron and a few whiteboard items.
Taking advantage of the equipment's value, he put everything up for sale, which could earn him a few thousand coins at least. Although he had 87 million, who could
ever have too much money?
After returning to Mandu village to turn in the quest and receiving 60 merit points, Li Chen went straight back to the city.
Promoting to a baron allowed him to create a guild for free, and if he progressed quickly, he might even be able to sell it.
Finding elite monsters was somewhat difficult, so this time Li Chen chose a task to kill 500 abyssal demon pigs. It was also an E-level task, but this one did not involve named monsters, and the merit reward was also 60 points. Given Hog's difficulty to kill, the abyssal demon pigs, which only required a kill count, must be of a higher level than the wolfmen, otherwise, the merit reward wouldn't be the same. With his current strength, targeting monsters above level 13 would yield better cost-effectiveness.
Following the task instructions, Li Chen spent half an hour finding Lihua Town, which was a bit farther than Mandu village.
Although Lihua Town was called a town, it wasn't much larger than Mandu village. But it had more NPCs, and most importantly, 2 NPCs had golden exclamation marks above their heads.
Li Chen approached to inquire and immediately lost interest. These 2 NPCs were actually secondary profession skill instructors, one a pastry chef, and the other a brewer. Completing the task would allow him to learn to make Lihua Town's specialties, Lihua pastry and Lihua brew.
There was also a specialty shop in the town selling these 2 items.
Lihua pastry not only restored 3 points of hunger but also provided an additional 5% stamina for 5 minutes. Lihua brew had no special effects, just labeled as tasty.
The price of Lihua pastry was 3 silver, while Lihua brew was a whopping 10 silver.
It was reasonable for Lihua pastry to be so expensive, but what justified the price of Lihua brew? Out of curiosity, Li Chen extravagantly bought a bottle. The taste lingered on his lips, with a hint of mild intoxication that made one reluctant to leave. Li Chen wasn't a drinker, but this Lihua brew had captivated his taste buds, so he waved and bought another 10 bottles, planning to celebrate with a couple after obtaining something good. He also bought 10 pieces of Lihua pastry, one to eat before battle and one to drink after. No problem. Following the task instructions, Li Chen headed south of the town to look for abyssal demon pigs.
In the endless pear orchard, Li Chen found the abyssal demon pigs crashing into trees. No wonder there was a task to exterminate them. These creatures were eating the pear blossoms, knocking the pear trees askew to get the blossoms down, which was ruining Lihua Town's source of income. Abyssal Demon Pig, level, 15 health, 16,000 defense, 600 physical attack, 650 skill 1, charge. Instantly rushes towards the enemy from a distance of 8 meters, dealing 150% physical damage and stunning the enemy for 1 second, cooldown time 15 seconds. Skill 2, Bite, deals 160% physical damage to the target, cooldown time 2 seconds. Seeing the Attributes of the Abyssal Demon Pig. Li Chen was very satisfied. It was a typical high defense, high health, low attack type, which he preferred. Li Chen stepped forward, and just a few steps in, he was spotted by an Abyssal Demon Pig, which charged and stunned him on the spot. Unfortunately, the attack power of the Abyssal Boar was indeed a bit low. Neither its charge nor its normal attack could break Li Chen's defense, and only its bite could deal 36 points of damage. Once Li Chen's dizziness ended, he quickly regained the health. It was a waste to fight it, so Li Chen simply bypassed this Abyssal Boar, took a few steps forward, and attracted 4 more Abyssal Boars. The old method, running in circles and attacking one by one, was still effective, though the charge skill of the Abyssal Boar was a bit annoying. Fortunately, the charge skill had a minimum release distance. It couldn't be activated if the distance was less than 8 meters, or else 5 boars could knock him out. It took nearly 2 hours to kill 500 Abyssal Boars. It seemed inefficient, but the rewards were quite pleasing. Not only did his level rise to 11, but he also looted 7 pieces of black iron equipment. Although the black iron equipment dropped by level 15, monsters only had 1 additional attribute. The value reached 18 points. A single attribute could already rival the golden equipment on Li Chen. However, due to class restrictions, only black iron equipment for backline classes could be sold for a high price. In a well-equipped team, backline players could focus solely on their main attributes, temporarily sacrificing other attributes to enhance their output or healing capabilities. Li Chen was lucky. Out of the 7 pieces of black iron equipment, 4 could be sold for a high price, and the price was not lower than the silver equipment bought from the spicy rabbit head. After completing the kill count, Li Chen hesitated about whether to return to town to turn in the quest. Although the Abyssal Boars had high health and thick defense, making them slower to kill than the Wolfmen, the experience gained was higher than that from killing Wolfmen. Most importantly, Li Chen was the only player in the entire pear orchard. Clearly, there were no players farming level 15 monsters for the time being, and even if there were, they wouldn't be in Pear Blossom Town. It was simply too advantageous to farm a map alone. Taking on other merit quests might not yield monsters as suitable for leveling up. Just as he was hesitating, a massive figure appeared in Li Chen's line of sight. Abyssal Boar Leader, Boss, Level, 15 Health, 150,000 Defense, 1,050 Physical Attack, 900 Skill 1, Charge Skill 2, Bite Skill 3, Lord's Authority. When health is below 50%, it will summon nearby ordinary Abyssal Boars to fight together. Skill 4, Stone Armor Aura, increases its own and allies' defense by 20% for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. It turned out to be a boss monster. Bosses are creatures that fall between elite monsters and regular bosses, commonly referred to as mini-bosses. Li Chen had encountered a boss monster once before. The poison skill was dropped by the level 6 venomous spider boss. Boss monsters have a chance to drop golden equipment and skill books. Naturally, Li Chen wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. However, the attack power of this boss monster was a bit high. He should be able to manage with lifesteal and potions, but the Lord's Authority was a bit tricky. Although the ordinary Abyssal Boars didn't deal much damage, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and the charge skill was quite bothersome. There was a way around it, though. The Lord's Authority only summoned nearby monsters. Unlike the dungeon boss Abyssal Priest, which could summon minions out of thin air. As long as he cleared out the nearby ordinary Abyssal Boars, he should be able to take it down. He just didn't know how large the summoning range of the Lord's Authority was. In any case, he was currently the only player on this map, so he aimed to clear as many as possible to minimize the risk. There were a few ordinary Abyssal Boars near the boss that were difficult to clear, so Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to walk back, starting to clear the small monsters from a distance away from the boss. By clearing out a space in advance and then luring the Abyssal Boar leader over to kill, he could perfectly solve the problem of the small monsters being difficult to clear near the boss, as the boss's alert range was farther than that of ordinary monsters. After spending half an hour, Li Chen finally cleared out a satisfactory space, then approached the boss. As Li Chen got closer, the Abyssal Boar leader indeed noticed him before the other ordinary boars and charged over with a skill. Li Chen raised his shield, attacking while retreating, slowly leading the boar leader to the center of the cleared space. The defense of the Abyssal Demon Boar leader was too high. Li Chen's normal attacks couldn't break through. Fortunately, poison and cutting could trigger lifesteal. The Abyssal Demon Boar leader could only use its bite skill to break Li Chen's defense. Although the cooldown was only 2 seconds, Li Chen could fully withstand it with lifesteal and red potions. It was a stalemate between a meat shield and a monster, neither side willing to give in. Finally, the Abyssal Demon Boar leader's health dropped to 50%. And a piercing pig squeal made Li Chen's ears ache. The nearby ordinary monsters had long been cleared by Li Chen, leaving no one to respond to the boss. The boss let out another cry, its body turning a stone color, instantly increasing its defense by 20%. Unfortunately, there were no allies around, turning the group buff into a single target. No matter how high the defense, it couldn't escape the law of true damage, and soon the Abyssal Demon Boar leader fell to the ground.
A round object rolled onto the ground, catching Li Chen's attention. The Abyssal Demon Boar leader didn't drop any golden equipment or skill books, but it did drop a pet egg. Abyssal Demon Boar pet egg quality, B+ can hatch into a B-grade Abyssal Demon Boar cub, with a 50% chance of hatching into an A-grade Abyssal Demon Boar leader cub due to its lineage. If it had been the day before and he had dropped a B-grade pet egg, Li Chen's first thought would definitely have been to sell it. However, today was different. Being stingy was no longer acceptable. Ordinary Abyssal Demon Boars were uninteresting, but a leader-level pet should be worth raising. A 50% chance was worth the gamble. If it turned out to be an ordinary pig, he could just chop it up to save on wasted experience. Having made up his mind, Li Chen directly held the pet egg in his hands. Do you want to hatch the Abyssal Demon Boar pet egg? Note, once a pet is hatched, it cannot be traded. Seeing the system pop up, Li Chen chose to confirm. A flash of light passed, and the pet egg in his hand disappeared, while a small black piglet appeared at his feet, happily spinning around. Li Chen opened the pet interface, a smile appearing on his face. The 50% chance had paid off. It was a bit ugly, but its attributes were quite good. Abyssal Demon Boar leader cub quality, a level, 0 health, 240 mana, 180 defense, 40 physical attack, 40 spell attack, 0 skill, bite. Cannot be ridden until level 10. Compared to Bai Daba's A grade Hellhound, the attributes of the Abyssal Demon Boar were quite different. The Hellhound had an initial spell damage of 50 points, while the Abyssal Demon Boar's initial attack was only 40 points. However, the Abyssal Demon Boar's health and defense were much higher than that of the Hellhound. The qualification of an A-grade pet increases its initial attributes by 100% for every level gained. If the Abyssal Demon Boar also leveled up to 11 like Li Chen, its health would be 2880, defense 480, and attack 480. It certainly couldn't compare to Li Chen, who was fully equipped with top-tier gear, but it wouldn't be much worse than an ordinary player. Normally, he should have brought a damage-dealing pet to make up for his attack shortcomings. However, the reason Li Chen chose to hatch the Abyssal Demon Boar was not just the chance of getting an A-grade qualification. Although the A-grade Abyssal Demon Boar might not have as high an attack as the Silver Wolf King, it would definitely be better than an ordinary B-grade pet. What he valued more was the aura skill of the Abyssal Demon Boar leader. The petrification aura was extremely beneficial for a guardian. A 20% defense boost could make Li Chen incredibly tanky, and when facing boss monsters, there would be no need to clear out the small monsters. However, right now, his little piglet only had one skill. It might gain the aura skill at higher levels. Li Chen glanced at the experience required for the pet to level up, which was equivalent to 1/5 of a player's. It was quite reasonable, so even if he switched pets in the future, it wouldn't be too painful. Moreover, pets shared experience and could be allocated, allowing for quick leveling and combat power. Formation. After checking his own experience, Li Chen decided not to return to the city just yet. The experience from that lord was quite impressive, gaining an additional 80 experience for leveling up to level 4, and he was not far from reaching level 12. After naming the pet pig intestine, Li Chen set the experience distribution to 80% for the pet. Li Chen estimated that by the time he reached level 12, pig intestine would also be close to level 10, and then he could simply switch the experience distribution. Once pig intestine reached level 10, he could ride it, saving a lot of time on merit tasks. After commanding pig intestine to stay put, Li Chen began farming monsters. It was still not very technical, just 5 pigs spinning around to consume. Now it was equivalent to killing monsters at level 4, and the experience efficiency was still quite impressive. After killing 5 monsters, pig intestine leveled up, visibly getting fatter. Unfortunately, leveling up by 1 did not grant any new skills. He continued to kill monsters until he could barely keep his eyes open, finally reaching level 12, but he miscalculated the experience, and pig intestine was still half a level away from reaching level 10. It's worth mentioning that pig intestine learned the charge skill at level 5. It was already past 4 AM, and Li Chen really couldn't wait for pig intestine to reach level 10, so he took off the gaming helmet and curled up by the bed to sleep. At 7 AM, Lu Ying came to work with her daughter. After tidying up the room, Li Chen was too lazy to eat breakfast and went back to the bedroom to sleep again. He was only woken up at 9 AM by Lu Ying, who had reminded him, and after washing his face, he went out. After studying with Bai Du yesterday, Li Chen already had a good idea about the bank visit. He went directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bank and found the president's office. After confirming their identities, Li Chen didn't wait for Zhao Wuqi to start selling and asked with a smile, "Has my account been unfrozen?" Zhao Wuqi quickly replied, "It was unfrozen early this morning. The city bank president personally called to notify." Zhao Wuqi didn't expect this matter would attract the city's attention. Normally, it should just follow the regular process, but he didn't expect the city would call early in the morning to urge it.
Zhao Wuqi didn't know the background of this young man who claimed to be depositing money to exchange for rice and flour. Anyway, he was not someone this branch president could offend. That's good, Li Chen nodded and then asked, how do I pay this tax? You'll need to consult someone from the tax bureau for that. Alright, since the account is unfrozen. I'll go pay the tax first, and we can discuss the transfer later. Upon hearing the word transfer, Zhao Wuqi became a bit anxious and hurriedly said, paying such a huge tax amount requires our bank's cooperation, why not do it here? I can invite someone from the tax bureau over. Is that convenient? Very convenient. Then I'll trouble you. No trouble at all, Zhao Wuqi repeatedly waved his hand and then called the tax office in front of Li Chen. Although the bank and tax bureau were separate entities, they were closely linked, and Zhao Wuqi directly contacted the head of the tax office. The tax office usually didn't operate on Sundays, but when the head heard it was about a tax of 87 million, he immediately agreed to handle it as a special case. It's worth noting that taxes can be declared monthly or annually, or even delayed if possible, who knows when they might be paid. This was like a pie falling from the sky in terms of political achievements. What's wrong with working overtime? 87 million is a huge sum for a small town. The privately supported enterprise in the town only pays about 2 to 3 million in taxes annually, and the town mayor has to frequently show concern, fearing the factory might close and lose that tax revenue. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuqi tirelessly introduced various deposit interest rates and high-return financial products linked to the bank to Li Chen. The head of the tax office had already arrived with a staff member. Paying taxes legally is every citizen's duty, and Li Chen didn't act like a big shot. He cooperatively completed the payment process. Private gifts are considered unexpected income and are subject to a 20% unexpected income tax. Mr. Bai had transferred a total of 90 million to Li Chen, which was considered as unexpected income tax, requiring a payment of 18 million in taxes. Additionally, there were about 3 million from Li Chen's previous equipment sales, and he did not make any excuses, directly stating the source of the funds. Initially, the country's tax regulations on virtual products and games were not well established, but after the launch of Blue Star Online, the government set a personal income tax rate of 20% on virtual products. Li Chen promptly paid all the taxes, totaling over 18.6 million. In fact, Li Chen had overpaid, as he had also spent 8 million to establish a guild, which should normally be calculated based on profit. In reality, there is a specific tax system, but calculating it is too complicated, and the process is cumbersome, everyone understands. After a busy day, Li Chen ultimately went to the tax office, where the money had already been directly transferred from the bank to the tax office's account. However, some procedures still had to be followed. Fortunately, the tax office staff had already calculated everything at the bank, and Li Chen just needed to sign various documents. Zhao Wuqi was genuinely afraid that Li Chen would run away, so he personally drove Li Chen back and forth. Once the tax matters were settled, Li Chen still had over 68 million left in his account, which was still a huge sum. Zhao Wuqi, who had been talking non-stop during the drive, was now eagerly watching Li Chen, licking his dry lips and wanting to say more. Li Chen smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, Director Zhao, you might as well stop introducing those financial projects. I only want to deposit in fixed terms, I don't want to study anything else. Mr. Li, aren't you considering any financial projects? The returns are much higher than fixed deposits. Not considering. Just help me set up 2 fixed deposits, one for 20 million for 3 years, and another for 30 million for 5 years. I want a 4% annual interest rate for the 2-year deposit and a 4.5% annual interest rate for the 5-year deposit. If you think that's feasible, let's do it now. If not, I'll check with other banks. Zhao Wuqi frowned at this, awkwardly saying, This interest rate is a bit too high. If it were the first 2 years, it wouldn't be a problem, but the country has been lowering interest rates for the past 2 years. I really can't offer such a high rate. If you're having trouble, I'll ask other banks. I don't have much time, I need to go back and make up for my game time. Li Chen stood up, unwilling to continue the back and forth with Zhao Wuqi, and turned to leave. Seeing that Li Chen didn't seem to be bluffing, Zhao Wuqi hurriedly stood up and said, Wait, let me consult the city bank, I really don't have that high of authority. Zhao Wuqi was not lying, his authority was indeed insufficient. If it were within 3.5, he could push through, but 4 was indeed beyond his limits. This time, Zhao Wuqi did not take too long. With one phone call, the city agreed to Li Chen's request, but unfortunately, a large portion of this performance would go to the city, leaving him with just a small share. The business was processed very quickly. The town's bank did not have a private banking customer service position, so Zhao Wuqi took it upon himself to handle it, meaning that in the future, Li Chen could directly connect with the bank president for any business holding 2 large deposit certificates. Li Chen felt as if his life had reached a sense of fulfillment. The 20 million fixed deposit for 3 years would yield 2.4 million in interest after 2 years, and the 30 million fixed deposit for 5 years would yield
6.75 million in interest after 5 years. Calculating this way, with the principal of 50 million untouched, his annual income would reach 2.15 million. With over 18 million still in his bank card, Li Chen naturally had no intention of being idle, and went directly to a newly developed residential sales office. Without listening to the sales lady's lengthy introduction, Li Chen pointed directly at a 6-story model in the property display. "How much is this building?" The saleswoman did not underestimate Li Chen because of his youth. She smiled and introduced, "This building is currently unfinished and in the pre-sale stage. There will be some price differences based on the floor height, with prices per square meter roughly between 3,200 and 3,600. Which floor do you prefer? I can check if there are any available units." Li Chen nodded. "Are there any discounts for pre-sales?" "Yes, sir. The down payment for booking a unit is only 20%, and if you pay a deposit of 10,000 before the end of the month, that deposit will be fully refunded to you upon delivery, which means you save 10,000. What about full payment? If you pay in full before the end of the month, you can enjoy a 5% discount." Li Chen nodded again and then asked, "Is your boss around?" Do you know our boss?" "I don't know him, I'm just worried you can't make decisions." "Well, if you don't trust me, I can call our manager." "Your manager probably can't make decisions either." "Is your boss around?" "If not, just help me make a call and say someone wants to buy a whole building, in full. If he has time, it's best to discuss it in person. If not, just give me the best conditions, or I'll go buy across the street." Li Chen was not trying to show off. The real estate developers in the town were not big companies or groups, most were individuals, not that hard to reach. Take this new development, for example. There were only 8 buildings in total, and Li Chen planned to buy 1/8 of the entire project in cash. Which developer wouldn't come running? You mean one building? The saleswoman could no longer maintain her smile, staring at Li Chen with a dumbfounded expression. "I'm not mistaken or crazy, this building has 2 units, which means 24 apartments, and I want them all." The saleswoman realized her gaffe and quickly said, "I'm sorry, let me check with my supervisor." Li Chen didn't wait long before the real estate company's boss, Wang Fugue, appeared at the door. Whether he was coming to see a fool or a big client, it was worth the trip. Seeing Li Chen looking half asleep, Wang Fugue's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and he turned to the saleswoman with a look of anger. There was still a pig waiting for him to raise in the game, and Li Chen was too lazy to engage in any pretentious drama. He asked directly, "What's the lowest price for this building? I can pay in full on the spot." Wang Fugue, maintaining his composure, did not question him directly but smiled and said, "Little brother, may I ask what you plan to do with so many apartments? Our small county town has average prosperity. Although the housing prices are not high, there isn't much room for appreciation. So buying for investment doesn't make much sense." "I'm not investing, I'm buying this for my niece to live in. The property deed will be in her name." How old is your niece?" 3 years old. "Can I put it in her name?" "What the hell? Are you kidding me? Security! Get this kid out of here." Wang Fugue could no longer maintain his composure. This guy was clearly out of his mind. Li Chen felt a bit helpless. What he was doing did seem a bit crazy, but he genuinely wanted to buy. Having experienced the brutal reality of almost losing his entire family, Li Chen was filled with anxiety about what tomorrow might bring and what unexpected events might occur. Moreover, he would have his own life in the future, and he would eventually marry and have children. He worried about what would happen if he had an accident and left only one person behind. What if his wife and child were not good to that one person? Li Chen knew that a 21-year-old young man with such a pessimistic mindset was quite unhealthy, but even if he had to see a psychologist, he wanted to leave some security for his niece's future. "Don't get excited. I estimate that if I show you my savings balance, you might think I'm just playing with some app. You in real estate should have close ties with the bank, right? Do you have the phone number for Manager Zhao at ICBC? A couple of sentences won't be a big deal. By the way, my name is Li Chen." Wang Fugue noticed that Li Chen spoke with such seriousness, and since he was indeed familiar with Zhao Wuqi, he thought for a moment and stopped the security guard who was about to approach. He took out his phone and dialed. It was indeed just a couple of sentences. Wang Fugue mentioned that a spirited young man named Li Chen wanted to buy a building, and Zhao Wuqi replied through gritted teeth that he could afford it. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fugue was all enthusiasm, insisting that Li Chen try the 1982 De Hongpao. Li Chen had been out long enough and was too lazy to engage in a prolonged negotiation with a real estate mogul over 50, so he spoke directly. "Isn't the price of this building between 3,200 and 3,600? Let's not bother with the floors, let's just calculate everything at 3,200, and then give me a 5% discount." "Wow! Mr. Li, you're cutting too high. Not only are you reducing the average price per square meter by at least 200, but with the 5% discount, that's another 160 off. This price can't go down. Are you selling? Or not? Just give me a straightforward answer. Sold. Did I offer too much? Not at all, I'm just recovering my costs. Can you throw in full decoration for me? Can't do that, I really need to keep my costs covered. Hey, don't go yet, I have a ceramic shop, I can give you a full set of high-end tiles. Deal. You young people really know how to live. Can living well also mean buying a building? Young and promising. Young and promising. If you have a ceramic shop, you must have a renovation team. Regardless of the size, I'll pay $50,000 for a full renovation, no furniture or appliances included. Alright. You're not planning to give me all defective goods, are you? Of course not. If you really buy the whole building in cash, you can pay half the renovation fee upfront and the other half when you're satisfied. Did I offer too much again? Not at all, I'll throw in a 55-inch TV for each unit. Looks like I really did offer too much. Li Chen sighed and decided not to dwell on it. Let's settle the accounts. The accountant behind Wang Fugui had already calculated the area while the two were haggling, and now with the unit price out, it was a simple multiplication. For 24 units, totaling 2164 square meters, the total price was 6,578,560 yuan. Wang Fugui waved his hand and waved the 8,560 yuan remainder. Adding the 600,000 yuan for half the renovation fee, Li Chen paid 7.17 million yuan on the spot and transferred an additional 71,700 yuan, entrusting the real estate company to help pay the property tax. It was quite a bit less than he had anticipated. Seeing that he still had over 10 million in his account, Li Chen thought for a moment and bought the last two street-facing shops that Wang Fugui had left, still writing them under the name Li Yuyu. Street-facing shops were in high demand, and this time Wang Fugui absolutely refused to lower the price. In the end, Li Chen spent 4 million to buy two 200 square meter shops, and still entrusted Wang Fugui to handle the tax payments. The deed tax for commercial properties was relatively high, at 5% of the property price, so Li Chen had to pay an additional 200,000 yuan. However, the shops didn't need renovation, as tenants would handle their own fit-outs. Seeing that he still had over 6 million left in his account, Li Chen finally felt at ease. Both the residential and commercial properties were newly developed, and even after 10 or 20 years, they wouldn't be too old. Once the properties were handed over, he planned to rent them out, with the rent deposited into the new bank card set up for Yuyu. By the time she grew up, it would be best if Li Chen was still alive. If he had passed away or gone bankrupt, these properties and savings would ensure Yuyu's well-being. At 21, he had already taken care of the worries he should have at 41. What a relief. Li Chen returned home, riding his beloved little electric scooter with a pile of documents. By the time he got home, it was already 1 p.m. Yuyu and her sister were napping, and Li Chen, afraid of waking the two children, stopped Luing, who wanted to heat up some dishes, and casually grabbed a couple of leftover bites before heading back to the bedroom to put on his gaming helmet. As soon as he logged in, he received messages from Bai Daba and Spicy Rabbit Head. Bai Dabeos said that the bank issue was resolved. After Li Chen replied with a thank you, he glanced at the message from Spicy Rabbit Head and let out a slight sigh. Brother Tuan, I can't go to Shinho City anymore. My mom helped me get a bank card today, and my plan to buy equipment got exposed. After giving me a beating, she insisted I go to Mauda City and keep an eye on me. Brother Tuan, I'm going to Mauda City now. My mom is outside waiting for me with a feather duster. My rebellious spirit has been straightened out. Brother Tuan, I've changed my class. This time I didn't listen to my mom and switched to a priest instead of an archer. I think a healer is definitely needed to support the guards. Brother Tuan, my healing spell also crits. I can definitely help you in the future. A series of messages made Li Chen furrow his brows slightly. He did feel a bit regretful that the little girl wasn't coming to Shinho City. After all, it was hard to find such a obedient little turret. However, the girl's tone seemed a bit off, a bit flirtatious. Could it be that she was developing a crush on him? That wouldn't do. We can't engage in illegal activities. They say no one knows a girl better than her mother, so it's no wonder Spicy Rabbit Mom used family rules to pressure the little girl into going to Mauda City. She probably sensed something was off and wanted to cut her losses in time. Li Chen almost wanted to delete Spicy Rabbit Head on the spot to cut off her flirtatiousness. But he was also afraid of hurting the child, so he hesitated and replied, "Got it, good luck." Spicy Rabbit Head was online and quickly sent a message back. Li Chen casually replied a few times and then sent her off. Anyway, the main cities probably wouldn't open up in the short term, and children's affections come and go quickly. Let time take its course, and it would probably fade away. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen sighed again and sent a message to Bai Dabeos, asking her to keep an eye on things. He didn't owe her any favors, but when Bai Dabeos heard this, she almost flipped over to send Li Chen a referral fee. 100% healing crit? Who's looking out for whom? A solid guild backbone, and you might not even be able to hire one with money. She immediately invited Spicy Rabbit Head and her daughter to join the guild. After handling the trivial matters, Li Chen continued his pig-raising business. He leveled up to level 12, and the experience from the Abyssal Magic Pig decreased a bit, but Pig Large Intestine was almost level 10, so Li Chen didn't change. Locations. After grinding the Abyssal Magic Pig for nearly an hour, Pig Large Intestine finally reached level 10. What excited Li Chen was that Pig Large Intestine learned the Stone Armor aura at level 10. Unfortunately, the aura effect was not 20%, but only 10%. He didn't know if there would be opportunities to improve it later. However, 10% was still quite powerful for Li Chen. After all, it was a noble percentage increase. It was just that when he saw the pet interface showing that Pig Large Intestine was writable, Li Chen looked down at the now much larger Pig Large Intestine, which was about the size of a domestic pig in reality, and his expression became a bit strange. It wasn't the kind of big fat pig that weighed 5 or 600 pounds after being raised for several years, but rather the kind that was sent to market at 200 pounds from a farm. A little girl like Spicy Rabbit Head might barely be able to ride it, but at over 1.8 meters tall, wearing heavy armor, riding a domestic pig, wasn't that ridiculous? Where would those long legs go? Wouldn't they just dangle down? The ordinary Abyssal Magic Pig is already shoulder high to my chest. How can you, a minor lord, be so shameless? Li Chen couldn't help but kick Pig Large Intestine. In the end, he decided to give it a try, considering the information showed it could increase character movement speed by 80%. Dang, you lack a mount saddle and cannot ride. Mount saddles can be purchased in the system store or from life players. Seeing the system prompt, Li Chen glanced at the system store, found the mount saddle, and saw it was priced at 10 silver. He then summoned the auction house to search and found that the auction house also had saddles for sale, with many styles, and the lowest price for one that looked the same as in the system store was only 3 silver. It seemed that after the main city opened, the main life players finally started to make a profit. Li Chen glanced at the darkened pig intestines and didn't dare to buy anything too flashy, spending 3 silver on a standard saddle instead. Equipping the saddle on the pet interface, a saddle appeared on the pig intestines, with a reins hanging from its nose. Seeing that no one was around, Li Chen, feeling a bit excited, grabbed the reins and climbed on. After all, it was a mount. In reality, he had only ridden a bicycle and a small electric scooter before. To be honest, his long legs had nowhere to go, and his feet dangled directly to the ground. Go! With a flick of the reins, the pig intestine shot off like a bolt of lightning, its speed leaving everyone dumbfounded. Li Chen squatted in a riding stance, staring at his empty hands, dumbfounded as he watched the pig intestines dash away, his expression turning quite grim. You better come back. The pig intestines were very obedient. Upon receiving Li Chen's command, it immediately ran back in front of him, its small eyes innocently looking at its master, who was inexplicably angry. Li Chen sighed, climbed back onto the pig intestines, stretched his legs forward, and flicked the reins again. The pig intestines began to run with Li Chen on its back. Although it was a small pig carrying a big load, the speed of movement did not decrease. The mount's speed was calculated based on Li Chen's own movement speed, with an additional 80% increase, making it fly. After riding the pig back to Pear Blossom Town to complete the merit task, Li Chen returned to the city directly. Look! Someone's riding a pig. Riding a mount and still has to spread their legs, this is something else. Wow! Black Pig Prince. Are you crazy about princes? Riding a pig can be called a prince? You don't understand, do you? Just look at the gear on him, it's obviously high quality. Do you think the Prince Charming is famous just because of the white horse? Makes sense. Prince, give me a few pieces of gear. He can warm my bed. They had never seen anyone ride a pig before. What a fuss. So what if he was riding a pig? It might be a bit ugly, but the pig intestines were at least a well-known A-grade pet. After hatching, the pig intestines directly made it onto the pet leaderboard, ranking 27. Above it were only A-grade pets, and no one had yet hatched a pet of higher quality. Li Chen rode the pig, feeling a bit embarrassed as he passed through the crowd, quickly heading to the task hall. With a mount, he could save a lot of time. And it was the perfect moment to grind for merits. Focusing on leveling up wasn't the primary goal, as the cutting talent could only level up by defeating wild bosses of the same level or higher. So far, no one had found the wild bosses in the main city, and Li Chen didn't dare to level up too quickly. This time, Li Chen accepted a merit task with a monster's name. Task: eliminate the goblin bandits blocking the road. The transport team from Manda village near Shinho City was attacked by a group of goblin bandits. Please take the commission letter and head to Mandu village to eliminate these guys. Task objective: kill 200 goblin bandits and the big goblin Gabuta. Team size: 3 people, total reward, 45 merit points for the team. Li Chen had been to Manda village before, and riding the pig intestines, he arrived in just over 10 minutes. After handing the commission letter to the village chief, Li Chen followed the chief's directions towards the south of the village. Since it was the transport team that was attacked, it made sense to follow the main road, and it didn't take long for Li Chen to discover the goblins' tracks. There were a few players scattered around, not too many, after a day of hard fighting. Most of the first-tier players had already leveled up to level 11, making it quite easy to team up and kill monsters as they leveled up. Goblin Bandit, level, 12 health, 9000 defense, 350 physical attack, 520 skill, Mighty Strike, deals 150% physical damage. The Goblin Bandit was only level 12, no wonder the merit was only 45 points. Weaker than the Wolfman, Li Chen didn't need to analyze further and charged in directly. The Pig Intestine has reached level 10, with 2800 health points, 440 defense, and 440 attack. Not only can it provide auras for Li Chen, but its biting skill also deals considerable damage to monsters. Adhering to the principle of sharing the spoils, Li Chen led 5 goblin bandits in circles, attacking them one by one, while the pig intestine chased after the monsters, biting them. Soon, the 5 goblins fell under Li Chen's sword. Experience points were still distributed at a ratio of 1 for the player and 9 for the pet, as he needed to control the levels. So he decided to level up the pig intestine to level 12 first. After grinding for more than half an hour, he had killed 200 goblins, and amidst the strange gazes of nearby players, Li Chen mounted the pig intestine and ran further away. The downside of elite monsters is that once the kill count for ordinary monsters is completed, the elite monsters are nowhere to be seen. He wondered if other teams had already taken them down. Riding the pig was fast, so Li Chen simply searched around the large goblin respawn point. Riding a mount has one drawback: if attacked 3 times in a row, you will fall off, regardless of whether your defense is broken. Fortunately, the goblins did not respawn too densely, and as long as he didn't charge into a pile of monsters, he wouldn't fall off too often. Moreover, Li Chen's strength was sufficient. Even if he fell off and attracted 10 or 8 goblins, he wouldn't die. After a long search, he finally found Gabuta, the large goblin wielding a massive spiked club among the uniformly short goblins. After all, being twice the height of other ordinary goblins made him quite conspicuous. Big Goblin Gabuta, elite, level, 12 health, 35,000 defense, 420 physical attack, 750 skill 1, smash, deals 150% physical damage to the enemy and stuns them for 1.5 seconds, cooldown time 6 seconds. Skill 2, Mighty Strike. The big goblin's body is much stronger than that of ordinary goblins, and normal attacks can deal 130% physical damage. Skill 3. Cannibalism. When health is below 30%, it ignores control and rushes towards nearby goblins, frantically gnawing on their flesh to absorb vitality. Each goblin devoured restores 30% health, up to a maximum of 3 goblins, cooldown time 5 minutes. Gabuta's third skill looks intimidating, but it poses no problem for Li Chen, as no matter how much Gabuta heals, it cannot break through Li Chen's defense. However, the 3 players rushing in from a distance made Li Chen's expression darken. The 3 of them circled around several waves of goblins, heading straight for this side, likely having spotted the highly noticeable big goblin from afar. Li Chen hesitated for a moment but still used a taunt to attract Gabuta's aggro. He didn't want to let the hard-to-find Gabuta go to someone else. Li Chen leveled up to 12, and after allocating points, his health was 5,412, defense 1029, and attack 705. Gabuta's attack was only 750 points, which couldn't break through Li Chen's defense, even using skills could only deal 96 points of damage to Li Chen. This damage could easily be recovered through lifesteal. Li Chen kept a close eye and did not let the pig intestine use skills, only attacking Gabuta with normal attacks. The 3 players, a shield warrior, a priest, and a mage, after killing a blocking goblin, finally approached. Seeing that Li Chen dared to take on an elite monster alone, they exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Li Chen glanced at the equipment on the 3 of them. Although he couldn't see the detailed information, he could tell the general quality from the appearance and craftsmanship. He couldn't see the jewelry clearly, but he could tell that the weapons and clothes of the 3 were likely of average quality, not reaching the golden level. Among the 3, only the priest's shoes seemed to be of golden quality. If a fight broke out, relying on his faster shoes, he should be able to escape even if he couldn't win. With this in mind, Li Chen smiled and said, "I've been looking for this quest monster for a long time. Could you please keep your distance and let me take it down first?" The trio exchanged glances, and the priest, crossing his arms, chuckled, "You do your thing, and we'll just watch the show," curious about what this monster might drop. The words sounded pleasant, but their lingering presence was clearly not well-intentioned. Whether it was to steal the final blow or to kill Li Chen for his loot, Li Chen wouldn't just sit back and wait. If he initiated a PK, not to mention whether he could win, the red name penalty would be a huge hassle. Killing 3 people would mean he had to stay in the wild for at least 3 hours before he could return to town, which would seriously delay his merit grinding? Even if Li Chen held back his skills, Gabuta's health had already dropped to 30%, triggering the family cannibalism. Roaring, it forgot the pain Li Chen had inflicted on it and turned to charge at a nearby goblin. The small goblin was grabbed by Gabuta with one hand, and its massive jaws clamped down on the goblin's neck, chewing furiously. The bloody scene was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Seeing this, Li Chen suddenly had an idea. He raised his hand and stored the pig intestine that was chasing Gabuta into his pet space, then turned and dashed towards a nearby ordinary goblin. In the shocked gaze of the trio, Li Chen made a wide circle, luring about 20 to 30 goblins. Before charging towards the three, even taunting Gabuta, who was nearly at full health, along the way. Damn! The trio was startled and immediately turned to run. Seeing them flee, Li Chen didn't pursue them. Once they were far enough away, he turned back to Gabuta. Gabuta had already triggered family cannibalism, and the 5-minute cooldown was enough for Li Chen to kill it several times over. Although there were still about 20 to 30 goblins surrounding him, even with their skills, the goblins couldn't break through Li Chen's defense. The little bit of health they forced off him was not enough for him to absorb. With a large group of goblins as his guards, Li Chen wasn't worried about others stealing the monster. Even if someone managed to land the final blow from a distance, it might delay his merit task, but the drops from Gabuta would still be his alone. Because if a monster couldn't attack its enemy for a long time, its aggro would become chaotic, attacking whoever got close. Just like when Li Chen initially baited the electric zombie's line of sight, the electric zombie's aggro was on Li Chen, but anyone who crossed the warning line would be attacked immediately. Among the 20 to 30 goblins, only about 6 or 7 could hit Li Chen, while the others were in a state of aggro confusion. Li Chen didn't believe those 3 dared to rush into the monster pile to loot. Gabuta's health dropped again under Li Chen's assault, reaching 50%, and just then, an ice arrow struck Li Chen hard. -146. Seeing this pitiful damage, Li Chen turned to look disdainfully at the returning trio, a hint of scorn at the corner of his mouth. With a spell attack power of around 900, did they really think they could kill him and loot his gear? Seeing such low damage, the mage player panicked and quickly shouted to the priest beside him, "You need to act too, use Radiant Impact." When the priest saw that Li Chen's health had only dropped slightly, his expression turned grim, but since his teammate had already made a move, he could only ride the tiger and unleash his only attack skill at the moment. Radiant Impact. -151. The priest's equipment was slightly better than the mage's. After all, he could afford golden boots, and his silver gear couldn't be too shabby. However, the priest's damage skills didn't have the mage's bonuses, so even with good gear, he couldn't deal high damage. Meanwhile, Li Chen had already applied 5 layers of poison to the 4 small monsters beside him, along with siphoning health from Gabuta and the 5 monsters, with plus signs floating above his head every second. Although the amount added wasn't much, the mage and priest's skills also needed cooldowns. After 5 or 6 waves of skills, Li Chen's health had only dropped by about a quarter, while Gabuta was struggling to hold on. Li Chen kept his skills ready, observing Gabuta's health while silently noting the attack frequency of the mage and priest. Just as Gabuta's health was reduced to a sliver, Li Chen noticed that the priest's skills had slowed down. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Chen's eyes as Pig Intestine appeared outside the monster's circle, charging forward with a skill that stunned the priest. Li Chen raised his longsword high but did not bring it down. The mage's fireball, as expected, crashed onto Gabuta's head. With the priest stunned, their plan to quickly kill Gabuta fell through, leaving Gabuta with over 300 health points, which Li Chen delayed in claiming with his longsword. Li Chen did not rush to loot. Taking advantage of the outer circle goblins being drawn away by the suddenly appearing Pig Intestine, he darted out through the gap left by Gabuta's death, heading straight for the dazed mage player. "Quick, use Ice Arrow," shouted the guard player, who had been anxiously waiting for his turn to enter the fray, as he blocked Li Chen's path. After being reminded by his companion, the mage finally snapped back to reality, conjuring an ice arrow aimed at Li Chen. Li Chen raised his shield to block the incoming ice arrow. Although the damage was low, his movement speed was reduced by 30%. Li Chen remained calm, instead grinning at the mage and waving his hand to recall Pig Intestine. The dozen or so goblins chasing after Pig Intestine suddenly lost their target, while the just revived priest and mage found themselves within the goblins' alert range. A group of goblins, wielding small wooden sticks, charged at the priest and mage, causing the two to lose their composure in panic as they ran backward. Li Chen did not stop his advance toward the 2 magic users. The guard blocking his way was somewhat dazed. Seeing Li Chen approach, he hurriedly delivered a shield bash to pin Li Chen in place, his name instantly turning gray. -1. A force damage of 1 point floated above Li Chen's head, as if mocking the guard. This was the gap in equipment quality. The guard player was level 11. Since he could withstand goblin damage despite being a lower level, he had naturally focused on his constitution, but his poor equipment quality meant he was lacking in other areas. For example, attack power. After shaking off the stun, Li Chen ignored the guard player in front of him and continued charging toward the two ranged players. At that moment, the two players were being chased by several goblins and had no time to slow Li Chen down, while he relied on his slightly faster shoes to catch up. Finally, the two magic players escaped the goblins' pursuit. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Li Chen's figure had already caught up behind them. Li Chen delivered a heroic strike to the mage, followed by a regular attack. -707, -17, -70, poison, -17, -350, -17, -140, -17, one skill followed by one regular attack. The mage's health bar instantly dropped by more than half, the massive damage causing him to scream in agony. The guard's damage was indeed low, but it also depended on who was dealing the blows. With Li Chen's attack power of 705, although it couldn't match high output classes, it was still top tier among guard classes, easily dispatching a squishy class. On the other side, the priest had decent awareness. Before Li Chen could attack the mage, he had already begun to predictively count down. The casting time for healing spell was 1 second, perfectly landing on the mage's head. 960. The mage's health instantly recovered by 907 points, seemingly returning to a healthy state. Immediately after, the priest raised his hand and instantly cast a restoration spell on the mage. A plus 120 floated above the mage's head. The restoration spell was a continuous healing skill, lasting for 5 seconds. Like a red potion. Li Chen glanced at the priest but did not turn to attack him. Instead, he focused on relentlessly hacking at the mage. -350, -17, -210 toxin, -17, 350, -17, -280 toxin, -17. The mage gritted his teeth against the intense pain and shot a frost arrow at Li Chen's face. Just as he thought to escape while Li Chen was slowed down, he was struck in place by the shield Li Chen had been holding. -707 stun, -17, -350 toxin, -17. The priest's healing spell was still on cooldown. Although the recovery spell had only a 1-second cooldown, using it on the same target would only refresh the recovery duration and not stack the healing amount. The priest could only use Radiant Impact on Li Chen while hoping that the approaching guard teammate would be of some help. The guard player did indeed arrive and stun Li Chen with a shield strike. Unfortunately, the mage player was already left with barely any health. With 5 layers of toxin and cutting damage, he was losing 367 health per second, and the 120 points of recovery were hardly effective, especially since he couldn't drink a potion while stunned. The priest's healing spell finally finished its cooldown, but unfortunately, just as it was about to be cast, the mage fell. The priest's face showed a hint of panic as he quickly cast a recovery spell on the guard and turned to run. Li Chen grinned, revealing 8 large teeth, and after the stun ended, he ignored the guard who was casting skills on him, calmly picked up the mage's dropped clothes, and then chased after the priest. The priest's shoes seemed to be of golden quality, running only slightly slower than Li Chen, but the guard player was left behind. One had no control skills, and the other lacked the attack range, allowing Li Chen to close in little by little. The priest running ahead suddenly turned and shouted loudly, "Xiao Xiao, stop chasing him and run in the opposite direction." "Su Ge, I can't run away. You go first, don't worry about me." The guard player behind, seeing that Li Chen was about to catch up to the priest, shouted anxiously. Li Chen, caught in the middle, was confused and couldn't help but ask, "Did you two get your words mixed up?" Hearing Li Chen's words, the guard called Xiao Zhao quickly shouted, "Big brother, can you let us go?" Li Chen laughed, "Sure, what's the problem? Just throw down 5 pieces of unranked silver equipment on the ground." "Damn! I only have a total of 4 pieces of silver equipment." "Then there's no negotiation. If your gear is weak, don't try to kill others for their gear." "You!" Xiao Zhao was left speechless and could only shout again to the priest player, "Su Ge, hurry and go. If he sees he can't catch up to you, he'll definitely turn back to hit me. I'll hold him off, I won't mind losing my gear." The priest was silent for a moment. "Sorry, brother, I'm leaving first. Are you two treating me like an NPC?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but mock. "Today I concede defeat, but I will repay you double another day." The priest turned his head and dropped a line, then suddenly a silver light shone from his body, and his speed increased significantly, quickly creating distance between him and Li Chen. It was unclear whether it was a skill or a talent. "Still trying to play tricks with me?" Li Chen grinned, a red light glowing from his body, and his speed also increased considerably. Rapid Fury. This skill reduces defense, and he really didn't dare to use it when the trio was intact. After activating Rapid Fury, Li Chen's speed increased by 30%, but he found that he hadn't closed the distance with the priest. He didn't know how long the priest's acceleration effect would last. Li Chen's Rapid Fury only lasted 10 seconds, but at that moment, the cooldown for summoning his pet had refreshed. Li Chen casually summoned Pig Intestine and commanded him to charge at the priest. The charge was much faster, and Pig Intestine instantly reached behind the priest, pinning him there. Li Chen quickly closed in and landed a heroic strike on the priest. Minus 697, minus 18, minus 70 toxin, minus 18. The priest's health and defense are stronger than the mage's, but still limited. Li Chan's berserk skill increases his attack speed by 30%, and he quickly landed 2 basic attacks, instantly dropping the priest's health to freezing point. The priest, enduring the excruciating pain, cast a recovery spell on himself, but was stunned again by Li Chan's shield strike. There was no need for Li Chan to draw his sword. The priest was killed by a bite from pig intestine. Consider yourself lucky. Li Chen picked up the silver helmet and silver bracers dropped by the priest, curling his lip. It would have been great if those shoes that looked like they were golden great had dropped instead. When Xiao Zhao saw the priest being chased and turned to run, he had already gotten quite far away. Li Chen didn't want to let this guard escape and hurriedly chased after him. 10 seconds later, Li Chen's combat state ended, and he then mounted pig intestine. Attacking or taking damage would keep the character in combat state. Players cannot use return items or ride mounts while in combat state. Only after 10 seconds of not attacking or taking damage will it automatically be lifted. Once mounted, the guard had no chance to escape. Big brother, you can't kill me, my name has turned white. When guard player Xiao Zhao saw that he was about to be caught, he quickly stated that his gray name time was over. Li Chen was amused by Xiao Zhao's words. So what if his name was white? Does that mean he can't be killed? Well, it's true that he can't be killed. If he did, he would turn red, and how could he go back to turn in his quest? However, Li Chen always repays grudges, and why should he let Xiao Zhao and his friends off for trying to kill him and steal his loot? Li Chen immediately launched a combo, making Xiao Zhao scream in panic. However, Li Chen didn't kill him outright but left him with a small portion of health. After confirming that the toxin wouldn't kill him, he stepped back 2 paces and stood still with his arms crossed. Seeing that Li Chen didn't strike the final blow, Xiao Zhao thought Li Chen was going to let him go and hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, big brother, for sparing me this time. I know I was wrong." No. Li Chen looked at Xiao Zhao with a strange expression, shook his head, and said, "You misunderstood. I never intended to let you go." Ha! In Xiao Zhao's confusion, the 10 seconds were up, and Li Chen quickly rode pig intestine towards the nearby goblins. Xiao Zhao stared in disbelief as Li Chen ran a large circle around him, drawing a large group of goblins to surround him. By the time Xiao Zhao thought to run, it was too late. Goblins were everywhere, and soon 3 goblins, confused and angry, found him. Without a priest to heal him, Xiao Zhao couldn't withstand the onslaught of 3 goblins and was quickly killed by their little clubs. Unfortunately, white names don't drop gear as often as gray names, leaving only a piece of basic gear on the ground, which clearly wasn't Xiao Zhao's. This PK was actually quite dull. The goblins dropped a few pieces of black iron gear, not even a single silver piece. Those 3 players were probably regretting it deeply. The merit quest was completed, revenge was taken, and Li Chen naturally wouldn't stay to grind monsters. He pulled the goblin group away and directly returned to the city. After putting a few pieces of silver and black iron gear on the market, he sold the basic gear at the shop for some bread and water, then went to take on another merit quest. This time, luck was on his side. A high merit quest appeared in the quest hall, with a merit reward of up to 120 points. Just as Li Chen was about to check the quest details, he found that the quest was gone. Thinking he must have misread, he hurriedly searched up and down the E-level quest wall, but he couldn't find that high merit quest anywhere. Merit quests indeed have a limit on how many can be taken, but it couldn't be this ridiculous. He just saw it and it was gone? While he was puzzled, a cold voice echoed in the quest hall. An E-level quest with a 120 merit reward, looking for a guard and ranged damage dealer, requiring at least 3 pieces of golden equipment with a score above 50, or a total equipment score above 480. When Li Chen heard this, he immediately understood it must be the 120-point merit task from just now. The task had disappeared too quickly for him to see the details. With 3 people sharing only 40 points from the 120-point merit, Li Chen felt it was a bit too little, but there was nothing worthwhile refreshing on the task wall. The only task that reached 30 points was to team up and defeat 2,000 small monsters, which was even less interesting. Moreover, he was quite curious about the difficulty of the 120-point merit reward task, as it not only required a team of 3 but also had strength requirements. Following the voice, Li Chen found a priest dressed in a white robe with golden threads, wearing a mask. The loose robe obscured their figure, making it hard to determine their gender, and the name above their head was hidden, but judging by the voice, it should be a female player. At that moment, several players had already gathered around the female priest. "Beautiful lady, how many pieces of golden equipment with a rating above 50 can you carry? Is a full set of silver rating 420 okay?" "Exactly. Just lower the rating requirements a bit. I'm a mage, and I don't need to tank. Even though my equipment rating doesn't reach 480, my intelligence is stacked, and my damage is no worse than those with 480 equipment ratings." "No way." The female priest's voice was icy, as if everyone owed her $800. Hearing that tone, Li Chen almost didn't want to step forward. However, he was genuinely curious about the 120-point merit task, so he thought for a moment and asked, "Can I ask what the task is about?" "No," the female priest replied without a second thought, but when she looked up and saw it was Li Chen asking, her eyes flashed with surprise at his obviously high-quality equipment. Li Chen hit a cold wall, and his curiosity was immediately frozen. He turned around and went back to the task wall. After searching again and finding nothing suitable, he was about to casually accept a task to pass the time when a cold, hard voice came from beside him. "Can I ask about your equipment rating?" "No." Li Chen glanced at the uninvited female priest and casually accepted a task before turning to leave. As he walked out of the task hall, just as he was about to summon his pig, the female priest actually chased after him. "Weren't you curious about the task details? I can tell you. I don't want to ask anymore." Li Chen replied coldly, raising his hand to summon the black pig and riding it. "Wait, the task target is a boss monster." Upon hearing this, the reins Li Chen had raised instantly froze in midair. The next moment, the pig disappeared, and Li Chen quickly turned around, his tone warm and soft as he smiled. "What level is it? Please tell me in detail." The female priest was clearly taken aback by Li Chen's sudden change in attitude, and it took her a while to regain her composure. "You first tell me your equipment rating. Although your equipment looks like it should be golden level, I can't judge if it's low level." "What? If my equipment rating is low, you won't tell me? You should understand the value of a boss monster. If I casually share it, someone might come to snatch it." "That's true, but how can you judge if I'm reporting false values?" Li Chen nodded and said. The female priest was momentarily stunned but quickly thought of a solution. "Then you apply to join my team." In Blue Star Online, players couldn't check others' equipment, but the team leader could set automatic joining requirements when forming a team, such as a certain attack or defense power, and after the main city opened, equipment rating requirements were added. Ding, you have joined Oshernan's team. Without the priest's consent, Li Chen successfully joined the team, clearly meeting the equipment rating standards. Li Chen glanced at the system prompt and realized the female priest's name was Oshernan. Seeing Li Chen join the team, Oshernan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and the icy tone in her voice seemed to lessen a bit. "The task involves 2 elite monsters. Once we gather the team, I'll share the task with you." Didn't you say it was a boss monster? Let's complete the merit task first to test our strength. Once the merit task is done, I'll take you to find the boss monster. The task area isn't far from that boss monster. Is it really that coincidental? Li Chen glanced at Oshernan with some suspicion. They had just been killed by the boss monster, and now they were back at the task hall to pick up a high merit task, with the location being close. Does that make sense? Besides, the boss monster isn't a pet of yours, aren't you afraid someone will kill it first? Could this be the legendary trap? It is indeed quite coincidental. I was originally looking for 2 strong teammates in the task hall to kill the boss monster, and I just happened to find a high merit task, so I took it. Well, that makes some sense. Li Chen nodded, then asked, "Why didn't you just shout in the area to form a team? Why come to the task hall to gather people? Aren't you afraid that if you wait too long, someone else will kill the boss monster first? How do I shout? Should I say I found a boss monster? Besides, the boss monster is in a level 15 monster area, there shouldn't be anyone farming there right now, right?" Li Chen smacked his lips. This guy really doesn't want to pretend, but then the question arose, if no one is there, then what's your situation? Side job task. Shernan shot Li Chen a sideways glance. "Why are you asking so many questions?" "Perfect." Li Chen couldn't help but silently applaud in his heart, feeling even more suspicious of Shernan. The explanation was reasonable, yet Li Chen held half a doubt, unwilling to give up on the level 15 boss monster. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen felt there was nothing to fear. With his bound gear, what was there to be afraid of? If things went south, he could just put on his platinum shoes, it would only cost him some breach of contract fees. Moreover, the boss monster might be a fake, but the merit task was definitely real, it would be a shame not to do it. Don't bother looking for ranged damage dealers, with only 120 merit points, splitting it between 2 people is hardly worth it. Li Chen stopped Shernan, who was about to turn back to find a powerful mage, and said with a smile, "Ha! We're both a guardian and a priest, who's going to deal damage?" Shernan looked at Li Chen as if he were an idiot. "Hey! I'm really not trying to show off. Although I hid my name, there's a system prompt when joining a team. Didn't you see it?" "See what?" "My name." "Ha! Invincible cute team?" Shernan glanced at the back end, then suddenly looked up. Li Chen was initially a bit smug, after all, he was somewhat of a celebrity, with someone on the forum even saying he was the #1 guardian. But then he saw the look in Oh Shernan's eyes and suddenly felt it was somewhat familiar. Where had he seen that look before? Damn. By Daba. Wait a minute, tone it down a bit. Invincible Q Team is my kid's nickname, I just thought it was fun. I'm a straight man. Upon hearing Li Chen's explanation, Oh Shernan's expression behind the mask became a bit more natural, then she asked with confusion, why did you want me to see your name? Are you famous? Ah, well. This guy really isn't good at pretending. Li Chen suppressed the urge to scratch his head inside, exiting the team, set the team equipment score to 600 points. Oh Shernan was taken aback for a moment, then hesitantly set the automatic team entry threshold to 600 equipment score. Ding, Invincible Q Team has joined your team. Your equipment is that good. Even Oh Shernan, who was usually cold, was taken aback by Li Chen's equipment score. She had guessed that Li Chen's equipment would be good, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to ask, but she didn't expect it to be this good. After spending a long time in the team hall, she hadn't even managed to gather players with a score of 480. Seeing the surprised look on Oh Shernan's face, Li Chen thought to himself, I actually reported less. His equipment score was nearly 700. Now you should believe that the two of us can handle it, right? Yeah, it should be fine. Although it will be a bit slower, the rewards will be higher. Then there's no need for us to test our strength with merit tasks, let's go kill the Lord Monster first, we don't want to get robbed. Alright. Li Chen waved his hand to summon his pig intestine and rode up, then turned to look at Oh Shernan. He wasn't sure if Oh Shernan had a mount, traveling on foot would be a bit slow. Oh Shernan glanced at the pig intestine and also summoned a pet. A king crab, no, a venomous spider appeared in front of Oh Shernan. Seeing Oh Shernan sitting cross-legged on the venomous spider, Li Chen's expression under the mask was somewhat strange. Perhaps it was because her level had risen above 10, the venomous spider was 2 sizes larger than the level 5. Venomous spiders in the novice village. However, the round body could only accommodate a small bottom, and someone as tall as Li Chen, over 1.8 meters, definitely couldn't sit on it. After Oh Shernan sat on the back of the venomous spider, the loose hem of her golden robe covered half of the spider, leaving only its 8 long legs exposed. From a distance, one might think a spider had turned into a spirit. Li Chen suppressed a laugh and followed Oh Shernan out of the Lord's mansion. Seemingly sensing something, Oh Shernan turned to Li Chen and said coldly, if you want to laugh, just laugh. What's so funny about this? My spider is dropped by the venomous lord, it's B grade, different from ordinary venomous spiders. You don't need to explain. You're riding a spider, and I'm riding a pig, it's the same. Who's laughing at whom? As Li Chen spoke, he raised his leg higher, indicating that Oh Shernan's little pig pulling a cart had no right to laugh at others. Are you sure? You have too many questions. Oh Shernan wasn't lying, her venomous spider was indeed not ordinary, running only slightly slower than the pig intestine. The two of them left Shinho City and headed south, encountering level 12 and 13 monsters. Along the way, Li Chen would actively ride the pig intestine to lure the monsters. After all, even a priest riding a mount would find it difficult to move freely among a crowd of monsters. One careless move could lead to being knocked off the mount and beaten to death. After running for nearly half an hour, it was hard to see any players in the vicinity, as they were already in the respawn area for level 14 monsters. The two hardly spoke along the way, and as Li Chen looked at the increasingly high-level monsters, he frowned slightly. What kind of secondary profession task are you doing? Running so far. Oh Shernan shot Li Chen a sideways glance and asked lightly, do you think I'm lying to you? Of course not, I'm just purely curious. Li Chen smiled, but his eyes showed no amusement. Oh Shernan looked into Li Chen's eyes, paused for a moment, and said, my secondary profession is an alchemist, and I need a herb called the netherflower as the main material. The skill instructor suggested I look for it in a place filled with the aura of death. I posted on the forum, and someone said that place is undead, so I went there, but I didn't find the herb and ended up being sent back by the Lord Monster. Alchemist? There's such a life profession in Blue Star Online? Li Chen was somewhat surprised, although he didn't pay much attention to life professions, he had heard of some, but he had never heard of an alchemist. It's a talent skill, an apothecary can evolve into an alchemist. What can an alchemist create? Upon hearing this, Oh Shernan coldly looked at Li Chen and didn't respond. Li Chen felt a bit uneasy under Oh Shernan's gaze and quickly said with a smile, this time I'm really just curious. It's fine if you don't want to say. Wasn't that what you were doing just now? Ahem, just pretend I didn't ask anything. Li Chen awkwardly coughed twice, turned his head, and stopped talking. Seeing Li Chen's awkward expression, the corners of Oh Shernan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. After thinking for a moment, she said, an alchemist should be considered an advanced version of an apothecary. I can make all the potions an apothecary can make, but I can also refine attribute potions. Attribute potions? They can enhance attributes. Ushinan's cold tone carried a hint of pride, and after a deliberate pause, she added, permanent enhancement. Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly tightened the reins in his hand, causing the pig to come to an abrupt halt. Ushinin noticed and also stopped, turning to look at Li Chen, her chin unconsciously lifting slightly. The shock she had anticipated did not appear. Instead, Li Chen shot her a cold glance before squinting and looking around. "What are you looking at?" Ushinin asked, puzzled. "I'm checking to see if you have any accomplices lying in wait nearby," Li Chen replied cautiously, ready to take off his shoes and throw them into the auction house at any moment. "What? Accomplices? What are you talking about?" Ushinin was bewildered. What was going on? "Do you think I'm a fool? Attribute pills are one thing, but a permanent increase in attributes? Do you think Blue Star Online is your family business? You can just casually refine 1,000 or 800 of them and become invincible? Are you crazy?" Ushinin felt like she was going to lose her mind. Even her usually calm demeanor was now fraying, and she shouted in exasperation, "Attribute pills have a usage limit, and do you think materials are that easy to find? 1,000 or 800? Do you think they grow like cabbage? I don't believe you. From start to finish, you have too many suspicious points. If it weren't for the merit task, I wouldn't even bother with you. But the more you fabricate, the more absurd it gets. Your brain isn't even functioning." After saying this, Li Chen had no intention of wasting more time. He turned the pig around, preparing to leave. If it weren't for the cooldown on the return stone, he would have gone back already. "You! Stop right there!" Ushinin was truly furious. Seeing Li Chen actually running back, she angrily pulled out something and threw it at him. A milky white ball whizzed past Li Chen's ear and landed on the ground. Li Chen, riding the pig, casually picked it up to take a look. The pig stopped again, grunting in dissatisfaction at its master for suddenly pulling the reins. Li Chen blinked. If he weren't wearing platinum boots, he would have already dug a hole to bury himself. Wisdom pill consuming it permanently increases intelligence by 2 points, with a maximum of 30 pills that can be consumed. Consuming more is ineffective. Do you have persecutory delusions? What do you take me for? Ushinin looked at Li Chen, who was returning with a dejected expression, her eyes filled with anger and grievance. "Sorry. I misunderstood you." Li Chen wished he could dig a hole to hide in. The girl had kindly invited him to help kill the Lord, and he had treated her like a scammer trying to pull a fast one. If their roles were reversed, the other party would be buried up to their ankles in grass. Ushinin took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then extended her hand coldly and said, "Give me back the pill, our cooperation ends here." Li Chen gently placed the wisdom pill in Ushinin's hand and apologized again. "I'm really sorry for misunderstanding you. To show my sincerity, you mentioned you couldn't find the nether flower, right? As a level 11 priest, it's not easy for you to operate in a level 15 monster area. I can help you." Ushinin wanted to kick Li Chen and turn away without hesitation, but his proposal was indeed hard to refuse. As Li Chen said, it was inconvenient for her, a level 11 priest, to move around in a level 15 monster area. In truth, she hadn't told the whole truth. She hadn't been sent back to town by the Lord Monster but by 2 level 15 ordinary monsters. However, she had indeed seen a giant monster while being chased by the 2 level 15 ordinary monsters, so it wasn't a complete lie. Although she hadn't had time to use her true sight to investigate the giant monsters. Information, judging by its size, it was definitely not an ordinary elite monster, it was undoubtedly a lord. "Alright." Ushinin took a deep breath. "But don't ask me any more questions." "Okay." The two continued forward until they reached the respawn area of the level 15 monsters before stopping. Although Li Chen wasn't afraid of attracting monsters, Ushinin, being only level 11, couldn't handle it. Ashin suggested that it would be best to walk slowly to avoid attracting monsters, but Li Chen dismissed this idea after throwing out a true eye. Skeleton swordsman level, 15 health, 12,000 defense, 350 physical attack, 800 skill 1, / deals 160% physical damage to the opponent, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 2, jump / jumps from a distance to the enemy and delivers a powerful strike, dealing 150% physical damage, release distance 1 to 8 meters, cooldown time 8 seconds. Compared to the Abyssal Demon Pig, which is also a level 15 monster, the Skeleton Swordsman is a typical low health, high damage creature. Although its normal attacks cannot break through Li Chen's defense, both skills can still inflict damage on him. However, 2 or 3 of them pose no real threat to Li Chen, especially with a teammate around. "How much healing do you have?" Li Chen asked softly. "Healing spell 1236 points, recovery spell 206 points per second," Ashin replied. "Your healing amount is so high." Li Chen looked at Ashin in surprise. "I ate 30 wisdom pills, what do you think?" The effect of the healing spell is 120% of magical attack, which means Ashin's magical attack power exceeds 1000 points. The wisdom pills are indeed good stuff, 30 of them equate to an increase of 60 intelligence, which means an additional 120 points of magical attack power out of thin air. Are there any pills that increase root bone? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. There should be, but I don't know how to make them yet. However, I can make body strengthening pills, which can increase stamina. Sell me 30 of them. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. No. I can make them, but I don't have the materials. I haven't eaten a single one yet. What materials are you missing? Ghostly flower. Then what are we waiting for? You ride your mount and keep up with my speed, maintaining my recovery spell, and we'll rush in to kill the Lord first, then go gather ghostly flowers. Li Chen waved his hand and ran in the direction pointed out by Ashen, dragging Pig Large Intestine along. Ashen was startled by Li Chen's reckless approach, but since he had already charged ahead, she felt embarrassed not to follow and hurriedly mounted a Zuzu, bracing herself to keep up. Li Chen quickly triggered the alert of two skeleton swordsmen, who ran a few steps towards him before leaping 8 meters to strike him. -171 -171 Li Chen took 2 hits from the skills but did not stop his steps. He stunned one with a shield bash while the other continued to attack, stacking poison and hate. A series of plus signs rose above Li Chen's head. Although the increases weren't much, the sheer number made up for it. The skeleton swordsman that wasn't stunned dealt a slash to Li Chen, taking away 251 points of health. 206 Meanwhile, Ashen, riding her mount and keeping pace behind Li Chen, instantly cast a recovery spell on him, restoring 206 health points per second for 5 seconds. The recovery spell is an instant spell that doesn't require casting time, so it can be used while mounted. 2 more skeleton swordsmen leaped towards him. After Li Chen struck each once, he commanded Pig Large Intestine, who was 8 meters behind, to charge at one of them and stun it. He didn't let Pig Large Intestine continue attacking but instead took advantage of the stun target to keep following. Stun one, chase another. With this strategy, a long line of skeleton swordsmen soon followed behind Li Chen. However, the skeleton swordsman's normal attacks couldn't break through his defense, and due to positioning, not many could actually hit him with their skills. Although the skeleton swordsman had the jump slash skill, it couldn't be used beyond 8 meters, so the stun ones had little chance of catching up. The line of skeletons grew longer, and eventually, after exceeding the pursuit range, each skeleton swordsman was pulled back to their respawn point. Since Li Chen had dealt damage to each monster, all the aggro was on him, leaving Ashen behind with almost no danger. Yuria had teamed up before, and she had certainly collaborated with other guards, but when had she ever seen someone who could withstand a whole string of level 15 monsters with just her healing spell? This damn sense of security. Li Chen had been tanking the monsters for quite a while when Yuria finally whispered from behind, "It's nearby." Hearing this, Li Chen glanced at the remaining skeleton swordsman that had not yet been pulled, and upon seeing only 7 left, he stopped and turned to fight the monsters. After all, there wasn't enough time to apply too many layers of poison, and the lifesteal efficiency wasn't very high. Li Chen's health had already dropped to half, so he quickly used Taunt and Heroic Strike on the 2 skeleton swordsmen in front of him, then shouted to Yuria, "Give me a healing spell, then help me focus fire on these 2 in front of me." Upon hearing this, Yuria quickly dismounted her mount, casting a healing spell that brought Li Chen's health back to a healthy level. Following Li Chen's instructions, she used Radiant Impact and commanded her pet to focus fire on another skeleton swordsman. Once the 2 skeleton swordsmen fell, Li Chen felt an immediate relief from the pressure, quickly restoring his health through lifesteal and Yuria's healing spells. After clearing the monsters, Yuria hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "You're amazing." "You're amazing too, with that healing output, it's so reassuring." Li Chen replied, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Being praised by a strong person, even Yuria couldn't help but feel a hint of pride, and a rare smile appeared on her small face hidden beneath the mask. "Where's the boss monster?" Li Chen looked around the environment, noticing the dead trees and many skeleton swordsmen wandering in the withered forest, but he didn't see any special monsters. Yuria also looked around, frowning as she said, "It should be nearby, I remember the coordinates." "Could it have been taken by someone else?" Li Chen sighed. "It shouldn't." Yuria initially thought that no one could farm monsters in a level 15 map, but recalling Li Chen's earlier performance, she felt she had been a bit presumptuous, losing much of her confidence in her words. "Let's search for it." "Okay. Let's clear monsters while we look." Li Chen sensed Yuria's emotions and added with a smile, "Don't worry, even if there's no boss monster, I'll help you gather the nether flowers." "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome. Just give me a discount when you make the body strengthening pills." "Sure." After their exchange, the 2 began to hunt monsters while searching in the withered forest. After half an hour, when Yuria was about to give up, Li Chen suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. "Is that the boss monster you mentioned?" Li Chen's tone carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Yuria followed Li Chen's gaze, and her anxious heart finally settled. "Yes, that's it." A true sight was cast, and Yuria's delicate face instantly turned pale beneath her mask. Headless Knight, Boss, Level, 15 Health, 500,000 Defense, 1,288 Physical Attack, 1,888 Magical Attack, 1,888 Skill 1, Death Charge. The Headless Knight transforms into a ghostly knight and charges in a random direction, dealing 150% physical damage to all enemies in a 100-meter line ahead, leaving a 10-meter wide trail of death flames that deals 80% magical damage per second for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 2, Knight Sweep, swings a spear to perform a 150-degree cone attack in front, dealing 150% physical damage to all enemies within the cone, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 3, Silent Scream, when health drops to 20%, the Headless Knight's unwillingness transforms into a soul scream, dealing 150% of attack power as true damage to all enemies within a 200-meter range. Skill 4, Soul Devour, absorbs the residual power of the dead to strengthen itself. For every enemy that dies within a 200-meter range, the Headless Knight increases its dual attack by 1 point. Skill 5, Undying Body, after entering combat, the Headless Horseman's stamina increases by 30% until the battle ends or he is freed. What? How can this be a boss? Oh Shernan's tone was devoid of excitement, instead filled with frustration. For most players, bosses are actually not as appealing as Lord Monsters, and even less so than Elite Monsters. The chance of Elite Monsters dropping silver equipment is quite high, while Lord Monsters even have a decent chance of dropping gold equipment. Although these two types of monsters have a certain level of difficulty, as long as you team up with a few reliable teammates, they can be tackled, yielding substantial rewards. However, wild bosses are like large-scale events in the game, not something that can be tackled by just a few people or even dozens, especially when the player's levels are lower than that of the boss. Trying to land the final blow on a boss is like playing the lottery. After studying the trends for half a day, you end up not even hitting a blue ball. Well, that's not entirely accurate. Participating in the event can earn you 5 points of reputation. So let's just say you hit a blue ball. Sorry, I didn't have time to use my true sight back then, making you run here for nothing. Seeing the boss's information, Shernan couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, lowering his head and feeling embarrassed to look at Li Chen. Let's go pick some nether flowers or do some merit tasks instead. The expected complaints did not come. Shernan noticed that Li Chen hadn't moved for a long time, so he turned to look, only to find Li Chen squatting there mumbling something to himself. Shernan approached curiously and discovered that Li Chen was drawing shapes on the ground with his finger, mumbling some numbers. What are you doing? Shernan couldn't help but ask. Just wait a moment. Li Chen replied without looking up, continuing his movements for a few more moments before standing up. I figured it out, we can fight. Li Chen grinned. Ha! Ha! Shernan, wearing a mask with only his eyes visible, widened them in surprise. Are you talking about fighting me or the boss? We can fight the boss. I have lifesteal, and with potions plus your healing, I should be able to withstand the boss's attacks, but there are some difficulties we can't solve. Li Chen said with great certainty. Seemingly influenced by Li Chen's tone, Shernan calmed down a bit and asked in a low voice, what difficulties? I can withstand the boss, but I don't know if you can. How could I possibly withstand the boss? Li Chen sighed and said, that's why it's a difficulty. You've seen the Headless Horseman's information. 2 of his skills are aimed at crowd tactics. One is Death Charge, which has a random direction, so even if you stand behind the Headless Horseman, it might not help. The other is the Silent Scream skill, which deals 150% true damage, totaling 2832. This is practically a clearing skill, forcing the removal of any player within a 200-meter range who has less than 2,832 health. Shernan sighed as well and said softly, I can't withstand either of those skills, I only have 2,720 health. 2,720? Your health is that high? Li Chen said, somewhat surprised. My armor is gold-level cloth armor, with dual stamina and 1 spirit. Not bad, great. Equipment. What's so great about it? It's a healing priest's equipment, doesn't add intelligence, and what's the use of dual stamina? If I hadn't eaten 30 enlightenment pills, adding an extra 60 intelligence, I'd rather wear a silver-level top. At this moment, it's a divine artifact. Li Chen cheerfully took out a piece of pear blossom pastry and handed it to Shernan. Pear blossom pastry restores 3 points of fullness and increases stamina by 5%, lasting for 5 minutes. Shernan took a glance at the pear blossom pastry, her eyes brightening for a moment, but quickly dimming again. After eating the pear blossom pastry, my health points are 2,856, which indeed just barely withstands the Headless Knight's silent scream, but I still can't resist the double damage from the Death Charge. The Death Charge consists of 2 segments of damage, 150% physical impact damage and a subsequent 80% magic damage per second. My defense is only 340 points, and the impact damage alone can inflict 2,492 points of damage on me, followed by 5 seconds of 80% magic damage, which is nearly 1,200 points per second. Even if I drink a potion and heal myself, I still can't hold up. Then we can only gamble on luck, hoping the death charge doesn't land on you. Li Chen grinned and tossed a piece of pear blossom pastry into his mouth, turning to walk towards the headless knight. Wait. What if luck isn't on our side? Then we'll just try again. If we can take down the headless knight, I wouldn't mind running 10 times. Li Chen said without looking back, already nearing the trigger line for the headless knight. To prevent the headless knight from charging directly at him and dragging Oh Shernan into it, Li Chen moved right for over 10 meters, avoiding a straight line of attack. Oh Shernan steeled herself and moved forward, suddenly realizing something. Wait. Before she could finish her sentence, the warhorse under the headless knight let out a long neigh, raising its legs and charging towards Li Chen. Seeing the headless knight galloping towards him, a glimmer of joy flashed in Li Chen's eyes. The first step was secure. He commanded Zhu Dashan to activate the stone armor aura, raising his defense to 1131, then raised his shield to block the headless knight's spear and swung his sword in response. -1, cut 4550, 70 poison, cut 4550, 227 3227. The headless knight's normal attack dealt 757 points of damage, and Li Chen's sword strike took away 9171 points of the headless knight's health, absorbing 457 in the process. Immediately after, the headless knight unleashed a sweeping attack, dealing -1701 damage that floated above Li Chen's head. While counterattacking, Li Chen shouted loudly, "Quick, heal me!" Oh Shernan finally reacted. Although her eyes were filled with shock, she managed to use her skills relatively smoothly. A healing spell landed on Li Chen, followed quickly by a restoration spell. What was she about to say? Right. She wanted to say that even if luck was on their side, with one priest and one guardian, how could they deal damage? But now, looking at the 4-digit numbers floating above the headless knight's head, her mouth was agape, as if she could swallow a light bulb. Fortunately, wearing a mask, no one could see. Before the headless knight's health dropped below 20%, it only had 2 damage skills, and after the sweeping attack, it did not immediately launch the death charge. Under normal attacks, Li Chen's health did not decrease much. Instead, thanks to Oh Shernan's second healing spell, it was fully restored. The headless knight finally initiated the death charge, and fortunately, it was not aimed at Oh Shernan behind him. Unfortunately, although the headless knight adjusted its horse's head, the angle was not significant. With a skill width of 10 meters, it still included Li Chen in its diagonal path. Luckily, Li Chen was right next to the headless knight, with the starting point of the death charge only a step away. Although he was affected by the physical impact, he only endured the subsequent fire damage and stepped into a safe zone. -1701 -757. The death charge dealt a total of 2458 points of damage to Li Chen, leaving him with less than half of his health, but his expression was not pleasant. The headless knight's damage was too high, and correspondingly, the pain was also intense. Even though he mitigated some with his shield, Li Chen still grimaced in pain. The headless knight charged out over 100 meters, and Li Chen naturally wouldn't foolishly chase after it. He adjusted his position to create distance from Oh Shernan and casually drank a bottle of Big Red. As Ushinin treated him, a taunt increased the headless knight's hate level. The priest's healing would raise aggro, and if the hate got out of control, Ushinin would be taken down in an instant. Li Chen was already familiar with the headless knight's 2 skills, and from here on, it was a gamble on Ushinin's luck. Under Li Chen's cutting talent, the headless knight wouldn't last more than 2 minutes, and that was only because the death charge covered 100 meters, wasting time running back and forth. Otherwise, it would have been just over a minute. The headless knight's health dropped to 81%, triggering the second death charge, and Ushinin was lucky. The headless knight's health fell to 69%, and the third death charge was unleashed, and Ushinin remained fortunate. The headless knight charged for the 4th, 5th, and 6th times. Zhu Dachang and the spider were dead, yet Ushinin seemed favored by the goddess of luck, escaping each time. Finally, the headless knight's health dropped to 20%, unleashing a silent scream. Li Chen and Ushinin both saw -2832 above their heads. Ushinin's health was nearly zero, and the pain, as if it penetrated her soul, struck her like a hammer on her brain, causing her to stagger and nearly fall. However, she remembered that someone was still fighting the enemy, mustering her spirit to throw a recovery spell to Li Chen and quickly casting a healing spell. Li Chen's head was buzzing, but fortunately, he had thick health, and the pain wasn't as intense as Ushinin's. A shield bash stunned the headless knight, and he took a breath to quickly drink a big red potion. The headless knight's sweeping attack and silent scream connected, nearly sending him off, but he had kept his shield bash ready, and Ushinin's healing arrived just in time. The headless knight's health dropped rapidly, and Li Chen felt a bit relieved. With the headless knight's current health, it could only use death charge one more time. The first kill was within reach. Just as the headless knight's health fell to 5%, and Li Chen thought it was secure, the headless knight suddenly flicked the reins, turning its mount around, its massive body transforming into a streak of light and rushing away. Not good. Li Chen wanted to warn, but It was already too late. But what shocked Li Chen was the scene that unfolded, with Sheenan, right in the path of the Headless Knight's charge, suddenly rolled to the side, her palms hitting the ground in succession, her form resembling a nimble white fox, leaping out. The edge of the death charge barely missed her. Li Chen had no time to marvel at this astonishing scene. He hurriedly dodged the flames left by the death charge, using a taunt to stabilize the Headless Knight's aggro. The Headless Knight no longer had the chance to use death charge again. By the time it returned to Li Chen, it was nearly depleted by the poison-triggered cutting. With a powerful strike, Li Chen connected two swords and slashed it down. Ding, congratulations! On killing the level 15 boss, Headless Knight, reward experience 100,000, level up reward 60,000. Ding, your pet Zhu Dashang has reached level 12, experience is full, experience distribution cancelled. Ding, congratulations, your talent has been upgraded to level 7, increasing true damage to the target's maximum health by 0.8%. Ding, congratulations on being the first in the server to kill the boss, Headless Knight, with your team, reward team reputation 3,000 points, with 2 team members. You receive 1,500 points. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Ashinen for leading the team to the first kill of the level 15 boss, Headless Knight, reward team reputation 3,000. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Ashinen. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Ashinen. The server-wide announcements rolled 3 times in the Huaxia server. Sheenan lowered her head, staring at her palm, as if detached from the world, while Li Chen called out twice for her to pick up the loot, but received no response. Oregano did not set the team leader's loot option, and Li Chen originally wanted to call Oregano over to pick up the items together, so they would both know what dropped. But Oregano seemed to be in a daze for some reason, and Li Chen, knowing it wasn't the time to be nagging, simply bent down and picked up everything the boss dropped. Hey! What are you daydreaming about? Li Chen walked in front of Oregano and waved his hand in front of her eyes, trying to get her attention, but unexpectedly, Oregano suddenly grabbed his wrist. The next moment, Li Chen found himself on the ground, staring blankly at the sky in the game. Who am I? Where am I? After asking 2 of the 3 questions, Li Chen quickly realized what was happening, hurriedly rolled over and got up, looking at Oregano, who seemed to have come back to her senses, with a surprised expression. You know judo? Oregano's expression was somewhat excited as she shook her head. It's not judo, it's, never mind, you wouldn't understand, just think of it as a type of fighting technique. You can't be the legendary ancient martial artist, can you? Li Chen said with shining eyes. You know about ancient martial arts? Oregano looked at Li Chen in surprise, as if he shouldn't know about it. Someone on the forum leaked that there are suspected ancient martial artists who can dominate in the game, and fighting monsters isn't turn-based. Fighting monsters isn't turn-based to begin with. What does that have to do with being an ancient martial artist? Oregano said, puzzled. I'm just giving an example. Normally, when we fight monsters, it's a back-and-forth exchange, right? But ancient martial artists can dodge monster attacks, unless it's a locking skill, otherwise, normal attacks are ineffective against them, Li Chen said excitedly. Oregano looked at Li Chen's silly gestures and couldn't imagine connecting his previous calm demeanor while fighting the boss to this. Do you know that you look really foolish right now? Do I? Very stupid. Sorry. I got a bit too excited. I used to watch martial arts dramas with my father when I was young and dreamed of being a hero. Now that I see a real one, I can't help but be a little thrilled. Oregano looked at Li Chen speechlessly, thought for a moment, and asked, have you never played virtual reality games? Well, virtual reality games only appeared in the last 2 years. I've been a bit busy with work and haven't had the chance to try them. That makes sense, Oregano nodded, then added, if you often play virtual reality games, you should know that dodging attacks isn't necessarily something only ancient martial artists can do, some gaming experts can do it too. Gaming experts? Ordinary people? Yes, just ordinary people. No way. I've actually tried dodging monster attacks, but it didn't work at all. The monsters in the game are much faster than real animals, it's really hard to dodge, and it's even harder to counterattack after dodging. Are you a gaming expert? Does being the strongest king in honor of kings count? Oregano rolled her eyes, utterly unable to look at Li Chen, and said helplessly, being a gaming expert in flat games is completely different from being a virtual reality expert. A virtual reality gaming expert, whether born with it or trained, has an extreme level of control over their body. And their reflexes are much faster than normal people. Hearing this, Li Chen blinked and hesitated before quietly asking, can you explain it in simpler terms? Oregano sighed helplessly and asked, you should know about human reaction speed. Right? I know a little about it. Well, the reflex arc I mentioned is equivalent to reaction speed. For example, in an A-B battle, if A is about to attack and their arm moves slightly, if B is an ordinary person, they will transmit this scene to their brain through vision, and the brain needs time to react and instruct the body to respond. This time could be 0.2 to 0.3 seconds, while a trained athlete can reduce it to 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. But if B is the gaming expert I mentioned, his reaction time might only need 0.05 seconds, or even faster. Is that possible? Li Chen was somewhat incredulous. In reality, it's almost impossible because the physical strength of an ordinary person has its limits. Reacting too quickly would keep a person's muscles in a state of tension for too long, causing the body to collapse under the strain. The human body's defense mechanism sets a threshold to prevent the nervous system from exceeding this limit. But in virtual reality games, it's different. We have virtual bodies, and those who can react beyond their limits can truly unleash the miraculous power that comes with such speed. For example, as you mentioned, dodging attacks. An extraordinary reaction speed combined with long-standing experience allows one to achieve true synchronous prediction. Are you such a gaming expert? Li Chen looked at Oh Shernan with a serious expression. No, I'm not a gaming expert, I'm an ancient martial artist. Once upon a time. Oh Shernan added lightly, then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he asked, what did the headless horseman drop just now? Does it matter what he dropped? You're an ancient martial artist. Once upon a time. Oh Shernan corrected Li Chen's mistake. What do you mean once upon a time? How can an ancient martial artist have a once upon a time? Li Chen's expression grew grave as he stammered, could it be, you? Yes, it's just as you think, You lost your abilities? I went astray. Their voices almost echoed simultaneously, and then they stared at each other in shock. I meant you went astray. I'm not deaf. Oh Shernan's gaze at Li Chen was almost murderous, how low can you think to come up with such a filthy answer? I used to love reading novels a couple of years ago. I remember there was a man practicing boys' skills who fell in love with a woman practicing girls' skills, and then they both lost their martial arts. Which novel writes such filth? Tomato. Sigh. Forget it, this isn't your fault. Oh Shernan closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then opened his eyes and glared at Li Chen, saying, don't ask about ancient martial artists anymore. It's not as magical as you imagine. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been eliminated by the times. And you don't need to ask about gaming experts anymore, you already have a child, and you've long passed the best training period. No. Do you have any more questions? Oh Shernan looked at Li Chen with some impatience. I have one last question. Ask. I'm 21 this year, do I still have a chance? Li Chen asked with a bitter smile. You got married so early? That's not legal. Is it? Are you an unmarried gentleman? Oh Shernan looked at Li Chen in surprise, then thought for a moment and said, 21 should be considered the peak stage for reaction nerves, but it's not the best training stage. Starting training now will be hard to achieve anything. Seemingly afraid of discouraging Li Chen, Oh Shernan comforted him, you don't need to be overly obsessed with reaction speed, being fast doesn't mean invincible. Combat experience and attributes can still lead to victory. Forget it, anyway, I don't have time to train. Li Chen nodded, then took out the items dropped by the Headless Horseman. Headless Horseman's helmet, platinum, life plus 880 stamina plus 40 strength plus 40 agility plus 40 equipment rating, 120 class. Requirement, Knight, Warrior, Guardian. Headless Horseman's pendant, platinum, magic attack plus 88 stamina plus 38 intelligence plus 38 spirit plus 38 equipment rating, 114 class requirement, mage, priest, summoner. Knight's ring, gold, physical attack plus 56. Stamina plus 28 bone plus 28 strength plus 28 equipment rating, 84 is expected from the first kill in the entire server. The Headless Knight dropped 2 pieces of platinum equipment and 1 piece of gold equipment, along with 4 pieces of silver equipment and several black iron items. Besides the equipment, the Headless Knight surprisingly dropped a mount. Headless Knight's whip binds upon use, can summon or dismiss the Headless Knight's mount, increases mount movement speed by 100%. Of course, the Headless Knight also dropped 5 pieces of unknown use purple gold ore, and a currency total of 8 gold and 66 silver. With 4 very valuable items obtained, even if Oh Shernan remained cold, a hint of excitement couldn't help but show in her eyes. The two discussed and decided not to sell anything, so they began to divide the loot. First, they split the currency in half, then moved on to the equipment. Headless Knight's pendant is a magic-type equipment, naturally belonging to Oh Shernan, while Headless Knight's helmet went to Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the attributes of the platinum helmet with a slight sense of regret. This helmet does not increase bone but instead boosts agility, which should be more suitable for warrior classes. However, the other attributes were significantly higher, nearly double that of the gold helmet Li Chen was currently wearing. His current helmet has 400 health, 20 and 3 attributes, and switching to the Headless Knight's helmet would increase his health by a full 696 points and attack by 28 points, but would decrease his defense by 43 points. Note, Guardian passive, physical attack reduced by 20%, health defense increased by 20%. Although it would lower his defense, overall it was still a significant improvement. The next division was more challenging. As it stands, aside from the 2 pieces of platinum equipment just dropped by the Headless Knight, this gold ring should be considered the top equipment in the entire Huaxia server. However, compared to the mount, its value was certainly much less. The fact that it was 20% faster than an A-grade pet was not the main point. The key was that the Headless Knight's mount was incredibly flashy. With its entirely black fur and for legs stepping on green ghostly flames, its coolness factor was off the charts. Recently often mistaken for a spider spirit, Shernan's eyes lit up with green light at the sight of Headless Knight's whip. The Black Pig Prince Li Chen was also somewhat tempted by the Headless Knight's mount, but this gold ring was too suitable for him, especially considering he would lose 43 points of defense. Ultimately, after some discussion, the Headless Knight's mount went to Shernan, while the gold ring, the remaining silver and black iron equipment, and the 5 pieces of purple gold ore went to Li Chen. In truth, Li Chen was at a slight loss, but Shernan wielded her trump card, stating that if the number of ghostly flowers she harvested was insufficient, she could hold off on consuming them and prioritize giving the health-enhancing pills she crafted to Li Chen. After the division of loot was concluded, Li Chen still wanted to struggle a bit, so he opened the auction house to see if there were any equipment with the same rating or slightly lower than Headless Knight's helmet that could serve as a substitute. If there was something more suitable, it would only mean losing a bit of transaction fees. Unfortunately, in the auction house, there were not even any lower-rated platinum equipment for the Guardian class, let alone equipment with the same rating. After the main city opened, not only did several major guilds start to focus on training Guardians, but even offline guilds or organizations preparing to establish their own guilds were training Guardians, and the market's top-tier Guardian equipment was basically snatched up. Li Chen sighed and equipped the helmet and ring. His health reached 6,012 points, defense 1,010 points, and attack 769 points. Ghostly flowers. While Li Chen was studying his attributes, Shernan, who was riding her new mount and running back and forth, suddenly exclaimed. Li Chen turned to look and found that the spot where the Headless Knight had fallen was now sprouting dozens of ghostly white flowers. Shernan had already started harvesting, and Li Chen hurried over to pick one as well. Ghostly flower, a herb that absorbs death energy to condense into a flower of life. It can be used in the refinement of physical enhancement potions. A total of 15 ghostly flowers bloomed at the place where the Headless Horseman died. How many body-strengthening pills can we make from this one ghostly flower? Li Chen asked. With surprise, holding the small white flower. 1 flower, 1 pill. So few? That means we can only make 15 pills, right? Not too few. I didn't collect a single one before. I didn't expect to gather 15 after killing the Headless Horseman. Then what you just said. I keep my word, I'll make the body-strengthening pills for you first. After putting the 15 ghostly flowers into his backpack, Shernan turned and asked, should we look for more ghostly flowers first or complete the merit task? Li Chen glanced at the time and noticed it was almost 5 p.m. Time was not very abundant, so he said, I need to log off soon to take care of the kids. Didn't you say the merit task isn't far from here? Let's do the merit task first. If you have time tonight, we can meet at 10 p.m. to look for ghostly flowers. Sounds good. I'll share the merit task with you first. Shernan opened the task sharing but found it failed. Li Chen then remembered he had accepted a regular merit task and quickly took out the commission letter to select the option to abandon it as prompted. Special task, guarding the balance of nature. The paladin Kyle betrayed his faith. To resurrect his beloved, he sacrificed his soul to the Abyss Lord, becoming a fallen one, wantonly slaughtering the Treant clan and disrupting the harmony between man and nature. Please promptly go to the Drizzle Forest to assist the herder Rock Oki in blocking the attacks of the fallen one Kyle and his wife. Task. Participants 3, merit reward 120. Task time limit 2 hours 15 minutes 31 seconds. A special task with a time limit. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Chen said, somewhat speechless upon seeing the task description. Well, there are still more than 2 hours left, just 2 elite monsters. There aren't many monsters, but what if someone else gets there first? We'll wait for them to respawn. Shernan wasn't wrong, but Li Chen was pressed for time and hurriedly urged Shernan to move quickly. The Drizzle Forest borders the Withered Wood Forest where the two were, so the journey didn't take long. Following the task instructions, they soon arrived at the Drizzle Forest. Seeing that the monsters here were only level 13, Li Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. With such a high merit reward, shouldn't the monsters be at least level 15? The two finally reached a small cabin in the woods, and it was puzzling that quite a few players had already gathered in front of the cabin, likely having accepted the task earlier than Shernan. The players present were mostly in groups of 3, facing away from the cabin, looking ahead with vigilance. Li Chen and Shernan passed through the crowd and entered the wooden cabin, where they found the herder Rock Oki. Shernan stepped forward to submit the commission letter, and Li Chen curiously tossed out a true eye. Herdsman Rokoki level, 25 health? Defense? Attack? Aside from the level, the true I couldn't reveal any other information, and it was unclear if killing him would drop a divine artifact. Just as the herder was introducing the task to Oshernan, he suddenly turned to Li Chen and said, "Young man, killing born from greed will only destroy the balance of nature. May the goddess of life purify your soul." Being lectured by an NPC was unexpected. It was unclear whether the herder's AI was advanced or if it was programmed to trigger this line whenever a player used the true eye on him. Although Li Chen knew this was just an NPC, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed looking into Rokoki's clear eyes. Fortunately, Rokoki quickly turned his head to continue introducing the task to Oshernan. The fallen one, Kyle, has destroyed the natural barrier of the Drizzle Forest, and the breath of death is consuming the vitality of the Drizzle Forest. I must re-establish the barrier here, so I implore you to guard the cabin during this time. All right, Mr. Shepherd. Oshernan slightly bowed, completing the handover of the commission. A confirmation box popped up in front of Li Chen asking whether to accept, and of course, Li Chen chose to confirm. However, the countdown on the taskbar did not disappear, indicating that the task had been timing since it appeared in the task hall. 1 hour, 55 minutes, 13 seconds. With nearly 2 hours left on the task countdown, Li Chen glanced at the time and couldn't help but frown. After the two left the cabin, Li Chen quickly walked up to a player nearby and whispered, "Brother, what's the situation with this task?" The player was quite friendly and casually replied, "It's just a tower defense battle. Every 5 minutes, a group of level 15 elite monsters will spawn to attack the cabin, just kill them. And we just have to hold out for nearly 2 hours? That should be it. I've been holding out for almost an hour, but although these task monsters don't drop anything, the experience is really high. It would be great if they kept spawning without a time limit." Hearing this, Li Chen felt a bit troubled. He didn't have that much time. Is there no quick way to complete it? I saw that the task mentioned the fallen one, Kyle. Hasn't he appeared? He hasn't appeared, but even if he did, I doubt we could kill him. The task only says to guard the cabin, not to kill Kyle, and these little monsters are already level 14 elites. The fallen one, Kyle, should be on par with the shepherd, and he probably won't show up until the end. Then the shepherd will do a plot kill. The player analyzed it thoroughly, and Li Chen couldn't think of any other way, so he turned to Oshernan and said, "I have to log off before 6 p.m., but I see that although this task limits the number of team members, it should allow for multiple participants. You should be able to complete it alone, but even if you don't finish, don't worry, I will compensate for your losses. You don't need to blame yourself, no one knew this task would take so long. And don't mention compensation, compared to the rewards we just got, this merit task isn't worth mentioning. Long live understanding." Li Chen clasped his hands in thanks for Oshernan's reasonableness. As time slowly passed, a sudden clattering sound came from the dense forest in front of the cabin, and then one skeleton after another rushed into view. Skeleton Warrior, Catherine Summon, level, 15 health, 42,000 defense, 450 physical attack, 800 skill 1. Strenuous Strike, physical damage 150%. Skill 2, Jump Slash, physical damage 160%. Although the information for the Skeleton Warrior did not indicate elite status, its attributes were indeed much higher than those of ordinary level 15 monsters. However, these Skeleton Warriors were shown to be Catherine's summons. Shouldn't it be Kyle? About 40 to 50 Skeleton Warriors spawned, and the other players who had already experienced this quickly grouped up in threes to engage. One team per monster, and just one left over, indicating that they spawned according to the number of teams. Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward to take on the last Skeleton Warrior, feeling no pressure at all. Although they were called level 15 elite monsters, it was likely that the player had never seen a real level 15 elite. Based on Li Chen's experience, this Skeleton Warrior was actually weaker than a level 13 hog, perhaps because it lacked a name and thus didn't seem impressive enough. It wasn't surprising to think about it. After all, spawning so many at once would be chaotic if they were too strong, in case a team couldn't handle it. Seeing that Li Chen's health wasn't dropping much, Oshernan casually cast a healing spell and then used Radiant Impact to help deal damage. Against such low health monsters, Li Chen's damage wasn't very noticeable, and due to the absence of one person, their monster killing speed could only rank in the middle to late among these teams. The enthusiastic player just now prioritized killing his own Skeleton Warrior, then turned around to see that Li Chen's side was still alive and came over with a smirk to slash a couple of times. The quest monster doesn't drop anything, and this player had no intention of stealing the kill, he was just looking to gain a few experience points. However, he knew when to stop, hacking a couple of times before retreating, his mischief outweighing any real significance. Zhu Dashan was already level 12 and had maxed out his experience, while Li Chen was just a little short of leveling up to 13. He still needed to kill 2 level 15 bosses for a perfect run, and Li Chen wouldn't mind if someone stole his experience. Oshernan also knew the other party was
Just playing around. In reality, they couldn't steal a few experience points, but he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey. Sorry, I couldn't control my hands. This elite monster was killed in less than a minute, and then I had to stand around for 4 minutes. It's just too boring. It's fine. Li Chen replied with a smile, glancing at the configuration of the other party's team. He then took out a bottle of large red potion from his bag and walked over to stuff it into that player's arms, whispering, "Mud Buddha AAA brother, could I trouble you with something?" In the game, handing over a bottle of recovery potion is akin to offering a cigarette in real life, but it's less common to hand over a large red potion. Usually, it's just small red potions. After all, a large red potion, even if bought from a casual player, costs 2 silver, worth about 20 yuan, enough to buy a pack of Zuanheman. Mud Buddha AAA took the large red potion, smiled, "Brother, you're too polite. I'll definitely control my hands later." "It's not that." Li Chen shook his head and smiled. "I was hoping you guys could help me out a bit. I need to log off soon, and I probably won't make it to the end of the quest. Could I ask the 3 of you to help my teammate then?" Elite monsters spawn based on the number of players in the team. If Li Chen really logged off halfway, even if Oh Shinan was a gaming expert, as a priest, she wouldn't be able to solo an elite monster. That's not really a trouble. If you're not around and an extra elite monster spawns, your friend won't be able to handle it. We'd have to help, otherwise, if we miss a monster, we won't complete our quest. But Mud Buddha AAA showed a difficult expression, awkwardly saying, "But even though I'm going for a tank paladin build, I can't handle 2 elite monsters." "Don't worry, brother. My teammate has excellent healing output, she'll definitely keep your health up." Li Chen cheerfully took out a few more large potions from his bag, giving Mud Buddha AAA 2 more large reds, and also handed a large blue potion to the priest and archer in his party. After thinking for a moment, he also gave each of them a piece of pear flower pastry. "Brother, facing 2 elite monsters is definitely more painful than facing 1, you should stock up." Being polite is appreciated, and it applies in the game as well. Although these 3 players were relatively skilled and didn't care much about these potions, their mood improved significantly. Oh Shinan saw Li Chen over there giving gifts and smiling at those 3 players and thought he was begging them not to steal kills, which made her frown. There were 3 people on the other side, but Li Chen had such good equipment, and her gear was decent too, having swapped for a platinum accessory. Even if it was 2 against 3, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, so why beg for help? She still hadn't figured out what kind of person Li Chen was. This person was unexpectedly unpredictable, always leading others astray, and could really infuriate someone. Yet, during battles, he was meticulous and flawless. When it came to handling matters, he was upright, not greedy for boss drops, and was very particular about distribution, even wanting to split a black iron steak clearly. Her emotions hadn't fluctuated so intensely in a long time. She had spoken more today than she usually would in a month. After discussing with Mud Buddha AAA and the other 3, Li Chen turned and walked back to Oh Shernan's side, just about to say a few words when he noticed that Oh Shernan seemed off, her gaze even colder than when they first met. Li Chen thought that Oh Shernan was angry because of the incident with the Mud Bodhisattva AAA, and he comforted her with a smile. "That person was just joking, you don't need to be so angry. It has nothing to do with him, I'm angry because of you." Oh Shernan replied coldly. "Ha? Weren't you quite understanding just now? I really can't help it, the babysitter is just a part-time job, and she has to go home to make up for her game time. Stop." Before Li Chen could finish his sentence, Oh Shernan interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "I'm not talking about the merit task, forget it, it's my own problem, it has nothing to do with you." Hearing this, Li Chen didn't explain further. After all, they were just temporary teammates, and who would indulge her so many flaws? Explaining further would only seem pretentious. Once she had enough nether flowers in the evening, they would go their separate ways. However, Li Chen hesitated for a moment and still decided to inform Oh Shernan about the discussion with Mud Bodhisattva AAA. This woman was like an ice knife. If he didn't explain things clearly, she might think someone was stealing monsters and end up fighting. Oh Shernan looked at Li Chen in shock. Her expression behind the mask was indescribably strange. Li Chen was delivering medicine and smiling, all for her. Although it could also be seen as Li Chen trying to make up for not being able to complete the merit task, it still made Oh Shernan's cold heart feel a rare warmth. "I'm sorry." The ice in Oh Shernan's eyes melted significantly as she suddenly whispered, "An apology." "Ha?" Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "It's okay, I forgive you. You really know how to climb the ladder." Oh Shernan shot Li Chen a glance, unwilling to speak further, but the coldness that kept people at a distance had lessened considerably. 5 minutes for a wave of monsters was indeed quite boring. Li Chen had nothing to do and flipped through the auction house, wondering if he could find a suitable skill book, preferably a charged skill book.
Although he ran quite fast, encountering a trio like the one he had killed earlier was still quite troublesome. Those three had average equipment. If he ran into someone well equipped, he wouldn't have the advantage. The charge skill was great, it allowed him to chase enemies or escape, perfect. Unfortunately, after entering the main city, it seemed that skill books were even rarer. Li Chen refreshed the auction house for over half an hour and only saw one magic-typed skill book. After killing another skeleton warrior, Li Chen glanced at the time and found it was already past 5 o'clock. His level had risen to 13, but the task was still not completed, causing him to frown. Did he really have to wait until the countdown ended for the fallen Kale to appear? Li Chen scanned his surroundings, feeling that there was something he hadn't thought of. Isn't it strange that this task requires a total time of 3 hours? Li Chen couldn't help but turn to Shinan and ask. Not strange at all. These skeleton warriors are stronger than ordinary monsters, but compared to level 15 elite monsters in the wild, they are much weaker, equivalent to normal level 13 elite monsters. It's normal for the kill count to be higher, otherwise, how could there be such high merit rewards? The problem is, if the merit rewards are so high, why not just spawn a few higher level ones? Doing this many times is quite a hassle. Aren't these monsters written as Catherine's summons? Maybe Catherine's set level isn't that high. Catherine, Li Chen finally realized. Suddenly, Li Chen understood something. These skeleton warriors were Catherine's summons, and Catherine should be the wife of the fallen Kale in the task. If the summons were here, then the summoner herself might also be nearby? Among so many players around, some should have guessed this too, but perhaps like Mud Bodhisattva AAA, they thought the task only required protecting the shepherd to complete the protective barrier and didn't require killing the fallen Kale. Moreover, if the summon minions were this strong, how powerful must the summoner be? Not to mention there was also the fallen Kale. Fighting an elite monster was already tough, who would dare to go looking for trouble and seek death? Li Chen recalled the positions where these skeleton warriors had appeared and found that they were basically all attacking from the front door of the wooden house. Who said monsters had to enter the wooden house through the front door? So, Catherine was likely in that direction. Of course, this was just Li Chen's speculation, but it didn't stop him from wanting to verify it. Time was of the essence, and Li Chen didn't want to give up this merit reward. Since there might be another way to complete it, why not give it a try? Li Chen glanced at the other players and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, quietly shared his guess with Shinan. Shinan's eyes lit up, but he quickly raised a concern. The summon creatures are all elite level, this Kyle and Catherine are likely boss level. Can we defeat them? Let's look for them first. If we can't beat them, we can run. Alright. After confirming, the two of them quietly circled to the back of the house while no one was watching, summoned their mounts, and dashed into the dense forest. They took a long detour to arrive at the front of the wooden house, but they were still far away, separated by trees, so the players in front of the house didn't notice them. Only the Clay Buddha AAA, who had been chatting with Li Chen for a long time, noticed that the two had disappeared. Although puzzled, he didn't pay much attention. He had already packed his potions, and retreating was not an option. Let's look for them. If we can't find them, I'll log off directly. You go back and ask the Clay Buddha AAA for help. He has already taken my bribe. Okay. The two began to search back and forth in the jungle, moving in the opposite direction of the wooden house. After searching for a long time, they didn't find Kyle and Catherine, but they did find the skeleton warriors first. Li Chen's eyes brightened, and he signaled Shinan to avoid the path of the skeleton warriors. He initially planned to move forward in the direction the skeleton warriors had come from, but suddenly thought of something, turned around, and used taunt to lure the nearest skeleton warrior over. Seeing Li Chen suddenly turn around to attract the small monster, Shinan asked in confusion, "Why are we fighting this monster? Adding one more monster shouldn't cause the wooden house to collapse, right?" Li Chen chuckled, "I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that if we're not there, an extra monster might raise suspicion. If Kyle can kill it, and halfway through, an unexpected guest shows up, that would be troublesome. Aren't you being too cautious? Hee. Better safe than sorry." After quickly killing the skeleton warrior, Li Chen and Shinan stealthily moved in the direction. They hadn't gone far when a clearing appeared in the forest. A valiant man in black armor stood in the center, leaning on his sword with both hands. Beside him was a woman in a black dress with a black veil, seemingly casting some kind of magic, her hands glowing with a ghostly white light, completely still. Fallen 1 Kyle, Special, Level, 20 Health, 250,000 Defense, 1,288 Physical Attack, 1,588 Skill 1, Charge, Damage 150%, Stun for 1 second, Cooldown 8 seconds. Skill 2, Heroic Strike, Damage 150%, Cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 3, Whirlwind Slash, a 360-degree spinning strike that deals 130% physical attack damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius, cooldown 8 seconds. Skill 4, Fallen 1, attack additionally inflicts 10% true damage. Skill 5, Binding of Love. Necromancer Catherine, special, level, 25 health. Not only was all the information about Necromancer Catherine a question mark, but Li Chen's mind was also filled with question marks. The Fallen One Kyle was not the main character. The main character was actually Catherine, whom he had resurrected. With everything being a question mark, how were they supposed to fight? The Fallen One Kyle could indeed fight, although he was a high level 20, he was far inferior to the Headless Horseman and was clearly not a boss level creature. Moreover, the name suffix did indicate that he was a special monster. But Catherine's level was as high as 25, even without seeing the information, one could guess that her damage was definitely something he couldn't withstand at this stage. This seems impossible to fight. Oh, Shernan said, feeling a bit deflated after looking at the information. Not necessarily. Li Chen carefully observed the status of the two special monsters in the clearing and said softly, "Look at Catherine, she's standing still with magical effects swirling around her, as if she's casting some spell. We're quite far from the cabin, and I suspect her summons need her guidance to act accurately, or perhaps she's fighting the shepherd, who is busy repairing some barrier, right? Are you saying we should take advantage of her weakness to finish her off?" Oh, Shernan's eyes lit up. "No, I mean we should lure Kyle away to kill her lover. Maybe after being provoked, she'll go straight for the shepherd and fight to the death. And then the merit task will be completed. That's so cruel? Maybe it will drop a divine artifact. Then let's do it quickly. These are just my guesses. You stay back for now. And I'll try to lure them. If Catherine moves, just ignore me. I'll try to die outside their alert range, and if I drop anything, remember to help me pick it up." Li Chen wasted no time. And, after Shernan stepped back a bit, ordered Zhu Dachan to stay put and use the stone armor aura before charging into the clearing. As Li Chen entered, before he could get close, Kyle, standing with his sword, had already turned his head. Kyle's robust body instantly covered dozens of meters and charged right in front of Li Chen. After Li Chen was stunned, Kyle followed up with a powerful slash. Once Li Chen regained consciousness, he commanded Zhu Dachan to use the charge skill against Kyle, then turned and ran. Although Zhu Dachan's charge skill didn't break through Kyle's defenses, it successfully attracted Kyle's hatred. As soon as Kyle shook off the stun, he swung his weapon at Zhu Dachan, buying precious time for Li Chen. Turning to see that Catherine had not reacted to his appearance, Li Chen felt a surge of joy. The plan should be working. The fallen Kyle dispatched Zhu Dachan with a skill followed by a slash, then turned to chase after Li Chen. Li Chen plunged into the dense forest, just about to signal Shernan to prepare for battle when he heard Shernan's regretful voice. Kyle turned back. Li Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to see that the fallen Kyle had returned to Catherine's side, seemingly forgetting about him, the unwelcome guest. What's going on? Since he was facing away, Li Chen hadn't seen the situation and hurriedly asked Shernan. After Kyle killed your pet, he came after you, but when he reached the edge of the clearing, he suddenly turned back, Shernan said helplessly as he walked over. Is it because I didn't attack him, so the hatred wasn't enough, or is it that Kyle won't leave a certain range from Catherine? Li Chen asked, but without waiting for Shernan's answer, he continued, "First, heal me to full health, and then I'll try again." Are you not waiting for your pet to revive? It takes 5 minutes for a pet to revive, too troublesome. Anyway, Catherine hasn't moved, Kyle can't kill me, so when I charge in, just throw me a heal. Once Li Chen's health was full, he turned and charged back into the clearing. Kyle once again stunned him with a charge and followed up with a powerful strike. The two skills took away half of Li Chen's health. As soon as Li Chen shook off the stun, he gave Kyle a shield bash, then turned and ran, drinking a big red potion as he fled. Kyle, regaining his senses, angrily pursued Li Chen. Li Chen's shield bash did minimal damage, but it still cut away 2,000 points of Kyle's health, and with the poison-triggered cutting, the hatred was extremely strong. However, a scene that made Li Chen frown occurred again. Kyle, who was almost upon him, suddenly stopped at the edge of the clearing, then turned around and returned to Catherine like a lovesick puppy. Seeing Kyle forcibly disengage from combat and instantly restore his health, Li Chen sighed. The plan to kill her lover seemed to have failed. Shernan walked over, healing Li Chen while saying, "Catherine hasn't moved at all. Should we just go up and kill Kyle directly? It shouldn't be that simple. I estimate that it has something to do with Kyre's 5th skill, the bond of love. We can't see Catherine's data, but she probably has this skill too. If I were the planner, I would definitely set it so that when Kyre drops to a certain health level, it would trigger Catherine. Even if not, if Kyre dies, Catherine wouldn't just stand still." Li Chen replied with a serious expression. "So what do we do? Give up? Giving up is not an option. Since the plan to kill the lover has failed, let's kill his wife first." How do we kill her? Wait a moment, Catherine should be summoning new skeleton warriors soon. Li Chen glanced at their
surroundings, then led Oh Shernan to the side of the empty area. Before long, a large group of skeleton warriors suddenly appeared in the open space, while Catherine remained motionless in her
previous stance.
Seeing this, Oh Shernan whispered, Catherine hasn't used any skills.
Don't you think she needs to keep guiding some kind of summoning array?
We'll just have to take a
gamble.
But the odds are against us, and we don't know if this special monster will drop anything.
Do you want to take the risk? Oh Shernan had time to complete the merit task normally, so Li Chen naturally needed to ask for his opinion.
Without Oh Shernan healing him, Li Chen would be in a terrible position trying to kill the wife while taking Kai's attacks.
Oh Shernan, hearing this, eagerly said, let's gamble.
It's just a little less merit. Besides, we're both white names, so the chance of losing our gear when we die is very low.
If a level 25 monster
really drops equipment, even if it's silver gear, it will definitely have high attributes, not worse than the golden gear dropped by a level 15 boss.
Alright. Li Chen glanced at the time.
My pet will take another 3 minutes to revive, so let's wait for the next wave of skeleton warriors to spawn before we go in. As another wave of skeleton warriors rushed towards the small wooden house, Li Chen, who had been waiting, charged into the fray. With charges, countercharges, and shield strikes, Li Chen quickly applied 5 layers of poison to Kai, establishing stable aggro before ignoring him and turning to rush towards Catherine while drinking potions. Kai had area attack skills, so Oh Shernan cleverly circled around and ran over from
the other side, frantically healing Li Chen.
Although Kai's attack power was not as high as the Headless Horseman's, the additional 10% true damage from the Fallen was not to be
underestimated. If he was a moment too slow, Li Chen's health would not recover.
53, cut 2560, minus 76 poison, cut 2560. After a hero strike landed on Catherine's head, Li Chen quickly assessed her health and defense based on the damage. Her health exceeded 300,000, and her defense was 1100. As expected of a level 25 special monster, a fragile summoner had more health than Kai, the great warrior. However, no matter how thick the health, it was useless in the face of noble true damage. Li Chen, feeling proud, launched a frenzied attack on Catherine, but the next second, his expression darkened. Hashtag name? Minus 76 poison, cut 2560. Hashtag name? Minus 76 poison, cut 2560. This was the first time Li Chen encountered a miss since entering the game.
A miss not
only meant no cut damage but also that the poison could not stack. Fortunately, the initial hit had landed, resulting in 5 seconds of poison damage.
What's going on?
Li Chen was momentarily
confused.
From a distance, Oh Shernan shouted while healing, don't worry about what's happening, just hit Kai a couple more times, or the aggro will get messed up.
Healing generates
aggro, and if Li Chen didn't maintain his damage on Kai, the aggro could easily shift to Oh Shernan, who was continuously healing him. Hearing this, Li Chen hurriedly struck Kai
twice to reinforce the aggro before turning back to attack Catherine.
When he struck Catherine again, he missed once more, and the poison on Catherine also ended.
Is it because the level difference is too great?
I remember other games have this kind of setting, Oh Shernan shouted.
Almost.
It's either that the level is too high, or Catherine has this passive skill.
Li
Chen frowned as he continued to attack Catherine, finally landing a hit after 7 or 8 attempts. As long as he could hit occasionally, a layer of poison could deal 5 instances of
cutting damage, so it wasn't impossible to fight.
However, as he continued, Li Chen noticed a problem. Kai's health was dropping faster than Catherine's.
Since Kai was the one attacking,
first, he had to strike twice every few hits to maintain aggro, resulting in Catherine still having 60% health while Kai's health dropped to 50%. If Kai's health really fell to a certain
point and awaken Catherine's setting, they would be in trouble.
Just as Li Chen was about to control his output on Kai, trying to deal damage to Catherine instead, Oh Shernan suddenly shouted, we've been dragging this out too long, I'm running low on mana, and your health is getting hard to manage.
Kai's damage per second is exceeding your healing. Hearing this, Li
Chen quickly took out a potion and drank it, then downed a large health potion, and after a moment's thought, decisively changed targets.
Killing Catherine is tough, I'll pull Kai to
the edge of the open area, keeping my distance from Catherine.
Even if we only kill one, it's still a win. Li Chen swiftly led Kai toward the edge of the open space. In that short time, Kai's health dropped to 20%, while there was still no movement from Catherine.
Finally, as Kai's health fell to 10%, he suddenly shouted loudly, Catherine.
With Kai's voice, Catherine
finally snapped out of her immobilized state, turned to look at her lover, and then let out a piercing scream. The scream seemed to pierce through the air like a demonic sound, causing
Li Chen and Oh Shernan's health to drop significantly in an instant. Oh Shernan ignored his own health and desperately healed Li Chen. Then Kai fell. Under the dual cutting damage of the poison and normal attacks, 10% health could only last for 7 seconds. The cutting talent was simply too effective against the tanky Kyle. With one shot from Catherine, her lover was gone. Catherine first looked at her fallen lover in disbelief, then frantically summoned a horde of monsters to surround Li Chen and Oh Shernan. Li Chen had no time to worry about that because Kyle had dropped items. A large group of elite monsters surrounded the two, and while Oh Shernan was being attacked, he not only failed to heal himself but also threw the last healing spell. On to Li Chen. With the last healing, Li Chen quickly picked up Kyle's drops while facing a circle of elite monsters. Oh Shernan died. Li Chen managed to hold on for 2 more seconds before dying under one of Catherine's spells. In the resurrection square, the two exchanged smiles as they recovered from the pain of death. Ding, congratulations on defeating Fallen Kyle. Earning 80,000 experience. Ding, congratulations on defeating Fallen Kyle, earning 200 merit points. Each person received 200 merit points, which was a pleasant surprise. This was much more than they earned from the Guardian quest. Li Chen didn't lose any equipment, only 3 large health potions from his bag, while Oh Shernan was less fortunate, losing a silver bracelet with a rating of 40 and 2 nether flowers. However, compared to what Fallen Kyle dropped, those items were negligible. Fallen Kyle only dropped 3 items, yet they left the 2 breathless. Fallen armor, silver, health plus 1500 defense plus 130 bone plus 48 strength plus 48 equipment requirements, warrior, knight, guardian. Equipment rating, 96, fallen bracers, silver, attack. Plus 62 strength plus 42 agility plus 42 equipment requirements, assassin, warrior, archer. Equipment rating, 84. Both pieces of equipment were only silver level, but their attributes were astonishingly high. Even missing one attribute, they were still much stronger than Li Chen's steel armor. Li Chen's steel armor had health plus 1000, defense plus 100, and stamina, bone, and strength each plus 23. Although the fallen armor lacks one stamina attribute, its high base health means that equipping it not only does not decrease health but actually increases it, and it adds an extra 30 to defense, with bone strength doubled. If equipment were to be classified by levels, the fine steel battle armor would be equivalent to level 11 gold equipment, while the fallen armor would be level 20 silver equipment. The level difference is too great, the quality simply cannot make up for it. As for the fallen bracers, while they may not compare to large pieces like the battle armor, their exceptionally high attack and agility attributes would surely leave assassin, warrior, and archer players unable to resist. In addition to the 2 pieces of silver equipment, the fallen Kale also dropped a skill book. Whirlwind Slash can be learned after use. Whirlwind Slash, a 360-degree attack that deals 130% physical damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Looking at these 3 items, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. After thinking for a moment, he said, since the main city opened, it seems that skill books have dropped in quantity, so their value should have increased significantly. Although these 2 pieces of silver equipment should be worth more than the gold equipment currently being auctioned, I estimate that together they barely match the value of this Whirlwind Slash. How about this? I'll take these 2 pieces of equipment. And you can have the skill book. That's fair. Oh Shernan nodded, then looked up at Li Chen and said lightly, but are you sure you don't want this Whirlwind Slash? Li Chen thought for a moment and said, to be honest, no one would complain about having more skills, but I don't have a high demand for attack skills like this. I prefer passive skills that increase health and defense. I used to sell a skill book for 100,000, and now I think I regret it a bit. You really are a novice in virtual reality games. Oh Shernan couldn't help but smirk, shaking her head as she said, you were discussing the issue of game experts with me earlier, yet you don't know that skills like Whirlwind Slash are precisely the nemesis of so-called game experts. How so? Li Chen was taken aback by her words. Group attack skills can counter so-called game experts. This Whirlwind Slash has a 360-degree range and a 5-meter radius. It's not something you can dodge just by being quick on the draw, Oh Shernan added with a half-smile. You, who rely on attributes to fight monsters beyond your level, are likely to encounter experts who rely on skills to do the same. Are you sure you don't want this Whirlwind Slash? Hearing this, Li Chen looked over the description of Whirlwind Slash again, his face showing a hint of hesitation. Alright, I'll take this Whirlwind Slash, and I'll also take the fallen armor. You can sell the fallen bracers, and then I'll compensate you with 300 gold coins. How does that sound? 300,000 is very reasonable. 300,000 is no small amount, and with the platinum pendant and the headless horseman's mount far exceeding market circulation, today's earnings have already surpassed her expectations. Oh Shernan didn't expect that just forming a temporary team would yield more than what she had earned since the server opened. Alchemy is a money-burning secondary profession. Even though she can refine enlightenment pills, the materials are too scarce, and she hasn't recouped her costs yet. A wave of turning losses into profits, even someone as cold as her couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Li Chen trembled as he traded 300 gold coins to Shernan, his face turning green. He had spent over 10 million on a retirement home for the group, and he didn't hesitate at all, but when it came to buying things for himself, he felt choked at the thought of spending 300,000. It's not that he's stingy, he's just really stingy. I'm logging off now, let's go gather nether flowers together tonight. Li Chen glanced at the time, equipped the battle armor, learned the skill, and then logged off. Seeing Li Chen log off, Shernan also took off her gaming helmet. In a picturesque little mountain village, the afterglow of the sunset enveloped the entire village like a golden veil. A girl in a wheelchair turned her chair into the yard, tilting her face up to enjoy the last warmth of the sun. Her hair gently swayed in the breeze, and her eyes revealed a hint of melancholy, yet for some reason, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. An old man entered the courtyard with a bamboo basket on his back, and upon seeing the smile that had not graced the girl's face for so long, his eyes couldn't help but become a bit misty. The old man quickly stepped to the side of the wheelchair, bent down, and cautiously said, "Good girl, why are you out today?" Hearing the old man's words, the smile on the girl's face vanished in an instant. She glanced coldly at him, turned her head, and wheeled herself back inside. The old man, seeing the girl return to her usual indifference, couldn't help but blame himself for coming back at such an inopportune time, and he stomped his foot in frustration. The old man's careless action brought considerable disaster to the bluestone beneath his feet. A half-meter long, palm-thick piece of bluestone silently shattered into dozens of pieces. Li Chen logged off just in time to catch a warm meal. After sending Lu Ying and her daughter away, Li Chen patted his belly and took the little one out for a stroll. Suddenly not having to work and spending all day in the game, Li Chen felt as if he had gained weight in just a few days. With the soft little creature perched on his shoulder, Li Chen didn't ride his little electric scooter, but jogged towards the pedestrian street. Now that conditions had improved, it was time to dress up his little niece properly. Having suddenly come into some wealth, Li Chen didn't know how to restrain himself. Once he entered the children's clothing store, he couldn't move. With summer approaching, he was drooling over the adorable little dresses. If his little Tuanbo wore one, she would surely be the cutest in the entire kindergarten, and they'd have to line up for a seat position in photos. Bye. Tuan transformed into a ruthless fitting tool, trying on over a dozen outfits, and only after exhausting the little baby from happy to tired did Li Chen finally relent. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Wrap it all up for me." This children's clothing store was the best in town, quite a reputable brand. A dozen new dresses and 7 pairs of princess shoes weren't cheap, costing Li Chen a full 6,000 yuan. Thinking about how he had just spent 300,000, Li Chen exclaimed that it was cheap, but unfortunately, there were no bigger brand children's clothing stores in town. With such a large pile of things, it was inconvenient for Li Chen to carry Tuan, and he didn't want the little one to walk too much, so he simply took a taxi back home. Should he buy a car? But what about the lack of a driver's license? Back in college, the school had a green channel for obtaining a driver's license, and Li Chen signed up, but he dropped out before finishing the test. Should he buy a car and hire a driver? That seemed a bit too ostentatious. In the end, Li Chen decided to temporarily abandon the idea of buying a car. He would think about it when winter came and it got cold. For now, the little electric scooter was just fine, and he was used to it. "I don't want to buy clothes anymore." Hearing Tuan's sleep talk, Li Chen awkwardly covered the little one with a blanket and turned to put on his gaming helmet. Perhaps trying on clothes had tired her out. Tuan fell asleep earlier than usual, and by just 9 o'clock, Li Chen was online. He opened his friend list to contact Shernan. Although they had agreed on 10 o'clock, since they were both online, why not start early? After receiving Shernan's reply, Li Chen followed the sign to the Alchemist Guild. This was a place where alchemists often stayed. Some alchemy tools were ridiculously expensive, and most alchemists could only rent the guild's potion making room. Li Chen found room 250 according to the sign and knocked on the door. After a while, Shernan opened the door and invited Li Chen in. "You've been hiding in the Alchemist Guild for 3 hours? Why aren't you leveling up?" Alchemy also gives experience, and leveling up as a priest is too slow when soloing. Li Chen, puzzled, asked, "Why would a priest solo?" Shernan glanced at Li Chen. "Unless necessary, I don't really like teaming up with others." Li Chen was somewhat surprised and asked, "You don't like teaming up, so why did you choose to be a priest?" "Being a priest is great, you can heal yourself while fighting, which is perfect for soloing." A fragile character soloing? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" Li Chen was a bit speechless. "Not afraid." Okay. How's the body strengthening pill coming along?" "Just one last step to go," Ushinin casually replied as she walked back to the stone table, sat down, and extended her crystalline palm to pick up a lump of black, clay-like substance on the table and began to knead it. Li Chen watched Ushinin's kneading technique. reminiscent of making dough, and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Are you also a pastry chef on the side? Wu Xinin shot Li Chen a glance but didn't respond, casually tearing off a small piece of black clay and placing it on the small balance scale on the table. After adjusting the weight, she rolled it in her palm, and before long, a small, blackened round ball was formed. Freshly made, give it a try. Wu Xinin placed the small black ball in front of Li Chen. Li Chen looked down at the small black ball, then at Wu Xinin's fair palm, confirming it shouldn't be dirt from her hand. Body strengthening pill. Consuming it can permanently increase endurance by 2, with a maximum of 30 pills. It really is a body strengthening pill, but the pill making process is vastly different from what Li Chen had imagined. This pill is rolled out? Li Chen asked, astonished. Otherwise? Made in a pill furnace? Wu Xinin replied while continuing to roll the pill. Goodness! I thought it would be like those immortal cultivation novels where they use a furnace to refine pills. I rushed over, only to find out it's just rolling balls. This is so down to earth. It's not that simple, there are many steps before this. Rolling the pills, no, dividing the pills is just the last step. Wu Xinin retorted. Then focused on rolling, dividing the pills. The last 10 pills were lined up neatly in front of Li Chen. I didn't hide anything, I lost 2 while fighting the fallen, and 3 were mistakes in the refining process. Got it. Li Chen tossed the pills into his mouth one by one, watching his endurance rise by 2 points each time, a hint of joy appearing on his face. A fair and delicate hand reached out in front of Li Chen, and Wu Xinin's cool voice rang out. You still need to protect me while I gather the nether flower. I won't charge you for the various auxiliary materials, but the processing fee is a mere 1 gold coin. Ha? Are you robbing me? The processing fee is so high. Li Chen looked at the last body strengthening pill in his hand, pondering whether he could retrieve the pill he had swallowed. I worked for over an hour, gathering auxiliary materials and delaying my leveling up, and I'm only charging you 1 gold coin. You think that's too high? Wu Xinin's exposed eyes were filled with menace. Wait. You said a total of 1 gold coin? Of course. Do you think I'd charge 1 gold per pill? Wu Xinin suddenly realized, narrowing her eyes, did I undercharge? Li Chen quickly tossed the last pill into his mouth and hurriedly took out a gold coin, placing it on the table. Not cheap, it's killing me. Wu Xinin looked down at the gold coin worth 1,000, feeling as if she had lost out. Stop daydreaming, let's hurry and gather the nether flower. Li Chen stood up and quickly walked outside. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player Zhang Tianxia and his team for defeating the level 15 boss, Abyss Wanderer, earning the first kill reward of 3,000. Before Li Chen and Wu Xinin could leave Shinhou City, they were drawn in by the server-wide announcement repeated 3 times. Zhang Tianxia is really impressive, I remember he's been on the server-wide announcement before. Upon seeing the announcement, Wu Xinin couldn't help but whisper a compliment. Li Chen glanced at Wu Xinin with a strange expression, hesitating before asking, you really haven't heard of my name? Are you famous? Wu Xinin looked at Li Chen with a blank expression. No. You know Zhang Tianxia, but you don't know me? Seeing Wu Xinin's expression that didn't seem to be fake, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. It wasn't impossible that Wu Xinin hadn't heard of his name. After all, no one can be online 24 hours a day. Maybe when he was on TV, O'Shurnan just happened to be offline, but why does it feel so off? Li Chen pouted and said, the server-wide announcement isn't that impressive. Have you forgotten that you were also on a server-wide announcement before? When was I on a server-wide announcement? O'Shurnan looked at Li Chen in confusion. When we killed the Headless Knight. You were the captain, you don't remember being on the server-wide announcement? Li Chen blinked, thought of something, and laughed. You seemed to be possessed at that time. I called you to pick up the loot, and you didn't even react. Did we get the server first kill of the Headless Knight? O'Shurnan seemed a bit incredulous. Are you out of it from playing the game? Due to health reasons, my online time isn't stable. Other cities already have guilds, and I thought the first kill had long been taken by a big guild. You? Li Chen recalled what O'Shurnan had said back then and cautiously asked, you didn't really get possessed, did you? Are you really an ancient martial artist? Yeah. O'Shurnan nodded. Then what about your body? Can't die. Li Chen's expression became somewhat serious. He still believed in so-called gaming experts and their super high reaction speeds, but he thought O'Shurnan was just joking about being an ancient martial artist. Now, seeing O'Shurnan's nonchalant attitude made him realize that what O'Shurnan said might actually be true. Li Chen wasn't very good at comforting people, and looking at O'Shurnan, he didn't seem like someone who wanted comfort either. For a moment, Li Chen didn't know what to say. The two fell silent for a while as they headed towards the withered wood forest. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player by DeBeo's team for killing the level 15 boss. Two-Headed Ogre, achieving the server first kill of Two-Headed Ogre, and earning 3,000 reputation points. Another 3 consecutive server-wide announcements. Seeing the server-wide announcement, Li Chen sent congratulations to Bai Debeos on behalf of the townsfolk of Chachi Town. Bai Debeos' reply came quickly, along with a bank transfer of 8,888 coins. Here's a red envelope for you. Rabbit was just too strong, the main tank's health didn't even drop below half. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Bai Debeos upon seeing the reply. Realizing that his little cheat was benefiting someone else. It seemed that the afternoon server first kill of the Headless Knight had stirred up the big guilds. Before Li Chen and Shernan even reached the Withered Wood Forest, the server-wide announcements rang out again, and they just kept coming. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player Hu Zhongryu for leading the team to achieve the server second kill of the level 15 boss, Headless Knight, earning 2,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player level 8 Gale for leading the team to achieve the server second kill of the level 15 boss, Two-Headed Ogre, earning 2,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player 4 achieving the server second kill of the level 15 boss, Abyss Wanderer, earning 2,000 reputation points. There were so many announcements that Li Chen couldn't remember who was who, but it seemed like they were all from those 5 guilds. After the main city opened, the server second and server third kills of bosses started to be announced as well. It seemed reasonable when you thought about it. Although the 4 bosses in the novice village were hard to kill, with over 10,000 novice villages, that represented 40,000 bosses, which couldn't be considered rare at all. After the 12 main cities opened, it was equivalent to 12 servers, and the value of bosses instantly skyrocketed. Given the nature of Blue Star Online, increasing rewards was impossible, but there were still face-saving projects. Giving a server second or server third kill announcement was a way to save face, which was more beneficial to those big players than just giving them money. Just as Li Chen and Shernan arrived at the Withered Wood Forest and were about to venture deeper, Bai Debeos sent a voice message. Sister, I found some news. The first spawn location of the boss in the 12 main cities is the same. You should hurry to the southeast direction of Pear Blossom Town, coordinates 224,466.98877, where the boss, Two-Headed Ogre, is located. See if you can take it down. The first spawn location is the same? Li Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing Bai Debeos' message, and his face under the mask flushed slightly. Bai Debeos received the news and shared it with him immediately, while he had killed the Headless Knight without considering that the same location in Mao Rabbit City might also have a Headless Knight. Flushing aside, Li Chen couldn't bring himself to hide the fact that he had killed the Headless Knight, so he quickly sent the location of the Headless Knight to Bai Debeos. Great! I was just looking for someone to inquire about the Headless Knight's location. Is the Headless Knight hard to kill? Bai Debeos was as cheerful as ever, showing no resentment that Li Chen hadn't thought of her. Li Chen recalled the Headless Knight's skills and sent a brief overview of several skills to Bai Debeos, along with some advice. You can't use a swarm tactic against the Headless Knight. He has a skill that increases his dual attack by 1 point for every player that dies within a 200-meter range. I recommend you use melee plus healing to stick close and attack from behind. The Headless Knight's death charge has a strong continuous damage effect, and melee fighters can easily dodge at the starting point. Ranged squishies should just rest except for the healer, or no one will be able to withstand the Headless Knight in the later stages. Thank you. I know how to fight now. You've really helped me out this time. Bai Debeos sent her thanks to Li Chen and then led her enthusiastic guild elites towards the Withered Wood Forest. Li Chen closed the chat window and turned to the long-waiting Shernan. How about we take down another boss before we go gather the nether flower? Do we even need to ask? Let's go. Shernan naturally knew what was valuable, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The two turned around and left. The Withered Wood Forest was located south of Shinho City, while Pear Blossom Town was to the east. They didn't return to the city and headed straight for Pear Blossom Town. Although they took a shortcut, there were too many small monsters along the way, and their speed never picked up. By the time they reached Pear Blossom Town, nearly an hour had passed. During this time, several server-wide announcements rang out, stating that the known 315-level bosses had all been snatched up, with the exception of one, Abyss Wanderer, that had been killed 3 times, mostly by the 5 major guilds. This is one of the benefits of establishing a guild early on. Tonight, who knows how many players will stay up to grind for merit tasks. After buying some Pear Blossom pastries in Pear Blossom Town, the two headed to the coordinates given by Bai Debeos. However, upon arrival, they found no trace of the Two-Headed Ogre. Li Chen certainly didn't think Bai Debeos was misleading him, so he led Shernan deeper into the search. After searching for a good half hour, they finally found the towering creature, about 7 or 8 meters tall, in an area filled with 14-level monsters. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to Throw a true eye at the 14-level small monsters and directly toss the true eye at the two-headed ogre. Two-headed ogre, boss, level, 15 health, 500,000 defense, 1,150 magic attack, 1,988. Skill 1, Hellfire, randomly creates a sea of fire in a 30-meter range, dealing 50% damage per second, lasting 1 minute, cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2, Ice Roar, deals 130% magic damage. In a 10 by 10 meter area at the target's location, cooldown 5 seconds. Skill 3, Ice Rain, deals 130% magic damage to all targets within a 50-meter range and reduces their movement speed by 30%, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 8 seconds. Skill 4, Life Drain, drains 5% of health from all targets within a 50-meter range every second to restore itself, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 12 seconds. Skill 5, Double Life, 2 lives. The two-headed ogre was almost exactly as Bai DeBeos had described, seemingly tailor-made for Li Chen. All area attack skills mean poor burst damage, especially with a guiding skill that Li Chen likes the most. Moreover, the mage boss has no normal attacks, which significantly reduces the pressure on the main tank. The only difficulty? Li Chen turned to O Shernan and passed the pressure over. With area attacks blooming everywhere, the challenge for the priest is immense. Not only must they constantly dodge skills, but they also need to ensure the healing output, making the difficulty hellish. What are you looking at me for? I wanted to ask if you're confident. The difficulty is very high. The boss can only hit me with Ice Roar, while all other skills are area attacks that exceed my healing range. Oh, Shernan frowned as he looked at the boss's skill description, and after a long pause, he spoke again. Life Drain can be ignored, it's a healing skill aimed at crowd tactics. With only the two of us, it can't drain much health. It's the Ice Rain and Hellfire that are more troublesome. But Hellfire is too difficult. It lasts for a minute with only a 10-second cooldown, which means every 10 seconds, there will be a sea of fire in a 30-meter range. After 50 seconds, there will be 6 fire seas at the same time, and I'm not sure if I can maneuver around that. Ice Rain has a 50-meter range from the boss, which already exceeds my healing range. I can try to dodge it preemptively. Even if I can't dodge, the boss's hit can't kill me in one shot now. After selling that silver helmet, I bought 2 decent pieces of gold equipment, so my health and defense have increased significantly, though it might affect my healing for you. Li Chen nodded upon hearing this. Oh, Shernan's analysis matched his thoughts. This boss really tests the backline, and he wondered how Bai Daba and the others managed to tackle it. Are we going to fight? Yes. Oh, Shernan nodded vigorously, just like you said, as long as we can kill the boss, dying 10 times is worth it. Li Chen didn't rush in but checked his attributes instead. After equipping the fallen armor, his attributes had increased quite a bit. He had forgotten to check earlier. His health and defense had both risen, and besides the equipment, Li Chen had also consumed 10 body strengthening pills, bringing his health to 6576 and defense to 1106. However, the fallen armor lacked a point in strength, causing his attack power to drop from 769 to 732. With the effect of the stone armor aura, his defense could reach 1216, which was sufficient. After clearing the nearby level 14 monsters, Li Chen and O Shernan each ate a piece of pear blossom pastry. I'm going in, you be careful. After commanding Zhu Dashang to use the stone armor aura, Li Chen called out to O Shernan and charged in. As soon as Li Chen entered the boss's alert zone, before the boss could use any skills, he commanded Zhu Dashang to charge and stun the boss. Once the boss woke up, it unleashed an ice roar that reduced Zhu Dashang to low health, while Li Chen took advantage of the timing to reach the boss's front and unleashed a quick combo. -1, cut 4000, -73 poison, cut 4000. Although his talent had risen to level 7, dealing 0.8% damage based on the target's maximum health, the cutting damage against the two-headed ogre was only 4000 points, and he could only leech 200 points of health. Comparatively, it was worse than fighting the Headless Horseman, who added an extra 30% health, allowing cutting damage to reach 4450. Fortunately, his defense was higher than before. The boss's ice roar only took away 1368 points of Li Chen's health. Li Chen leached 400 health per second, while O Shernan's healing spell restored 221 health per second. Even if the boss cast Ice Rain again, Li Chen still had more than half a health bar left. With the boss's Ice Rain on cooldown, O Shernan rushed over at the right moment, casting a healing spell that topped off Li Chen's health. Life Drain. The boss's Life Drain was a lonely affair, lasting 5 seconds and accumulating 25% damage, which was actually aimed at countering swarm tactics. For a single player, 25% of their health isn't much, but for 100 players, even if they each had an average of 3000 health, the boss could drain 75,000 health points in one go, which was simply terrifying. Unfortunately, there were only Li Chen and O Shernan now, and the boss's drain wasn't enough to match Li Chen's single cut.
The most frightening hellfire came next. Just the first time, a sea of flames appeared at Oh Shernan's feet within a 30-meter radius. Fortunately, Oh Shernan's health defense had seen a significant increase, and the flames could only deal 602 damage per second to her. As she cast a healing spell on herself, she dashed towards the sea of flames, her movements resembling that of a raccoon, and in just 2 leaps, she escaped the fiery area. It took 3 seconds, enduring 1806 damage. Oh Shernan gritted her teeth against the burning pain, not healing herself but instead casting a healing spell on Li Chen, then quickly retreated to a distance of 50 meters away from the boss. The boss threw an ice roar at Li Chen, then raised one hand to the sky, causing countless ice arrows to rain down. After taking 2 skills, Li Chen's health dropped to half. He quickly drank a health potion, and a healing spell soon followed, restoring his health to full again. If he weren't so busy dealing damage, Li Chen would have really wanted to give Oh Shernan a thumbs up. This operation, this awareness, was hard to believe it belonged to a girl. Li Chen wasn't trying to create a gender divide. In gaming, most girls indeed tend to be weaker than boys. Of course, when it comes to tying little braids for the team, Li Chen expressed absolute submission to girls on behalf of his male compatriots. Oh Shernan cast a healing spell on herself while moving to the edge of the sea of flames. She wanted to take a gamble, hoping the boss's hellfire wouldn't be cast too close together. Unfortunately, this time was different from when they faced the Headless Knight. Lady Luck was not on Oh Shernan's side, and another sea of flames erupted beneath her feet. This time, the hellfire was utterly unreasonable. There was already a sea of flames to her left, and now another one rose beneath her, forcing her to run to the right. Even if she executed a move that an ordinary person wouldn't dare to imagine, a forward roll with 3.5 rotations and a 720-degree spin, she still got burned in the flames for 5 seconds. If Oh Shernan hadn't cast a healing spell on herself in advance, she would have already died and returned to the city. Retreat! I'm drinking a quick recovery. Li Chen caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye and immediately shouted. Oh Shernan was left with barely any health after being burned by the flames. The continuous 5 hits of fire left her momentarily dazed. Hearing Li Chen's voice amidst her wandering thoughts, she didn't catch what he said clearly but forced herself to cast a healing spell on him. Seeing this, Li Chen was startled and shouted loudly to remind Oh Shernan while keeping a close watch on the boss's movements. The ice roar arrived as expected, but fortunately, its range did not affect Oh Shernan. The next moment, the boss suddenly raised its hand to the sky, signaling the start of the ice rain spell. Li Chen, holding back, decisively struck with his shield, stunning the boss in place. Oh Shernan finally regained her senses, quickly turned, and flew back, managing to escape the 50-meter range before the boss could shake off the stun and cast ice rain again. Seeing Oh Shernan escape in time, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, not bothering to attack the boss, and hurriedly took a moment to swallow a quick recovery potion and a health potion. With the combination of potions and life drain, Li Chen's health barely maintained at midline. In the distance, Oh Shernan, with only a sliver of health left, cast a healing spell on herself, then drank a health potion and charged back in. The real pain added too much difficulty to the game. If they had a different healer, the two of them would have probably failed long ago. Ushinin dared not gamble any longer. Standing next to the sea of fire seemed reasonable, but once a situation like just now occurred, it was equivalent to blocking half of his escape route. With the sea of fire appearing twice under Ushinin's feet, both Li Chen and Ushinin realized the problem. The boss's hellfire skill, the so-called randomness, did not mean random spots on the ground, but rather a random nearby player. With only Li Chen and Ushinin present, the probability directly became 50%. Fortunately, the next 2 waves of fire did not target Ushinin but fell at Li Chen's feet instead. With Li Chen's defense, the damage from the sea of fire couldn't break through his defenses. It was just a bit uncomfortable, not painful but very itchy, yet still bearable. Without the disturbance of the sea of fire, Ushinin was able to dodge the ice rain spell with a bit more composure, fully healing both himself and Li Chen. Thanks to Ushinin's occasional display of extreme skill, the two-headed ogre reached its second life. At this point, 6 areas of fire, each with a 30-meter radius, had already appeared on the ground, leaving Ushinin with fewer and fewer places to dodge. Moreover, the duration of the stone armor aura from Pig Intestine had ended, and Pig Intestine had long since died. Even if it hadn't, the stone armor aura would need 4 minutes before it could be used again. Without the 10% defense boost, Ushinin's healing pressure increased once more. However, Ushinin did not give up. Instead, a hint of excitement shone in his eyes, and even with a mask on, his high spirits could not be concealed. Li Chen, on the other hand, felt little pressure. Aside from seizing opportunities to use shield strikes to delay the boss's skills, he was just auto-attacking and taking hits. The two-headed ogre was a ranged monster, leaving Li Chen with little room for maneuvering. He couldn't even pull it in the opposite direction to shorten Ushinin's escape distance. The only thing he could do was to maintain the same direction as Ushinin, allowing her to stay a few meters away from the boss while healing. After countless extreme maneuvers, a hint of fatigue gradually appeared in Ushinin's eyes, and the two-headed ogre finally fell under Li Chen's sword.
Ding, congratulations on defeating the
boss, two-headed ogre, gaining 100,000 experience and a level-up reward of 40,000 experience. Ding, your pet, pig intestine, has reached level 13 and is now fully experienced.
Ding.
Congratulations, your talent level has increased to level 8. Ding, congratulations, your team has successfully defeated the level 15 boss, two-headed ogre, gaining team reputation of 100. Team members 2, and you gain 50 reputation. The two-headed ogre finally fell dramatically under Li Chen's sword. Let's loot together. Okay. In the spirit of fairness, Li Chen turned to call Ushinin over to loot together. Okay. Ushinin's eyes were filled with excitement, but Li Chen still keenly detected the fatigue mixed in her voice, even though it was just a single word. The extreme maneuvers lasting over 2 minutes might not cause any physical discomfort due to the game, but it was a significant mental burden.
Li Chen, who subconsciously
thought he was carrying Ushinin, felt an indescribable awkwardness in his heart.
This two-headed ogre was not something he could easily conquer with just 1 or 2 priests. Even with
3 or 4, they would probably struggle to survive the boss's first life. At least among the players he knew, even the exceptionally skilled by Debayos would find it hard to replicate
Ushinin's maneuvers.
The spicy rabbit had probably had enough healing power, but that little girl's skills would likely have her dead at the first sea of fire. Perhaps because they had lost 1, 2, or 3 lives, the two-headed ogre was not as generous as the headless horseman, only dropping 1 piece of platinum equipment and 2 pieces of gold equipment, but their value made both of their eyes light up. Ogre Skull, Platinum, Offhand Weapon Magic Attack plus 388 Stamina plus 46 Intelligence plus 46 Spirit plus 46 Equipment Rating, 138 Equipment Requirements, Mage,
Priest, Summoner, Druid.
Equipment Skill, Resilience Boost, increases the stamina of friendly targets by 10%, duration 5 minutes, cooldown 5 seconds. Ogre Bone Hammer, Gold, One-Handed. Weapon Physical Attack plus 520 Stamina plus 40 Strength plus 40 Agility plus 40 Equipment Skill, Crushing Strike, deals 130% physical damage to the target and reduces defense by 8%, duration 5 seconds.
Cooldown 10 seconds. Equipment Rating, 120 Equipment Requirements, Warrior, Guardian, Assassin.
Ogre Boots, Gold, Health plus 280 Stamina plus 30 Intelligence plus 30 Spirit plus 30 Movement Speed.
Increase 19%. Equipment Rating, 90 Equipment Requirements, Mage, Priest, Druid.
Seeing the information on these 3 pieces of equipment, Li Chen's smile carried a hint of bitterness. The only one he could use was the Ogre Bonehammer, which had much higher attack attributes than the steel longsword he was currently wielding, and the skills it came with dealt damage and reduced armor, making it exceptional on its own.
However, it was quite different from the weapon Li Chen had anticipated.
It wasn't very useful for fighting bosses, but it was much better for grinding monsters and leveling up compared to the steel longsword. With higher attack, the poison skills would be stronger, making it effective against elite monsters and even bosses. Moreover, the steel longsword he had was bound, so even if he stored it in his bag as a backup, it wouldn't drop. Thinking this way, Li Chen felt much better.
The drops from the two-headed
ogre were impressive, but the distribution was a bit troublesome. In addition to the platinum and gold equipment, the two-headed ogre also dropped 3 pieces of silver equipment. Perhaps because the boss was magic-based, all the drops were magic-related equipment except for the gold bonehammer. Compared to the equipment on her, Shinan only had 1 silver level bracelet that was not as good. Excluding the bonehammer and that silver bracelet, the rest of the equipment was all essential. After checking, Shinan was momentarily stunned. The drops were too good, and she felt unworthy of them. If she took them all, how much would she have to compensate to make it fair? Just the ogre skull alone wouldn't even be worth that much if she sold herself.
How about we sell the ogre skull?
Shinan said softly.
Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. Sell it? Are you kidding? Don't you know that improving our strength is the most important thing?
We can't give up such good equipment for a small profit. That's short-sighted. Shinan's voice dropped 2 degrees at Li Chen's words, and she said quietly, but I don't have that much money to compensate you.
Then let's sell it.
Li Chen grinned, seeing that Shinan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and said somewhat
disinterestedly, I was joking. You can take what suits you first, and we can just keep a tab. Do you trust me? Shinan looked up, staring blankly at Li Chen. What kind of question is that?
Li Chen patted his chest and laughed. I've entrusted my back to you, how could I not trust you?
All right. Shinan smiled brightly, but unfortunately, Li Chen didn't have X-ray
vision to see her expression beneath the mask.
However, Oh Shernan's eyes were visible, and the smile made her slightly squinting eyes lose their coldness, looking beautiful. Unfortunately, Li Chen didn't see it and instead squatted down to start calculating. Come. Let's do some accounting. This platinum offhand weapon has high attributes, but the skill is average, so let's say it's worth 500 gold. The gold weapon I have has decent attributes and skills, so let's count it as 200 gold, and the boots are comparable to general miscellaneous items. So let's say 80 gold. The silver equipment can be counted as 10 gold each, you take 2, and I'll take 1. Let's not count the black iron gear, that would make us look stingy. These 5 purple gold ores have no market value, just like before, 1 gold each, take them if you want. Calculating it out, you owe me 195 gold coins. Ha! That's not right. Li Chen raised his head as he calculated. Didn't you just earn 300,000 from me this afternoon? Spent it. Oh Shernan replied. Ha! What kind of family is that? You spent 300,000 in 3 hours? Li Chen looked at Oh Shernan with a skeptical expression. I spent 30,000 on some better alchemy equipment, rented an alchemy room for 10,000, sold the top-notch silver wrist guard and replaced it with 2 suitable golden pieces for 60,000, bought a recovery device for 180,000, and I still have about 80,000 in savings and quite a few herbs. I can give you 80,000 now, and the rest I'll return to you after I refine the herbs into finished products. What's a recovery device? It costs 180,000. What skills does it have? Used in reality. Ha! Upon hearing reality, Li Chen understood and hesitated for a moment before asking, so, do you still need money? It's enough. Oh, then that's fine. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and for some reason, after thinking for a moment, he continued, you can keep that 80,000 for yourself, but remember you owe me 195 gold coins. Oh Shernan did not immediately agree but said softly. You've miscalculated your debt. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Chen frowned. Even if his math wasn't great, he wouldn't miscalculate such neat numbers. You miscalculated. The value of the ogre skull, the toughness skill is not ordinary, it's a godly skill for team battles, and its market price is no less than 600 gold. Oh, then let's say 600 gold. Half each, you owe me 247 gold coins. If you don't want the purple gold ore, let's count it as 244 gold. Oh Shernan nodded and said, I'll write you an electronic IOU. Li Chen didn't agree and laughed, forget the electronic IOU, I'll first inquire about the Abyss Wanderer's news. Maybe you won't owe me anything soon. How could Li Chen let such a powerful priest slip away? Keeping accounts wasn't the goal was to use the accounts to trap Oh Shernan, so they could easily tackle bosses together later. After distributing the items, Li Chen sent a message to Bai Dabo Bayo but received no reply for a long time. Thinking that Bai Dabo Bayo might be organizing a guild strategy against the Headless Horseman, Li Chen opened the forum. He searched for posts about the Abyss Wanderer, but they were all related to the Battle of the World obtaining the first kill of the Abyss Wanderer, with only one post mentioning its location. Before the Abyss Wanderer was tackled, someone saw a large number of members from the Battle of the World heading out to the west gate of the main city. It seemed that the Abyss Wanderer should be in the western direction of the main city. Since Li Chen and Oh Shernan were currently in the east of the city, they decided not to wait for Bai Dabo Bayo's reply and returned to the city directly. To save time, Oh Shernan spent 100 to take a flight. Considering that Bai Dabo Bayo might not know the exact location of the Abyss Wanderer, Li Chen didn't rush to the west but went with Oh Shernan to the quest hall to see if there were any merit tasks in the west. The task to protect the herder was still active, but the status showed that the herder was dead, and the task had failed. At that time, Oh Shernan had also logged off, and when he logged back in, the task status was the same as Li Chen's. Logically, the fallen Kale had already been killed by them, leaving only the necromancer Catherine. How could the herder still be dead? Li Chen and Oh Shernan arrived at the quest hall, abandoned their protection task, and were just about to look for suitable tasks on the task wall when they noticed a somewhat familiar name. Li Chen walked over and patted the shoulder of a player who was boasting with a mouth full of saliva. Hey, brother. The player, who was animatedly describing something to other players, turned around upon seeing Li Chen, revealing a hint of confusion on his face. You are. Ni Pusa AAA glanced behind Li Chen and, upon seeing Oh Shernan, hesitantly asked, Are you the guy from this afternoon? It was understandable that Ni Pusa AAA wasn't too sure. After all, they had only seen Li Chen and Oh Shernan together earlier, and now the two of them standing side by side was quite noticeable. However, both Li Chen and Oh Shernan were hiding their names and wearing masks, and Li Chen had also changed his armor, which made it difficult for Ni Pusa AAA to confirm. It's me, Li Chen smiled. Although he wasn't very familiar with Ni Pusa AAA, they had chatted quite a bit while guarding the little cabin, so there was some rapport. Moreover, Li Chen was quite curious about why the herder had died. It really is you two. Ni-Pusa AAA first laughed, then with a face full of constipation said, "You two are really lucky, you didn't run into that crazy woman." "What crazy woman?" "We had something to do and left early, so we don't know what happened." Li Chen feigned confusion. He guessed that the crazy woman referred to might be Catherine, but he couldn't figure out why the herder had died. "Don't mention it." Just when the guarding time was almost up, suddenly an NPC with a veil on her head named Catherine appeared, and those elite monsters were summoned by her. That guy was terrifying, crying and howling like a horror movie, and as soon as she came out, all sorts of summons started popping out. More than 200 players met her and half of them died in an instant. The herder came out and started fighting with Catherine. I thought there would be a plot kill, but unexpectedly, the herder was killed in less than half a minute. Then the remaining people were tortured by Catherine in various ways. The three of us sensed something was wrong and ran away, but we didn't expect that even after we got out of the drizzle forest, Catherine chased us down, completely disregarding the chase distance, and then we died. After listening to Ni-Pusa AAA, Li Chen couldn't help but ask in confusion, "They're all level 25, how could the herder die so easily?" "Level 25 isn't the same as level 25. That Catherine is a boss." Ni-Pusa AAA suddenly looked up at Li Chen with a puzzled expression and asked, "How do you know Catherine is level 25? Isn't the herder level 25? It can't be that a quest monster comes out with a higher level than him." Li Chen chuckled as he explained, then asked, "Catherine is actually a boss? Who says she isn't? This quest is a damn bug. You say a level 25 boss comes out, and the herder looks as weak as a child in front of her. Who can complete this quest?" Li Chen secretly glanced at Oh Shernan, and both of them looked somewhat puzzled. "Are you sure it's a boss?" Oh Shernan couldn't help but ask. "Absolutely. I used my true sight to look, and it was all question marks, but the name had boss marked after it, and it wasn't a normal boss, it was labeled as a mutated boss," Ni-Pusa AAA said, then added, "Mysteriously, that drizzle forest has changed. It used to be full of level 13 monsters, but now they've all turned into level 20 undead monsters." Upon hearing this, Li Chen opened the map and found that it still showed the drizzle forest, and it still displayed the level 13 monster markers. The map of Blue Star Online wasn't fully open, only the areas players had passed through would show up on the map. But looking at Ni-Pusa AAA, he didn't seem to be lying, and there was no reason for him to do so. Could it be that NPCs could go mad out of love? Or was there such a setting, where Catherine's passive skill wasn't the bondage of love, but rather the madness of love? Li Chen chatted with Ni-Pusa AAA for a bit longer before taking Oh Shernan to casually accept a merit task in the west of the city and then ran off. They couldn't let anyone know that it was them who caused Catherine to mutate. More than 200 players not only failed the high merit task but also lost their lives. Who knows how many of those 200 people dropped equipment? This was a huge grudge. If the victims found out about this, it would be a disaster. As Li Chen and Oh Shernan just arrived at the west gate, news from Baidababeo came through. The Abyss Wanderer was located in the abandoned quarry area 30 miles south of the city, though the exact coordinates were unclear. Even without specific coordinates, this information was enough for Li Chen. After running for over half an hour, the two reached the abandoned quarry, and before they could delve deeper, the sounds of battle echoed from ahead. The noise didn't seem like it could be made by just a few players. Could they be organizing a strategy against the Abyss Wanderer? As they rounded a large boulder, a massive figure covered in iron chains and a dense crowd of players came into view. "Please stop." Just as Li Chen was about to move closer for a better look, a young man ran out from behind the boulder, blocking their path. The young man had the name Lu Chang F3 above his head and wore a serious expression. "What do you mean?" Li Chen pulled on the reins to stop his mount, Pig Intestine, glancing at the battlefield in the distance, and suddenly understood. Someone was monopolizing the boss fight. But to just send someone to block the road seemed a bit disrespectful, didn't it? "Sorry, our team is currently strategizing against the boss. Could you please not come any closer?" Li Chen's expression turned somewhat serious. It wasn't Lu Chang F3's words that changed his demeanor, but rather his posture. The young man stood in a standard position. Although he didn't salute, that stance was not something one could achieve after just a few days of military training at university. Military? Li Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had felt something was off these past few days, and now it finally clicked. With 200 to 300 soldiers in a 5188 novice village, even if it was just due to luck, the number of soldiers randomly entering the 5188 novice village was high. But with 9,999 novice villages converging into 12 main cities, how could the number of soldiers in each main city be any less? 3 people or a small consortium might struggle to organize manpower without a guild system, but the military had no such issues. Soldiers were duty-bound to obey orders, and with Strict discipline, even without a guild system, commanding them was as easy as directing one's own limbs. Since it was the military strategizing against the boss, Li Chen naturally wouldn't want to stir up trouble. Whether he offended them or not was secondary, the key was that he couldn't compete with them. With so many people, no matter how stubborn he was, he couldn't possibly claim the boss for himself. Organized and unorganized were two different matters. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen smiled and said, "Can we get a bit closer to watch?" "Sorry. Please do not approach." Li Chen didn't feel angry at Liu Chang F3's refusal. Instead, he suddenly pointed to the side and exclaimed, "There are players approaching over there." A classic diversion tactic, but it worked. Liu Chang F3 instinctively turned his head. By the time he realized what was happening, Li Chen had already dashed off with Oshernan on pig intestine. "Stop!" Liu Chang F3 shouted as he quickly turned to chase after them. Unfortunately, his strength was average, and without a mount, it was impossible for him to catch up to Li Chen. After a few steps, realizing he couldn't catch up, Liu Chang F3 was about to report the situation when he noticed that Li Chen and Oshernan had already stopped on a small hill to the right. Li Chen turned to look at Liu Chang F3, who was panting as he ran over, and chuckled, "No need to report up, we're just here to watch the show." If it were in reality, with military warnings to keep a distance, Li Chen would definitely comply immediately, keeping as far away as possible. But in the game, the military's deterrent power was somewhat diminished, and he didn't really intend to disrupt their operations. He just wanted to get a closer look at the excitement. The military surely wouldn't go so far as to punish him through the internet for being a nuisance. Besides, it was just a game. Since there wasn't a separate server for the military, everyone started from the same point. Whether he cooperated or not was his right, not his obligation. Seeing Li Chen dismount and sit cross-legged on the hill, genuinely watching the excitement, Liu Chang F3 couldn't help but feel relieved. He had reported the current situation and received orders to remain vigilant. After catching up with Li Chen, Liu Chang F3 stood by, looking serious as he watched the two. Li Chen glanced at him and, seeing his tense expression, couldn't help but comfort him. "Comrade, don't be so nervous. This isn't reality, and it's not a military exercise ahead. There's no need to worry about leaking any military secrets. Nor should you be concerned about affecting me, a civilian." Upon hearing this, Liu Chang F3's expression softened a bit, but his eyes remained alert on Li Chen, ready to report back at the first sign of any movement from him. After calming Liu Chang F3, Li Chen turned his attention back to the battle unfolding down the hillside. The distance was too great to use his true eye on that monstrous creature resembling a meat mountain, but from the scene, it seemed like a tough opponent. There were a large number of military players around, though it was hard to determine the exact count. There should be at least 2,000 to 3,000. Logically, after the main city opened and healing classes became available, taking down a boss should be much easier than in the novice village. However, the battle down the slope had been ongoing for over 5 minutes since Li Chen arrived, and it still hadn't ended. People were continuously turning into white light and rushing into the battlefield. Is this boss really that hard to kill? It's been so long and they still can't take it down? Li Chen asked Liu Chang F3, puzzled. Liu Chang F3 didn't respond, still staring at Li Chen with a serious expression. "Don't be so serious, it makes me feel like a spy. Don't you understand what it means for the military and civilians to be one family? Can't we chat like relatives?" Liu Chang F3 looked bewildered at Li Chen's words. How did it turn into being relatives? Seeing Liu Chang F3 seemed confused, Li Chen immediately pressed on, "Do you have any information on the boss? If you do, I might be able to help with some ideas." "Ha?" Liu Chang F3 hesitated for a moment before speaking. I don't have that. I just leveled up to 10 and am responsible for perimeter vigilance, so I haven't gotten close to the boss. Ask your comrades for a copy. This boss isn't a secret. It's just a matter of getting close enough for a true eye. Then I'll ask our squad leader." Liu Chang F3 thought for a moment and sent a message to his squad leader, quickly receiving a reply. "Our squad leader told me to go wait on the sidelines." Liu Chang F3's expression darkened, looking at Li Chen with a face that said he didn't believe a word. Li Chen awkwardly smacked his lips. This veteran was hard to fool. "Actually, I'm not really an outsider. You've heard of Hao Jianjun, right? He's my friend." Liu Chang F3 was taken aback and asked in surprise. "Which Hao Jianjun are you talking about?" "Ha? Do you have many Hao Jianjuns in your unit?" "Quite a few. Our squad leader is named Hao Jianjun, but he goes by Hao Jianjun is 6 in the game. I also have a comrade named Hao Jianjun B7. Li Chen was stunned for a moment, then finally realized, "Don't tell me you soldiers use your real names in the game?" "Yes, if there are duplicates, they just add a 1 to a 99 or B1 to B99 at the end." Li Chen recalled that in the 5188 novice village, it seemed that Hao Jianjun's subordinates were indeed all named after Real people, but there were so many players around at the time that he hadn't paid much attention. My friend is named Hao Jianjun, without any symbols or numbers. You know our commander? Lu Chang F3 looked at Li Chen in shock. Ah, we're old acquaintances, we come from the same village, Li Chen said with a smile. Lu Chang F3 didn't easily believe Li Chen, then. Then you can contact our commander and just ask him for the information, right? Ah, I accidentally deleted him from my friends list. Li Chen replied somewhat awkwardly. Lu Chang F3 didn't say anything, instead looking at Li Chen with suspicion, as if to say, do you think I believe you? As they spoke, a 5-man team ran over from the battlefield, and the leader, identified as A1, glanced at F3 and asked in a deep voice, what's the situation? F3 quickly saluted and replied, the squad leader and the others are not cooperating with the control, but for now, it seems they have no intention of breaking through. They were just inquiring about the whereabouts of Commander. Upon hearing F3's words, gave him a strange look. This was underestimating people. F3 looked a bit dim-witted, yet secretly reported information behind the scenes. Just a moment ago, he said their squad leader was A6, and now it's A1. Goodness, is this a performance for me? A1 stepped forward and saluted in, then said with a serious expression, comrades, please cooperate with our actions and step back a bit more. A1's expression was somewhat grave, he could tell that was not a small character, as the quality of his equipment was evidently high. With not having a guild yet, he wasn't worried about someone stealing the boss, but he was concerned about the possibility of a troublemaker appearing. Because the S-triple kill was still active, there were more than just their team needing 1,000 reputation to establish a guild. There was a possibility that other offline guilds or consortiums had sent a few experts to cause trouble. Right. Now, it was a critical moment for tackling the boss, and if someone were to ambush the main tank or healer, it could very likely lead to a failed raid, resulting in losses far beyond just time. Nodded but did not step back immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, what's the problem with that? But could you send me a copy of the boss's information? That shouldn't be a military secret, right? Sure, A1 was more agreeable than F3, nodding readily, then sent a friend request to, looking a bit speechless, your friend request is off. Oh. I'll add you, smiled awkwardly, then sent a friend request to A1. Ding, player requests to add as a friend. A1's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the system prompt. This wasn't just a matter of skill. This was the screen-spamming demon coming. Please step back quickly, I need to consult my superiors. A1 waved his hand, and the team members behind him quickly moved to form a human wall around An. Seeing this formation, instantly understood the reason and showed a hint of embarrassment. He had taken too many first kills, and they were worried he would steal the boss. However, he wasn't too concerned, it was just a game, and dying wouldn't leave a scar the size of a bowl. What was there to be afraid of? Turn to, who was slightly tense due to the military presence, and smiled, see, I'm actually quite famous. A1 soon received a message to relax the team's vigilance and saluted again. Our leader requests your presence. Upon hearing this, was not puzzled and smiled, is it the great? No, it's our deputy commander requesting you. Our commander is still in battle, was taken aback, the great is the commander? After all, had once considered joining the military and had some understanding of its structure. A commander could be of varying ranks, but even a relatively low military district commander would at least be at the deputy army level, which wouldn't fit in there, at least equivalent to a municipal party secretary. For a small-town youth like, this was truly a big shot among big shots, someone he might never meet in his lifetime. Moreover, this was putting it mildly. If one were to think higher, the commander could also be a major general at the army level, or even higher-ranking generals. However, looked to be only in his 40s, so the possibility of him being a major general should be low. Admitted he was somewhat intimidated, but he didn't back down. Dying in the game left no scars, giving him immense courage. Moreover, since the deputy commander had invited him over, it was likely that there was something he needed, so he couldn't back down. How could he negotiate a price if he backed down? Oh sure, Nan hesitated for a moment but still followed. As they got closer to the battlefield, Li Chen casually threw a true eye forward. Abyss Wanderer level, 15 health, 128660/600000 defense, 1775. Plus 387, attack, 1688 skill 1, magnetic attraction, draws all enemies within a 50-meter radius towards itself, cooldown time 8 seconds. Skill 2, frenzied bloodlust, deals 130% physical damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius and absorbs an equal amount of health, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 3, Earthquake Strike, deals 150% physical damage to all targets within a 100-meter radius, cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 4, Stinking Corruption, randomly spews a foul-smelling corrosive liquid, dealing 130% physical damage to targets within a 30-meter radius.
and filling the area with a stench, causing 15% of attack power is true damage per second for 8 seconds, cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 5, harder with each battle, increases defense by 1. For each target killed. Seeing the information on the Abyss Wanderer, Lee finally understood why the military had not succeeded for so long. The combination of magnetic attraction and frenzied bloodlust was simply shameless. It would draw all players within a 50-meter radius over, and then with a frenzied bloodlust, it was terrifying how many would die. Just that one hit could scare someone to death. Melee and ranged attacks mixed together, and the squishy players would basically be kneeling. The most ruthless was the harder with each battle skill, which was completely opposite to the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman gained 1 point of attack for each kill, while the Abyss Wanderer gained 1 point of defense for each kill. Looking at the boss's current state, its health had already dropped by more than half, seemingly not far from victory, but that also indicated that 387 people had already died. The original defense of 1388 had turned into 1775. Who could deal with that? The military had also come up with a countermeasure. Now, only the big shot Hao Jianjun was holding the line in front of the boss. There were no melee fighters left, only ranged damage dealers and healers standing at maximum distance. As long as they timed it right and managed the cooldown of the boss's magnetic attraction, they could still fight, even if it was just for a forced 1 point of damage. Sooner or later, they would wear the boss down. Unfortunately, not everyone had Shurnan skills and awareness. Even well-trained soldiers were not all dragons in the game. As long as a few people failed to dodge the magnetic attraction, the boss would inevitably regain some health. Now it had basically reached a stalemate, and the boss's health could not drop below 100,000. The best approach should be to give up and start over. After all, everyone had gained experience, and the chances of success were much higher if they tried again. The deputy commander had Zhao Wushuan as 6 above his head, and his speed was clearly not as fast as Hao Jianjun's, so he didn't manage to grab the original name. Comrade, I've long admired your name. I just heard Commander Hao mention you, and I didn't expect to see you in person so soon. Deputy Commander Zhao Wushuan was very enthusiastic upon seeing Li Chen, stepping forward to shake his hand before Li could even reach him. Being greeted so warmly by such a high-ranking officer left Li Chen somewhat flattered and surprised. He humbly exchanged a few words and waited for the big shot's next move. True to his military nature, Zhao Wushuan did not continue with flattery and small talk, directly shifting the conversation to the boss. I often hear comrades announce across the server, I imagine you have deep insights into boss strategies. I wonder if you could help us with some ideas? Upon hearing this, Li Chen asked the question that had just crossed his mind. I see that the comrades in the field are already very familiar with the boss's skills. Why not just give up and try again? Alas, Zhao Wushuan sighed and said, the losses are too great. Nearly 400 people have died and returned to the city, losing a lot of equipment and supplies. Many items were not picked up in time and have disappeared. If it happens again and we make another mistake, this boss will be a bottomless pit. The overall strength of our comrades will drop significantly, which is not beneficial for future development. Li Chen did not expect this to be the reason. Mainly, he had not died many times and had not lost anything valuable, so he momentarily forgot about it. Losing dozens or even hundreds of pieces of equipment in one failure is indeed quite frightening, especially for an army that relies entirely on external support and has no spare money to buy equipment in the game, as most of it is obtained through the soldiers' own efforts. With so many soldiers, is there really no talent that can counter the Abyss Wanderer? Li Chen asked, somewhat incredulously. There is a warrior who can ignore 30% of the defense, which deals significant damage to the boss. However, he just made a mistake and died, and is now rushing back. There are a few talents in other cities that can counter this high defense boss, but unfortunately, the main city does not have intercommunication, so they cannot come over. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was also quite speechless. Ignoring 30% of the defense, if he stacked some more attack power, when the boss only has 1388 defense, he could definitely deal explosive damage. He never expected that there would be a mistake. As he watched soldiers continuously resurrect and return to the city, although it wouldn't leave a scar, Li Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he said directly, forget it, I won't be polite with you. I can kill this boss, but I can't do it for nothing. Let me choose a piece of equipment after I kill it. Sure. Zhao Wushuan nodded, a kind smile appearing on his face. But can we let our people have the final blow? One of our soldiers is just 1,000. Reputation points away from creating a guild. Come on, don't joke around. Li Chen's head buzzed. The military planned to establish a guild in Shinho City, which Li Chen had not anticipated. Upon reflection, it seemed he couldn't stop it. Without him, the military would just pay a greater price to take down this boss. Moreover, even if the military didn't establish a guild, they could still organize large-scale battles. For Li Chen, having or not having a guild made almost no difference.
So, it was quite tempting for him to take this opportunity to gain some benefits. But Li Chen did not expect these benefits to be so hard to obtain. Indeed, the military had invested a lot to strategize against this boss, and it sounded quite excessive for him to prioritize choosing a piece of equipment right away. It was understandable to add some difficulty, but they shouldn't make it hellish. The Abyss Wanderer had been killed 3 times across the server, and no one had taken it down yet, indeed rewarding 1,000 reputation points. But wanting to enjoy the 1,000 reputation points alone meant that the person who dealt the final blow could not be in a team. The boss currently had nearly 1,800 defense, and unless someone had a true damage talent like Li Chen's or some special skill, it would basically be forced to deal only 1 point of damage. Li Chen's current talent cuts 0.9% of the boss's maximum health, and with the poison added, a single strike with a normal attack plus poison cutting damage would deal 10,800 points, making it impossible to control the boss's health too precisely. Moreover, the boss could also leech health, even if Li Chen managed to control the boss's health down to a few dozen points. The boss could recover who knows how much with just one attack. Relying on forced 1-point damage to kill it was nonsensical. You could say I could start from scratch, but asking me to leave you 0.01 milliliters of soup to taste is just unreasonable. Li Chen stated on the spot that he had urgent matters and would meet again if fate allowed. Zhao Wushuan quickly reached out to stop Li Chen, smiling, "Don't worry, little comrade, there is still a chance." What chance? The soldier's class is archer, and his talent increases attack power by 10%. I can concentrate all the attack and strength enhancing equipment on that soldier, bringing his attack power to 1486 points. He also has a charged strike skill that can deal 180% damage, which means that even if the boss currently has 1,800 points of defense, theoretically he can still inflict over 900 points of damage. Why is it theoretical? Li Chen asked, puzzled. A charged strike requires a 3-second charge time, and with him focusing on stacking strength attributes, his defense and health are extremely low. A single area attack from the boss would kill him, so he basically only has one chance to attack, Zhao Wushuan explained. 900 points of damage, only one chance. Li Chen glanced at the boss's health bar, silently calculating, then turned to Oh Shernan. Do you think there's a chance? Oh Shernan didn't answer immediately. He looked down at the boss's data and, after a moment of silence, nodded, yes, but it's difficult. The pressure on me is immense. Then let's choose an expensive one, maybe it will directly balance your account. No pressure, we can do it. Ha ha. Let's calculate it. Li Chen laughed as he pulled Oh Shernan over, and the two squatted down, using their swords to add and subtract on the ground. I'll help lighten your pressure a bit. After calculating, Li Chen stood up and looked at Zhao Wushuan, saying, I need 6 healing classes, 2 of which only need to reach 800 in healing output, but they must have thick health, able to withstand one skill from the boss without dying. That can be arranged, Zhao Wushuan nodded. Good. My strategy is for everyone to withdraw beyond 100 meters from the boss, while my teammates and I take over the boss. The 2 healers with thick health will stand about 75 meters away from the boss, ready to heal my teammates at all times. The other 4 healers will stand at a safe distance of 100 meters to heal those 2. To put it in sports terms, it's an 11-24 formation. Although Zhao Wushuan was no longer young, he had recently been forced to study the game and quickly understood Li Chen's strategy. Although he still had doubts about the output, he wisely refrained from questioning it and instead waved for people to select 6 suitable healers. 2 druids and 4 priests. The druids have weaker healing abilities than the priests but have thicker health. Have your soldier prepare and manage his entry timing. There's only one chance. As Li Chen and his 8 companions rode to within 100 meters of the boss, Zhao Wushuan gave the order, and everyone quickly retreated except for Hao Jianjun. Li Chen, riding the pig intestine, charged towards the meat mountain known as the Abyss Wanderer, like an arrow released from a bow. Minus 1,316. The boss's earthquake strike knocked off 1316 points of Li Chen's health, but thanks to the resilience buff from Oh Shernan, his health increased from 6576 to 7233 points. It hurt, but it was bearable. One skill did not knock Li Chen off the pig intestine, and he quickly reached the front of the boss. Hao Jianjun's defense was not much worse than Li Chen's. In fact, he could take more hits due to his defensive skills, but with the healers withdrawn, Commander Hao's health was now below half. Li Chen used a taunt skill to attract the boss's aggro. Hao Jianjun had already received Zhao Wushuan's voice message, nodded at Li Chen, and turned to retreat. The Abyss Wanderer still had 126,864 points of health left, and Li Chen estimated the health and began to strike. Minus 1, cut 5,400, minus 73 poison, cut 5,400, minus 1, cut 5,400. Minus 146 poison, cut 5,400. As expected, Li Chen stopped after 2 strikes. Two normal attacks combined with a dual toxin cut dealt 21,600 points of damage to the Abyss Wraith, and the subsequent 4 instances of toxin damage cut another 21,600. With 2 points of force damage plus 1 layer of toxin damage, and then 5 instances of 2-layer toxin, a total of 805 points of damage was inflicted. In total, the two swords dealt 44,005 points of damage to the Abyss Wraith, leaving it with 82,859 health. During this time, the Abyss Wraith used Bloodthirst once, dealing 978 points of damage to Li Chen and recovering 978 points of health. The Abyss Wraith's remaining health was 83,837 points. After stopping his attacks, Li Chen only used Taunt to maintain the boss's aggro, passing the subsequent pressure onto Oh Shernan. Oh Shernan lived up to expectations, not only healing Li Chen but also precisely managing the boss's aggro, cooldown and release distance, all while dodging the foul corrosive attacks like a white fox. The foul corrosion of the Abyss Wraith was similar to the hellfire of the two-headed ogre. Although it displayed the word random, the randomness applied to the person, not the ground. Fortunately, Oh Shernan's control over his body was indeed far beyond that of ordinary people, always managing to leave the stinking area in the shortest time. However, his complexion was getting worse, and he was almost turning green. The boss used Bloodthirst twice more, draining 1,956 points of health from Li Chen, and then a foul corrosion was thrown beneath Li Chen. Damage was one thing, even the subsequent true damage was bearable for Li Chen, but the stench was simply too overwhelming. Clearly, the high-level mask could block the smell, but it failed against the Abyss Wraith. Li Chen's 20 years of chronic rhinitis became clear at that moment. No wonder the military made mistakes. Even well-trained soldiers, suddenly thrown into a cesspit, would understandably be momentarily dazed. Li Chen wanted to escape but dared not move. Once he did, the 1,124 positioning would have to move as well. Li Chen trusted Oh Shernan's awareness, but he wasn't familiar with the other 6 healers. If they didn't keep up, Oh Shernan would be in danger. Li Chen stood firm in the stinking area for a full 8 seconds, his mind fogged. Second phase. Fortunately, Oh Shernan reminded him in time, and Li Chen finally reacted, raising his sword to strike the boss 3 times before stopping his attacks again. 3 normal attacks combined with toxin cut 32,400 points of the boss's health, and the subsequent 4 instances of toxin cut another 21,600 points, adding up to a total damage of 55,317 points from these 3 strikes. During this time, the boss used Bloodthirst again, draining 978 points of health from Li Chen. The boss's remaining health was 31,454. If Li Chen struck once more, the 6 cuts combined with 5 instances of toxin damage would deal 32,766 points of damage, so to leave the boss with under 900 points of health, it needed to drain health 2 more times. The archer outside the safe distance was already prepared, eyes fixed on the boss's health. Another frenzied bloodthirst brought the boss's health to 32,432. Li Chen silently counted down, bracing for a seismic strike from the boss, and after 4 seconds, he gently thrust out a sword. The timing was just right. 3 seconds later, the boss used another frenzied bloodthirst. The boss was not poisoned to death, with exactly 644 points of health remaining. The aggro field, frenzied bloodthirst, and seismic strike all fell into cooldown, and the archer's opportunity had arrived. When the boss unleashed the seismic strike, the archer was already on the move, riding his mount, followed not only by 2 healers but also dozens of decoys rushing in from other directions. The boss still had 1 foul corrosion yet to unleash. And with a 360-degree spread positioning, the chance of the archer being hit by the foul corrosion attack was minimized. After the frenzied bloodthirst, the archer quickly entered range, charging up for a powerful shot. In just 3 seconds, the Abyss Wraith would be taken down by the military in a triple kill across the server. Everyone was waiting for this moment, but only Oh Shernan's eyes were fixed tightly on Li Chen's health bar, his healing never ceasing. The Abyss Wanderer seemed to sense its impending doom, unwillingly spitting out a mouthful of putrid phlegm. The target was not the archer, yet everyone's face turned ashen in an instant. The foul, corrosive target was a priest standing behind the archer, but it also included the archer in its grasp. -1844. A massive damage number appeared above the archer's head. He was fortunate not to have died, but in a charged state, he could not move. The 2 priests behind him were struck by the immense damage, their eyes rolling back in pain, and combined with the overwhelming stench, their gazes became unfocused as they struggled to heal the archer. The follow-up 15% true damage from the foul corrosion struck, and a -253 floated above the archer's head, causing him to collapse instantly. Li Chen was also stunned, just thinking about calling everyone to retreat and start over when the Abyss Wanderer's hatred shifted, turning to pounce on Oh Shernan, who had been healing Li Chen all along. Seeing this, Li Chen instinctively
Used shield bash, hoping to stun the boss, only to be left dumbfounded.
Server announcement. Congratulations to the team of player Invincible Cute Group for the third server-wide kill of
the level 15 boss, Abyss Wanderer, rewarding the team with 1000 reputation. Watching the scrolling server announcement, Li Chen awkwardly glanced at the two commanders in the distance.
Their faces dark. Do you believe me if I say I slipped?
Everyone fell into silence, and Li Chen didn't dare to pick up anything, awkwardly watching the two commanders approach.
Hao Jianjun
walked up to Li Chen, sighed, "This isn't your fault, no one could have predicted such a small probability could lead to a total loss."
Let's just say the conditions we agreed on
are void. I didn't touch anything the boss dropped, and you can pick it up in a minute. Li Chen took a few steps back, indicating he had no intention of claiming the boss's loot.
Well, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll take my leave.
It was just too embarrassing. Li Chen cupped his hands towards the two commanders and hopped on his pig to make a quick exit. Seeing this, Hao Jianjun reached out to stop Li Chen, forcing a smile as he said, Wait a moment, Comrade Invincible, don't take today's incident too seriously. Today, it was mainly our warriors who made a mistake. Everyone saw your efforts, and even if you hadn't slipped, it would still take over an hour for our warrior to return. During that time, other cities would probably have already claimed the triple kill on the Abyss Wanderer. Hao Jianjun understood the situation clearly and had no intention of blaming Li Chen. Instead, he offered comfort. Li Chen gratefully cupped his hands, swearing on his conscience that he hadn't intentionally stolen the boss for a level-up talent.
We'll have plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. How about adding each other as friends?
Hao Jianjun suggested adding friends, and Li Chen quickly agreed, actively applying to add him.
I really do have something to attend to, so I won't disturb everyone any longer.
Li Chen cupped his hands again, not waiting for the two commanders to respond, and rode off on his pig.
Oh, Shernan, seeing this, didn't hesitate to follow.
After the two left, Zhao Wuxuan sighed and said to Hao Jianjun, "Old Hao, our plan was to establish a guild early on to recruit skilled players from society.
Now that we haven't gained reputation, how will the plan proceed?"
"It's fine, the special operations team is also quickly helping someone gain merit, almost reaching 1000 points. The Abyss Wanderer was actually outside of our plan," Hao Jianjun replied, then bent down to pick up the boss's loot. Zhao Wuxuan glanced at the loot information Hao Jianjun had posted, a smile creeping onto his face as he said, "That young man has good character, he can resist the temptation of a platinum equipment and skill book.
Since we're planning to recruit skilled players from society, should we consider bringing him on board? That kid is too strong, we might not be able to meet his recruitment conditions. Have you forgotten about the auction guild a couple of days ago?
That kid made nearly 100 million in one go, while the guild construction funds approved for us are only 100 million.
How can we recruit him? What if he has thoughts about joining the military? Economically, we can't offer such high conditions, but in reality, we can raise the standards. I think we should go with the highest standard and directly offer him a major. I'm just afraid he has no intention of enlisting. Let's give it a try. How many young people don't dream of joining the military or becoming an officer?"
From his
voice, he doesn't sound that old. So, shall we give it a shot?
Hao Jianjun stood up, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Li Chen.
Damn! That kid deleted me. Li Chen and O.
Shernan left the abandoned quarry and headed to the mission location according to the merit task prompt. "You worked hard just now, I'll waive half of your bill," Li Chen said, turning to O.
Shernan.
Oh, Shernan shook her head and replied calmly, "No way, we split the reputation for this boss, and since we didn't pick up any drops, the bill can't be waived."
Don't get me wrong. We've cooperated on 3 bosses, and you should have guessed what my talent is by now. Besides reputation, my talent has leveled up, so I naturally need to pay you for your services. This.
Oh, Shernan wasn't naive, she could see Li Chen's damage output, and with a little thought, she could guess the general idea. Seeing Li Chen being so honest, she thought for a moment.
And didn't refuse again.
Li Chen smiled at this and then looked down at the system message from earlier. First, he gained 140,000 experience, leveling up directly to level 14, with a
significant overflow of experience, estimating that he would reach level 15 by tomorrow.
After entering the main city, the experience requirements for leveling up were getting higher and higher. Oh, Shernan had initially been 1 level lower than him, but she had also reached level 14 now, though her experience was still quite a bit lower than his. Looking at the leaderboard, the top-ranked Zhang Tianxia was only at level 15, with everyone else at level 14. Li Chen felt satisfied with his leveling progress. He had already killed 3 level 15 bosses, so there was no need to suppress his level for now. Next, he received 500 points of reputation. Finally, his talent level unexpectedly increased to level 9, dealing 1% true damage of the targets.
Maximum health with each hit. This was incredibly powerful. Which boss could withstand his damage in the future? Waiving half of the bill for Oh Shernan was a huge profit. If he could buy talent levels with money, Li Chen would have taken it outright now. Since he was taking a side quest, the merit task rewards weren't high, totaling only 30 points, with the task objective being to kill 200 level 14 monsters. Seeing that the target monsters couldn't break his defense, Li Chen decided to try out his newly learned skill, Whirlwind Slash. A 5-meter range was quite substantial. If the area was filled with monsters, one Whirlwind Slash could hit 30 or 40 monsters at once. Of course, this was just an ideal scenario. After all, monsters come in all sizes, and a monster as big as an Abyss Wanderer wouldn't be affected by just one swing. The task monsters weren't too large, so Li Chen rode his pig around to lure them, gathering about 20 or so. With Oh Shernan healing him, Li Chen directly equipped the Ogre Bone Hammer, instantly boosting his attack power to 882 points. After one Whirlwind Slash, a large number of visible damage values appeared around him, along with a dense cluster of 88 poison damage. Unfortunately, the cooldown for Whirlwind Slash was 6 seconds, otherwise, he could have stacked 5 layers of poison on all the monsters. However, even so, the efficiency was explosive. Li Chen only used Whirlwind Slash 9 times, and all the surrounding monsters were cleared. In just 48 seconds, all 24 monsters were down, and this efficiency made Oh Shernan glance over in surprise. She only thought that Li Chen could use Whirlwind Slash to counter-game experts, but she hadn't expected that combining Whirlwind Slash with poison and cutting would yield such terrifying results. If it weren't for the fact that Li Chen still needed someone to heal him, and that it took quite a bit of time to lure the monsters, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with the level. He completed 200 quest monsters in less than half an hour. If it weren't for the fact that there were still ghostly flowers waiting to be picked, Oh Shernan almost wanted to suggest that Li Chen just grind here for the whole night, given the rapidly increasing experience. The ghostly flowers had already delayed them for too long, it was time to go pick them. The two used a Return City Scroll and a Return City Stone to go back to Shinho City, where they accepted a merit quest near the Withered Wood Forest and set off again. After spending more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the Withered Wood Forest again. Since their main goal was to find the ghostly flowers, Li Chen didn't use the train method to charge in but instead killed in waves of 10 skeleton swordsmen. The skeleton swordsmen had 2 high damage skills, and if they attracted too many, even with Oh Shernan healing him, Li Chen wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although it was slow, they were careful. The ghostly flowers were only as big as a teacup, and if they didn't look closely, they might not see them at all. The two pushed deep into the Withered Wood Forest, gaining quite a bit of experience. But they still hadn't found any ghostly flowers. Until they pushed from one end to the other and then back again, they finally confirmed that there were no ghostly flowers in the Withered Wood Forest. Could it be that the ghostly flowers only appear at a specific time? Li Chen frowned and said. The secondary profession mentor didn't say, just that they appear in places filled with death energy. Could it be that the ghostly flowers only appear after the Headless Knight dies? I don't even know how long the main city boss takes to respawn, and I don't know if the respawn location is fixed. This ghostly flower is going to be hard to get. Oh Shernan sighed, well, there's nothing we can do, we can only wait for the Headless Knight to respawn. But now other main cities have also taken down the Headless Knight, so I'll keep an eye on the auction house, maybe someone will sell it. Right. I'll ask around. Li Chen's eyes lit up at the words and immediately sent a voice request to Bai Dabao. Bai Dabao quickly connected the voice call, and a cacophony of sounds came from the other end. Bro, did you take down the Headless Knight? Yeah, just finished. Now I'm getting ready to deal with the Abyss Wanderer. Bai Dabao's voice sounded weak, as if he wasn't in good spirits. Wow, the big guild is impressive, monopolizing everything. Monopolizing? There are people trying to compete with us for the Abyss Wanderer. I just finished cursing them out, and now I'm taking a break. While my dad is going to curse them out too. Ha? What's going on? Li Chen was a bit confused. This big guild had the whole place to themselves, why not just clear it out instead of cursing each other? The other side is a team organized by the Baida Group. That old guy brought thousands of group employees to Mao Rabbit City and recruited quite a few experts. If it comes to a hard fight, Dubai should win, but the other side doesn't have a guild, so I can't initiate a guild war, and killing them would still turn me red. Plus, even if we win, our losses would definitely be significant. It's not like the newbie village anymore, dying means losing experience, which greatly affects development. So I plan to scare them off. That old man doesn't have skin as thick as my dad's, he definitely won't hold up. Bai Dabao chuckled on the other end. Wait, isn't it a bit too much for your father, with his status, to be cursing out another big group's president online? Hee, the Baida group has business conflicts with our family, so we curse at each other in person, let alone online. My dad isn't even the one doing the cursing, he's mainly supervising. Wow. Is this how big shots play games? Li Chen was left speechless, then suddenly thought of something and turned to Oh Shernan, whispering, "Dying means losing experience?" He and Oh Shernan had just been killed by Catherine that afternoon, and he didn't remember losing any experience. You lose 10% of your current levels. Experience. Oh Shernan said softly. Oh, I really didn't notice. Li Chen smiled, then said to Bai Dababeo, "Then you guys keep cursing. I just want to ask if the ghostly flowers respawn after the headless knight dies." "They do, why?" "Put it up for sale, I need it urgently. We've run out." "Ha? Do you have an alchemist under you?" Li Chen looked at Oh Shernan in confusion. "Could it be that someone else has the talent for alchemy? You mean a potion maker, right?" "I had my potion maker create stamina potions from the nether flower." "Is that what you want?" Bai Dababeo thought Li Chen had misspoken and replied with a smile. "Stamina potion? What effect does it have?" "Increases stamina by 10% for 5 minutes. Isn't that what you want?" Bai Dababeo realized something was off and asked in confusion. "Brother, are you out of your mind? The nether flower can be used to make a permanent stamina attribute pill, and you turned it into a buff potion?" Li Chen felt a pang of regret after hearing this. Bai Dababeo was taken aback, and once he realized, he felt even more regretful than Li Chen. "Sister, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me waste 15 nether flowers." Faced with Bai Dababeo's counterattack, Li Chen felt a bit embarrassed. This was indeed something he hadn't thought of. He should have reminded Bai Dababeo when he was going to tackle the headless knight. "Sorry, I didn't think of it. Besides, you don't have an alchemist over there, right?" "An alchemist? The stamina attribute pill you mentioned is made by an alchemist? Can they make other attribute pills too?" At a critical moment, Bai Dababeo's mind was sharp, and he immediately thought of the key question. Li Chen turned to Oh Shernan and whispered, "Does the wisdom pill need to be kept secret?" "No need." Oh Shernan shook his head. "The pills are meant to be sold, how could they keep it a secret and still sell?" "There's a wisdom pill that permanently increases intelligence by 2 points, limited to 30 pieces. Is there such a good thing? Hurry up and put it up for sale." Bai Dababeo immediately started organizing the sale, but then suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Are there many of these wisdom pills? Don't let anyone snag them." Li Chen turned to Oh Shernan again. "Here comes the business. The other party is foolish and has plenty of money. How many wisdom pills are left?" Hey, I can hear you talking. Over here, can you act like a person?" Bai Dababeo's face turned green from the other end. "There are 50 wisdom pills left, but for some reason, this pill can't be listed in the auction house," Oh Shernan replied softly. It's unclear if it's because it's a talent product, but the pills can't be listed in the auction house, which made Oh Shernan a bit worried. Although they had run a few regional ads in the past couple of days, those who inquired found them too expensive and the price was not ideal, so she hadn't been willing to sell them. "Name a price." 5 gold each. Considering the materials and failure losses, the average cost of one is just over 3 gold. Oh Shernan said calmly. When Li Chen heard that the cost was over 3 gold, selling for 5 gold didn't seem high, especially since it was a permanent attribute increase. However, at 5 gold, 30 pieces would amount to 150 gold, which is 150,000. 150,000 for 60 points of attributes is something an average person can't afford, but for Bai Dababeo, well. Sure enough, Bai Dababeo's voice came through. "Only 5 gold? Such a good thing can't even earn 2 gold? Your friend is too straightforward. I'll take them all. It doesn't matter if they can't be listed, I'll level a small account to Shenhaoqing, get the pills, and use the guild teleport to send them over." "Wow. Your brain is pretty good," Li Chen said, somewhat surprised. "Not bad. After all, I'm the leader of the 5 major guilds, I have some brains," Bai Dababeo said with pride, as this idea was indeed hers. "Alright, my friend is called Oh Shernan. I'll have her add you as a friend, and you two can discuss business. Also, you have many people under you, so help keep an eye on the nether flowers." "Sure, no problem. I'll hang up for now, my dad is getting a bit tired supervising, so I need to switch shifts." After saying that, Bai Dababeo ended the call. Li Chen was somewhat speechless, finding it hard to imagine that the wealthy fight like ordinary folks, trying to talk things out as much as possible without resorting to violence. "She might be busy for a while, you should add her as a friend first." "Okay." Oh Shernan nodded. "Also, you can sell this elixir to others for a higher price, it's not something ordinary people can afford, and sometimes rich people really don't treat money as money." "Alright, but I can't make it for now. The main ingredient for the enlightenment pill, the Wisdom Clan Brain, was bought from the vocational mentor, and I got all 80 of them. I haven't seen any on the market yet, but unfortunately, the mentor doesn't have any other main ingredients." "What is the Wisdom Clan Brain?"
Oh Shernan's body stiffened at the mention, and although Li Chen couldn't see her expression, he could tell from her eyes that her expression
must be quite something right now. Have you ever eaten pig brain? It's similar to that.
Li Chen swallowed hard. That thing is really exciting when cooked.
See, could you not say that?
Sigh, since we don't have the nether flower, let's just complete that merit task first.
Li Chen sighed. The two quickly moved forward following the task guidance, and as they walked, Li Chen noticed that the task area seemed to be near the Drizzle Forest. Do you remember? Didn't that Mud Buddha AAA say that the Drizzle Forest is now full of level 20 undead monsters?
Yeah, it seems so.
Then do you think the respawn area for level 20 undead monsters is quite saturated with death energy?
Are you saying that the Drizzle Forest might have
nether flowers? Oh, Shernan's eyes instantly lit up. Let's go check it out, it's not far anyway.
The two set off immediately, turning their mounts towards the Drizzle Forest.
As they
arrived at the Drizzle Forest displayed on the map, it was still lush and vibrant with spring when they came in the afternoon. But now, the Drizzle Forest had completely changed its appearance.
As they stepped into the Drizzle Forest area, the system popped up a notification.
Ding, a major mutation has occurred in the Drizzle Forest, and the area has been renamed Wailing Forest. Li Chen saw the message and then opened the map, discovering that the Drizzle Forest had indeed turned into the Wailing Forest, with monster indicators now showing level 20.
Looking
ahead at the desolate trees that resembled the withered wood jungle, the eerie atmosphere was even more chilling than the withered wood jungle. Towering trees had become dry and twisted, as if eroded by the breath of death, their branches reaching up to the sky like withered hands. Dim light filtered through the twisted remnants, casting mottled and terrifying shadows,
making the entire forest feel incredibly oppressive and terrifying. The perfect climate of Blue Star Online felt quite unnecessary at this moment.
A breeze rustled through the remnants, producing creaking sounds, as if whispering the secrets of the dead. The air was thick with the scent of decay and death, sending chills down one's spine. Deep in the forest, some vague figures moved, intermittently weaving between the withered trees, appearing and disappearing in an indescribably eerie manner. Li Chen and Oh Shernan exchanged glances, almost simultaneously,
swallowing their saliva. How about we retreat for now? Li Chen asked with a dry laugh.
Oh Shernan pondered for a moment and replied softly, since we're here, we might as well go on.
Li
Chen led the way, with Oh Shernan following closely behind, as they slowly stepped into the Wailing Forest. As they entered, a faint sound of crying reached their ears.
Li Chen threw a true eye at the three monsters appearing ahead.
Skeleton Warrior level, 20 health, 32,000 defense, 1,010 attack, 1,280 skill 1, jump slash, deals 160% damage, cooldown 8 seconds.
Skill 2, Mighty Strike, deals 150% damage, cooldown 6 seconds.
Skeleton Priest level, 20 health, 30,000 defense, 980 magic attack, 1,280 skill 1, life drain, drains target point, 20% of magic attack. Health per second and restores an equal amount of health to itself, duration 3 seconds, cooldown 6 seconds. Skill 2, Death Wave, launch a wave of death energy at the target. If the target is a friendly undead, it will restore 100% of the magic attack's health. If the target is an enemy, it will deal 150% of the magic attack's damage, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. 2 Skeletal Warriors and 1 Skeletal Priest. After seeing the information on these two types of monsters, Li Chen let out a slight sigh of relief.
Thankfully, they weren't summoned by Catherine.
Otherwise, facing a pseudo-elite monster at level 20, even with Ushinan's healing, it would probably be tough to handle.
Although the ordinary monsters were high level, the two of
them were well equipped, and being 6 levels higher, they could still manage to fight them off. However, the pain associated with the damage made Li Chen hesitate.
The two skills of the
Skeletal Warriors dealt damage exceeding 10% of his health, and the pain was quite evident, almost like being bitten by a dog. If it were a boss fight, or even against elite monsters, Li
Chen's endurance would be incredibly strong under the motivation of profit.
Besides, even in a boss fight, the battle wouldn't last more than 2 minutes, so the pain would only last a short while. But fighting ordinary monsters was different. To gather the nether flower, they would have to keep killing.
Just the thought of possibly being bitten by a dog for an hour or even
longer made Li Chen's scalp tingle. However, thinking about the value of the nether flower, which could reach 4 gold each, Li Chen's courage increased significantly.
Let's agree on this. First, after we gather enough nether flowers for both of us, any extras will be split evenly. Otherwise, my endurance won't hold up.
That's only natural, Shinan nodded, then asked with
some confusion, what does that have to do with endurance? You wouldn't understand.
Li Chen grinned, switching his steel longsword for a ogre bone hammer, charging towards the 3
monsters.
Although switching to the bone hammer would lower his defense a bit and increase the pain, it had higher attack power and was faster to use, plus the cutting damage against small
Monsters was low, making healing easier to manage. The two skeletal warriors launched a jump attack, dealing over 900 damage to Li Chen. Gritting his teeth, Li Chen used Whirlwind Slash, damaging the two skeletal warriors before continuing towards the skeletal priest. The skeletal priest's lifesteal damage of 256 per second was negligible. He gathered the three monsters together and poisoned them one by one. Li Chen's attack reached 882, although it didn't break through defenses, his skills could still deal damage, and with the high damage from the 5 layers of poison that could be sustained indefinitely, the monster farming speed was still quite impressive. The three skeletal monsters fell one after another, and the drop rate was as low as ever, not even a copper coin. The two continued to push forward, carefully observing the ground while fighting monsters, searching for traces of the nether flower. After an unknown number of waves of monsters, Ushinin finally spotted a nether flower under a huge dead tree. There really is one. After having a dark expression for a while, Li Chen finally revealed a smile. Is it related to the monster level? Only places that reach level 20 will spawn nether flowers. It's very possible. Ushinen's eyes narrowed slightly, and her voice became much lighter. But just as Ushinen walked over to pick the nether flower, an unexpected change occurred. The huge dead tree next to the nether flower suddenly moved, and a massive branch swung down violently towards the approaching Ushinen. The attack was too sudden, even a master like Ushinen couldn't dodge in time. -1820. A massive amount of damage appeared above Ushinen's head, and even she, who claimed to be unafraid of pain, couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, Li Chen reacted quickly, taunting the dead tree to draw its aggro. The dead tree, attracted by the taunt, raised thick roots from the ground, forming two gigantic feet, eerily approaching Li Chen. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Li Chen quickly retreated, commanding Zhu Dashang to charge and pin down the massive dead tree, then threw out a true eye. Polluted Trent, Elite, Level, 20 Health, 140,000 Defense, 1,200 Physical Attack, 1,600. Skill 1, Strenuous Whip, vigorously lashes the target with branches, dealing 150% damage, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 2, Withered Branch Entangle, roots hidden underground extend above ground to entangle the target's legs, immobilizing the target for 3 seconds, cooldown time 8 seconds. Skill 3, Withered Branch Barrage, deals 130% physical damage to all enemies within a 10-meter range of the target, cooldown time 6 seconds. Seeing the information about the Treant, Li Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a level 20 elite. Not absurdly stronger than a level 15 wild boss, so it could be fought. Just as Li Chen was about to counterattack, several vine-like tendrils suddenly shot up from the ground, entangling his lower body. In the next moment, countless branches enveloped a 10-meter radius around Li Chen. Damn! There were too many branches, shooting in from an angle above. Li Chen's legs were entangled, leaving him no time to dodge, and his shield was also ensnared, causing him to take the branches directly to the face. Although he was wearing a mask, it provided no defensive effect. Hitting someone in the face was one thing, but being jabbed in the face by a bunch of branches was another. Li Chen took the hit hard, his eyes nearly closing. Fortunately, Withered Branch Barrage had a 6-second cooldown. Once freed from the bindings, Li Chen quickly raised his shield above his head and charged under the Trent's feet, delivering a shield bash that stunned the Treant. Aside from the disgusting downward projectiles, with Ushinin healing him, defeating the Treant was just a matter of time. A minute later, the Trent's massive body fell to the ground. Ding, Treant clan favorability plus 10. In addition to the experience prompt, they also received a favorability reward from the Treant clan. Thinking of the name Polluted Treant, Li Chen felt a stir in his heart. Killing the polluted Treant should be akin to helping the Treants find relief, which is why it increased the favorability of the Treant clan. He just didn't know what this favorability was useful for. Elite monsters have a chance to drop silver equipment, but unfortunately, this Treant wasn't that generous, only dropping 2 pieces of black iron gear. However, the black iron gear dropped by a level 20 elite monster had individual attributes reaching 23 points, which even a level 0 character could equip. So it could still fetch a decent price. Be careful, there might be an elite monster guarding the area near the nether flower, just like in those cultivation novels where rare treasures are always protected by powerful monsters nearby. Got it. Ushinin, still shaken from nearly being one-shot, nodded. As the two continued deeper, another nether flower appeared in their sight. This time, Ushinin wised up and threw out true eyes at the few dead trees next to the nether flower one by one. Sure enough, one of them was a disguised polluted Trent. With the previous experience, dealing with it was relatively easy. Li Chen just needed to keep his shield raised above his head. After the polluted Treant fell, it granted each of them 10 points of Treant favorability, but the dropped equipment was still only black iron level. This made Li Chen somewhat suspicious. Could it be that these elite Treants had been mistreated by Catherine, so they were too weak to even drop silver?
Fortunately, the nether flower was genuinely a good item, so he didn't have to endure the intense pain for nothing.
Knowing that there
was a 25-level mutated boss, Catherine, in the Wailing Forest, neither of them dared to venture toward the center, instead opting to circle around the outskirts to gather nether flowers. They couldn't even handle Catherine as a level 25 special monster, let alone after she evolved into a boss. Even if Li Chen's attacks were precise, he still couldn't hit her.
Not knowing
how long they had been gathering, Ushinin was starting to struggle, her gaze becoming unfocused. Li Chen noticed Ushinin's condition, glanced at the time, and found it was already 5 a.m.
How many have you gathered? Li Chen asked with a smile.
Ushinin looked at her backpack, 33 flowers.
We've been gathering for about 4 hours.
If we count it as 4 gold per flower, that means each of us has earned 66,000 in 4 hours, which is pretty good. I haven't seen any new yumming flowers for a while, I guess we've picked most of them.
How about we call it a day?
Okay.
Shernan nodded and then said, let's head back to the city first. I'm worried about logging out here and losing the yumming flowers. The two of them returned to the city directly, and the next second, they both logged off.
Li Chen was also extremely tired. He hadn't caught up on sleep during the day before and had stayed up all night, reaching his limit. He needed to buy a gaming pod, although it couldn't completely replace sleep, it could at least ease his nerves and prevent such exhaustion.
As Li Chen thought about the gaming pod, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep.
He slept so soundly that the alarm clock couldn't wake him, and it was only when Tuan Tuan sat beside his head and tied his hair into little braids that
he finally woke up. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock.
Li Chen didn't have time to make breakfast for Tuan Tuan, he just washed his face and took Tuan Tuan out the door.
The
gentle wind blew through Tuan Tuan's messy hair, which looked like a chicken coop, and Li Chen couldn't tame it at all. When he handed Tuan Tuan over to Teacher Lei Lei, Li Chen awkwardly
pressed Tuan Tuan's little head down and said to Teacher Lei Lei, I'm sorry, but could you please help Tuan Tuan with her hair today? Teacher Lei Lei lovingly smoothed Tuan Tuan's tangled
hair and turned to Li Chen, saying, taking care of Tuan Tuan by yourself is indeed tough.
Have you thought about finding someone to help you with her? Li Chen's mind was still foggy from sleep, and he casually replied, well, aren't you married? Ha!
Teacher Lei Lei's face darkened at his words, and she blushed as she said, no, I meant to introduce you to a
girlfriend. What are you thinking? Ah!
Li Chen instantly woke up, I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well yesterday, and my mind is a bit muddled.
I didn't mean it that way. It's fine. I just thought you were working too hard, so I was considering introducing you to a girlfriend, Teacher Lei Lei said, letting Tuan Tuan into the classroom before continuing. I heard that Tuan Tuan's medical expenses are around 40,000 to 50,000 a year. It's really tough for you alone.
I have a friend from a well-off family who is looking for someone kind-hearted.
I
see you're handsome, caring, and responsible, and even if you bring Tuan Tuan alone, you'd be a good match.
I wonder if you have any thoughts on that. Li Chen had already explained Tuan's condition to the kindergarten and Teacher Lei Lei, as there were some things that needed attention. However, he hadn't mentioned anything about the special medication, and Teacher Lei Lei only knew about the general price of ordinary targeted drugs, so she thought Tuan Tuan's annual treatment cost was only around 40,000 to 50,000. For her friend's family, that amount wasn't much.
Besides, the town wasn't big, and she had heard about Li Chen's capabilities, so it didn't seem like a bottomless pit.
Li Chen didn't think too much about it. To be honest,
ever since he and Tuan Tuan relied on each other, he hadn't expected any kind of love. He just wanted to find someone who wouldn't mind Tuan Tuan and would treat her well.
After thinking
for a moment, he smiled and said, I definitely have thoughts, but first, they need to be good to Tuan Tuan. Also, I've already saved enough for Tuan Tuan's medical expenses, so it
won't be a burden. Saved enough? Teacher Lei Lei was a bit surprised to hear that.
She had looked up information about children's chronic myeloid leukemia and knew that the illness was
not just about the cost of medication.
If it became severe or if a suitable bone marrow match was found, the surgery could cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands.
If there were complications like rejection, the costs could be even higher.
Yeah, some inheritance was left by my grandparents, and I've earned some in the game recently, so Tuan Tuan's medical expenses are covered, Li Chen explained, half-truthfully, not wanting to reveal too much.
Hearing Li Chen say he wasn't short on money, Teacher Lei Lei's expression became slightly awkward. She smiled and said, well, this matter isn't urgent. We can talk about it in a couple of days.
Li Chen felt a bit confused upon hearing this.
If he wasn't short on money, why wait another 2 days to talk about it?
As a stiff new player, he was quite eager to find a girlfriend. But soon, he cleared his mind and realized what was going on.
He didn't dare to continue the conversation and smiled as he said, waiting 2 days is fine. I've been busy in the game lately and can't spare time for matchmaking. After watching Li Chen leave, Teacher Lei Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. That was really close. Her friend indeed came from a well-off family, everything seemed fine, but he was a bit older, 10 years older than her, and had been divorced with a child. Originally, a divorced rich woman pairing with a poor young man could be considered a good match, but if the poor young man wasn't poor, it would be a bit awkward. However, Uncle Tuan Tuan was indeed a good person and could help set up other suitable matches. She remembered that her second aunt had a niece who had just graduated from university and was preparing for the national exam. She could introduce them in a couple of days. If it worked out, that would be great, and if not, it would help smooth over today's awkwardness. Young people often don't realize the benefits of a rich woman, while rich women are well aware of the vigor of youth. Unfortunately, because of Blue Star Online, a rich woman missed out on a vigorous youth. After leaving the kindergarten, Li Chen felt lucky. Thankfully, teacher Lei Lei didn't continue to bring it up, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to end the conversation without it being awkward. Teacher Lei Lei was very good to Tuan Tuan, and he didn't want to change Tuan Tuan's kindergarten for now. As for teacher Lei Lei's friend, she was probably either too old or had health issues. If teacher Lei Lei insisted on introducing him for matchmaking, it would be awkward if he refused, and even more awkward if he didn't refuse. Although he cared for Tuan Tuan, he wouldn't want to compromise his whole life over a couple of years in kindergarten. Because of the girlfriend introduction matter, Li Chen's drowsiness had cleared up quite a bit. He didn't rush back to catch up on sleep but instead went to the Blue Star Online service station. Although the game helmets were distributed for free, there was still after-sales service. Li Chen wasn't there for after-sales, he wanted to order a gaming pod. A gaming pod cost 660,000, and there were no stocks in Chi Chi town. The wealthy people in town had to place orders. With today's transportation being so developed, if he ordered today, it could be delivered the next day. However, the gaming pod Li Chen wanted was a bit complicated, it needed many additional features, and the fastest delivery would take 3 to 4 days. Li Chen added external mobile capture functionality, monitoring connection features, external touch warning functions, infrared temperature detection connection features, and a whole bunch of others. He was worried that if he entered the gaming pod at night, Tuan Tuan might wake up and not be able to find him. Moreover, parents who have sent their children to kindergarten know that if a child doesn't catch a cold for a month, it's like winning the lottery. What if Tuan Tuan had a fever in the middle of the night? With these features, Li Chen could feel more at ease entering the gaming pod. If it weren't for the fact that the gaming pod didn't have a double pod option, he would have considered ordering a double pod. Or he could get Tuan Tuan a separate gaming pod, disabling the gaming function, which would also be quite good for calming nerves, but he worried that the space might be too small and Tuan Tuan would be scared alone, so he didn't go through with it. After finalizing all the features, the price of the gaming pod was even more auspicious than the original price, totaling 888,000. This time, Li Chen didn't feel heartbroken, although the spending level exceeded the interest. The earnings from the game over the past 2 days were still quite considerable. Although he hadn't sold any big items, he had sold quite a few silver and black iron gear for a good amount of gold coins. The monsters he was fighting were of a high level, so the equipment drops were naturally better than most of the same quality gear on the market, and the prices were quite favorable. Thinking about teacher Lei Lei wanting to introduce him to a girlfriend, Li Chen found himself wanting to marry someone, to support each other and provide Tuan with a mother's love. It seemed quite beautiful to think about. When he got home, Li Chen planned to catch up on sleep before going back to the game, but it felt like he hadn't slept long when he was awakened by the phone ringing. The caller was Zhao Wuqi from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, saying that a construction boss was short on funds and wanted to apply for a loan from the bank. However, the loan amount was a bit large, and since the Citibank president was retiring next year, to be safe, he only approved half of it. Li Chen understood immediately and thought for a moment before asking, what project is he taking on? The town is planning to build a sports and entertainment square, Zhao Wuqi said softly. A government project? Yes. I have something urgent in the game, let's talk about this next year, okay? Without waiting for Zhao Wuqi to respond, Li Chen hung up the phone. What a joke. Although he was young, he was a local through and through, even he, a delivery guy, knew about the town's financial deficit. Whether the project funds could be received was another matter, and they wanted him to invest? He wasn't rich enough to burn money yet. After Zhao Wuqi's call, Li Chen checked the time and saw it was already 11 o'clock. He went downstairs and bought 2 meat-filled Ruji ammo, without any vegetables, and quickly logged into the game. Oh Shernan was already online, making meatballs. Li Chen went to Oh Shernan's alchemy room and saw his batch of 20 body-strengthening pills neatly arranged on the table. Without being polite, he tossed them into his mouth one by one like peanuts. Seeing his health points increase by 480, Li Chen cheerfully placed the processing fee of 2 gold coins on the table. Oh Shernan, while rolling meatballs, glanced at the 2 gold coins and said, "Forget about the processing fee, consider it a referral fee for introducing business to me." Did Bai Dabo Bayo buy the enlightenment pills? Yeah, a newly leveled 10 character took them. He paid the gold coins on the spot and even gave an extra 10 gold. That's typical of Bai Dabo Bayo, rich people love to tip, but let's skip the referral fee. Li Chen waved his hand and moved aside to send a message to Bai Dabo Bayo. How did the cursing go last night? Did the president of Baida run away? Bai Dabo Bayo received the message but didn't reply. Instead, he sent a voice request. Once connected, Bai Dabo Bayo's frustrated voice came through. "We almost flipped last night. What happened?" By the end, that old man from Baida was too thin-skinned and started a fight. We had a clear advantage, but I don't know where that old man found 2 experts. They almost wiped out our high-ranking members. If it weren't for my strong magic, we would have really flipped. Experts? Your guild in Mouta City couldn't gather all the experts? Don't mention it. Those 2 aren't from Mouta City. It's my fault. I originally reserved 200 spots to recruit experts. But since we were on TV for the boss strategy, I released 100 spots and set very high membership standards. Those 2 just happened to join at that time, and I didn't expect them to be Baida's undercover agents. Bai Dabo Bayo was genuinely angry. Even after a while, he still gritted his teeth when mentioning it. 2 people almost made you flip? Are they really that strong? Strong. Although Bai Dabo Bayo was angry, he didn't belittle the opponents and said seriously, their equipment is top-notch, far exceeding that of ordinary players. Most importantly, these 2 should be professional players in virtual competitions over the past 2 years. Reflexes far beyond ordinary people? Li Chen pondered, recalling what Oh Shernan had said about game experts. Exactly, because of Blue Star Online, other games have basically become obsolete. The professional teams that emerged in the past 2 years either disbanded or are looking for opportunities in Blue Star Online. I've actually sent people to contact a few professional players, but we're still discussing treatment and going through the process. I didn't expect that old man from Baida to be even bolder than me, Bai Dabo Bayo said with a serious tone. Although Li Chen had already learned some so-called expert matters from Oh Shernan, he still asked in confusion, are professional players really that strong? 2 of them almost made your guild of over 10,000 people flip? Well, they caught me off guard. Those 2 are assassins. They directly stealth retreated and, at the start of the battle, took me down with 2 quick stabs from behind, instantly killing Rabbit, this super healer, and then took out over 10 more healers. Even my dad, this great warrior, was toyed with and sent back to town in just a few moves. If it weren't for my area attack skills, the back row would probably have been wiped out. Hearing that the spicy rabbit head was taken down in 2 hits, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. That little girl would scream in pain from even a single point of damage from the giant rabbit. This time, she would surely be crying out loud. A surge of unnamed anger rose in Li Chen's heart, and his expression unconsciously turned somewhat stern. Oh. Shernan was busy rolling meatballs while listening intently, but for some reason, she suddenly felt the temperature in the alchemy room drop. Turning to look at Li Chen, she found his gaze had become somewhat frightening, completely devoid of the absurdity from yesterday. If we fight Baida again, remember to call me. Although he wasn't sure what role he could play in the battle, Li Chen still informed Bai Daba that he should be called next time. After hanging up Bai Daba's voice chat, Li Chen turned to Oh Shernan, just in time to catch her curious gaze. Retracting. If I encounter so-called game experts, what are my chances of winning? Li Chen walked to the table and sat down, asking in a low voice. Oh Shernan paused her movements, pondered for a moment, and then softly replied, if they don't have special skills or equipment better than yours, the magic class shouldn't be able to defeat you. Oh Shernan's words made Li Chen's expression turn somewhat ugly. The magic class shouldn't be able to defeat him. In other words, warriors, guardians, assassins, archers, and even half-magic knights and druids wouldn't be able to beat him. This is really damaging to his self-esteem. As if fearing that Li Chen would feel bad, Oh Shernan thought for a moment and added, it would also be very difficult for them to kill you. So, I'm just tougher, huh? It was better that Oh Shernan didn't add anything. After she did, Li Chen felt even worse. That's not entirely true. If they don't have armor-piercing skills or related talents, it would be quite hard for them to defeat you. After all, you still have Whirlwind Slash and Poison, 2 major weapons. If it drags on, they should be the first to choose to retreat. Hearing this, Li Chen felt a bit better, but being forced to defend passively and not being able to attack actively was ultimately a frustrating matter. You could look into charge skills and other melee area attack skills, Oh Shernan suggested again. Okay. Li Chen nodded, then asked somewhat unwillingly, is 21 really too late? Oh Shernan didn't answer immediately but pondered seriously for a moment before softly saying, starting from 0 at 21, it's very difficult to reach a professional level. At most, you could train to the level of a standard athlete. Of course, if you can dedicate most of your time to training, you might get close to a professional level in 3 to 5 years, but by then, you'd be over 25, and your peak state wouldn't last long. Oh. Li Chen fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Is there a chance in ancient martial arts? Family tradition?" No comment. Oh. Li Chen fell silent again, and after a long while, he looked up and asked, "Are you married?" Oh Shernan suddenly looked up at Li Chen, her eyes full of confusion. This topic change was too abrupt. "No," Oh Shernan finally answered. "Then let's get married, that way, it won't count as an external rumor." "Ha?" Oh Shernan looked at Li Chen in disbelief. Her eyes twitching. She had seen shamelessness before, but never had she seen someone as shameless as Li Chen. They had known each other for less than 2 days, and they hadn't even seen each other's faces, just for ancient martial arts? And you already have a child. Well, maybe you didn't get a certificate because you were underage and pregnant out of wedlock, but do you really owe it to the person who bore your child? Li Chen watched as the killing intent in Oh Shernan's eyes grew stronger, almost as if she was about to launch a brilliant attack on him. He quickly waved his hand and laughed. "Just kidding, don't take it seriously. I don't know what's gotten into me these past couple of days, I've been a bit too talkative." Li Chen wasn't just rambling, perhaps it was the sudden wealth that made him carefree, no longer worrying about the treatment fees for the group, and his mood had brightened considerably. Realizing his mistake, Li Chen sincerely apologized, which finally made Oh Shernan retract the skill she was about to unleash. Oh Shernan finished refining the last health elixir. As a priest, she understood the importance of stamina, so she consumed all 11 elixirs in one go. She had become quite skilled at refining health elixirs, having only wasted 2 out of the 33 ghostly flowers. After sorting out the health elixirs, the two set off again to gather more ghostly flowers. However, to their surprise, the ghostly flowers on the outskirts of the Wailing Forest had not respawned, and even the corrupted tree spirits had not appeared. They only found 2 missed ghostly flowers. Logically, half a day had passed, and the elite monsters should have respawned by now. These ghostly flowers can't be a non-renewable resource, can they? Li Chen said, somewhat distressed. He wanted to gather more ghostly flowers to fight more elite monsters, to make up for the money spent on the game pod, but now those plans had fallen through. He had already informed by Daba to send someone to gather ghostly flowers in Rabbit Town, but the drizzling forest there had not turned into the Wailing Forest and did not produce ghostly flowers at all. Moreover, the Guardian Shepherd quest in Rabbit Town had already been completed. Seemingly a one-time task. The area was also devoid of the fallen Kale and the necromancer Catherine, making it impossible to replicate the plan to kill the lover. "How about we venture further into the inner circle?" Li Chen suggested, feeling a bit reluctant. Oh Shernan, still needing 19 more health elixirs to reach her limit, also felt a bit unsatisfied and nodded in agreement with Li Chen's suggestion. They didn't dare to charge straight in, instead, they circled around, defeating small monsters while searching for ghostly flowers, although the radius of their circle was much shorter than the night before. Sure enough, there were still ghostly flowers in the inner circle, and they gathered 10 flowers after one round. "Shall we go a bit deeper?" Driven by the ghostly flowers, they reduced their radius again, and after another round, they collected 8 more. "Should we go in a bit more?" Li Chen couldn't help but propose again. Oh Shernan hesitated for a moment. Having already gathered 21 ghostly flowers, with her current proficiency, she should be able to refine 19 health elixirs, which would be just enough for her. However, thinking that health elixirs could sell for at least 5 gold, she ultimately couldn't resist and chose to agree. The ghostly flowers in the inner circle were unexpectedly abundant. They gathered 10 flowers after just half a circle, and even Oh Shernan couldn't help but squint her eyes. This was real profit. If calculated at 5 gold per health elixir, the price of a ghostly flower would actually be less than 4 gold, considering the costs of other materials. But 3.5 gold was still acceptable. 1 flower would be 3,500 coins. Who could argue with such a speed of making money? The two were so immersed in the ghostly flowers that they didn't notice the surrounding environment gradually changing. "Why? Does it seem like it's getting foggy?" Li Chen said, realizing it too late as he looked up into the distance, puzzled. Oh Shernan glanced around and also noticed something was off. Just as she was about to say something, a large number of skeleton monsters charged out from the rising fog in the distance. Without needing to use the true eye, just seeing the summoning mark above the skeleton monsters' heads, Li Chen knew something was wrong. "Run!" Li Chen mounted his pig intestine and called for Oh Shernan to hurry up and retreat. Oh Shernan was no slower than Li Chen. In an instant, she summoned the headless knight's mount and rode up. Li Chen headed in the opposite direction of the skeleton monsters, but after running a short distance, he pulled on the reins. To his surprise, a large number of skeleton monsters appeared in the opposite direction as well. To the left, Li Chen and Oh Shernan turned their mounts and headed left. After running a few steps, their expressions turned grim. Surrounded? This Catherine actually knows how to play tactics. Although Catherine had not yet shown herself, it was easy to guess who the instigator was from the summoned creatures closing in from all directions. The fact that an NPC could employ tactics was something Li Chen found hard to accept at the moment. Li Chen released his true eye towards the approaching skeleton monsters. Enhanced Skeleton Warrior, Catherine Summon, level, 20 health, 150,000 defense, 1,200 attack power, 1,500 skills. Charge, Mighty Strike. Enhanced Skeleton Archer, Catherine Summon, level, 20 health, 130,000 defense, 1,100 attack power, 1,550 skills. Shock Arrow, deals 130% physical damage. Stuns the target for 1 second, cooldown 8 seconds. Skill, Rapid Fire, increases attack speed by 30%, duration 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Skill, Enchanted Arrow, attack deals an additional 10% true damage. Seeing the information on the skeleton monsters, Li Chen knew things were going to get tough. They were all elite level monsters at level 20, taking one down was manageable, but with so many, there was hardly time to save himself. There's no time to read the return scroll. While the monsters haven't fully surrounded us, I'll charge in and give it a try. You stay out of combat for now. If I can't hold on, look for a chance to use the return scroll. If you can escape, do it. Oh Shernan understood that as a priest, it wasn't the time to be reckless, and she nodded. Li Chen scanned the encirclement and noticed that the skeletons on the left were slightly sparser. He switched to his steel longsword, activated the stone armor aura with Zhu Dachang, and charged forward. As Li Chen approached, 3 bone arrows shot towards him, rippling as they struck the shield he held in front. The 3 attacks knocked Li Chen off his mount, leaving him dazed on the ground. Once the stun wore off, Li Chen charged forward again, only to be pinned in place by the charge of 3 skeleton warriors. 6 attacks took more than half of Li Chen's health. Seeing this, Oh Shernan forgot Li Chen's advice and dismounted to cast a healing spell on him. Feeling the healing spell wash over him, Li Chen sighed and led the 3 skeleton warriors towards the skeleton archers in the back row. Whirlwind Slash. 195-225. With poison and double cutting, Li Chen regained a fair amount of health, but the second skill from the skeleton monsters hit him, and his health dropped below half again. Li Chen couldn't afford to attack. He raised his hand to drink a large potion and used instant recovery, then turned to charge at the 4 enhanced skeleton warriors that had not yet been agitated on the left. Before Li Chen could get close, the 4 enhanced skeleton warriors charged at him. Since the first wave of skeleton warriors' charge was still on cooldown, although the charge from these 4 skeleton warriors dealt damage to Li Chen, it did not stun him. Li Chen delivered a shield bash that stunned 1 enhanced skeleton warrior, squeezed through the gap, and approached the 3 enhanced skeleton archers again. Another recovery spell along with a healing spell landed on him, and Li Chen frowned as he shouted, "Hurry up, losing 1 is better than losing 2. If there's a chance, you can lure a few more skeleton warriors together and use Whirlwind Slash to leech health. With my healing, we might just break through." Oh Shernan stubbornly commanded her Azur to attack a skeleton archer, hoping to relieve some pressure on Li Chen. While fiercely attacking the 3 archers, Li Chen helplessly shouted, "What chance is there? The main one hasn't even shown up yet, hurry." As he spoke, Li Chen activated Whirlwind Slash again. This time, the Whirlwind Slash hit 10 enhanced skeletons, and a multitude of plus signs rose above Li Chen's head, densely packed due to the poison's cutting effect. Li Chen's health barely approached the midpoint. Hearing this, Oh Shernan realized the urgency of the situation, no longer hesitating, and charged through the escape route Li Chen had opened. "Finally found you." A chilling, hoarse voice echoed throughout the wailing forest, carrying a bone-deep coldness. The emotional tone made Li Chen's scalp tingle. "What does it mean to have found you? Even if it meant capturing you, it wouldn't feel so jarring," but the word found sent shivers down his spine. Ushinin, who had already broken through the encirclement and was about to heal Li Chen, was suddenly gripped tightly in a massive hand formed by a black ghostly shadow. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. Ushinin was not afraid of pain, but at that moment, he couldn't help but let out a mournful scream, as if weeping. -2,780. A massive amount of damage appeared above Ushinin's head. The giant hand's attack had not yet ceased, lifting Ushinin several meters high and tossing his broken body towards Li Chen like garbage. Li Chen instinctively moved his shield to meet Ushinin's flying form, and in the next moment, a tremendous force came from Ushinin's body. Li Chen crashed into the skeletons behind him, holding Ushinin tightly. 7 or 8 reinforced skeletons were scattered by the impact, and Li Chen, still holding Ushinin, slammed into a dead tree. Ushinin's body transformed into white light in Li Chen's arms, while -1920 damage floated above Li Chen's head, causing his health to plummet to 0. The surrounding skeleton monsters slowly closed in but did not attack. Li Chen reached down to pick up a few fallen nether flowers from a shinen and looked up at a path cleared by the skeletons. A woman in a hooded veil slowly approached, radiating a visible ghostly light. Wailing Lord Catherine, mutated. Boss, level, 25 health? Finally found you. The murderer of my beloved. The cold voice carried a bone-deep hatred, like nails scraping across a chalkboard in a piercing wail. Li Chen stared at the scene before him, his mind going blank. NPCs can not only evolve but also recognize people? Even though he knew the other party was just a program, Li Chen couldn't help but shout, "You've got the wrong person, I don't know your beloved. You're lying. Even though you're wearing a mask, you're still wearing my beloved's fallen armor." Catherine's words left Li Chen even more confused. Not only could she recognize people, but she could also recognize equipment? Li Chen wanted to argue further, but Catherine was growing impatient, and the black hand that had just killed Ushinin rose from beneath Li Chen's feet. Li Chen jumped to the side in a panic, trying to dodge, but the black hand seemed to lock onto him, twisting its fingertips to grab him. It's over. Li Chen closed his eyes, waiting for the pain of death to arrive. But unexpectedly, he felt a chill all over, and when he opened his eyes, he found that his armor had been ripped off by the approaching Catherine. Damn! I'm still a virgin. Just as Li Chen thought he was about to face a terrible fate, a bloody, massive finger pierced through his chest from behind. The next moment, Li Chen stood bare-shouldered in the resurrection square of Shenhaoqing. Damn! That bitch stripped me. Li Chen's muscular upper body was exposed in front of a crowd, drawing the attention of many female players. Working 3 jobs a day, aside from his meager salary, had given Li Chen a relatively strong physique, although his abs didn't reach 8-pack status, the 6-pack was quite evident. Realizing something was off, Li Chen momentarily forgot that he had a bound steel battle armor in his bag and summoned his pig mount to flee. Damn! Someone's riding a pig bare-chested. What? Someone's riding a pig bare-bottomed? No way! Is someone doing indecent things to a pig while naked? Mom, I heard there's a Shinin had died not long before him, and in fact, he was also at the resurrection square. Although Li Chen was bare-chested, the black pig beneath him was still quite obvious, so he followed along on his mount. The two met at a spot, and their expressions inevitably turned serious. Is this Catherine a special case, or are all 25-level bosses like this? Li Chen couldn't help but ask. Ushinin shook his head and said, "This Catherine's AI is too advanced. She seems to have a degree of autonomous behavior, knowing how to ambush people, and even deliberately exposing weaknesses in the encirclement to lure us to break through from the weak point. Previous virtual reality game bosses, no matter how many settings they had, were never this outrageous." What do you mean outrageous? That woman actually stripped my gear. The fallen armor I was wearing didn't drop from a death, she literally took it off me. Even though Blue Star Online has high realism, players can't strip each other, how can she, an NPC, no, a monster, do that? Li Chen's frantic words left Ushinin dumbfounded, and it took him a while to react. She can strip gear? How is that possible? If high-level monsters can do this, how can players even play? Ushinin exclaimed in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Is it glorious to be stripped by a monster? Ushinin pondered for a moment and said, "Your fallen armor is silver grade, but its value is higher than the golden gear dropped by a 15 level. Boss, this loss is too great, it won't be easy to go to the Wailing Forest in the future." Go, why not go? Once I level up a few more times, I'll settle the score with her. I estimate that the missed hits are due to the level difference being too high. I won't rest until I strip her down to her underwear. Li Chen declared earnestly. Li Chen's crude words earned him an eye roll from Ushinin, who thought for a moment and said, "Let's guard the Headless Horseman tonight, just leveling up isn't enough, we need to improve our gear as well. Alright, let's take on some high-level monster merit tasks first. Today, let's level up to 15 and learn a skill." The two still had a merit task along the way, but the monster level and merit rewards weren't high, so they directly abandoned it and took on a task to kill 1,000 monsters for 60 merit points. From Li Chen's experience, this should be a task for killing 14-level monsters. Following the task, they arrived at Lushui town west of Shinho City, where they learned from the town mayor that the monsters they needed to kill were actually 16-level mermen. Li Chen thought for a moment and understood, the merit task rewards are linked to player levels, and both he and Ushinin were already level 14, so naturally, the monsters for the same merit reward would be higher than before. Although the mermen had the character for fish in their name, they were not aquatic creatures. They gathered along the banks of a large river. Upon arriving at the merman settlement, they found merman villages standing everywhere along the riverbanks. The mermen were not very tall, about the same size as goblins, and their ugly big heads reminded one of Bobo and Bobo. Merman warrior level, 16 health, 18,000 defense, 650 physical attack, 790 skills, jump slash, mighty strike. Merman priest level, 16 health, 15,000 Defense 500 magic attack, 820 skill 1, healing wave fires a healing wave at a friendly target, restoring 820 health points, 100% magic attack to the target and randomly bouncing to other friendly targets within 10 meters, restoring 574 health points, 70% magic attack, up to 5 bounces, cooldown time 8 seconds. Skill 2, Chain Lightning. After dealing with 20 level monsters for a while, the attributes of 16 level monsters really didn't impress Li Chen. Although he no longer had the fallen armor, his defense still exceeded 1,000 points, and Ishinan's healing ability could keep Li Chen's health at full. With someone healing him, Li Chen naturally didn't need to leech health anymore. He directly switched to the Ogre Bonehammer and charged into the Merman village riding on the pig intestine. A Merman village typically had about 30 Merman warriors and 5 Merman priests. Li Chen gathered all the Merman warriors and circled around to draw the Merman priests into the center, then unleashed a whirlwind slash. The small bodies of the mermen didn't take up much space, and the 5-meter radius of the whirlwind slash encompassed all the mermen. The dense damage made it impossible for Oh Shernan, who was casting healing spells from a distance, to see Li Chen's figure, prompting him to hurriedly call the system to cancel the floating numbers. 9 whirlwind slashes took down all 35 level 16 mermen. Even if the drop rate in Blue Star Online was low, there were still quite a few items left on the ground. Unfortunately, there were only 2 pieces of whiteboard equipment, while the rest were scattered copper coins in 2 or 3 merman teeth. Li Chen picked up the equipment that could fetch some money, ignoring the copper coins and worthless merman teeth. Li Chen was frugal, but there were times when he had to be extravagant, with his determination to loot Catherine's underwear. What were a few copper coins worth? Moreover, merman teeth, being a white material, couldn't be listed in the auction house, so picking them up was a waste of time, and setting up a stall was even more time-consuming. 2 players in a party, each trying to solo a merman, looked on in shock as Li Chen and his companion wiped out the merman village. By village, they were both level 13, a female priest and a male warrior, and fighting level 16 monsters was somewhat challenging for them. With healing support, the warrior could take on a merman, but he had to endure over 15% of his health and damage each time, and only the male warrior knew the pain of that struggle. Who told him to show off while bringing a girl along? Now he could only grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. The female priest glanced at Li Chen's back, then at her companion, her eyes flashing with disdain. They were both bringing girls along, but what level was he at? Looking down and confirming she couldn't see her toes, the female priest thought for a moment and directly left the party to chase after Li Chen and his companion. The abandoned male warrior's expression turned sour. Just as he felt frustrated, he suddenly noticed a faint glow flickering in the village Li Chen had just cleared. Walking over, he discovered some copper coins and a few unclaimed merman teeth. The male warrior's eyes lit up. 23 copper coins plus 4 merman teeth worth about 15 copper each, an unexpected gain of 8.3 copper. Looking up at another empty merman village not far away, the male warrior's frustration vanished, and he dashed over. Just as Li Chen finished a whirlwind slash that cleared the health of a circle of mermen, a healing spell and a restoration spell fell upon him. All the monsters were dead, and his health was nearly full. 1 restoration spell could top him off. Did Oh Shernan know how to manage his resources? A restoration spell can fill me up. What a waste of mana. Ha! Who are you? Li Chen was halfway through scolding Oh Shernan for being wasteful when he saw a female priest in hollow leather armor, with a broad chest, raising her hand to cast another restoration spell on him. Handsome, can you take me along? The female priest, named Lonely Rose, slightly arched her back and turned her body to intentionally showcase her alluring curves, her eyes revealing a certain hint. Ahem, sorry, we have enough people. Li Chen stared intently for a long time before clearing his throat twice to politely decline her request, bending down to pick up the scattered equipment on the ground. Oh. Shernan didn't even glance at the female player, following Li Chen to pick up items. In fact, there wasn't much of value on the ground, just 2 pieces of equipment, one emitting a faint green light of black iron quality, while the rest were merely copper coins and materials. However, it still sparked a flicker of excitement in the eyes of the priestess named Lonely Rose. It seemed that the items dropped by these 30 or so ordinary mermen weren't worth much, but they could at least sell for over 100 coins. And what kind of efficiency did Li Chen have in farming monsters? If she spent a few hours grinding murlocs, she would earn more than what she made delivering takeout for several nights. They were both priests, yet that woman looked so cold, wearing a mask and a long robe that concealed her figure completely. Why was she able to rake in so much? Lonely Rose felt a surge of resentment, completely ignoring Oh Shernan's presence, and leaned closer to Li Chen, sweetly saying, "Brother, you're so amazing, please take me along." As she spoke, she gently twisted her body, her arms inadvertently squeezing together slightly. Li Chen was bent down picking up items when he suddenly looked up and was startled, stepping back repeatedly at the sight of a white flash in front of him. He was a stiff newbie who had never encountered such a scene before. Lonely Rose noticed Li Chen's reaction, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, quickly followed by a smirk of delight. She had seen countless people and instantly judged that Li Chen was definitely a novice, easily manipulable with her skills. Lonely Rose pressed on, moving even closer, whispering softly, "As long as brother can take me, sister will give you unexpected benefits." Li Chen instinctively took another step back, struggling to regain his composure, just about to refuse again when a light orb suddenly struck Lonely Rose's face. Minus 1058. The massive damage made Lonely Rose scream, clutching her face and retreating in panic. A long, snow-white hand grabbed her arm, and in the next moment, her body was tossed aside like a sack of potatoes. Lonely Rose was dazed, just about to stand up and assess the situation when another light orb came flying at her, causing her to scream again as her health plummeted to zero. "Get lost." The cold voice carried a hint of chill, snapping Lonely Rose back to reality. Her defense was nearly 400, while the priest's radiant impact spell had only 120% damage. This meant that the priest, who was just casually healing the pig riding boss, had a magical attack exceeding 1,200 points. She had underestimated the situation. She thought it was just a simple case of a big shot helping a girl, but this girl was so fierce. "Brother, save me." "Ha! Damn!" Lonely Rose, feeling unwilling to give up, wanted to fight back, but she was shocked to see that the novice, who had just been leering at her, was now riding off on a pig. He ran away? Li Chen didn't even glance at the flustered Lonely Rose, riding his pig straight towards the next Murloc village. "What a joke! You think you can seduce me without picking the right moment? Oh, the big shot is not someone you can just ignore. Do you know what it means to fall from grace? I'm scared too." Although there was no damage, constantly looking up at the sky, "What about my dignity?" "Not my business," was Li Chen's guiding principle. Shernan cast a disdainful glance at the dazed Lonely Rose before turning to mount his horse and catch up with Li Chen. It wasn't worth getting a red name for someone like her. Lonely Rose's thoughts turned to ashes as she glared venomously at Shernan's retreating figure. Just when she was at a loss, a figure flashed by her side. It was the warrior who had brought her here, now squatting over the copper coins left by the pig riding boss, grinning foolishly. Lonely Rose's spirits lifted again as she twisted her body and took a couple of steps forward. "Brother, I just ran into an acquaintance to say hello, let's continue hunting Murlocs." "Get lost. Don't come near, these copper coins and materials are mine. If you dare to come closer, I'll kill you." The male warrior glared fiercely at Lonely Rose. Seeing his expression, Lonely Rose realized it was futile and decided to drop the act. She glanced at the scraps Li Chen and Shernan were too lazy to pick up, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. "Look at your ambitions, treating a bit of trash like treasure." The male warrior's disdain was even greater than Lonely Rose's, grinning as he said, "Trash? I've looted 6 villages, netting a pure profit of $58. If I stick with the big shot for another couple of hours, I could buy you several nights." Lonely Rose's expression changed at those words. She was too greedy and had failed to notice this inconspicuous way to make money. Looking again at the scraps on the ground, her mind began to stir, but when she saw the male warrior approaching with a fierce look, she hurriedly turned and fled into the distance. From afar, she watched that detestable woman follow the pig riding boss to make a fortune, while another one, who had previously been so warm and friendly, was now picking up trash and making money. Lonely Rose's jealousy flared up, her gaze growing colder. After a moment's thought, she opened her friend list. Upon seeing a name on the list, a flicker of disgust crossed her face. If it weren't necessary, she really didn't want to contact the person, but thinking of her recent encounter, she quickly made up her mind. Meanwhile, Shernan caught up with Li Chen, casting a disdainful glance at him and saying, "You already have kids, can you stop acting like you've never seen a woman before?" You almost drooled. "Hey, it's not like I'm being charged or breaking the law, what's wrong with just looking?" Li Chen replied nonchalantly with a chuckle, then added somewhat disgruntled, "Besides, she was the one tempting me, I never intended to take her along." "Why did you hit her?" "Humph." Shernan snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, "I just can't stand her. This game is fair to both genders, using beauty to entice us women is embarrassing. That's blatant professional discrimination. She's just making a living with her skills, where's the shame in that? Then you can go deliver her food. Clearly, she's charging for it, I'm not going. What's wrong with charging? With that kind of looks, you could easily trade a few pieces of black iron gear for it. So cheap?" Li Chen tightened the reins in his hand, and the pig's intestines came to an abrupt stop. Shernan's face turned green, and just as he was about to hit Li Chen, he saw Li Chen laughing heartily as he dashed toward the nearby merman village. After clearing another merman village, as Li Chen walked out of the village entrance, he quietly glanced back in the direction he had come from. Unfortunately, he didn't see what he wanted to see. In fact, it was quite a sight, much better than watching a live stream on his phone, as if he were there in person. Those two groups had been no more than a meter away from him. If he had another chance, he would definitely take a few more looks. You still want to go back and deliver food? A cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Chen sighed silently, unwilling to admit, I was just looking at that sneaky warrior. Oh Shernan turned his head to take a look and found that not far away, there was indeed a player who wasn't fighting monsters but was gazing longingly in their direction. The road was wide open, and the two didn't rudely run over to ask what the player was looking at. Instead, they turned and ran toward another merman village. As they were about to enter the village, Oh Shernan glanced back and noticed that the player had run into the village they had just cleared, instantly understanding the reason. The two cleared the village again, and while picking up items, Oh Shernan noticed that after Li Chen finished picking up the gear, he casually tossed out a few merman teeth. What are you doing? Oh Shernan asked in confusion. I accidentally picked them up while grabbing gear, and I didn't have time to sell them, Li Chen casually explained before mounting the pig's intestines and heading to the next village. Oh Shernan glanced at the extra merman teeth on the ground, thought for a moment, and also tossed the 2 merman teeth he had accidentally picked up onto the ground before chasing after him. You're quite the saint, Oh Shernan couldn't help but say. Hey! Why do you have to speak so derogatorily? Saint isn't exactly a compliment these days. Li Chen rolled his eyes and muttered irritably. Some people can even bring girls along. Do you really think you need to be charitable? Oh Shernan retorted. You know, I really hated taking up space in my bag. It only has 100 slots, and the gear is almost full. Li Chen shook his head in exasperation. Li Chen and Oh Shernan had been grinding for over an hour, and they were close to killing 1,000 mermen. Just as they were about to head to the next village, that female priest named Lonely Rose appeared again, blocking the village entrance. The Lonely Rose puffed out her chest, winked at Li Chen, and said in a delicate voice, Handsome, you've been with her for so long, it's my turn now, right? The Lonely Rose came and went, and Li Chen didn't feel surprised. Instead, he frowned. Although he enjoyed bantering with Oh Shernan, he wasn't really interested in this kind of thing. She could flirt with him once, but to come back again? That took some nerve. Besides, didn't the Lonely Rose fear that Oh Shernan might actually kill her? At this thought, Li Chen suddenly felt something was off. Why wasn't the Lonely Rose afraid of Oh Shernan? No, wait. Don't make a move. Li Chen's warning came a moment too late. Oh Shernan had already impatiently launched a radiant strike at the Lonely Rose. The Lonely Rose screamed as she was hit, but her eyes lost all charm, and a hint of triumph flashed across her face as she quickly retreated. You! 2 big shots, run! There's an ambush! A warning came from afar. Unfortunately, both the warning and Li Chen's judgment were a step too late. In the next moment, 7 or 8 figures with bright red names sprang out from both sides of the village entrance. All red names. No need to ask, they were a murder squad specifically targeting players for robbery. These people didn't waste any time. 2 warriors charged straight at Li Chen and Oh Shernan without a word. Li Chen was stunned in place by one of the warriors, unable to move, his eyes anxiously darting to the side. He knew these people were after Oh Shernan because her name was Grey now. But to Li Chen's surprise, Oh Shernan wasn't stunned. The charge skill that should have hit her was dodged by her with a swift turn. 2 ice arrows accompanied by 2 projectiles shot toward them, one of the ice arrows hitting Li Chen, who had just recovered from his stun. The damage was only around 100, barely a scratch, but it reduced Li Chen's movement speed by 30%. The other attacks were aimed at Oh Shernan. He saw Oh Shernan lean to the left, clap her hands on the ground, and her whole body shot out in a strange posture, evading all the semi-tracking ice arrows and projectiles. Li Chen, ignoring his shot, stunned the nearby warrior with a shield bash and charged toward Oh Shernan, shield raised. Don't worry about me, go for the backline. Oh Shernan calmly shouted to Li Chen while dodging the warrior's attacks. Hearing this, Li Chen abruptly stopped and turned to charge toward the enemy's backline. The red-named players were quite skilled. In the next moment, they split left and right, leaving only one guard charging straight at Li Chen. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, and before the guard could get close, he commanded Zhu Dachang to charge and stun him, then sidestepped to bypass the blocking guard and rushed straight toward a priest in the enemy's backline. An ice arrow shot at Li Chen again, further reducing his movement speed. The backline was just within reach, but due to the slow, Li Chen felt a surge of anger. 2 warriors, 1 guard, 2 mages, 2 archers, and including the Lonely Rose, 2 priests, 9 players in total. The mages had slowing ice arrows, and the archers had stunning shock shots. It was nearly impossible to reach the backline with conventional methods. Li Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down while charging forward and observing carefully. Since Oh Shernan could dodge the ice arrows and shock shots, it meant those skills weren't completely locked on. The main target of the opponents was Oh Shernan, because a gray name would drop an item.
Shurnan had previously taught the Lonely Rose a lesson, so it was likely that the Lonely Rose deduced that Shurnan had very good gear, which is why she called these guys to try to loot her equipment. Of course, they were also targeting him, but he was a white name, with a low chance of dropping gear, and he was tough and hard to kill, so he wasn't the primary target. It was common sense in PK to kill the healers first, so the 4 ranged players wouldn't throw all their skills at him. Li Chen calmly observed and finally deduced from the direction of the enemy's spellcasting that one of the mages and an archer had spotted him. Confirming his targets, Li Chen fixed his gaze on the two. The archer aimed his longbow at him, and suddenly halted his steps. The archer's normal shots could be fired while moving, so this time it was a skill. Li Chen's shield and weapon vanished in an instant, and he crouched low, lunging sharply to the left front, like a bear rushing forward unexpectedly. The arrow shot from the archer's shock shot, although it curved slightly towards Li Chen's direction, ultimately grazed his backside and missed. This was thanks to the reflexes Li Chen had developed over the past 2 years of delivering takeout, although not as graceful as Shurnan, he had indeed succeeded. It may have looked awkward, but it was effective. The cooldown for the shock shot was 6 seconds, which could be temporarily ignored. The mage, who was fixated on Li Chen, noticed the archer's skill had missed and panicked, quickly casting ice arrow at Li Chen. The mage had to channel a non-instant skill, and Li Chen naturally wouldn't overlook this detail. After silently counting for a second, he suddenly leaped into the air, like a 1-meter-80 giant frog that had come to life, successfully dodging the mage's icy arrow. With 2 control skills failing, Li Chen had no more reservations. He commanded the pig intestines, which were biting at the guard's rear, to activate the stone armor aura, then unleashed his speed frenzy. Although speed frenzy would reduce his defense, the 2 previous attacks had already led Li Chen to conclude that the enemy's attack power was quite ordinary. Even with reduced defense, they couldn't kill him in a short time. With the platinum boots and the 30% speed boost from speed frenzy, Li Chen quickly closed in on the priest and his shield. An ogre bone hammer reappeared in his hands. Shield slam. With a single shield strike, Li Chen dealt over 800 points of damage to the priest and triggered poison. He followed up with a normal attack, turning to taunt the Lonely Rose, interrupting her healing spell, and then executed a heroic strike against the priest in front of him, pivoting to position himself between the priest and the mage targeting him. Whirlwind slash. After a series of combos, the priest barely managed to cast a healing spell on himself before collapsing with a scream. With 1 player dead, the other 2 mages and the archer targeting Shurnan finally reacted, turning to unleash their skills at Li Chen. Being too close, Li Chen, after all, did not possess Shurnan's agility, and he braced himself against the attacks while entangling the mage. Speed frenzy still had time left, even if slowed, Li Chen was still faster than the mage. A series of normal attacks combined with poison meant that the Lonely Rose couldn't keep the mage's health up, watching helplessly as he was brutally killed by Li Chen on the spot. The other archer and mage, at this point, could no longer focus on the slippery Shurnan, attacking Li Chen while repositioning. The guard, entangled by the pig intestines, finally managed to arrive, delivering a shield slam that stunned Li Chen. Several attacks landed on Li Chen. Due to the remaining 2 seconds of speed frenzy, the damage he took increased significantly, dropping his health below half in an instant. A healing spell landed on Li Chen's head, and miraculously, Shurnan, entangled with 2 warriors, managed to catch up. Shurnan was agile, but couldn't use the healing spell that required channeling. However, 1 healing spell was already sufficient. Li Chen shook off the stun and commanded the pig intestines to charge at a warrior who was being bitten by Shurnan's Azu. At level 14, the pig intestines had an attack power of 600, and with skills activated, the damage was quite high. Combined with Azu, they were more than a match for that warrior. In fact, the enemy also had 3 wolf-type pets, but unfortunately, their quality was pitifully low, lacking control skills, and Li Chen couldn't be bothered to glance at them. Quick, heal me. The warrior panicked, calling for help from the only remaining healer, the Lonely Rose. Li Chen coldly glanced at the Lonely Rose, his body suddenly rolling like a lazy donkey, dodging 2 incoming shock shots, and after getting up, he charged towards the Lonely Rose. 2 big shots. I'm here to help you. A loud shout came from the side, and a figure rushed out, stunning the Lonely Rose, who was startled and retreating in panic from Li Chen. It turned out to be that level 13 warrior who had been secretly following Li Chen and picking up trash. For the first time, Li Chen looked directly at this warrior who had been trailing them, Ghostfire A Chang. Without the healing from the Lonely Rose, the warrior, torn apart by 2 pets, let out a scream and died on the spot. Shurnan moved with a strange gait, dodging another warrior's attack, leisurely picking up 2 pieces of equipment from the ground, and tossed a healing spell back to Li Chen. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Li Chen decisively changed direction and charged towards the last mage. The mage's slowing skill was more troublesome than the archer's shock shot. After all, the cooldown for shock shot was too long.
The mage still wanted to run, but Li Chen grinned, having just killed a warrior and retreated. He charged forward like a wild boar, directly stunning the mage in place. Li Chen, enduring the skills of the other two archers and a guard's scraping attack, rushed behind the mage, grinning as he unleashed a quick combo. The lonely Rose was being hacked by Ghostfire Chang, desperately healing herself. How could she selflessly heal the mage? The fragile mage met his end on the spot. The situation on the battlefield changed dramatically in an instant. Two archers, a scraping guard, and a warrior who was being toyed with by Shinan, who was feeling deflated. Oh, and there was also the bloodied lonely Rose, running away from Ghostfire Chang. Retreat! The leading archer glared viciously at the lonely Rose and called for the others to run. A shock shot hit Zhu, and the already frantic warrior finally came to his senses, seizing the chance to run towards the archers. Li Chen saw the enemy retreating and did not immediately pursue. Instead, he glanced at the pile of items on the ground. A priest and two mages had died at his hands, all marked with bright red names, each dropping at least 2 pieces of equipment, their bags emptied. Although these people didn't have top-tier gear, there were still a few pieces of equipment on the ground glimmering faintly with silver. Li Chen did not pick up the items but turned and shouted, "Ghostfire Chang! Kill that woman, and everything on the ground is yours." "Alright. Big shot." Li Chen silently counted the seconds, waiting for the battle stay to end, and instantly mounted the wild boar. Shinan was quicker to mount his horse, and seeing Li Chen on his mount, he smirked and charged ahead. Both of their riding speeds were top-notch. Although the fleeing few also had mounts, they were as slow as turtles in comparison. Li Chen and Shinan circled around and blocked the path of the 4. The leading archer was also a tough character. Seeing there was no way to escape, he called the other 3 to charge at Shinan. "You can dodge skills, but how do you dodge when 4 people attack you up close?" The archer's judgment was correct. No matter how agile Shinan was, facing 2 close-range shock shots, a guard's shield bash, and a warrior's charge, he couldn't completely evade all 4 control skills. In the end, he was still stunned by the guard's shield bash. Li Chen, who had been ignored, turned green with anger, cursing as he stunned the leading archer with a shield bash, then unleashed a whirlwind slash that made the 4 scream in agony. The wild boar ran back 8 meters, then turned and charged to stun another archer. After recovering from the stun, Shinan once again used his strange steps to nimbly evade the subsequent attacks, and then tossed a healing spell on himself. The leading archer overestimated the strength of his 4 teammates and underestimated the attack power of Li Chen, the shield warrior. Li Chen threw all his skills at the leading archer, while his normal attacks landed on the other 3. Without any healing, the 4 of them simply couldn't withstand Li Chen's damage, and in the blink of an eye, only a scraping guard remained. That guard still wanted to bend down to pick up the equipment dropped by the others, but was sent to prison by Shinan's radiant impact. The 2 bent down to collect the scattered loot. "You really are generous." Shinan's mouth, hidden beneath the mask, couldn't help but curl up slightly. Although this group had equipment far inferior to theirs, at least the 2 of them had 2 pieces of gear on them, plus a full bag of supplies and materials, which was definitely not low in value. The items dropped by the 2 mages and the priest killed by Li Chen earlier, even without a close look, added up to at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Upon hearing Shinan's words, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. Although it's not exactly a timely help, it still counts as lending us a hand. After the 2 finished cleaning up the battlefield, they rode back to the previous Murloc village. That team of red-named players resurrected directly in prison, so the 2 weren't worried about them coming back for revenge. They still needed to kill 200 more monsters for the merit quest, and since Ghostfire Achang had helped them, they naturally wanted to pay him a visit. Ghostfire Achang was still picking up items. He had quickly grabbed the valuable ones, but the scattered supplies and materials on the ground still took a lot of time. However, Achang was happy. Who would have thought that a moment of impulse could earn him over 10,000? If he saved up a bit more to buy a second-hand motorcycle, he would be the coolest guy on the streets at night. When he saw the 2 big shots return, Ghostfire Achang's actions of picking up items involuntarily paused, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He was now red-named, and if the big shots decided to kill him, it wouldn't matter how much he had collected. If he died, everything would drop, making him nothing more than a mere tool for collecting items. Ghostfire Achang tried to throw the equipment he had picked up into the auction house, but to his surprise, red-named players were banned from using it, so he could only pin his hopes on the 2 big shots' kindness. "You keep picking up, it'll be gone soon." Li Chen, worried that Ghostfire Achang might misunderstand, didn't offer to help, but instead gestured for him to continue. "Thank you, big shot." Achang hurriedly expressed his gratitude and quickly resumed picking up items from the ground. Once Achang had collected everything, Li Chen smiled and said, "How did you become red-named? Wasn't that girl gray-named?" "Well, I wasn't used to killing a girl," and after hesitating for a moment, her name turned white. Ghostfire Axiang felt a bit embarrassed, secretly cursing himself for being so foolish. Seeing Ghostfire Axiang's bright red name, Li Chen thought it was too dangerous for him to run alone. If he wasn't careful, all the items on the ground would end up being cheap for someone else. After some thought, he simply invited him into the party. After all, they still needed to continue farming murlocs, so he might as well help him get through the red-named period. When Ghostfire Axiang joined the party and saw that the two big shots were the Invincible Q team and Oh Shernan, his heart raced uncontrollably. It was indeed the legendary Invincible Q team. Li Chen hadn't checked the forum in the past few days and was unaware that he had already been recognized as a legendary figure by many players. Even though Oh Shernan was also quite famous, having secured the first kill of the level 15 boss, being invited to team up with two legendary big shots made Ghostfire Axiang feel like his life was complete. Following Li Chen into the next village, Ghostfire Axiang mindlessly followed along to fight monsters. He wanted to get closer to the big shots, but the compliments he wanted to say just wouldn't come out. Usually quite talkative, he found himself at a loss for words now. Mainly, the reputation of the Invincible Q team was too overwhelming. It was like in real life when a Ghostfire youth unexpectedly encountered a famous big boss or leader, it would definitely feel awkward. Axiang didn't say much, and Li Chen thought he was just not very talkative, so he didn't pay much attention. After finishing a wave of murlocs, Li Chen didn't pretend to be polite and directly put the more valuable items into his backpack. Axiang was also very aware. He waited until Li Chen and Oh Shernan had finished picking up before stepping forward to collect the copper coins and materials. However, not having to squat and wait for the pickup cooldown made Axiang feel quite pleased. The 200 monsters were quickly cleared, but Axiang still had plenty of time left on his red name. Following the principle of delivering a Buddha to the west, Li Chen and Oh Shernan didn't rush to leave, continuing to farm murlocs with Axiang. Unexpectedly, while grinding, they stumbled upon a boss monster. King of Murlocs, boss, level, 16 health, 160,000 defense, 1,100 physical attack, 1,150 skill 1, jump slash. Skill 2, Murloc. Poison, normal attacks inflict Murloc poison, dealing 15% poison damage. Skill 3, Lord's Authority, when health drops below 50%, calls distant kin to fight alongside him. Skill 4, Cowardice. When health drops below 20%, the King of Murlocs will flee to the river, using his impressive swimming skills to escape enemies. The unexpected delight made Li Chen unable to contain his laughter. Boss monsters had a chance to drop golden equipment, and a level 16 boss would definitely yield high ratings. Since the King of Murlocs could summon ordinary Murlocs, Li Chen naturally didn't rush in. He first cleared the surrounding ordinary Murlocs before taunting to attract the King of Murlocs aggro. A level 16 boss was not particularly challenging, especially with Oh Shernan healing him. Li Chen didn't even bother to switch to his life-stealing sword and just went in swinging. Axiang followed up, poking the Murloc's rear. Although his normal attacks couldn't break through defenses, his skill damage was still effective, so he wasn't completely useless. The King of Murloc's health quickly dropped to 50%, and with a sharp wail, two wandering Murlocs responded to the call and bounced over. Li Chen used a whirlwind slash to pull the aggro of the two Murloc warriors, then ignored them. The King of Murloc's health unexpectedly fell to 20%, and its dead fish eyes showed a hint of fear as it suddenly whipped its tail and knocked Li Chen back 2 steps. The next moment, the King of Murlocs turned and began to flee at an astonishing speed. Li Chen didn't expect the King of Murlocs to have this trick. His reserved shield bash was not used. Seeing the King of Murlocs about to escape, he quickly activated his speed boost to chase, but the King of Murlocs was bouncing away so fast that he couldn't catch up. The King of Murlocs still had 5 layers of poison on him, and his health was rapidly dropping, but he definitely wouldn't die. Li Chen hurriedly commanded Zhu Dachang to use charge, finally pinning the King of Murlocs down. At the same time, Axiang also used charge, but unfortunately, the 2 charges couldn't stack, and the Murloc quickly woke up. At this moment, Li Chen took the opportunity to catch up, stunning the King of Murlocs with a shield bash, his bone hammer almost sparking from the effort. Unfortunately, the brief stun still wouldn't take the King of Murloc's life. It turned around and whipped its tail, knocking Li Chen back again as it fled towards the river. The King of Murlocs had just over 9,000 health left, but with 4 seconds of 5 layers of poison and 4 cuts, it was still just shy of death. A light orb shot from behind, taking away about 300 health from the King of Murlocs, but it still wasn't enough. Jump slash. Axiang suddenly shouted, his body flying out in an instant, delivering a fierce strike on the King of Murloc's back, and then with a mighty blow, he brought the King of Murlocs down under his sword. Axiang had succeeded. Chang killed the King of Murlocs, and his eyes lit up at the loot on the ground, but he didn't pick it up. Instead, he took 2 steps back. Well done. Li Chen cheerfully chased up, glanced at the loot on the ground, and then turned to give Axiang a deep look. The faint golden light on the ground was very eye-catching, and even more so was a skill book. Although Chang had turned red, if he picked up the golden equipment and put it on immediately, he would definitely drop 2 pieces of his current gear due to his red name, but the chance of dropping the golden equipment was less than 1 in 5. Moreover, there was also a skill book. Golden equipment might have class requirements, but skill books could be learned freely, picking it up. And learning it immediately meant no one could take it away. Guehua Chang had been secretly following Li Chen and picking up trash, clearly indicating that his economic situation in reality was not so favorable. Could a Chang not realize the value of a level 16 boss dropping a piece of golden equipment and a skill book? Li Chen bent down to pick up the drops, glanced at the grinning Chang beside him, and then posted the drop information in the team channel. Fishman leather pants, gold, attack plus 49 stamina plus 27 strength plus 27 agility plus 27 equipment. Requirement, warrior, assassin, archer. Equipment rating, 81 skill book, jump / can learn the jump / skill after use. Aside from these 2 most valuable items, the Fishman King also dropped a piece of silver equipment and 2 pieces of black iron equipment. Li Chen thought for a moment and suddenly threw the Fishman leather pants to the grinning Guehua Chang, who had been smiling foolishly after being praised. An 81 rated golden leg armor had immense value, although Chang couldn't afford it. He had seen it at the auction house, and it wouldn't go for less than 100,000. Seeing 100,000 land in his arms, Chang fumbled and nearly dropped it, staring at Li Chen in shock, then hurriedly said, "Boss, I can't take this, I'm just a bystander." "Don't be polite, this is what you deserve." "Without your final blow, the Fishman King would have escaped," Li Chen said, patting Chang's arm, then turned to Shernan and smiled. "Hee, you don't need this jump / skill book, right?" Shernan rolled his eyes. "Stop pretending. Can I forget the other half of the debt I owe you?" "Of course. After the main city opens, skill books will be scarce. This is definitely enough to settle the debt." Li Chen grinned, then added, "We can't use this silver equipment and black iron gear either. How about we give it to Chang? After all, he only got 1 piece of golden leg armor, which is a bit of a loss." Shernan glanced at the bewildered Chang and nodded, "I have no objections. Big Brother O is generous." Li Chen gave a thumbs up and casually stuffed the remaining drops into Chang's arms. Guehua Chang stared blankly at the equipment in his embrace, momentarily forgetting to thank them, his mind filled with thoughts of getting a second-hand motorcycle, surrounded by the sounds of young girls calling him handsome. Chang wasn't one to put on airs. Since Li Chen said it was what he deserved, he excitedly equipped it. But not even a minute later, he hurriedly took it off and handed the equipment back to Li Chen with a serious expression, saying, "Boss, can you hold on to this golden equipment for now? I'm afraid I might accidentally drop it while being red-named." "You're quite cautious." "Don't worry, just wear it. With Big Brother O here, how could you die? We'll wait for your red name to disappear before we leave." Upon hearing this, Chang immediately relaxed, happily putting the golden leg armor back on. You have to admit, golden equipment looks cool, not worse than a motorcycle. Others might not think the same, but Chang was sure, glancing at his pants from time to time. After that, nothing major happened, aside from a fishman elite named Benbo Erba bravely showing up and getting completely wrecked by the 3. Chang passed through the red name period without any incidents. Unfortunately, Benbo Erba was a miser, only dropping 3 pieces of black iron equipment, not even a silver one. Guehua Chang's assistance was considered repaid, and Li Chen added him as a friend before bidding farewell and heading to Lushui town with Shernan to turn in their quest. Guehua Chang glanced around the empty area, not daring to stay alone, and painfully took out a return scroll to head back. "This Guehua Chang is not bad," Shernan suddenly said as they walked on the road to Lushui town. "Yeah, although he's poor, he has principles." "There aren't many people like that." Li Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and smiled. "How about I introduce him to Bai Daba? Someone like him is worth cultivating." Ushinin fell silent for a moment and said softly, "Haven't you thought about forming your own team?" "Ha?" Li Chen chuckled and replied, "You can't be serious. I don't have the strength to form a team." "Is your self-awareness really that poor? With your reputation and strength, as long as you are willing, you could easily pull together a guild that rivals the 5 major guilds," Ushinin said in a very certain tone. "Come on, I have neither the capital nor the charisma of a leader. What guild am I going to form? With that spare money, I could buy 2 apartments in the capital. Wouldn't that be better?" Li Chen shook his head and laughed as he countered, then walked over to the mayor of Lushui town to turn in a quest. Ushinin watched Li Chen's back and sighed silently. Indeed, strong capital is an important condition, but in terms of charisma, Li Chen is actually not lacking. Li Chen praised Ghostfire Chang for being principled, but in Ushinin's view, Li Chen, who seems carefree, actually has more principles and bottom lines than anyone else. Isn't that a unique aspect of his charisma? However, everyone has their own way of playing, and Ashinin did not delve deeper, following Li Chen directly back to Shinho City. At level 15, they could learn new professional skills, and the two did not delay, quickly taking on a merit quest with high-level monsters and setting off again. They were still facing level 16 monsters, but it was no longer in Lushui town. The level 16 monster, the Abyssal Demon Wolf, had the same name as the boss in the level 10 dungeon, but it was just a regular monster. There was not much difficulty with Ashinin healing. Li Chen could lure as many as he could, as long as they gathered within a radius of no more than 5 meters. The whirlwind slash was just a matter of time. If it weren't for the merit being not far from 1,000, it would actually be fastest to stay in one place and grind. The two repeated the merit quest all afternoon until around 4 o'clock when they made a trip to the Withered Wood Forest. If the Headless Horseman respawned at a fixed location every 24 hours, it would just be the right time for it to respawn. Unfortunately, after wandering around the Withered Wood Forest, they did not find the Headless Horseman. Li Chen still needed to pick up Tuan Tuan, and Ashinin was also a bit tired, so the two helplessly gave up and returned to Shenhou City. Just as they were about to log off, a server-wide announcement caught everyone's attention. Server announcement: congratulations to player Bai De Li Xiao for establishing the 6th guild in the server, Bai De, rewarded with 3 server-wide announcements. The 3 consecutive server announcements left Li Chen slightly stunned, but he quickly understood. Doing merit alone was indeed slow, but if a large number of people concentrated their efforts to help, the most difficult part of the merit quest was just the travel time. However, the name of this guild is quite interesting. Opening the guild interface, the Bai De Guild indeed appeared below the 5 major guilds. The city where the Bai De Guild was located was actually Mao Rabbit City. This was no coincidence, this Bai De should be Bai De Group. But there were still cities without guilds, so why was Bai De Group so irrational as to establish a guild in Mao Rabbit City? Was it because they lost face last time and planned to go head-to-head with the Big White Guild? A big shot in the business world, is this really so unwise? With 2 minutes to spare, Li Chen opened his friend list and sent a voice message to Bai De Bao. Why did Bai De Group establish a guild in Mao Rabbit City? Are they planning to go head-to-head with you? Bai De Bao's voice came through. There's no particular reason that Bai De Li Xiao is the young master of Bai De. He entered Mao Rabbit City when the main city opened, so the people from Bai De came in with him. You built the Big White Guild later, and they couldn't teleport to cities without guilds, so naturally, they could only settle in Mao Rabbit City. Li Chen suddenly realized, then asked in confusion, Bai De Group isn't short on money, why didn't they establish a guild back then? Bai De Group doesn't have much, just a lot of employees. Over 10,000 employees rely on Bai De to make a living. Without a guild, they can still be directed. That old guy wouldn't want to spend that unnecessary money. Besides, Bai De Group is so famous in reality, there's no need to rely on auctioning guilds for fame, Bai Daba replied. You seem to know quite a bit. Does Bai De have someone like you? Not really. As long as you're willing to spend money, there's no secret. True, Li Chen smiled, just about to say goodbye when he suddenly thought of something and hesitantly asked, I remember you said that Bai De Group is a competitor to your family, which means your family's industry is at least comparable to Bai De Group. So, after the main city opens, you also have a considerable number of people to command, so there's no need to fight for the first batch of guilds, right? Bai Daba on the other end of the voice call fell silent for a moment before cheerfully replying, You're too serious. Don't always feel like you owe someone. I didn't lose anything by taking the Daba Guild. All 3 level 15 bosses in Mauda City were taken by Daba, one of which was even the first kill in the entire server. These are all benefits of establishing the guild early. But those aren't worth that much. Are you out of your mind? If you were to sell the Daba Guild to someone else, wouldn't it still be worth at least 20 million? Got it. I'm logging off now. After hanging up on Bai Daba, Li Chen couldn't help but rub his face hard. On the surface, he was thanking Bai Daba by selling her a guild at a low price, but now he realized that this gratitude indirectly made Bai Daba spend a sum of unnecessary money. Not all major forces need to fight for the first batch of guilds. Just like the military, with sufficient manpower and smooth command, what's the loss in establishing a guild a few days later? A few bosses? A few pieces of platinum equipment or even skill books, what do they count for in front of such a force? Competing for top players? Can't you leave the guild once you're in? And what's even more ridiculous is that no matter how skilled they are, they're just those virtual competitive players. Can't you achieve that in reality? Bai's father has already stepped down, and Bai Daba's foundation is no longer just her pocket money. What difference does it make whether the guild is established early or late? In the end, it's still about the allure of wealth. Only those forces that aren't strong enough would fight for the first batch of guilds, trying to challenge the real big groups and major forces. If Bai Daba had sold the guild back then, It would have been solid profit, but could she sell it? This is such a mess. Li Chen sighed and hurried offline, rushing downstairs like a rabbit chased by a dog. There was no time to lament, he was running late to pick up the child. Fortunately, Li Chen rode his little electric scooter skillfully and managed to arrive at the kindergarten before school ended. Auntie, my gluteus maximus is about to be flattened by you. You young people don't understand. Coming late and still trying to push forward. Li Chen knew he was in the wrong, apologized, but refused to leave the railing, flattening his right buttock and then turning his left buttock towards her. The little friends from class 2 marched out of the teaching building to the music. Standing in the front row, wide-eyed, trying to spot their uncle among the crowd. Li Chen stood on tiptoe, stretching his neck long, successfully catching Tuan Tuan's attention. Tuan. Tuan's eyes lit up instantly. Li Chen took Tuan Tuan from Teacher Lei Lei, just about to hug her and squeeze out of the crowd when Teacher Lei Lei called out to him. Tuan Tuan's uncle, can you wait for me over there? I need to talk to you about something. Okay, Li Chen nodded, carrying Tuan Tuan to the side. It wouldn't be about introducing a girlfriend again, would it? It didn't sound quite right this morning, either she was too old or had some issues. If Teacher Lei Lei insisted on introducing someone, how could he refuse without hurting her feelings? While teasing Tuan Tuan, Li Chen anxiously thought about how to brush off this matter. Not long after, Teacher Lei Lei squeezed through the crowd to stand in front of Li Chen after handing all the children from class 2 to their parents. Uncle Tuan Tuan, didn't I say this morning that I would introduce you to a girlfriend? Lei Lei opened with the morning's topic, and Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to politely decline with his anticipated words, he was sealed by Lei Lei's next sentence. I have a cousin who has a younger sister. She's in her senior year, and her graduation certificate will come out in June. Although there's still a month left, we can consider her a college graduate. She's majoring in preschool education, and her family doesn't plan to let her venture out. They intend for her to work in a public kindergarten or take the civil service exam. She's pretty and loves children. Do you want to meet her? Li Chen was taken aback. Since she hadn't fully graduated yet, she was still young, and with plans to work in a public kindergarten and take the civil service exam, she should be quite normal both physically and mentally. As for the part about being pretty, only someone with a screw loose would say someone was ugly. However, the points about preschool education and loving children did make Li Chen's heart flutter a bit. Isn't she still in school? How can we meet? Li Chen chuckled awkwardly. She's already passed her thesis, she just needs to return to school on graduation day. She came back a couple of days ago, Teacher Lei Lei said with a smile. Oh, I see. Then shall we meet? Li Chen's face flushed slightly. This was his first time going on a blind date. Seeing Li Chen's expression, Teacher Lei Lei couldn't help but smile. Alright, how about tomorrow morning? When you take Tuan Tuan to school, I'll have my sister come over, and you two can meet and then go for a walk. No way. Li Chen, fearing that Teacher Lei Lei might misunderstand, quickly added, tomorrow is Tuan Tuan's birthday. I want to take her to pay respects at a grave in the morning. Teacher Lei Lei was clearly taken aback by this, and after a long pause, she softly said, You're quite thoughtful. After we finish at the grave, I'll bring Tuan Tuan over, around 11 o'clock, just in time for lunch. Then let's set it for 11 o'clock. You should also take the initiative to treat my sister to a meal or something, okay? Li Chen nodded quickly, very much in agreement. No problem, that's the least I can do. Then it's settled. You can take Tuan Tuan home now. Did you eat enough for dinner? I'm full. Today, Bao ate 3 pies. 3? Are you talking about the round ones or the half-round ones? Tuan Tuan frowned, thinking hard. Half-round. Teacher. Lei Lei used a spoon to turn one round one into 2 half-rounds, and there was also a round one. The teacher cut a half-round for Zhang Lin. That should be 1 half pie, but that's close enough. Li Chen sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Bao, that Zhang Lin you mentioned seems to have gone to another kindergarten last month. How come you still can't remember your classmates' names? Not all boys are named Zhang Lin. Do you remember the little friend who gave you an egg-shaped bracelet a few days ago? Ha? Was it Zhang Lin? Tuan Tuan stared at Li Chen with wide eyes, full of confusion. Li Chen sighed helplessly, his head aching with worry. Tuan Tuan was smart in every way, but she was face-blind and couldn't remember her friends' names. After being in kindergarten for so long, she only remembered names like Zhang Lin, Wenwen, and Kiki, names that were easy to say, but she only remembered the names, not the people. A few days ago, she came home and told Li Chen that she accidentally bumped into a little friend and made them cry because they hit the table. Li Chen thought he would ask the little friend the next day if they were hurt and apologize to their parents. When he asked for the name, she said it was Zhang Lin, but when he asked Teacher Lei Lei the next day, he found out that Zhang Lin had switched kindergartens last month, and Tuan Tuan had bumped into someone else. Only then did Li Chen realize that this little one was face-blind and couldn't remember names.
Alarmed, Li Chen hurried to the hospital to ask, and the doctor said there was nothing wrong. Some children develop slowly in this area, and with more guidance and associations, it would be fine. Li Chen let out a sigh of relief, but he still felt a bit troubled. Not remembering the names of the little kids wasn't a big deal, but names represented importance and respect. Although the children didn't quite understand the word respect, they were still sensitive. If you can't even remember my name, how can we be friends? Li Chen thought carefully, and realized he really couldn't recall if Tuan Tuan had mentioned being particularly close to any of the kids in her class. Sometimes she even said that some kids didn't like playing with her. Thinking about it, it was probably because Tuan Tuan often called them by the wrong names. If you call Zhang Lin to play, what does it have to do with me, Wang Jiayu? Li Chen also tried to use some methods he found online to guide her, but he really didn't have a talent for this, and the results were minimal. If she couldn't make friends, would it affect her mental health? Would she become withdrawn? Li Chen glanced at Tuan Tuan with some worry, only to find the little one twisting and jumping on the electric scooter's footrest. Uncle, didn't you say there would be a birthday cake for Bao? Let's go buy it. She was completely carefree, showing no signs of being troubled by not remembering the names of her friends. With such a cheerful demeanor, she probably wouldn't become withdrawn, right? Li Chen felt a bit more at ease. Let's go. We'll order the cake now, but we can't eat it today, your birthday is tomorrow. Okay. Tuan Tuan readily agreed. When they arrived at the cake shop, Li Chen paid a deposit for 2 birthday cakes, agreeing to pick them up the next morning. Turning around, he found Tuan. Tuan's little face pressed tightly against the glass display case. She remembered what she had just agreed to, but her pitiful yet adorable expression melted Li Chen's heart. How about we just buy a small piece to eat? Uncle is worried you'll have a stomachache tonight. Okay. Tuan Tuan agreed eagerly. After catching a small piece of strawberry cake, her big eyes sneakily glanced at a small piece of mango cake. Li Chen sighed and asked the staff to wrap up that piece of mango cake as well. Good girl. 2 pieces are enough, don't look at that chocolate. 1. Okay. Tuan Tuan nodded vigorously, furrowing her little brows to force herself to only look at the small cake in her hand, but in the end, she couldn't help but sneak a glance. Wrap that chocolate one up too. Li Chen admitted his defeat. Tuan Tuan's little expression was too irresistible. If he had had less money a few days ago, he might have been able to resist, but now he couldn't. Originally, he had wanted to eat something else for dinner, but it seemed he could only have cake. It's agreed, you can eat all the fruit on the cake, but you can only have a little bit of the cake itself, and the rest will be for Uncle, okay? Okay. He. Tuan Tuan was happy and nodded vigorously. Li Chen didn't rush home, he took Tuan to a milk tea shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and they sat down to eat. Tuan wasn't hungry, she finished the fruit on her small cake and took a couple of bites of the chocolate cake to satisfy her cravings, then generously pushed the rest to Uncle to eat. After they were full and had their drinks, they went to the children's playground for a late session before slowly returning home. After Tuan fell asleep, Li Chen found a comfortable position and put on his helmet. As soon as he entered the game, he hadn't even had time to contact Oh Shernan when a series of top announcements flooded his screen. Top announcement: the Oakwood Entertainment Guild is recruiting members. Players level 14 and above can join directly. Players with equipment scores above 550 will receive core member status, and can participate in the Oakwood Artist Meetup for free at the end of the year. Top announcement: the Dog City 11th Legion, affiliated with the military, is currently recruiting elite personnel from outside the game. Players with equipment scores above 560 can enjoy the treatment of external officers, and those who perform excellently can be regularized. Top announcement: the Warfire Guild is recruiting members, backed by a strong group. Players level 14 and above can apply to join directly. Players with equipment scores above 550 will receive core member status and preferential treatment. A series of guild recruitment ads topping the server seem to have become a joke. Originally, a super loudspeaker could stay at the top for a full minute, but now it was pushed down in just a few seconds by new ads. In just a few hours, so many guilds had emerged. Li Chen opened the guild panel and took a look, discovering that there were as many as 25 guilds listed, and just as he was scrolling through to see which guilds were based in Shinho City, a 26th guild appeared. Glancing at his merit points, Li Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of money. He had been online for quite a long time, and his efficiency in completing merit tasks was also high, plus he had unexpectedly gained 200 points from killing the fallen Kale, yet he still hadn't accumulated 1,000 points. He could imagine the scene of dozens, or even hundreds of people helping one person grind for merit. There was no need to specifically take on high merit tasks from elite monsters, simple tasks that only required killing small monsters would suffice. A group of fighters would hold down the small monsters while the person doing the task just needed to land the final blow.
since all factions started at the same time. The time taken to accumulate 1,000 merit points wouldn't differ much, so it was normal for so many guilds to suddenly pop up. However, Li Chen didn't care how many guilds there were in the entire server. What he cared about was how many there were in Shinho City. With the third update, the love-struck Dai shouldn't get scolded, right? Li Chen scrolled through and found that there were already 3 guilds in Shinho City. One was the 9th Legion Guild, with the president being Hao Jianjun. The second was the Oak Entertainment Guild, with a president named Wang Tianyi. The name Wang Tianyi sounded somewhat familiar to Li Chen, and upon recalling that the guild was called Oak Entertainment, he immediately connected the dots. If this Wang Tianyi was the same person, he should be that quite famous idol star the delivery platform Li Chen used before had even hired him as a spokesperson. However, Li Chen's knowledge of Wang Tianyi ended there. He hadn't had time to binge-watch dramas or variety shows in the past 2 years, and he hardly recognized any of the stars who had become popular recently. If it weren't for the delivery platform, he definitely wouldn't have known about Wang Tianyi. The third was the Warfire Guild, with the president being Li Xingxiang. Just now, there seemed to be a recruitment ad from the Warfire Guild at the top of the server, and Li Chen flipped through the chat bar, and sure enough, he found that recruitment ad. The Warfire Guild was backed by the Strong Group. Li Chen had heard of the Strong Group. It was quite a well-known large corporation. The emergence of 3 guilds in Shinho City was somewhat unexpected for Li Chen. The military's establishment of a guild was anticipated, and it wasn't much of a difference, but the emergence of 2 more guilds made things a bit tricky. There were only 3 level 15 bosses. If one guild took 1 each, what would be left for him? Li Chen sighed and opened his friend list to contact Oh Shernan. As expected, Oh Shernan was busy making pills again, and when Li Chen arrived at the alchemy room, he had just finished making the pills. Upon meeting, Oh Shernan handed Li Chen 4 body strengthening pills. I've already eaten 30 of them, with the remaining 11 ghostly flowers. I refined 10 pills, and after deducting other costs, I'm giving you 4. Thanks. Li Chen expressed his gratitude but didn't reach out. Instead, he smiled and said, this stuff can't be put on the auction house, selling it is a hassle. Why don't you ask by Dabo Bayo? If she wants it, you can help me sell it together. Sure. Oh Shernan's rented alchemy room had a storage cabinet, and after putting the pills in the cabinet, the two went to level up. Due to the presence of the 3 guilds, Li Chen and Oh Shernan didn't take on merit tasks but headed straight to Lushui town to grind murlocs. The refresh pattern of the level 15 bosses was still unclear, so the two planned to level up to 15 before the bosses respawned. At level 15, they could learn new skills, which might be useful for competing for the bosses. Murlocs were small, and the terrain made it easy to pull monsters, maximizing their leveling efficiency. Li Chen focused on grinding monsters, while Oh Shernan felt little pressure from healing. He kept an eye on the regional chat to avoid missing any news about the boss spawn. Logically, even if the boss spawned in a random location, someone should have noticed its presence. However, until both of them reached level 15, there was no mention of the boss in the regional chat of Shinho City. They used their return items to go back to Shinho City and each learned their level 15 class skills. At level 15, there were 2 skills to learn. The 2 skills for the Guardian class were Roar and Sacrificial Aid. Roar dazes all enemies within a 10-meter range, reducing their attack power by 15% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. Sacrificial Aid rushes swiftly to a friendly target, taking all damage in place of the target for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The Roar skill was free to learn, while the Sacrificial Aid skill cost 3 gold. Oh Shernan learned Holy Shield and Mind Shock. Holy Shield grants a light shield to the target, absorbing 100% of the caster's magical attack damage, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Mind Shock shakes the enemy's mind, causing them to fall into fear and lose control of their actions for 5 seconds. Any damage taken during this time will break the effect, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. After learning their skills, they still hadn't seen any news about the boss. Li Chen messaged by Daba, confirming that no one in Mao Rabbit City had discovered the boss either. It seemed that the boss's respawn time was not 24 hours. The two discussed and decided to check the Wailing Forest to see if the Nether Flower had spawned. In Li Chen's words, they wanted to take a few chances to farm some resources from Catherine before they were sure they could take her down. As long as they didn't greedily venture into the central area, they shouldn't attract Catherine's attention, especially since she hadn't appeared the first time they harvested the Nether Flower. The Wailing Forest was adjacent to the Witheredwood Forest, so they planned to run over to the Witheredwood Forest whenever they had the chance, hoping to catch the Headless Horseman. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the Wailing Forest, they didn't see a single flower, and the corrupted tree spirits hadn't respawned either. Sticking to the principle of making the most of their visit, they decided to grind level 20 normal monsters around the outskirts of the Wailing Forest. Although they couldn't handle too many monsters at once, the experience from defeating higher-level monsters was substantial, making it just as efficient as grinding murlocs. They kept grinding until midnight when a server-wide announcement suddenly rang out. Server announcement. The main city boss has respawned. Level 15 boss, Headless Horseman, has respawned. Level 15 boss, Abyss Wanderer, has respawned. Level 15 boss, Two-Headed Ogre, has respawned. Upon seeing the server announcement, Li Chen and Oh Shernan immediately mounted their steeds and rushed towards the Withered Wood Forest. The main city boss didn't respawn based on kill time, but rather at fixed intervals. However, the respawn interval shouldn't be 24 hours because the Headless Horseman they killed yesterday afternoon should have respawned at midnight if it was a daily reset. They quickly arrived at the spot where they had defeated the Headless Horseman yesterday and indeed found the respawned Headless Horseman. However, there were already quite a few players gathered around, forming teams and calling for others, likely having been leveling nearby. Among them were members from 3 guilds. It was unclear whether they had rushed over after seeing the announcement or had been sent to guard the boss spawn. Li Chen and Oh Shernan exchanged glances, both seeing the same intent in each other's eyes. Let's take it down before the main forces of the 3 guilds arrive. With their decision made, they immediately took action. As the pig intestine aura activated, Li Chen charged in directly. Seeing someone foolishly rush at the boss, the nearby players scrambled to retreat. Not many who can come over now are fools. The distance of the Headless Horseman's death charge is a full 100 meters, and if you get too close, you won't even know how you died. Players watching from a distance couldn't help but laugh. Are these 2 idiots? No doubt they're morons. They didn't even check the boss's attributes before rushing in. If you need to team up, hurry up, the 3 guilds will be here soon, and you won't even get a sip of soup. Stay back. The boss's death charge is 100 meters long, don't get caught up with those 2 idiots. Right, keep your distance, this boss gains 1 point of dual attack for every person it kills. Don't go in unprepared. The players were bustling about, busy forming teams, hardly paying attention to the 2 who were about to be cannon fodder. When they saw that the boss had already used death charge twice and the 2 idiots were still alive, someone finally realized something was off. Where did this big shot come from, able to withstand the Headless Horseman with just a healer? A bold player moved a little closer, threw out a true sight, and instantly shouted, "Holy crap! The boss's health is down to half. What the hell?" Li Chen was hitting the boss too quickly. What does 1% of maximum health and true damage even mean? Coupled with the poison, before the players in the distance could figure it out, the boss's health was almost gone. The 2 changed their tactics. With the self-sacrifice support skill and the Holy Light Shield, Oh Shernan no longer stood far away but positioned herself just a few meters behind the Headless Horseman. With the Holy Light Shield, even if the Headless Horseman charged at her every time, it couldn't kill her in 1 hit. Even if she made a mistake and was slow, Li Chen's self-sacrifice rescue could help her block the subsequent continuous damage. The players erupted in excitement, rushing forward, each throwing out their true sight. Damn! It's down to 45%. Ha! 38% now? Shit, run! True damage. The military guild had recognized Li Chen shortly after he went in, having already witnessed the power of the duo before. After reporting to their superiors, they received orders to hold their position. The other 2 guilds initially thought the 2 were just idiots rushing to their deaths, but by the time they realized and reported up, receiving orders to intercept, the boss was already down to 30% health. About a dozen players from the Warfire and Oak Entertainment guilds mounted their steeds and charged madly towards Li Chen and Oh Shernan. But the distance was too great, even on horseback, it took time. By the time 2 warrior players reached the maximum charge distance and charged at the duo, the boss's health had dropped to 20%. A silent scream. The true damage skill with a range of up to 200 meters instantly swept through. More than half of the players fell in an instant. Aside from the 2 warriors who had already charged out, only 3 survived, momentarily stunned by the massive damage. The pain felt as if it touched the soul, making people unable to help but scream in agony. 1 warrior's charge stunned Li Chen. Oh Shernan was also stunned by another warrior. It wasn't that she was slow to react, but she had also taken the Headless Horseman's true damage, and her head was pounding. Fortunately, she had cast the Holy Light Shield on herself in advance, so her health didn't drop to 0 immediately. The 2 warriors were also in bad shape, having lost half their health to the true damage, momentarily dazed by the pain. Oh Shernan reacted a bit faster, tapping her feet, raising her hand to drink a quick recovery potion, and then casting a healing spell on herself, restoring a good amount of health. Li Chen's damage was already low, so he wasn't dazed by the pain. His steel longsword was relentless, and with a whirlwind slash, he encompassed both the boss and the warrior attacking him. Hey! Li Chen then shouted again, triggering the roar skill, instantly reducing the attack power of the 2 warriors by 15%. Unfortunately, the boss was immune to the roar skill, otherwise, Oh Shernan's healing pressure would have been much less. The Headless Horseman executed a sweeping attack, hitting both Li Chen and that warrior. Li Chen was fine, but the warrior was left with just a sliver of health. Seeing this, Li Chen was about to take down the gray-named warrior with a single sword strike when a healing spell landed on the warrior's head. It turned out that among the remaining players on the opposing side, there was a druid who had not been killed by the boss's true damage skill. Oh Shernan was simultaneously healing Li Chen while dealing with the warrior attacking her, Zhou Xian. Suddenly, she turned her body and approached the druid, raising her hand to cast a mind shock. The druid lost control on the spot and started running around in a panic. In the next moment, the Headless Horseman fell. In fact, there was still an assassin and a knight on the opposing side, but they were a bit slower. They had initially wanted to attack Li Chen but were horrified to find that the boss was left with only a sliver of health, so they hurriedly attacked the boss in hopes of landing the final blow. Unfortunately, Li Chen's cutting damage reached as high as 6,500 points, with a double cut totaling 13,000 health. Who could compete with that? Li Chen quickly picked up the seemingly valuable loot, then stunned the warrior with a shield bash, followed by a heroic strike that knocked him down. The assassin and knight instinctively wanted to attack Li Chen but did not expect her to leap to Oh Shernan's side in a selfless rescue, instantly switching to the ogre bone hammer. With a jump strike, she smashed it down on the druid player's head, followed by a basic attack that killed him. The reason Li Chen came to kill the druid was not just because he was a healer, but because he was Grey Name. The druid had healed the warrior attacking Li Chen, thus becoming an accomplice, and his name turned gray. With Li Chen's selfless rescue, Oh Shernan no longer avoided the attack from the other warrior, standing her ground to use Radiant Impact. The warrior was already low on health, although he drank a large health potion. Being hit by Oh Shernan's Radiant Impact immediately reduced him to a sliver of health. Terrified, he tried to run back, but unfortunately, Li Chen had already chased him down, executing a whirlwind slash from a few meters away without hesitation. The warrior could only watch helplessly as he was poisoned to death. Not every player could afford instant health recovery. The assassin and knight were somewhat dazed. They had not attacked Li Chen and were still white-named, and now, with their health so low, they dared not move. Return to town. Li Chen stood in front of Oh Shernan, starting the return countdown in front of the assassin and knight. Oh Shernan also took out a return scroll and began the countdown. The scattered players were still 200 meters away, and a few bold ones had rushed over early, but their target was not Li Chen and Oh Shernan. Instead, it was the silver and black iron equipment that Li Chen had intentionally left unpicked, along with the coins scattered on the ground. The only ones with a real reason to stop the two from returning to town were the low-health assassin and knight. After all, their boss had been stolen, and their teammate had died at Li Chen's hands. But with one sentence from Li Chen, the two lost their reason. The equipment dropped by your teammate has no pickup restrictions. Li Chen's words reminded the two, and seeing the swarm of scattered players approaching, they decisively lunged for the equipment on the ground. Interestingly, the assassin and knight were not from the same guild, and the targets they lunged for were from each other's guilds. According to the rules, when fighting together, picking up a teammate's equipment must be returned, while picking up equipment from another guild counts as personal loot. Li Chen and Oh Shernan thus returned to Shenhaoqing with great justification. Li Chen picked up 3 items. Intentionally leaving so much equipment as bait was naturally for these 3 items. Headless Horseman's armor, platinum, health plus 1800 defense plus 150 stamina plus 40. Strength plus 40 bone plus 40 equipment rating, 120 class requirement, Guardian, Knight. Headless Horseman's shield, platinum, defense plus 180 stamina plus 42 strength plus 42 bone plus 42 class requirement. Guardian, Knight. Equipment skill, Soul Devour, devour the souls of the fallen around you to strengthen yourself. For every living being that dies within a 30-meter radius, increase attack by 1 point. Additional attack power disappears after leaving combat for 30 seconds. Equipment rating, 126 Headless Horseman Pet Egg, plus, after hatching, it can yield an A-level undead warrior, and if paired with the Headless Horseman's whip, it can evolve into an S-level pet, the Headless Horseman. With 2 pieces of platinum and 1 pet egg, Li Chen decisively abandoned everything else without even checking the details after picking it up, even though the Headless Horseman had dropped at least 3 pieces of silver equipment and several gold coins. In fact, even if he didn't keep it, those random players were unlikely to attack him, and since he was still a white name, dying wouldn't necessarily result in losing items. But Li Chen still did it, trying to minimize any unexpected risks. The two quickly decided on the distribution. It was as if it was tailor-made for them. The 2 pieces of platinum equipment naturally went to Li Chen. Oh Shernan already had the Headless Horseman's whip, so the pet egg was most suitable for her. Moreover, Li Chen had no intention of giving up on the pig intestine for the Time being, with the existence of the stone armor halo, even an S-level attacking pet couldn't shake the position of the big black pig. After distributing the items, the two were troubled about their next plan. There were still two bosses, and their locations were clear, but if they rushed over now, the bosses might have already been killed. Additionally, with the presence of 3 guilds, without an advantage, they might be able to snatch it at the last moment, but retreating safely wouldn't be so easy. Should we still go for it? Oh, Shernan asked with a serious expression. Li Chen didn't hesitate much and decisively said, go for it. If we have the chance to snatch it, even if we get killed, we would only lose one piece of equipment. As long as we pick up the best drops from the boss, it would still be a huge profit. Which one should we go for? Any of them is fine, the main issue is that we don't know where the military has gone. Since those soldiers from the military who were guarding the refresh didn't attack us just now, we shouldn't go and snatch from them out of courtesy. Then you should ask Commander how. The military is also aware of your damage to the boss. I suspect they are afraid you will go for it. About that. I accidentally deleted Big Brother Hao. Oh, Shernan looked at Li Chen with a strange expression. He was indeed ruthless, even daring to delete a friend of the military commander. Forget it, let's go for the two-headed ogre. The Abyss Wanderer has been targeted by the military, so they are likely still focused on the Abyss Wanderer. Oh, Shernan reluctantly suggested. Yeah, I think so too. Oh, Shernan went to the warehouse to store the pet egg first, then quickly headed to the two-headed ogre with Li Chen, but before they could even leave Shinhou City, a city announcement rang out. City announcement. The Warfire Guild has declared war on the Oak Entertainment Guild, lasting for 2 hours. During the guild war, PK between both sides will not increase evil value. Warfire and Oak Entertainment were at war, which definitely meant they were going for the boss. Li Chen hurriedly opened the regional chat to see where the two sides were fighting. Unfortunately, many players were discussing this matter, but no one mentioned the location. Li Chen sent a message in the regional chat to inquire, but there were too many speakers, and his message was quickly pushed down. The speaking limit in Shinhou City's regional chat is 1 minute, which felt too long. Should he use a city loudspeaker to ask? 10 gold coins was still worth it, but he was too famous. If he used the loudspeaker to inquire, those two guilds would immediately think he was going for the boss. Just earlier, on the Headless Horseman side, the members of the two guilds had attacked them, so they must have seen his name in the system prompts. The name Invincible Q Team still carried a lot of weight. It was uncertain whether those two guilds could even fight each other, and it was even possible they might cease hostilities to target him first. Li Chen turned to look at Oh Shernan and quickly dismissed that idea. Oh Shernan was also quite famous and had been attacked by the other side, so it wouldn't be appropriate. Li Chen opened his friend list and found someone suitable online. Bro, can you help me out? Ghost. Fire Achan received Li Chen's message and replied almost instantly, Boss, you say. Can you help me broadcast a city announcement? I'll have time to meet you for the gold later. Although offline transfers were possible, Li Chen didn't want to expose his bank card number unless necessary. No problem, what do you want me to announce? Ghost Fire Achan saw the message without a hint of hesitation. Not to mention that Li Chen promised to pay for the announcement. Even if he didn't, he would still be willing. He hadn't sold his golden equipment, but he had sold enough other items for over 10 gold, so buying a city announcement was more than enough. Help me ask, where are the Warfire and Oak Entertainment fighting? That's all. You want to know? No need to broadcast, they're fighting over by the Abyss Wanderers, and I'm just watching the excitement from the side. Upon seeing the reply, Li Chen quickly pulled Shu Duchang and asked, is the 9th Legion over there? There are a few onlookers, but not many. Thanks. I'll send you a red envelope later. With accurate information, the two hurriedly turned their mounts towards the abandoned quarry. They were fortunate that those two guilds were at war, otherwise, they would have gone to the two-headed ogres, where the military should be. It wasn't just Li Chen and his companion heading to the abandoned quarry, countless players were also rushing there. What puzzled Li Chen was the absurd number of female players heading that way. In a game for everyone, the male-to-female ratio was about equal, but female players generally weren't keen on fighting and killing. They should be less enthusiastic about boss fights. Yet now, they were running faster than ordinary players, with most of those overtaken being female players, an extremely unreasonable ratio. When the two arrived near the abandoned quarry, they momentarily forgot they were in a game. Heavenly will. Heavenly will. I love you. Heavenly will. Heavenly will. Heaven's decree. The Emperor's intention. In an instant, Li Chen felt as if he were in a duck farm with millions of ducks, his mind filled with the concept of heavenly will. Was this a boss fight? Was this a guild war? Wasn't this a fan meeting? When had a small-town youth ever seen such a crazy scene, filled with envy and jealousy? This Wang Tianyi surely had no trouble finding a wife. Wang Tianyi. I want a bear. Your child. A sharp scream came from the side, causing Li Chen to shudder and nearly fall off Zhu Duchan. In disbelief, he looked towards a nearby figure, a bearded sister crazily shouting about wanting to bear Wang Tiany's child, and his worldview subtly felt like it was half-shattering. This Wang Tiany surely wouldn't have trouble finding a husband. Navigating. Around these enthusiastic fans, Li Chen raised his eyes to look at the battlefield, and his worldview was refreshed once again. The Wu Warfire Guild, backed by the renowned Xiangxing Group, was now being beaten to a pulp. A level 1 guild, with a member cap of 10,000, and at this moment, the numbers on the battlefield were completely unequal. The Warfire Guild was actually surrounded. And the players surrounding the Warfire Guild weren't all from Oak Entertainment, most were young girls. No need to think, they were likely fans of Oak Entertainment. Why not? Say they were fans of Wang Tiany? Because Oak Entertainment had more than just Wang Tiany as an idol star, there were also 2 female stars present. Listening to the cheers around, there were quite a few fans. Fortunately, the members of the Warfire Guild were still relatively elite. After all, a large group recruits only the best, and ordinary people couldn't get in. While these young girls were numerous, most girls preferred to play support roles, and their overall strength was much weaker, so they wouldn't completely crush the guild. However, although the Warfire Guild was temporarily holding on, they were in a tough spot. Most of the players surrounding them didn't belong to a guild, while killing members of Oak Entertainment wouldn't increase their sin value, killing these fans would. These fans seemed to be guided by someone. They did not actively attack the members of the Warfire Guild but would look for opportunities to collide with their skills. Once a member's name changed color, a swarm of attacks would rain down, resulting in at least one piece of equipment being dropped. This led to the Warfire members becoming increasingly frustrated and angry. As both sides fought fiercely, Li Chen turned his gaze towards the neglected Abyss Wanderer in the distance, contemplating whether to strike first. With his platinum armor and shield, his defense had significantly increased, and if he charged in with a berserk attack, he could take down the boss in about 40 seconds. If the 2 guilds reacted slowly, he might even escape without dying. After discussing with Oshernan, the 2 quietly retreated to circle around to the other side. However, just as they reached halfway, a series of screams erupted from the battlefield. Li Chen turned to see the boss, which had been swaying calmly in the distance, suddenly charging into the fray. Listening to the chaotic noise, Li Chen almost couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the higher-ups of the Warfire Guild. Seeing that they were about to be overwhelmed, the Warfire Guild finally panicked, disregarding their red names, and began a massacre against the fan group in the direction of the boss. After breaking the encirclement, instead of retreating, they sent several elite teams straight for the Abyss Wanderer. They weren't trying to steal the kill, they were luring the Abyss Wanderer over. Many fans were still unaware of the danger posed by the Abyss Wanderer and wanted to help their idol steal the boss, so instead of fleeing, they launched attacks against it. The Abyss Wanderer charged into the crowd, it couldn't even be described as a tiger entering a sheep pen. It was more like a T-Rex crashing into a chicken farm. With an attracting magnetic field, countless players were drawn in, and with a frenzied bloodlust, a large number of fragile players returned to the city for free. This terrifying scene finally stunned the players, but for the sake of their idol, many true fans were incredibly brave. Even as the Abyss Wanderer unleashed its foul, corrosive breath, the stench carried for miles, and they simply couldn't withstand it. The damage was secondary, and the fans began to retreat. But then the Abyss Wanderer's earthquake strike came, and within a 100-meter radius, countless fragile players turned to light. Among them, the scattered fans who had not been able to join the Oak Entertainment Guild suffered the most losses. Because their equipment was poor, if it had been good, they would have joined their idol's guild long ago. Conversely, the Warfire Guild, also affected by the attack, suffered relatively little, as those who could be favored by a strong group generally had above-average equipment. The Warfire members became excited. Several well-equipped guards led the Abyss Wanderer straight towards the area with the most fans. Groups of players fell to the ground, and countless pieces of equipment sparkled on the ground. In an instant, the high-ranking members of Warfire no longer cared about killing the boss and quickly ordered the fragile players to retreat while the tanky ones frantically collected the equipment on the ground. The official members of Oak Entertainment finally moved, sending out several powerful guards to grab the boss's aggro while others avoided the boss's attacks and circled around to charge towards the rear of the Warfire retreat. Seeing this, Warfire hurriedly ordered their tank to pull the boss back. Many players who had been watching from a distance now rushed in frantically. The ground was littered with equipment, much of it dropped by members of Warfire and Oak Entertainment, the value of which was unimaginable. Although they could also drop equipment upon death, picking up one would break even, and picking up two would be a profit. Players with average gear naturally wouldn't miss this feast. In no time, wherever the boss went, chaos ensued, leaving a mess in its wake. The high-ranking members of both Warfire and Oak Entertainment realized that this couldn't go on. If it continued, everything would benefit others. Both sides tacitly issued a retreat order at the same time. Both sides quickly retreated to the left and right, leaving about 10 guards and a few sturdy druids to vie for the boss's aggro, to prevent the other side from leading the boss to harm them. After retreating 200 or 300 meters, both sides regrouped their members. The tank fighting for the boss's aggro in the arena had clearly been abandoned. There was no choice but to give up. If your guards retreated, the other side would lead the boss to chase after them, and no one dared to let go of the boss's aggro. They could only watch helplessly as the guards and the druids desperately healing them fell one by one. The players outside, watching the spectacle, were still chatting away, with Ghostfire Achan being one of them. If it weren't for the fact that he had just made a fortune in the afternoon and was equipped with golden gear, Achan would probably have rushed in like those moths to a flame to grab some loot. Although he didn't dare to go for the loot, Achan was still very happy. Because there were a few onlookers nearby listening seriously to him brag, analyzing the situation in the arena, especially with two pretty girls among them. What a pity, those 10 or so guards on both sides died a bit unjustly. I wonder if their guild will compensate for their losses. They should compensate, right? Xianxing Group and Oak Entertainment are both big companies. If they don't bleed a little, won't the morale be affected? True. Ghostfire Achan nodded, then couldn't help but boast, these two guilds are just too weak, it's such a hassle to fight a boss. If my big boss were here, he would kill the boss in no time. A little yellow-haired guy, seeing that the two pretty girls were attracted by Achan's attention, couldn't help but say, don't brag so much, I'm tired of hearing it. Is your big boss a GM? Killing it in no time? You should at least draft your bragging. Damn. My big boss is Ghostfire Achan originally wanted to mention the name of the invincible cute group, but thinking that the big boss might be nearby looking for opportunities, he forcibly held it back. With so many people around, he didn't want to delay the big boss's business. However, Achan wouldn't admit defeat verbally, pointing towards the boss. Anyway, my big boss is amazing, way better than those so-called core members of the two guilds. Look, just now there were 20 or 30 guards and healers fighting for aggro, and in such a short time, only 2 are left. I bet those 2 will. As he spoke, Achan couldn't continue because the boss had fallen. Holy crap! Big boss! Being over 200 meters away, Ghostfire Achan naturally couldn't see clearly, but when he saw the 2 riding the big black pig and the fiery warhorse, how could he not know who they were? Watching the 2 big bosses ride away gracefully while the 2 guilds were still in a daze. Not understanding the situation, Achan almost knelt down. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? That's my big boss. Not to mention Ghostfire Achan's wild laughter in front of the little yellow-haired guy. Li Chen and Oh Shernan, relying on the speed of their mounts, had already run far away. Li Chen didn't expect the boss hunt to go so smoothly, he thought they would have to die to get back. When he and Oh Shernan saw the boss enter the arena and cause chaos, they rushed in with those players who were going in to grab loot. When both sides' main forces retreated, leaving only some guards and the thicker-blooded druids fighting for the boss's aggro, Li Chen quietly approached. The Abyss Wanderer was so large that unless one specifically looked up, they couldn't see the health bar or the damage floating above. Moreover, the Abyss Wanderer had killed so many players and had ridiculously high defense, those guards couldn't break through its defense at all, so they naturally wouldn't pay attention to how much health the boss had left. When someone noticed that the boss was fixated on one person, they finally realized that there were 2 uninvited guests. During the guild war, although players on both sides could hide their names, their guild names would still be displayed above their heads. But Li Chen and Oh Shernan had nothing above their heads. The members of the Warfire Guild thought that Li Chen and his companion were fans of Oak Entertainment, and immediately attacked them. Meanwhile, the people from Oak Entertainment assumed that Li Chen and his companion were on their side and rushed to help. The scene became chaotic again. Li Chen withstood several attacks from the Warfire members without any issues. They were all guards, how much damage could they deal? Li Chen couldn't even break his own defense, let alone theirs. Although the boss's normal attacks were all directed at Li Chen, its skills were indiscriminate, and soon the members of both guilds were wiped out without even realizing that the boss was about to die. Of course, even if they had noticed, they couldn't have stopped it. Calling for reinforcements was useless, unless someone had noticed something was off the moment Li Chen engaged, it would have been too late. Both sides were afraid that the other would lure the boss into their camp, so they retreated quite far. The high-ranking members of both guilds were still discussing strategies, while Li Chen had already mounted his steed and fled with Oh Shernan. At this point, the high-ranking members finally remembered the name Invincible Cute Team, but they had no time to spam insults. Although the boss was gone, there were still plenty of dropped items on the ground, and both sides rushed back into the fray without a second thought. In the end, the Warfire Guild was forced to retreat, as there were still many surviving fans, and Warfire could only withdraw to minimize losses.
This chaotic guild battle finally came to an end.
Li Chen happily
returned to Shinho City and then sent a message to Ghostfire Achang to return to the city. Upon seeing the call from the big boss, Ghostfire Achang, without a second thought, hurriedly bought a return scroll despite the pain in his wallet. Li Chen found Ghostfire Achang and tossed him 2 pieces of silver equipment, indicating they were a gift. A silver-grade weapon and
a helmet.
Li Chen had initially planned to pick up items of gold grade or higher and leave, but the 2 guilds had retreated too far, and he felt embarrassed not to collect a bit more.
The boss dropped 2 pieces of silver equipment, both suitable for warriors, which Li Chen directly gifted to Ghostfire Achang as a present.
The silver helmet was one thing, but a weapon dropped by a level 15 boss, even if it was silver grade, could easily sell for 20,000.
As a gift, it was quite generous.
Ghostfire Achang stubbornly refused to accept it, and after several rounds of refusal, he only agreed to take 1 silver helmet, leaving the other silver weapon at Li Chen's feet before turning to run away.
Big boss, I'll go check on the 2-headed ogre for you.
Watching Achang's retreating figure, Li Chen helplessly picked up the silver weapon on the ground and messaged Achang, "No need to go to the 2-headed ogre, the
military has probably finished by now. That boss uses a staircase healing method, which is quite easy to deal with. Warfire and Oak Entertainment likely chose the Abyss Wanderer because the military went after the 2-headed ogre. The Abyss Wanderer wasn't as generous as the Headless Horseman, the only notable drops were a platinum piece and a gold piece. Wanderer's Ring.
Platinum, defense plus 56 strength plus 35 bone plus 35 agility plus 35 equipment requirements, warrior, guard, archer. Equipment rating, 105 stinking staff, gold, main weapon magic attack plus 500 stamina. Plus 32 intelligence plus 32 spirit plus 32 equipment requirements, mage, priest, summoner.
Equipment rating, 96 equipment skill, stench impact, releases a foul-smelling corrosive liquid in the target.
Area, dealing 110% magic damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius, and fills the area with a stench for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Although the 2 pieces of equipment were of different qualities, their values were reversed. The gold-grade main weapon was worth more than the platinum piece. Li Chen took the Wanderer's Ring, while O Shernan took the
stinking staff.
In fact, O Shernan initially refused. As soon as she saw the name of the stinking staff, she imagined the foul odor emitted by the Abyss Wanderer filling her nostrils, leaving her with a shadow of fear. However, her main weapon was only at the silver level, and it didn't even have an equipment skill, so she really had no grounds to complain.
O Shernan
wanted to supplement some gold coins for Li Chen, but Li Chen refused. The 2 had been cooperating for so long, and being overly calculative seemed a bit unreasonable.
After thinking it
over, O Shernan decided not to insist. There would be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future, and they would have chances to make up for it.
After dividing the items, O
Shernan took out the pet egg she had stored, preparing to hatch it. First, O Shernan reluctantly transformed her level 15 Isuzu into a non-combat mount.
A mountable pet can be transformed
into a simple mount, but once transformed, it cannot be restored. O Shernan had no choice, as players could only have 1 pet, and without Isuzu giving up her spot, she couldn't hatch the
pet egg.
The undead warrior, once hatched, was almost as tall as an adult, unlike the small size of the pig intestines after hatching. Before Li Chen could use his true sight, O Shernan had already handed the Headless Knight's whip to the undead warrior. A flash of black light flickered, and the undead warrior successfully mounted the steed, but accidentally lost its head. Headless Knight qualification, S level, 0 health, 220 mana, 120 defense, 38 physical attack, 55 skills, charge, damage 150%, cooldown 5 seconds.
It seems a bit lacking. It feels like a waste of a handsome horse.
Li Chen looked at the attributes of the Headless Knight pet, somewhat puzzled. Aside from the attack, the other attributes were still inferior to his pig
intestines, which seemed unworthy of the S-level qualification.
O Shernan summoned the pet interface to take a look and said lightly, "Each level increases the initial attributes by 110%. Hearing this, Li Chen took another look at the Headless Knight's attributes and silently calculated what the attributes would be if the Headless Knight reached level 15. Soon, Li Chen arrived at the terrifying attributes of 3,850 health, 665 defense, and 962 physical attack. These stats could surpass most current players. Ordinary players without a few high-rated golden equipment
simply couldn't compete. This could greatly compensate for the priest's disadvantage in damage.
Looking again at the already level 15 pig intestines attributes, health 3840, defense 640,
physical attack 640.
Without comparison, there is no harm. The health and defense were not too far off at level 15, but in terms of attack, the pig intestines couldn't break through
the other's defense. If it weren't for the stone armor aura holding the fort, they could have been in trouble.
After finishing off the boss, the 2 accepted a merit task and were preparing
to set off. Li Chen received a message from Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Chen was somewhat surprised. Spicy Rabbit Head had logged off early because she had school the next day, and even sent him a goodnight message before 11 p.m. Why was she back online now? Last night, Big White had strategized against 3 bosses and had experience, so it shouldn't be that they dragged Spicy Rabbit Head up in the middle of the night, right? Although Spicy Rabbit Head had explosive healing, with so many people in the Big White Guild, they shouldn't be missing a little girl to strategize against the boss. Opening Spicy Rabbit Head's voice message, a hint of shock appeared on Li Chen's face. Brother Tuan, can you come to Maoda City to help Sister Daba? Baida Group has invited Jean Tianxia to assist, and Sister Daba's weapon has all been blown out. I've died 3 times already. Seeing the request from Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Chen didn't waste any more words and directly summoned the guild interface to apply to join the Big White Guild. Logically, with Li Chen's equipment rating, he should be able to automatically enter any guild, but unexpectedly, the Big White Guild still required confirmation. It seemed that Bai Daba had learned from yesterday's lesson and cancelled the automatic joining for meeting the rating standards. Ding, your application to join has been rejected. He thought that Bai Daba would quickly confirm upon seeing his name, but unexpectedly, he received a system message of rejection a minute later. Li Chen thought for a moment and understood that although Bai Daba was carefree, she, like him, was not someone who wanted to owe anyone a favor. Moreover, given Bai Daba's status as a favored daughter of heaven, she probably didn't want her poor friend to see her in a difficult situation. Rabbit, do you have the authority to receive people? Li Chen messaged Spicy Rabbit Head. Not anymore, just now Sister Daba disabled the receiving permissions for us officials. After Spicy Rabbit Head replied, she suddenly realized that she might have done something foolish. Earlier, the housekeeper had suggested inviting Tuan Gu to help Bai Daba, but she had refused. Not long after, Bai Daba disabled the receiving permissions for everyone else under the pretext of preventing enemy spies from infiltrating during wartime. Looking back now, it seemed that Bai Daba was actually trying to stop Tuan Gu from joining. Now, secretly seeking help from Li Chen behind Bai Daba's back would only make Li Chen anxious without achieving anything. I'm sorry, Tuan Gu, I didn't think it through. I was just worried about Sister Daba, and it hurts too much, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, calling me is the right thing to do. I'll think of another way. Li Chen looked at Bai Daba's name in his friend list and thought that this guy probably wouldn't respond to his message anytime soon. He brought up the guild interface again and checked the other guilds in Rabbit City, but only found the Baida Guild. He casually clicked to apply, and to his surprise, he was accepted instantly. Sorry, I can't go monster hunting with you for now, I have some business to attend to in Rabbit City, Li Chen said, turning to Oh Shernan. Oh Shernan, unable to hear Spicy Rabbit Head's voice message, asked in confusion, is there a problem with President Bai's side? Do you need my help? Li Chen hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Bai Daba and Spicy Rabbit Head were his friends, unrelated to Oh Shernan. Their only connection was that he sold Bai Daba 50 enlightenment pills. Now it was a battle between 2 major guilds, or rather, a showdown between 2 large groups, and the scale of the fight might be even more brutal than the conflict between the Fire War and Oak Entertainment. He didn't even know if he could be of any help. Although Oh Shernan had good skills, it would be hard to protect himself in a battle with thousands of players, and there was a high probability that he would just be giving away equipment. Just give me those 10 body strengthening pills first, I'll take them. To Bai Daba. Li Chen reached out for the body strengthening pills and then clicked to teleport to the city where the guild was located. Oh Shernan watched as Li Chen's figure disappeared and couldn't help but frown. He opened his friend list to message Bai Daba but waited a long time without a reply. Li Chen's figure appeared in Rabbit City, and after looking around, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the guild teleportation didn't send him right next to the president, otherwise, he would have to face the Baida's CEO with a glare. Li Chen casually opened the guild chat channel, wanting to probe the situation of Baida. Before he could read a few messages, someone in the guild channel raised a question. I think I just saw a system message from the guild. Did I see the invincible cute group? Did I misread it? Is it true? Did the president invite a big shot to help out again? I'm going to check the member list. Seeing these messages, Li Chen was about to exit the guild when he received a system message that he had been kicked out. The close relationship between the invincible cute group and Bai Daba was no longer a secret. When the Daba Guild did an auction, Bai Daba quietly became the president of the Daba Guild, and some gossip had long since appeared on the forum. As the rival of the Daba Guild, the higher-ups of Baida would certainly be aware of this. It was fortunate that Li Chen's teleportation was timely. If he had been any later, he probably wouldn't have made it in time. With the exploration plan failing, Li Chen hurriedly messaged Spicy Rabbit Head. Knowing that Li Chen had arrived, Spicy Rabbit Head couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Stealing a glance at Bai Daba, who was commanding the battle, and quickly informed Li Chen about the fierce battle taking place outside the West City Gate. Li Chen rode on the pig intestine towards the west gate of Mao Rabbit City while inquiring about the battle situation from Spicy Rabbit Head. It turned out that both sides had been fighting for over an hour. The boss had respawned, and the main force of the Big White Guild headed towards the Headless Knight, while the Baida Guild focused on the two-headed ogre. Both sides had tacitly sent people to interfere with each other, but unfortunately, neither could stop the other. In the end, the battle took place at the abandoned quarry. Many people died on both sides, but the Big White Guild still held the upper hand. Unexpectedly, Wanda somehow managed to summon Zhang Tianxia. Zhang Tianxia appeared on the battlefield with a small team of elites, cutting through the defenses of the Big White Guild like a sharp blade, sending the rear commander, Bai Daba, back to the city on the spot. The Big White Guild immediately fell into a disadvantage. However, Bai Daba was not an easy opponent. Although he had died and returned to the city, he remotely commanded the guild members to regroup and retreat, maintaining a defensive position not far from the Abyss Wanderer. As soon as Baida initiated the boss fight, they pressed forward, and when Baida abandoned the boss, they retreated to defend again. Their main strategy was to resolutely prevent Baida from taking down the Abyss Wanderer. In fact, in Li Chen's eyes, a single Abyss Wanderer was not worth as much as the salaries the guilds paid their members. However, the platinum equipment dropped by the level 15 boss was extremely significant for the guild. After the main city opened, only level 15 bosses dropped platinum equipment. Based on past experiences from other games, the main force, especially the main tank or main healer, would benefit greatly from even a few pieces of platinum equipment when tackling the level 20 boss later on, potentially avoiding significant losses. Moreover, strategically, the Big White Guild could not afford to retreat. Retreating once could lead to a second retreat, which would severely damage morale and cohesion. If the Big White Guild admitted defeat, who knew how many members would harbor dissent, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to defect to Baida in the next moment. The Big White Guild insisted on not retreating, which meant Baida could not comfortably fight the boss and had to fully engage in battle with the Big White Guild. After dying, both sides revived and continued to rush towards this side, sending people to block and support each other. Eventually, as they fought, they gradually pushed from the abandoned quarry to outside the west gate of Mao Rabbit City. During this time, Bai Daba died twice, both times at the hands of Zhang Tianxia. Spicy Rabbit Head had already been asleep but was pulled up by the frenzied Spicy Mama. Usually, the mother and daughter received a lot of care from Bai Daba, and during such a life and death moment, the significance of a super healer was extremely important. Spicy Rabbit Head's role was very significant. Ever since she logged in, Bai Daba had not died, because the opponents had started targeting Spicy Rabbit Head. She was specifically targeted by Zhang Tianxia and was killed 3 times in a row. The little girl cried in pain and was scared out of her wits. Although she gritted her teeth and desperately rushed to the battlefield, she couldn't help but wipe her tears and secretly send a plea for help to Li Chen. In the little girl's eyes, Brother Tuan must be stronger than that Zhang Tianxia. The west gate was large, with multiple side gates, as the player base was too large, and fewer gates would hinder traffic. When Li Chen arrived at the west gate, he noticed that many players from both guilds who had respawned were rushing towards the battlefield. It was unclear whether both sides had reached some sort of tacit understanding or if the deterrent effect of the 100 level 60 city guards outside the gate was too strong. As soon as both sides exited the gate, they split left and right, heading in 2 directions to support their respective guilds. Li Chen followed the players from the Big White Guild heading left, and after a short distance, he saw the clearly defined 2 factions in the distance. A ceasefire? Li Chen was somewhat surprised to see this scene, but he didn't think much of it and charged straight towards the Big White Guild's camp from the right rear. The surrounding players, seeing the hidden name of Li Chen, did not pay much attention. Although he wasn't from their guild, he wasn't from the opposing side either, and they thought he was just trying to get a closer look at the excitement. However, when they saw Li Chen riding the big black pig straight into the core area, someone finally shouted to stop him and launched an attack. -1/-1 when several forced 1-point damages rose above Li Chen's head, the attacking players gasped, drawing more attention. Among them were Bai Daba and the Spicy Rabbit Head, who had resurrected and rushed over. Li Chen's outfit was completely different from that in the novice village, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him. Of course, the Spicy Rabbit Head quickly caught on. Given his defense, and recalling that Li Chen had just asked her about the battlefield location, she immediately guessed. "Stop! It's Brother Tuan!" The little girl waved her hand and called out loudly. Although she was small, she was a high-ranking member of the guild, and the other guild members immediately ceased their attacks. Li Chen rode his pig intestine and smoothly arrived at the core area. "It's Brother Tuan, not Brother Tuan, so formal." Li Chen first corrected the spicy rabbit head's address, then looked at Bai Daba, who wore an incredulous expression, and laughed heartily. Surprised, aren't you? Didn't expect I could come even after locking the door, did you? Bai Daba first glanced helplessly at the spicy rabbit head, then sighed as he looked at Li Chen. Sigh, what are you doing here? You can't make much of a difference alone, and with your gear, you'd cry if you lost even one piece. Put. Are you cursing me? Do you know who the number one guardian in the whole server is? It's not that easy to die. Li Chen kicked off the ground, dismounted from his mount, and rebutted before getting straight to the point. What's the situation now? Did we lose or win? Why is everyone still standing still? Oh, right, hurry up and invite me to the guild. Since he was already here, Bai Daba didn't resist and first added Li Chen to the guild, then removed his father's vice president title, promoting Li Chen instead. Luckily, Bai's father wasn't online, otherwise, his little brain's capillaries would have burst. Ha, why so polite? Just give me a little elite. Near the guild battle flag, vice president attributes increased by 5%. Li Chen's eyes lit up at this. What about the president? Same. Bai Daba rolled his eyes at Li Chen, then answered Li Chen's earlier question. The little traitor should have reported the matter of inviting external aid from Baida to you. Right? We finally killed Zhang Tianxia just now, so the opponent's offensive capability is somewhat lacking, switching to a defensive posture. However, our front line has suffered too many losses because of this, and we can't counterattack for the time being, so we're stuck. Hearing this, Li Chen frowned and said, so you're saying that when Zhang Tianxia comes back, we'll be at a disadvantage again? Is Zhang Tianxia really that powerful? Extremely powerful. Bai Daba nodded gravely, then introduced, Zhang Tianxia's real name is Dong Zhan, the captain of the former virtual competitive professional team, the Huang Tian team. His strength ranks among the top 5 of all professional players. He seized the initiative in Blue Star Online, with equipment far surpassing others. Although I also invited 2 professional players, one of whom ranks in the top 10, we are currently no match for him. Moreover, among the 10-man team he brought, 3 are also key members of the Huang Tian team, plus the 2 professional players Baida invited earlier. In terms of skilled players, we are lacking. Bai Daba's introduction left Li Chen feeling a bit overwhelmed. This wasn't just a slight difference, it was a significant gap. So how good is Zhang Tianxia's equipment? Bai Daba said heavily, at least 3 pieces of platinum equipment dropped from level 15 bosses, and his talents are also quite abnormal, likely focused on defense, making him very hard to deal with. We managed to kill him this time because we sacrificed 500 elite warriors and guardians, using a suicide tactic to disrupt their backline healers, which allowed us to surround and kill Zhang Tianxia with sheer numbers. However, the opponent should be prepared now, this tactic probably won't work again. Hearing this, Li Chen glanced at his own attributes, unsure if he could match up to Zhang Tianxia. After changing several pieces of equipment, especially the armor and shield that corresponded to the pet egg, Li Chen's attributes had exploded. Name, Invincible Cutie Squad. Level, 15 health, 81-21 mana, 580 defense, 14-16 physical attack, 899 stamina, 362 bone, 351 strength, 300 agility, 146 intelligence, 40 spirit, 58 skills, taunt, shield bash, heroic strike, jump slash, whirlwind slash, sacrificial rescue, roar, frenzy. Equipment skills, lifesteal, soul devour. This was just with the fine steel longsword. If he switched to the ogre bone hammer, his attack power would increase significantly. Not to mention, with a defense of 14-16, it was already higher than a normal level 15 boss. If he activated the stone armor aura, his defense could reach 1557 points, making him a solid mobile fortress. Li Chen thought for a moment and sent his attributes to Bai Daba Bayo. Take a look, what role can I play? The reason Bai Daba Bayo hadn't called Li Chen was that although Li Chen's talent was monstrous, it was specifically geared towards fighting bosses. He was worried that Li Chen would come over and end up dying for nothing. But upon seeing Li Chen's attributes, a look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Not to mention, a defense of 14-16 was higher than a boss. If it weren't for the low health, he might as well replace the Abyss Wanderer and squat in the abandoned quarry. Bai Daba Bayo first looked at Li Chen in surprise, then said urgently, send me all your equipment, let me see what can be temporarily enhanced. For Bai Daba Bayo, Li Chen didn't hide anything and directly sent over the equipment details. Bai Daba Bayo glanced at it and couldn't help but be taken aback. 5 pieces of platinum equipment, 4 of which should have dropped from level 15 bosses, and only that giant ape bone boots should have come from the level 10 boss, the rampaging giant ape. The other equipment was all of golden quality, with only the necklace and 2 bracelets being rated lower, but that 3-bone abyss great bracelet was not inferior to the current top-tier golden equipment for a guardian. After studying it for a while, Bai Daba Bayo called over a guard player who looked to be at least 50 years old, with the name Feng Xiaosua displayed above his head. Uncle Zhao, give me your boots, necklace, and golden bracers first. Idaba Bayo called out his real surname, not his game name, indicating that this person was likely someone from the Bai family in real life. Feng Xiaosua did not hesitate upon hearing this and took off the 3 pieces of equipment to hand them to Bai. Daba Obayo. Your equipment is too good, only these 3 pieces of guardian equipment in the Bai Guild are better than yours. You can wear them for now. Li Chen glanced at the calm-faced Feng Xiaosua hesitantly said, isn't it a bit inappropriate to take benefits before we even start fighting? Idaba Bayo snorted and said, as if our guild still lacks guardian equipment. If we give you this, how will we fight bosses in the future? Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally reached out to take the equipment. Demon Wolf leather boots, platinum, health plus 288. Stamina plus 28, strength plus 28, bone plus 28, movement speed plus 20%. Sturdy necklace, platinum, attack plus 48, stamina plus 26, strength plus 26, bone plus 26. Demon pig bracers, golden, attack plus 46, stamina plus 28, strength plus 28, bone plus 28. Looking at the attributes of the 2 platinum pieces, they were naturally dropped by the level 10 boss in the novice village, which should have been collected. Bye Dabo Bayo. The golden bracers were likely dropped by a relative of the pig intestine. Li Chen's equipment for the same position is giant 8 bone boots, platinum, health plus 288, stamina plus 28, strength plus 28, agility plus 28. Steel necklace, gold, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, spirit plus 18, strength plus 18. Steel bracers, gold, attack plus 36, stamina plus 18, vitality plus 18, strength plus 18. After equipping these 3 items, Li Chen's attributes were further enhanced. Health, 8337, attack, 945, defense, 1526. The steel set is bound and cannot be traded, so Li Chen handed his removed giant 8 bone boots to Bai Dabo Bayo. Let this uncle wear them for now, or you can find someone to send them back to town for safekeeping. These boots don't add vitality, uncle. Zhao has other shoes that boost defense, so I'll just have someone store them in town. I can't afford to lose them, Bai Dabo Bayo said with a smile as he took the boots. Hearing those 3 words from your mouth is quite rare, Li Chen said, tugging at the corner of his mouth, then turned to look in the direction of the Baida Guild. So, how are we going to fight? I don't have much experience in such large battles. No rush, just wait a moment. Wait for what? Don't tell me you're waiting for Zhang Tianxia to come back. Partly right, partly wrong. Seeing your equipment and attributes, I do want to wait for Zhang Tianxia to return. I want to crush him head-on and firmly establish the position of the Baida Guild in Manga City. Bye. Dabo Bayo smiled, a hint of mysterious confidence appearing on his face. Li Chen showed a hint of confusion. Am I really that strong? Remove the that, although in terms of skill, neither of you may be a match for Zhang Tianxia. In other aspects, you are far superior. Have you seen my appearance? Li Chen asked, puzzled. Bai Dabo Bayo rolled his eyes. I have seen it, so I know how thick your skin is. Not long after, the Baida camp split into 2 from a distance, and a heroic figure holding a spear, riding a headless knight's warhorse that was breathing fire, slowly approached the front lines. Unlike Li Chen, who hid his name, Zhang Tianxia's name was boldly displayed above his head. Front lines, tighten up, everyone step back slowly. Bai Dabo Bayo issued a defensive command through the guild voice chat. Li Chen looked at Bai Dabo Bayo with some confusion. Didn't you say you wanted to crush Zhang Tianxia head-on? Why are we retreating now? No rush, it will come soon. Did you also call for reinforcements? Li Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Sort of. Li Chen didn't wait long, as Zhang Tianxia and the Baida members pressed closer. Bai Dabo Bayo's female steward rushed into the camp from the direction of Manga City. Bai Dabo Bayo took a skill book from the steward's hands and slapped it into Li Chen's arms. This dropped from the headless knight, you should learn it first. Skill book, charge. Seeing the long-desired charge skill book, Li Chen glanced up at Bai Dabo Bayo, hesitated for a moment, then chose to learn it. He didn't have much energy to keep an eye on the auction house. He had indeed asked Bai Dabo Bayo to have her people help keep an eye on it. But that was limited to buying with money, not for items dropped from bosses left for him. These are 2 different meanings. Fighting bosses is a guild activity, while items dropped will grant battle points or extra rewards to participating members. It's not as if the guild leader can just take them at will. The needs of the main force must be considered. The charge skill is clearly not something a mage should take. I believe that the guards and knights would be very interested in the charge skill and would definitely apply for it on the spot. Bai Dabo Bayo took it out at this moment, and one could guess it was specifically reserved for him, likely to appease some of his subordinates, and surely he had to pay extra. After learning the charge skill, Li Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken out the body strengthening pills, so he hurriedly retrieved them and handed them to Bai Dabo Bayo. This is just in time. 10 body
Strengthening pills can add 200 health points, Bao said excitedly as he took the pills, then called over the spicy rabbit head that had been sneaking glances at Li Chen. Rabbit! You've eaten it all, improve your survival skills. Ha! This is a gift from Brother Tuan, I can't eat it too well, right? Spicy rabbit head glanced at Li Chen and said softly. Nonsense! I bought this. Eat it quickly. Upon hearing it wasn't a gift from Brother Tuan to Sister Bai, Spicy Rabbit Head felt a slight relief in her heart and readily accepted the president's order. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, unsure if it was just his imagination, but he could actually sense a hint of sourness in Spicy Rabbit Head's tone. Just as he was about to knock on her rabbit head to dispel her tea energy, a sudden killing intent came from the side. Turning his head, he saw a formidable middle-aged woman not far away, holding a hammer, sizing him up, as if looking for a spot to strike. Fortunately, the middle-aged woman also knew that a battle was imminent and it was not the time for killing, so she quickly withdrew her gaze. Li Chen quietly sent a message to Bai Daba, confirming that the woman was indeed Spicy Rabbit Head's mother. Under the watchful eye of Spicy Rabbit Head's mother, Li Chen always felt like he was some little yellow-haired kid squatting downstairs. This was hard to explain, he couldn't just run over and tell her, your daughter is underage, I'm not interested, it's her own tea. Energy. He would probably die faster. It was too awkward, so Li Chen was eager to start the battle quickly. I've also waited for the charge skill, isn't it time to fight? Should I charge in and challenge Zhang Tianxia one-on-one, or what? Bai Daba turned to Li Chen, surprised, and asked, challenge Zhang Tianxia one-on-one? Where does your mysterious confidence come from? Ha? Li Chen looked puzzled, what do you mean? Zhang Tianxia has also arrived, my equipment has been upgraded, I've learned the charge skill, and you still think I can't beat Zhang Tianxia? Then where does your confidence to crush him head-on come from? I'm not waiting for you. Bai Daba rolled his eyes at Li Chen, then seemed to receive some news, his face showing a hint of surprise as he turned to look, they're here. Li Chen, confused, turned to look and saw 3 figures riding mounts coming their way, one of whom he recognized. Wolf Knight. However, Li Chen's gaze quickly passed over him. The rich young master's equipment must be impressive, but to say Bai Daba was waiting for him to change the situation was pure nonsense. Although he had never seen Wolf Knight's PK skills, he could tell from their 2 hits on the boss that they were just at the level of ordinary high players. Behind Wolf Knight were 2 others riding together, one carrying a longbow and the other wielding a golden spear. These 2 must be the reinforcements Bai Daba was waiting for, Li Chen speculated. Wolf Knight brought the archer and knight to Bai Daba. Bai Daba directly bypassed Wolf Knight and greeted the 2 players enthusiastically, thank you both for coming to help. The 2 did not act arrogantly, they dismounted and cupped their hands. The knight with the greatsword on his head smiled and said, Boss Bai has given too much, we had to come. The archer with the crab captain's hat seemed less talkative, merely nodding in agreement. Alright, let me introduce everyone, then we'll start the battle. Bai Daba didn't engage in much small talk, waving his hand to signal the experts to introduce themselves. The greatsword knight and the crab captain were reinforcements Bai Daba had invited from Xixi City, both of whom were professional virtual competition players in real life, and both were team leaders. The greatsword knight had a similar professional positioning to Zhang Tianxia, having faced off multiple times in various competitions with wins and losses on both sides. The Daba Guild also had 2 professional players, the 2 Bai Daba had mentioned were going through the process earlier, after being ambushed by Baido's assassin. Yesterday, Bai Daba directly raised the conditions and signed the 2 into the Daba Guild that same day. Both were assassins, and they had been in stealth mode, so Li Chen hadn't noticed them until Bai Daba called everyone to meet, revealing their forms. One was named Double Knife 6, and the other was called Ghostfoot 8. Apart from these 4, the only ones that Bai Dabaos could rely on were himself and the newly dubbed Milk Grandpa Mala Tutu. Of course, in a guild of over 10,000 people, there were still some core members with decent strength, but they fell short compared to professional players. The 4 professional players, although not from the same team, were somewhat familiar with each other. However, when they heard that Mala Tutu could land critical hits with a 100% critical strike talent even on healing spells, the Grass Thicket Great Swordsman and Captain Crab couldn't help but show their astonishment. You must be the daughter of luck. What does 100% critical strike even mean? Ordinary players would have to think about it, but professional players surely knew better. At first, it sounded impressive, then it sounded even more impressive, and now it was double healing. If she later got critical damage skills or equipment, wouldn't that be healing to the heavens? If she learned group healing, one person could keep the whole team from starving. Naturally, frontline players like the Grass Thicket Great Swordsman were delighted, while Captain Crab secretly thought it was a pity. Such a talent would seem stronger if she played an archer, no one could withstand that kind of damage. It was fortunate that this little girl didn't choose to be an archer, or he would have to retire and throw away his bow.
Of course, Bai DeBeos couldn't forget about Li Chen. With the title of the Invincible Cute Team, their lineup was naturally top-notch. Even the usually taciturn Captain Crab couldn't help but ask, "Bro, which team are you from in real life? You're just too mysterious, I couldn't figure out who you are." After asking around for days, "Just an ordinary player, my talent is just suited for fighting bosses," Li Chen replied honestly. Upon hearing that Li Chen was not a professional, the eagerness in the eyes of the professional players diminished significantly. Although they didn't show any contempt, they were somewhat dismissive. This was a common flaw among professional players, but it was also their pride. After all, they trained hard to be superior. "Alright, now that everyone is acquainted, my strategy is for the grass thicket great swordsman to deal with Zhang Tianxia, while Captain Crab leads a few archers to use flares to prevent the two professional assassins from the other side. Dual Blade 6 and Ghostfoot 8 will look for opportunities to ambush the two professional players brought by Zhang Tianxia." After Bai DeBeos briefly introduced the plan, it seemed that the opposing Bai De had lost patience and was pushing their main force this way. "What should I do?" Li Chen realized he had no task and hurriedly asked. "What can you do as a guard?" "Just be a moving target. With your defense, not many can break through it. You just need to stand at the front line of the battle. The longer you stand, the greater our chances of winning. In the game, dying means you can respawn, so team battles are essentially a war of attrition. In the end, it comes down to who suffers greater losses and who can hold on longer. Killing 10 people and saving 10 people are equally significant. You're a guard, killing isn't your strong suit, but as long as you can attract some enmity, we can reduce our casualties. This battle relies entirely on you." Bai DeBeos is serious. Words filled Li Chen with fighting spirit, but he quickly caught on and said with suspicion, "Why do I feel like you're trying to PUA me? You're too paranoid. The enemy is coming, hurry up." Upon hearing this, Li Chen didn't have time to ponder whether he was being PUA'd and rushed to the front line, standing with the other guards as they pushed back against the enemy. As both sides drew closer, Li Chen felt an indescribable sensation. This battlefield, with a combined total of nearly 20,000 people, was something he was experiencing for the first time. During the battle between the Flames and Oak Entertainment, along with those fans, the numbers were even greater, but at that time, Li Chen was just observing from a distance, and when he got closer, both sides had retreated. This was a virtual reality MMORPG, not a flat game. Players didn't have a god's eye view, and all they could see were people. It felt as if he had returned to the cold weapon era of hundreds of years ago. Bang bang bang. A few gunshots pulled Li Chen back from his reverie. Zhang Tianxia had died once, so this time he played it safe, not allowing anyone to charge into the White Camp, but instead led a group of frontliners forward. The White Guild was also prepared, welcoming them with the Grass Thicket Great Swordsman at the forefront. Li Chen was also near the Grass Thicket Great Swordsman, so he could be considered in a prime position. Seeing the dashing Zhang Tianxia in his silver armor, Li Chen smacked his lips and, upon reaching the charge distance, couldn't help but initiate a charge against Zhang Tianxia. Everyone said he couldn't defeat Zhang Tianxia, but he had to give it a try. Li Chen never expected that his charge skill would miss on its first use. Zhang Tianxia simply turned slightly and dodged Li Chen's charge, even casually spinning his spear, which pierced into Li Chen's back as he stumbled from the failed charge. -1 -276 forced 1 point of damage, and the other was likely some kind of buff damage. The forced 1 point of damage rose above Li Chen's head, and a hint of confusion appeared on Zhang Tianxia's face. What was this? Although he hadn't used a skill, an attack power of 1280 was no joke. How could it not break through his defense? Did the White Guild have such strong players? Li Chen discovered that Zhang Tianxia couldn't break his defense, and he couldn't help but smile, swinging his shield for a heavy strike, hoping to stun Zhang Tianxia. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianxia seemed to have foreseen it, stepping back just in time to avoid Li Chen's shield strike. In the next moment, a glint of cold light appeared first, and a spearhead jabbed at Li Chen's throat. -582 -275 with the thrust. 2 damage numbers floated above Li Chen's head again. Although the damage didn't exceed 10% of Li Chen's health, the pain wasn't very intense. However, the visual effect was excellent. Even though Li Chen knew it was a game, he instinctively leaned back. By the time he reacted and unleashed a brave strike, Zhang Tianxia had already sidestepped, and the spear aimed at Li Chen's face once more. Li Chen hurriedly lowered his head, the spear grazed his helmet, sparking a shower of sparks. -444 -275 2 more damage numbers appeared above Li Chen's head, and he momentarily lost focus. Fortunately, he finally remembered the guidance from Ushinin and used the area attack skill, Whirlwind Slash. -56, cut -52, -65, poison, cut -52. With a 5-meter radius, Zhang Tianxia finally couldn't dodge, but the damage numbers floating above Li Chen's head left him somewhat dazed. Zhang Tianxia had such high defense, although Whirlwind Slash only dealt 130% damage, with his attack of 945 plus the vice president's 5% extra attribute, his attack could reach nearly 992 points, resulting in almost 1300 damage, yet he only dealt over 50 points. And what was with the 52 points of cut damage? Did Zhang Tianxia only have 5200 health points? No, the poison damage was wrong. A layer of poison should be 94 points. Zhang Tianxia had damage reduction skills or talents. And he could even reduce true damage. Big brother, set the guild attack mode. Your Whirlwind Slash hit me too. The Grass Thicket Great Swordsman finally arrived, wielding the same spear weapon, directly stabbing at Zhang Tianxia's face. With an old rival appearing, Zhang Tianxia no longer focused on Li Chen, this absurdly defensive yet clumsy guy, and turned to fight the Grass Thicket Great Swordsman. Li Chen, now marked in gray, felt his face flush and hurriedly set the attack mode to guild mode. Then, watching the exquisite exchanges of attacks between both sides, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the players from payout charging in alongside Zhang Tianxia. As several attacks landed on him, Li Chen finally regained his composure, casting a deep glance at the invincible Zhang Tianxia in the battle formation before turning to attack other players. Li Chen understood when to advance and retreat. Zhang Tianxia was indeed not someone he could take on alone, so he sought out someone he could challenge. A jump slash struck the head of the nearest warrior. Minus 835, cut 59, minus 99 poison, cut 59, a mishmash of attacks dealt around 1000 damage, finally restoring Li Chen's confidence as he chased after the warrior and began to strike. A barrage of attacks landed on Li Chen, most dealing a forced 1 point of damage, with only a few inflicting less than 100 points. The 5% increase from the vice president position raised Li Chen's defense to 1591, making it impossible for most players to break through his defenses, even with skills. 512 a healing spell landed on him, restoring some of Li Chen's health. Just as he was about to complain about the healing amount being a bit low, another plus 512 floated above his head. What the hell? Is this a healing spell? Li Chen turned to see the spicy rabbit head, shielded by several guards, staring intently at him. Unable to help himself, Li Chen gave a thumbs up. Then he regretted it. The spicy rabbit head's eyes sparkled at Li Chen's gesture, and she immediately began to count down. Don't! A massive golden light fell on him, showing a plus 324. This spendthrift girl, the healing spell still works. If he waits a second, he'll be at full health. What kind of healing spell is this? Just as Li Chen was about to remind the spicy rabbit head, he saw a middle-aged female guard beside her smash her hammer down on her head. No damage floated above the spicy rabbit head, but it startled Li Chen into quickly turning away. This spicy old mom is too fierce. The warrior Li Chen was fiercely attacking looked like he was about to go down, but with 2 healing spells landing on him, his health instantly returned to normal. Li Chen realized this wouldn't do. The frontline classes have relatively high defense, although his equipment was good, his attack power wasn't that high, and the damage he dealt would quickly be healed back by the opponent. Li Chen looked up at the healer hiding behind the front line and shouted, "Rabbit, shield up and heal." Most of the spicy rabbit head's attention was on Li Chen. Despite the noisy surroundings, she understood his intent clearly. A holy light shield enveloped Li Chen, followed by a healing spell. In the next moment, Li Chen charged into the enemy camp, closing in on the guards protecting the backline, and leaped into the enemy's rear line with a jump slash. Dozens of arrows struck Li Chen, but they didn't even break the holy light shield. The spicy rabbit head's holy light shield also had a critical hit, doubling the absorption, making the shield absurdly thick. Bursting into the enemy's backline, Li Chen immediately unleashed his whirlwind slash, dealing massive damage to a crowd of 30 or so squishy players. The squishy defense was only around 3 to 400. And Li Chen's damage skyrocketed. However, the floating damage numbers were a bit distracting, cluttering his view. Li Chen quickly cancelled the damage floating display and then zeroed in on a priest, hacking away furiously. The squishy health was thin, and while the cut damage could be ignored, the poison damage was terrifying, especially when stacked to 5 layers. Dealing more damage per second than Li Chen's regular attacks. Even with other healing classes boosting the priest's health, they still couldn't withstand Li Chen's damage. After taking down one priest, Li Chen's holy light shield finally broke. A priest used a mind shock on Li Chen, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, he was freed from the stun by attacks from others the next second. Seeing he still had 90% health, Li Chen turned to strike another priest. The surrounding healers finally reacted, unleashing shockwave shots and shield bashes at Li Chen. Unfortunately, under the shared cooldown rules, Li Chen was only stunned for 2 seconds before he regained his vigor, leaping to chase after that priest with a flurry of attacks. After sending off another priest, Li Chen spun around, took a couple of quick steps, and used a self-sacrifice rescue on a friendly frontliner, safely returning to his own camps. Front line.
Li Chen's series of actions earned him a small achievement. Although he only took away 2 priests with his harassment, it was almost negligible in a battle of tens of thousands. However, he used Whirlwind Slash twice during this time, and its effect was even greater than directly killing someone. With 2 Whirlwind Slashes, he spun away more than 20 squishy targets, reducing their health by nearly half, and combined with the 10 instances of poison damage before and after, the healing classes couldn't help but heal themselves and other squishies. This meant that the opposing front line had significantly less healing, making it inevitable that a few of them would die. 2947 Spicy Rabbit Head's healing arrived as expected, and the amount was so great that Li Chen almost wanted to have another chat with Zhang Tianxia. Unfortunately, there were too many people around, and Zhang Tianxia and the grass thicket great swordsman had seemingly vanished. Unable to find Zhang Tianxia, Li Chen didn't dwell on it too much and focused on the small-scale battle around him. While exchanging blows with the opposing front line, he silently calculated the cooldown time for sacrificial rescue. When there were about 7 or 8 seconds left on the cooldown, Li Chen called out to Spicy Rabbit Head again, and with the Holy Light Shield and healing spell, he charged into the enemy's backline once more. This time, it seemed the enemy had learned their lesson and promptly sent 2 guards to assist. Under the impact of the shield bash and the timely shock shot from the archers, Li Chen barely managed to kill 1 druid before being pushed back to his own camp. However, the effect of Whirlwind Slash was indeed excellent, blooming in a 5-meter radius in all directions. Even if the enemy was somewhat spread out, at least a dozen squishies were hit, greatly increasing the healing pressure on the opposing side. 2 warriors on the opposing side saw Li Chen's actions and, imitating him, charged into the great white camp, hoping to kill Spicy Rabbit Head, but unfortunately, they were quickly taken down before they could get close. This was the power of Li Chen. If it were his guards, even if they barely withstood a large amount of attacks, they wouldn't be able to deal significant damage. If it were a warrior or assassin, it would be even more impossible to recklessly charge into the backline. Although they could apply pressure on the enemy's healing, they would essentially be going to their doom, harming 1,000 of the enemy while losing 800 of their own. Although the visual effect couldn't compare to Zhang Tianxia's charge, the impact on the battle situation was not much different. With such excellent results, Li Chen naturally didn't bother to change his tactics. With a 20-second cooldown on sacrificial rescue, he would make a quick trip to the enemy camp every few seconds. If he could secure a kill, that would be best, and if not, he would just swing Whirlwind Slash into the crowd. Occasionally, he could even pick up some gear, which was simply delightful. As he continued fighting, Li Chen suddenly realized something. With him as the blade, the hundreds of people surrounding him were slowly cutting into the enemy's line like a dull knife slicing through flesh. The commander of Baida finally noticed something was off. They had successfully pierced into the enemy camp with Zhang Tianxia at the forefront, and although the enemy had dispatched the grass thicket great swordsman, who was renowned in the arena alongside Zhang Tianxia, the grass thicket great swordsman's equipment and talents were somewhat inferior to Zhang Tianxia's. Although the enemy managed to hold on for a while, they couldn't overshadow Zhang Tianxia's brilliance. Even though he wasn't killed on the spot, they could only continue to retreat. As the grass thicket great swordsman fell back, Zhang Tianxia's brilliance became unstoppable, and under the spear, there was basically no one who could withstand the 3-pronged attack. He even had the headless horseman's sweeping skill. With the sweep of his spear, there was a chorus of wails. Zhang Tianxia's sharp blade remained unmatched. But why the hell was their own camp also being cut, and so silently? By the time he realized it, the enemy was almost at his doorstep, and the breach was alarmingly large. Soon, under the commander's inquiry, they finally received accurate information. This was also a disadvantage of large-scale battles. In a battle of tens of thousands, to ensure the voice channel remained quiet, only a limited number of officials could speak, and the other foot soldiers had no right to voice their concerns. Even the guild channel's speaking rights were restricted. Without a god's eye view, and with the attention of several high-ranking members of Baida focused primarily on Zhang Tianxia, they overlooked the localized skirmishes. Commander Baida discovered that his own faction had also been cut off. After investigating, he finally learned of the existence of the Invincible Q team and hurriedly called back 2 professional players who had already infiltrated the enemy lines with Zhang Tianxia. A name carries weight, and the reputation of the Invincible Q team was indeed quite formidable. How careless. He should have paid more attention when this guy suddenly joined the team earlier. Moreover, this guy was so lacking in class, clearly a legendary figure in Blue Star Online, yet he hid his name. At this moment, Li Chen didn't think too much. With fewer enemies in the small area across from him, he pressed towards the denser crowd. After all, he was tough enough, and with the Spicy Rabbit Head's ample milk, he had yet to drop below half health. Additionally, Li Chen made a surprising discovery. The high-level players on the opposing side seemed to be nearly dead. As soon as he entered the fray, a Whirlwind Slash could take out a significant chunk of
Health from a group of squishy players, and a follow-up hero strike combined with a basic attack could eliminate one of them. After taking down 3 players, he still had more than half of his health left. If he weren't so cautious by nature, taking down another and retreating shouldn't have been a problem. Li Chen once again used his self-sacrificial rescue to return to his faction and began to exchange blows with the enemy's front line. This time, Li Chen confirmed again that the core members of the opposing team should be nearly dead, at least the hostile players near him were. Even the frontline guards or knights on a defensive route couldn't withstand a few of his attacks, their health dropping rapidly, and the opposing healers couldn't keep up. Clearly, these players' health and defenses were deteriorating. Was this guild battle about to be won? Li Chen executed a quick combo to slay the warrior in front of him and charged back into the enemy camp. Just as he was about to use a jump slash on a priest, a sudden scream came from behind him. The voice of the spicy rabbit head was one Li Chen was quite familiar with. Back when they first entered the game, his ears had suffered quite a bit while they were mining together. Li Chen turned around, startled, and with a jump slash, he leaped back to the enemy front line, then charged forward madly, finally using his self-sacrificial rescue at the last moment. A series of damage caused Li Chen's health to drop by a full 20%, all of which he absorbed for the low-health spicy rabbit head. The 7 or 8 guards and archers surrounding the spicy rabbit head were scattered by 2 assassins, one of whom was relentlessly stabbing at the spicy rabbit head. Li Chen smashed a shield bash towards them, but to his surprise, what had happened to Zhang Tianxia happened again. The assassins seemed to have anticipated it, dodging Li Chen's shield bash, and the short dagger instantly pierced Li Chen's neck. Another professional player? Li Chen didn't have time to be shocked and quickly swung a whirlwind slash. A miraculous scene unfolded. Zhang Tianxia couldn't dodge his whirlwind slash, and naturally, the assassin couldn't either, but the assassin's health bar instantly dropped significantly. This shouldn't be. Such a professional player shouldn't have poor equipment, right? Even a semi-squishy assassin shouldn't lose more than a third of their health from just one whirlwind slash. The assassin's face also showed shock as he raised a hand, releasing a puff of white smoke and disappearing. This was the assassin's strong stealth skill, allowing them to become invisible for 5 seconds. But the next second, the assassin reappeared, and his health was even lower. The nemesis of stealth skills is taking damage. Once damaged, they reveal themselves. Li Chen's poison caused the assassin to only remain hidden for a second before reappearing. Seeing the assassin show up again, Li Chen executed a heroic strike, but as expected, the opponent dodged again and countered with 2 strikes. -290-1 The assassin, with half agility points, attacked much faster than Li Chen. Unfortunately, only one of the strikes used a skill that barely broke through Li Chen's defense, while the other dealt only 1 point of damage. The pitiful damage made the assassin frown. Li Chen's brow was furrowed even tighter. Then the assassins, these professional players had such excellent positioning, it was infuriatingly slippery. With the whirlwind slash on cooldown, he struck at the air with 2 consecutive attacks. I won't even chop you, he thought. Anyway, you can't hurt me. Li Chen simply stopped his attacks, switched to the ogre bone hammer, and focused solely on sticking close to the assassin. He was just bullying the assassin's fragile skin, waiting for the whirlwind slash cooldown to end so he could land a solid hit. The assassin had ventured deep into the White Faction's territory, with no healer to follow, only able to drink potions. The potion cooldown was long, and he couldn't keep up. A healing spell landed, and Li Chen's health quickly filled up, while the assassin twisted and turned, trying to shake off Li Chen's pursuit, but he couldn't create any distance. Professional players have quick reflexes and strong adaptability, but they also need the opponent to change for that to matter. Li Chen didn't attack, he was solely focused on sticking to the assassin, and for a moment, the assassin truly couldn't shake him off. The second whirlwind slash came, and the assassin's health dropped drastically. Even though the assassin was a professional player, he started to panic, quickly downing a potion for instant recovery, then angrily cursing, "Why the hell does a guardian have such high attack power? Not higher than yours." Li Chen suddenly realized something was off. Turn on damage floating. With Li Chen's voice command, the damage floating feature, which had been turned off due to being distracting, was reactivated. -143 poison, cut 46, seeing 142 points of poison damage floating above the assassin's head. Li Chen was momentarily stunned, almost letting the assassin escape beyond 5 meters. Chasing after the assassin's rear, he had no time to check his stats, but the poison damage alone indicated his attack power. A layer of poison dealt 143 points of damage, meaning his attack power was 1430 plus. Even with the ogre bone hammer equipped, plus a 5% guild buff, his attack power was at most just over 1100 points. How could it be so much more? Li Chen quickly realized that it was his shield that was doing the work.
Equipment skill, Soul Devour, devours the souls of the deceased around to enhance oneself, gaining 1 point of attack for every living being that dies within a 30-meter radius. Additional attack power disappears after 30 seconds out of combat. He hadn't had the shield for long, and while he had considered this skill, it was aimed at how to pull small monsters to delay the buff's effectiveness. He hadn't expected that player deaths would count too, and in such a battlefield with thousands of players, there were far too many deaths. Wasn't this invincible? Li Chen's eyes sparkled as he executed a jump slash to catch up with the assassin, just waiting for the next whirlwind slash to take the opponent's head. Unexpectedly, a shield bash came crashing in from the side, stunning him. It turned out that while Li Chen was chasing the assassin, he had actually reached the front line. The assassin seized the opportunity to quickly retreat back to his faction, soon replenishing his health and going stealth again. Li Chen sighed in regret and turned to charge at another assassin. At the same time, 2 assassins were attacking Spicy Rabbit Head, one chasing after her, while the other blocked several bodyguards around her. Also professional players, they had not only killed 2 archers and a guard, but had also shaken off the others, once again attacking Spicy Rabbit Head. The young girl had just healed herself completely, although her skills were clumsy, her mind was still sharp. Seeing another assassin chasing her, she quickly turned and ran towards Li Chen. Li Chen rushed over, executing a whirlwind slash that knocked the other assassin, who had almost caught up to Spicy Rabbit Head, dizzy. This assassin had been entangled with several bodyguards for a long time, although his reflexes and adaptability were exceptional, he had still taken a few hits, and his health was now in a dangerous state. After being hit by the whirlwind slash, his head was buzzing. He had already consumed both Big Red and instant recovery potions, and could only watch helplessly as he was poisoned to death by 143 points of damage per second. Damn, the assassin cursed unwillingly before collapsing. Li Chen casually picked up the equipment dropped by the assassin. He didn't have time to examine the attributes in detail, only noticing it was a golden level short sword. Could a professional player's equipment be anything less? Even if he couldn't get it himself, Baida behind him had to provide him with a top-notch one. At this moment, Li Chen finally had the chance to take a glance at his attack power. 1,437. And just in that brief moment, his attack power increased by another point. The Soul Devourer would disappear after 30 seconds of leaving combat, and Li Chen couldn't afford to study it any further. He turned and charged forward, fearing to exit combat status. By Daba, send 20 strong guards and 10 healers to rally around me, I'm leading the charge. Li Chen shouted in the guild command channel while fighting. As the vice president, he naturally had the authority to speak in the command channel. However, he wasn't familiar with the members of the Daba guild, or he would have named them directly. At that moment, Baida was organizing personnel to cut off the healing team behind the war world, but unfortunately, Baida had learned from previous lessons and sent many guards to protect the healers. After several consecutive failures, she was feeling a bit irritated. Upon hearing Li Chen shout, she immediately responded without thinking, don't be impulsive, hold your big boss's position. If we lose this direction, it all depends on you to stabilize the formation over there. Stabilize what? I'm about to go crazy killing. Hurry and send someone to protect the Spicy Rabbit Head, I'm going straight for the enemy's lair. Sister, this is not the time for jokes. Daba Jia, hurry and send someone over, Brother Tuan is really going crazy. It's my fault for not explaining clearly, my shield has an attack enhancement skill, and my attack is now nearly 1500. Bye. Daba was almost stunned upon hearing this and quickly glanced at the equipment information Li Chen had sent her earlier. She had been so focused on the attributes that she completely forgot to check the skills. Of course, it wasn't her fault. Who would have thought that a single skill could change the course of a battle involving tens of thousands of people? Seeing the Soul Devour skill, Daba immediately thought of the Headless Horseman, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in her eyes. Spicy Rabbit Head, send your coordinates in the guild channel. Invincible Cute Team, reveal your name. Feng Xiaosua, lead your guards to quickly disengage from combat and converge on the coordinates. Druid Team 3, converge on the coordinates. Double Knife 6 and Ghostfoot 8, abandon your current targets and go protect Spicy Rabbit Head. Camp 10, members below level 13, converge on the coordinates, once within 30 meters. Of the Invincible Cute Team, unequip and sacrifice yourselves, the guild will compensate for lost equipment, and death benefits will be doubled. Daba quickly issued a series of commands. And Li Chen was greatly impressed by her commanding ability, especially the last command. He never expected such a bold move. If the attack wasn't enough, let the teammates sacrifice themselves. Upon receiving the order, Spicy Rabbit Head quickly posted the coordinates in the guild channel. Others quickly acted according to the commands. Soon, Feng Xiaosua arrived with the guard group and healers, not participating in the attack but protecting Spicy Rabbit Head. With a barrel-style defense plus 5 druids healing, even if the enemy's assassins came
Again, they wouldn't be able to harm Spicy Rabbit Head. Even if someone had area attack skills, the damage would definitely not be enough to take her down in one hit. The Daba Guild had nearly 10,000 members, divided into 10 camps with 100 squads, each camp having nearly 1,000 people. Daba sent all the members below level 13 from the entire camp to sacrifice themselves. The number was over 400. When the nearby Bida Guild players saw the sudden reinforcement of so many people on the other side, they were considering whether to retreat first when suddenly, hundreds of them stripped off their equipment and charged over in their underwear. Although many suspected there might be some conspiracy, they couldn't control their hands once the heads were delivered to their blades. While fighting, Li Chen kept an eye on his attack power. He wasn't sure if the deaths of his teammates would increase his attack power. If it didn't, he needed to call for a stop immediately. His worries were somewhat unnecessary. As his side sacrificial camp fell one by one, his attack power kept rising. When his attack power quickly reached 1755 points, it suddenly stopped. Looking up, he saw that there were still teammates sacrificing themselves. Stop the sacrifices. Li Chen hurriedly issued commands in the command channel. After halting the suicide squad, Li Chen executed a brave strike to take down the soldier in front of him, discovering that his attack power was indeed locked at 1755 points and no longer increasing. It seems that there is a hidden upper limit to attack power. It makes sense, without a limit, with people constantly committing suicide around him, let alone a guild battle, a level 100 boss could theoretically be taken down in one hit. Li Chen switched to the steel longsword, and his attack power dropped to 1592, indicating that the upper limit for attack power growth is 600 points. Without seeking out Zhang Tianxia, Li Chen charged directly into the Bida camp, not even allowing the Spicy Rabbit Head to shield him. As the whirlwind slash was unleashed, countless damage numbers rose above the enemy's head, and countless plus signs appeared above Li Chen's head. With this level of attack power, Li Chen no longer needed a healer to follow him. He charged into the inner circle of Bida alone. After the whirlwind slash, all the squishy targets he hit were left with low health, and a single normal attack from Li Chen could finish off a squishy. The Spicy Rabbit Head still wanted to follow and protect the team brother, but in just 2 hits, they vanished without a trace. Li Chen ran faster than ordinary players. Even when stunned or slowed, he could catch up to Bida's people within 30 seconds. Alternating between his charge skill and jump slash skill made him even more unstoppable. Wherever there were more people, he leaped into the fray, leaving chaos and screams in his wake. The commander of Bida had already begun to pay attention to this side. Upon receiving news that the invincible Q team was going crazy, he gritted his teeth and called back Zhang Tianxia and 4 professional players all at once. However, this left the front line of the Daba Guild suddenly relieved of pressure, and Daba seized the opportunity, using the Grassland Swordsman as the spearhead to launch a major counterattack. Although Blue Star Online did not depict blood splattering, the real sensation of the longsword striking flesh and the screams of pain from opponents began to shift Li Chen's mindset little by little. Initially, Li Chen's mentality was relatively stable, but as more and more players fell beneath his sword, the countless cries of agony from the whirlwind slash plunged him into a kind of trance. When life became incredibly fragile in his hands, 2 paths appeared before him, to become a demon or to become a Buddha. The absurdly realistic virtual reality game humorously laid these 2 paths before Li Chen at this moment. He was just an ordinary young man from a small town. Before Blue Star Online, he had no experience with virtual games, no innate aura of a conqueror, and no sufficient experiences to grow into Bai Chi. Just as Li Chen was at a loss, the cooldown for Whirlwind Slash ended, but he didn't know whether to use it again. A flash of cold light struck. Zhang Tianxia's spear grazed Li Chen's shield and stabbed fiercely into his chest through a gap. A short knife appeared at the back of Li Chen's neck, stabbing brutally into his throat from behind. An arrow with ripples struck Li Chen's head. Li Chen was stunned by the shock of the shots, but the intense visual effects in a series of pain sensations caused his somewhat dazed eyes to refocus. Seeing Zhang Tianxia in front of him, Li Chen let out a light breath. Thanks. Li Chen's sudden gratitude caught Zhang Tianxia off guard, causing him to momentarily slow down with the spear in hand. Then Zhang Tianxia saw Li Chen charge past him, once again plunging into the surrounding crowd. What was going on with this Bai Daba? How could he let Zhang Tianxia back in? With 3 professional players, who could withstand it? If they died, they would drop equipment. Other equipment was one thing, but if a platinum outfit or shield dropped, it would be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Under the threat of money, all talk of demons or Buddhas could just step aside. Li Chen did not engage, so Zhang Tianxia and the other 2 could only chase from behind. Countless players around, even if ordered to clear the area, were of no use. With Li Chen's charge and jump slash skills, the Bida players couldn't escape, and with each whirlwind slash, Li Chen's health kept rising. Li Chen was determined to avoid battle, not even bothering to finish off his enemies.
Even with their exceptional reflexes, the three members of Jean Tianxia couldn't do anything about him. Although Li Chen couldn't focus on killing, the backline of Baida was still thrown into chaos. No squishy character could withstand his two whirlwind slashes, leading to excessive healing being consumed in Baida's rear. When Baida's commander finally realized that calling back Jean Tianxia and the others was a foolish order, the assault from the Daba Guild became unstoppable. As Baidaba said, in a guild war, unless the strength disparity is too great, it's all about attrition. Dying once meant losing 10% of current experience, with a chance of dropping equipped items. If it were just that, with Baida Group's financial backing, the members of Baida Guild could still endure. But the real pain and the agony of death, coupled with the increasing casualty ratio on both sides, led some to quietly withdraw from the battlefield or linger in the resurrection square, reluctant to rejoin the fight. The snowball that Li Chen casually tossed was growing larger. He chased after the Baida Guild members, wildly swinging his whirlwind slash, the windmill spinning and spinning. Unknowingly, after one whirlwind slash, no damage value appeared above the opponent's head. Li Chen was startled, thinking there was a bug. Damn it! We're already in the safe zone, and you're still swinging. A Baida player, who had been chased by Li Chen for a long time, couldn't help but curse, finally, prompting Li Chen to realize. Looking up at the towering city gate of Mao Tu City, Li Chen then noticed he had chased into the main city's safe zone. Mainly, he had been too focused. With 3 professional players on his tail, who wouldn't be cautious? Oh no! I was careless. 30 seconds of combat status. Ignoring the verbal exchange, Li Chen turned to charge back, only to find Jean Tianxia blocking his way with a grim face. Li Chen glanced left and right, looking for a target to use as a springboard to escape. Stop looking, you've won. Jean Tianxia's words stunned Li Chen for a moment, but he quickly reacted. I believe you, my foot. Li Chen jumped forward with a slash, intending to use Jean Tianxia as a springboard to charge at others. At that moment, the command channel suddenly erupted with cheers from several officials of the Daba Guild. Li Chen looked at Jean Tianxia, who didn't dodge, and awkwardly smiled. I believe you. Jean Tianxia gazed deeply at Li Chen, seemingly trying to see his face, but unfortunately, Li Chen was wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of unremarkable eyes. Your equipment is quite good, Jean Tianxia said blandly. Li Chen wasn't particularly clever, but he was definitely not stupid. How could he not hear the sarcasm in Jean Tianxia's words? He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Your skills are pretty good too, chasing me all the way. You've worked hard. Jean Tianxia's pupils involuntarily constricted, and after a moment of silence, realizing he couldn't gain any advantage in words, he raised his hand to summon his mount. Seeing this, Li Chen also summoned his pig intestine. One rode a tall horse with flames at its feet, while the other rode a small black wild boar. The two figures went in opposite directions. After walking a few steps, Li Chen couldn't help but turn his head for a glance. Damn, comparing the two, why do I feel a bit sleazy? Li Chen raised his hand and slapped the pig intestine. When will you grow up? At least let me stretch my legs. I'm only waiting for you to reach level 20, if you don't transform by then, I'll buy 2 bundles of vermicelli. Pig intestine? Li Chen walked out of the city gate, looking at the sparse Baida Guild members retreating towards Mao Tu City, and he didn't strike again. The guild conflict had nothing to do with justice, it was all about interests. Helping Baidaba win this great battle with friendship was enough. It would be morally wrong to attack just to loot their equipment. Of course, he would never admit that it might be due to the disappearance of an attack buff. The Great White Guild chased down to the city of Mao Rabbit in a victorious manner, and amidst the cheers, Baidaba rode his mount to stand before Li Chen. Is this it? Li Chen smiled. This battle was a complete loss for Baida. Although they can bear the losses, they won't be able to recover their momentum and cohesion in a short time. I think Baida will soon face a wave of withdrawals. For now, there shouldn't be any major upheavals. Well, that's good. Shouldn't I be credited for this? I won't be paying for that charged skill book. Of course. Didn't I say that earlier? This battle relied on you, Baidaba said with a joyful smile of victory. Li Chen curled his lips. I'd be crazy to believe you. You initially treated me like a meat shield, just like you. Didn't expect the Devour skill could be used this way. Otherwise, you would have organized a suicide mission before the battle. Is that my fault? You didn't explain the skill clearly at the start. I sent you all the information, you just didn't read it. How could I pay attention if you didn't mention such an important skill? Oh come on, how is that my fault? The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh together. Why don't you just stay in the Great White Guild? I won't take away your vice president position, Baidaba suddenly said softly. Li Chen hesitated for a moment but shook his head. For now, I think I'll pass. Group activities aren't suitable for me at the moment. I see you want to monopolize the boss, huh? Bye.
Daba squinted his eyes, looking at Li Chen with suspicion. Ha, not at all, I'm just used to being solo. Having guessed Li Chen's thoughts, he chuckled awkwardly and then said, it's getting late, should I head out first? Head out? I'm serious. Even if you don't want to be under someone else, you can always start your own guild. I can't afford a guild. Look at your battle today, the winning side is fine, but the losing side could lose their pants. Just for Baida losing this one battle, the cost of equipping members will be astronomical, not to mention hiring professional players. Is it that easy to get Zhang Tianxia? Oh right. Li Chen looked around and noticed that the grass-thicket great swordsman was not nearby, and curiously asked in a low voice, how much did you pay the grass-thicket great swordsman? 1 million plus compensation for losses. Professional players are that expensive? Just for this one battle? Not all of them, but the grass-thicket great swordsman is on the higher end. Well, the grass-thicket great swordsman is indeed impressive, he can hold his own against Zhang Tianxia. Li Chen nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion, something doesn't add up. Zhang Tianxia isn't just an ordinary professional player, as the president of the first guild, why is he running around as a hired hand? Lack of money. As you said, running a guild is like burning money. Although he has saved some worth over the past 2 years, he can't compare to a big group. Plus, with his fame and status, his appearance fee is probably no less than 3 million. Indeed, running a guild isn't for me, your pricing is all in millions. Li Chen pouted, alright, enough chit-chat. I'm busy leveling up, I just need a bit more experience to reach level 16. For a guardian, you level up pretty fast. Hee, I took down 2 bosses today. And you say you're not trying to monopolize the boss. Li Chen didn't bother to pretend anymore and chuckled, with such a big guild, you must split the profits of a boss into 800 shares, while I only have to split with Oshernan. How could I not prefer that? But you can't be sure you'll get the boss every time, right? If I can't get it once, I'll try 2 or 3 times. As long as I can snag 1 out of 3 bosses, it's better than being a main tank in the Great White Guild. Li Chen saw by Debao's teeth grinding in anger and quickly reassured him, when I really can't grab the boss, I'll definitely come over to be your MT. That's settled then. If you really can't grab the boss, you can't join another guild. Of course, I'll definitely join your guild, unless someone offers money. Then I can rest easy. I'm the best at getting money. Alright, I guess your guild still needs to hold a celebration event, so I'll take my leave first. Li Chen handed back the 3 pieces of equipment Bai Debaos had lent him, saying, returning everything to Bai, can someone send my shoes over? Bai Debaos waved his hand, no need to return them, keep them. You made a significant contribution this time, if you don't take something, wouldn't that devalue your worth? I'll give you a big red envelope later. Forget the red envelope, I'm not here to work. But didn't you say that Debaos lack Guardian gear? We do lack it, but we can still get Guardian gear from a level 10 boss, so just take it easy. Look at this, it's so embarrassing. Li Chen quickly re-equipped the gear. A sudden aura of killing intent came from not far away. Li Chen turned his head and saw a powerful figure slowly approaching, swinging a hammer in one hand, which scared Li Chen into saying, should I leave? Leave? You've come all this way, help me take down the boss first. No one is competing for it, does your big guild really need my help to take down an Abyss Wanderer? We've already lost quite a few people trying to take it down ourselves, it's such a waste of experience. I won't let you fight for free, don't you want to level up? The experience can be split between you and Rabbit. Well, I have something to do, you guys. Li Chen wanted to decline, but unfortunately, that imposing figure had already walked up close. After all, she was the mother of Spicy Rabbit Head, and by title, she was considered an elder. Li Chen naturally couldn't pretend to be blind anymore and stepped forward with a grin. Auntie, you must be Rabbit, Spicy Rabbit Head's mother. I really appreciate your guidance back in the novice village. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Li Chen's passive approach seemed to work. After a moment of surprise, Spicy Rabbit Head's mother suddenly smiled. You must be Brother Tuan, right? The previous occasion wasn't suitable, so I didn't come forward. Thank you for taking care of Rabbit in the novice village. It's inconvenient in reality, but how about I set a table in the game and treat you to a meal? Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Spicy Rabbit Head's mother wasn't here to beat him up. Spicy Rabbit Head's mother could be fierce even with her own daughter, although he wouldn't be hurt if she really caught him and gave him a beating, even with a mask on. He'd probably be too embarrassed to face anyone. You're too kind, we're all friends, just looking out for each other. I still have some matters in Monkey City, so let's skip the meal. For now. Li Chen emphasized the word friends a bit more, maximizing his survival instincts. Unfortunately, Bai Debaos beside him had lost patience and pulled Li Chen, what are you leaving for? Hurry up and help me take down the boss. Rabbit has limited online time, and her level has fallen behind. If we take down the boss, we can't control the damage, and she won't get much experience. You can team up with her to solo the boss experience, it'll be like she practiced for half a day. Well. Li Chen glanced at Spicy Rabbit Head's mother, seeing her surprised expression at the thought of her daughter gaining more experience, seemingly not thinking of anything else. He then reluctantly said, "Then let's go quickly and come back." Li Chen was quite experienced in taking down bosses and directly rejected by Debao's suggestion to bring the guild elites, opting instead for 2 powerful druids, for strong priests, and 2 guardians. Is it the tiered healing method? Yes, by the way, prepare a set of high stamina gear for Rabbit. Spicy Rabbit Head. With my current defense, I won't need much healing. Alright, but the elite team still needs to be brought along. I'm worried about solo players causing trouble, and that old guy Baida isn't very forgiving, so we have to be cautious. In the end, over 1,000 members of the Daba Guild marched towards the Abyss Wanderer. When they arrived at the abandoned quarry, the sounds of battle could be heard from afar. It turned out that some solo players were trying to take advantage of the Daba and Baida fight to take down the boss. Unfortunately, this kind of wild boss requires excellent team coordination, and no matter how many solo players there are, without organization, it becomes increasingly difficult to defeat it as their levels rise. At this moment, the players in the field had already fought several times, and they finally waited for the Daba Guild to arrive. News of the Daba Guild's victory had spread throughout Mauta City, and some smaller organizations wisely withdrew from the battle upon seeing this. The purely solo players, who were just there for the excitement, found themselves in a dire situation without the support of these smaller organizations, and soon suffered heavy casualties and retreated from the battlefield. Watching the solo players disperse, Li Chen asked in confusion, "Shouldn't there be military personnel in Mauta City? Why aren't they taking the opportunity to fight the boss?" "There are, but not many. The military's combat power is mainly distributed among the 6 main cities, including the Shinhouse city where you are. When the main cities opened, there were no military forces stationed in the cities of the 5 major guilds. Why? The military shouldn't be afraid of a few guilds. Right? Of course not, but our country's military has always advocated not competing with civilians for profit, so they actively avoid it. Moreover, the military emphasizes overall strength and isn't keen on snatching bosses. In those 6 main cities, they only managed to take down 1 out of 3 15-level bosses during 2 raids. That seems a bit unreasonable. Li Chen was puzzled and thought for a moment before whispering in by Daba's ear, "This game has a big secret. A military big shot told me to try to improve my strength in the game." Bai Daba looked at Li Chen speechlessly. "Are you stupid? With everyone forced to play the game, it would be strange if there were no secrets, and your secret isn't even a secret anymore. Do you know the inside story?" "Not really. There are only a few people who truly know the inside story of the nationwide forced gaming. With my family's influence in both politics and business, I only managed to find out one thing, which is what you just said." "Oh, then here's the question, since everyone knows to improve their strength, why would the military allow it?" "It's better for power to be in the military's hands than in yours, the capitalist." Bai Daba rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "You don't understand politics." That one line left Li Chen speechless. Fine. He really didn't understand. But he always felt something was off. Do you think the game could invade reality? Have you read too many novels? If the game could invade reality, why would the country launch it? They could just eliminate the threat at the source. But what if that thing is really tough and can't be eliminated? Are you doubting the ultimate weapon? Blue Star could blow you up. Fine. I have no more questions. If you have no more questions, then let's get started. With Bai Daba's command, the elites of the Daba Guild began to control the situation, forming a large circle to isolate the boss. Seeing this, Li Chen didn't hesitate and brought the high durability equipped Spicy Rabbit Head into the fray. With Li Chen's current defense, the damage from the Abyss Wanderer was pitifully low. Spicy Rabbit Head just needed to wait for the Abyss Wanderer to finish its crowd control skills, step in a few paces, cast a shield, and throw a healing spell before retreating. The high durability gear was to prevent the damage from the Abyss Wanderer's earthquake strikes and fall corrosive liquid from being too high, which would cause too much pain for the little girl. Additionally, 2 guards alternated using self-sacrifice to shield Spicy Rabbit Head from damage, while 2 druids and 4 priests provided tiered healing, ensuring Spicy Rabbit Head was safe. However, Spicy Rabbit Head was still that little girl who was afraid of pain. Although she held back her tears and didn't cry out in pain, they were still on the verge of spilling, especially when sprayed all over with the stinking corrosive liquid. Although it had happened twice before, the unbearable stench and pain made her let out a muffled groan. However, compared to the time when she had screamed at the slightest damage from the giant rabbit, the little girl had grown a lot. Li Chen heard the noise, sighed, and activated his speed burst. Although the damage taken was higher, the speed of the attack was also fast, and the abyss wanderer soon fell to the ground. The only one teaming up with Li Chen was Spicy Rabbit Head, and the experience was naturally split between the two. Unfortunately, Li Chen no longer had any level up rewards, barely reaching level 16. After reaching level 15, the experience required for leveling up became increasingly absurd. He had only gained one level after taking half the experience from 3 bosses tonight. Spicy Rabbit Head, due to joining the game late and attending school, had fallen behind in levels, and even with Baidabeos organizing people to help him, he was only at level 13. Now, having consumed half the boss experience plus a 40% bonus, he successfully leveled up to 14, catching up with the front line. The elite members of the Bai Guild, who were watching, had already exploded in the guild chat. Thousands of elite members, who had toiled for half a day to take down the boss, were left speechless as it vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Chen waved his hand, signaling Spicy Rabbit Head to come over and collect the loot. Then, fearing that Baidabeos would come over and cause some trouble, he waved his hand and quickly returned to the city. Baidabeos sent a message, "I plan to set up a celebration banquet at the main city tavern, won't you have a drink before you leave?" Writing. A pig and drinking don't mix, drinking and riding a pig don't mix either. The crackdown on drunk driving is strict, maybe next time, Li Chen replied and directly exited the Bai Guild. He summoned the guild panel and clicked to apply to join the 9th Army, but unfortunately, he instantly received a system prompt that automatically rejected his application. Well, a military guild, no entry without invitation is understandable. Li Chen then applied to join Oak Entertainment, but again received an automatic rejection. Were entertainment companies this strict with their member requirements? Not believing in bad luck, Li Chen applied to the Flame War Guild. This time, there was no automatic rejection, but he had to wait for the president's confirmation. What was this Flame War anyway? After losing a battle today, they should be eager for talent, so why set a level and equipment score threshold? Why insist on the president's confirmation? How idle could a big boss be? Li Chen frowned and waited for a minute, only to receive a system prompt that he was rejected from joining. Damn! Was he not going home? Feeling a bit awkward, Li Chen sent a voice request to Shernan. "Hey, could you do me a favor and ask someone from Flame War or Oak Entertainment to see if they can let me borrow a path? I'll cover the plane ticket." Shernan was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Your deeds of charging into Rabbit City to battle the War of the World have already spread like wildfire. Do you think Flame War, Oak Entertainment, or even the 9th Army want you back?" Ah! Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue, he had completely forgotten about that. The news spread too quickly. Those 3 guilds knew he had flown to Rabbit City, and unless they were fools, they wouldn't let him borrow a path to go back and compete with them for bosses. Isn't this a disaster? I'm already level 16, and I still want to loot Catherine's underwear. Just level up over there tonight, I'll find a way to get you back home tomorrow. Shernan said before hanging up the voice call. With all 3 teleportation portals closed, Li Chen could only helplessly accept the situation. He was too lazy to rejoin the Bai Guild, although the 5% attribute buff was tempting. It was only useful within the guild's banner coverage, and training in the wild wouldn't benefit him. He wanted to take his old teammate Spicy Rabbit Head to hunt high-level monsters, but unfortunately, the little girl was kicked offline by her spicy mom right after the battle, leaving no chance to say goodbye to Li Chen in person. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen decided to go farm murlocs by himself. With his current defense, relying on lifesteal was enough. However, before that, he needed to clean out his backpack. In a battle of tens of thousands, the number of players from Baida who died at Li Chen's hands was countless. Even though he was chased by Zhang Tianxia later on and didn't manage to pick up much, his backpack, with 100 slots, was filled with various equipment after removing some essentials. Backed by the Baida group, the players of the Baida Guild had equipment that was basically above standard, with a total of 76 pieces, at least silver grade. However, this foundation was quite solid, mostly consisting of silver grade items, with only 2 pieces of gold equipment. One of them was a level 10 magic type leg armor, likely dropped from the Abyss Passage dungeon, which wasn't worth as much as high quality silver equipment. But the other piece caught Li Chan's eye. A short dagger with a score of 108, dropped by the assassin he had just killed with a whirlwind slash. Its attributes were not much worse than the Ogre Bonehammer, and the attached skill was quite good. Unfortunately, the equipment requirement was for assassins and archers, otherwise, it would have been nice to keep it as a backup. Selling it to Baidaba would be easier, but he had just sworn to go home and ended up forgetting his keys, which was quite embarrassing. Moreover, the senior members of the Daba Guild were having a gathering, and they would inevitably pull him into it. Li Chen didn't want to participate in such a lively event, and refusing would be somewhat awkward. He decided to list the items. After
They weren't exactly rare treasures. There wasn't much difference between Daba buying them at the auction house or from him, except for some handling fees. Handling fees? I just picked up quite a bit of equipment, let me sell it to you in bulk. Can you send someone to the Resurrection Square to collect it? We'll settle in gold coins, transferring would be a hassle with taxes. The high handling fees made Li Chen hesitate. It was impossible for him to deliver it just to avoid being dragged into drinking. Soon, Daba's female steward arrived at the Resurrection Square, appraised the items, and immediately paid 890 gold coins, taking all of Li Chen's loot in one go. Seeing the steward's efficiency, Li Chen couldn't help but ask. With a smile, Sister Zhang, what's your annual salary? The steward's in-game name was Bai Shixin, but Daba called her Sister Zhang, and Li Chen followed suit. Steward Zhang didn't expect Li Chen to suddenly ask this question. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, about 3 million. Oh. Li Chen responded with a couple of O's and then fell silent. Noticing the puzzled look on Steward Zhang's face, he awkwardly smiled, well, nothing else, you can go back now. Steward Zhang left with a head full of black lines. Li Chen originally planned to sell the items and then farm murlocs, but seeing that it was already past 3 a.m., he decided to log off and go to sleep. He had to wake up early tomorrow, and there was a blind date at noon. He needed to get some rest, or he would be in no condition to meet anyone. He indeed managed to sleep for a while, and at 6:30 a.m., Li Chen was awakened by his alarm clock, which also roused the sleeping Tuan Tuan. After washing up, Li Chen had Tuan Tuan sit on a small stool in front of him and solemnly tied little braids for her. Although his skills were still terrible, Li Chen was very attentive, and after a long battle lasting half an hour, he finally managed to make Tuan Tuan look somewhat like a little princess. He dressed Tuan Tuan in white leggings and changed her into a new dress and outerwear. Li Chen looked her over and revealed a satisfied smile. After taking Tuan Tuan downstairs for a meat sandwich, Li Chen hailed a taxi, first going to the cake shop to pick up a cake he had ordered the night before, and then he negotiated the fare with the taxi driver. The cemetery was quite far away, and the roads were not easy to navigate. The taxi agreed to go for 200 yuan. Today was Tuan Tuan's birthday, and he wanted to take her to see her family besides himself, allowing them to see their most beloved treasure. Standing in front of 3 side-by-side tombstones, Li Chen took out the cake, cut it into several pieces, and arranged some offerings, then had Tuan Tuan bow to her father and mother, grandparents, and great-grandparents. It had been almost 2 years since the incident, and Tuan Tuan had grown from just over 1 year old to 3 years old. On the anniversaries of 6 relatives, Tuan Tuan's birthday, and other significant holidays, Li Chen would always bring Tuan Tuan to pay a visit. He wanted to tell his departed loved ones that he was taking good care of their precious one, and he also wanted Tuan Tuan to remember that there were many people who once loved her. In fact, when he first started doing this, some elderly neighbors advised against it, saying that the child was still young and a girl, and that such rituals could easily offend something, which sounded quite superstitious. They made Li Chen feel suspicious, but then he thought to himself, what kind of taboos could there be in honoring one's own blood relatives? If the dead truly have spirits in the afterlife, they would be too busy caring for Tuan Tuan to harm her, right? Even if the cemetery was filled with ghostly energy, it wasn't just these 6 people buried here. Li Chen's grandparents and great-grandparents were also laid to rest here, as were his brother-in-law's grandparents and great-grandparents, along with some more distant relatives. With so many family spirits around, could any other spirits harm Tuan Tuan? Anyway, Li Chen felt that his family had some standing in the ghost realm of Kaki Town, and he had brought Tuan Tuan here many times. The little one slept even more soundly at night than usual, so it didn't seem like they had stirred up any trouble. Li Chen held Tuan Tuan's small hand, gently stroking the photos of their relatives on the gravestone, telling her stories from his childhood. In fact, the burial industry in the small town wasn't very developed, and there were basically no photos of the deceased printed on the gravestones. Li Chen was also grateful that the funeral service had scammed him a bit, although he spent quite a bit of money. Seeing the lifelike photos of his relatives on the gravestone felt like they were smiling and praising him for taking good care of the family's little treasure. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, Sister, Brother-in-law, I've made a lot of money recently, and Tuan Tuan's medical expenses are more than covered. If you really have spirits, please bless Tuan Tuan to grow up healthy and live to 80. Li Chen bid farewell to the 6 relatives and let Tuan Tuan say goodbye to them. The 2 of them held hands and returned to the taxi. By the time they got back to town, it was already past 10 o'clock, and Li Chen went to the bakery to pick up another, larger birthday cake. This was for Tuan Tuan to take to kindergarten, so the other kids could have some fun too. He had already spoken to teacher Lei Lei about it yesterday, and she had consulted the parents in the group. After all, today's children are precious. If any parents didn't want their kids to eat birthday cake, or if any child had allergies, they needed to inform the parents in advance.
Li Chen also shared which bakery it was and what kind of cake it was in the group. That bakery was quite famous in town, known for its good reputation and quality. Li Chen ordered the most expensive one. It didn't have many decorations, but the ingredients were healthy, and the parents were quite agreeable, with no objections. One parent did send a pouting emoji, expressing that there would be an extra expense for their child's birthday in the future, and that kindergarten was starting to get competitive. This led to a flurry of reaction emojis. Whether it was a joke or not, Li Chen didn't know. Anyway, he had reported it in advance, and as long as Tuan Tuan was happy, who cared about competition? With money, he could be willful. After delivering Tuan Tuan and the birthday cake to teacher Lei Lei, Li Chen felt a bit nervous. It was time for the blind date. Oddly enough, he wasn't socially anxious, so why was he feeling nervous? Teacher Lei Lei looked Li Chen up and down, nodded, and smiled. You look quite neat and proper. I thought you would come at 11, but you're here half an hour early. I still need to distribute the cake to the kids, so I won't be able to pay attention to you for a bit. Let me give you my sister's QQ contact, and you can reach out to her. Upon hearing that he had to contact her himself, Li Chen felt a bit more nervous. After giving Li Chen her QQ contact, teacher Lei Lei took Tuan inside. Li Chen stared at the message he received, hesitating for a long time before finally clicking to send a friend request. Perhaps teacher Lei Lei had given a heads up, as the other side quickly confirmed it. Receiving the confirmation message made Li Chen even more anxious. After pondering for a while, he sent out 2 words. Hello. Hello. I'm Li Chen. Shu Yunan. I'm at the kindergarten gate. Okay, I'm on my way. It's over. Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect blind dates to be so torturous. Just typing a few words. Felt awkward. How would he handle it when they actually met? The thought of meeting made Li Chen unable to help but suck on his teeth. How much more awkward could it get? Li Chen scrolled through Shu Yunan's moments but didn't find any selfies. With a hint of nervous anticipation, he occasionally pretended to casually glance at the young women passing by, trying to figure out which one was her. A tall girl, wearing a cream-colored long dress, with curly long hair casually draped over her shoulders, was slowly walking around the corner. Li Chen took a quick glance and hurriedly looked away. She was too beautiful, and her aura was too striking. It couldn't be her. After all, teacher Lei Lei wouldn't possibly introduce such a sister to him, a guy who was just a babysitter. In fact, Li Chen wanted to steal another look at the beauty, but considering that Shu Yunan should be arriving soon, he thought, what if she caught him staring at the beauty? There would be no need for a blind date then. She'd definitely leave in disgust. Li Chen glanced at the time. It had already been half an hour. Logically, the small town wasn't that big, so she should have arrived by now. Excuse me, are you Li Chen? A gentle voice came from the side. Li Chen turned his head and couldn't hide his surprise. His blind date was actually the stunning beauty he had been too shy to look at a second time? This was a bit unexpected. Teacher Lei Lei's introduction was way too conservative. Li Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, saying, I'm Li Chen, and you must be Shu Yunan? Yes. Now that he was face to face with his blind date, Li Chen, although surprised by Shu Yunan's overwhelming beauty, felt less nervous than before and smiled. I heard from teacher Lei Lei that you were very beautiful, but I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful than I imagined. Li Chen's straightforward compliment caught Shu Yunan off guard, but she didn't show much emotion. After all, she had heard such compliments plenty of times before. Thank you, you are, quite good too. Shu Yunan hesitated for a moment and gently nodded. Li Chen felt a bit awkward upon hearing that. He could only say he looked okay. He was on the lean side, with not much meat on him. His hair was a bit long, and he hadn't had time to get a haircut lately. He usually didn't use any grooming products. Washing his face and brushing his teeth was considered maintenance. His sun-kissed bronze skin, to put it bluntly, was not very fair, and compared to Shu Yunan's delicacy, it seemed too rough. The only thing he could boast about was his height of 1.83 meters. However, Shu Yunan was also quite tall. Without high heels, she looked to be at least 1.7 meters. If she wore sky-high heels, Li Chen would have to look up at her. Li Chen guessed that Shu Yunan was too polite to say something like you look quite handsome out loud. The opening lines had been exchanged, but how to continue the conversation was a blind spot for Li Chen. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out, I booked a restaurant, how about we head there first? Sure. Then I'll grab a taxi. After saying that, Li Chen quickly walked to the roadside to hail a cab. I drove here, Shu Yunan softly called out to Li Chen. Oh, then I'll ride with you. The person without a driver's license awkwardly followed Shu Yunan to the parking spot around the corner. Seeing Shu Yunan walk up to a Volkswagen Tiguan, Li Chen let out a small sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Shu Yunan would pull up in a Rolls-Royce or a Lamborghini or something. The thought of such a scene made Li Chen unable to hold back a laugh. Shu Yunan looked at him in confusion. Which restaurant did you book? How about you drive? I don't have a driver's license. Shu Yunan nodded and said nothing more, opening the car door and getting in. Li Chen casually opened the back door of the car, but then realized it seemed like he was treating the girl as a driver, so he hurriedly sat in the passenger seat instead. Where to? Milan restaurant, you know it, right? Yeah, I went there once a few days ago.
Milan Restaurant was a new Western restaurant in town, sounding quite upscale, but in reality, it was a mix of cuisines, selling everything from steak, pasta, American fries, to Korean fried chicken and Chinese rice bowls. Mainly, it was new, with an elegant environment and plenty of private rooms, making it suitable for young people to gather and date. Yesterday, teacher Lei had instructed Li Chen to treat her to a meal and to perform well, so he naturally felt embarrassed to take her for something like spicy hot pot. The two of them were quite silent on the way, but fortunately, the restaurant wasn't far, and they arrived in just a few minutes. Once they entered the private room, the waiter tactfully handed the menu to Shu Yunan. Shu Yunan appeared much more at ease than Li Chen. After asking if he had any dietary restrictions, she confidently ordered a couple's set meal that looked economical and affordable from the front page of the menu. After the waiter left, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Mainly, Li Chen had been single his whole life and was on his first blind date. In reality, it wasn't like in the game where he could wear a mask. Facing a beautiful girl, Li Chen's toes unconsciously curled, almost helping the restaurant expand into a 3-bedroom apartment. Shu Yunan seemed to maintain a natural expression, but she was also quite embarrassed. It was her first blind date too. Who arranges a blind date for someone who hasn't even picked up their college diploma yet? There was no choice. She was the only child in her family, and she was a late child, born when her parents were 40, so they had doted on her since she was little. Even her father, who had been tough all his life, secretly wiped away tears every time she returned to school. Now that she had finally graduated, he was determined to keep her in their hometown. Just a few days after she returned, he secretly bought a car. The family already had one, and since her mother couldn't drive, wasn't it a waste for the car to sit idle? He even used the excuse of his poor health, suggesting she go on blind dates. What kind of 60-year-old man, who is in poor health, runs 5 kilometers in the morning and still has the energy to cook breakfast at home? With all that muscle, does he think his daughter is blind? Her mother was even more exaggerated. Since the day she returned, she hadn't stopped asking all the relatives and friends to find her a blind date. They even looked at the dowry, which was a house, and yesterday she dragged her to see it. Fortunately, some fool had actually hoarded a building amidst the real estate bubble, including the pre-sale house her mother had previously liked. Otherwise, today she might have been part of the home-owning crowd. As soon as she received a call from Sister Lei yesterday, her parents got excited and spent half the night asking Sister Lei about the guy. When they heard that the guy's parents were no longer around, they couldn't sit still. While feeling sympathetic, they couldn't hide their joy. Although her parents were quite open-minded and had no plans to have a son-in-law move in, the fact that the guy had lost his parents made marriage not much different from having a son-in-law move in. They wouldn't have to worry about their daughter having conflicts with her in-laws after marriage, and when children came along, there wouldn't be grandparents fighting to see the kids. What a delightful thought. When they heard that the guy also had a little niece he took good care of, they sighed but felt even more satisfied. This indicated that the guy had good character and a sense of responsibility. If he could treat his niece well, he would naturally treat his wife and her family well too. The only downside was the child's illness, which would definitely cost a lot of money. Although Lei Lei said the guy claimed he had saved enough for medical expenses, that statement was a bit hard to believe. Chronic leukemia isn't something that can be resolved with a one-time expenditure, it's a long-term financial burden. To put it bluntly, the longer you live, the more you spend. How much can you really save? Dad sighed and said it was a pity, but Mom thought for a moment, rummaged through the house, and came out with several bank cards slapped down on the table. I calculated, the money is enough. The beverage factory at home isn't as profitable as it was a few years ago, but it can last for a few more years. As long as you like him, Mom will back you up. At that moment, Shu Yunan was dumbfounded. What kind of family did she grow up in? Is this about money? They haven't even met the person yet, and they're already offering support? What conditions do they have that a decent person would be interested in? Am I ugly or missing limbs? She didn't know. How many boys in college confessed to girls while holding guitars downstairs in the dormitory? If it weren't for the fact that there were too few boys at the normal university, and she really hadn't found anyone she liked, she could have brought back a strong connection. In the end, under the pressure of her parents, Shu Yunan reluctantly agreed to the blind date, but only she knew what she really thought. When she met him, the first impression was terrible. Seeing such a handsome guy, he actually managed to avoid looking at her a second time. He must have some hidden issues.
He looked decent, and when he smiled, he was quite sunny. His outfit was casual, without any deliberate styling. She hated those big men who wore makeup and sprayed perfume, looking like a fake K-pop star. As for other things, he couldn't drive, so he didn't have a car. Normally, that wouldn't matter, she had a car. But didn't they save enough for the exorbitant medical bills? If it was only enough for medical expenses, it seemed unreasonable not to buy a car. If he was reluctant to buy a good car, how much could a second-hand domestic car cost? It would be convenient for picking up and dropping off kids, and wouldn't the children suffer less in bad weather? After all, that kind of illness was long-term, and Li Chen was so young, he could still earn money. It wasn't being stingy, it was lying. She felt so embarrassed to order that she chose the most economical option, which had an awkward name, the couple's set meal. And the most important point, this person was a mute. A blind date? You want me, a girl, to find a topic? If it weren't for the fact that getting up and leaving would be a bit hurtful, she would have left long ago. Seeing that it had been silent for a long time, Li Chen felt that it would be even more awkward if he didn't say anything, so he forced a smile and asked, "Are you married?" Ah. Shu Yunan was truly stunned. This isn't a mute, this is a fool. Is it too late to leave now? As soon as Li Chen said it, his face turned red, and he hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's my first blind date, and I'm too nervous." What could Shu Yunan say? She could only squeeze out a smile. "It's okay, it's my first blind date too, it's natural to be nervous." After making a big joke, Li Chen finally calmed down a bit and started to communicate normally with Shu Yunan. After a few exchanges, the topic naturally shifted to Shu Yunan's major, early childhood education. Now Li Chen had something to talk about, especially since they had a child at home. Shu Yunan also felt a bit more at ease, as this was her field of study. As they chatted, they temporarily forgot the previous awkwardness, and Li Chen unknowingly shifted the topic to the issue of children being faceblind and unable to remember their friends' names. Shu Yunan not only had studied this kind of knowledge but also encountered similar situations during her internship in her senior year, so she began to explain to Li Chen how to guide children through photos or help them remember based on their friends' characteristics. With a common topic, everything became much more comfortable. They had almost finished their meal, and the teaching was done, so the conversation inevitably turned to online. They chatted about some interesting anecdotes from online. The more they talked, the more anxious Li Chen felt, and in the end, his expression stiffened. "What's your name in the game?" Upon hearing this question, Li Chen knew that this blind date was a failure. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? To hide his real identity, he had paid an extra tax of over 10 million. How could he expose his background just for a blind date unless he was out of his mind? Under the premise of a mandatory nationwide game, blind dates are basically an unavoidable topic. Even if it's not asked today, it will be tomorrow. After all, there are online time requirements, and most people's free time is dominated by online, leaving little time for further communication outside the game. He really shouldn't be on a blind date. "Sorry, I might not be able to answer that question for now." Upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. She had already been taken aback several times since they met. Could it be that even in the game there are unspeakable secrets? I understand. Eyes suddenly lit up. "I heard from that you can make money in such a difficult game like online, and now you're unwilling to mention the game name. Are you a notorious red-named thief? The kind that kills players for their gear, and accidentally took down some big shot, so you're afraid to reveal your name in real life?" Was also taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the animated. "This could be explained this way? You don't have to worry too much, since the game doesn't prohibit PK, it's naturally not illegal. It's wise to hide your identity if you've offended a big shot, especially since this is our first meeting." You're absolutely right. The topic of online came to an end, but seeing his lingering interest, silently sighed. He didn't let see him off and took a taxi home instead. Holding the gaming helmet, he hesitated for a long time before finally picking up his phone. Was really beautiful, had a great personality, and was majoring in early childhood education, so she naturally liked children. Otherwise, given her family background, she wouldn't have forced herself to choose this major due to employment issues. And since she came for a blind date, at least she or her family wouldn't mind the existence of. The town was so small, missing out on a girl like her could truly be a lifelong regret. "Sorry, we might not be suitable for each other." As looked at the message from, he silently deleted the draft he had just typed but hadn't sent yet. He was about to send the same message, but now that the other party had sent it first, he felt a sense of relief. Because of the existence of the character, until he had enough self-protection ability, blind dates and relationships were probably out of his reach. Moreover, he didn't have time to manage a relationship in real life. Unfortunately, was really beautiful. No, wait, she wasn't interested in him, what a pity. It was better to focus on making money. in the game and improving his strength. As soon as logged in, before he could even check if the 3 guilds in had let their guard down, he received a message from "Come back." Seeing those 2 words, was confused and was about to ask when the system pop-up appeared. Invited you to join the guild. Do you agree? Naturally understood what was going on and quickly clicked to agree, then summoned the guild panel. Looking at the guild member list, with the prominent name of the guild leader and the lone little soldier, sent a voice request to, "Did you create the guild? Your merit is only over 700, right? I just gathered enough." Glanced at the time, it was 1 p.m. How long would it take for a priest to gather nearly 300 merit points? Must have stayed online to accumulate 1,000 merit points, and she had already been online since yesterday. Your health. I won't die. Hurry and teleport back. I checked, and the guild teleport can only be activated if the guild leader is online. Oh, okay, quickly activated the guild teleport. Just as he told that he was back, her name in the friend list turned gray. Stood dazedly in the resurrection square, his eyes involuntarily becoming a bit misty. He could imagine how Ushinin had pushed through sleepless nights to earn enough merit points just to bring him back to Shinho City. Truly too righteous. A good friend. So loyal. With Ushinin absent, Li Chen couldn't attract too many monsters by leveling up alone, so he simply took on a merit task to farm level 16 monsters. With his defense and 5% lifesteal, he could handle any monsters of the same level. The most important thing was that he understood how to use the Devour skill. Once the first monster fell to his sword, as long as he kept killing monsters and remained in combat, each kill would increase his attack by 1 point, eventually rising to 1598 points. This kind of attack power made farming monsters feel almost like cheating, even after completing the target number for the merit task. Li Chen was reluctant to leave. After all, the guild was already overflowing, and wasting the hard-earned attack power for just a few merit points seemed unworthy. So, Li Chen simply squatted in the area of the level 16 monsters and kept farming until 4:30 p.m. Watching his attack power drop as he exited combat, Li Chen didn't feel regretful. He had been focused for 3 straight hours, and having only slept for less than 3 hours that morning, his mind had reached its limit, making everything a bit blurry. After logging off, he splashed his face with cold water and went to pick up Tuan Tuan. Taking Tuan Tuan from teacher Lei Lei, both felt a bit awkward. After all, the blind date hadn't worked out. However, Li Chen still thanked her before leaving. Too tired, Li Chen, in a daze, didn't dare to take Tuan Tuan out to play. Instead, he sat with her on the sofa watching cartoons, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. Tuan Tuan was very well behaved, leaning against her uncle's chest, quietly watching TV, and when she got tired, she didn't wake him. She turned off the TV by herself, brushed her teeth alone, and then clumsily pulled a small blanket over her uncle's head before snuggling up against him and falling asleep. When Li Chen opened his eyes, it was nearly 11 p.m., and he had been woken up by the pressure. Looking at the small blanket that had fallen off his head and Tuan Tuan sleeping in his arms, Li Chen felt deeply moved. He gently kissed the little one's forehead, carried Tuan Tuan to bed, and softly patted her for a while until the little one settled down before washing his face and logging into the game. Seeing Ushinin online, Li Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he found Ushinin, he was leveling up with his new pet. After farming so many merit task monsters, the Headless Knight, named Tutu, was already level 12. Its size hadn't changed much, still about the same as an adult, but unfortunately, the Headless Knight pet hadn't learned the boss's abnormal skills, only having regular charge, thrust, and slash. It was uncertain whether the boss's several abnormal skills could be learned by pets later on. Those group attack skills were still quite fierce. When his pig intestines were level 15, it hadn't learned any skills, and he didn't know if it was because pets could only have 3 skills or if the level requirement was higher. Are you feeling okay? Li Chen asked, turning his head to look at Ushinin. I'm fine, Ushinin replied. Thanks. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to come back in such a short time. You don't need to be polite, I just wanted you to come back to fight for the boss together. If the boss respawns at midnight tonight, I can't take it down by myself. Oh. Li Chen hesitated, finally just nodding, then took out 36 gold coins and handed them to Ushinin. This is the money for your 6 health potions. Increasing stamina is useful for any class, selling for 5 gold is a bit low. Ushinin glanced at Li Chen with a strange look and said, last night, President Bai transferred money to me, 10 health potions. For 60,000. Ah? Li Chen's eyes were filled with embarrassment. With the battle imminent yesterday, Bai Daba had been busy changing his gear and giving him skill books, so Li Chen naturally didn't bring up the health potions, and digging deeper into their friendship over such a small matter felt a bit pretentious. However, Shernan and Bai Debeos were merely engaged in a business transaction, while Li Chen was still considering helping Bai Debeos settle the accounts. Unexpectedly, Bai Debeos had not forgotten this small matter, he simply bypassed Li Chen, the delivery person, and directly connected with the seller. Looking at the 24 gold coins handed over by Oh Shernan, Li Chen awkwardly accepted them. Ah, it's almost midnight, how about we go guard the Headless Horseman? With no cracks in the ground, Li Chen could only use the boss to ease the awkwardness. The Headless Horseman might be difficult to handle, oh. Shernan said lightly. Has a guild already gone there? The flames of war, Oak Entertainment, and even the main forces of the military are already guarding the Headless Horseman. The three sides have been fighting for half a day. Didn't you check the regional chat when you came up? Li Chen, puzzled, opened the regional chat and indeed saw messages about the three sides fighting in the withered wood forest. It seemed that the conflict had not fully erupted, just some minor disputes, but the main forces from all three sides had not retreated from the withered wood forest. However, it appeared that if the boss really respawned at midnight, a major battle would be unavoidable. Why has everyone gone to the withered wood forest? It's normal for the flames of war and Oak Entertainment to clash, but why is the military involved? Didn't they say the military wouldn't compete with civilians for profit? That depends on what profit is at stake. After your antics yesterday, anyone could guess it was related to the Headless Horseman's skills. Whether it's skill books or equipment skills, it has escalated to a strategic level, and the military can't just let it go. It was actually caused by me. Li Chen couldn't help but grin, then thought for a moment and said, then should we go for the other two bosses? For the Abyss Wanderer, we can only take advantage of the chaos. Since the Headless Horseman can drop Soul Devour, the Abyss Wanderer might drop something even tougher, and there will definitely be a large number of people from the three guilds guarding that area. Hearing this, Li Chen frowned. The two-headed ogre will probably be difficult to deal with as well. You've established a guild, so the three sides should have guessed I was back and will definitely leave people to guard it. They don't even need to leave too many, just a few dozen. To disrupt us while we fight the boss will suffice. The opportunity lies with the Abyss Wanderer and the Headless Horseman. If the three sides really start fighting, we could take advantage of it, but escaping unscathed today seems a bit difficult. Which one should we go for? Let's go for the Headless Horseman. It seems unlikely that anything will happen there. And the Abyss Wanderer won't start a fight either, since the main forces aren't present. After the two agreed, they mounted their steeds and headed towards the withered wood forest. By the time they arrived at the withered wood forest, there were only 10 minutes left until midnight. Li Chen and Oh Shernan dismounted early and put their mounts away. Li Chen even bought black iron-level weapons, shields, and armor from the auction house to change into. His appearance from yesterday's battle had likely been thoroughly studied by others, so to avoid being discovered early, he disguised himself. Oh Shernan casually wore a plain white robe they had obtained earlier. The two disguised themselves as ordinary players watching the excitement from a distance. At this moment, the three guilds had temporarily ceased their friction, all waiting for the Headless Horseman's respawn. If the Headless Horseman did not respawn, engaging in a preemptive battle would only lead to unnecessary losses, as players could respawn. Time passed slowly, and finally, at midnight, the system did not issue an announcement, and the Headless Horseman's spawn point did not reveal his presence. Clearly, the respawn time for a level 15 boss was not 24 hours. Although Li Chen had suspected this, he still felt a bit disappointed. With the boss not respawning, the three guilds naturally could not fight, and they each retreated. Li Chen and Oh Shernan exchanged glances, unsure of where to go next. How about we go find Catherine? I'm level 16 now, I shouldn't miss anymore, right? The withered wood forest is adjacent to the wailing forest. Seeing that the Headless Horseman hasn't respawned, Li Chen's desire to fight the boss hasn't died down, so he suggests taking a stroll in the wailing forest. Oh Shernan thinks for a moment and then shakes his head. We can't handle it. I remember Catherine's black hand skill, just one hit took away nearly 2,800 health from me. My defense was around 350 at the time, so her skill damage was about 3,150, and it has 2 stages of damage. We can't withstand that, plus she can summon so many elite monsters. Li Chen thinks for a moment and also dismisses the idea. Yeah, it does seem a bit tricky. Her alert range should be very far, otherwise, she wouldn't have ambushed us in advance. How much more merit do you need to reach 1,000 points? Oh Shernan suddenly asks. I still need 180 points. Then let's focus on your merit tasks first. After I get promoted to Baron, I can take on higher reward merit tasks and gain an additional 3% boost to all attributes. I estimate that the higher the rank, the greater the bonus, so let's prioritize the merit tasks for now. Alright, let's do the merit tasks first. Li Chen nods. The two went straight back to the city, but unfortunately, although Oh Shernan could take C-level tasks, he couldn't share them with Li Chen. After thinking it over, he simply let Li Chen take the task alone. This way, when the two teamed Up to farm task monsters, Shernan could only gain experience but not merit rewards. Li Chen didn't mind too much, given their current strength, E-level tasks were still quite fast. Especially since they could do group kills. After completing 4 merit tasks, Li Chen's merit reached 1,000 points around 3 am, and he successfully promoted to Baron at the NPC in the task hall. Not only could he establish a guild for free, but the merit shop also updated with a piece of accessory equipment. Baron medal increases all attributes by 3%. This is the rank up reward that Shernan mentioned, and it wasn't expensive, only 5 silver coins, which is a rare reasonable price. However, when Li Chen saw the specific description of the medal, he retracted the term reasonable. Wearing it requires the Baron rank, meaning it can't be resold. The most important thing is that this item disappears upon death. It's actually a consumable. It's like paying $50 for a 3% buff that disappears when you die. This amount of money doesn't matter much to Li Chen, but it's a hassle. If he dies once, he has to remember to exchange it again. Li Chen had already taken a nap on the sofa and wasn't feeling sleepy now, but Shernan seemed to be struggling a bit, his eyes showing signs of fatigue. You should log off and rest. Shernan didn't force himself. Just as he was about to log off, a sudden red glow appeared on the merit task wall. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. 4 tasks with red borders were very eye-catching on the task wall. Li Chen didn't hesitate at all, walking up and intending to take one without even looking. This special effect was clearly not simple. He had missed the Guardian task before, and now he couldn't let the task slip away again? What embarrassed Li Chen was that he couldn't take it. Upon checking the task requirements, it turned out that only the guild leader or vice leader could accept it. Guild task? Fortunately, he had a guild leader behind him. Shernan stepped forward to take a closer look and then accepted one of them. As Shernan accepted the task, the 4 red-bordered tasks on the task wall turned into 3. Shernan sent the task information to Li Chen. Task: Liberate the Fire City, Guild, task time limit, 24 hours. According to the task description, to put it simply, it means that the number of players entering the main city has reached saturation. And there is an urgent need to liberate the satellite city occupied by the Abyss Demon Clan to alleviate the pressure. The task rewards 10,000 merit points and 100,000 guild prosperity points. The 10,000 merit points will be evenly distributed among the guild members participating in the task. Guild prosperity points are essential for upgrading the guild, and it takes exactly 100,000 guild prosperity points to upgrade to level 2. Shernan was tasked with liberating the Fire City. The mission objective was to kill 20,000 abyssal demons and a general named Sodden. Seeing such a large number of targets, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. 20,000 monsters in 24 hours. That's way too many monsters. It's going to be tough for us, he said. Shernan didn't respond immediately but turned to look at the mission wall. In the blink of an eye, the 3 remaining red-framed missions on the merit wall had disappeared. Clearly, the other 3 guilds had received the news and quickly appointed a vice president to take on the tasks. Mu Zhuren, Huozhuli, Tu Zhuxin, Jinjui, Shui Zhuji, these are the 5 elemental natures. The 4 tasks that just appeared correspond to Mu, Li, Xan, and Yi, but we still need a task for Jishui City, Shernan said. Li Chen listened, somewhat confused. He hadn't heard of the 5 elemental natures, but he knew about the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He quickly caught on. He summoned the guild interface and saw that Shinho City still didn't have a 5th guild. Are you saying there should be another task? Whether there is or not, you should withdraw from the guild and create one. If a task appears, we can claim it, Shernan replied. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Li Chen said, hesitating, but he withdrew from the guild and hurried to the Civil Organization Supervision Office. Soon, a brand new guild was born. Little Second Class. This was the name of the new guild, chosen casually just to claim the task. After returning to the mission hall, a red-framed task indeed appeared on the mission wall. Li Chen hurriedly stepped forward to accept it. The task description was similar, but the satellite city that needed liberation was Jishui City. I've claimed the task, so what now? Li Chen asked excitedly as he approached Shernan. Shernan thought for a moment and said, each satellite city should require corresponding prerequisite tasks to open. Try to see if you can abandon it. If you do, will the task reappear on the mission wall? Li Chen's eyes lit up as he clicked to abandon the task in the taskbar, and sure enough, a red task refreshed on the mission wall. Li Chen stepped forward again and accepted it once more, but the time limit did not reset to 24 hours. It seemed to be linked to the task's release time. There's a bug, but then what? Facing Li Chen's questioning gaze, Shernan blinked awkwardly and said, I thought there might be a bug, but now that it's stuck, I don't know what to do. Li Chen was somewhat speechless. They had claimed the task, but what good was it if they couldn't complete it within the Time limit? Oh, Shernan looked at Li Chen and said somewhat unreasonably, your brain usually works pretty well. Since I thought of the task bug, the rest is up to you. Me? I don't even know why we need to exploit this bug. We might not even be able to complete one task, and now that we each have a guild, we can't do it at all. Oh, Shernan smiled awkwardly, how about you? Disband your guild, or I disband mine, and then we can tackle one task together? I think I'll just think about it. Although it was a bug exploited for the sake of exploiting, since they had managed to do so, it wasn't Li Chen's style to not gain some benefits from it. After pondering for a while, Li Chen uncertainly said, I thought of two ways. One is to sell one of the guilds. I think with a prosperity level of 100,000, someone would buy it. The Daba guild didn't even gather enough prosperity to level up to a level 2 guild yesterday, or they wouldn't have been in a tough battle with Baida. Clearly, this thing is quite valuable. Most players currently don't have a guild, so buying an empty shell guild wouldn't be a problem for recruiting members. It would probably fill up quickly, the members might be a bit weak, but fighting 20,000 monsters in 24 hours would be no challenge at all. However, each person only has one chance to establish a guild with merit points. If sold, future guild creation will require both reputation and gold. The second option is for us to do it ourselves, but we need to find a reliable person to transfer a guild to him, allowing him to exploit a bug. We can first complete one guild quest, then do a second one later. This way, we can not only gain a lot of merit but also create 2 level 2 guilds. Which one do you prefer? The second one. Oh, Shernan answered without hesitation, then thought for a moment and added, actually, we don't need to specifically find someone to exploit a bug first. Let's team up and try the difficulty in a satellite city, then see if including people outside the guild counts as completing the quest. If the difficulty is too high, we can reconsider the selling issue. That sounds good, but can your body handle it? Li Chen looked at Oh Shernan's tired eyes, not wanting her to go. Let's first check out Jishui City. I'm curious about what a satellite city occupied by the demon race looks like. Seeing Oh Shernan's determination, Li Chen didn't say much more, planning to persuade her to log off regardless of the difficulty once they arrived. Following the quest guidance, the two left Shinho City and traveled west along the main road. The first half of the road was quite safe, with no monsters appearing, but as they ran about halfway, the wide road became desolate and monsters began to roam. Fortunately, with Li Chen's current defense, these level 16 or 17 monsters couldn't break through his defenses at all. Occasionally being knocked off his mount just wasted a bit of time. With Li Chen leading the way, Oh Shernan faced little danger and didn't expend much energy. Whenever she saw Li Chen's health drop a bit, she would casually cast a healing spell. As they ran further, the monsters on the road became increasingly higher in level. After running for about an hour, passing through an area with level 19 monsters, they finally saw a city towering at the foot of a cliff. From a distance, they could see humanoid monsters densely scattered around the city. The two quickly reached the foot of the mountain, and one true sight was thrown out. Abyss Demon. Warrior level, 20 health, 42,000 defense, 1200 attack, 1280 skills, mighty strike, sweep. Outside the city, there was only this type of humanoid monster, but its attributes made Li Chen frown. Although it was also a level 20 monster, this so-called Abyss Demon was stronger than the Bone Warrior from the Wailing Forest. Its health and defense were much higher, but fortunately, its attack power wasn't. Li Chen leveled up once, and with his free attribute points, he allocated 2:3 to stamina and root. Plus, he just received a barren medal that increased all attributes by 3%. Li Chen's attributes were health, 8636 attack power, 976 defense, 1578 even without activating the stone armor halo. The Abyss Demon's normal attacks couldn't break through his defense, but the Abyss Demon's skills could take away 372 health points. If Oh Shernan was healing, such monsters could be easily pulled. After all, they were melee monsters, and even if he pulled 1,000, at most only 6 or 7 could hit him. Li Chen calculated the damage from the Abyss Demon and nodded, saying, we can handle it. Given the density of these monsters, pulling dozens at once is no problem, though it might be a bit slow. It's a pity that Whirlwind Slash has a 6-second cooldown, so we can't continuously apply poison, otherwise it would be quick. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Oh Shernan casually cast a stamina buff on Li Chen and planned to follow him. Li Chen hesitated for a moment but still charged out on his mount. As Li Chen approached, the Abyss Demons rushed over one by one from a distance. Li Chen circled around to gather the monsters, and after attracting about 40 Abyss Demons, he squeezed into the monster group and activated Whirlwind Slash. A large area of damage erupted, and a bunch of plus signs appeared above Li Chen's head, but the damage from the Abyss Demons was a bit high, with 6 monsters able to attack him simultaneously. The 6 monsters alternated between 2 attack skills, and relying solely on lifesteal was not enough. Fortunately, there was also a Shinin With the rotten magic staff equipped, her magical attack power reached 1350 points. The healing spell's healing amount was 130% of her magical attack power, allowing a single healing spell to restore 1755 points of health to Li Chen. Coupled with the Holy Light Shield and the recovery spell, Li Chen's health was very stable. After swinging 2 rounds of Whirlwind Slash, Li Chen saw that Ushinin could fully keep his health up, so he simply switched back to the Ogre Bonehammer to increase his output capability. Without the 5% lifesteal, Li Chen's health was slightly unstable, but judging by the trend, the monster should die before him. To be safe, Li Chen occasionally drank a bottle of Big Red to reduce Ushinin's healing pressure. As Li Chen used Whirlwind Slash for what felt like the umpteenth time, nearly 40 Abyss Demon warriors fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Li Chen glanced at the time and frowned. From gathering the monsters to finishing them off, it took nearly 3 minutes, longer than he had expected. Killing 20,000 monsters is really too difficult. Ushinin thought for a moment and suggested with a strange look, "If you can endure it, I can use Stinking Impact. This skill doesn't harm you, but the smell is just like the Abyss Wanderers." Skill? No. Li Chen quickly shook his head at the suggestion. That was a joke. If it were a boss fight, he could endure a few sprays, but grinding small monsters while suffering through that was unbearable, and constantly smelling it was practically torture. He wasn't that inclined towards self-harm. Then let's just keep fighting like this. If it doesn't work, I'll just sell my guild. What are you talking about? Hurry up and log off to rest, it's already 5 a.m. Oh, I can hold on. This quest has a time limit, I want to get as much done as I can. Not resting, huh? Li Chen looked at Ushinin's stubborn eyes, a hint of a smile appearing in his own, before he vanished from her sight. Ushinin stared at the now grayed out invincible cute group in her friend list, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing her eyes. Li Chen went to the bathroom and then made a cup of instant coffee. If this book becomes popular, coffee manufacturers can contact me. After dawdling for about 10 minutes, Li Chen sipped the still hot coffee with a hiss and logged back in. Seeing Ushinin, who was crossing her arms and looking provocatively at him, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He thought that since he logged off, Ushinin would follow suit. After all, what could she do alone? To his surprise, this fierce girl was still standing there defiantly. "You wasted 12.5 minutes. Ushinin said, her mouth curving up 25 degrees beneath her mask, speaking lightly. "Why are you playing by your own rules?" Li Chen said somewhat helplessly. "Stop with the tricks, hurry up and grind monsters. If you keep stalling, we really won't finish." Li Chen sighed and resignedly regrouped with Ushinin, charging towards the nearby monsters. In fact, once they got into the grind, the efficiency was much higher than previously calculated. With the soul Devour skill in play, as waves of monsters fell, Li Chen's attack power surged, and the speed of killing monsters increased. Once his attack power stacked to 600, the grinding efficiency improved by more than a third, with a wave of monsters taking less than 2 minutes to clear. This was also why Li Chen hadn't thought of seeking outside help for grinding. However, such efficiency couldn't be maintained indefinitely, as it was already 7 a.m., and seeing Ushinin occasionally show signs of fatigue made Li Chen feel uneasy. After finishing another wave of monsters, Li Chen spread his hands and said, "Alright. It's 7:20, I need to take the kids to school and then catch up on some sleep. You should log off and rest too." "Oh." Ushinin glanced at the time, and though she felt a bit reluctant, she nodded. "This time I'm not lying to you, you really shouldn't just stand here." Li Chen was a bit worried and advised. "Oh." Hearing Shinin's indifferent tone, Li Chen wasn't sure if he was worried that she didn't believe him or what, so he said softly, "I'm raising the child alone, and there's no one else at home to help take the child, so you believe me and hurry down to rest." Shinan showed a hint of shock in her eyes upon hearing this, hesitating for a moment but not daring to curiously ask Li Chen the reason, fearing it might touch on his painful memories. "You must have it tough." "It's okay, the first couple of years were quite hard, but now it's not bad. I'm really not in a hurry, you should go down quickly too." After Li Chen finished speaking, he logged off, as the motion capture camera had already sent a prompt. Shinan watched Li Chen disappear before her. Her mind couldn't help but wonder. Is he divorced or a widower, raising a child alone? She had heard that in some places, due to early marriages, couples would hold weddings without a marriage certificate before reaching the legal age, and then the woman would give birth and leave, not even counting as divorced. And how come there wasn't even an elderly person to help take care of the child? No wonder he earns a lot but is still surprised when buying a noble title medal. He must have had a very hard life before. For some reason, Shinan let out a soft sigh, unsure if it was sympathy or something else, and then logged out of the game. When Li Chen took off his helmet, Tuan Tuan had been staring at him with her head tilted for a long time. The little one had gotten up to go to the bathroom by herself and, seeing her uncle still wearing the big helmet, was a bit hesitant to approach. The last time, that aunt
whose name she forgot had told her that her uncle wore the helmet for work, making money for the good baby. But what should the good baby do if she wanted her uncle to make money to buy dolls and also wanted him to hold her? As soon as Li Chen saw Tuan Tuan's little pout, he knew what the little one was thinking and reached out to pick her up. Big windmill, spin, spin, spin. With a whirlwind slash, Tuan Tuan immediately became happy, giggling non-stop. There was no time to make breakfast, so after a quick wash, Li Chen took Tuan Tuan to kindergarten. Actually, the meals at this kindergarten were quite good, but the intervals were too tight. Breakfast at 8:10, lunch at 11:20, dinner at 4:20, with 2 milk and fruit snacks in between. It wasn't just their family, other kindergartens in town were similar. It was convenient for pickup and drop-off, but Li Chen always felt that the child couldn't eat much like this, and if she stayed up late at night, she would go to bed hungry. He really needed to find a nanny to help out, even a part-time cook would do. These days, because of playing games, he had been eating irregularly, and over time, that wasn't a good thing. Just as he returned home, pondering whether to take a nap first or play the game a bit longer, the phone rang. When he saw that the caller ID was Officer Zhou, Li Chen was startled at first, but then he remembered that he had already made up his game time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Hello. Xiao Li. Can you take some time to go to the community and get a family situation and income certificate? I've already reported your name, just waiting for the community's proof. Officer Zhou. What are you talking about? What do you need a certificate for? Didn't I notify you before? I've been too busy lately. Because of the nationwide mandatory gaming, the country is preparing to provide assistance to families with special difficulties. Technically, you don't meet the criteria since you have an income, and little Tuan Tuan has a property under her name. However, considering Tuan Tuan's illness and your special situation of raising a child alone, I discussed it with the leadership and reported your situation and name as well. I didn't expect it to be approved, and now we just need the community proof. You should be able to receive the assistance at the beginning of next month. The assistance isn't too much, 900 a month. But it's better than nothing, right? Officer Zhou sounded quite happy on the phone. They used to be neighbors in the same community, and Li Chen could be considered someone he watched grow up. Although this little subsidy might not help much, it could at least make up for something. After all, it's said that a trickle can last a long time. Li Chen was taken aback on the other end of the line. Being cared for naturally moved him, but given the current situation, if he dared to accept the subsidy, he didn't know if it would be against the law, and Officer Zhou would surely face consequences. Officer Zhou, thank you, but I've made quite a bit of money in the game, so it's not really a hardship for me. Please help me cancel that quota. Making money in the game? Is it really that easy to earn money in the game? I've thrown away half a month's salary in there and still haven't seen a return. You're not trying to deceive me out of pride, are you? This subsidy is provided by the state, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Officer Zhou clearly didn't believe it. They all said that Blue Star Online was a barometer of trends, but with 8 or 900 million eligible people crammed into it, what kind of trend was that? 99.9% of them were just ripples. Although they were acquaintances and the other party was a police officer, Li Chen didn't intend to reveal too much unless necessary. He replied half-truthfully, Officer Zhou, Uncle Zhou, I'm not lying to you. I'm doing quite well in the game now. I've been recruited as a core member of a major guild, and my income is very considerable. Core member of a major guild? Little Li, you really are impressive. I'm only level 12, and even the newly established guilds don't want to take me. Officer Zhou smacked his lips, feeling a bit aggrieved. For someone like him, working 42 hours a week was already the limit, so naturally, his level couldn't compare to those with more free time. Then you need to work hard, Officer Zhou. I'm about to hit level 15. Haha, I don't have that much time. I'm so busy that I even applied to reduce my online gaming hours. Oh, by the way, you can now apply to reduce your gaming hours based on special circumstances. You probably don't need that, right? Well, I practically sleep in the game. Alright then, it's good that you can earn money in the game. I'll hang up now. Officer Zhou was indeed very busy. Knowing that Li Chen had a high income, he exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. After ending the call, Li Chen scrolled through his phone, searching for related news. Officer Zhou's call revealed quite a bit of information. Blue Star Online was increasingly getting on track in the country, and the government had begun targeted subsidies, so the number of opponents was naturally dwindling. Moreover, they had started to humanize the process by allowing applications to reduce online hours. Unlike some Western countries, which had caused a huge uproar over forced gaming issues, with thousands of people protesting everywhere. Slogans like "I want freedom, I want to breathe" filled various media outlets online. Some extremists had even begun to clash with the government. After all, most people weren't like young students who wished to increase their online hours to over 84 hours a week. As for why the world was enforcing gaming. The internet was rife with various speculations. Claims like games invading reality, mythical beings descending, the apocalypse is coming, alien invasion, and countless other bizarre theories abounded, with the mainstream narrative still being the apocalypse. After all, whether it was monsters or myths, the ultimate answer concerned human survival. If survival was at risk, it naturally stirred panic. The situation was somewhat better domestically. It was just a matter of stockpiling rice, flour, and oil, maybe a couple of boxes of salt. But in Western countries, it was much worse. They hoarded everything, even toilet paper was snatched up. This hoarding was real, not a metaphor. Their $0 purchases had become quite strange. Seeing how chaotic things had become abroad, Li Chen couldn't help but wonder if the secret of enforced gaming should be revealed. At least some countries might be on the verge of breaking down. After scrolling through the news for a while and having a cup of coffee, Li Chen felt no more drowsiness and directly logged into the game. Fortunately, Shernan really went to rest and didn't squat down with his arms crossed. Opening the friend list, by DeBeos's name was still gray when he discovered he could get stuck on the guild quest. He had already left a message for the offline by DeBeos, but this guy still hadn't logged in. He couldn't blame him for not taking advantage of this. Glancing at the guild interface, there were 3 more guilds in Mauta City, making a total of 5. The Daba Guild should have a temporary vice president on duty, so normally, they should be able to take on a quest without Shernan's healing. Li Chen frowned as he faced the Abyss Demon Warrior alone. The merit shop had unlocked a strong healing potion, with a total recovery of only 1,200 points, which was half as effective as the big red potion, but for a tank like Li Chen, it didn't mean much. Li Chen calculated for a moment, switched to the lifesteal longsword, and lured 2 Abyss Demon Warriors. With infinite 5-layer poison and double cutting, lifesteal combined with potions could withstand the damage from 2 Abyss Demon Warriors. With the Soul Devour skill, if the attack could reach the limit, group farming wasn't impossible. It was just a bit grueling in the early stages, taking about 40 seconds to kill 2 monsters. An hour later, Li Chen's attack power increased by 200 points, barely allowing him to withstand 3 Abyss Demon Warriors. Bit by bit, the number of monsters gradually increased to 4, and after 2 hours, Li Chen's attack power finally approached the maximum value, reaching 1500 plus. This level of attack power finally allowed him to barely withstand 5 Abyss Demon Warriors. But that was enough because Whirlwind Slash was an area attack. Li Chen started running, triggering the alert lines of the Abyss Demon Warriors, who chased after him one by one. He didn't know how many monsters he had lured, but once a monster attacked him, he would unleash a powerful Whirlwind Slash, then use Jump Slash or Charge skills to leap away from the monster group using the distant monsters as a springboard. The Abyss Demon Warriors had a long chase distance, and Li Chen estimated it was about time to stop gathering monsters, as the indistinguishable Abyss Demon Warriors surrounded him. However, only 6 or 7 Abyss Demon Warriors could deal damage to him. Minus 948, minus 420 cutting, minus 157 poison, minus 420 cutting. After a Whirlwind Slash, countless monsters were struck, with 948 points of attack damage and 157 points of poison damage appearing above countless monsters, plus 420 points of double cutting. Li Chen couldn't even count the plus signs above his head, and there was still a 4-second phase of lifesteal afterward. Anyway, during the cooldown of Whirlwind Slash, Li Chen's health would drop below half, but 1 Whirlwind Slash could restore him to nearly full health, and occasionally drinking a bottle of red potion at the right moment was enough. He didn't even need the special healing potion. Just a regular big red potion could completely balance it out. Although it took nearly 2 hours to stack buffs, the efficiency was now higher than when Shernan was around, as he didn't have to worry about Shernan causing random aggro and didn't have to split the experience. However, there were 2 downsides. One was that it consumed too many potions, not just red potions, but also blue potions, and since he couldn't exit combat, his mana couldn't recover naturally, so he had to drink big blue potions to maintain consumption. The second point, which Li Chen detested the most, was that he couldn't pick up items. After killing a wave of monsters, new monsters quickly replenished, and he could barely pick up a few items before being surrounded again. He could only watch helplessly as most of the drops on the ground refreshed little by little. But to quickly complete the quest, Li Chen could only endure it with tears. Finally, the last wave of Abyss Demons he had lured was killed by Li Chen, leaving 4 survivors, 3 of which he killed individually, leaving just 1 with low health, which he no longer attacked. He let the monsters strike him with sword after sword, maintaining his combat state. This large wave of monsters showed that he had killed a total of 687 in the quest log, but it only took about 20 minutes, far exceeding Li Chen's expectations. With 687 Abyss Demon Warriors, even if the drop rate isn't very high, quite a few items were dropped, but unfortunately, most of them were refreshed away.
Li Chen glanced around, picked up a few colored pieces of equipment, then summoned the resurrected pig intestine, activating the stone armor aura before charging towards the distant monsters. It wasn't that he didn't want to pick up more, the abyss demon warrior behind him was relentless, and if he didn't hurry, he would be ground down. He continued to lure as many monsters as possible, since no one was competing with him for kills. Whatever he could draw in was a bonus. When Oh Shernan logged in, she was surprised to find that the monsters in her view were sparse and scattered. She immediately understood what had happened and felt a surge of anger. Mounting a Zhu, she began searching among the few monsters, finally discovering countless circles of monsters gathered in one spot north of Jishui City. There were too many monsters for Oh Shernan to approach, fearing that one might stray and target her. However, judging by the damage numbers that rose every 6 seconds, it wasn't hard to guess who was trapped inside. Oh Shernan gritted her silver teeth and sent a voice message to Li Chen. You liar. Li Chen, who had been grinding monsters until his eyes were blurry, received Oh Shernan's voice request at around 1:30 p.m. Being called a liar by Oh Shernan, he could only chuckle awkwardly, unable to argue back. The task's minor monsters had already been killed over 5,700 times, and his level had risen to 17. There was no way to defend himself. Li Chen hadn't expected his efficiency to be this high. If he hadn't wasted 2 hours leveling up his attack buff, he might have killed 8 or 9,000 monsters by now. When the last Abyss Demon Warrior was slain, Li Chen quickly grouped up with the approaching Oh Shernan and called out, "Hurry and pick up the loot, it'll be gone soon, and I'll have to patch up my worn socks." Although Li Chen's words were mostly exaggerated, they weren't entirely unfounded. To maintain his grinding efficiency, he had consumed a fair amount of red and blue potions. A bottle of large potions cost 3 silver coins, which is about 30 yuan. Li Chen had to drink at least 3 red and 1 blue every minute, totaling 120 yuan. In an hour, that amounted to 7,200 yuan. And with nearly 2 hours wasted stacking buffs, he had already been grinding for 5 hours, spending almost 40,000 yuan. In fact, his grinding efficiency was also quite fast, swinging at dozens at a time, and he had looted quite a bit, though he only managed to pick up some black iron gear, so he wasn't completely at a loss. However, after working hard for several hours, Li Chen thought that if he didn't earn anything, it would be considered a loss, which made sense. After hastily picking up the loot, Li Chen complained first, "Why did it take you so long to log in? I was worried about not being able to continue devouring souls and wasting time. I didn't even dare to eat lunch." Oh Shernan was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted, narrowing her eyes and exuding a hint of killing intent. Seeing the situation was not good, Li Chen hurriedly said, "Just wait a moment, I'm going downstairs to buy a couple of meat sandwiches. Grinding monsters has drained me, I'm starving." Without waiting for Oh Shernan to respond, Li Chen logged off, making Oh Shernan's teeth itch with anger. Not wanting to waste time, Li Chen quickly made his way downstairs, jogging to the street corner to buy 2 meat sandwiches before heading back. He ate while walking, and upon returning home, he drank some water and logged back in, taking only about 10 minutes, though he ate a bit too hurriedly, leaving his stomach feeling uncomfortable. As soon as he logged in, Li Chen acted as if he had forgotten everything, grouping up with Oh Shernan again and smiling, "With you here, I don't have to worry about wasting time stacking buffs, we can build them up in just a few waves." Oh Shernan sighed silently, knowing that Li Chen meant well. If she continued to hesitate, it would seem as if she didn't recognize a good heart. "Let's take down one monster first, I'll deal the final blow and see if it counts as you completing the task." Oh Shernan remembered her previous thoughts, if she didn't succeed, she could quickly sell the guild. "All right." Li Chen stepped forward to lure Abyss Demon Warrior, stopping when the timing was just right. Oh Shernan seized the opportunity and delivered a radiant strike that killed the monster. Li Chen saw the kill count on the quest log increase by 1 and nodded at Oh Shernan. "Teammate kills also count towards the guild quest." "Yeah, so we can also do the quest in Lihua City, but at this efficiency, it seems a bit difficult," Oh Shernan said, frowning. "It is a bit extreme. If I max out my attack power, I could probably take down about 2,000 small monsters in an hour, but we still don't know if we can handle the Demon Lord, and getting to Lihua City will take time too. Then should I sell the guild? If we sell it, it would be like adding another level 2 guild to Shenhou City. Aren't we just making enemies for ourselves? Then this quest is too wasteful. If we could enjoy 10,000 merit points exclusively, it wouldn't matter whether we sell the guild or not, but right now, how about we hire some people? We can do the Jishui City quest ourselves first, and for Lihua City, we can hire some people to join us. Since you helped me with Jishui City, I'll cover half the cost for hiring." "Sounds good, 10,000 merit points, spending some money is still worth it." Oh Shernan nodded, but then thought for a moment and said seriously, "I'll pay for my own expenses. Once you stack enough buffs, you can farm by yourself. I'm basically just tagging along, how can I let you spend more money?" Li Chen was a bit speechless at this. What are you thinking? It takes me 2 hours to stack buffs by myself, but with you here, it would take about 20 minutes. The time saved is invaluable, and besides, I'm not a machine. I can't keep farming non-stop. I need to take breaks, and I'll need your help to stack buffs again. Oh, Shernan shook her head. That's not fair either. You could easily find a healer. Even if one healer isn't enough, hiring 2 should be fine, right? How much could that cost? If I hire someone, I still have to go back and escort them here. Isn't that wasting time? Besides, Li Chen chuckled, I have other tasks lined up for you. What tasks? Picking up items. I've seen several pieces of silver equipment drop that I can't pick up. I wouldn't feel comfortable hiring someone else to do it. After I kill a round of monsters, I'll use jump slash and charge to reposition, and then you can pick up the items. Bye. Then, not only will I cover my potion costs, but maybe we'll even earn enough to pay for the hired help. Seeing that Oh Shernan was still hesitating, Li Chen decided not to persuade her further and mounted his pig mount to start luring monsters. Oh Shernan, seeing this, hurriedly followed. Worried that Oh Shernan might pull aggro with her healing, Li Chen didn't dare to lure too many, stopping at around 40 before starting his whirlwind slash. With Oh Shernan healing him, Li Chen switched back to his ogre bone hammer, and the speed of stacking buffs naturally soared. After clearing several waves of monsters, Li Chen's attack power was maxed out. After calling for Oh Shernan to cast a shield on him, he began to lure a large number of monsters. After luring several hundred monsters, Li Chen started using whirlwind slash to kill them. After taking down 3 waves of monsters, he seized the moment when the outer monsters were repositioning and took a few quick steps to jump slash onto a monster in the outer circle, then charged towards a distant monster before the others could surround him. This move was something he was quite familiar with. He had used it to evade professional players like Zhang Tianxia when he went to assist the Daba Guild. Hundreds of monsters were led away, leaving a pile of loot behind in their original position. The 3 waves of monsters totaled around 150, and although the drop rate wasn't high, a few pieces of whiteboard or black iron equipment dropped, along with scattered copper coins and materials. Oh Shernan quickly moved forward to pick up the items on the ground, feeling that she had contributed too little, even prying out a copper coin stuck in the grass. After more than 2 hours of farming, the monsters around Jishui City were almost cleared. However, the small monsters outside Jishui City had yet to respawn, and it was unclear if it was due to the guild quest. Seeing that it was already past 4 p.m., Li Chen left an Abyss Demon Warrior to maintain aggro and bent down to pick up items. Oh Shernan ran over and casually tossed a recovery item to Li Chen, saying, Isn't it time to pick up the kids? There's still some time. Let's go into the city and see if we can farm a bit more. Later, I'll see if I can find someone to help me watch the kids for a while. After the 2 finished picking up items, they sorted through and put some better equipment on the market. Then discarded some whiteboard items that could only be sold to the shop. The auction house did not allow unlimited listings. A person could only list a maximum of 20 items at a time. Oh. Shernan's 100-slot backpack was already full. Although he had been picking up items and listing them, Li Chen was farming too quickly, and the selling speed couldn't keep up with the picking, so he could only throw out some worthless items. Fortunately, material items could stack up to 99 per group, otherwise, it would be even more wasteful. Li Chen had even fewer slots. Besides consumables and items, he also had a bound set of equipment in his backpack as a backup, never thinking there would be a day he needed to pick up equipment to sell, so he had been too lazy to store it. After tidying up, Li Chen ran towards the main gate of Jishui City. Just as he was a few steps away from the city gate, the Abyss Demon Warrior he had left to maintain aggro returned, exceeding the chase range. Li Chen was startled and quickly looked up at the city gate, then activated his speed burst and rushed forward. Fortunately, at the last moment, he used his charge skill and collided with an Abyss Demon Warrior inside the city gate. The next moment, over 10 ranged attacks shot out from the city, nearly taking away half of Li Chen's health. Luckily, Oh Shernan, riding his mount, caught up just in time, raised his hand to cast a holy shield in recovery, then followed up with a healing spell to bring Li Chen's health back up. Li Chen couldn't afford to throw out his true eye and quickly charged into a group of monsters that looked like archers and mages. A whirlwind slash established aggro, and then he pulled the monsters along the wide street. The aggro was too low, and Oh Shernan didn't dare to continue using healing spells, so he could only use a less aggro recovery spell to barely maintain Li Chen's health. Fortunately, the monsters' normal attacks still didn't break through defenses, and their skills needed cooldowns, allowing Li Chen to gather the monsters together without much danger. As long as the monsters clustered together, he could withstand them with enough whirlwind slashes hitting the right number of monsters. However, he also didn't dare to pull too many. He couldn't exceed the range of whirlwind slash. After all, there were ranged monsters that could attack him, and it wouldn't just be 6 or 7 anymore. He had To rely on Oshernan for healing, if the whirlwind slash didn't hit the monsters, it could easily lead to healing over time, OT. Abyss Demon Archer, Abyss Demon Mage, Abyss Demon Priest. Besides the same Abyss Demon Warrior outside the city, the monsters inside became more complex, with 3 additional types of ranged monsters. The archers and mages were easier to deal with, having significantly lower health than the warriors, so they could normally be killed faster. However, there were also the demon priests, who, although they healed slower than he could deal damage, still wasted some time. Moreover, the city had many buildings, making it harder to gather monsters than outside the city, slowing down the overall pace by at least half. After fighting a few waves of monsters and feeling frustrated, Li Chen received a voice request from Baidaba Bayo. Baidaba Bayo had logged in at noon, but by the time she saw Li Chen's message, all 5 guild quests had already been completed. However, the Dabagong Guild had a temporary vice president on duty, so they had taken on 1 quest normally. Baidaba Bayo didn't seem to regret it, saying that they could exploit bugs to take quests, but it required her subordinates to be able to establish a guild. Since she already had a guild, she naturally hadn't arranged for anyone to farm merits, so even if she wanted to exploit it, she couldn't. Have you finished that guild quest? Baidaba Bayo asked. I'm still working on it. It's not easy to do after entering the city. How about you? Almost done. The general has already been killed. I just wanted to remind you about this. Before fighting the demon lord, you need to clear out the small monsters. Otherwise, when the demon lord's health drops to half, it will attract all the small monsters in the city, and the general won't stop even if it's dead. I just took a big loss, dying several hundred times before stabilizing the situation. Alright, thanks for the reminder. Oh, by the way, I might need some help with tasks at midnight. Is there anyone from the Daba Guild's core members who wants to run an errand? It won't be for free, I'll pay. There will definitely be people willing to earn some extra cash. We have plenty of manpower. Okay, I'll contact you then. There's one more thing. Didn't you say you wanted me to keep an eye on the area attack skills? There's a Thunder Leap skill book being auctioned at the auction house, but the price is already a bit inflated. Area attack skills? As soon as Li Chen heard about area attack skills, he stopped chatting with Baidaba, glanced at the time, then killed a few monsters in front of him before summoning the auction house. After searching, he indeed found the Thunder Leap skill book up for auction. Thunder Leap. Jump with the power of thunder, dealing 130% damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius upon landing, slowing them by 30% for 3 seconds, with a release distance of 0 to 35 meters and a cooldown of 10 seconds. Seeing the skill description, Li Chen immediately thought of the newbie boss, Silver Wolf King, which had a skill that seemed to be called Thunderstrike. Such area damage and slow skills could probably only be dropped by bosses. Looking at the remaining time and current price of the auction, Li Chen's brows furrowed tightly. There were still 2 hours and 3 minutes left in the bidding countdown, and the price had already risen to 803 gold. God knows what price this Thunder Leap will sell for by the end. Why is it so expensive? Li Chen couldn't help but complain. Oh, Shernan had just picked up the loot from the ground and asked in confusion, what's so expensive? Look at the auction house. Oh, Shernan also summoned the auction house and searched, do you want to buy this skill book? Yeah. Whirlwind Slash has a cooldown of 6 seconds, and I can't stack toxins. If I have another area attack skill, I can stack the poison to 5 layers when dealing with groups, which would at least double the efficiency. Are you short on money? Oh, Shernan hesitated for a moment before asking. No, I have enough, I just feel the cost-performance ratio isn't very high. It's already over 800,000, and who knows how much it will be by the end of the auction. Sigh. Li Chen suddenly thought of something and turned to Oh Shernan awkwardly, saying, since it's all area attack skills, did I underestimate the value of my Whirlwind Slash? You can't think of it that way. Thunder Leap being more expensive than Whirlwind Slash is normal, especially since it has additional area reduction effects. It's more suited for guild battles rather than individual use, and it's a non-targeted jump, which is not only a great chasing skill but also an excellent escape skill. The current price probably hasn't reached its peak yet. With your analysis, I wanted even more. Let's see how high it will go. I won't bid for now to avoid driving the price up. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Chen was too lazy to fight monsters anymore. He left Jishui City with Oshernan, agreeing to log on at 6 o'clock and then logging off together. Whether it was because of Thunder Leap or the guild tasks, Li Chen certainly wouldn't stubbornly insist on taking care of the group himself. While going downstairs, he called Lu Ying. Sister Lu, can you take on a part-time job tonight? Lu Ying on the other end of the line was silent for a long time after hearing Li Chen's words. Li Chen found it strange that she wasn't speaking. If she couldn't, he would see if he could ask teacher Lei Lei for help. Hello? If you don't have time, it's fine. I can ask the teacher of the group to help watch for a while. Ah, you mean to help you take care of the group? Lu Ying finally responded. Yeah, what else could I have going on? If you have time, bring your daughter to my house later and help me take care of the group until 9 o'clock. I'll pay you for a day's work. Oh, okay, I can do that. I'll pick up the child and come over. Alright, it's settled then. Li Chen hung up the phone, hopped on his little electric scooter, and rushed to the kindergarten. He arrived a bit earlier today, managing to occupy the fence without having to break through layers of obstacles. Surely, there wouldn't be an old lady bumping into him this time. Li Chen was overthinking it. After all, the old lady bumping into him wasn't necessarily because he made a mistake, but rather a habit who told him he had a young, perky backside. Fortunately, it was just the old lady bumping into him. After picking up Tuan Tuan, the little one was overjoyed to hear that the big sister from that day was coming to play with her. Li Chen tentatively asked, Sweetheart, you played with that big sister all weekend, do you remember her name? Big sister? Tuan Tuan blinked her eyes and asked cautiously. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Yes, that big sister. Do you remember her? Tuan Tuan pursed her lips and thought hard, It's Lu Jie. Jie. Li Chen sighed, feeling utterly defeated, and said, The big sister's name is Li Yuqing, her mother's surname is Lu. Oh. Bayer remembered. What did you remember? Lu Yuqing. Tuan Tuan had a look that said she was very clever, as if urging her uncle to praise her, which made Li Chen want to cry. Well, sweetheart, do you remember what your uncle's name is? Li Chen. Uncle's name is Li Chen. Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and picked up Tuan Tuan, giving her a big kiss. If this little one forgot his name too, he wouldn't care about any guild tasks or skill books today. He would definitely have a showdown with this little creature. Li Chen took Tuan Tuan to the toy store and bought 2 sets of girls' playhouse toys so she could have more fun with the big sister. If he earned money but didn't spend it on the child, what was the point of making money? Not only did Li Chen buy toys, but skill 4, Unbreakable Command, when health drops to 50%, blow the battle horn to summon subordinates to encircle the enemy, fighting to the death. Upon seeing the boss label hanging behind the demon Lord Casa, Li Chen nearly shouted out in excitement. But after reviewing the information, Li Chen realized he might have been overly optimistic. He was exactly level 20, but his attributes were severely mismatched. Although his 3 main attributes were significantly higher than those of a level 15 wild boss, he only had 4 skills, and they were quite underwhelming. This was likely a task boss set for a guild. And killing it probably wouldn't trigger a talent upgrade. What a letdown. Seeing the boss's skills, Li Chen understood why the Bai family guild had suffered a huge loss. The skill Unbreakable Command was simply a massive pitfall. The skill description was so vague that no one could have guessed he could summon all the small monsters in the city. And fighting to the death. It should be the players fighting to the death. Once the skill was activated, even if the boss died, the small monsters wouldn't stop their actions until they had killed all the players. In the city. Upon encountering the boss, Li Chen also froze, opening the auction house to prepare for the final bidding. What happened next depended on whether he could win this skill book. The auction time for Thunder Leap was down to just 3 minutes, but the bidding price had started to move again. 1,655 gold. 1,660 gold. It kept rising to 1,680 gold, and the price stopped moving, with only 1 minute left. Li Chen wasn't foolish enough to think this was the final transaction price. He glanced at his wallet, 1,693 gold, which was all the income from his auction guild, including the 890 gold earned while helping buy Debayos. After all, good items were all internally consumed, and he hadn't sold any big items, just small ones that earned him hard-earned money. Li Chen didn't hesitate, clicked to recharge, and directly added 1 million, bringing his wallet balance to 2,693 gold. Clicking to bid, Li Chen entered 2,693 gold. Leaving not a single gold coin behind, unusually generous. The bidding price was only 1.66 million, he was bidding over a million more, so there was no way it could be snatched away. In the last second, Li Chen clicked confirm, determined to win. Ding, your bid for Thunder Leap has been surpassed, your currency has been returned to your wallet. Li Chen was really a bit dazed. Who was the big spender that made a move, surpassing him by over a million? When the price rose to around 900,000, Bai Debayos had already said it was inflated. Was there anyone more reckless than Bai Debayos? Li Chen looked at the distant boss, wanting to cry but having no tears. The new plan was in jeopardy, he can only stick to the original plan and clear the small monsters wave by wave. Server-wide announcement, Wolf Knight, are you all wilted? Still competing with me? Just 3 million will take it, I thought you all were tougher. Seeing the suddenly appeared server-wide announcement, Li Chen's eyes widened in shock. Damn! Li Chen hurriedly opened his friend list and took a look, only to find he hadn't added Wolf Knight. as a friend, so he quickly sent a request but received an automatic rejection message. He hurriedly messaged by Debeos, quick, ask Wolf Knight if he has learned the skill, if not, help me hold him down. By Debeos replied shortly after. He's showing off right now, temporarily held down by me, but I have no reason to let him give you the skill. Although we are family. Friends, he's not under my command. Got it, have him open his friend list, I'll discuss it with him. He said he doesn't dare to open it, if he does, who knows how many people will bother him. Then have him add me. Li Chen opened the friend request, and before long, Wolf Knight's friend request came through. Bro, it's not that I don't want to let you, this skill really suits me. My two-handed sword has super high attack power. I went crazy killing when I was with Baidai yesterday and gained a lot of experience. With a group attack skill, I can catch up to the first tier again. The Wolf Knight actively sent a message. Li Chen glanced at the Wolf Knight's level and noticed he was only level 15, feeling a bit relieved. He then sent a message, let me help you, I'll take you to level 18 tonight. No way, really? How high is the level of the first on the leaderboard? Damn, you're a guardian and already level 17, ranked second on the leaderboard? Can you do it? Bro, you're not just pulling my leg, are you? If I can really reach level 18 tonight, won't I break into the top 10? Absolutely. Alright. Then, if I can really reach level 18 today, I can wait a couple more days for the next group attack skill. Thanks, now leave your guild and join mine, then teleport to Shenhaoqing. After telling the Wolf Knight, Li Chen glanced at his experience bar and then messaged Bai Dabao. Do you want to reach level 18 today? After discussing with Bai Dabao and asking her to bring the spicy rabbit head along, Li Chen turned to Oh Shernan, sorry, I took the liberty to decide. You don't need to mind, I heard what you said. According to your method, I really can't survive. Anyway, I was planning to hire someone before, and now I can complete the task without spending money, so losing a bit of experience is still a gain. Alright, let's head back to the city first, just in time to clear out our bags, then we'll come over together. The two returned to Shenhaoqing. Li Chen first went to the pet boarding place to store Zhu Dachang, then opened the auction house and spent 1 gold to buy a trash mount with only 60% speed. When he returned to the Resurrection Square, the Wolf Knight, Bai Dabao, and the others had already arrived. Accompanying them were the spicy rabbit head and 3 priests, along with 6 guardians. Once everyone gathered, the spicy rabbit head's eyes never left Oh Shernan. The spicy rabbit head had occasionally heard about the group leader getting a new partner, who was also a priest, and always felt like something was missing. The little girl had argued with her mom many times to come to Shenhaoqing but had never succeeded. This time, following Bai Dabao was considered an external assignment, and her mom had no objections. Now that she saw the real person, she didn't know what to say or do, only knowing to pout and hide behind Bai Dabao, quietly comparing. Wearing a mask and a long robe, the only standout feature was her beautiful eyes. The spicy rabbit head quietly glanced down, snorting, some things can't be hidden by a robe, and she had already won without being of age. Oh Shernan didn't realize she had unknowingly lost a step, she just wasn't used to so many people gathering together, becoming cold again, standing quietly behind Li Chen without speaking. Friends, be aware, don't think about stealing my merit points. Li Chen grinned. Upon hearing this, Bai Dabao speechlessly withdrew from the guild, and the others followed suit. Alright, let's head to Jishui City. Here's your skill book. The Wolf Knight cheerfully handed over the skill book. 300,000 for a skill book, you're really ruthless. Li Chen took the skill book, gritting his teeth and recharging some money, totaling 3,100 gold to trade with the Wolf Knight. Isn't your level falling behind? You're a bit anxious, huh? Hey, you owe me an extra 100 gold. Your super loudspeaker counts as advertising costs. Without your loudspeaker, how would I know you bought the skill book? That's pretty detailed. Don't say that, I'm heartbroken right now. If you hadn't bid, I might have bought it for just over 2.6 million. The group headed towards Jishui City. Li Chen's mount had turned into a 60% ram, but although those priests and guards were considered core members of the Big White Guild, their mounts only had a speed of 70%. Li Chen's own speed was faster than theirs, so riding a 60% ram wouldn't leave him behind. When they arrived at Jishui City, Li Chen glanced at the time, logged off, and greeted Luing. He might log off a bit later, depending on whether she could coax Tuan Tuan to sleep. If not, Tuan Tuan would just have to stay up a little longer. After consulting with the small leader again, Li Chen returned to the game. It's already 7:30, everyone move quickly and clear the monsters around the boss first, Li Chen called out, then ran to the right side of the boss with Oh Shernan to clear the small monsters. Bai Dabao led the others to clear the small monsters on the left side of the boss. Malatang Tutu wanted to follow Li Chen, but when she saw him using 3 consecutive teleportation skills to dash forward, quickly attracting a large group of monsters she was too scared to approach. Just as she hesitated, Idabo Bayo grabbed her by the ponytail and dragged her away. With your skills, you still want to join in? You wouldn't even know how you died. After being schooled by Idabo Bayo, Malatang Tutu followed along to clear the small monsters, but her eyes kept drifting to the other side, filled with inner turmoil. The healing amount is nothing special, can't compare to me. The strength of the Holy Light Shield is low, can't compare to me. After trying Thunder Leap a few times, Li Chen was very satisfied with the skill's effect. Next, he would show the others what it meant to soar at high speed. After clearing the monsters within a radius of 1 or 200 meters around the boss, Li Chen's attack reached 1579 points. Although he had teamed up with Oshernan, Idabo Bayo, Wolf Knight, and Malatang Tutu, he only charged towards the boss with Oshernan, leaving the other 3 and the remaining 9 at a corner. Watching Li Chen only take Oshernan while they were blocked by several guards in the corner, Malatang Tutu couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Why doesn't Tuan Gu let me fight the boss with him? My healing amount is clearly the highest. Shoo! Idabo Bayo raised a finger to hush her, looking seriously towards the boss. Don't talk, just watch. I've been curious for a long time. Your Tuan Gu can steal bosses with just one priest. This priest is definitely not simple, and now we can see for ourselves. Soon, Idabo Bayo would understand why. Oshernan had an exceptional grasp of the boss's skill cooldowns. The boss's Inferno and Whirlwind Slash had cooldowns of 8 seconds and 6 seconds respectively, leaving players with only 3 to 4 seconds to react. But Oshernan could complete shielding, recovery, and healing spells within that tight 3 to 4 seconds, and quickly move out of the boss's skill damage range. If that were all, it wouldn't be too shocking. Many core players of the Big White Guild had similar awareness and experience. But that random cross slash was not something just anyone could dodge. Like the two-headed ogre, it was said to be random, but the randomness applied to the player, not the direction. With only 2 people, the probability was as high as 50%. When Oshernan executed a continuous backflip, narrowly dodging 2 consecutive cross-slash blades that were 5 meters wide, her movements were incredibly graceful. Those curious onlookers hiding in the corner, trembling, almost simultaneously opened their mouths. Is this something a normal person can do? A gymnastics champion? No, a gymnastics champion might be able to perform such moves, but to use them to dodge skills and attacks is a completely different matter. It tests one's reflexes to the extreme. Once might be described as luck, but what about twice or 3 times? Idabo Bayo searched his mind for the professional player information he had been brushing up on these past few days, but he couldn't connect it to Oshernan at all. There weren't many female professional players, only 3, but they were well known and didn't hide their identities in the game. Where did this Tuan Gu find such a master? This expert is actually playing a priest, can you believe it? There isn't much time left for Baidaba to reflect. The boss in the arena has already sounded the horn. The horn echoed for a full 10 seconds, its sound spreading throughout Jishui City. Unfortunately, the boss lacks wisdom, otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Once the assembly call was over, the minions 200 meters away began to respawn, but damn it, they would be wiped out too. The boss's health was already dwindling before the ordinary minions could even get close, and Oshernan seized the moment to give Li Chen a holy shield and a heal before quickly turning to run towards the corner. 6 powerful guards formed a line blocking the corner, and small monsters were already charging in. Oshernan stepped with a magical rhythm, weaving through a swarm of small monsters. While she couldn't say she was untouched, she was only hit twice. A holy shield fell upon Oshernan, and she dashed into the opening created by the guards. The gap closed again, but Oshernan had no space left to evade, as two abyssal sorcerers were drawn to her aggro. 2 fireballs struck her hard, but to her shock, the holy shield on her didn't shatter, and she took no damage at all. Oshernan gasped. Her defense was only 430 points, while the fireball spell from the abyssal sorcerers could deal over 1,200 points of damage to her. The holy shield absorbs 100% of the caster's magical attack damage, which meant that the holy shield on her had a caster's magical attack power exceeding 2,400 points. Was this a holy shield or an invincibility shield? Did the GM come down to play the game? Personally? Without time to think further, 2 more ranged attacks hit her, and the holy shield finally shattered, dropping her health to a critical level. Oshernan hurriedly cast a shield on herself, followed by a healing spell, then began to channel a healing. However, he had long had a plan in place. After resolving the crisis of the crowd in the corner, he estimated that the remaining health of the surrounding monsters, combined with 5 layers of poison over 4 seconds, would be enough to kill them. With a thunderous leap, he jumped directly to the side of a group of ranged monsters that had gathered at a distance, focusing on taking them down. Once this wave of ranged monsters was cleared, the space quickly filled up with melee monsters. The ranged monsters further away were stuck in position, and as long as Li Chen jumped away again, this wave of ranged monsters would be unable to attack him due to their blocked position. With 2 area attack skills and 5 layers of poison, as long as he didn't allow the ranged monsters to gather in large numbers, Li Chen could keep killing indefinitely. The experience from level 20 monsters was incredibly rewarding, and the 4 people teaming up with Li Chen felt this deeply. Especially the spicy rabbit head, who was only level 14, the rewards for leveling up exceeded the experience from the monsters themselves. Even when divided into 5 parts, her experience bar visibly jumped up every time Li Chen cleared a wave. Only Li Chen's experience bar was rising very slowly, not because he was the highest level. Before the battle, he had hatched the most useless F-grade giant rabbit pet, adjusting the experience ratio to 2:8, with 80% of the experience going to the giant rabbit. With the end of Jishui City and the upcoming Lihua City, if he didn't keep his level down, he could easily reach level 20 or even 21. It was still unclear whether there were level 20 outdoor bosses. If there weren't, that would be fine, but if there were, and his level exceeded that, he wouldn't be able to trigger talent upgrades. Although losing that 0.3% wouldn't make a huge difference, he was a perfectionist. He decided to store the pig intestine casually by a few low-quality pet eggs, fully level 1, release it, and then hatch another, ensuring his level stayed below 20. However, giving all the experience to the useless pet felt like a waste, so he called over by Daba and Spicy Rabbit Head to share the experience. As for Oshernan, he didn't lose experience, in fact, he gained more than usual. Because the 2 of them first cleared the small monsters before tackling the boss. Even with Li Chen's new area attack skills, he wouldn't have time to complete 2 guild tasks. Hiring mercenaries to help clear monsters required team kills to count towards the task, and the experience would be shared out. It wasn't enough to just gather 3 to 5 people, at least 20 strong players were needed. In situations like this, where they first fought the boss, they could skip the monster gathering time. With Li Chen's efficiency in monster clearing, he could manage, but without anyone to support Oshernan, he would surely die and gain no experience. The 6 strong guards and 3 powerful priests, including Spicy Rabbit Head, were actually there to protect Oshernan. Of course, only Spicy Rabbit Head joined Li Chen's team, and Bai Daba covered the wages. Everyone except Li Chen was a winner, but with a solo share of 10,000 merit points, he felt a bit embarrassed to complain about losses. After a full 3 hours of grinding, all the monsters in the city were finally killed, and Li Chen was so exhausted that his gaze had become somewhat unfocused. It wasn't physical fatigue, but mental exhaustion. The presence of ranged monsters tested his timing skills to the limit. He couldn't afford to let his mind wander for even a second. The prolonged concentration made everything appear a bit blurry. The results were gratifying. The number of monsters in Jishui City exceeded 20,000, and after more than 2 hours of grinding, the task was completed. Daba and Oshernan reached level 17, with their experience exceeding half of the current level's requirement. The Wolf Knight also reached level 17. But his current experience was lower than the other 2. Spicy Rabbit Head benefited the most, jumping directly from level 14 to level 16.5. Li Chen's level remained the highest. Even after giving 80% of the experience to his pet, he still reached level 18. You guys can pick up the loot. I need to log off and check on the kids. Glancing at the ground littered with drops, Li Chen sighed. 99% of the items had been cleared, and what remained wasn't even enough to cover his potion costs. It was already 10:30 p.m., and he hadn't even had time to check the boss drops that had never appeared, so he hurriedly logged off. Tuan Tuan had already fallen asleep in bed with the young lady, and Lu Ying sat by the bedside watching. Li Chen tiptoed forward, revealing a hint of a grateful smile. Thank you, Lu Jia, Li Chen said softly. It's no trouble at all. I'll take the child and leave now, Lu Ying replied. Don't. Little Yu Qing is already asleep, so don't wake the child. Why don't you just stay here tonight? Lu Ying's expression changed slightly at these words, and she hurriedly said, No, I'd better take the child back. The child is used to their own bed. Li Chen turned to look at the soundly sleeping Li Yuqing, momentarily speechless. Lu Ying also realized she had misspoken. Her face slightly flushed, but fortunately, it was dark in the living room, and the children were asleep, so it wasn't too noticeable. I'm the one who's more used to my own bed. You've finished your work, so I'll take the child back. Oh, then be careful on the way, Li Chen said, not wanting to wake the child in the middle of the night. If the mother didn't mind, what could he say? However, seeing Lu Ying quickly packing up her things, Li Chen thought about some tasks in the game that were hard to manage time-wise and pondered for a moment before softly saying, Lu Jia, are you interested in a full-time job? Ha? Lu Ying hesitated for a moment but still said softly, well, my community job is quite stable. The implication was clearly that she was unwilling. Li Chen wasn't surprised. After all, in terms of stability and face, community work had its advantages. but it also depended on how high the salary was. Li Chen had heard about the salaries of full-time nannies. In their town, a full-time daytime nanny earned around 3 to 4,000, while live-in nannies earned a bit more, probably around 5 to 6,000. However, these nannies usually just did cleaning and cooking. Those who also took care of children earned more, with professional ones making 8 to 9,000. If the child was particularly young, he had heard that hiring a childcare specialist from the city could cost over 10,000. Luing was an excellent cook, had a college education, and most importantly, had a little playmate. Room and board included. How about 20,000 a month? Li Chen pulled out his trump card. Lu Ying's salary was 12,000. And the little playmate's salary was 8,000, no problem. Lu Ying's movements instantly halted, and she turned her head to look at Li Chen in disbelief. Her community job paid only 3,200 a month. Although it was equal pay for equal work, it was still less than what civil servants earned, and the year-end bonus was also not as much. Even if she did some part-time work on her days off, it averaged out to less than 5,000 a month. Suddenly, her salary had quadrupled, and Lu Ying found herself unable to voice a refusal. What do you think? Seeing Lu Ying's expression, Li Chen knew it was a done deal. Okay, I'll do it. Lu Ying nodded without hesitation this time. With a salary of 20,000, she could pay off her debts in just 3 to 4 months. What did it matter if the job was stable or if it had face value? Then you can stay today, and your salary will start from today. Li Chen was busy logging into the game. Having someone to watch Tuan Tuan outside would save him from worrying about his little treasure suddenly waking up in the middle of the night while he couldn't log off due to the task in the Fire City. Lu Ying stole a glance at Li Chen, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Alright then, today I'll trouble Lu Jie to sleep with the 2 kids. I'm going back to play the game now. Watching Li Chen unhesitatingly return to the guest room to play the game, Lu Ying was stunned for a long time. 20,000 a month, just for doing nanny work? Why did this money feel a bit too hot to handle? With her worries resolved, Li Chen happily logged in. Bai Daba and the others had long finished picking up their things and were waiting for him. Don't rush, I need to split the loot with Comrade O first. The system message for the items picked up had long since disappeared, but Li Chen still clearly remembered what he had collected. 1 piece of golden equipment, 2 pieces of silver equipment, 1 badge, and 5 pieces of purple gold ore. The boss was fought by Li Chen and Oh Sure Nan together, so the loot naturally had to be divided. Cass's greatsword, gold, 2-handed weapon, physical attack plus 880 strength plus 52 spirit plus 52 agility plus 52 equip skill, cross slash, releases across slash forward, dealing 130% physical damage to all targets in a straight line within 10 meters, cooldown time 8 seconds. Equipment rating, 156. Equipment requirement: Warrior, Knight. Seeing the attributes of Cass's greatsword, Li Chen's eyes turned red. Fortunately, this was a 2-handed weapon, so he couldn't equip a secondary weapon after putting it on, otherwise, he would have been dying to have it. Guild Battle Flag Exchange Token, bound. This is the name of the token dropped by the boss, and Li Chen couldn't estimate its value. The Guild Battle Flag is normally exchanged by the guild leader using the guild's prosperity, 1 flag costing 30,000 prosperity, which is definitely not low in value. Unfortunately, it was bound upon pickup, and he didn't know if it had to be used by the guild leader, otherwise, he could have manipulated it a bit. The 3 pieces of silver equipment were all loose items, 2 of which could be equipped by the guards. The ratings were very high. Looking at just 1 attribute, they were even higher than the gold equipment Li Chen had. However, lacking 1 attribute was a hard flaw. Even if one of them added a few points to constitution, Li Chen had no intention of keeping it. The other piece of silver equipment was a magic bracelet, adding stamina and intelligence, and Oh Sure Nan happened to have a silver level bracelet as well, which was quite an improvement. Oh Sure Nan only took this 1 piece of equipment. Let's not divide the rest. There's another boss in Fire City, we'll talk after we finish that. Alright, Li Chen nodded. The Wolf Knight waiting nearby saw Li Chen take out what looked like a 2-handed greatsword to show Oh Sure Nan, and his eyes turned red. At this moment, seeing Li Chen put it away, he could no longer hold back. Big brother, don't just let you 2 look at the equipment, let me take a peek too. Li Chen glanced at the Wolf Knight, feeling a bit speechless. They hadn't even figured it out yet, and someone was already eyeing it. However, thinking about how this guy had given him a skill book, although Li Chen had added conditions for upgrading, it still counted as a personal favor. Otherwise, without Thunder Leap, he wouldn't be able to help him level up. Anyway, he and Oh Sure Nan couldn't equip it either, and in the end, it would just be sold for a few coins. After thinking for a moment, he directly tossed the greatsword to the Wolf Knight. If you want to buy it, make an offer. If you don't want to buy it, you can borrow it for a while, just return it to me after we're done. The Wolf Knight took the 2-handed greatsword, his eyes lighting up. The 2-handed greatsword he was currently using was also top-notch, with an attack power just 80 points lower, and stamina and agility attributes adding up to 46. Compared to the strength, agility, and spirit of 52, it was stronger, but still limited. However, the cross-slash skill was incredibly appealing. Not only did it have area attack effects, but it also counted as a semi-long-range skill. After equipping it, the Wolf Knight used cross-slash once in front of him. 2 energy blades, 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, pierced through a distance of 10 meters like sword energy. The Wolf Knight's eyes shone even brighter. This sword energy effect was too attractive for this wealthy young master, and even if it was eventually eliminated, he wouldn't have to throw it away. Looking cool was a lifelong affair, and occasionally taking it out to show off would be quite impressive. 800,000, the Wolf Knight quoted. Are you crazy? 800,000 gold for a sword? Are you sick? 800,000 bucks. Deal. Damn, your price flexibility is that great? We're all friends, what's wrong with being a bit flexible? The transaction was happily concluded, and both of them were quite pleased. In Li Chen's view, while this weapon was good, it wasn't platinum equipment, and with no level restrictions in the main city, the elimination speed of gold equipment would be very fast. Although it had an area attack skill, the linear area attack had too many limitations. Monsters wouldn't immediately line up for him to slash, and the operational space was too poor. 400,000 was the maximum, 800,000 could only be said to be the Wolf brothers' extravagance. As for whether he was handsome or not, Li Chen didn't think about that at all. In the gold coin transaction, Li Chen directly transferred 400 gold to Shernan. Shernan looked at the grinning Wolf Knight with a dumbfounded expression, exclaiming that this was what it meant to be foolish with money. Only Bai Debao present understood the Wolf Knight. After all, the difference in rank led to a significant difference in consumption concepts. Of course, there was someone with an even greater rank difference who could definitely understand the Wolf Knight, but unfortunately, he couldn't enter this circle yet. In a suburban area of a certain city, a young man with yellow hair revved his motorcycle in place, causing a wave of gasps around him, including many young girls. A Chang. So handsome. The group returned to the city, and Li Chen asked the others to wait at the city gate while he went to the mission hall to settle the task. 10,000 merit points for one person to enjoy alone. Merit points could only be consumed in one place, which was to exchange for titles. Li Chen's merit points were consumed when he exchanged for the title of Baron. Exchanging for the Baron title required 1,000 merit points. Exchanging for the Viscount title required 3,000 merit points, and already having the Baron title. Exchanging for the Earl title required 6,000 merit points, and already having the Viscount title. Li Chen directly consumed 9,000 merit points to exchange for both the Viscount and Earl titles in succession. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Invincible Cute Group for being the first to be promoted to Viscount, receiving a Class A residence. The residence purchase permission has been opened. Players who reach Viscount can purchase private residences, which are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. After 3 server-wide announcements, 3 more followed. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Invincible Cute Group for being the first to be promoted to Earl, receiving a Class A shop. The shop purchase permission has been opened. Players who reach Earl can purchase shops, which are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Seeing the scrolling server-wide announcements, Li Chen was stunned, but quickly reacted and opened his backpack. Looking at the 2 exchange vouchers that appeared in his backpack, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Satellite City Class A Residence Exchange Voucher, bound, can be exchanged for a Class A residence at the Residential Management offices of the 5 major satellite cities, Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and Tuesday. Satellite City Class A Shop Exchange Voucher, bound, can be exchanged for a Class A shop at the Residential Management offices of the 5 major satellite cities, Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, and Tuesday. But why were the exchange vouchers for the satellite cities and not the main city? This system reward wasn't very good. Moreover, what was the use of these residences and shops? They seemed quite useless. But since it was announced server-wide, it should have some significant use, right? However, in the game, there was no need to sleep, so did the residence have any other uses? The shop seemed even more useless than the residence, with a personal system store and a personal auction house. Was there still a need for a shop? He couldn't figure it out for a moment, and since the others were still waiting for him, Li Chen could only set it aside for now. After all, the exchange vouchers were bound. However, there was one thing he didn't forget, which was to buy a new badge from the merit shop. The Viscount badge increased all attributes by 6%, while the Earl badge increased all attributes by 9%, priced at 10 silver and 30 silver respectively. Li Chen bought an Earl badge to replace the Baron badge. After leaving the mission hall, Li Chen hesitated for a moment but still went to the Civil Organization Management Office, where he found the old man with the ram's horn beard and exchanged a guild battle flag with the guild battle flag exchange token. Unfortunately, the old man only gave him a silver-level guild battle flag, with a coverage radius of only 150 meters, but the additional attributes would not decrease. Li Chen glanced at the guild interface and found that the battle flags were graded just like equipment quality. The black iron battle flag required 10,000 guild prosperity points, the silver battle flag required 30,000 guild prosperity points, and the gold battle flag required 50,000 guild prosperity points. However, a level 1 guild can only exchange for a silver battle flag, while a level 2 guild can exchange for a gold battle flag. In terms of bonuses, the various quality battle flags are the same, the difference lies in their coverage area. The black iron battle flag has a coverage radius of 100 meters, the silver battle flag has a radius of 150 meters, and the gold battle flag has a radius of 200 meters. Although it's just a silver battle flag, Li Chen is still quite satisfied, a 150-meter radius is enough for him. With the guild battle flag, when it's planted during combat, the 5% all-attribute bonus for the guild leader and vice leader is quite appealing. In Jishui City, he focused intensely and farmed for 3 hours. The mental pressure was truly overwhelming, especially considering that Li Chen had already killed over 10,000 small monsters during the day without any respawns. The upcoming Lihua City would likely require 4 to 5 hours, which is really a test of endurance. If anything goes wrong, he could easily die. If he dies, that's one thing, but the people hiding in the corners probably wouldn't survive either. Equipping the Count's badge adds another 6% to all attributes, and with a guild battle flag, that's another 5% to all attributes. His blood defense and attack power are significantly enhanced, improving both monster killing and margin for error. Unfortunately, both items are buff type, and the increase is calculated based on his own attributes. This means that after Li Chen equips the Count's badge and his attributes increase by 9%, when he plants the battle flag, it doesn't calculate the additional 5% based on the increased attributes. For example, if Li Chen's health is 100, after equipping the badge it becomes 109, but planting the battle flag will only increase 100 by 5%, not 109 by 5%. After regrouping with everyone, they all expressed their envy and jealousy. This server-wide announcement is something only you can get. It's basically impossible for anyone else to enjoy 10,000 merit points alone. Bai Debao's words naturally carried a hint of envy. For her, a server-wide announcement is far more appealing than any residential shop, especially since the announcement stated that residences and shops can be purchased once a rank is achieved. Just lucky, Li Chen thought of Zhang Tianxia, who has damage reduction talents, and smiled. He should be able to solo as well, as long as he has a lifesteal weapon or skill. I just don't know if he didn't solo or just didn't finish the quest. Bai Debao's pondered for a moment and said he probably didn't expect that Viscount and Count would have server-wide announcements. Plus, as a guild leader with so many guild members under him, it's not like you, a lone commander, can hog all the benefits. It wouldn't be right to enjoy such guild welfare tasks alone. At least he should bring along core members. Let's go to Lihua City and see if there are any server-wide announcements and rewards for the second promotion to Viscount or Count. Suddenly, Shernan, who had been silent, spoke up. This should have activated the residential and shop system, which is why there's an announcement. Otherwise, there should be additional prestige rewards. I doubt there will be any for the second. Who cares? Let's finish it first. I won't make a move on the way to Lihua City, I'll just rest a bit. As everyone made their way to Lihua City, Li Chen really didn't make a single move. He didn't even dismount his mount. However, with 6 powerful guards accompanying them, there was no real risk along the way. Upon arriving at Lihua City, Li Chen logged off again to brew a cup of coffee and take a cold shower. He had lounged on the sofa for 3 to 4 hours yesterday, and from 10 p.m. last night until now, it was already midnight. Li Chen hadn't slept for a day and a night. He still needed to focus for another 4 to 5 hours, and he was genuinely afraid of dozing off halfway. After refreshing himself, Li Chen logged back in without any delay and led everyone straight to the boss. Aside from its name changing to Demon General Sodden, this boss was no different from Casa in Jishui City. After clearing out most of the surrounding small monsters, just as Li Chen was about to engage the boss, he was stopped. Bye Debaos. Let's change the position a bit, clear out the small monsters on that little street, and then lure the boss over to kill. Anyway, you don't need our help to fight the boss. We'll hide in a shop a bit further away, and when the time comes, can just go into the shop. The guards will block the door, and with the building obstructing the line of sight, you won't have to worry about us. Plus, while you're grinding monsters on the street, just focus on the ranged monsters in front and behind, and the margin for error will be much higher. Truly one of the top 5 leaders, your strategic vision is impressive, couldn't help but praise, turning to dash towards the little street next to the Resurrection Square. The street was about 20 meters wide, which was actually a bit disadvantageous to dodge the boss's cross slash, as it was easy to hit a wall while avoiding the skills. After clearing the small monsters, walked up to and softly said, "Little sister, can you help me with healing?" Ah, pouted and nodded, not refusing. "Thank you." The battle began, and changed tactics again, bringing 6 guards and a healer to block one end of the little street. Took a glance and understood her intention, standing up to charge at the boss. A taunt attracted the boss's hatred, and with a thunder leap, jumped back, waiting at the street entrance for the boss to arrive. Stood about 35 meters behind, preparing herself. The bosses blazing fire and whirlwind slash were dodged by at the right moment, but the double cross slash was harder to avoid. Whether the target was or her, the direction was the same. However, when cast a shield on her, calmly hid away, knowing it would be hard to die anyway. That damned sense of security was so reassuring. When the boss's health dropped to 50%, the horn sounded as expected, but unfortunately, just as a few small monsters appeared, he fell. At the other end of the little street, the 6 guards were slowly retreating while pulling the small monsters, and then rushed over to help with healing. Under S command, everyone retreated to a shop in the middle of the little street, with the 2 strongest guards blocking the door, while the other 4 guards alternated using self-sacrifice to rescue, and the priest stayed out of sight, quietly healing. Perfect. With a battle flag planted, was hopping around the street, clearing monsters. Being cautious of ranged monsters from all directions was much easier than just watching the left and right, making the difficulty drop significantly. Even started to feel sleepy. The mindless grinding of monsters had yawning repeatedly. When heard his yawns over the team voice chat, he worried that he might fall asleep mid-jump. Sing a song for your team brother to wake him up. Ah. Upon hearing this, S' little face flushed red, and she secretly glanced at, shaking her head vigorously. Chuckled, "What are you shy about? Only you can make your team brother feel revitalized again. If he falls asleep, it doesn't matter if we die or not, but if your team brother's shield drops, he won't have anywhere to cry. Can sing? Come on, sing a few lines. I'm really feeling sleepy." S team voice chat picked up on S words, and he actually felt a bit more awake. Even cast a curious glance at S face turned red, and she hesitated to speak, but thinking about the possibility of her team brother's shield really dropping made her a bit worried. After a long hesitation, finally spoke up. "I love you." Walking alone in the dark alley, "I love you." As soon as started singing, who was standing nearby was stunned, and laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. The others wore expressions of wanting to laugh but holding it in. Was completely awake. After struggling in his mind for a long time, Li Chen held on for a minute but couldn't help but say, "Rabbit, let's change our hobby in the future. Let your big sister De Bao get you a skill book for the Headless Horseman's shout. Your damage will definitely get a boost." Spicy Rabbit Head's cheeks puffed up in anger. If it weren't for Li Chen, how could she sing in front of Oh Shernan? She never expected Li Chen to say something like that. It made her furious. With a captivating singing buff from Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Chen felt invigorated and played for nearly 5 hours without a hint of fatigue. When the last little monster fell under Li Chen's sword, everyone quickly picked up the drops on the ground and then returned to the city. It was too late, and after handing the drops to Li Chen, Bai De Bao and the others went back to Mao City. Spicy Rabbit had initially thought it was fine to stay a couple more days since she was already there, but after witnessing Oh Shernan's breathtaking skills, she pursed her lips and followed Bai De Bao back. "Sister De Bao, when does that nerve reflex training you mentioned start? Are you anxious?" "Ha, it's almost ready. Tomorrow, I'll have your mother help you enroll in off-campus self-study, and then you can come to Bai's Technology. I'll arrange for a few gold medal mentors for you to study cultural subjects in the morning, train nerve reflexes in the afternoon, and play games in the evening." "Great. Sister De Bao, how long do you think it will take for me to be as amazing as Oh Shernan, sister?" "Well, you're still young, so you have a chance." "Sister De Bao, you're not answering my question. It's getting late, you should go to sleep." Li Chen yawned as he sent Bai De Bao and the others off. The promises made had been fulfilled. Wolf Knight Bai De Bao had reached level 18, and even Spicy Rabbit Head had reached level 17. Oh Shernan also reached level 18, while Li Chen successfully kept his level at 18 using a pet egg, just a hair away from level 19. The top 10 on the level leaderboard were all level 18, but with a few name changes, Li Chen successfully topped the list, with Battle the World falling to second place for the first time. Oh Shernan, Wolf Knight, and Bai De Bao also made it into the top 10 for the first time. Oh Shernan went to the quest hall to collect rewards. Although it had already been over 24 hours, the quest had actually been marked as complete. Once the required number of monsters was killed, and the countdown had ended early, it just needed to be claimed at the quest hall. Successfully promoted to Count. Unfortunately, there were no extra rewards. Li Chen followed along, planning to discuss the distribution of the boss drops with Oh Shernan. The city of Lihua also dropped a piece of golden equipment, but it was just a golden level wristband, though its attributes were very suitable for Li Chen. There were also 3 pieces of silver equipment, all inferior to what the two were wearing. Besides the equipment, Sodden also dropped a token, but it was a Guild Warehouse exchange token. It was also bound on pickup, and Shurnan couldn't pick it up at the time, and Li Chen couldn't let her either. General's Gauntlets, Gold, Attack Power plus 58 Stamina plus 38 Strength plus 38 Bone plus 38 Equipment Rating, 114 Equipment Requirement, Guardian, Knight. The wristband Li Chen wore was the Magic Pig wristband that Bai Debao had given her when she helped the Big White Guild, with 3 attributes plus 28. Li Chen estimated that if this equipment were sold, it would fetch at least 100,000, as in the current environment, aside from weapon parts, tank gear was the most valuable. The Guild Warehouse exchange token should also be able to be exchanged for a silver-level Guild Warehouse, requiring 30,000 prosperity points for the exchange based on guild prosperity. If she encountered a guild leader she could truly trust, and they temporarily handed over the leadership to her, this token could still be indirectly sold. However, it was hard to come by, big guilds probably already had one, and giving up leadership like that required absolute trust. Who would have the guts to do that? But if the price were significantly reduced, with his reputation, there should be a guild willing to buy it. Thinking about how he had taken the Guild Battle Flag exchange token and the Warehouse exchange token, Li Chen prepared to give Shurnan 500 gold coins for equipment and supplies. To his surprise, Shurnan refused. Your idea of fair distribution isn't fair at all. You always think splitting evenly is right, but it should be based on contribution. Today, aside from fighting the boss, I didn't contribute much in Liyue City, and my level was raised to 18 and the quest completed thanks to you. I accepted 400 gold before because I spent most of the day in Jishui City, but my contribution in Liyue City was minimal. With that spicy rabbit-headed girl around, any decent priest could take my place. I've already enjoyed 10,000 merit points, how can I accept more rewards? You always think about not letting your teammates suffer, but you never consider their feelings. Shurnan's words struck Li Chen like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Li Chen smacked his lips and muttered softly, if you don't want it, then fine, why are you lecturing me? Poof. Shurnan glanced at Li Chen indifferently. In the future, our cooperation should also be based on contribution. I used to think it would be hard to fight the boss without my support, but it turns out you have a little cheat. It seems even if I don't allocate her any rewards, she would still be willing. That's not true. It really is harder to fight the boss without you. Rabbit's skills can't keep up and she doesn't have enough time. Shurnan narrowed her eyes slightly, so once her skills improve and she has more time, she can replace me, right? Li Chen thought for a moment and shook his head, not in the short term. Shurnan felt inexplicably frustrated by his response and took a deep breath. Then when I have time, I'll help you train her so she can replace me as soon as possible. Li Chen looked at Shurnan in confusion and worriedly said, why do you keep talking about replacing you? Is it that your body can't handle playing games at such high intensity anymore? I'm perfectly fine. Shurnan shot Li Chen a glare, too lazy to continue the conversation, and logged off directly. Seeing that he was left alone, Li Chen thought it was time to log off too, but when he checked the time, it was already 6:30 in the morning. He still had to take Tuan Tuan to school later, and logging off to sleep for half an hour would just make him more tired. Just right, he still had the 100,000 guild prosperity points as a reward that he hadn't used, so he headed to the civil management office to upgrade the guild first. To his surprise, upgrading to a level 2 guild required at least a black iron level battle flag and a black iron level guild warehouse. The black iron level guild warehouse needed 10,000 guild prosperity points, and upgrading to a level 2 guild required another 100,000 guild prosperity points. His small second-class guild only had 100,000 prosperity points, which wasn't enough to exchange for the black iron guild warehouse to upgrade. The normal way to obtain prosperity points was through guild tasks, which all guild members could take. Completing a task would increase the guild's prosperity by 1 point, and players would earn 1 point of guild contribution. Guild contributions had various uses, but currently, the only option available was to exchange equipment and items from the guild warehouse. Li Chen felt a bit confused reading this introduction. Guild contributions were very beneficial for lower-level members, but for high-level players, it felt like a joke. High-end players would put in equipment, and low-end players could earn contributions by completing guild tasks to exchange for it, but what did high-end players gain? Li Chen tried to ask the old man with the ram's horn for some answers and was surprised to actually get one. A level 2 guild could unlock the guild technology tree, allowing contributions to enhance various benefits. Upon hearing about the enhancements, Li Chen couldn't help himself. Looking at the guild warehouse exchange token in his hand, he directly handed it to the ram-horned old man and exchanged it for a silver-level guild warehouse. There was no way he could do 10,000 guild tasks himself. The guild warehouse has no physical
Items. Next to the Resurrection Square, there is a public guild warehouse that opens to each player, showing their own guild storage. With the upgrade conditions met, Li Chen spent 100,000 guild prosperity points to elevate the guild to level 2. He applied to the old man for access to the technology tree, only to be told it required 100,000 guild prosperity points. If it weren't for the level 60 guards wandering around the Lord's mansion, Li Chen would have almost slapped the sneaky NPC old man in front of him. With no other choice, Li Chen walked out of the civil management office, contemplating whether to sell this level 2 guild. However, he was a bit reluctant to part with the 5% all-attribute buff from the guild flag, so he decided to wait for O'Shurnan to log in before making a decision. With the restrictions of the flag in warehouse, although O'Shurnan's guild couldn't be upgraded to level 2, they could exchange prosperity points for a guild flag. The benefits of the flag do not depend on the guild's level. If O'Shurnan planned to sell, then he would have to temporarily keep this level 2 guild. If O'Shurnan didn't plan to sell the guild, he could at least enjoy being a vice president. A server-wide announcement read, all main cities' satellite cities have been reclaimed. The game version is being updated. All players must log out within 10 minutes to avoid unnecessary losses. The update will take 6 hours. After the update is complete, the teleportation array to the satellite cities will be opened, allowing players to teleport from each main city to the corresponding satellite city. To compensate for the losses caused by the version update, this week's online time will be reduced by 6 hours. Li Chen was already planning to log off, and upon seeing the announcement, he couldn't help but smile. It was just in time for him to finish taking the child back and catch up on some sleep without any delays. In fact, Li Chen could have asked Luing to take Tuan Tuan to school, but unless there were uncontrollable reasons, he didn't want to reduce the time spent with Tuan Tuan. When he logged off, Luing had already started making breakfast, and Tuan Tuan was up and washing up. Li Chen saw the little girl Li Yuqing standing outside the bathroom with a confused expression and walked over to ruffle her little head. Come on, uncle will take you downstairs to buy a set of toiletries you like. Before Li Yuqing could respond, Tuan Tuan, having finished brushing her teeth, jumped over, hugging Li Chen's leg and looking up with her little head, shouting, Uncle, Bao is very good. Bao didn't disturb Uncle yesterday, can Bao go too? Don't you already have a toothbrush? But Bao is very good. Since Bao is so good, you really deserve a reward. So let's take you along. Hearing this, Luing, who was busy in the kitchen, wiped her hands and came over. Li, boss, you don't need to go to such expense, I'll just take Qingqing home to wash up later. What expense is this? Preparing some things that Qingqing likes will make her happy living here in the future. And Lu Jia, please don't call me boss, it gives me chills on the back of my neck. Just call me Xiao Li. Qingqing is living here too? Luing was taken aback. Otherwise? Am I supposed to separate you two? That's not necessary, there's no need to have a child and be a nanny. I can have her grandmother look after her. That won't do. Your salary is all for you, you only make 12,000 a month, and the remaining 8,000 is for little Qingqing. If you send her away, I can only pay you 12,000. Ah! Luing looked at Li Chen in disbelief, and when she saw he wasn't joking, her eyes couldn't help but get a bit misty. Seeing this, Li Chen realized Luing had misunderstood. He genuinely just wanted to find a playmate for Tuan Tuan. However, he didn't explain and instead happily accepted this favor, thinking Luing would be more dedicated to her work. Li Chen took the two little friends out, but instead of going to the shop downstairs, he took a taxi to a nearby maternity and baby store. It wasn't far, it would only take 2 minutes on a small electric scooter, but it was a bit dangerous with two little kids. He bought some favorite essentials for little Qingqing, and little Tuan Tuan also got a share, even though the little one already had some. After returning home and having breakfast, Li Chen and Luing each took a child and headed out. Seeing that Luing was driving a somewhat worn-out little QQ, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Sister Lu, you can drive? Luing raised her forehead in annoyance, since I'm already opening the car door, why ask if you already know? Not bad, not bad. I'll buy you a new car later. Ah. Luing instinctively took a step back, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded with difficulty. Li Chen was so sleepy that he decided to hitch a ride in Lu Ying's little QQ with Tuan Tuan. First, they dropped off Qingqing at kindergarten, then took Tuan, and by the time they got back in the car, Li Chen was so tired he could barely walk straight, mumbling, home, sleep. Luing, gripping the steering wheel, turned pale at his words, her slender fingers tightening around it. The moment had finally come. Luing didn't know how much courage she had mustered to drive the car back. Li Chen, dazed and confused, went upstairs, opened the door, and was about to close it when he noticed Luing had followed him up. He asked in confusion, Sister Lu, aren't you going to resign from your job? If you're working for the community, shouldn't you at least hand over your duties?
Lu Ling was taken aback, her face suddenly flushed red, stammering, "Right, I wanted to tell you about this. I have to resign first, and the community is really busy lately. The leaders definitely won't let me go for a day or two, so I might not be able to work full-time in the next couple of days. But I can still make breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Oh, as long as you can cook, that's fine. There's nothing else to do during the day." Li Chen forced his eyes open. "I'm going to sleep now, you go ahead and be busy." Lu Ling stared blankly at the closed door, opening her mouth but ultimately not knowing how to scold him since she had never done so before. Thinking about the version update, Li Chen didn't indulge in sleeping in, and his alarm clock woke him up promptly at 1 p.m. Lu Ling had already finished work and prepared the meals. Since Li Chen hadn't woken up, she didn't feel right eating alone and instead leaned on the sofa with her gaming helmet to catch up on some game time. Li Chen walked over and lightly tapped the call button on the side of the helmet, pulling Lu Ling out of the game. "Next time, you don't have to wait for me. Just save my portion," Li Chen said casually, sitting down to eat without any pretense. "You have to admit, having food ready when you open your eyes is really convenient." Lu Ling also sat down and softly said, "I've already submitted my resignation, but recently, due to the national subsidy for Blue Star Online, the community has been a bit overwhelmed and needs a couple of days to hand over everything. It's fine, it's only right to see things through. As long as I have food to eat, that's all that matters." Li Chen quickly shoveled his food while scrolling through his phone, noticing 2 missed calls, probably because he had slept too soundly to hear them. Both calls were from the same number, and there was also a text message indicating that the custom gaming pod had arrived. Li Chen hurriedly called back. "Sister Lu, the gaming pod I ordered will be delivered soon. Can you keep an eye on it and have them move the bed in the master bedroom a bit to install the gaming pod next to it? I'll jump into the game to check the version update first." Li Chen felt refreshed after his nap and was eager to check the version update as soon as he finished his meal. The game had reopened for a while, and as soon as Li Chen logged in, he received system information about the updates. The first update was the expansion of the leveling maps, which now radiated outward from the main city. Specific values needed to be explored by the players themselves. The second update was the opening of the 5 major satellite cities, with details also requiring player exploration. The third update was the removal of the personal auction house, with multiple auction house mirror buildings added in each main city and satellite city. The fourth update was the removal of the personal system store and merit store, with multiple functional NPCs added in each main city and satellite city. The fifth update is that the system store will no longer recycle any equipment and has added an equipment disassembly function, with specific details for players to explore on their own. The sixth update opens up the housing and shop system, with specific details for players to explore on their own. The seventh update reduces the number of novice villages from 99 to 9, and all players who reach level 10 are forcibly teleported to the main city. After these 7 updates, Li Chen felt a bit confused. How is it that after the updates, the game has become increasingly inconvenient? What he found most unacceptable were the auction house and the system store. The little trick of listing equipment to avoid drops is gone. Without the system store, he would have to carry potions when going out, and if he didn't carry enough, dying could mean losing a whole set of items. The harshest part of this update is definitely the 7th one. This isn't hard to understand, after all, there are only about 20,000 citizens nationwide who celebrate their 14th birthday each day, meaning only about 20,000 new players enter the game daily. Keeping so many novice villages would be a waste of server resources. This didn't matter to him, but it was a big problem for many players. A significant portion of players who specialize in life professions and many who are too timid to fight monsters were still hanging around in novice villages, with some even mining for pocket money. Now, you can't avoid going to the main city, you can't even squeeze into the mines. Li Chen could imagine the scene of players packed into the mines like sardines, with those outside unable to get in and those inside unable to get out, starving to death. Without mining, there's no money to buy bread and water. If you don't spend money, you have to fight monsters, and novice villages don't yield experience, so you'll soon be forced to level up to 10 and then automatically enter the main city. Li Chen guessed that another reason was the novice village boss. Many players, even if they can't level up or change jobs, still stay in the novice village just to farm the boss. Although top players are already level 18, the platinum equipment dropped by the level 10 boss is still quite powerful. Even Li Chen was still wearing the magic wolfskin boots he got from the level 10 boss. If you wear a full set, it's still quite impressive, and the price is naturally valuable. Now it's over, they've been forcibly teleported. Li Chen retrieved the stored pig intestines and headed to the resurrection square. After touching the teleportation array, the teleportation map that popped up, aside from the dim icons of the other 11 main cities, also featured bright icons for the 5 major satellite cities surrounding this city. Li Chen reached out and clicked on Jishui City, paying a teleportation fee of 5 silver. The next moment, everything went dark, and he appeared at the Resurrection Square in Jishui City. Many players had already teleported to Shui City. Li Chen rode his pig intestines around and found that compared to the desolate state when it was occupied by the demon race, Jishui City had been completely revitalized and had grown significantly in size. At least from the area of the Resurrection Square, it seemed at least 5 or 6 times larger, slightly smaller than Shinho City. The streets where Li Chen had previously farmed monsters had also become wider and longer, and some buildings that were only 1 story before had turned into at least 3 stories, while those that were 3 stories before were now at least 5 or 6 stories tall. Thinking about it, these 5 satellite cities were indeed meant to disperse players. When Li Chen was doing guild tasks before, he couldn't help but complain that Jishui City was too small to accommodate many players. As more and more players entered the main city, even if their online times were irregular and most were out leveling up and doing quests, the main city couldn't hold that many people. If it weren't for some functional buildings being mirror-type, like the public guild warehouse, which is actually a mirror building similar to a dungeon, just queuing might take a month to get in. Some NPCs also appeared in Jishui City, and Li Chen arrived at the Lord's mansion. To his surprise, the guards at the entrance actually saluted him together. "We meet again, Lord Count." The nobility actually has such a function, perhaps the Baron is too lowly to trigger it, while the Earl truly holds a status in the eyes of NPCs. "I would like to request an audience with the city lord," Li Chen tentatively asked, not expecting the leading guard to actually send someone to report it. Soon, Li Chen received a reply that the city lord was requesting him. Guided by a guard, Li Chen entered the city lord's mansion through the main gate. The decor was quite nice, resplendent and magnificent, but he didn't see the imagined throngs of servants, only a few silver-armored guards patrolled with stern faces. The city lord of Jishui City was an imposing old man, sitting high in the great hall. Upon hearing that Li Chen had been brought in, he did not even raise his head and asked indifferently, "What is it that you seek?" Although he was merely facing an NPC, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. What could he possibly want? "I came to ask if there are any tasks available?" The city lord glanced at Li Chen, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "With your strength, you dare to come here to ask for a task?" Being looked down upon by an NPC left Li Chen speechless, and he couldn't help but throw a true eye at the city lord. "City lord of Jishui City, Hudian Bo level, 60 health? Defense? Attack? You dare to spy on this city lord? Guards! Seize him!" The city lord did not display any intimidating effects, and Li Chen was not worthy of provoking him. With a single command, guards rushed forward and directly captured Li Chen, taking him away without even asking a question. Li Chen was still in a daze when he was thrown into the city lord's prison. "I just threw a true eye, how did I end up detained?" "What?" Surprised Li Chen even more was that there was a large group of fellow inmates in the prison laughing gleefully. "Another one has come, just in time to be the referee," someone laughed heartily. "What's going on?" "What referee?" Li Chen asked in confusion. "You were also caught for throwing a true eye at the city lord, right? We have enough people in this cell for 2 teams. To play soccer, we just need you as the referee." "Ha? You guys can also see the city lord?" "Of course, the guards in Jishui City are different from those in Shinho City, they don't stop us at all." "Damn." Li Chen was speechless, he thought it was because of his Earl status. "When will you let me out?" Li Chen turned to ask the NPC guard outside the prison. "Life imprisonment. Are you crazy?" Li Chen's face turned green as he pulled out a return stone, only to find it couldn't be used. "What does this mean? Are they going to ban my account?" "Don't worry, brother, you should just starve to death and you'll be able to get out," a player said with a laugh. "Ha? How do you know that?" "That's how the system sets up the red name. Prison, if you starve to death, you can respawn in the Resurrection Square, but if your name hasn't turned white yet, you'll be caught back by patrolling soldiers." Li Chen glanced at his still full hunger value, feeling speechless. He was used to logging in and filling up his hunger value, and now not a single point had been deducted. "There are other options, you can pay a fine." "Someone just got released," another player said, though his tone was a bit strange, as if he was holding back laughter. Li Chen looked at him in confusion but turned to ask the guard again. "Your fine is 1 gold. Hearing the guard's response, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Although 1,000 coins was expensive, it shouldn't make someone laugh like that. Just as he was wondering, the entire cell of players erupted. "Damn! Why is he 1 gold while we are 10 gold? This is unfair treatment." Upon hearing the others, Li Chen immediately pulled out 1 gold and handed it to the guard, fearing the price would go up halfway. The next moment, the guard opened the door and let Li Chen out. Other players, seeing this, tried to push their way out but were kicked back by the guard. Li Chen, seeing this, was not curious about why he was cheaper, he just lifted his leg and ran outside. However, thinking about it, the only reason for his different treatment compared to the other players could only be his noble rank. Although the city lord did not enjoy any privileges, he certainly benefited from the fines. Out of curiosity, Li Chen lost 1,000 coins, leaving him speechless. Fortunately, he didn't leave empty-handed. The city lord didn't directly say there were no tasks, but mentioned that Li Chen's strength was too weak, and perhaps leveling up would trigger them. The tasks issued by the city lord must have substantial rewards. After this incident, Li Chen dared not be curious anymore. After inquiring with the guards about the location of the housing management office, he headed there. Using a grade A housing exchange voucher, he exchanged it for a grade A residence at the NPC in the housing management office. He also found information about the purpose of the residence from the NPC. Residences are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Once players own a residence, they can choose to return to their home using items when teleporting back to town or resurrecting. Residences have storage functions, including personal and guild storage. Players can log in and out of bed in their residence, accumulating 50% experience duration, meaning that logging in and out for 1 hour in the residence will grant 1.5 times the experience duration for that hour. Seeing this feature, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. His gaming warehouse hadn't even arrived yet, and now the game introduced an offline experience accumulation feature, which made the game feel less appealing. The above points are features available in all levels of residences. Residences of level C and above also have a system shop function. Residences of level B and above have a merit shop and a quest hall function. Grade A residences additionally have an auction house function, and besides the basic room, they can have an extra secondary profession studio, where the success rate of crafting is increased by 10%. In addition to the different functions, the number of rooms in the residences also varies. A D-level residence has 1 bedroom and 1 living room, a C-level residence has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, a B-level residence has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and an A-level residence has 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 studio. Players with a C-level residence or above can invite friends to live with them, and the invited person can enjoy the same functions of the residence. A C-level residence can invite 1 person, a B-level residence can invite 2, and an A-level residence can invite 3. Residences do not manifest in the city, meaning they cannot be found as physical entities in the game. After purchasing a residence, players automatically receive a bound home key, which can be used anywhere in the safe zone of the city where the residence is located to return home. Using the home key inside the residence allows players to go to the resurrection square of that city. Initially troubled by the cancellation of many features due to game updates, Li Chen's mood brightened after reading the information about residences. Although it wasn't as convenient as having a portable function, it significantly reduced other complexities. Most importantly, currently, besides him, only Oh Shernan had the qualification to purchase a residence. What others didn't have, he did. Wasn't that an indirect improvement? Thinking about how others had to run around while he could handle everything without stepping out, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Li Chen inquired about the prices of the residences and laughed again. A D-level residence costs 1 gold, a C-level residence costs 10 gold, a B-level residence costs 100 gold, and an A-level residence costs 1,000 gold. Although Li Chen felt that spending 1 million just for some convenience to buy a grade A residence was purely a waste of money, since he got it for free, didn't that mean he earned 1 million? Unfortunately, the residence purchase was bound, so he couldn't resell it. Otherwise, he actually had another purchase quota, and flipping it could probably earn him a profit. Suppressing the urge to rush home and check it out, Li Chen went to the shop management office next door. Unlike residences, shops are real entities that can be owned in Jishui City. They are also divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Since Li Chen was the first to exchange or purchase a shop, he could choose any grade A shop on the 4 main streets of Jishui City. Even without a business mind, Li Chen knew that the location near the Resurrection Square was prime real estate, so he directly chose a shop right next to the Resurrection Square. As the NPC handed Li Chen a shop token, he became the first player in the game to own a street-level building. However, what left Li Chen speechless was that while he had the shop, its functions were not yet activated. It was just a placeholder, offering no real benefits for the time being. After inquiring about the shop prices, he learned that a D-grade shop costs 100 gold, a C-grade shop 300 gold, a B-grade shop 1,000 gold, and an A-grade shop 3,000 gold. Only those with a count of nobility could purchase them, and each person was limited to 1 shop. When he found out that shops exchanged with vouchers did not count against the purchase limit, his intelligence instantly soared. Although purchasing a shop would also bind him, since it was called a shop, it was certainly meant for business. Even if he couldn't sell it, he would still make a profit from running it. Li Chen waved his hand grandly. Give me another A-grade shop.
The price for an A-grade shop was the same, but the location could differ. Now that he had the chance to choose a location, it would be foolish not to buy another one. This time, Li Chen didn't choose the Resurrection Square but opted for the first shop next to the auction house. The foot traffic at the auction house was no less than that at the Resurrection Square. Although A-grade residences had auction house functions, how many people could afford a price tag of 1 million? 99.99% of people would still have to walk to the auction house. After purchasing the shop, when Li Chen saw that his bank account balance was down to just over $1 million, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He remembered that after buying a building and 2 storefronts for his team, he still had over $6 million left. How had it dwindled to just over $1 million in just a few days? He had been a bit reckless lately, spending money so freely. He needed to make some money, otherwise, if he spotted something good again, he would have to withdraw from his fixed deposit. While Li Chen was contemplating how to make money, Shernan, who had logged in at some point, sent him a text message. "Can you lend me 300 gold? Li Chen glanced at it and directly sent a voice request to Shernan. Once connected, he asked in confusion, "What are you texting for? Isn't it tiring to type in the void?" "I like it," Shernan replied, his tone not very pleasant, sounding nothing like someone who was asking to borrow money. "Please mind your tone when speaking to the Gold Master. I'm not borrowing anymore. Do you think the Gold Master is your pet? You can just borrow or not borrow. As you please." Sigh. Shernan let out a helpless sigh from the other end, unsure how to retort. "Did something stimulate you? Why are you suddenly so chatty?" "I'm going to be broke. But I can still spare 300 gold. Where are you?" "Residential Management Office in Lihua City." You're not planning to buy an A-grade residence, are you?" "Yeah. Why spend that money? You can't resell a residence, you can just live with me." Shernan fell silent. "No, I mean you can live with me, not that you share a residence with me. That doesn't seem right. What's wrong with it?" "Just wait." Li Chen took out the home key, used it, and directly teleported to his residence. He then opened the residence interface and added Shernan's name. "Check if you have a home key in your bag?" I do." "Then send it over, my home has all the functions, so you won't have to run back and forth to buy things." "Oh." Shernan looked at the home key in his hand, hesitated for a long time, and finally used it. The next moment, Shernan's figure appeared beside Li Chen. Come, let me show you around, I just got in." Shernan looked around the bare room in disbelief. This A-grade residence was completely empty, with no furniture at all. There was a kerosene lamp on the floor, seemingly about to go out at any moment. On one side of the living room, there were 5 glowing fixed ornaments, brighter than the kerosene lamp. They were labeled as Warehouse, System Store, Merit Store, Quest Hall, and Auction House. Besides that, there wasn't even a window, and 4 doors led to 3 bedrooms and a studio. The only thing that truly deserves the A-grade quality is the area. The space is quite large, with the living room alone being around 80 to 90 square meters. The bedrooms and studio should also be reasonably sized. This Blue Star Online is quite a scam. It looks like players have to prepare their own furniture, Li Chen said with a bitter smile. Blue Star Online has a wide variety of life professions, so there should be furniture makers or something like that. I searched the auction house, but there isn't a single piece of furniture. The residential function has just been opened, only you have a residence. Even if there are furniture makers, no one would waste storage fees by putting items up for auction. After some time, as more people acquire residences, there should be some for sale. Well, never mind, having furniture is just for looks anyway. As long as the residential function is available, that's enough. Oh, by the way, is there a bed? We're still missing the offline experience buff function. Li Chen pushed open a bedroom door and found there was no bed, so he hurriedly opened other doors. Finally, in a room that seemed slightly larger than the others, he discovered a single bed, just a bed frame with a wooden board on top, not even a mattress, so rudimentary it was shocking. This room, judging by its size, should be the master bedroom. It was the only one with a bed, and it was a single. Fortunately, it should have the offline experience buff function. There was also a studio, which contained only a table and a stool, with no crafting tools provided. However, Shernan quite liked this studio. A 10% increase in success rate was very appealing for crafting high-difficulty potions or elixirs. Let's go, even a poor mouse would shed tears upon entering this place. We need to make some money. The server has been updated, so the ghostly flowers should be spawning. Let's go earn some. As Li Chen said this, he intended to leave the residence but was stopped by Shernan. "Let me pay you rent," Shernan said softly. "Don't be ridiculous, rent $1 million. In reality buys a house, and renting it out for a month is only about 2,000. Let's consider this a shared rental, that makes it 1,000 each per month. We could easily earn that just by crafting some silver gear.
Can it really be calculated like that? Oh, Shernan was momentarily taken aback, feeling something was off. How else can it be calculated? Don't get hung up on it. With that time, you could pick a ghostly flower, which would cover your rent for several months. Confused, Oh Shernan followed Li Chen as he teleported to the resurrection square. Li Chen opened the map and took a glance. The areas already on the map looked distorted, appearing much longer. However, the Wailing Forest had not been removed due to the version update. The Wailing Forest is in the direction of Lihua City, and on the map, it seems closer than starting from Shinho City. The two teleported directly to Lihua City and then ran straight according to the map. As they ran, Li Chen noticed that the map had indeed expanded. An area that previously took about 10 minutes to traverse now took nearly 20. Considering the server update, just before reaching the Wailing Forest, they turned towards the Withered Wood Forest. What if the boss had respawned due to the server update? Players with some brains had already rushed to the Withered Wood Forest, including many from the military and 2 other guilds. Because the map had expanded, the previous coordinates of the boss were naturally different, but seeing so many people around and no one had discovered it, it seemed the boss had not respawned. Li Chen and Oh Shernan wandered around the central area before heading towards the Wailing Forest. Upon reaching the Wailing Forest, Li Chen couldn't help but marvel at how much larger the game map had become. Compared to before the update, the distance had more than doubled. It would take at least 3 hours to travel from Shinho City to Lihua City. This was still with his mount being faster than the average player in being able to ignore monsters along the way. Although traversing the map took a lot of time, Li Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the ghostly flowers had respawned. Along with the ghostly flowers, the polluted Trey Ant had also appeared. Level 20 elites are naturally not worth mentioning, but each kill increases the Tree Spirit clan's favorability by 10 points, though it's still unclear what that's for. What's giving Li Chen a headache is that after just half a lap around the outskirts, even if Pig Large Intestine takes 90% of the experience, he inevitably leveled up to 19. If this level 20 wild boss doesn't show up soon, he'll have to actively lose experience, and he won't be able to hold on to the harder in first place. Li Chen glanced at the leaderboard. Great, the first place is already gone. Zhang Tianxia should be close in experience, so there's no need to deliberately suppress his level. In this short time, he's already reached level 19 before him. Suppressing experience like this isn't a solution, but the map is so vast that relying on himself to find it would leave him with thin legs and still unable to locate it. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen sent a voice message to Bai Dabo Bayo. Bro, organize some elite teams to look for wild bosses in the level 20 plus maps. If you find one, I'll help you fight it, and I'll give you a chance to be on TV. Sister, I was already sending people out to search even before you said anything. Now that you have a guild, you can fly back and forth freely. Am I going to let you, this big laborer, run around? Hurry up, I can't suppress my level anymore. If you can't suppress it, just kill yourself. No, let me do it, then I'll take a screenshot and post it on the forum with the title, The Invincible Q Team Perishes at the Hands of Bai Dabo Bayo. It probably won't be worse than being on TV. Bai Dabo Bayo laughed heartily. Hearing this, Li Chen felt a headache. Stop messing around, my talent can only kill bosses of the same level or higher to level up. If I keep suppressing my level like this, I'll drop off the leaderboard by tomorrow. Got it, I've already sent out the core members, but it won't help to rush. Even if the core members team up to go to level 20 plus maps, it's still hard to just barge in. If they can't find you, you really will have to kill yourself. Tell your guild's core members to pray to the koi before they head out. Li Chen helplessly hung up the voice call, thinking about the flying back and forth, and turned to ask Oh Shernan, what's your guild planning? Oh Shernan hesitated for a moment and replied softly, I want to sell it, but I'm worried it will attract enemies. Your worries are a bit unnecessary right now. Li Chen opened the guild interface and sighed. It's only been a day, and there are already 7 more guilds in Shinho City. 1 more won't make a difference. More and more people are accumulating enough merit points, and if you didn't have 100,000 prosperity points, you probably wouldn't be able to sell it. Do you think President Bai would be interested in setting up a branch in Shinho City? Oh Shernan suddenly said. Hey, don't say that, that's a good idea. I'll ask. Li Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly sent another voice message to Bai Dabo Bayo. Bro, are you interested in setting up a branch in Shinho City? Not interested. Setting up a branch in Shinho City? There aren't enough bosses for you to fight over. Do you think I'm stupid? Li Chen awkwardly laughed, realizing that made sense. But if you're planning to sell the guild, I could take it. Level 2 guilds are still hard to manage. Moving to Mauda City, I take that back, your guild name is too ugly. I don't want it, I'm afraid others will call me an idiot. Damn. You're picky about this. I misspoke. I meant Oh Shernan's guild. Although it's level 1, it has 100,000 prosperity points. As long as you get a black iron battle flag and a black iron warehouse, you can level it up to level 2. Getting 20,000 prosperity points isn't that hard, right? Oh sure nons? What? Can't you two take naming? Seriously? But she's a bit stronger than you. I'll research it with her myself. I won't let you, the middleman, profit. When did I profit as a middleman? You, before Li Chen could finish his sentence, Bai Dabo Bao hung up the voice call. Oh Shernan glanced at Li Chen with a strange expression, then connected to Bai Dabo Bao's voice. The two girls were quicker in their dealings than Li Chen. In just a few words, Oh Shernan's guild name disappeared from above her head. Li Chen saw this and invited Oh Shernan to join the guild, then mentioned the position of vice president. I'm just curious, how much did you sell it for? 2 million. Not bad, Comrade Xiaobai is quite generous. Well, 1,000 merit points aren't much anymore, selling for 2 million with 100,000 prosperity is far beyond my expectations. About the rent, should we discuss it again? What rent? I don't understand what you're talking about. Okay. Let's continue gathering flowers. The two of them made a large circle around the outskirts of the Wailing Forest. Since the map had expanded, they gathered more nether flowers than expected, reaching a total of 35. This time, they learned their lesson and didn't greedily venture deeper into the Wailing Forest. Although Li Chen's strength had improved significantly. Since then, thinking about Catherine's damage and the large number of level 20 elites she could summon, he decided to play it safe for now. Let's tackle a level 20 boss first, get a few pieces of equipment, and then settle the score for the close. Checking the time, it was about right, so they headed straight back to the residence. Li Chen was worried about not being able to suppress his level, so he didn't log off from the bed but instead logged off directly in the living room. Oh Shernan didn't log off, instead, he looked around the room and then used the home key to leave the residence. The gaming pod had already been installed, placed by the bedside in the master bedroom as per Li Chen's request. Li Chen picked up the manual Lu Ying had left on the table and started fiddling with the gaming pod. It looked a bit like a hibernation pod from a sci-fi movie, very cool. But it wasn't as magical as he had imagined. Once inside, one still had to eat, drink, and take care of business. However, once activated, the pod would release gas that soothes the nerves, allowing the person inside to not feel as fatigued during long gaming sessions, but they still needed to sleep. However, if one slept in the gaming pod, combined with the nerve-soothing effect, they could achieve excellent sleep quality with just 2 hours of sleep each day. Overall, Li Chen was very satisfied. If it were really like in a sci-fi movie, where one didn't eat, drink, or sleep, completely living in the game world, even without Tuanbao, he wouldn't want that. Living like a program, what was the point of being alive? After fiddling with the gaming pod for a bit, Li Chen went out to pick up Tuan. After riding his little electric scooter to bring Tuan home, Lu Ying soon arrived with Qingqing. Lu Ying started cooking, and Li Chen didn't rush to log into the game, planning to spend more time with Tuan. He hadn't spoken much with Tuan yesterday, although the little one claimed to be very good and not to disturb Uncle. Li Chen could still sense the little grievances in Tuanbao's heart. Li Chen hugged Tuan and went to the master bedroom, pointing at the gaming pod and saying, "Good baby, Uncle will sleep in this gaming pod tonight. If you wake up in the middle of the night and want to find Uncle, just press this red button, and Uncle will wake up." Tuan looked at the cool gaming pod with some surprise, struggling to jump out of Li Chen's arms, touching it here and there, clearly delighted. Tuan fell asleep in the gaming pod that night. Li Chen hadn't used it yet, so the little one got to experience it first. Of course, Li Chen didn't activate any nerve-soothing functions. Children are different from adults, and what if it affected the little baby? After taking Tuan out of the gaming pod and placing him on the bed, Li Chen exchanged a few words with Lu Ying, who had already lulled Qingqing to sleep, before entering the gaming pod. As soon as he entered the game, Li Chen's eyes lit up. The bare room was gone. There was now a lot of furniture in the room, though the colors left Li Chen speechless. Everything was pure white, not a hint of color, making his eyes dizzy. Clearly, during Li Chen's offline time, Oh Shernan had decorated the house. He didn't know where he got it from, although it wasn't very complete and had no practical significance. It felt much cozier. Li Chen opened his room and took a glance. It had also been furnished with some simple furniture, and even the single bed was covered with a pure white blanket. Li Chen curiously peeked at the room chosen by Oh Shernan, which had also been furnished and had a single bed, similar to his own. Even the other two rooms had been arranged, clearly indicating that Oh Shernan had paid the rent in another way. Li Chen sent a voice message to Oh Shernan. "Where are you?" "At the Alchemist Guild." "What are you doing?" "At the Alchemist Guild? Isn't there a studio at home? It even increases the success rate by 10%. I tried, but it said that first-time use would bind the secondary profession, and I Wouldn't be able to use other secondary professions. Then just bind it. I don't have a secondary profession anyway. But what if someone else wants to use it, or if you plan to rent it out? No one else is using it, and I don't plan to rent it out. Just cancel the alchemy room you rented, it's much more convenient to work at home. Oh. Oh Shernan hung up the voice call. And not long after, he returned to the residence. So I really used it? Oh Shernan said softly, looking at Li Chen. It's just a studio, why are you being so fussy? Where's your usual decisiveness? Oh Shernan shot Li Chen a glance and walked into the studio. Li Chen curiously followed him in, and then received a system prompt asking if he wanted to designate the studio as an alchemy room. Before Li Chen could confirm, Oh Shernan clicked confirm himself, very decisively. The residential permissions Li Chen set for Oh Shernan were the highest, aside from not being able to kick Li Chen, the owner, out, all other functions could be used. Oh Shernan took out various props from his backpack and began to arrange them in the room. In no time, the studio was filled with various alchemy equipment and materials. After setting up the alchemy room, Oh Shernan took out 32 body-strengthening pills and handed them to Li Chen. Take these with you when you go help President Bai fight the boss. Sure, I'll put them in the warehouse first. Let's go explore maps above level 20, if we die, we won't even have a place to cry. Since Bai Daba didn't leave him a message, it meant that Bai hadn't found the boss yet. Li Chen didn't want to wait idly and planned to look for something in higher level maps. However, while replenishing supplies at the system store, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted the quest hall nearby. Players without titles could accept F and E level quests, barons could accept D level quests, viscounts could accept C level quests, and earls could accept B level quests. He and Oh Shernan had risen in rank too quickly, seemingly without even completing a D level quest. E level quests had a chance of encountering elite monsters. What kind of monsters would the B level quests, which were 3 ranks higher, have? Was it even possible? Although he felt his thoughts were a bit naive, Li Chen still opened the quest hall. No boss? A lord would do. Seeing Li Chen interacting with the cursor in the quest hall, Oh Shernan also walked over to check it out. The quest levels were arranged by difficulty, with the highest being the B-level quest, of which there was currently only one. Eliminate the Wailing Lord, B. Li Chen was momentarily speechless upon seeing this quest. Could it be that his rank had risen too quickly, surpassing the current version? The Wailing Forest only had Shin Monkey City. If he went to another main city, wouldn't he be unable to accept even a B-level quest? His gaze shifted down to the C-level quest area. There were quite a few C-level quests, and Li Chen quickly locked onto one, then frowned. Didn't we already complete the Satellite City Guild quest? Why is there now a quest to eliminate the Demon General Kasa? Not just Kasa, there's also a quest to eliminate the Demon General Sodden. Oh Shernan also spotted a C-level quest. How are we supposed to do this? All 5 satellite cities have been liberated, where are we supposed to find the Demon Generals? It's indeed out of order. When the guild task was released, the highest rank was only a baron, and the C-level task was taken by a viscount. It shouldn't have such a blatant error, Oh Shernan said, puzzled. How about we try accepting it? We've killed both of these task bosses before, what if it counts as completed right away? Li Chen asked. But his hand had already clicked to accept, and the next moment, the task, Eliminate Demon General Kasa, appeared in the taskbar. The anticipated direct completion prompt did not appear. And Li Chen glanced at the task information. Eliminate Demon General Kasa. See, the Demon General Kasa fled from Jishui City. Unwilling to accept defeat, he gathered the remaining demon soldiers and occupied the Thorn Valley area, attempting to retake Jishui City. Please head to the vicinity of Thorn Valley promptly and find the captain of the Jishui City scout team to understand the specific situation. Task objective: participate in killing the Demon General Kasa and deal effective damage or threat value. Task number 5, merit reward 500. Seeing the task information, Li Chen felt a rush of excitement and quickly sent the task details to Oh Shernan. Could it be that the fleeing Demon General is the level 20 wild boss? Oh Shernan exclaimed. Who cares if he is or not? Just based on his drop rate, we have to kill him. Regardless of whether there was a merit task or not, even just looking at Kasa's guaranteed drop of golden equipment, Li Chen, who was already at a loss of 5 to 6 million, couldn't let him go. Oh Shernan stopped Li Chen, who had already taken out his home key. Wait a minute, how about we don't team up and each take a task? That way, we can both earn 500 merit points. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, it's not worth it for this little merit. If we don't team up, you'll only get a small amount of participation experience, and if he's not a wild boss, I'll waste my experience and have to commit suicide to lose experience. I suspect he is a wild boss. If we team up, I'll split your first kill reputation reward. I've said before, our future distribution method is based on labor. No, you're being too rigid. When fighting a boss, we both are indispensable, it should be split evenly. No, I can't do without you for the boss fight, but you can do without me. Even if you just propose taking 1/3 of the boss's loot as a commission, I believe there will be plenty of experts willing to apply, they might not be worse than me. In the end, Li Chen was somewhat swayed by Oh Shernan. Although he felt that a skilled player like Oh Shernan was rare, akin to a scorpion's droppings, they were not easy to find. Although Spicy Rabbit Head had the highest healing output in the server, her skills were lacking, and her pain tolerance was even worse. If she could replace Oh Shernan, the little girl probably wouldn't believe it herself. Therefore, Oh Shernan's strength was beyond doubt. However, as Oh Shernan said, if one healer wasn't enough, finding 10 or 8 second-tier healers was still quite easy, as long as they could withstand it, they could definitely kill the boss. Li Chen agreed with Oh Shernan's idea of labor-based distribution, but he still raised a different opinion. The boss loot could be distributed at a 2-to-1 ratio, but if equipment or skill books suitable for Oh Shernan dropped, it shouldn't be limited to that ratio, and Oh Shernan wouldn't need to make up the difference. Just like picking the nether flower, Oh Shernan didn't necessarily have to bring Li Chen along. If one guardian couldn't withstand it, couldn't they hire 3 or 4 more? The nether flower wasn't that valuable, it was Oh Shernan's alchemy skills that made it valuable. A single body strengthening pill is worth 6,000, and if Oh Shernan shares 1/3 of the profits, many people would rush to come. Although it seemed unclear, Li Chen considered himself quite clever. Where could he find such a strong and trustworthy super expert? If the distribution was too clear-cut, it would lose its human touch. What if one day someone else poached them? It was said that fighting the boss would yield high rewards, but when faced with capital, those rewards were nothing to sneeze at. The two of them each accepted the mission to eliminate Casa. After leaving Jishui City, they followed the mission prompt to Thorn Valley. It took nearly an hour, during which they passed through a level 23 monster gathering area. If it weren't for Li Chen's toughness, they might not have made it through smoothly. After finding the scout captain of Jishui City and interacting with him, they obtained the specific location of Casa's remaining forces. In a corner of Thorn Valley, they discovered Casa's military camp. Enhanced Demon Warrior level, 20 health, 60,000. Defense, 1300 physical attack, 1380 skills, mighty strike, jump slash, sweep. After using True Eye to scout the guards outside the camp, both of them looked serious. Although they were still level 20, the small monsters were significantly stronger than during the guild mission. While they could still fight, it was clear that the Demon Lord Casa was definitely stronger than during the guild mission. Li Chen glanced at his attributes. Name, Invincible Cute Group Health, 9427 Physical Attack, 1071 Defense, 1741. This was after equipping the Count's Badge, which increased his stats by 9%. Without the Count's Badge, after allocating his free attribute points, Li Chen's stats were Health 8649, Attack 983, Defense 1598. There was also a guild battle flag that hadn't been planted yet. If he planted it, both his and Oh Shernan's base attributes would increase by another 5%. However, although the battle flag lasted for an hour, its cooldown time was also half an hour. If he planted it now, they would have to wait for the cooldown before reaching the boss. With his current defense, he was already capable of handling these enhanced demons. Li Chen observed carefully and noticed the presence of ranged monsters, so he didn't dare to aggro too many. The small monsters had 3 skills after being enhanced, and unlike during the guild mission, the monster density was insufficient. With ranged monsters mixed in, he couldn't rely solely on lifesteal, and if Oh Shernan healed, it would easily lead to overaggression. Li Chen and Oh Shernan coordinated, steadily making their way into the military camp. With 2 area attack skills continuously applying poison, Li Chen's monster killing speed was not inferior to that of pure damage dealing classes, and soon they cleared most of the monsters, arriving not far from the boss. Reluctant Demon Lord Casa boss. Level, 20 health, 880000 defense, 1688 physical attack, 2500 magic attack, 2500 skill 1, cross slash, releases 2 consecutive slashes to all targets in a random linear area, each dealing 160% damage, cooldown time 8 seconds. Skill 2, Raging Flames, damage 150%, self-range 50 meters, cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 3, Whirlwind Slash, damage 150%, self-range 45 meters, cooldown time 6 seconds. Skill 4, Bloodsucking, all damage comes with 5% lifesteal. Skill 5, Braver with each battle, in combat, increases both attack stats by 1 point per second. After using True Eye, it was evident that Casa's attributes had indeed been significantly enhanced compared to the guild mission, and his skills had also changed. The names of Cross Slash, Raging Flames, and Whirlwind Slash remained the same, but their damage had increased by 20%. The command to obey was gone, and Li Chen suspected it might be due to Casa being a defeated general. which greatly diminished his prestige. However, his reluctance brought along the skills bloodsucking and braver with each battle. Although Casa was enhanced, Li Chen had also become stronger. Once the battle flag was planted and the stone armor aura activated, he felt completely unafraid. The pressure was all on Oh Shernan. The boss's 3 active skills were all area attacks, with increased damage and shorter cooldowns, leaving Oh Shernan with very little time to react. Even if Li Chen could use Shield Bash to slightly interfere, it was still extremely limited. Although none of the other 2 area skills could take her out in one hit, except for Cross Slash, she was left with barely any health. The damage is easy to talk about, but the accompanying real pain is too intense. Wuxinin herself doesn't know if she can respond in time after enduring such suffering. Li Chen turned to glance at Wuxinin and grinned. I told you. It wouldn't work without you. There aren't many healers with your high health. Even if there are, they can use the tiered healing method, but the main healer doesn't have your operational ability. How many times can you withstand this kind of pain that deals over 90% damage in one hit? Wuxinin shot Li Chen a glare. Is your brain not functioning properly? Who complains about sharing too much? I didn't plan to share more of your stuff, I was just stating the fact that you're very strong. Stop thinking you're taking advantage of me. Li Chen took out the guild battle flag and planted it on the ground, summoning Pig Intestine to activate the stone armor aura. Let's get started. Organizing Li Chen's equipment, the data doesn't count towards the main text. Those not focused on data can skip this. Detail lovers, please help me check if I missed anything. Any issues can be at Chi Hand. Steel Longsword, attack 360, stamina plus 26. Constitution plus 26, strength plus 26, equip skill, Lifesteal Ogre Bone Hammer, attack 521, stamina plus 40, strength plus 40, agility plus 40, equip skill, Armor Break Headless Knight's Shield. Defense plus 180, stamina plus 42, constitution plus 42, strength plus 42, equip skill, Soul Devour Headless Knight's Armor, health plus 1800, defense plus 150, stamina plus 40, constitution plus 40, strength plus 40. Headless Knight's Helmet, health plus 880, stamina plus 40, strength plus 40, agility plus 40. Steel Leggings, defense plus 36, stamina plus 20, constitution plus 20, strength plus 20. Magic Wolfskin Boots, health 288, stamina plus 28, constitution plus 28, strength plus 28. Sturdy Necklace, attack plus 48, stamina plus 26, constitution plus 26, strength plus 26. Abyssal Bracelet, health plus 180, constitution plus 18, constitution plus 18, constitution plus 18. General's Gauntlets, attack plus 58, stamina plus 38, constitution plus 38, strength plus 38. Wanderer's Ring, defense plus 56, strength plus 38, constitution plus 38, agility plus 38. Knight's Ring, attack plus 56, stamina plus 28, constitution plus 28, strength plus 28. With the flag planted, Li Chen's defense reached 1821. When Pig Intestine activated the stone armor aura again, Li Chen's defense soared to a terrifying 2003 points. The boss had 880,000 health points, with each cut dealing up to 8,800 points of damage, but Li Chen could recover 440 health points. His equipment also added some agility attributes, and combined with his character's base attributes, his attack speed was under 1 second. With 5 layers of poison, he healed over 950 health points per second. The boss's damage to Li Chen averaged only over 1,200 per second. This level of strength significantly reduced the difficulty for Wuxinin. As long as she used the instant cast Holy Shield and healing spell, she could skip the timed healing spell. With her operational skills combined with Li Chen's Shield Bash, she just needed to time her dodges correctly to avoid the boss's Inferno and Whirlwind Slash. However, the cross slash consumed a great deal of her mental energy. If she made a single mistake during the 2 rapid incoming slashes, she would be instantly killed. But would Wuxinin fail? Even though the boss's damage had increased, the essence of the 3 attack skills remained unchanged. Wuxinin had already fought it twice, so how could she possibly fail? Li Chen didn't even have the chance to use his self-sacrificial rescue. The boss fell beneath his sword. Of course, the main reason was that Li Chen defeated the boss exceptionally quickly, resolving the battle within 50 seconds. Otherwise, let alone the cross slash, after a few minutes of fighting, the increasingly powerful skills would make Casa unbeatable. Server announcement: congratulations to player Invincible Q Team for defeating the level 20 boss, Unyielding Demon General Casa, earning the first kill reward of 3,000 reputation. Seeing the server announcement, Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had found the level 20 wild boss. To prevent any mishaps, Li Chen quickly picked up the valuable-looking equipment on the ground, then signaled the approaching Oh Shernan to continue looting, and sent a message to Baidaba Bayo, southeast of Jishuwei City, Thorn Valley. Coordinates: With Cass's name out, even a fool knows the wild boss is near the 5 major satellite cities. Hurry up. After informing by Dabo Bayo of the boss coordinates, Li Chen and Oh Shernan didn't dare to delay, swiftly finding the scout captain to hand in their quest, and then immediately headed home. Although Oh Shernan wasn't in a party with Li Chen, she effectively healed him, generating enough threat value against the boss, and successfully completed the quest, earning 500 merit points. They then accepted the quest to eliminate frustrated Demon General Sodden, and the two quickly teleported to Lihua City, checking the recent boss drops while on their way according to the quest instructions. The first kill drop rate was still quite generous, with 3 notable pieces of equipment, 1 platinum item and 2 gold items. Demon General's battle boots, platinum, health plus 480 stamina plus 56 strength, plus 56 agility plus 56 movement speed increased by 23%. Equipment rating, 168 equipment requirements, warrior, guardian, knight, assassin. General's robe, gold, health plus 800 defense plus 80 stamina. Plus 38 intelligence plus 38 spirit plus 38 equipment rating, 114 equipment requirements, priest, mage, druid. General's magic bracers, gold, magic attack plus 58 intelligence plus 38 bone plus 38 spirit plus 38. Equipment rating, 114 equipment requirements, priest, mage, summoner. Li Chen directly handed the 2 gold items to Oh Shernan. To Li Chen, the 2 gold items were roughly worth half the price of the platinum item. However, Oh Shernan disagreed, feeling that the Demon General's battle boots didn't add to the bone stat and should be discounted, so she stuffed the 4 silver items she had picked up and 6 pieces of purple gold ore into Li Chen's hands, along with the 10 gold coins dropped by the boss. Li Chen shook the purple gold ore in his hand and laughed. Hey, it seems like this purple gold ore only drops from wild bosses. Now that there are 9 in the novice village, the yield of purple gold ore has decreased by 1,000 times. Do you think hoarding some will increase in value? Rare goods can be valuable, it seems worth a try. Let's check the auction house when we get back. If the price isn't high, we can buy some. Li Chen nodded, putting away the purple gold ore, then thought for a moment and put on the Demon General's battle boots. Although it reduced his bone stat by 28 points, it increased his stamina by 24, strength by 24, and agility by 52. Such a significant increase couldn't be judged solely on defense. The two spent over half an hour and finally found the scout captain of Lihua City after passing through an area with level 23 monsters. There was no difference from Jishui City. Li Chen and Oh Shernan found the demon army camp hidden behind the mountain in Luo Mountain. The demon army camp was basically the same as that in Jishui City, with even the minor monsters being from the Enhanced Demon series. Li Chen sent another message to Bai Daba Bayo, informing him of Sodden's camp's specific coordinates. The main force of the Big White Guild still hadn't arrived at Thorn Valley, and whether they had the capability to send another team to Luo Mountain was not something Li Chen needed to consider. The two of them skillfully cleared the minor monsters and stood before Frustrated Demon General Sodden. Frustrated Demon General Sodden level 20 health, 880,000 defense, 1,688 physical attack, 2,500 magic attack, 2,500 skills 1-4, cross slash, raging fire, whirlwind slash. Life steal. Skill 5, burn the boats. When Sodden's health drops below 30%, his attack speed increases by 30%, attack power increases by 30%, and his attacks deal an additional 10% of attack power as true damage, ignoring any control skills. This state disappears when Sodden's health recovers to above 30% and can be triggered repeatedly, thanks to Li Chen's habit of throwing true eyes before fighting monsters, otherwise, he might have suffered a big loss. Unlike during the guild quest, Sodden's skills actually have one that is different from Cass's. How should I put it? For others, becoming braver in battle is more troublesome than burning the boats. After all, others don't have Li Chen's efficiency. But for Li Chen, this burn the boats is much more ferocious. With Sodden's 30% increase in attack power, his attack reaches 3,250 points. The double attack of cross slash can take away over 6,500 health from Li Chen. Although it is a 2-stage damage, the pain from each hit of over 3,000 damage is enough to make Li Chen drink a pot of it. Moreover, the most important thing is that if the boss activates burn the boats, all active skills will be thrown at Li Chen along with normal attacks and 10% true damage, and Oh Shernan won't be able to keep up with his health. I can't keep up, the damage is too high. With this level of attack, I'm afraid only Spicy Rabbit Head can help you with your health. Oh Shernan frowned and said, distant water can't quench a near thirst, and even if she can come, her skills can't dodge the boss's area skills. There's something going on at home, so there might only be one chapter today, maybe. If I have time, I'll try to update again. Oh Shernan carefully looked over the boss data again, then gestured a few times on the ground. No, even if I increase my base attributes by 14%, I still can't withstand the area damage. Triggered by the boss's burn the boats. I can't tank the damage to help you heal, using self-sacrifice to rescue me won't help, you'll just die faster. 3,250 points of attack is really too high. There are only 2 of us, and the 50% chance of cross-slash is also too high. If I release it at close range, I won't have any chance to dodge. If the attack is aimed at me, it will definitely be a bit worse. Oh, Shernan thought for a moment and said, then should we give up on Sodden for now? I just saw that there are 3 more tasks to eliminate demon generals, 1 in each satellite city, which means there are still 3 level 20 bosses. It might be better to kill others first and see if we can get 1 or 2 pieces of better guard equipment than what you have before tackling Sodden again. Li Chen frowned and pondered. If they didn't take a gamble, the journey and monster grinding had already taken over an hour, which was quite a waste. How about we give it a try? I'll lure the boss over to fight. If the cross-slash attacks me after burn the boats, you should run quickly. If you can get out of the chase range, even if I drop equipment, you can still pick it up. That sounds a bit too risky. The boss's chase range is very large, I might not have a chance to escape. If you drop your weapon or shield, that loss would be impossible to make up for. Shield. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he instantly thought of a solution. Use Devour Soul to increase attack power, then I'll lure a few small monsters to fight the boss. This way, I should be able to absorb enough health. Li Chen thought of this and immediately began to act. There were still some small monsters in the military camp, but not enough to max out Li Chen's attack power. The 2 simply left the military camp and headed straight for a gathering place of level 22 monsters. Lizardman Warrior level 22. Health 40,000 defense, 1,220 attack, 1,380 skills, bite, claw strike. Although the level is 2 levels higher, it is not stronger than the level 20 enhanced demon warrior. In fact, its health and defense are even lower. Li Chen brushed off the pressure naturally. Aside from needing O Shernan to give him a holy light shield at the beginning, he basically jumped wherever. There were more monsters, alternating between 3 mobility skills, quickly attracting over 100 lizardmen. In just over 20 minutes, Li Chen's attack power stacked up to 1720 points. Unfortunately, the attack power gained from Soul Devourer didn't count towards his base attack, and the Count's badge and battle flag couldn't be stacked, otherwise his attack power could have increased even more. To maintain his combat state, O Shernan's leader exerted great effort, poking Li Chen all the way. As a result, O Shernan's name turned gray, but fortunately, there were no other players nearby. After re-entering the military camp, Li Chen found about 10 monsters in a corner, rushed up to kill the ranged monsters one by one, and then led the remaining 7 enhanced demon warriors towards the boss. Worried about pulling the small monsters away, Li Chen released the pig intestine halfway, and after activating the stone armor aura, he sent it charging at Sodden. The pig intestine met a tragic end under Sodden's sword, and naturally, Sodden's aggro shifted to its owner, Li Chen, who came striding over. With the 7 small monsters, Li Chen only occasionally used Whirlwind Slash to strengthen some aggro, while focusing his other attacks on the boss. The 1.1% cutting damage allowed him to deal 9680 true damage to the boss each time, with 484 health regained. Moreover, his attack power was already capable of breaking defenses, and his skills dealt considerable damage, allowing for various life-steal effects. Even with 7 small monsters tanking, it didn't add much healing pressure on O Shernan, and Li Chen could still find time to drink potions. To prevent the small monsters from dying first, Li Chen waited until the boss's health dropped to 70% before he began alternating between Whirlwind Slash and Thunder Leap, stacking the toxins on the 7 small monsters to 5 layers. The lifesteal reached its peak, and the boss's health was also down to about 30%. The boss's desperate move finally triggered, and 2 cross slashes flew past Li Chen. Fortunately, O Shernan timely provided him with a holy light shield, which absorbed most of the first damage, but the second hit exceeded 30% of his health, causing him to grimace in pain. However, despite the pain, Li Chen's actions were not affected. He unleashed the reserved Whirlwind Slash, Thunder Leap, and other attack skills all at once. The boss seemed to realize it was on the brink of death and unleashed all its skills as well. Fortunately, with the healing spell that O Shernan had cast before retreating, Li Chen's health barely maintained above 60%. Li Chen glanced at his health and felt a sinking feeling. The boss's cross slash had an 8-second cooldown, but in those 8 seconds, he couldn't take down 30% of the boss's health, so it was likely there would be another cross slash. Although it wasn't certain he would die, it was still very dangerous. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. After the boss had used all its area skills, O Shernan once again entered the danger zone, a hint of determination in his eyes, and cast a healing spell on Li Chen. The healing spell had a casting time of only 1.2 seconds, but in that brief moment, O Shernan wouldn't be able to escape the boss's attack range in time. A golden light fell on Li Chen, instantly bringing his health back to a safe range. Li Chen knew what this meant but said nothing, his eyes fixed on the boss's movements. Having witnessed the cross slash so many times, Li Chen, though unable to dodge, could still use his skills. Saden's longsword was horizontal, either a cross slash or the wind slash's windup, since the cross slash had an 8-second cooldown and the wind slash a 6-second cooldown. Based on the boss's previous casting order, both skills had finished their cooldowns. Risking his life to save, Li Chen's body instantly crossed a distance of 35 meters to stand in front of Oh Shernan. He had guessed right, Saden was using Whirlwind Slash. Euonymus could dodge the cross slash, but because she was using a healing spell, she couldn't escape the range of the Whirlwind Slash in time. However, since she chose to use the healing spell, she was prepared to face death. Euonymus looked at Li Chen's back of the head in disbelief, standing there in a daze. Li Chen let out a muffled grunt, successfully blocking the damage for Euonymus with a life-saving rescue, and in the next moment, he leaped back with a thunderous jump. Speedy Fury. The boss still had the cross slash, it couldn't be allowed to use it. With Speedy Fury activated, Li Chen's health was rapidly depleting, but Saden's health was dropping even faster. Saden swung his longsword again, and in the next moment, he fell. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Heal me quickly. With his defense reduced by 30%, Li Chen was battered by 7 small monsters and could only rely on the acceleration effect of Speedy Fury, shouting and running towards Euonymus. Euonymus finally snapped back to reality, quickly tossing Li Chen a shield of holy light and following up with a heal. With the healing boost, Li Chen laughed heartily and charged towards the 7 wounded small monsters. Euonymus was casting a healing spell, watching Li Chen, who was shouting in excitement after successfully defeating Saden, and a rare tenderness flashed in her eyes. Euonymus, scientific name, Erica, is a member of the Ericaceae family. Server announcement: congratulations to player Invincible Q team for defeating the level 20 boss, frustrated Demon General Saden, earning a first kill reward of 3,000 reputation. After taking down the 7 small monsters, Li Chen added Euonymus to his team and quickly rushed to the spot where the boss had fallen, starting to loot. Euonymus also ran over to loot alongside him. Having gained experience from 2 level 20 boss kills and having cleared a number of small monsters in between, Li Chen unexpectedly leveled up to 20. This time, Li Chen didn't rush back to take the next quest because the items dropped by Saden were too eye-catching, making it hard for him to resist taking a look. Saden had dropped a weapon. And judging by its appearance, it was a one-handed sword, which Li Chen couldn't help but be excited about. Demon General's Longsword, Platinum, one-handed weapon, physical attack plus 800. Stamina plus 62, strength plus 62, strength plus 62, equipment rating, 184, equipment requirements, Guardian, Warrior, Assassin. Equipment skill, Bloodsucking, 6% lifesteal. Looking at the attributes of the Demon General's Longsword, Li Chen was overjoyed yet slightly disheartened. The weapon's base attack power was already 800, and although it was 80 lower than the two-handed sword he sold to the Wolf Knight, this item didn't affect the ability to equip a secondary weapon, making it much more powerful than that golden two-handed greatsword. With double strength, this top-tier equipment would surely drive countless Warrior, Guardian, and Assassin players crazy if thrown into the auction house. Guardians also needed increased attack power to raise their threat level, but he didn't lack threat. If it weren't for the 6% lifesteal passive skill, Li Chen wouldn't be so troubled. How great would it be if he could invest points into Constitution? The Demon General's boots he had equipped earlier had already reduced his Constitution by 28 points. Sigh. Although not adding Constitution felt like accidentally swallowing a fly, with such a disparity in attributes, Li Chen could only treat it as a source of protein, happily equipping the Demon General's Longsword. His attack power shot up to 1795, which was even more impressive than the 600 attack power increase from using Soul Devour. The increase in attributes from changing weapons was based on base attributes, allowing him to enjoy a 14% boost from the Count's Badge and Battle Flag. Without the Count's Badge and Battle Flag, Li Chen's base attack reached 1575. This was still due to the Guardian's 20% reduction in attack power. Naturally, there was more than just the Demon General's Longsword to equip. There were also 2 golden pieces of equipment worth mentioning. General's Heart Guard, Gold, Attack plus 58, Stamina plus 36, Bone plus 36, Strength plus 36, equipment rating, 108, class requirement, Guardian, Warrior, Knight. General's Gauntlets, Gold, Attack plus 58, Stamina plus 38, Bone plus 38, Strength plus 38, equipment rating, 108, class requirement, Guardian, Knight. Both pieces of equipment increase Bone, and Guardians can wear them. Li Chen planned to equip them directly, but unexpectedly, he couldn't put on the General's Gauntlets. The system prompted that the same equipment cannot be worn simultaneously. Li Chen glanced and found that he already had a General's Gauntlets, with identical name and attributes. The Heart Guard was equipped, as it was a necklace slot, directly replacing the sturdy necklace. The heart guard provided 10 more bone than the sturdy necklace, compensating for some of the defense. Li Chen handed the extra general's gauntlets to Oh Shernan. You take this for now, there are still boss fights ahead, we'll sort it out later. Okay. Oh Shernan reached out to take the equipment, just about to say something when two cross-sword energies passed through her body one after the other. Li Chen stared blankly at the solitary golden gauntlet on the ground. Announcement from Shenhou City, Wild Boss has respawned. Level 15 Boss Headless Knight has respawned, coordinates. Level 15 Boss Abyss Wanderer has respawned, coordinates. Level 15 Boss Two-Headed Ogre has respawned, coordinates. Level 20 Boss Unyielding Demon General Kasa has respawned, coordinates. Level 20 Boss Frustrated Demon General Sodden has respawned, coordinates. At midnight, the boss respawned, and the respawn mechanism is actually 48 hours. Li Chen was momentarily stunned but did not panic. He calmly refrained from picking up the general's gauntlets that Oh Shernan dropped and instead turned to engage the freshly respawned Sodden. Although he lost the attack buff from the shield, he equipped the demon general's longsword and the general's goggles in succession, and with the guild battle flag still active, his attack power reached 1822, even higher than before. Additionally, with his talent for cutting raised to level 11, the cutting damage reached 1.2%, allowing him to slice off over 10,000 health points from Sodden with each hit. Lifesteal had increased to 6%, enabling him to withstand Sodden's attacks solely through lifesteal before Sodden triggered his desperate move. However, to Li Chen's surprise, the anticipated cutting damage of 10,560 did not appear. Instead, the cutting damage displayed above the boss was a strange 9,740. There was no time to analyze. Li Chen drank a powerful healing potion that restored 1,200 health points and pulled the boss towards the corner of the military camp. Sodden's health would eventually drop to 30%, and without Oh Shernan's healing and the small monster health packs, he had no chance. He could only hope that the boss's pursuit range was far enough. If he could lure it to a small group of enhanced demons, he might have a slim chance with area attacks and lifesteal. It seemed that Sodden had been killed by Li Chen twice, resulting in exceptionally high aggro, as he truly followed Li Chen to the corner of the military camp. Li Chen first executed a thunder leap into the group of enhanced demons, then turned around and charged to stun the pursuing Sodden, immediately running back a few steps. He had to run back because he had exceeded the battle flag's range. Fortunately, the 8 small monsters followed closely behind the boss, and Li Chen quickly executed a whirlwind slash, stacking the poison on the small monsters to 2 layers. After a series of maneuvers, when the boss's health dropped to 30%, the 8 small monsters were fully stacked with 5 layers of poison. With an attack power of 1822, the poison and skill damage exploded, and with 6% lifesteal plus instant recovery potions, the desperate boss ultimately fell under Li Chen's sword. First, the boss was dead, and Li Chen hadn't activated his speedy frenzy. Even with his low health, the small monsters couldn't kill him. A whirlwind slash cleared the danger. He quickly picked up the boss's drops and the gauntlets dropped by the European stone heather, and when only copper coins were left on the ground, Li Chen hurriedly opened his character panel and glanced at his talents. Talent, Enhanced Cutting Level 2, Upgradable. Enhanced Cutting, damage can deal 1.1% of the target's maximum health and 1% of the user's maximum health as true damage. Each level up increases the user's maximum health true damage by 0.5%. Killing wild bosses of the same level or higher can upgrade it, and the same level boss can only trigger 3 upgrades. Server announcement: congratulations to player Invincible Q Team for killing the level 20 boss, Frustrated Demon General Sodden, earning a double kill reward of 2,000 reputation. Seeing that the cutting talent had evolved into enhanced cutting, Li Chen's mind buzzed, and he quickly checked the system message for killing the previous boss. System notification: the cutting talent has reached level 10, evolving into enhanced cutting, current level 1. This was the notification after killing the previous boss, and now having killed Sodden again, enhanced cutting had risen to level 2. Looking at the bizarre change in the cutting talent, Li Chen was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The upgrade of enhanced cutting no longer increased the percentage of true damage based on the target's maximum health but instead added true damage based on the user's maximum health. But how much health did the boss have, and how much did he have? He finally understood why the cutting damage that floated above the boss's head was an odd 9740. Li Chen glanced at his health. 12110 points, 0.5% is 60, plus 9680, isn't that 9,740? The dream of killing the ultimate boss with 3 slashes was dashed. A player's health was so low, even at level 10, it was only 5% of their health, which was hardly worth mentioning to a boss. However, it seemed to have a miraculous effect on small monsters and players. It was hard to tell now, but once he reached level 10, anyone would be fair game. Thinking this way, Li Chen felt much better. European Stone Heather was anxiously waiting in the living room. Since Li Chen hadn't resurrected, she figured he was fighting the boss, so she didn't dare to message him. But the tension was inevitable. Without her support, she didn't know if he could defeat the boss. She had just received the golden gauntlets, and if Li Chen lost the newly acquired platinum weapon, the loss would be too great. Li Chen's figure appeared in the residence. Although he wore a mask, his eyes revealed a hint of pain. It's over, the newly acquired weapon is gone. European Stone Heather, who had been somewhat anxious, calmed down upon hearing Li Chen's words, her eyes glinting with amusement. You were quite evenly matched with the boss. It took 4 minutes to get a result? Ha, why are you so smart? Li Chen smacked his lips, sat down on the sofa, and casually placed the retrieved general's gauntlets on the coffee table. I got the gauntlets back, you should keep them for now. Let me check the rewards from this last boss and make up the difference for you. For the first Sudden, Li Chen got a platinum weapon and a golden heart mirror, only giving European Stone Heather one golden gauntlet, which was worth far less than a third of the previous golden gauntlet. The second Sudden was fought by Li Chen himself, and he wasn't so foolish as to distribute that, but if there were any unused items, they could be used to make up the difference for the first one. Let's keep moving, there are still 3 first kills left. 2 minutes won't make a difference. If it really drops equipment, let's organize everything and store it before we go. The second Sudden also dropped 1 platinum and 2 gold, but in terms of value, it was quite a bit less than the first kill. Demon General Silk Shorts, platinum, life plus 280 stamina plus 50 intelligence. Plus 50 spirit plus 50 equipment rating, 150 equipment requirement, priest, summoner, druid. As soon as Li Chen saw the attributes of the platinum equipment, he smiled. The value of platinum weapons was immense. If there wasn't a magic-type platinum piece, he would have to dig into his own savings to make up the difference. Besides these platinum shorts, there was also a piece of golden equipment that could be used by Euonymus. General's magic bracelet, gold, magic attack plus 52 intelligence plus 38 spirit plus 38 agility plus 38 equipment rating, 114 equipment requirement. Priest, druid. There was also a general's ring, but unfortunately, although it was physical type, it required a guardian, which Li Chen couldn't equip. Li Chen placed the platinum shorts and the golden magic bracelet on the coffee table and said with a smile, weapons are worth more than other equipment. These 2 pieces can be for you, and with those gauntlets, it barely adds up to a third. You really are generous, it's like you helped me kill this boss yourself. How can it be considered free? 2,000 reputation might be worth more than the equipment. Li Chen chuckled as he stood up and walked towards his personal warehouse. Let's store what needs to be stored. We're taking on the 3rd quest, and today is destined to be our day to get rich. The 2 of them accepted the quests from Shinta City and then teleported there. While Li Chen was happily looking for the 3rd boss, other players were growing increasingly anxious, especially the high-ranking members of various guilds. They hadn't even found a shadow of this boss yet, and the Invincible Q team had already taken down 2. Were they planning to leave nothing for others? Although the announcement for the 20-level boss spawn was only in Shinho City, it quickly spread to other main cities. The major guilds in other main cities were still desperately fighting the 15-level boss, and upon hearing the news, the 15-level boss suddenly lost its appeal. The major guilds weren't foolish, they immediately dispatched their main forces to the 2 already revealed coordinates of the 20-level boss and sent elite teams to search for the boss's whereabouts around the other 3 satellite cities. The guilds in Shinho City were somewhat at a loss. With the rise of 7 new guilds and the previous experience of the Invincible Q team taking advantage of the chaos, the fire of war, Oak Entertainment, and the military's 9th Army reached a certain understanding. When Li Chen killed the first 20-level boss, although the 3 guilds each sent elite teams to search around the satellite cities for the 20-level boss, their main forces still headed towards the 3 15-level bosses. The boss indeed respawned, but 2 more 20-level ones appeared. Given the frequency with which the Invincible Q team was killing the 20-level boss, it was clear they already knew the exact locations of the 20-level bosses. It was obvious that the other 3 suspected 20-level bosses would also belong to them. Frustrated Sodden had already lost its chance for a second kill, likely having coincidentally hit the hour mark for respawn. The only one left to share the spoils was the newly respawned unyielding Casa. Should they go for it? That was a tough question. Although the 7 emerging guilds were all level 1 guilds, they filled their quota of 10,000 members in no time, not to mention 7, even 70 wouldn't lack members. The military's guarded boss was completely ignored by the 7 emerging guilds. Although the game was free, there were always real-world considerations, so without a solid background, no one would casually offend the military. The 7 emerging guilds surveyed their surroundings. The fire of war was helpless, and Oak Entertainment was shameless. The fire of war was eager to finish off the 15-level boss and rushed to Thorn Valley to seize the 20-level boss, and in desperation, they leveraged their 20,000 members as a level 2 guild to declare war on the 4 guilds around them. Oak Entertainment also declared war but shamelessly sent a massive number of non-guild fans to assist. The fans were brave, but the losses were heavy. Without a guild, one cannot initiate a guild war, and killing someone will result in a red name. While searching for the scout captain of Shinta City, Li Chen sent by Debeos the general direction of the boss in Shinta City. Although he couldn't find the exact location, as long as the direction was correct, they could still seize the opportunity. The major guilds were certainly going crazy, and it was likely that in their reckless search, they would find the specific location. By Debeos quickly sent a voice request. Sister, I just arrived at Thorn Valley, and you're already thinking about the third boss? Bro, why are you guys so slow? Do you think a guild's collective action is as efficient as you two? By Debeos was somewhat speechless, then said helplessly, to prevent spies from leaking the location early, I had to rack my brain. We can handle the boss in Jishui City ourselves, but for the next 3, we might need your support. Haven't you already thought of a way to guard against spies? Just keep using it, Li Chen replied, puzzled. It won't work next time. Right now, the guilds in Mauta City are even too lazy to come to Thorn Valley. Besides sending some people to grab the level 15 boss, a large number of players are just waiting at the city gates of other cities, and it's not just the guilds from Mauta City, other main city guilds have also sent people to keep an eye on Mauta City. They're just waiting for the next move after the Debeos guild finishes off Casa. We can't kill the boss as quickly as you, and if it drags on too long, other guilds will catch up. Goodness, what are you guys doing? This isn't a game, it's clearly espionage. There's no way around it. When there are too many people, such things are unavoidable. I also know what other guilds are plotting, right? By the way, you should be careful, there are more people guarding you. Guarding me is useless, not many can keep up with me. Even if there are some who can, I'll just chop them back. I'm telling you, I'm really strong now, just looking at my stats scares me. By the time the main force arrives, I've already finished the boss. And I'll leave them a couple of copper coins as a reward. You just keep bragging. I'm going to fight the boss first. By Debeos rolled his eyes and hung up the voice call. Although Li Chen talked big, he still glanced back a couple of times, finding everyone suspicious. Fortunately, once the two rushed into the level 21 monster gathering area, there were hardly any players around, and after crossing the level 22 monster zone, not a single player was in sight. During this time, By Debeos announced the server-wide notification of obtaining the second kill of Casa. After finding the scout captain of Shinta City, they got the location of resilient demon General Gula. This time, Li Chen was smarter. While clearing the small monsters, he deliberately maintained a combat state, and upon encountering the boss, his soul devourer had already stacked 200 attack. Oh, Shernan was poking at Li Chen with a spear. A true eye was thrown over. Gula had the same attributes as the other 2 level 20 bosses, and the first 4 skills were the same, with only the last skill being different. Skill 5, Rock Solid. When Gula's health drops below 50%, it triggers the passive skill Rock Solid, increasing defense by 30% and reducing all damage by 30%. With a skill that increases defense, Li Chen didn't even need to think about the combo, he just went straight in. With over 2000 attack power and double slicing, he could withstand it just by leeching health, and Oh Shernan naturally wouldn't go into seek punishment. Giving Li Chen a stamina buff, tossing a shield and recovery was enough to pose a sufficient threat to the boss. As long as Li Chen killed the boss, her merit task would be considered complete. Oh Shernan retreated to a safe distance, vigilantly watching the direction of the camp gate. Although they had confirmed there was no one before charging into the camp, one must always be cautious. In less than half a minute, Li Chen shouted, another recovery. This guy's damage reduction even reduces true damage. My leeching isn't enough. Ushinan seized the opportunity and quickly moved forward, dodging the incoming cross slash, casually throwing out the shield of holy light and a healing spell to retreat from the danger zone. 1 shield and 1 heal was enough for Lycan. With his health at 30%, Gula fell to the ground first. The server announcement rang out again, and Lycan gained another 3000 reputation. Ushinan glanced around warily, letting out a slight sigh of relief, as it seemed no assassins could catch up. The boss was ultimately not tailored for Lycan and Ushinan's equipment. Gula dropped a piece of platinum armor, a leather piece with explosive attributes, but unfortunately, it was only usable by assassins and archers. The other 2 pieces of gold equipment were also not usable by either of them. The two discussed and decided not to throw the equipment into the auction house. Although auctioning could maximize profits, there was no guarantee it wouldn't be bought by someone from Shunho City. Lycan relied on talent to defeat bosses, and his combat effectiveness was purely based on equipment. Selling comparable gear to enemies would leave him at a disadvantage when they later fought for bosses or encountered conflicts. Fortunately, Lycan had a wealthy friend who was a bit foolish. The two quickly returned home, picked up the quest from Runmu City, and set off again.
With the reminder from Baidaba, Lycan made a point to observe and indeed found many suspicious players, even before he left the city. Many had followed him. Their outfits were too eye-catching. Even without seeing the attributes, the craftsmanship alone was striking, not to mention the iconic little black pig. Although there were others riding pigs, the combination was hard to hide. Ushinin was even more obvious, a refined spider was a rare sight. Lycan and Ushinin exchanged a glance and immediately returned home. They found a few pieces of silver equipment from the warehouse, completely revamping their appearance. Lycan had a large horned sheep in his mount slot, and Ushinin also bought one from the auction house. The two changed their gear and mounts and reappeared in the resurrection square. This time, there were fewer eyes on them, and they quickly left Rinmu City, making a half circle before entering a level 20 monster area, where they switched back to their original mounts and equipment. Server announcement: congratulations to player Zhang Tianxia for killing the level 20 boss, Ruthless Demon General Gas, earning a first kill reward of 3,000 reputation. Before Lycan and Ushinin could reach the location, the server announcement sounded again. Coincidentally, this boss was their target. It had been 3 hours since they killed Kasa, and once they realized the level 20 boss was linked to 5 satellite cities, all major guilds were searching with full force. Finding the level 20 boss's location was just a matter of time. Just as they were about to arrive, someone else had taken the first kill, leaving Lycan with a feeling of having his peaches picked. Lycan thought for a moment and sent a message to Baidaba. Zhang Tianxia got the first kill on Gas, the coordinates must have leaked. Send someone over, even if they can't kill it, don't let other guilds steal it. Wait for me to arrive and kill it. Baidaba quickly replied, I've already sent a large force over, no one will be able to steal it. The two swiftly found Gas's camp, skillfully making their way to the boss. The only difference was the last skill. Skill 5, time-limited critical hit. After use, the next active skill or normal attack will definitely produce a critical hit effect, with a cooldown of 7 seconds. Seeing this skill, Lycan couldn't help but frown. If Gas used the time-limited critical hit before unleashing the cross-slash, both sword energies could produce critical hits, which could very likely take him down in one hit. I'll shield you. Before he uses the cross-slash, I won't let you get one shot. But can you endure the pain from such damage? Ushinin said softly. Remove the Mei and it will definitely drop platinum. Equipment, do you think I can endure it? Lycan grinned, summoned the pig intestines, activated the stone armor halo, and charged forward. Li Chen didn't expect to be so unlucky. The boss's first cross-slash resulted in a critical hit. Fortunately, Shurnan's holy light shield was applied in time, otherwise, even if he didn't get one shot, he would have been killed by the boss's subsequent attacks. After drinking potions and leeching health, Li Chen gritted his teeth and managed to restore his health. Luckily, this misfortune was only a one-time event. Gas didn't have any tricks up his sleeve and didn't realize he always left the critical hits for the cross-slash, ultimately meeting a tragic end under Li Chen's sword. This time, Shurnan didn't have it as easy as with the previous boss, but her skills were solid enough to hold on perfectly. Li Chen once again achieved a double kill across the server, earning 2,000 reputation points. Picking up the boss's loot, Li Chen couldn't help but grin. Although a double kill was somewhat lacking, the equipment drop was fortuitous, as it turned out to be the platinum leg guards Li Chen had been longing for. Demon General's leg guards, platinum, defense plus 86 stamina plus 54 bone plus 54 strength plus 54 equipment rating, 162 equipment requirement, guardian, knight. Li Chen's leg guards were still the steel leg guards given upon class change, with only 20 and 3 attributes, making them the worst piece of equipment he had. After equipping the new ones, all the defense lost from switching weapons and shoes was restored. Additionally, there were 3 pieces of golden equipment, 2 of which were suitable for Shurnan, making it a win-win for both of them. With only one boss left, they didn't waste any time and quickly returned home, accepted the final boss quest, and donned their disguises just as they teleported to Eugene City. The server announcement rang out again. Server announcement: congratulations to player Hao Jianjun and his team for defeating the level 20 boss Angry Demon General Shiva, earning the first kill reward of 3,000 reputation points for the entire server. Upon seeing the server announcement, Li Chen immediately forwarded it to Shurnan and left the guild, then sent a membership application to Baidaba. After teleporting to Mautu City, he then teleported to the Shinta city of Mautu. Baidaba sent a voice message, and once connected, his anxious voice came through. The coordinates are almost all exposed. I'm rushing to Sodden now. The coordinates near Gula in Shinta city might not have been revealed, but I'm worried about being found by others, so I've sent all the core members of the Wooden Guild over to delay until you arrive. I've also sent people to the other 2 bosses, but even though there are many people, the core members are too few, so we might not be able to hold it. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, withdraw the people from Eugene City, the military as a whole.
When Hao Jianjun finds Shiva, the other main city military personnel should have headed towards Shiva by now, and they probably have already set off halfway. Although the military personnel from Maoda's city aren't the main force, there are definitely quite a few, so we should be able to hold it. Alright, I'll send the people from Ijin City to Renmu City, that should be able to hold. Okay, do you have confidence in taking Sodden? The main force of Dabai is too obvious, other guilds are already following us. Once we arrive, we can only fight hard. To kill it, whether we can take it depends on luck. Then go back to the city now and let Dabai's main force guard Sodden. As long as it doesn't get taken away, I'll take you to get Gula's double kill. Sodden only has a triple kill left, which is too low in cost effectiveness. Alright. Li Chen stood in the resurrection square waiting for Bai Dabao to return. He didn't bother with meaningless disguises, the people from Dabai had already set off, so it didn't matter whether they were being tracked or not. Along with Bai Dabao back to the city was Spicy Rabbit Head, and the three of them rushed towards Gula's military camp at full speed. On the way, Li Chen glanced at the excited little girl and couldn't help but say, "What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping? Don't you have school tomorrow?" "Tomorrow is Saturday, there's no class." Spicy Rabbit Head replied somewhat sheepishly. She had actually already registered for self-study outside of school, but worried that Li Chen would misunderstand her as a bad girl who was wasting her time, she didn't dare to say it out loud, but fortunately, Saturday provided her with cover. "Oh, it's already Saturday. I've been so caught up in the game that I lost track of the days," Li Chen said, coming to a realization. The three of them moved quickly, and when they were halfway there, they spotted a large number of players ahead. As they got closer, they realized it was the members of the Baida Guild. Clearly, the actions of the Wooden Guild had been discovered, and the Baida members were trailing behind. Li Chen stopped his mount, turned the pig's head, and led the two of them on a diagonal path to avoid being blocked by the Baida members. With Li Chen, the super tank, leading the way, even taking a detour was faster than the Baida members, and they finally met up with the Wooden Guild members outside the Gula military camp. To Li Chen's surprise, the new leader of the Wooden Guild was the Wolf Knight, who was currently joking with a bowman player who looked to be in his 20s. Upon seeing Li Chen and the others arrive, the Wolf Knight greeted them with delight, while the bowman's expression suddenly turned grim. Brother Wolf, have all the brothers and sisters of the Wooden Guild block the entrance to the military camp, and the archers should use illumination arrows to guard against assassins. "The rest is not our concern," Li Chen said, not bothering to be polite upon seeing that the leader of the Wooden Guild was the Wolf Knight. Just as he was about to head inside, he received a system notification. "Player Zhao Tianwang has sent you a request for a duel. Do you agree?" Li Chen glanced around in confusion, finally locking his gaze on the grim-faced bowman staring at him. "What do you mean?" Li Chen frowned and asked. "Just a little spar, to see if you're really as formidable as the rumors say," Zhao Tianwang replied with a dark expression. Before Li Chen could respond, Bai Dabao's exploded. "First, Zhao, are you sick? You can't just challenge someone without considering the situation." Li Chen turned to look at Bai Dabao's, and from his tone, it seemed that Zhao Tianwang was not one of Bai Dabao's subordinates, otherwise, he wouldn't be cursing him but rather directly ordering him to back off. Li Chen glanced at Zhao Tianwang and then at Bai Dabao's before turning to the Wolf Knight. "What's going on?" "Your love rival," the Wolf Knight said, relishing the chaos. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Bai Dabao shot a fierce glare at the Wolf Knight and then pointed at Zhao Tianwang, cursing, "Get out of the way, don't waste my time with the boss." Zhao Tianwang ignored Bai Dabao's words, his eyes fixed on Li Chen, sneering, "Brother, are you scared?" Li Chen frowned as he glanced at the overly developed Spicy Rabbit Head, then coldly looked at Zhao Tianwang. "Dude, you're really something." Li Chen's expression darkened, and without waiting for Zhao Tianwang to speak, he continued, "After I finish with the boss, I'll have a good chat with you about being scared or not." After saying this, Li Chen directly dismissed Zhao Tianwang's duel request and turned to Bai Dabao's, saying, "Group me up, let's get you on TV." "Sure." Bai Dabao's didn't even glance at Zhao Tianwang and quickly grouped Li Chen. Spicy Rabbit Head did not join the group, as it was better to concentrate reputation, and both Bai Dabao's and Li Chen understood the importance of this. "Follow me, and plant the battle flag in front of the boss." Li Chen glared at the obstructing Zhao Tianwang, and with a thunderous leap, he jumped right over him and crashed into the military camp. Spicy Rabbit Head wanted to catch up to heal Li Chen, but unexpectedly, Li Chen executed another charge and jump slash, directly leaping deep into the military camp. Li Chen gathered the small monsters he passed and took them down in a flurry, killing his way to the boss in less than 5 minutes. "Rabbit, you don't need to heal me, just give me a shield and stay back." Li Chen focused on taking down several ranged monsters one by one, then led 7 or 8 small monsters charging towards Gula. Gula's 5 skills, which increased defense and damage reduction in the later stages, made it difficult for Li Chen to sustain his health. Now that he had changed his leg armor and brought along several health packs, it was naturally no challenge at all. Zhao Tianwang, who was grimly pursuing from behind, saw Li Chen soloing the boss and several times raised his longbow, but reason ultimately prevailed. Confronting a rival in person can be seen as a sign of infatuation, while attacking from behind can only be done in secret. He wasn't foolish enough to do it in front of so many people. However, seeing that even the boss couldn't really take down Li Chen, Zhao Tianwang's heart sank. He acted impulsively. Although he had heard that the invincible Q team was strong, he never expected them to be this powerful, to the point where even a level 20 boss couldn't really handle him. Who the hell was the real boss here? Dabo Bao's announcement of the boss's second kill echoed throughout the server without surprise. The people from Baida had just chased to the outside of the military camp, and before the attack order could be issued, it was changed to a retreat order. Witnessing the legendary invincible Q team effortlessly slicing through the level 20 boss, Zhao Tianwang's expression grew increasingly grim. For many girls, the allure of wealth might be the strongest, but for a wealthy girl, powerful strength is the most lethal temptation. The sparkling eyes of the female players around showed just how strong the charm of the invincible Q team was at that moment. Li Chen didn't pick up the loot. He called Dabo Bao over and turned to walk towards Zhao Tianwang. "Let's begin," Li Chen said coldly as he approached Zhao Tianwang, stopping a few meters away. Zhao Tianwang initially underestimated Li Chen, thinking that with his top-tier equipment and strong talent, he should be able to hold his own against Li Chen. But upon truly witnessing Li Chen's strength, he immediately lost his confidence and said with a wavering gaze, "I was careless earlier. We should prioritize taking down the boss first, and we can spar later." "No problem, it will be quick." Li Chen initiated a sparring request to Zhao Tianwang. Zhao Tianwang directly rejected the request, looking around and saying loudly, "I've already expressed my apology, you still won't let it go? We have a boss to take down, don't you know this is wasting time?" "What the hell?" Li Chen caught a faint scent of tea, and his expression changed. "Charge." -1787 -180 Zhao Tianwang was pinned in place by Li Chen's charge, a ridiculous string of numbers floating above his head, and his health bar instantly dropped by more than half, not counting the subsequent damage from poison and cutting. Li Chen's hidden name revealed itself due to malicious attack, turning gray. The sudden, immense pain made Zhao Tianwang unable to suppress a scream. Li Chen frowned and did not continue attacking, allowing Zhao Tianwang to jump back and shoot from a distance after regaining his composure. -155 -217, snake venom. Li Chen looked at his color-changing body and the damage taken, a hint of realization appearing on his face. No wonder Zhao Tianwang dared to propose a spar earlier. He had poison damage that ignored defenses. Regular guards without pursuit skills could indeed be easily killed by him. However, since it was ranged poison damage, it wasn't as outrageous as melee poison skills, and Zhao Tianwang's subsequent instinctive shots did not stack any layers. Seeing that Li Chen did not pursue, Zhao Tianwang shot 2 arrows and then stopped. "What the hell do you mean?" Zhao Tianwang aimed his longbow at Li Chen, unable to hold back his curses. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, a shield of holy light and a healing spell landed on him. Glancing at the spicy rabbit head that had healed him, Li Chen smiled appreciatively, then pointed at Zhao Tianwang and said to the spicy rabbit head, "Heal him." "I won't." The spicy rabbit head shook its head vigorously. "If you don't heal him, I'll turn red." "Ah." The spicy rabbit head suddenly realized something, hurried a couple of steps, and raised its hand to cast a healing spell on Zhao Tianwang, instantly filling his health. The next moment, Li Chen executed a thunder leap and slammed down right in front of Zhao Tianwang. The massive damage causing Zhao Tianwang to scream again. "Everyone else, step back, don't blame me for accidental kills." A healing spell landed on Zhao Tianwang. Li Chen turned his head to give the spicy rabbit head an approving glance, then swung a shield to smash towards Zhao Tianwang. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianwang had some tricks up his sleeve. He used some skill to suddenly appear 10 meters to the left, raised his hand, and released what seemed to be a purification skill, cleansing the slow effect of thunder leap and the poison entirely. He even summoned a wolf-shaped pet that spat a fireball at Li Chen, but unfortunately, it couldn't break through Li Chen's defenses. Li Chen grinned and executed a jump slash to chase after him. This time, Zhao Tianwang didn't dodge. The damage from the jump slash was much higher than that of charge and thunder leap, causing Zhao Tianwang to scream in pain once again. The spicy rabbit head scampered over, raised her hand, and fully restored Zhao Tianwang's health. Seeing Li Chen's attacks were so outrageous, along with 3 displacement skills, Zhao Tianwang realized that no matter how he struggled, he was doomed, cursing, "Damn. What the hell do you want?" Li Chen ignored Zhao Tianwang, glanced at the demon general longsword in his hand, fought for a moment, and switched to the steel longsword, which significantly reduced his attack power. No good, the attack power was too low to hurt anyone. Li Chen rummaged through his bag and replaced it with the ogre bone hammer, revealing a satisfied expression. The downside of hitting a squishy target is that one might accidentally kill them. This thing was good. It had moderate attack power and felt great when smashing. Li Chen paid no mind to Zhao Tianwang's curses and swung the hammer down on Zhao Tianwang's head. The terrifying scene left the onlookers breathless. No matter how Zhao Tianwang tried to dodge, he couldn't escape Li Chen's pursuit. Even when he used his speed-increasing skill, Li Chen would activate his speed frenzy and summon Pig Intestine to use the charge skill to lock Zhao Tianwang down. As the saying goes, one shouldn't hit the face, let alone smash it with a hammer. The intense pain nearly robbed Zhao Tianwang of his ability to resist. He covered his head and desperately tried to escape, but he could never shake off Li Chen's hammer. This torture lasted a full 3 minutes. No matter how the Wolf Knight and Bai Debao tried to persuade him, Li Chen remained oblivious, stubbornly swinging his hammer. What was truly frightening was not just the invincible and adorable team that relentlessly targeted faces, but the real terror came from the healer, Spicy Rabbit Head. The little girl was so considerate, fearing her team leader would turn red, that her healing skills never ceased. This terrifying amount of healing, used to torment someone, was simply brutal. When Zhao Tianwang finally squatted on the ground, hugging his head and completely ceasing to struggle, Li Chen's attacks continued unabated, cursing, "You perverted thing, you dare to have your eyes on an underage girl, you're really sick. She's just a child. And you dare to act tough with me. If I don't hammer you into a mental trauma today, making you tremble at the thought of a gaming helmet, then you can take my surname." As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, the surrounding voices of persuasion fell silent. Spicy Rabbit Head was stunned, blinking her big eyes in disbelief. Bai Debao wore a face full of question marks, forgetting his words of persuasion. Only the Wolf Knight, who had been tossed aside by Li Chen several times, rushed up again to grab Li Chen's hammer-swinging arm, exclaiming in a mix of laughter and tears, "Team leader, you messed up, this guy is Bai Debao's betrothed." Li Chen's hammer froze in midair. Messed up? Yeah, messed up. Just when the air seemed to grow suddenly quiet, Li Chen looked at Zhao Tianwang, who was still instinctively grunting and seemingly unresponsive to the outside world, his face filled with embarrassment. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so others couldn't see it. Bai Debao shot a glare at the Wolf Knight and said irritably, "Don't listen to the Wolf Knight's nonsense, the betrothal was nullified 800 years ago." "What story?" Li Chen blinked, curiosity piqued. "Just drinking, I guess." Bai Debao rolled his eyes, then sent Li Chen a private message to explain briefly. It turns out that the childhood engagement was not just a random story, it was indeed set by Bai's father and the old man from the Zhao family after a few drinks. However, it became invalid after a few years because Bai Debao started to understand things, and as soon as he heard about the childhood engagement, he exploded. Bai's father only had this one precious child, and when the little cotton-padded jacket blew up, he immediately called old Zhao in front of Bai Debao's, dismissing any promises or golden words. This matter was actually just a joke, but Zhao Tianwang took it seriously all along. However, everyone knew what Zhao Tianwang was really after, not many truly regarded him as a lovesick young master. Bai Debao's had been good-looking since childhood, but for wealthy people, what kind of face hadn't they seen? What he truly valued was Bai Debao's status as the sole heir of the Bai family, which was far superior to the Zhao family. If he could marry Bai Debao's, wouldn't the Bai family belong to him? Otherwise, why would he cling to this invalid childhood engagement and even claim to be her fiancé everywhere? Bai Debao's had never given Zhao Tianwang a good face, whether in reality or in the game, and he was even unwilling to let him join the guild. However, the Wolf Knight had a good relationship with Zhao Tianwang, so when Zhao Tianwang joined the Wooden Guild, Bai Debao's just turned a blind eye, since this guy had decent combat power. When Li Chen heard that Zhao Tianwang was not Bai Debao's fiancé, he felt a bit less awkward. If he had really beaten up her fiancé like this, wouldn't that rich friend be gone? That was close. Ahem. Li Chen kicked Zhao Tianwang lightly. "Brother, get up, I forgive you." Zhao Tianwang looked up in confusion, just in time to see the hammer in Li Chen's hand, and he was so scared that he stumbled backward. Li Chen quickly put away the hammer, stepped forward to support Zhao Tianwang, and said apologetically, "Look, this is a mess, brother. Why didn't you just force log out? Even if you drop equipment, we're buddies, I wouldn't just leave you hanging." Zhao Tianwang trembled as he looked at buddies, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Right, why didn't he force log out? Although in combat, forcing a log out would leave the character stiff for 10 seconds, even if he dropped equipment, he could afford it. Was it because in any game, he was usually the one dominating others, so he never thought about it? No. It was because he was so dazed from the pain that his brain was about to explode. How could he think of so much? Seeing that Zhao Tianwang seemed to have come back to his senses, Li Chen complained, "I don't know what your relationship with Bai Debao's is, but logically, you shouldn't be challenging me." "What do you mean?" Zhao Tianwan looked completely bewildered. It's just a game, what can winning or losing in PK points decide? What you should do is look me in the face, throw out a small target, and shout loudly, I'll give you 1 billion, stay away from the woman I like. By DeBeos couldn't help but roll her eyes, sister, you're asking too little, I'm worth more than a small target. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression changed, and he looked at Zhao Tianwan, can I change the price? How about 1 billion? Are you kidding me? Zhao Tianwan's face darkened. Frighteningly. The Zhao family was wealthy, and he was naturally wealthy too, but unlike the Bai family, which had only one heir, he had many siblings and even more cousins, he didn't have the strength to treat a small target as nothing. You don't have money? Li Chen sighed, directly pushing Zhao Tianwang aside, and turned to Bai DeBeos, let's go back to the city, next. Boss. While the countdown to return to the city was happening, Li Chen suddenly thought of something and asked Bai DeBeos, your dad isn't online, right? No, he's not. Bai DeBeos replied. Puzzled. Ah. What a pity. Li Chen sighed, and the next moment, they appeared in the Resurrection Square. After reuniting with Bai DeBeos and the Spicy Rabbit Head, the three of them headed towards Renmu City. Although Bai DeBeos sent nearly 10,000 online members from both guilds, excluding the main forces, to the boss gas in Renmu City, the lack of decisive combat power made the situation more urgent than at Sidon. After all, Li Chen and Bai DeBeos were greedy. With the two secondary guilds, Big White and Wood, they were quite confident in taking down 2 level 20 bosses, but they wanted to take 4. If it weren't for the military getting there first, they would have wanted to take them all. Li Chen glanced at Bai DeBeos and couldn't help but ask again, is your mother online? No. Bai DeBeos replied through gritted teeth, you're going to break your abacus. Alas. What a pity. With the Bai family's wealth, casually throwing out a few small targets to smash would still be quite possible. Spicy Rabbit Head followed behind Li Chen and Bai DeBeos, pursing her lips with a complex expression. Both happy and sad. The happy part was that it turned out that Brother Tuan's violent beating of Zhao Tianwan was actually for her, while the sad part was that in Brother Tuan's eyes, she was still a child. But she clearly wasn't that young anymore. The boss dropped a piece of magical platinum equipment, and Bai DeBeos proposed a profit sharing, which Li Chen rejected. The bosses in Mauta City were all taken by the Big White and Wood guilds, so it was already quite good for Li Chen to take half of the reputation and experience. Halfway there, 4 announcements from Mauta City rang out, and the faces of the three changed. Mauta City announcement, the Jibaide Guild has initiated a guild war against the Big White Guild, lasting for 2 hours. The Baidazi Guild has initiated a guild war against the Big White Guild, lasting for 2 hours. The Junlin Tianxia Guild has initiated a guild war against the Wood Guild, lasting for 2 hours. The Qingyuan Pavilion Guild has initiated a guild war against the Wood Guild, lasting for 2 hours. As the announcements rang out, Bai DeBeos also received reports from his subordinates, and his expression turned somewhat grim. The main force of Baida didn't go to Gula, the real core members went to Gas, and the emerging guilds Junlin, Tianxia and Qingyuan Pavilion have allied with Baida. Gas won't be able to hold out. Li Chen asked in confusion, is that really the case? Although there are no core members on Gas's side, they have the most numbers. Are they really going to collapse right at the start of the battle? Baida just dropped the Headless Knight's shield, and they stacked their attack. Beforehand, ordinary members simply can't hold out, Bai DeBeos said somewhat frustrated. You didn't defend against the Headless Knight? Li Chen was somewhat speechless. Wasn't I leading the main force to kill Casa? The remaining people weren't strong enough, so I sent them to guard the two-headed ogre. I didn't expect Bai De to actually get the Headless Knight and even luck out with the shield drop. Well, that's not really your fault. What do we do now? Gas can't hold out, it should be meaningless for us to continue over there, right? I don't want to take this loss. I've already ordered all of them to retreat to the military camp and hold the line. With geographical limitations, those shield-bearing players won't dare to easily cut into our backline, but I'm not sure if this kind of defense has any meaning. Facing the siege of 4 guilds, the ordinary members of Big White and Wood would definitely suffer heavy losses. The most rational approach would actually be to send a small portion of people to hold the military camp entrance while the majority of the members directly return to the city. But Bai DeBeos couldn't swallow this anger. He turned to Li Chen, his eyes involuntarily filled with a hint of earnestness. Help me fight one more battle. Okay. Li Chen grinned and continued on towards Gas. When the three arrived near Gas's military camp, the losses of Big White and Wood were beyond description. Nearly half of the over 10,000 members had already died. Fortunately, because they were holding the line, most of the dropped equipment was picked up by teammates, otherwise, the losses would have been even worse. The Bai De members responsible for vigilance spotted Li Chen and the others, but strangely, neither Bai De nor the other 3 guilds sent anyone to surround Li Chen. Then, a citywide top announcement rang out. Citywide announcement by De Li Xiao. By De Group sincerely invites Mr. Invincible Q team to join, with an annual salary of 300 million, 5% shares in By De Commerce, and generous bonuses for major events, with priority selection for all protective equipment. Upon seeing the citywide broadcast, By De Bao's expression changed drastically. No wonder By De didn't send anyone to block him. They were actually planning to lure Li Chen over with a high salary, and it had been premeditated. Otherwise, Li Xiao wouldn't have the qualifications to casually offer a sky-high annual salary of 300 million. A small target is not a big cabbage. Even though the CEO of a large group can make decisions with a word, they would symbolically seek the opinions of other shareholders, especially considering the 5% shares of a listed subsidiary under By De Group. With such conditions, By De Bao couldn't speak up. It wasn't that her Bai family was inferior to By De, but at this level of conditions, she had to respect her father and other shareholders, big and small. I'll log off to find my dad. Li Chen raised his hand to stop By De Bao's plan, turned to look at her, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Bro, do you remember what I said once? Huh? What did you say? By De Bao looked confused. When you taught me about the auction guild, I said something. What? What are you talking about? By De Bao was a bit anxious. Why was he being so cryptic at this crucial moment? I forgot exactly what I said, but I remember the last sentence. Li Chen chuckled, his legs squeezed together, and he dashed towards the By De guild like a little piglet. What did you say? By De Bao still looked bewildered, and then she received a message from Li Chen, who had already dashed far ahead. Was I cool just now? By De Bao, what on earth are you saying? Looking at Li Chen, who had already charged into the By De camp, By De Bao's confusion was heart-wrenching. After a long while, By De Bao vaguely recalled something. It seemed to be something Li Chen said when the price for the first guild auction reached 8 million. But that line didn't sound cool at all. Worth 300 million? Li Chen wasn't foolish enough to directly assault the core of By De. He was targeting the Junlin Tianxia Guild and the Qingyuan Pavilion Guild. The Dubai Guild and the Mutu Guild were in an alliance state. If any other guild declared war on either of the two, the other could choose whether to assist. The owners of the two guilds shared the same surname, so they had naturally chosen to assist each other, which saved Li Chen the trouble of having By De Bao initiate a guild war against Junlin Tianxia and Qingyuan Pavilion. Faced with the two emerging guilds, Li Chen couldn't even be bothered to stack his attack power. After all, with the Demon General's longsword equipped, his attack power was even higher than when he had fully stacked his shield before. Moreover, he now had the Thunder Leap ability. A single Thunder Leap into the backline would deal damage that wiped out more than half of the health of ordinary backline players, followed by a Whirlwind Slash within a 5-meter radius, leaving very few players still standing, unable to heal in time. There was no technical skill involved. It was purely a matter of equipment crushing, and with such a disparity in attributes, even if a few players had skills or talents like true damage, under 6% lifesteal, it would be hard for Li Chen to die. Not to mention, his shield was also stacking attack power, and the stacking speed was even faster than when Li Chen specifically farmed small monsters. Bai Din naturally learned Li Chen's answer through his actions, and 2 assassin professional players crept towards him. But what good would that do? With 2 or 3 professional players, they couldn't catch up to Li Chen, who had 2 mobility skills, and now they couldn't catch up at all. Even if they did catch up, against Li Chen's terrifying attack, 2 half-squishy assassins wouldn't stand a chance, no matter how skilled they were. The equipment gap was just too vast. Li Chen had killed countless players, making his way to the vicinity of the military camp entrance. The name he deliberately revealed caught the eye of a sharp-eyed member of the Dubai Guild. With a sharp scream, the members of the Big White Guild erupted in cheers of despair. The little cutie is here. We can win. A female player's scream startled those around her. Sister, don't shout like that in front of us. Are you trying to get us killed? I'm shouting just like this. Don't you think the Invincible Cute team looks even cuter than its name now? Cute? I think it looks pretty cool. Hey, Big White's brothers, is the Invincible Cute team really that strong? Can one person change the situation? Take away the Ma character. Just a couple of days ago, the team leader made by De flee in panic, and today they've already taken so many level 20 boss first kills. Do you need to guess how powerful their gear is now? Although the members of the Wooden Guild had heard of the Invincible Cute team's fame, they still had some doubts upon hearing the Big White Guild's raucous cheers. During the battle between Bai Day and Big White, it was indeed said that the Invincible Cute team played a crucial role. But at that time, both sides were evenly matched, and now our side has no core players, with nearly half of them dead. Can one person from the Invincible Cute team really change the situation? It wasn't just the Wooden Guild members who thought this way. Before opposing guilds felt the same.
Although the four guilds couldn't mobilize all their members, there were still over 20,000 present.
How many could Li Chen kill just standing still?
Especially after suffering a setback, Bai De had long since devised several contingency plans against Li Chen.
When a professional assassin
player managed to deal only 180 damage to Li Chen with a backstab, and then was hit by Li Chen's whirlwind slash, losing half his health, before being chased down like a dog and ultimately
blown up by Thunder Leap, Bai De immediately activated their second contingency plan.
All members dispersed, maintaining a distance of over 6 meters, rendering Li Chen's area attacks
ineffective.
With such high defense, killing him was impossible, so they decided to spread out and let him kill, tiring him out. This tactic indeed left Li Chen feeling somewhat helpless.
The
6-meter spacing made it so sparse that only a few could attack Li Chen, leaving him completely safe, but he couldn't kill like he was harvesting rice anymore.
Even if he killed one person
every few seconds, he couldn't wipe out 20,000 players in a day and night. Of course, these players weren't an army, they couldn't achieve perfection, and Li Chen's attack power was still
stacked high.
But that was about it. Inflicting unbearable losses on Bai De was somewhat difficult. Bai Da's losses weren't significant, aside from the players killed losing 10% of their
current level's experience. The equipment losses were negligible.
Without a personal shop or auction house, and with a 100-slot backpack, even if Li Chen filled it with loot, Bai De
could afford the losses.
This game ultimately wasn't a one-person game. No matter how strong Li Chen was, there were limits to what he could do against a large guild.
However, Li Chen's
arrival at least relieved the pressure on the members of Big White and Wooden who were holding their ground. If Bai De wanted to continue pressing the military camp, it was impossible. With
everyone dispersed, how could they engage in a team battle? In the end, they could only temporarily retreat. Seeing the enemy retreat, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to chase further and
directly charged into the military camp. The small monsters in the camp had already been cleared, and Li Chen looked up to see a familiar face, the middle-aged man Feng Xiaosua, who had been called by Bai Daba to help him change gear.
Li Chen didn't hold back. Switching to free attack mode, he unloaded his weapon and gave Feng Xiaosua a punch.
Feng Xiaosua, also a guard, had decent defense, and with Li Chen's weapon unloaded, he couldn't deal much damage.
Maintain the combat state, or the attack buff will disappear.
Hearing this, Feng Xiaosua quickly nodded and said politely, "Please don't attack, your name has turned color, and the risk is too high. Quickly switch back to your original mode, and I'll switch to free mode to help you
maintain the combat state."
Li Chen didn't decline, switching back to guild mode, but his name had already turned gray, and he would need to stop malicious attacks for a while before it
could return to normal.
Li Chen stood with his back to the military camp, facing the retreating Bai Da 4 guild, while Feng Xiaosua pounded his back with his fists.
"Where's the guy from? Bai Da with the headless horseman's shield?" Li Chen asked, tilting his head.
"He mixed in with the crowd and retreated when you charged into the battlefield."
Li Chen smacked his lips. "Bai Da
is quite clever. I was hoping to find that guy and get the shield from him." Feng Xiaosua chuckled softly and said, "At this point, even if we win, they should be retreating soon.
The boss will ultimately be ours. Thousands have died, how much can one boss be worth?"
Having already fought 5 level 20 bosses, Li Chen was not too keen on Feng Xiaosua's thoughts.
"You
can't say that. Although the losses are significant this time, we managed to take down 4 level 20 bosses, which greatly boosts our morale and prestige.
After this battle, more high-level
players should join Dubai."
Feng Xiaosua had an even more morale-boosting inference that he hesitated to voice. After this battle, the reputation of the Invincible Q team was firmly tied to the Dubai Guild.
Just a couple of days ago, during the Guild War, one could still say Li Chen was an invited outsider. But this time, Li Chen secured the first kill of Casa, and not long after the coordinates for the respawn were revealed, the Dubai Guild achieved the second kill of Casa. From a timing perspective, it was obvious that Li Chen had already informed the
Dubai Guild about the coordinates in advance.
Now he was directly flying over to help fight the boss, even turning down Baida's exorbitant salary for the sake of the Dubai Guild.
Everyone,
both the perceptive and the oblivious, knew how close Li Chen was to the Dubai Guild.
The rumors of the Invincible Q team having a connection with Bai Debayos would likely spread even further.
With the big name of the Invincible Q team backing it, no one could stop the development of the Dubai Guild.
As long as the Invincible Q team kept making announcements
across the server, the Dubai Guild would shine brightly. Even the Battle Heaven Guild, which was at level 3, couldn't suppress the momentum of Dubai. Similar to Feng Xiaosua's inference,
Baida and 2 other emerging guilds retreated.
Those who were willing to use their return scrolls went back immediately, while those who hesitated rode off on their mounts.
They had no
choice but to retreat. The core members of the Wooden Guild from Gula had already rushed over to Gas. If they waited for these main forces to arrive, Baida's 6-meter spacing tactic to limit
Li Chen would become useless, and the losses would be something Baida couldn't afford.
Although Feng Xiaosua made a valid point, seeing the enemy retreat like this made Li Chen feel
A bit uncomfortable, as Dabai had suffered losses in terms of death toll. As the enemy guild retreated, Bai Dabayos and Spicy Rabbit Head, who had been hiding far away, rode over. Bai Dabayos looked at Li Chen, unsure of what to say. They had originally interacted as friends, but with Baida's high salary offer, she couldn't help but wonder if she should also offer Li Chen a high salary. Li Chen caught a hint of this from Bai Dabayos' expression and couldn't help but laugh. So even you, Bai Dabayos, have moments of confusion? What? The so-called high salary from Baida doesn't attract me at all. If I agreed, would I still be able to claim the prestige rewards? Taking from others means being beholden to them. They are hiring high-level workers, not ancestors. But I always feel like I owe you something, and I remember what you said during the auction for the guild. You don't owe me anything, even if you did, you've long since repaid it with interest, Bai Dabayos said, frowning. Li Chen shook his head. You don't understand the world of the poor. Looking back now, Li Chen still felt grateful to Bai Dabayos. If it weren't for her reminder, he would have likely joined the Battle Heaven Guild as a core member. Even if he later realized the importance of the first wave of guilds, he might have already missed the best opportunity. He had even signed a contract of servitude, powerless to struggle against the exorbitant penalty for breach. However, Li Chen didn't really care about that. What he truly cared about was earning enough for Tuan Tuan's medical expenses all at once. Although now that he thought about it, with his talent, even if he worked for someone else, he would have earned enough for Tuan Tuan's medical fees, but at that time, he hadn't opened his heavenly eye. At that moment, he felt like the Monkey King overturning the five-finger mountain. That moment of freedom and joy was something not everyone could empathize with. Alright, don't think too much. I'm a millionaire, and I have no intention of working for others. This collaboration is quite good. I help you fight the boss and gain reputation. Sounds great, right? How about I give you a big red envelope instead? That way, I'll feel more at ease next time. Right now, I'm already very satisfied with the reputation I have. Without the brothers and sisters guarding me, no matter how strong I am, I can't possibly get a double or triple kill. The two were still being modest when a server-wide announcement made them instantly shut their mouths. Server announcement: congratulations to player level 8 Gale for killing the level 20 boss, frustrated demon General Sodden, earning a triple kill reward of 1000 reputation. Damn! Li Chen calculated and realized that Shiva had also been taken down by the military. Now, the only level 20 boss left was Gas, along with the reputation reward. There was no time to hesitate. He turned and rushed towards Gas. As he got close to the boss, Li Chen suddenly hit the brakes, and the wind behind him quickly caught up to continue patting his back. He almost forgot that the boss Gas had a limited-time critical strike skill. Even if he stacked up his attack power, he couldn't handle it. The small monsters had been cleared, and healing was a must. But under the boss's limited-time critical strike, if it triggered the wildfire or whirlwind slash, even tiered healing wouldn't help. No healing could withstand that damage. Is there a skilled healer? This boss is tough. Baidaba came up, glanced at the boss's information, thought for a moment, and said, there are some core healing techniques that can dodge wildfire and whirlwind slash, but they're all over by Sodden. I'll give it a try. Spicy Rabbit Head timidly raised her hand. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue, and his disdainful gaze made the young girl feel quite wronged. Baidaba also rolled his eyes. This little girl had just completed 1 day of training. What could she possibly learn? She couldn't help but want to show off and seek praise in front of Li Chen. My health is very high. I can shield myself and heal myself. As long as the boss doesn't use cross slash, even if it crits, it can't kill me in one hit. I can do it, Spicy Rabbit Head said, holding her staff and speaking angrily. You've given your shield and healing to yourself. What about me? Li Chen rubbed his head and couldn't help but laugh. This Spicy Rabbit Head was stunned. Alright, don't be disheartened. With you here, we can fight. I just forgot about you earlier, Li Chen comforted Spicy Rabbit Head, then looked at the crowd behind. Is there anyone brave enough to be a guard or healer? The subsidies and contribution points will triple. Come find Baidaba for the details later. I will. Me. There were still many people raising their hands, but what puzzled Li Chen was that there were surprisingly more female players. Are today's girls this tough? They dare to face this level of pain? However, these female players had somewhat strange expressions, staring at him as if they held some deep-seated grudge. Li Chen couldn't figure it out for a moment, but Spicy Rabbit Head was clear on. It's. Without waiting for Li Chen and Baidaba to speak, she ran forward and called up about 20 players, not a single one of them female. What Spicy Rabbit Head did wasn't overstepping her authority. Although she was young, she was genuinely a high-ranking member of the guild, nicknamed Milk Grandpa. No one could find fault with her. Baidaba couldn't help but roll his eyes again. It was simply unbearable to watch. This strategy was quite simple. It was still tiered healing, where each healer paired with 2 guards to use self-sacrificial rescue to help absorb damage. Although encountering the boss's cross-slash still resulted in death, spreading out ensured that some would survive. As long as Spicy Rabbit Head stood on the periphery and focused on healing the survivors, with her healing output, a single healing spell could fully restore someone. As for the boss's lifesteal issue, under Li Chen's unreasonable percentage cut, a dozen or 20 health packs were indeed not very useful. After briefly explaining the strategy, Li Chen had Spicy Rabbit Head cast a shield and a healing spell on him, then charged at the boss. As expected, Gas used a timed critical hit for the first cross-slash. Fortunately, Spicy Rabbit Head's shield was genuinely strong. After 2 sword energies, Li Chen still had a little over half of his health left. Coupled with the astonishing healing amount from the healing spell, before the other healers were in position, Li Chen had already restored more than half of his health through lifesteal. What surprised Li Chen was that a beam of light extended from his body. Turning his head to look, he saw Bai Debaishan standing outside the safe zone with a pained expression, her health bar dropping rapidly, while 2 healers behind her were healing her. It was Bai Debaishan's talent, damage transfer. The proud Bai Debaishan was unwilling to take advantage of others and contributed in her own way. Clearly, the damage her talent could transfer was more than 8%, otherwise, she wouldn't be in such pain. With Bai Debaishan's participation, Gas fell without any danger under Li Chen's sword. An announcement echoed throughout the server, stating that Bai Debaishan had achieved a triple kill on the boss Gas. Ding, your team has successfully killed the level 20 boss. Triple kill, you have gained 500 reputation. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 21. Ding, congratulations to your pet pig large intestine for reaching level 20 and successfully comprehending the skill charge. Looting. Li Chen called Bai Debaishan to come forward and collect the bosses drops, then glanced at pig large intestine, his eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent. At level 20, it hadn't grown at all, still a short pig. What use are you? Li Chen summoned the pet panel and looked at the new skill pig large intestine had comprehended. Charge, increases movement speed by 30%, lasts for 15 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. Can also be used while mounted. Seeing that it could also be used while mounted, Li Chen's killing intent dissipated somewhat. If charge was used every 30 seconds, the travel speed would effectively increase by an average of 15%, surpassing the Headless Knight's mount, which increased movement speed by 100%. Ha! Why does it feel off? Li Chen showed a thoughtful expression and finally remembered something. Damn! I forgot to learn skills. At level 20, he could learn professional skills, and he actually forgot. Bai Debaishan stepped forward to pick up the equipment on the ground and noticed it wasn't Guardian gear. After thinking for a moment, she said, "This boss has reputation, but there's no suitable equipment for you, so I won't say anything more. There are no reputation rewards left at Sarden. Killing me will definitely give you a share." Seeing Bai Debaishan's determined gaze, Li Chen helplessly nodded. If someone offers money, why not? Take it. With Gas gone, there was no need for the others to stay, and the guild members who received the order began to return to the city. Just like the retreat of the Baida Guild, those willing to spend used return scrolls, while those unwilling had to run back. It's almost dawn, everyone use return scrolls, the guild will reimburse. Bai Debaishan sent a message that drew cheers from the crowd. However, some people were not prepared with return scrolls. Without a portable shop, even if they could be reimbursed, they would have to run back. Bai Debaishan immediately stated that members who ran back could also receive a return scroll. Li Chen listened in astonishment. This guild was indeed not something ordinary people could manage. There were over 5,000 people present, and Bai Debaishan's order was worth over 500,000 yuan. Moreover, the thousands of players who died would probably receive even higher subsidies. Of course, this was mainly because the Great White Guild recruited only elites. If the subsidies weren't high, they couldn't retain people. Generally, small guilds don't have that many subsidies to offer. At most, you can earn a bit of contribution points. These contribution points are not the same as guild contributions but are part of the so-called DKP system, which translates to Dragon Killing Points. Participating in guild activities will earn you corresponding point rewards, which can be used as a basis for loot distribution or exchanged for other rewards. From the guild, Li Chen, Bai Daba, and Malatuatu returned to the city. The main force of the Big White Guild was guarding over at Sodden, and according to reports, no other guilds were coming to contest. Li Chen wasn't in a hurry, so he went to the profession mentor to learn a skill first. The level 20 profession skill was just a group taunt, and the price was quite reasonable, only costing 20 silver. Group taunt attracts the aggro of all monsters within a 35-meter range, shares a cooldown with taunt skills, with a cooldown time of 15 seconds. Although It's not very useful for fighting bosses or piking, it is quite handy for gathering monsters. Moreover, Li Chen inferred from this skill that it seemed like group attack skills for various professions were about to be released. Normal guards don't have such high output and can gather monsters freely. The group taunt is clearly designed to work with other players' group attack skills to avoid aggro overtanking. However, on the level leaderboard, there were only 2 players above level 20, Li Chen at level 21 in first place, and Zhang Tianxia at level 20 in second. Li Chen couldn't find anyone to verify this guess. After learning the skill, Li Chen set off with Bai Daba, but Mala Tuatu was kicked offline. Li Chen had already killed Sodden twice, and with no other guilds coming to contest, the little girl was still growing, so she was naturally kicked off. The two arrived smoothly at Sodden's military camp, where the main force of Big White had already cleared all the monsters within a 5-mile radius outside the camp. Logically, since Sodden's triple kill had just been taken, there was no need to wait for Bai Daba to come for the reputation. With the strength of the main members of the Big White Guild, they could take down a level 20 boss if no one contested. However, Sodden was a bit special. The 5th skill was Burning the Boats. It provided 30% attack power and 30% attack speed, plus 10% true damage based on attack power, which was quite troublesome. The key was that even level 20 bosses had lifesteal skills, and under high attack and speed, Sodden could easily restore its health back to over 30%. If it dropped below that, it would trigger Burning the Boats. In an infinite stacking scenario, it was even more difficult than Cass's increase of 1 point in dual attack per second. The cost of grinding it down would inevitably be very high. Li Chen arrived and was naturally familiar with the area. Although the small monsters had been cleared, the core healers of Big White were still here. Although the cross slash was hard to dodge, the other 2 group attack skills were manageable. However, with Li Chen stationed, Bai Daba suddenly thought of something and laughed. Since the boss's triple kill reward is gone, why not help me train some troops? How do you plan to train them? Li Chen asked, puzzled. Big White has over 100 core players, and most of them can dodge the boss's wildfire and whirlwind slash, but the other main forces are lacking. I want those who are a bit weaker to practice more. With you pulling the monsters, the boss's aggro won't go haywire, and the cost of training will naturally be much lower. Upon hearing this, Li Chen thought for a moment, and his expression slowly turned green. You mean that every time the boss's health drops to a certain point, I should stop attacking, let the boss's health recover, and then repeat the process while others come back and forth to practice their skills, and I just stand there as a target? Bai Daba excitedly nodded. Exactly. With you as the anchor, no matter how others mess up, it definitely won't lead to a wipe. Other guilds don't have this opportunity for their members to practice. So, how long do you plan to train? Li Chen asked cautiously. Bai Daba glanced at the time and said, I remember you have to pick up your child around 7, so how about we train until 7:20? Li Chen glanced at the time and stammered, it's 5:40, which means I have to be a target for 1 hour and 40 minutes? Are you tired? Not really tired, but have you considered the feelings of the target? This thing hurts. Normally, I can endure it for a minute, but now you want me to be slashed by the boss for 1 hour and 40 minutes? Bai Daba's tender face flushed slightly, looking embarrassed as she said, I forgot about that, let's just fight normally. No way. You brought it up. Ha? So you agree? No, I don't agree. You're messing with me. Bai Daba was quite angry. He. Li Chen chuckled and said, how do you rich folks solve difficult problems? Upon hearing Li Chen's strange laughter, Bai Daba immediately understood something and tentatively asked, add money? Exactly no, just now I wanted to give you a red envelope and you refused, and now you're talking about adding money? Bai Daba was a bit speechless, struggling to understand Li Chen's thoughts. That's different. Helping you fight the boss is mutually beneficial, but taking hits is just a pure expense. Without a pain reduction buff, I can't take it. Bai Daba couldn't let such a good training opportunity slip away. How could she dare to call herself one of the 5 major leaders? It was Li Chen who was suffering as the target. Bai Daba stood outside the danger zone with a dark face, her beautiful features occasionally twisting, while 2 healers behind her were healing her. Although her talent could currently only transfer 20% of the damage, it seemed much lower compared to the damage Li Chen was taking. However, her health was low too, proportionally. It was still not as high as Li Chen's, but it hurt a lot. She was Bai Daba, the only heir of the Bai family. Why did she have to take hits too? Why, even after adding money, was she still dragged into shared suffering? According to Li Chen, it was called setting an example, increasing cohesion and solidarity, but did she need that? What kind of cohesion and solidarity could compare to adding money? 80, 80, 160, 80, 160. Li Chen grinned and shouted the numbers loudly. The price had been agreed upon, getting slashed by the boss cost 80, and Taking a skill hit cost 160, charged by the piece. The pain reduction buff was very high, and with the sponsor sharing the hardships, Li Chen almost forgot about the pain. This cross slash should count as two 160s, right? Taking 2 hits is too much of a loss. Li Chen turned his head and shouted loudly. As long as you don't check the numbers, I'll count it as 5-4. You! Daba shouted in exasperation. That's not fair, this is called the distraction method. By shouting out my pain, I can at least reduce it by a third. But I feel like it's increasing. The pain! Every time you shout, I feel 3 points more pain. With Li Chen as the super MT holding the fort, the core members of the Big White team only sent a few healers to help Li Chen with healing. The other 3 to 4,000 main forces, who were relatively less skilled, went up in batches to adapt to the boss's skill rhythm, becoming increasingly familiar with the level 20 boss. No matter how they fought, they felt particularly good not to OT, especially without worrying that if the MT fell, it would lead to a wipe. It could be said that the main forces of the Big White team received ample training, and their timing control improved significantly. An hour later, Li Chen found that even if he hadn't been slashed for a long time, Sodden couldn't recover health anymore. Clearly, everyone's operation had become very perfect, the boss's skills hardly hit anyone, so naturally, they couldn't recover health. The cost of achieving such an effect was not small, although the boss's wildfire and whirlwind slash could be practiced to become more familiar, the cross slash was not something that could be dodged casually. Even with guards and healers watching from the periphery, many people still got one-shot by the cross slash. Li Chen turned his head and shouted at Daba, "Is that enough? The techniques are practiced enough, if we drag this out any longer, everyone will be taken away by the boss's cross slash." It's enough, absolutely enough. Daba's eyes sparkled with tears as he nodded vigorously, loudly directing, "Core guards, go up and take the aggro, we'll handle this boss ourselves next." Brother Tuan seized the opportunity and quickly pulled back. After Li Chen waited for Daba's core main tank to stabilize the aggro, he turned and took a few quick steps, executing a thunder leap to exit the combat zone. Although Daba's main force had been sent back by the cross slash one after another, the remaining players, relying on their familiarity with the boss, should be able to take down Sodden. Daba also personally entered the fray. Her skills were top-notch, though not on par with professional players, she was still quite comparable to Daba's core members. Li Chen thought for a moment and moved not far behind Daba. He could dodge the firestorm and whirlwind slash, but the cross slash was indiscriminate, so it was better to keep an eye on it, or else Daba might end up leaderless in no time. Thankfully, Li Chen kept this thought to himself, or else Daba would definitely scold him for being a jinx. Am I awesome or what? Daba skillfully dodged the boss's area skills 3 times in a row, taking a moment to boast at Li Chen. Everyone knew how poor Li Chen's skills were, and with a rare chance to look down on him, Daba certainly wouldn't let it slip. Just as luck would have it, before Daba finished her sentence, the boss's cross slash came around. Li Chen was too familiar with the wind-up of the cross slash. Seeing it, he executed a self-sacrificial rescue and took the fatal blow for Daba. Am I awesome or what? Even with a mask on, others could sense the exuberance in Li Chen's tone. Daba was so angry her teeth itched, and she no longer had the face to mock Li Chen, seriously starting to fight the boss. After more than an hour of training and adaptation, it was only a matter of time before Daba's core and main forces took down Sodden. Even if Sodden triggered a desperate last stand, he ultimately fell amidst the sea of players. If not counting the hundreds who were taken out by the cross slash during the training period, the cost for Daba to kill Sodden was much lower, even less than when fighting a level 15 boss. Daba's training idea seemed to have yielded good results. Let's settle the score, Sister Zhang. How many hits did I take? Li Chen grinned and asked the female steward who was helping to tally the data. Normal hits, 3425, cross slash, 96 times, firestorm. Before the steward could finish reporting the data, Li Chen interrupted her. You all can keep track, the kid is awake. The alarm for the game pod being open rang out, and Li Chen threw out a sentence before logging off. Looking at Tuan, who was lying on his stomach with wide eyes staring at him, Li Chen pinched the little guy's nose, reached up to remove the connector from his head, and carried Tuan out of the game pod. The phone by the bed rang. It was a notification that 500,000 had been deposited into his bank account. Li Chen felt justified in taking this 500,000, after being chopped for about an hour. This was all hard-earned money. With Lu Ying around, Li Chen also decided not to send Tuan to kindergarten for breakfast. Home-cooked meals were definitely better than the large pot meals at kindergarten. Lu Ying had already prepared breakfast, delicious and healthy, far better than what Li Chen could manage. After all, she was a mother and knew much better than Li Chen, who was only half competent, how to raise a child. Boss, I can hand over the work in the morning. During breakfast, Lu Ying casually mentioned work. Boss was her term for Li Chen, although he had asked her to call him Xiaoli. Lu Ying certainly knew the hierarchy. Li Chen politely brushed off the title with a few words. When dropping off the child, Li Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that Lu Ying had thoughtfully transferred Xiao Qingqing to the same kindergarten as Tuan Tuan, making it much easier for them to pick up and drop off the kids. After completing Qingqing's enrollment procedures, the two returned to QQ. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the car dealership, I'll help you pick a car." "Ah. That's not necessary, this QQ is fuel efficient and easy to park." Lu Ying didn't expect that Li Chen was serious about buying a car. "But it's not safe." Li Chen shook his head, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. "Chi-Chi Town is too small. There are no 4S dealerships of any brand, but there are small car lots with some low-priced cars available." Of course, the cars at the small car lot didn't catch Li Chen's eye. He planned to order a car through them. Although he would be charged a markup, Li Chen really didn't have the time to run to the city. Li Chen didn't understand cars and had no time to learn. He just looked up which cars had good crash performance online and chose a target car. Volvo XC90. It was described online as a top performer in crash tests, with very impressive results and excellent crash resistance. It was said that it even underwent an outrageous test where a tank ran over it and the car didn't deform. Sometimes Li Chen would think, if that car had been sturdier back then, perhaps his parents, sister, and his grandparents could have survived. Now that he had the means, he didn't know much else, but getting a sturdier one would at least ensure safety on the road. The small-town car lot was quite resourceful, stating that they could bring the car back from the city by tomorrow, and they could even handle the purchase, tax and insurance, clearly having their own connections. However, the price for Li Chen was naturally a bit higher. The small-town car lot didn't have too many rules. Li Chen provided his documents on the spot, paid a 100,000 deposit, and would just need to pay the full amount when he picked up the car tomorrow. Lu Ying watched as Li Chen completed the car order in just 2 minutes, feeling that this guy was a bit out of his mind. Buying a car worth hundreds of thousands without even looking at it, not understanding the parameters, not knowing what accessories to get, and not even negotiating the price. Although buying from a 4S dealership was quite troublesome with many twists and turns, going in person could save at least 20 to 30,000. Li Chen paid the deposit so quickly that Lu Ying hesitated for a moment about whether she should speak up, and before she knew it, the 100,000 deposit was transferred. Just like that, the car lot owner would run errands and pocket 20 to 30,000, and Lu Ying felt a bit sorry for him. In the end, she couldn't help but negotiate some interior features with the car lot owner, barely helping him recover some losses. Li Chen actually didn't mind, he wasn't short on that little markup, and with the time spent running to the city, he could easily earn more by grinding level 20 plus monsters. Moreover, Lu Ying was already late for work, and he was busy going back to catch up on sleep, with money coming in so quickly. Lately, he also experienced a bit of the carefree attitude of a boss who wasn't short on cash. On the way back, Lu Ying felt a bit dazed as she realized the boss couldn't drive, so wasn't this car worth hundreds of thousands meant for her? Would it be too much to handle? Li Chen returned home, took a shower, and then dove into the game pod. Although he felt quite energetic, thinking that sleeping for 2 hours in the game pod would satisfy his sleep needs, he didn't rush to log into the game and actually slept for 2 hours in the pod. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. The effects of the game pod were indeed not exaggerated. After entering the game, his character was still at the spawn point in Sodden, and the enhanced demon warriors that had spawned around him rushed over as soon as they saw him. Li Chen naturally wasn't afraid of a few small monsters. After killing them, he returned to the city. Just as he opened his friend list to contact Oshernan, he discovered that Baidaba was still online. Even if she was using the game pod, wasn't that a bit too much? What surprised him even more was that Ma La Tutu was also online. This girl had just logged off at dawn, and now just a few hours later, she was back online. Didn't her mom know to keep an eye on her? "I've returned to Shinho City, call me if you need anything." Li Chen sent a message to Baidaba and then exited the Daba Guild, subsequently sending a membership application to Oshernan, who was also online. After joining the second class, just as Li Chen was about to teleport to Shinho City, Baidaba's voice request came through. "What are you doing? Are you looking for me to practice?" "Practice what? Hurry up and come to clear the dungeon, we need to grab the first clear." Li Chen was taken aback and quickly asked, "The dungeon is out? What's going on?" A server-wide announcement just went out. All level 20 bosses in the main cities have been defeated, automatically activating the Demon Abyss 20-man dungeon, with a level requirement of 18. Then, hurry up and group me. I can't group you, I've already killed a boss here, and the dungeon is locked, so we can't change members midway. Is there such a setting? Yes, I wanted to change members just now, but the new group members couldn't enter the dungeon. Then why are you asking me to help you grab the first clear? I'm not asking you to help me, I'm telling you to. Hurry up and go. I'll help you assemble a team. Oh, if it's just assembling a team, is Tutu in your group? Yes. Then I'll just go back to find my personal healer. Assembling a team meant sharing the loot, and Li Chen couldn't bear that. It seemed like they were on the same wavelength. Oh Shernan, seeing that Li Chen hadn't gone back, sent a message, "Dungeon, are you going? Going, wait for me." Li Chen hung up on Bai Daba's voice chat and then used the guild teleport to return to Shinho City. Oh Shernan had already prepared consumables and was just waiting for Li Chen to log in. 2 miles southeast of the 5 major satellite cities, an obelisk appeared, and touching it would teleport them to the Demon Abyss dungeon. When Li Chen and Oh Shernan arrived, there were quite a few people gathered around the obelisk. The game was like this, changing every day. Just yesterday morning, only the top 10 on the leaderboard had reached level 18, and now, after a day and night, level 18 players were almost flooding in. However, Li Chen was already level 21, so he couldn't really blame others for leveling up too quickly. Oh Shernan was also level 19, so she could naturally enter the dungeon. The two activated the obelisk, and the next moment, a system prompt popped up. The Demon Abyss is a 20-man team dungeon. Your team size is too small. Are you sure you want to enter? Confirm. Li Chen clicked to confirm, and the next moment, the two appeared in a vast valley. Not far away were some very familiar military camps, causing Li Chen and Oh Shernan to exchange glances. These were strikingly similar to the camps of the 5 demon generals. Li Chen threw a true eye at the guard at the camp entrance. Demon Abyss Warrior, Elite, level, 18 health, 60,000 defense, 1,300 physical attack, 1,400 skills, mighty strike, jump slash, sweep. Seeing the information on the elite monster, Li Chen was speechless. Aside from being 2 levels lower, it was basically no different from the enhanced demon warriors in the wild boss camps. Li Chen was even too lazy to throw a true eye at the magic-type monsters in the camp. He greeted Oh Shernan and went in. With only 10 monsters in a wave, Li Chen was naturally not satisfied. He pulled the small monsters and started a train, gathering dozens of monsters before unleashing a thunder leap on the magic-type monsters left behind. With a whirlwind slash, Oh Shernan stood at the camp entrance, feeling a bit awkward because she didn't even need to heal. The two quickly encountered the first boss. Demon Abyss Commander, boss, level, 18 health, 400,000 defense, 1,550. Physical attack, 2,150 skill 1, jump slash skill 2, whirlwind slash skill 3, armor break, deals 150% damage to the target and reduces the target's defense by 20% for 3 seconds, cooldown 7 seconds. Skill 4, Abyss Summon, summons 10 Demon Abyss Warriors to assist every 30 seconds. Seeing the boss's information, Li Chen felt a bit unwilling, but he also understood that they probably wouldn't get the first clear for this dungeon. Compared to the level 20 wild bosses, the dungeon boss was only level 18, and its attributes were simply too weak. Even if it weren't for the limit of 20 players, even a level 15 wild boss wouldn't stand a chance. Through the core players of the Daba Guild, Li Chen had a rough understanding of the general skill level of high-level players from various guilds. This kind of boss, aside from the somewhat troublesome skill of summoning minions, wasn't too difficult. If the subsequent bosses were of this level, the first clear announcement would likely ring out soon. This boss is really weak. It's normal for you to find it easy, but for others, it's still quite challenging. You can practically solo wild bosses, so naturally, this 20-player dungeon boss seems simple to you. Let's go, I'll try to finish it quickly and see if I can snag the first clear. The boss had only 400,000 health, and Li Chen's slicing could only deal 4,400 damage, with lifesteal at just 264, so he couldn't recover just from lifesteal alone. However, with Oh Shernan around, he didn't need to use potions. The most difficult skill, summoning minions, was used by the boss only once before Li Chen smashed it along with 10 minions. The boss dropped 1 piece of gold and 2 pieces of silver, and the currency was a pitiful 20 silver. Demon Clan Standard Ring, Gold, Attack plus 58 Stamina plus 28 Strength plus 28 Agility plus 28 Equipment Rating, 84 Equipment. Requirement, Warrior, Assassin, Archer. Seeing the attributes of the gold ring, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. A gold item with an equipment rating of only 84, not to mention compared to the gold items dropped by level 20 wild bosses, it was at best comparable to those dropped by level 15 bosses or lords, which really didn't excite him. Moreover, with the emergence of this Demon Clan Abyss Dungeon, gold items of this caliber would soon flood the market, and they wouldn't sell for a high price. This dungeon was likely designed to provide stable equipment for casual players and enhance overall strength, which was really not surprising for him. Following the dungeon icon's indication, the two quickly passed through the military camp. Like a set of nesting dolls, another Demon Clan military camp appeared before them. A true sight thrown over revealed that the minions had slightly higher attributes than those from the previous military camp, but the difficulty was hardly increased. Li Chen directly pushed through, clearing a path to the boss. Abyss Demon General, boss, level, 18 health, 420,000 defense, 1,590. Physical attack, 2,200 magic attack, 2,200 skill 1, armor break strike skill 2, whirlwind slash skill 3, abyss summon skill 4, explosive fireball, deals 150% magic damage to a random target. And randomly deals 110% magic damage to up to 6 targets within a 20-meter radius of the target, cooldown time 7 seconds. The second boss was slightly stronger, lacking a single target skill but gaining an area attack skill. This increased the pressure on the backline significantly and required more skill. If the coordination was poor, the healing might not keep up. Of course, for Li Chen and Oh Shernan, there was no pressure at all. The only potential trouble was not knowing if the explosive fireball was a guaranteed hit skill. If it couldn't be dodged, it would deal significant damage to Oh Shernan, and the pain would certainly be intense. Oh Shernan's health could be considered among the top of all priest players, but even a single hit could take away more than half of her health. You should keep the holy light shield for yourself, Li Chen reminded her as he charged towards the boss. The explosive fireball was not a guaranteed hit skill, but Oh Shernan couldn't completely evade it. Although she skillfully dodged the path of the fireball, she didn't expect it to explode right where she had been dodging. 2. The sparks that split from the explosion were guaranteed hits, but fortunately, it didn't get to the point where all 6 sparks chased one person. The 110% magic damage was mostly negated by the holy light shield, and with Oh Shernan's temperament, she didn't even bother to furrow her brow. The boss fell without any surprises. A piece of golden equipment and 2 pieces of silver equipment were also dropped, along with 2 more silver coins. Demon Clan Standard Magic Ring, Gold, Magic Attack plus 54 Bone plus 28 Intelligence plus 28 Spirit plus 28 Equipment Rating. 84 Equipment Requirement, Priest, Druid. Li Chen glanced at the ring's attributes and turned to ask, "Do you need this ring?" Oh Shernan looked at his own equipment and nodded. "I just happen to have a silver ring, although it has higher single attribute bonuses. This ring adds 28 to bone, which is better." "That's good then, this dungeon wasn't a waste." Li Chen handed the ring to Oh Shernan and then, following the icon, charged towards the 3rd nested military camp. The difficulty of the 3rd military camp increased slightly. It might be a significant increase for ordinary players, but for Li Chen and his companion, it was still negligible. Server announcement: congratulations to player by DeBeos' team for being the first in the server to clear the Demon Clan Abyss dungeon, earning 1,000 reputation points. When Li Chen entered the dungeon, he guessed that he wouldn't be able to claim the first clear, as he had logged in late, and the dungeon's difficulty wasn't outrageous, so it was normal for someone else to take it first. Fortunately, the team that got the first clear was still one of their own, so he wasn't too upset about it. It was just that the first clear reward was a bit low. Could it be because the dungeon's difficulty was too low? With the first clear gone, Li Chen wasn't in a hurry anymore. He opened his friend list and sent a congratulatory message to Bai DeBeos. "Congratulations! Brother, you're amazing, clearing the dungeon so quickly. Hee, without you, the freak, stealing the spotlight, and with Rabbit, the super healer, I added a couple more DPS, how could it not be fast?" Bai DeBeos' proud reply came quickly. Li Chen completely agreed with Bai DeBeos' words. With a healer like Spicy Rabbit Head, it was entirely possible to reduce the number of healing classes and add more powerful DPS, naturally speeding up the monster killing process. Bai DeBeos was indeed bold. After all, the opportunity to change team members only existed before fighting the first boss, while the attributes and skills of the subsequent bosses were unknown. This was putting all the bets on the clumsy Spicy Rabbit Head. If the later bosses required skill, Spicy Rabbit Head could either save the team from starvation or let them starve to death. But he had bet right. Li Chen closed the friend list and charged into the 3rd military camp, starting to clear the small monsters. The small monsters in the 3rd military camp included a few more Demon Clan priests, which had healing skills, making the clearing process slower than the first 2 camps. It's worth mentioning that the elite monsters in the Demon Clan Abyss dungeon had a decent drop rate. The small monsters in the 3 military camps dropped 6 pieces of silver equipment, and the equipment ratings were quite good. Just as he killed the last elite monster, Bai DeBeos' message came through again. "Hurry up, this dungeon has a hard mode, and after the first clear, you can directly enter hard mode. Maybe there's a first clear reward." Although there was a possibility of a first clear reward, the word possibly was enough to ignite Li Chen's motivation. He casually gave the 3rd boss a true sight. Abyss Demon Clan Commander, boss, level, 18 health, 440,000 defense, 1,650 physical attack, 2,280 magic attack, 2,280 skill 1, armor break strike. Skill 2, whirlwind slash skill 3, abyss summon skill 4, explosive fireball skill 5, chain lightning. Lightning will deal 150% magic damage to the first target and randomly bounce to another
Target within 38 meters of the first target, with 6 bounces, and each bounce damage decreases by 15%. As expected, the difficulty of the third boss increased a bit more, but as long as the healer could withstand the pressure without any casualties, killing it was just a matter of time. And for Li Chen, time was not an issue. No surprises, the first target of Chain Lightning was not random, it 100% landed on Li Chen. With the 38-meter bounce distance of Chain Lightning, it was practically negligible under Oh Shernan's precise control. The Abyss Demon Commander fell, dropping 1 gold and 2 silver pieces of equipment, which Li Chen and Oh Shernan had no need for. A light curtain appeared at the end of the military camp. The two ran over to touch it and were directly teleported out of the dungeon. They appeared in front of the obelisk and simultaneously received a system notification. Ding, congratulations on completing the normal level Abyss Demon Dungeon for the first time. The hard level Abyss Demon Dungeon is now activated. Li Chen did not hesitate and immediately turned back to press on the obelisk. After clicking confirm, the two reappeared in the dungeon. Abyss Demon Warrior, Elite, Hard, Level, 18 Health, 80,000 Defense, 1,300 Physical Attack, 1,500 Skills, Mighty Strike, Jump, Slash, Sweep. Although the name remained the same, the attributes of the small monsters in hard mode were significantly higher than in normal mode. However, for Li Chen, it was still bearable, he just couldn't recklessly charge in anymore. They killed waves of 10 monsters and successfully encountered the boss in hard mode. Abyss Demon Commander, Boss, Hard, Level 18 Health, 500,000 Defense, 1,680 Physical Attack, 2,350 Skills 1-4, Jump Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Armor Break Strike, Abyss Summon. Aside from the increased stats, the boss did not fundamentally change. In fact, with more health, it made it easier for Li Chen to leech health. If it were only at this level, this hard mode, Abyss Demon Dungeon was truly not difficult for the two of them. The boss quickly fell under Li Chen's sword. It also dropped 1 gold and 2 silver pieces of equipment, but the attributes were slightly better than those from the normal dungeon, and it brought Li Chen quite a surprise. Magic Silver Bracelet, Gold, Health plus 320 Strength plus 30 Bone plus 30 Bone plus 30 Equipment Rating, 90 Equipment Requirement, Guardian Magic. Silver Set, where 3 pieces of Magic Silver Equipment to activate set attribute. Defense increased by 5% where 5 pieces of Magic Silver Equipment to activate set attribute. Attack power increased by 5% where 8 pieces of Magic Silver Equipment to activate set attribute. Health increased by 10%. This gold bracelet not only had the rare dual bone premium attributes but was also a true professional set. This was different from the steel set that Li Chen was tricked into when he changed jobs. The Magic Silver set had set attributes. The 3 bone, Abyss Great Bracelets that Li Chen had from level 10 to 21 could finally be replaced. After putting on the Magic Silver Bracelet, the name of the set component appeared next to the equipment attributes. The Magic Silver set consisted of 8 pieces, excluding weapons and clothing. Li Chen compared the attributes of his current equipment and found his interest in the Magic Silver set diminished significantly. If he were to wear a complete set of Magic Silver equipment, the attributes would not only not increase but would actually drop considerably. However, he still had a rating 84, Knight's Ring. If he could get another ring piece of Magic Silver equipment, trying to activate the 3-piece set would still be worthwhile. The two continued to tackle the dungeon. The subsequent progress was similarly uneventful, with the Abyss Demon General and Abyss Demon Commander being defeated in turn. They dropped 2 pieces of Magic Silver equipment, but unfortunately, neither was for the Guardian or Priest classes. Just when they thought defeating the Demon Commander meant they had cleared the hard-level dungeon, they waited for 2 or 3 minutes without seeing the teleportation light curtain appear. Could there be another boss in hard mode? Maybe there's a hidden boss. We should check behind the military camp. The two followed the paths of the previous 2 military camps and searched for a long time behind the camp but found no passage to the next military camp. Completely lost. Even Oh Shernan couldn't help but frown. How could this happen? There are no hints at all, it's too strange. Let's keep looking. Normal dungeons have teleportation screens after clearing them, so logically, the hard mode should have them too. It can't be that players have to return to the city to count as clearing it. Let's search each tent and see if there are any quest hints. There were quite a few tents in the military camp, and the two began to search one by one. Finally, in a military tent that looked larger than the others, they discovered a treasure chest radiating golden light. This was the first time Li Chen had seen a game treasure chest. He had heard that various quality chests occasionally spawned in the wild, but unfortunately, his luck seemed to have been used up on activating talents, and he hadn't even seen a normal chest. The two exchanged glances, and Li Chen chuckled. Everything was understood without words. You open it. Oh, Shernan sighed. She had encountered 2 treasure chests before, so it wasn't that surprising. Li Chen pressed his hands together, bowed to the golden chest, and then
very reverently opened it. A mouth larger than the chest itself emerged in a way that even Newton couldn't explain. It abruptly swallowed Li Chen's entire upper body, its jagged teeth scraping against his waist. If Li Chen hadn't been wearing platinum armor, and if this weren't just a game, he might have been torn apart. Ah! What the hell? What the hell? Li Chen was almost scared to death. It was just too sudden. Even though he was still in the game, he seemed to hear the frantic beating of his heart in reality. Oh, Shernan was also startled by the sudden scene, forgetting that she was a priest, and rushed to pry the monster's mouth open, trying to pull Li Chen out. However, when she saw Li Chen's health bar, she finally reacted, stepping back 2 paces and just listening to Li Chen's frantic cries. After shouting for a while, Li Chen finally came to his senses. It didn't seem to hurt that much. This is a game, why the hell was I almost scared to pee? The big mouth chewed a couple of times, seemingly finding Li Chen too hard to chew, and spat him out. 2A. A gigantic mouth jumped out of the treasure chest. Li Chen turned his head to take a look and found that this thing actually had a body. It was just that the mouth was so big it obscured its disproportionately small body. Treasure chest monster, gold, health, 100000 defense, 1000 physical attack, 1888 skill 1, bite, deals 150% damage, cooldown 8 seconds. Skill 2, grin, reduces the attack power of all targets within a 30-meter radius by 15%. Skill 3, guaranteed hit, the first attack is guaranteed to hit. Seeing the information about the treasure chest monster, Li Chen was momentarily speechless. If this thing were outside, an ordinary player would be in big trouble if they encountered it, but in a 20-man dungeon, it would be taken down in just a few hits. Guaranteed hit on the first attack means whoever opens the chest gets swallowed. There's no way to dodge it, just a scare tactic. Furious, Li Chen charged in and quickly killed the treasure chest monster. The monster dropped nothing, but the chest it had jumped out of remained open and did not disappear. You have good luck, why don't you take a look? Li Chen turned to Oh Shernan and shook his head. Oh Shernan laughed and pushed Li Chen toward the chest. Hey, wait a minute. I just got scared out of my wits and haven't recovered yet. Hurry up, maybe after you check the chest, the dungeon will be considered cleared. Oh Shernan said impatiently. Hearing this, Li Chen didn't need to be pushed anymore. In less than 10 meters, he actually used Thunder Leap to bounce over. Inside the golden chest was only a scroll, and after Li Chen pulled it out, the chest disappeared. Before he could even check it, an announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Q Team for clearing the hard-level dungeon, Demon Clan Abyss, for the first time, earning 1000 reputation. Special rewards for all players on the Huaxia server, unlimited attempts in the Demon Clan Abyss dungeon within 24 hours. Li Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw the server-wide announcement. However, seeing that it was only 1000 reputation points, with only 500 actually earned, he couldn't help but pout. He had been grinding for reputation so hard these past 2 days that he had become a bit picky. But this reward really felt a bit low, and the unlimited dungeon attempts for the next 24 hours were for the entire Huaxia server, which was quite impressive on a national level. Yet from a personal perspective, having only 1000 reputation points was indeed a bit low, especially since a normal team would earn only 50 points per person. After all, he had finally cleared the hard mode dungeon. Well, okay, it wasn't that difficult, but he had been scared half to death. Players at level 18 or about to reach level 18 were quite comfortable, but they wouldn't pay him for his hard work. Oh Shernan was also puzzled when he saw the server announcement. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, actually, the extra reward counts as well. What? Reward? Are you talking about that golden treasure chest? No, the real reward is the unlimited attempts in the dungeon within 24 hours. Li Chen said, confused, but that's not given specifically to us. How can that be considered a reward? Oh Shernan smiled and replied, we're different from other players. Just because we can clear the hard mode dungeon doesn't mean others can too. They say unlimited attempts, but if they can't clear it, then it's still just one attempt, right? And even if someone can clear it, who can do it as quickly as you? While others clear it once, we might have cleared it 10 times. That makes sense. This hard mode is actually quite tough, especially the last 2 bosses. Today, it's really uncertain if anyone else can clear it, so they'll just have to grind the normal mode dungeon. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he sent an inquiry to Bai Daba, receiving news that they had wiped at the second boss. In hard mode, even the healing from the spicy rabbit head couldn't keep their health up, so other guilds would probably struggle too. Even if someone managed to clear hard mode due to some talent, it would likely take a long time. After all, if there were truly others with the same efficiency as Li Chen in defeating bosses, he wouldn't have had the chance to claim so many first kills. However, with such a large player base, there should be plenty of players with talents that reduce defense or even ignore defense or true damage. Perhaps most of them didn't
choose the Guardian class and might not dare to unleash their full power when fighting bosses. Just like when Li Chen was about to change classes, he had considered playing as an archer or assassin, and now he was glad he didn't choose that. With his damage output, which Guardian could hold aggro? If he had played a squishy character, he probably wouldn't have lasted 2 hits before being out of the fight. He might have been the first to die. That's just how people are. The feeling of having something that others don't is always so captivating. Once he figured it out, Li Chen felt much more at ease and looked down to check the scroll he had pulled out from the treasure chest. Demon Steel Longsword Forging Guide, Silver. After use, you can learn the forging method for the high standard weapon Demon Steel Longsword forged from the Abyss Demon Clan. Demon Steel Longsword, Silver, one-handed weapon attack plus 480 attributes. Randomly generate 2 properties. Learning requirement, Weapon Forge Master. My luck is terrible. Not only did I almost get eaten by a monster, but I also ended up with a silver level item from the golden treasure chest. What a loss. Li Chen sighed and handed the blueprint to Oh Shernan for a look. Oh Shernan glanced at it, and his eyes brightened slightly. This isn't cheap, it's worth much more than just a single golden weapon. Is silver worth that much? Li Chen asked, puzzled. The crafting skills of life players are also divided into levels, but just like when I craft healing potions and have a chance to produce instant recovery potions, other life professions also have a chance to produce exceptional items. Silver level items are currently very rare. The silver level Demon Steel Longsword Forging Guide, if learned by a weapon forge master, has a chance to produce golden weapons when forging. Looking at the basic attack attributes of the silver grade magic steel longsword, it's almost on par with your ogre bone hammer. If it turns gold, its attack power will definitely surpass your ogre bone hammer by a good margin. And even as a plain silver weapon, this attack power is currently considered mainstream. After hearing Ashinan's introduction, Li Chen immediately became interested. Not bad, not bad. Now that you mention it, selling this thing might not be worth it. How about I learn to be a weaponsmith? When I get tired of leveling, I can also do some side work to make money? You might want to reconsider. The chance of producing a top-tier item is also related to your proficiency. You just started practicing, and by the time you forge a golden weapon, I bet that tier of golden weapons will already be outdated. Then let's sell it quickly while it's still valuable. This item is actually very suitable for large guilds to equip their regular members. How about selling it to President Bai instead? Alright, I'll ask her. Li Chen took the guide from Oshinen and then sent the information to Bai Dabao. As one of the 5 major leaders, Bai Dabao naturally had some understanding of life professions. After all, the Dabai Guild had raised quite a few logistics personnel who specialized in life professions. Upon seeing the message, she immediately sent a voice request. Good stuff. Don't let the good water flow to outsiders. Hurry and sell it to me. I'm worried about what life profession to arrange for Rabbit. What are you talking about? Did a donkey kick your head? Letting Rabbit play a life profession? Li Chen was filled with question marks. I got kicked by you. What do you know? I'm planning to let Rabbit try making items to see if she can also get critical hits. Hearing Bai Dabao's words, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It seems there might actually be a possibility. If Spicy Rabbit Head can get critical hits while mining, is it really that outrageous to get 2 items while making items? If it really works, then it wouldn't just be a simple 2x profit. Making items does require costs. Perhaps the normal profit from forging a magic gold longsword is only 20%, but if an extra one appears out of nowhere, that profit would directly become 6 times. Li Chen suddenly had a thought. What if we let Spicy Rabbit Head deal the final blow? Would the boss drop double? I just tried it. The dungeon boss still only drops 1 piece of golden equipment. What a pity. Otherwise, if Rabbit fought the boss with me, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Dream on. Rabbit is mine. Hee hee, let's sign a contract. Minors have no legal effect. I'll have my guardian sign. Alright, you win. Find someone to wait by the obelisk after I finish the next dungeon. Let them take the blueprint. Bai Dabao arranged for someone to join the second class, but it would take some time to get from the Resurrection Square to the obelisk, and Li Chen naturally wouldn't just wait idly. After leaving the dungeon with Ashinen, he turned around and went back in. Unfortunately, the Demon Abyss dungeon only had normal and hard modes. Having already cleared it once, there was naturally no chance of any surprises, but when it came to the chest opening segment, neither of them was willing to step forward. Ashinen shot a glance. Are you really going to let a girl go up and get swallowed? Li Chen shot back a glance. I can. Of course, he was just joking. The treasure chest monster's attack power of 1888 posed no threat to him, but it was quite dangerous for Ashinen. It was just too scary, so they joked a bit to relieve the tension. Ashinen looked at Li Chen, who was cautiously inching
forward and couldn't help but give him a push from behind. Li Chen was being overly cautious. This time, the golden treasure chest didn't have a treasure chest monster. After opening the chest, a pair of shoes gleaming with golden light lay inside. They were a pair of magic silver boots required for the priest profession. The first 3 bosses hadn't dropped a single piece of their class set, but they managed to get one from the treasure chest. However, in terms of value, the magic silver boots were far inferior to the forging blueprint, clearly. The items dropped from chests with treasure chest monsters were better. Ushinin put on the magic silver boots, and the 2 of them left the dungeon. By Debao's arranged personnel were already waiting. After Li Chen handed over the blueprints, he thought for a moment and said something to Bai Debao's, then also gave the other party the golden equipment and several professional sets that had dropped from the previous dungeon. Considering they would be grinding dungeons for an entire day, Li Chen didn't rush to settle the accounts and asked Bai Debao's to send someone every hour to collect the equipment. Although Li Chen didn't think much of most of the professional sets, it didn't mean the equipment wasn't top-notch. If Bai Debao's team of 20 could wear the professional sets in advance, even if they weren't complete, it would still provide a significant boost, and they might even clear the difficult dungeon. At that time, the top-notch equipment from Debao's would snowball, naturally allowing them to quickly pull ahead of other guilds. Clearing a difficult dungeon took them an average of about 10 minutes. After all, the most time-consuming boss wouldn't last more than 50 seconds against Li Chen. Li Chen and Oh Shinan didn't even have lunch. They were entrenched in the Demon Clan Abyss difficult dungeon until 4:30 p.m., grinding a total of 30 times. Unfortunately, apart from the first time, the subsequent golden treasure chests only spawned treasure monsters 3 times, and the items dropped weren't as good as the Demon Steel Longsword Forging Guide, but the golden treasure chest guaranteed at least 1 piece of professional magic silver equipment, which was still quite powerful. The 2 managed to grind out 116 pieces of professional equipment. Li Chen had gathered all 8 pieces of his set, but he only equipped the magic silver ring and magic silver necklace, activating the 3-piece set bonus that increased defense by 5% along with the initial dual bone, magic silver bracelet. Magic silver ring, gold, attack plus 54. Stamina plus 30, bone plus 30, strength plus 30, equipment rating, 90, equipment requirement, guardian, magic silver necklace, gold, attack plus 54, stamina plus 30, bone plus 30, strength plus 30, equipment rating, 90. Equipment requirement, guardian. The magic silver necklace was actually quite inferior to the general's heart mirror that Li Chen had before. However, the general's heart mirror with a rating of 108 was already the worst equipment he had. His health and attack power dropped slightly, but the defense increased by 5%, which was still a considerable improvement. The priest set was also nearly complete, and Oh Shinan carefully selected and managed to get a 3-piece set. Her equipment was also very good, with most of the equipment ratings higher than the magic silver set. However, the 3-piece priest set could increase magic attack power by 5%, which was an overall enhancement. After removing the 6 pieces of magic silver equipment they had equipped, the other 110 pieces of magic silver equipment were taken away by Debao's personnel one after another. Debao's team had assembled a few sets of magic silver equipment an hour ago and successfully cleared the difficult Demon Clan Abyss dungeon, and now they had formed a second team that was already fighting the 3rd boss. There was still a long way to go in the 24 hours, and with the momentum from Li Chen, the snowball for the Debao's guild would only grow larger. However, they couldn't borrow that momentum for now. Not only was Tuan about to finish school, but Oh Shinan also showed a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Seeing the weariness in Oh Shinan's eyes, Li Chen couldn't help but ask, "Did you buy a gaming warehouse?" Oh Shinan nodded. "I ordered one, but the transportation in the mountains is inconvenient, so it hasn't arrived yet." "You live in the mountains?" Li Chen was a bit surprised. Oh Shinan didn't seem like a kid from a remote area in any aspect. "Yeah, the air is good in the mountains, which is beneficial for health." "Oh, right, your health isn't good, so you should log off and rest quickly, there's still a long time ahead." The 2 went straight home. Li Chen logged off in the living room, while Oh Shinan logged off from her bed in her room. Including the initial normal dungeons, they had cleared a total of 31 dungeons. Although the dungeon bosses couldn't compare to the wild bosses, the experience gained was still substantial. Li Chen not only leveled up to 22 but was also just a hair away from reaching level 23. He didn't know how many times he would grind that night, so he dared not save up 1.5 times the experience. Luing was already prepared, just waiting for Li Chen to log off. Previously, Luing had suggested that she could help bring Tuan back, but Li Chen did not agree. Unless there were uncontrollable accidents, Li Chen did not want to go back on his word to Tuan. He had promised her that every time she got out of school, the first thing she would see was her uncle, so he would do his best to keep that promise. Even if this promise seemed trivial, to a 3-year-old child, it was very significant. Spoiling a child like this, no one could say otherwise. However, Li Chen was not so rigid as to be unaware of the situation. After dinner, he consulted with the little leader and received the little Tuan's approval, logging back into the game at 6:30. Oh, Shernan might really be tired and did not log on. After all, her gaming pod had not arrived yet and her body was somewhat overloaded. Li Chen thought for a moment and sent a voice request to Bai Daba. How many teams can Dabai's group run the hard dungeon now? 2 teams. Then let me borrow 2-2, I'll help her level up. No way, 2-2 is mine. Stop messing around, hurry up. I can run a hard dungeon in 10 minutes, don't delay my chance to make money. You're making money off my efforts. Then I'll sell it to someone else. I'll package 2-2 and send her over right now. Soon, Spicy Rabbit Head sent a guild application. Li Chen met up with Spicy Rabbit Head at the Resurrection Square, and the two headed towards the obelisk together. Finally, he could act alone with Brother Tuan again, and the smile on the little girl's face was hard to hide. Have you tried your life profession? Can you get 2 items? Li Chen asked curiously. I tried, but I can't get 2 items, however, the chance of getting a top-tier item has doubled, Spicy Rabbit Head replied, pouting a bit in dissatisfaction. So, that means the chance of forging a magic steel longsword into a golden grade is twice as high as others? Yeah. That's not bad, after all, a golden grade magic steel longsword is valuable. Yeah, but De Bao Jia won't let me practice my life profession anymore, she let another weaponsmith learn that blueprint. Why? She said that compared to double the drop rate, just increasing the chance of getting a top-tier item is meaningless, the cost-effectiveness is too low, and it delays my progress in becoming the world's #1 priest. Okay, your De Bao Jia has a pretty small vision. Ha? Brother Tuan, are you being sarcastic? Spicy Rabbit Head tilted her head, somewhat dissatisfied. Not being sarcastic. Once you level up, learn a few more damage skills, and even the warriors of the world will have to kneel before you. What about compared to Sister O Shernan? Not to discourage you, but if we're on the same level, if I face your Sister O Shernan, kneeling is impossible, but it won't stop me from lying down. Is Sister O Shernan really that strong? Spicy Rabbit Head was a bit unconvinced. Priests aren't scary, what's scary is a priest who knows martial arts. De Bao Jia has also helped me find several powerful teachers, I'll become very strong soon. Li Chen was not surprised by what Spicy Rabbit Head said. Since Bai Daba had signed Spicy Rabbit Head under her wing, she would naturally focus on her training. He just didn't know how far this little girl would grow. The two chatted as they arrived at the obelisk. Although Spicy Rabbit Head's skills were lacking, Li Chen's defense had improved, and the double recovery spells were triggered. As long as Spicy Rabbit Head saved the Shield of Holy Life for herself, even if hit by the boss's area attack, she wouldn't be in danger. However, the little girl's pain tolerance, although stronger than when she first entered the game, still made her tear up from the damage. Seeing this, Li Chen simply used the stone armor halo on Spicy Rabbit Head, which could help alleviate some of her pain. After all, the little girl had enough healing power, and Li Chen was not in any danger without the stone armor halo. Although Spicy Rabbit Head's skills were not great, she was young, and her learning and adaptability were quite strong. Li Chen completed a dungeon run every 10 minutes, and the little girl had been following him for over an hour. She adapted very well to the rhythm of the boss's skills. Aside from the unavoidable explosive fireball, she could even occasionally predict the final boss's chain lightning and exit the bounce range in advance. Li Chen couldn't help but look at the little girl with newfound respect. At 9:30, Li Chen opened the game warehouse to check the monitor and confirmed that Tuan Tuan had already fallen asleep cuddled up with the young lady, which allowed him to relax and prepare to enter the dungeon again. Please wait a moment. Several players suddenly blocked Li Chen's path. Li Chen slightly turned his body, protecting the Spicy Rabbit Head behind him, and looked coldly at the group. What do you mean? Invincible. Boss, I am from the Special One Guild in Dog City. Our guild leader sent me to buy some Guardian or healing class equipment from you, the Invincible Boss. Boss, I am from the War God Hall Guild in Ugly Cow City, and I also came to buy class equipment from you. Adorable boss, I am from Tiger City, and I am here to buy equipment as well. Not only the few blocking his way, but as they spoke, more people emerged from the side, surrounding Li Chen and clamoring to buy gear. Li Chen glanced at the chattering crowd, his brows furrowing slightly. It was normal for his identity to be discovered. After all, his equipment was quite eye-catching. However, what made him frown was something else. Someone high up in the buy organization was being untrustworthy. After running so many hard dungeons with the Spicy Rabbit Head, they had naturally obtained quite a few class sets, in addition to what the Buy Guild had farmed themselves. Currently, the Buy Guild had assembled 3 teams capable of clearing hard dungeons. This should have been a quiet path to wealth, but now so many people were coming to find him. which clearly indicated that someone had leaked information. Of course, it was also possible that other guilds had cleared hard dungeons or defeated one or two bosses, dropping class sets. And it was normal for interested parties to seek out the person who had achieved the first clear to buy equipment. But with so many guilds approaching him at once, there was only one possibility. Someone high up in the buy organization had sold out their current progress, and they were selling it to multiple guilds simultaneously. Li Chen thought for a moment and suddenly said, I only managed to clear the hard dungeon by luck, I've been failing ever since. I don't have any spare equipment. One of the players blocking the way chuckled and clasped his hands together. Boss, you must be joking. The buy guild's 3 strategy teams each have half a set, didn't you sell them all? Our guild leader said, please reserve a few pieces of guardian and healing gear for us. No matter what price the buy guild offers, we will pay you double. Hearing this, the representatives from other guilds also stepped forward, expressing their willingness to pay high prices. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicions from their words. He casually sent a reminder to buy Daba, then smiled at the crowd and said, not selling. What a joke. The reason he sold all the class sets to buy Daba was not just because of their friendship. No matter how deep their friendship was, he couldn't ignore the high prices at the auction house and sell in bulk to buy Daba. After all, the quantity he was offering was too large. Even if buy Daba had money, he couldn't possibly absorb everything at the market's highest price. A normal guild would have 3 to 5 sets, enough to ensure one team could clear the hard dungeon, gradually rolling in profits. Although the class sets couldn't compare to his own equipment, if they flooded the market, he would lose his advantage. The reason he could stir things up in guild wars was that he relied on his superior equipment to bully those with inferior gear. If everyone had a set of golden level class equipment, his equipment advantage would no longer be so obvious. He would be jumping into the crowd, not even knowing how he died. Even he wasn't foolish enough not to know how to choose. Although he heard Li Chen say he wasn't selling, the representatives from the major guilds were unwilling to give up easily, surrounding Li Chen and earnestly persuading him. Fortunately, these people knew what they were there for, and no one resorted to threats. Moreover, no one is foolish enough to threaten a team fight disruptor, thinking that the opposing guild will come to their aid. Get out of the way. Li Chen shouted with a cold face, but this only made the crowd push closer, preventing him from reaching the obelisk. With no other choice, Li Chen had to use Thunder Leap to jump in front of the obelisk and reached out to enter the dungeon. When the crowd saw Li Chen disappear, they naturally couldn't continue to crowd together, and Spicy Rabbit Head took the opportunity to bend down and slip through the crowd, quickly pressing against the obelisk. After we finish this run, don't go out just yet. I'll check it out first. I'm worried someone might retaliate after buying equipment. Ah, isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone, Brother Tuan? It's fine, I can come back with a Thunder Leap, they can't kill me. After Li Chen gave a brief instruction, he began to pull monsters. 10 minutes later, after giving another reminder, Li Chen left the dungeon. No one ambushed him, but the group from before hadn't dispersed. Upon seeing him, they swarmed around again. Li Chen ignored them, and seeing that there was no ambush, he called out Spicy Rabbit Head. Just as he was about to use Thunder Leap to re-enter the dungeon, a voice calling Comrade pulled him back. Invincible Comrade. Please wait a moment. Li Chen looked in the direction of the voice and found that the speaker was a middle-aged man in his 50s, who looked somewhat familiar. However, upon seeing the name above the man's head, Li Chen immediately remembered Zhao Wushuan A6. It was that deputy commander. Li Chen didn't dare to be presumptuous and reached out to shake the man's extended right hand. What brings you here, big shot? I heard Invincible Comrade was around, so I came specifically to buy some professional outfits, Zhao Wushuan said, gripping Li Chen's hand tightly with a smile. This? Li Chen hesitated to refuse, pondering for a moment before asking, how many pieces do you want to buy? Zhao Wushuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even said what he had prepared. He had already been outside the obelisk for a few minutes and heard many people saying that Invincible's Q team was unyielding, but he didn't expect it to work out as soon as he spoke. If one were to say this kid was afraid of the military, that wouldn't hold water. After all, he was someone who dared to delete even friends of Hao Jianjun. Moreover, it was said that he had deep ties with the Bai group. With that background, as long as he wasn't doing anything immoral, the military wouldn't cause trouble just because he wouldn't sell equipment. You don't need to be surprised, the military has no conflict of interest with me. I just want to do my part for the soldiers, Li Chen explained with a smile, then added, but you have to guarantee that the equipment I sell can only be used in the military. That's only natural. Alright then, what equipment do you need, and how much? I'll find someone to come over and connect with you. Okay. Then I'll continue grinding. Li Chen wasn't trying to act important. The time spent negotiating equipment could be enough for him to run the difficult dungeon 2 more times. Li Chen sent a message to Bai Daba asking her to send the female housekeeper Bai Shirshin over to connect with the military, ensuring it wouldn't affect the operations of the Big White 3 strategy team while allocating some for the military. When Li Chen and Spicy Rabbit Head came out of the dungeon again, they found Zhao Wushuan and Bai Shirshin still discussing. What's going on? Is there not enough equipment to go around? Li Chen approached and asked in confusion. We're still short a few pieces, but mainly the price hasn't been agreed upon, Bai Shirshin whispered in Li Chen's ear. Isn't this about right now? Li Chen handed over the equipment they had obtained from the runs to Bai Shirshin, then asked in confusion, does the military really not have this much money? Invincible comrade, this 150,000 per piece of equipment is indeed a bit expensive, Zhao Wushuan said with a bitter face. Before Li Chen could speak, Bai Shirshin interjected, it's not expensive at all. With just over 10 hours left until the 24-hour deadline, any piece of magic silver equipment casually put up for auction could fetch at least 200 gold, and if it were defensive or healing gear, it would be even more than that. The price we, the Bai family, are asking is also 150,000. Hearing Bai Shirshin's words, Li Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. The internal price he gave to Bai Daba was 50,000 for a piece of magic silver equipment, regardless of the profession. Since the quantity was too large. If he didn't want to arm the enemy, he naturally had to lower the price, otherwise, Bai Daba wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, if he put all the magic silver equipment on the market, the sheer number would naturally drive the price down. Logically, Bai Daba couldn't possibly turn around and rip off the military, let alone at 3 times the price. As Li Chen thought this, Bai Shirshin secretly sent him a message. Li Chen glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, discreetly closed the message, and smiled at Zhao Wushuan, saying, Is 50,000 per piece acceptable? Absolutely, that's perfect. Zhao Wushuan grasped Li Chen's hand, smiling warmly. The military needed 100 pieces of magic silver equipment, and Li Chen immediately slashed the price from 15 million to 5 million. What kind of person is this? It's practically a sacrifice to warm the military. With these 100 pieces of magic silver equipment, combined with the golden gear from regular dungeons, it would be enough to form 2 teams for hard mode raids. With unlimited attempts and just over 10 hours left, it meant that there could be a 3rd, 4th, or even 5th team formed later. Moreover, Comrade Invincible only said he wouldn't sell to anyone outside the military, but he never mentioned that he couldn't sell to other legions. Once the 9th Army clears a few hard mode dungeons, they could sell high-priced gear to other armies, which is much more enjoyable than competing for funding every day. From Zhao Wushuan's enthusiasm, Li Chen sensed Bai Daba's intentions. The sudden appearance of 10 million made the military owe him a significant favor, although he didn't know if it would be useful. It was definitely better than simply selling equipment. The military still needed some healing gear, which the Daba Guild couldn't spare, but for Li Chen, it wasn't a difficult task. He brought along some spicy rabbit heads into the dungeon. 20-some pieces in an hour, it would be easy to gather. When Li Chen emerged from the dungeon again, he found that the area outside the obelisk had quieted down significantly. The representatives from various guilds who had been pushing to get in earlier were no longer crowding around. Just as Li Chen was puzzled, shouts came from a distance. Invincible boss! Sell us some equipment! Li Chen looked up and realized that a wall of people several layers thick had formed outside the obelisk, with representatives from various guilds blocked from entering, jumping, and shouting. From the names atop this impenetrable wall, it was clear they were military personnel. A favor worth 10 million, and within just 10 minutes, the benefits had already arrived. However, the military wasn't being excessive. They hadn't cleared out the players who were normally running dungeons. Zhao Wushuan sent someone over mainly to prevent any equipment wholesalers from causing trouble, as it was hard to guarantee that no one would resort to underhanded tactics. Although this adorable group, known internally in the military as the battlefield Zhao, Stir, Lon, Stick, wasn't likely to encounter issues, interfering with his supply was unforgivable. After all, the military still had some gaps in their needs. Li Chen handed over the equipment he had just farmed to Bai Shirshin, then cupped his hands to Zhao Wushuan and hurried back into the dungeon. As he continued farming, Li Chen discovered a new technique. He pulled the last boss directly to the main tent to kill it, immediately opened the chest afterward, grabbed the loot, and with a thunderous leap, dashed to the teleportation light screen, exiting the dungeon in a flash. The ghost fire Chang he had summoned quickly stepped forward, playfully punching Li Chen's back to maintain his combat state. With military personnel guarding, there was no need to worry about Chang being taken out by any passing hero. Li Chen could actually let Bai Dabeo send anyone over, but he really didn't have many people on his friend list. Seeing that Ghostfire Chang was online, he thought of letting him gain some benefits. This principled Chang, despite having a legendary big shot like him as a friend, had never once taken the initiative to message him, let alone ask for help. His strong principles made Li Chun overlooked his yellow hair and seemingly delinquent name.
After handing over the equipment to Bai Xin, Li Chen braved Chang's punches and charged into the dungeon again with spicy rabbit head. In 30 seconds, it was enough for Li Chen to kill the first wave of monsters in the dungeon. After several rounds, Li Chen's attack stacked up to 600 points, significantly
improving his dungeon efficiency once again.
They kept grinding until 1 a.m., and Spicy Rabbit Head was starting to struggle. Although Bai DeBeos had arranged a gaming pod for her, the little girl had been following him around to steal bosses the night before, only managing to sleep for 2 or 3 hours in between, and then it was a full day of high-intensity dungeon grinding. Especially with Li Chen, it was exhausting. The frequency of boss fights was too high, requiring constant focus, which drained her energy and made her eyes wander.
Seeing this, Li Chen directly kicked Spicy Rabbit Head offline.
Spicy Rabbit Head had followed Li Chen through 39 runs of the hard dungeon, looting 146 pieces of class sets, 6 pieces of non-class sets
from golden treasure chests, and 4 life profession blueprints.
At first, Li Chen let Spicy Rabbit Head touch a chest, and the little girl, with her incredible luck, was pushed out by the treasure chest monster, after which she never dared to try again. Li Chen felt a bit regretful that Spicy Rabbit Head didn't get a critical hit from touching the chest.
After greeting Bai DeBeos, he divided a quarter of the loot obtained with Spicy Rabbit Head to the little girl.
Since she had followed him through the dungeons without any complaints, Li Chen couldn't treat her like a mere tool. He still had to give her the share she deserved. Noticing that Shernan still hadn't logged in, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit worried.
It had already been
over 8 hours, with a 24-hour unlimited dungeon available. If Shernan's health allowed, he shouldn't take this long to log in. Li Chen was worried but had no way to do anything about it.
Frowning as he braved the Chang's punches to enter the dungeon again.
Bai DeBeos originally planned to assign 2 healers to Li Chen, but he refused. After stacking up to 600 attack buffs, Li Chen's need for healing had decreased significantly. He could just bring a few elite monsters as health packs, and with some strong healing potions and instant recovery, he could take
down the first 2 bosses.
Only the last boss was a bit tricky, requiring him to use Thunder Leap back and forth, pulling and kiting to kill it. Although it took some time, he still felt
that Shernan should be logging in soon. After soloing for about 2 hours, Shernan finally logged in at 3 a.m.
Sorry, I overslept. When Shernan arrived, he immediately expressed his apologies. Seeing that Shernan was in good shape, Li Chen let out a light sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It's fine, you came just in time. I just kicked Spicy Rabbit Head
offline." Shernan nodded, not saying much more. "Let's go. We continue grinding."
The two entered the dungeon, with Li Chen leading the charge into the monster horde.
As they fought, Li Chen suddenly said softly, "Can you give me your contact information? So I can reach you if there's any urgent activity in the future."
Li Chen regretted saying it as soon as the words left his mouth. He had paid millions in taxes just to hide his personal information. How could he actively seek to make contact? Shernan was momentarily taken aback by his words. And after a brief daze, he gently reported his phone number, "Add me on Qixin." Li Chen's face under the mask twisted slightly. Since the other party had given their number, what would
it look like if he backed out now?
Inside the game, he could log into the Q message system. Li Chen silently entered Shernan's phone number and added her as a friend. The friend request was accepted, and although they were only a few meters apart, Li Chen inexplicably sent a grinning emoji. Shernan quickly replied with a hammering emoji, as if to say, "Ouch. Heal me. Quickly. I'm going to die." Caught up in adding her on Q, he almost got killed by the elite monster, which was relentlessly attacking him. Shernan was startled and hurriedly cast a holy light shield, saving Li Chen's life. After that, Li Chen didn't pull any tricks and focused on grinding the hard dungeon with Shernan. At 5 in the morning, Zhao Wushuan came again and bought another 100 sets of professional gear. This time, Li Chen set the price at 40,000 each, considering there were just over 6 hours left until the 24-hour unlimited runs ended. However, dropping the price to 40,000 was already the lowest it could go. Even after the 24 hours, the professional gear was worth that much. The end of personal unlimited runs didn't mean the guild couldn't grind endlessly. Since the gear wasn't bound, the first team could finish a run and pass the gear to the second team to grind again, repeating the cycle as long as there were enough players. The gear wouldn't rest. Of course, for a guild like the Big White Guild, which could recycle hundreds of pieces of professional gear, the advantage was too obvious. At 7:30 in the morning, Li Chen logged off to have breakfast with Tuan Tuan before logging back in. Today was Sunday, and the kindergarten was closed, so Li Chen didn't have to take Tuan Tuan to school. However, the little leader had requested that he accompany her to the amusement park in the afternoon for a business deal, or she would be very, very, very angry. Shernan also took the opportunity to log off for breakfast, and the two logged back in one after the other to continue battling in the hard dungeon. It wasn't until 11:18 that the dungeon's
24-hour unlimited runs ended. Li Chen let out a long breath. Oh Shernan and Spicy Rabbit Head had effectively swapped shifts, while Li Chen had endured a full 24 hours, only taking a moment to attend to a child and grab a few bites to eat. Finally, it was the exciting time to settle the accounts. Li Chen had completed the hard dungeon 141 times, with 3 bosses and treasure chests. A total of 542 sets of professional gear dropped. After deducting the 3 sets each for himself and Oh Shernan, Li Chen sold 536 pieces of professional gear. The Big White Guild took 336 pieces, while the military took 200 pieces. In addition to the professional gear, the dungeon's golden treasure chests yielded 21 pieces of non-professional golden gear, which had a higher rating than the magic silver sets, especially with 5 weapons and 4 pieces of clothing. Finally, there were 7 life profession blueprints, including the Magic Steel Longsword Forging Guide. All these items were packed up and taken by the Big White Guild. The military paid 9 million for the 200 pieces of professional gear. Bai Dabo Obeo had already fallen asleep, but before logging off, he arranged for Bai Shirshin to come and settle accounts with Li Chen. The Big White Guild took 336 pieces of professional gear, with the first 200 pieces calculated at 50,000 each, and the remaining 136 at 40,000, totaling 15.44 million. Additionally, for the 21 pieces of assorted gear and weapons, Bai Shirshin offered a high price of 3.5 million, as weapons and clothing were still quite valuable. For the 7 blueprints, Bai Shirshin offered 900,000 for the Magic Steel Longsword blueprint alone, while the other 6, which weren't too rare, were packaged for 1.9 million, totaling 2.8 million. Spicy Rabbit Head had followed Li Chen to grind the hard dungeon 39 times, and according to Li Chen's request, Bai Shirshin distributed 1.78 million to the little girl. Spicy Rabbit Head had already logged back in and, upon hearing that Li Chen was going to give her a share, insisted on not wanting anything. Li Chen was too lazy to deal with her fussing and directly instructed Bai Shirshin to transfer the money to Rabbit Mom. The little girl was underage, so it was more appropriate for such a large sum to go to her parents. Seeing that the matter was settled, Spicy Rabbit Head sent a message full of grievances. Then you might as well transfer it to me. It's going to be impossible to get it out of my mom's hands. Oh Shernan had participated in the strategy for the difficult dungeon 96 times. Li Chen originally planned to allocate 1/3 of the earnings to Oh Shernan as per their previous agreement. However, Oh Shernan insisted that the dungeon's difficulty was too low and was only willing to accept 1/5 based on labor distribution. The two of them held their ground for a while, and in the end, they settled on a distribution method similar to that of the Spicy Rabbit Heads, with Oh Shernan taking 1/4 of the earnings, totaling 7 million. The remaining 21.96 million was Li Chen's income for the past 24 hours. The earnings of the 3 were all settled in gold coins. Because Bai Shirshin informed Li Chen of an internal message, the country was about to introduce a new policy, stating that money withdrawn from Blue Star Online would no longer be taxed, with a 5% handling fee considered as tax. The source of the news goes without saying. Li Chen could guess where it came from. Looking at the more than 22,000 gold coins in his wallet, Li Chen thought for a moment and only withdrew 10,000 coins, which is 10 million, receiving 9.5 million. The remaining more than 12,000 gold coins, Li Chen planned to keep in the game for future use. Just like buying the Thunder Leap skill book, if he didn't have enough gold coins, he would have to top up again. It seemed he had topped up 2 million at that time, which was equivalent to wasting 100,000 in handling fees. Earning more than 20 million in a day and night, the crisis of withdrawing from the fixed deposit was resolved. While Li Chen was happy, he looked at his frighteningly high level of 27 and felt a bit down. The experience from the dungeon was too high, even though Shernan had reached level 25. Did he really have to commit suicide upon logging in? Li Chen sighed and logged off back to his residence. It was just in time for lunch. After eating, Li Chen coaxed Tuan Tuan to sleep and then rolled into the game pod for 2 hours. After waking up, Li Chen took Tuan Tuan out. This was their time alone. If Xiao Qingqing wanted to go out to play, she could follow Lu Ying. Li Chen didn't require Lu Ying to be home 24 hours a day except for picking up and dropping off the kids. However, the happy time alone for the two of them ended in just over an hour because the car dealership owner called. The car had arrived. Li Chen didn't know how to drive, so he naturally had to call Lu Ying. The two of them met up with Lu Ying and her daughter at the car dealership. Lu Ying, quite experienced, checked the receipt and inspected the car before confirming there were no issues, after which Li Chen paid the final amount. Not wanting to burden two families, Li Chen saw that the car dealership owner was efficient, so he simply asked him to call in an insurance company agent. Car dealerships usually have connections with various insurance companies, so they can be considered semi-agents and earn a decent commission. In fact, insurance companies often have a lot to say. If you know someone, you can actually get a portion of the cash back. Li Chen didn't know anyone and wasn't in need of that little cash back. Following Lu Ying's advice, he removed some of the misleading insurance items, and for the reliable items, Li Chen chose quite large amounts. There were too many luxury car assassins on the road to be cautious. Although the luxury version of the Volvo XC90 could barely be considered a luxury car in town, Lu Ying didn't dare to test drive extensively but drove the new car directly back home with the three of them, as the commercial insurance would only take effect tomorrow. For now, the temporary license only had basic insurance, and it would be a huge loss if it got scratched or bumped. Today was Sunday, and there was no way to go to the traffic management office to get the license plates, and since it wasn't mandatory for the person to be present for the license plate registration, Li Chen simply handed it over to Lu Ying to handle. As a busy person earning more than 20 million a day, who had time to queue at the traffic management office, Tuan really liked the big car her uncle just bought. Once they got home, the little sister and Lu Ying went upstairs, and she was unwilling to come down. Li Chen stayed with the little one in the car for a while longer until she reluctantly got out. "Uncle, can I drive the big car too?" "You'll have to wait until you grow up. Right now, your legs are too short to reach the gas pedal." "Oh, so when will I grow up?" Growing up doesn't depend on the time. If we talk about years, in another 15 years, you'll be able to drive. I really want to grow up quickly." "Hey!" Li Chen suddenly realized a problem and squatted down, puzzled, to ask Tuan, "Why? Isn't my little treasure calling me treasure anymore? Now you're saying I?" "Hee, Teacher Lei said treasures grow up and should say I, not treasure anymore." "Isn't treasure very smart?" My little treasure is the smartest, but when talking to uncle in the future, you can still say treasure." "Why, uncle?" "Because you are my treasure." Tuan still couldn't understand Li Chen's cheesy lines. Seeing Tuan looking back at the big car 3 times, Li Chen thought for a moment and picked up the little one to leave. They ran to a nearby toy store, where Li Chen spent 800 yuan to buy Tuan a fully equipped Maserati. Tuan happily drove her new ride on the sidewalk. Li Chen controlled the direction and speed from behind with a remote control. It was quite fun. After playing downstairs with Tuan for a while, Li Chen carried the fully equipped Maserati upstairs. After dinner, Li Chen once again sought the approval of the little leader. Little Tuan had enjoyed her racing today and reluctantly agreed to Li Chen's request. Once online, Li Chen looked at his leading position on the level ranking and revealed a hint of bitterness on his face. "Damn, dying once only drops 10% of the current level's experience. How many times do I have to commit suicide?" While refining medicine, Shernan couldn't help but chuckle when she heard Li Chen asking her to kill him. There's no need to rush to commit suicide, right? The officials haven't leaked any information. The level 5 boss is just a guess by the players. What if there isn't a level 25 wild boss? Wouldn't that be a pointless suicide? That can't be, right? The previous levels were quite regular, Li Chen said with a bitter face. Who can say for sure? Just now, I went to learn a profession skill and only learned a skill for level 20. Logically, I should be able to learn at level 25 too, but the profession mentor told me the next one requires level 30. But Catherine is level 25. Isn't she a mutated boss? Besides, she was originally a level 25 quest monster, which doesn't necessarily represent the wild boss level. Just as Shernan finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something. "Now that you mention Catherine, I remember that when we looked at the B-level quests, the only one was to eliminate Catherine. Is it because we weren't high enough in level? Now that we're all above level 25, maybe we have a boss quest just like when we faced the level 20 boss." Li Chen's eyes lit up at her words, and he hurried to check the task hall sign. Besides eliminating Catherine, there were indeed a few more B-level quests. However, after a closer look, he found that although some involved eliminating named monsters, the merit points for the rewards left him somewhat disappointed. The previous task they took to eliminate the level 20 boss required participation to count as completed, with a reward of 500 merit points. In contrast, the B-level task for eliminating Catherine had a merit reward of up to 2,000, while the others had a maximum of only 300 points, and the task requirement was to kill rather than participate, clearly indicating that these named target monsters couldn't be bosses. Shernan also came over, and after checking the merit tasks, she said, "Look at the D-level tasks. We haven't done any D-level tasks before, so we didn't notice, but there are also tasks for participating in killing level 15 bosses." Hearing this, Li Chen glanced at the D-level task area and indeed found the level 15 boss task. After thinking for a moment, he felt something was off. Judging the boss level by task level seems wrong. Even if there aren't any level 25 wild bosses, there should still be B-level tasks for participating in killing level 30 bosses. Why is it so irregular? My obsessive-compulsive disorder is acting up. It's probably because we've developed too quickly and have already surpassed the current version. Just like shops, since they are out, they should open their functions. Maybe, oh right, you have enough money now. Have you bought from the shop? I bought. It chose a spot next to the Resurrection Square in Giftfire City. As long as you bought it, that's fine. I always feel that since Blue Star Online dares to sell shops at such high prices, they definitely won't lose out. We can be considered the first wave of people to eat crabs. I hope so. Oh sure, Nan nodded. Let's go, find a place to let my little fists beat me to death. Oh sure, Nan was a bit speechless. Do you really have to die? I have this obsessive compulsive disorder. What if there's a level 25 wild boss? Li Chen said with a bitter face. Oh. Shernan thought for a moment and said, then can we give up the talent upgrade for the level 25 wild boss? We found the level 20 boss thanks to quest prompts. If there's a level 25 wild boss, it must be in a map above level 25. How many can you go to? Just you and me. Trying to find a wild boss in a larger map is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Giving up won't help either. I can't rely on other players for the level 25 boss in the short term. By the time I reach level 30, other players won't be able to keep up, and I'll miss the level 30 wild boss too. Oh sure, Nan sighed, the level gap is too big. Others are grinding dungeons with 20 people sharing experience, while we are just 2, and the number of clears is vastly different. The third on the level leaderboard, War of the Heavens, is only level 23, and even Spicy Rabbit Head has been brought to level 23 by you, ranking 4th. This should be something to be happy about, but with you, it has turned into a bad thing. Why not wait a bit longer? The merit quests will refresh, and maybe they haven't refreshed the boss quests yet. Forget it, no more waiting. Regardless of whether there's a level 25 wild boss or not, I'll just drop down to level 25 first. I plan to find Catherine for revenge, maybe he can trigger a talent upgrade. 2. In the end, Li Chen still had Oshirnan let him die 16 times with his little fists. When his level was stuck at 25 with 80% experience, Li Chen couldn't take it anymore. The death experience was really unbearable, and dying 16 times was making him nauseous. Let's go after Catherine, let me feel better. Li Chen shook his head vigorously, his eyes dazed as he spoke. Vulgar, can't you speak more seriously? I'm much more serious than Catherine, she stripped me of my clothes. The two of them set off immediately, spending nearly an hour to reach the Wailing Forest. The Wailing Forest is a level 20 map, and players around levels 17 and 18 can still team up to grind. There were quite a few players forming teams to level up in the outskirts. Especially since the Wailing Forest has the Nether Flower, guarded by the elite monster, Polluted Treyant. Although it's a nerfed version, Li Chen had basically never gotten silver equipment from this monster, but black iron equipment is guaranteed to drop. Just because Li Chen looked down on it doesn't mean ordinary players do. Moreover, although other players didn't know that the Nether Flower could be used to refine pills, it was no secret that the Nether Flower could be used to make buff potions, which are quite effective for dungeon strategies. Although the price couldn't reach the psychological price of 4 gold that Li Chen and Oshirnan had, it had still been inflated to around 2 gold. Li Chen was only 20% away from leveling back to 26, so he dared not compete with ordinary players for the Nether Flower and elite monsters, and together with Oshirnan, they headed straight into the depths. Although the map had elongated and deformed, heading towards the center was definitely the right choice. Catherine's alert range was ridiculously far, even if the two didn't find her, she would come looking for them. As they delved deeper into the Wailing Forest, the surrounding dry and twisted trees became denser, while the small monsters became fewer. Gradually, a thin mist began to spread. Their vision became blurred due to the increasingly thick fog. Be careful, the last time we encountered Catherine, it was accompanied by fog, she should be appearing soon. Li Chen stopped, raised his shield to protect Oshirnan behind him, and the two held their breath, slowly moving forward. A gentle breeze blew, and creaking sounds echoed around them. The whispers of the undead resounded once more. Here she comes. With a light call from Oshirnan, a series of skeleton monsters charged out from the mist. Enhanced Skeleton Warrior, Catherine's summon, level, 23 health, 180,000 defense, 1,300 attack power, 1,680 skills, charge, Mighty Strike. Enhanced Skeleton Archer, Catherine's summon, level, 23 health, 150,000 defense, 1,200 attack power, 1,680 skills, Shock Shot, Rapid Fire Skill, Enchanted Arrow, attack deals an additional 10% true damage. Li Chen immediately threw out the true eye, and then his expression stiffened. Oshirnan, who also saw the monster data, became serious. I remember Catherine's summon should be level 20. It doesn't matter, I can take it. I'll break out of the encirclement first and then counterattack, otherwise, I won't be able to attract all the monsters' aggro. Li Chen glanced around and charged directly towards the area with the densest summons. It was precisely because he had charged into a weak point that he fell into Catherine's ambush. If he fell for it again, he might as well find a pit to bury himself in. Until he saw Catherine. In person, Li Chen naturally wouldn't easily plant the guild flag. However, even without planting the guild flag, Li Chen's defense had reached 1,930 points, which was enough to deal with the summons. Li Chen charged into a skeleton archer, attracting the aggro of several skeleton warriors along the way. After gathering the monsters a bit, Li Chen executed a whirlwind slash to stabilize the aggro. Ashinin dashed out of the encirclement beside Li Chen and gave him a shield of holy light along with a heal. The two fought while retreating, pulling the previous encirclement in one direction. The monsters slowly divided into two camps, melee and ranged. Li Chen seized the opportunity to perform a thunder leap into the archer camp, followed by a whirlwind slash to regain health to a safe level. When the skeleton warriors caught up, Li Chen let out a roar, activating his roar skill. All the skeleton monsters' attack power instantly dropped by 15%, and the damage from their skills to Li Chen was reduced to around 100 points, which was not enough for him to leech health. "Why are you still not dead?" A chilling, hoarse voice echoed throughout the wailing forest, even reaching players grinding monsters on the outskirts. "Damn! Another idiot has drawn Catherine out. Run! That ghostly thing can chase across two maps." Players on the outskirts of the wailing forest clearly weren't encountering this situation for the first time. Upon hearing the voice, they turned and ran out of the map. A massive hand formed from a black ghostly shadow suddenly rose from beneath Ashinin's feet. Ashinin was already prepared, keeping an eye on the ground, and upon seeing this, he dove and pushed off the ground, instantly flashing a few meters away. But to his surprise, the ghostly hand followed him closely, catching Ashinin without any way to evade. Minus 2,916, nearly 3,000 points of damage erupted from Ashinin's head. Even though his health had reached over 5,000 points, nearly 60% of the damage still made him let out a muffled groan. Just as the ghostly hand was about to throw Ashinin away, causing a second wave of damage, Li Chen transformed into a streak of light, flying out from the monster horde and instantly arriving in front of Ashinin, wrapping him in his arms. The next moment, the enormous black hand threw both Ashinin and Li Chen away. Li Chen, holding Ashinin, crashed hard against a twisted tree. Minus 2,570, minus 2,572 massive damage numbers rose above Li Chen's head as his timely sacrifice absorbed the subsequent damage for Ashinin. Ashinin quickly left Li Chen's embrace, but he didn't show any signs of shyness. With the boss already present, there was no time to worry about such things. A total of over 5,000 damage wasn't enough to put Li Chen in danger. The apricot blossom pastry and the 10% endurance buff from Ashinin had brought Li Chen's health to an astonishing 13800 plus. Ashinin cast a healing spell, restoring 2,300 health to Li Chen, and then followed up with a recovery spell. Minus 691, minus 254. However, even though the boss hadn't approached yet, their health was decreasing every second. The damage varied, likely proportional to their own health. "Why won't you die?" A woman in a hooded veil slowly approached from a distance, radiating a visible ghostly light, her hoarse voice seemingly filled with endless hatred. Wailing Lord Catherine, mutated boss, level, 28 health, 170,0000 defense, 2600 magic attack, 3000 skill 1, Death's Hand, a hand of death formed from gathered death energy grips the enemy, dealing 120% magic damage, then throws the enemy away, causing 150% area damage within a 10-meter radius, cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 2, Undead Summon, summons 10 enhanced undead. To assist in battle, with a maximum of 50 enhanced undead summons existing simultaneously, skill cooldown time 10 seconds. Undead Summon Phase 2 Fusion, Catherine can fuse 10 enhanced undead into one Lord level summon of the same level as Catherine, reducing the maximum number of enhanced undead by 10 for each Lord level summon present. Skill 3, Soul Impact, Catherine commands souls to deal 150% magic damage to the target, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 4, Undead Devour, absorbs a summon to restore health equal to the maximum health of the summon. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 5, Death's Aura, within a 50-meter radius around Catherine, all enemy targets lose 8% of their current health every second. Li Chen glanced at the information. He didn't have time to read the specific skills, but he clearly saw the level and attributes, and his face instantly turned green. Level 28? What the hell? I've committed suicide 16 times, and Catherine leveled up? Can bosses even level up? Damn it! Li Chen couldn't think too much. He planted the battle flag and summoned the pig intestine to activate the stone armor aura, then charged towards Catherine. Ashinin knew Li Chen didn't have time to fully understand the skills, so while healing him, she reported Catherine's skills. The level difference between Li Chen and Catherine was only 3 levels, so there were no more misses. A 1.1% cutting damage could take away 18,700 health from Catherine, while the healing was as high as 1122 points.
Even without considering Li Chen's increased attack speed from agility, just counting the dual cutting from attack and poison, he could recover over 2,300 health per second. With the summoned creatures chasing after him, Li Chen's health wouldn't drop at all. Why do you? Catherine's health was rapidly decreasing, and in disbelief, she swallowed the second half of her sentence. A death's hand gripped Li Chen, violently throwing him towards Ushinin. In midair, Li Chen wanted to use the self-sacrifice rescue again, but unfortunately, the skill was on cool down. Wouldn't this make Ushinin cry? Unfortunately, Li Chen's hope of seeing Ushinin cry was dashed. As soon as Ushinin saw the black hand appear, she quickly retreated far back. And by the time Li Chen was airborne, she had already hidden behind a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace. After Li Chen was thrown away, Catherine extended her hand, and an enhanced skeleton warrior instantly turned into a pile of bones, a gray line flowing into Catherine's body. Catherine's health instantly restored by 180,000 points. Without pausing, Catherine waved her hand again, and 10 summons instantly disintegrated, eerily merging into a gigantic skeleton monster. Flame Bone Giant, Lord, Catherine's summon, level, 28 health, 650,000. Defense, 2,300 physical attack, 2,500 magic attack, 2,500 skill 1, heavy strike, deals 150% physical damage to the target, cooldown 6 seconds. Skill 2, ground smash, slams the ground, dealing 130% physical damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius, cooldown 6 seconds. Skill 3, Body of Flame, deals 100% magic damage per second to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Skill 4, Death Explosion, the Flame Bone Giant explodes upon death, dealing true damage equal to 100% of its attack power to all enemies within a 50-meter radius. Li Chen did not throw the true eye at the giant skeleton. After getting up from the ground, he leaped and slashed back. Shinan emerged from behind a tree, quickly threw the true eye, and briefly reported the Lord Monster's information to Li Chen. Li Chen was indifferent to the appearance of the Lord Monster. Losing 10 small monsters and gaining 1 Lord Monster did not pose much threat to him. The combination of lifesteal and Shinan's healing was still sufficient. Catherine's health was rapidly depleting, her voice shifting from resentment to wailing, as every 5 seconds a skeleton was absorbed into fragments by her, leaving a ground littered with bone debris. Another Flame Bone Giant was summoned by Catherine, and Li Chen felt a slight pressure. He was also quite speechless. It was the first time he was fighting a boss so slowly. After a minute, Catherine still had more than half of her health left. Moreover, this guy's summons were endless, absorbing 2 would summon 2 more. By the time Li Chen had killed a large batch, Catherine could immediately summon 10 new ones every 10 seconds to continue draining health. The third Flame Bone Giant was summoned, causing Shinan's expression to become slightly serious as the healing pressure increased significantly. However, if Catherine did not have new means, dying at Li Chen's hands was inevitable. Catherine was still alive, but the first Flame Bone Giant summoned by her fell to the ground under Li Chen's continuous area attack. The massive explosion sent Li Chen flying several meters, but 2,500 points of true damage were nothing to him. However, Shinan let out a muffled grunt. She could have dodged in advance, but the pressure from the 3 Flame Bone Giants on healing was too great. If she avoided early and then ran back, the healing would be interrupted for a few seconds, putting Li Chen in danger. Shinan braced herself against the explosion damage from a distance, casting a shield on Li Chen, while simultaneously drinking a potion and casting a recovery spell on herself. Li Chen leaped again, charging towards Catherine. A flash of golden light caught Li Chen's peripheral vision. He turned to the side and was surprised to find that the Flame Bone Giant had dropped items, and quite a few. Li Chen moved his body, quickly scooping up the most conspicuous golden equipment into his backpack. He took a glance and immediately lost his composure. Skeleton leggings, gold, attack plus 72 stamina plus 45 strength plus 45 agility plus 45 equipment rating, 135 equipment requirement, warrior, assassin. It was even higher than the equipment rating of the golden gear dropped by a level 20 boss. Li Chen felt as if he had discovered a new continent, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. After calling out to Shinan, he quickly focused his main attack on the Flame Bone Giant. Upon hearing this, Shinan immediately drank a bottle of powerful magic potion and a quick recovery potion, preparing for a prolonged battle. Catherine's 5 layers of toxins remained, but most of Li Chen's attacks landed on 1 Flame Bone Giant, and miraculously, Catherine's health maintained at a mid-level. Catherine summoned 10 enhanced skeletons, and another Flame Bone Giant was summoned, bringing the total number of Flame Bone Giants back to 3. However, the second Flame Bone Giant fell under Li Chen's sword in the next moment. After being blasted away, Li Chen jumped back again and saw that the second skeletal giant had also dropped something, causing his mouth to stretch into a grin that nearly reached his ears. He stowed the second piece of golden equipment into his backpack and aimed at the third skeletal giant once more.
Oh Shernan once again took a hit of true damage but showed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This journey of revenge was becoming increasingly prolonged. Li Chen also started drinking blue potions. The third, fourth, and fifth fiery skeletal giants fell under Li Chen's sword. The first piece of golden equipment suitable for a guardian dropped. Skeleton gauntlets, gold, defense plus 75 stamina plus 48 strength plus 48 bone. Plus 48 equipment rating, 144 equipment requirement, guardian, knight. Without hesitation, Li Chen replaced his general's gauntlets with a rating of 114. The general's gauntlets boosted attack, while the skeleton gauntlets increased defense. Li Chen's defense instantly rose by 134 points, and even without the stone armor aura from pig intestine, it didn't increase the healing pressure on Oh Shernan. The sixth fiery skeletal giant fell. A piece of priest golden equipment dropped, and Li Chen tossed it back. Oh Shernan quickly picked it up and equipped it, reducing the pressure a bit more. The seventh dropped a skeleton helm, and the 120 rated platinum equipment headless horseman helmet was unexpectedly eliminated. Skeleton helm, gold. Health plus 980 stamina plus 48 bone plus 48 strength plus 48 equipment rating, 144 equipment requirement, guardian, knight. The headless horseman's helmet added 40 agility, but now it became 48 bone, and Li Chen's defense increased by another 137 points. Even the surrounding small monsters couldn't break his defense, even when using skills. It was absurd that he was growing while fighting the boss. The nesting dolls continued, and Li Chen was even afraid that Catherine would die, so he didn't dare to apply poison as frequently. Li Chen and Oh Shernan couldn't remember how many fiery skeletal giants they had killed. Oh Shernan had even replaced the not yet warmed up 3-piece magic silver set. Li Chen also had quite a few pieces of equipment in his backpack that could be replaced, but he was still missing one piece of the 3-piece set, so he didn't equip anything. Finally, Catherine stopped attacking and stood there foolishly without moving. When Li Chen cut down the last fiery skeletal giant, Catherine merely raised her hand to summon 10 new enhanced skeletons but did not continue to synthesize. Keep going. Quickly. Summon the skeletal giants for me, or I'll kill you. Li Chen raised his hand and struck Catherine with a sword. Why are you still alive? After Catherine absorbed a skeletal warrior, she became motionless again. What's going on? Li Chen couldn't help but turn to Oh Shernan. Seeing that Catherine was absorbing an enhanced skeleton every few seconds without any other movement, Oh Shernan couldn't help but feel puzzled. As long as you summon a few more skeletal giants, I'll forgive you for stripping my clothes. One more, or I'll kill you. I'm begging. You, just give me one more. I feel terrible all over. After threatening and enticing for a long time, Catherine still showed no extra movement, only repeatedly shouting, "Why are you still not dead?" Oh Shernan finally couldn't help but step forward, took a look, and suddenly said, "Is it because the boss has run out of mana?" Li Chen smacked his lips, and although he couldn't believe it, he couldn't think of a second answer. It was absurd that while fighting the boss, they had actually drained the boss's mana. What do we do now? How about we just kill it? Oh Shernan said while picking up the silver black iron equipment that hadn't refreshed on the ground yet. Isn't it a bit of a waste? I still wanted to farm some skill books. After killing so many skeletal giants, not a single skill book had dropped. Li Chen was quite envious of several skills from these skeletal giants. Ashen looked at the time and said, "Let's kill her first and then wait for the respawn. At midnight, the boss will respawn." True, Li Chen nodded and began to deal damage to Catherine, who had recovered to 80% health. However, after a few hits, Li Chen stopped, uncertainly saying, "In other cities' guardian missions, the Catherine couple perished together with the herders, and there was no respawn afterward. What if this mutated one doesn't respawn either? I didn't think of that. How about we pull her out of combat? Once she's out of combat, she should recover her mana quickly." That sounds reliable, let's go. Both of them were in combat mode, so they couldn't ride their mounts and simply ran outside. After surpassing Catherine's skill range, she started to chase after them, and surprisingly, they couldn't shake her off. They ran for over 20 minutes, crossing an entire map, and Catherine was still in pursuit. Li Chen estimated that Catherine should have recovered some mana even in combat mode, so he turned around and charged back. As Li Chen thought, Catherine indeed recovered some mana, but after using some attack skills and summoning a few enhanced skeletons, she only managed to summon a fire skeletal giant, and then there was no more action. Although it was still exaggerated to fight a boss for 20 minutes, compared to the 40 seconds for one, it was really disheartening. The two decided to run again, planning to completely pull her out, but they crossed another map, and Catherine was still chasing them. After turning back to kill another skeletal giant, Li Chen felt a bit annoyed. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bottle of powerful mana potion from his backpack and reached for Catherine's veil. "Aren't you slow to recover mana? Let me help you." Ashin couldn't bear to watch Li Chen's actions, seeing someone trying to feed a potion to a boss for the first time. However, Li Chen's plan fell through. As his fingertips touched the black veil, Catherine suddenly screamed and dodged away, then ran off towards the wailing forest without looking back. Watching Catherine flee in panic, Li Chen awkwardly lowered his hand. Catherine must look really hideous to be afraid of others seeing her face. This boss is really strange. I wonder how she's set up. Sometimes she seems to have a mind of her own, Ashin said curiously. Li Chen nodded. Yeah, not only does she ambush people, but last time she even stripped clothes. This time, she seems less clever. As Catherine ran far away, their combat state also disappeared. Li Chen dumped the equipment from his backpack to Ashin, saying, let's go and keep farming her. We won't return to the city until our bags are full. After emptying their equipment, the two mounted their steeds and chased after her. Catherine was indeed fast, her speed returning from combat was quicker than the two on their mounts, and soon she vanished from sight. However, the monk may run, but the temple cannot. As long as they ventured deeper into the wailing forest, they would surely find her. Li Chen and Ashin went back and forth searching in the depths of the wailing forest. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in Li Chen's ears. He glanced at the system message and was dumbfounded. Ding, the Wailing Lord Catherine has left the wailing forest. The death aura of the wailing forest is gradually weakening. All undead have disappeared, and the wailing forest has transformed back into the misty rainforest, with monster levels dropping to level 15. Ding, congratulations on driving away the Wailing Lord Catherine. The tree spirits of the wailing forest have been liberated, and the favorability of the tree spirit clan has increased by 800. Ding, your favorability with the tree spirit clan has reached respect. This. Li Chen stared blankly at the system message, never expecting such an outcome. Ashin beside him was also at a loss for words. This boss can even move houses? I just said she wasn't clever enough today, and now I've been slapped in the face. Li Chen was somewhat speechless. Fortunately, we gained 8,000 favorability points with the tree spirit clan, or else we would have lost big. Oh, Shernan glanced at the system message again. I don't think I received any favorability from the tree spirits. Ha? No way, we're in a party together. Oh, Shernan chuckled. It's probably because you scared her off, so it all counts as yours. Then you're at a bit of a loss. Li Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh. Shernan was quite satisfied, laughing. Not a loss at all. Over 100 pieces of top-tier golden equipment are worth much more than a single boss kill. These items are way better than the professional sets. Sigh, I wonder where she will move to. She should appear again. Not to mention whether she will level up. With her current damage, it's likely only the military has a chance to take her down in the short term. I'll keep an eye on the regional chat channel. Alright, let's go. The level 20 boss is about to respawn. After we store our gear in town, let's go for a big score. The two tidied up their moods and were just about to return to town when a disturbance came from the distant woods. Li Chen and Oh Shernan exchanged glances and quickly rushed towards the sound. A withered, twisted giant tree, large enough to be embraced by 10 people, was creaking and groaning as it twisted. The ground beside the giant tree seemed to ripple like disturbed water, as if the thick roots of the tree had come to life, writhing in the soil. A ray of sunlight fell from the sky, and the branches of the giant tree stretched out like enormous arms reaching for the light, welcoming the sun's rays, and tiny buds began to sprout. The small tender leaves grew larger and multiplied like balloons, soon transforming into a massive canopy swaying in the gentle breeze, producing a faint rustling sound, as if it were breathing. Li Chen threw out a true eye. Herder Lakaoki race, tree spirit. Level, 25 health, 600,000 defense, 1,800 magic attack, 2,200. The true eye could only see the level and attributes, but strangely, it couldn't see any skill information. Li Chen found the name somewhat familiar. Herder? Isn't it the one from the Guardian quest? Yeah, I think it's called Lakaoki. Wasn't it killed by Catherine? That mud Buddha AAA indeed said he saw the herder being killed by Catherine. This thing's health seems to be about equivalent to a lord monster. I wonder if it can drop anything. Should we give it a try? Li Chen was addicted to farming lords, brandishing his sword and eager to try. Respected invincible Q-Teen warrior, greed-driven slaughter only disrupts the balance of nature. May the goddess of life purify your soul. An ancient and weathered voice echoed in the forest, and Li Chen felt he had heard this content somewhere before. However, this time the tone was clearly different, using honorifics. Suddenly, a pair of enormous eyeballs appeared on the trunk of the giant tree, old yet clear. Invincible Q-Teen warrior, thank you for allowing the tree spirit clan of the Drizzle Forest to find liberation, and thank you for saving me from the bondage of the Wailing Lord. The giant tree grew a mouth, and what it said made Li Chen's eyes light up. How do you plan to thank me? Invincible Q-Teen warrior, thank you. Right, how will you thank me? Invincible Q-Teen warrior, thank you. Damn. You make a grand entrance and even give me a lesson, but the AI logic is this poor. Li Chen turned to Oh Shernan, should we just kill it? You have favorability with the Tree Spirit clan, killing it will lower your favorability, right? No problem, I have over 10,000 points. Just as Li Chen finished speaking, the giant tree suddenly spoke, invincible cute team warrior, to express my gratitude. I will give you these 5 ancient giant wood fragments. The giant tree extended 5 branches, each holding a few pieces of wood fragments, towards Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the giant tree in surprise and reached out to take the fragments. Can you feel fear? May the goddess of life purify your soul. Speak properly, or do you believe I will chop you to death? Li Chen wanted to test the AI logic of the herder, brandishing his sword to scare it. Ding, your affinity with the Tree Spirit clan has decreased by 100. Seeing the system message, Li Chen obediently sheathed his sword. Just scaring it caused a drop of 100 points. If he really killed it, he might lose everything. It made sense, after all, no matter how high the affinity with the Tree Spirit clan was, if he chopped one of their kin, there would be no affinity left. Although he didn't know what the Tree Spirit affinity was useful for, it really wasn't worth it. For a suspected Lord Monster. May the goddess of life purify you. Goodness, now it wasn't just wishing to purify the soul, but starting to wish to purify his body, who knows what it might wish for next if he pressed further. Li Chen glanced down at the wooden fragment in his hand. Ancient tree fragment, rare material. The information only showed it was a rare material. Nothing else, unlike materials dropped by ordinary monsters, which at least provided guidance on which NPC to consult. What is this thing useful for? Li Chen looked up and asked the herder. May the goddess of life purify you. Damn. You. Li Chen was just a hair's breadth away from drawing his sword, but fortunately, reason still held the high ground. He turned and handed the ancient tree fragment to Oh Shernan. I don't understand secondary professions, you take a look. I haven't heard of this material either. Oh Shernan shook his head as he took the fragment, but then his eyes suddenly lit up. I activated the crafting skill for the protective elixir. Protective elixir? A pill that increases one's bone structure. Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately lost his composure, turning around and pointing his sword at the giant tree. Hand over all the ancient tree fragments. Ding, your affinity with the Tree Spirit clan has decreased by 100. The giant tree remained unmoved by Li Chen's threat and said in a deep voice, may the goddess of nature purify you. The elixir that he desired most was right in front of him. Li Chen couldn't care less about affinity anymore and struck the trunk with his sword. Do you really think I wouldn't kill you for some damn affinity? The branches of the giant tree visibly trembled. May nature. Before the giant tree could finish its sentence, Li Chen struck again. If you mention any goddess again, you're dead today. May the Tree Spirit gathering place still have ancient tree fragments? Li Chen's sword stopped midair, staring in disbelief at the giant tree, while Oh Shernan instinctively took a step back. Holy crap, you really can understand me? It was somewhat normal for the giant tree to mention the ancient fragments, perhaps that was part of its setting, but the fact that it didn't mention the goddess of life anymore was very abnormal. It was clear it understood his threat. Did a level 25 NPC really need such high AI logic? Facing Li Chen's question, the giant tree trembled a couple of times but did not respond. Hey, speak. If you don't talk, I'm going to chop you. Li Chen threatened again, raising his sword, but the giant tree suddenly became still, then visibly withered at an alarming rate. The bizarre scene frightened Li Chen, who immediately raised his shield to protect Oh Shernan and quickly stepped back. Get back, this guy might transform. Upon hearing this, Oh Shernan hurriedly retreated, raising a shield of holy light around Li Chen. Under Li Chen's watch, the giant tree ultimately transformed back into its previous withered and twisted form. Seeing the giant tree was no longer moving, Li Chen casually used a true eye husk of the herder remnant of the herder's soul after transfer. It ran away? Li Chen clicked his tongue, looking speechless. Today is really bizarre. Catherine ran away, and now this damn tree can run too? Ashen returned, saying, it is a bit strange, but luckily I activated the protective elixir. I'll go consult the career mentor shortly to see if I can find out where the Tree Demon clan gathers. Li Chen nodded, glancing at the time. Let's head back to town. It's already past 11, and I don't know if we can still grab the level 20 boss. The two quickly returned to town and organized the golden equipment they had collected. Li Chen compared and removed the magic silver necklace, magic silver ring, and wanderer's ring from his gear, replacing them with the skeleton series. Skeleton necklace, gold, attack plus 64, stamina plus 48, bone plus 48, strength plus 48. Skeleton ring, gold, attack plus 64, stamina plus 48, bone plus 48, strength plus 48. Skeleton ring, gold, defense plus 64, stamina plus 48, bone plus 48, strength plus 48. Although the 3-piece magic silver set provided a 5% defense bonus, the 2 pieces of skeleton equipment added an extra 36 points to bone, plus a 20% increase from the Guardian class trait, which amounted to 86 points of base defense, effectively increasing the base defense by 2 points. Li Chen had a great haul from Catherine, not only about to make a significant profit but also greatly enhancing his attributes. It was time to go for the boss. Update on character information. Friends who don't care about data can skip this. The following text really doesn't take up the main word count. Character, Invincible Q Team Level, 26 Health, 12532, Counts Metal 13659, Defense, 1954, Counts Metal 2130, Attack, 1778, Counts Metal 1938, Stamina, 668 Spirit, 62 Bone, 536 Strength, 648 Intelligence, 62 Agility, 62 Equipment Information, Magic General Longsword Platinum, Attack plus 800, Stamina plus 62. Strength plus 62, Strength plus 62, Equipment rating 186 Equipment skill, Lifesteal Headless Knight's Shield Platinum, Defense plus 180, Stamina plus 42, Bone plus 42, Strength plus 42, Equipment rating 126. Equipment skill, Soul Devour Headless Knight Armor Platinum, Health plus 1800, Defense plus 150, Stamina plus 40, Bone plus 40, Strength plus 40, Equipment rating 120 Skeleton Helmet Gold, Health plus 980. Stamina plus 48, Strength plus 48, Agility plus 48, Equipment rating 144 Magic General Leggings Platinum, Defense plus 86, Stamina plus 54, Bone plus 54, Strength plus 54, Equipment rating 162 Magic General Boots Platinum, Health plus 480, Stamina plus 56, Strength plus 56, Agility plus 56, Movement Speed 23%, Equipment rating 168 Skeleton Necklace Gold, Attack plus 64, Stamina plus 30, Bone plus 30, Strength plus 30, Equipment rating 144 Magic Silver Bracelet Gold, Health plus 420, Strength plus 30, Bone plus 30, Bone plus 30, Equipment rating 90 Skeleton Gauntlets Gold, Defense plus 75, Stamina plus 48, Bone plus 48, Strength plus 48. Equipment rating 144 Skeleton Ring Platinum, Defense plus 66, Stamina plus 48, Strength plus 48, Bone plus 48, Equipment rating 144 Skeleton Ring Gold, Attack plus 64, Stamina plus 48, Bone plus 48, Strength plus 48. Equipment rating 144 Skill Information, Taunt, Group Taunt, Charge, Shield Slam, Poison, Lifesteal, Thunder Leap, Roar, Soul Devour, Jump Slash, Heroic Strike, Sacrificial Rescue Pet and Mount, Pig Intestine Spare Mount, Big Horn Sheep. With only half an hour left until midnight, it was clear that they wouldn't make it in time for the boss respawn. However, Li Chen and Ashen still headed to Kasa's military camp with a glimmer of hope. It's not that Li Chen is belittling the few guilds in Shinho City, it's just that since the main city opened, the boss in Shinho City has basically been wiped out by him. Aside from the military strength having significantly increased due to dungeon reasons, the other guilds in Shinho City are really a bit lacking. Kasa's 5 skills make him braver with each battle, increasing his dual attack by 1 point per second. Given the strength of the few guilds in Shinho City, it's very likely they won't be able to deal enough damage in a short time to kill Kasa. The longer it drags on, the higher Kasa's attack power becomes, and correspondingly, his lifesteal also becomes increasingly terrifying. If other guilds join in to compete, Li Chen and his companion have a great chance to pick up the spoils. Boss, Gas is guarding with the Warfire and Midnight guilds. My friend saw that Warfire also sent people at the city gate, and there are 2 other guilds gathering outside the city. 3 guilds from Sardin are rushing over, and Oak Entertainment and another guild are heading towards Kasa. Ghostfire Achiang sent a message to Li Chen. Achiang had helped Li Chen with back rubs for over 10 hours, and Li Chen gave him the 3 pieces of golden equipment that dropped from the normal dungeon. Although they aren't as good as professional sets, selling one for around 10,000 in a short time is still possible. Achiang initially declined, thinking it wasn't worth that much, but Li Chen thought about it and simply recruited him into the guild, assigning him a task to help investigate the various spawn points before the boss respawn, which made him feel at ease to accept the equipment. Excluding the military-guarded Shiva, there are 4 level 20 outdoor bosses left, which made Li Chen consider recruiting a few subordinates to at least grasp some key information and avoid being completely blind. However, the prerequisite is that he must be trustworthy, otherwise, who knows when he might be sold out and end up in a dire situation. Currently, there's only Ghostfire Achiang. He originally asked Achiang if he had any reliable friends in real life, but this guy was quite honest. He said that although he's not a thug in real life, due to his hobbies, he hasn't made any reliable friends, just 2 acquaintances that aren't really dependable. However, Achiang has his own connections. The level 20 boss spawn points pass through a level 23 map, which generally casual players can't get through. Even if they act collectively, there's a significant risk of dying. He spent money hiring 3 people to wait at the gates of various satellite cities. Any guild wanting to fight the boss would have to go through the city. Gates. Ah-Chang didn't even ask Li Chen to reimburse him for the hiring costs, just 5 silver coins per person, which didn't need reimbursement. Li Chen was somewhat speechless to hear that. Ah-Chang had controlled the movements of 3 level 20 boss guilds for just 15 silver coins. Was there really no need to recruit anyone else? By the time Li Chen and Oh Shernan arrived at Kasa's military camp, Shinho City had already announced several times about the guild war information. Oak Entertainment had also gone to war with a guild called Black Fan Concentration Camp. Seeing this name, Li Chen knew that these two guilds were absolute enemies. He even suspected that Oak Entertainment was always using fans to fight, causing fans to turn against them. The transformation from love to hate is truly terrifying. When Li Chen and his companion arrived near Kasa's military camp, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two guilds were still there, and it seemed the boss had not been killed. They circled around and approached Kasa's military camp from the side. As they got closer, a hint of confusion appeared on Li Chen's face. There were no skill effects at all, but the noisy insults were even more chaotic than a vegetable market. Since the boss military camp was in the area of level 23 monsters, casual players basically couldn't get through, so the shouting match was naturally between the two guilds. Not fighting but just bickering? When Li Chen finally saw the situation, clearly, he couldn't help but frown. Now he understood why there hadn't been a fight. It turned out that Oak Entertainment's fans were blocking the entrance. A large number of ungilded players were densely packed at the military camp entrance, and the members of the Black Fan concentration camp outside couldn't get in at all. Unless they fought their way in, but that would turn them red-named, and once they were red-named and truly fought with Oak Entertainment, the Black Fan concentration camp would definitely suffer heavy losses. The members of Oak Entertainment were comfortably fighting the boss in the military camp, without a care in the world. Li Chen was a bit dazed, finally recalling the restrictions of the military camp. Unless he stayed there in advance, the major guild could simply block the entrance, rendering his plans to sneak in and steal the boss useless. Oak Entertainment was even more ruthless, with die-hard fans of no guild blocking the entrance. Even if Li Chen initiated a guild war to steal kills, he would have no way to do so. Oh Shernan, riding on a Zuzu, stood beside Li Chen, looking at the absurd scene before them with helplessness. What should we do? There's absolutely no way. We can only make a wish. What wish? For the goddess of life to purify Oak Entertainment? Li Chen shook his head, clasped his hands together, and bowed sincerely towards the direction of the military camp. May the unwilling Khazar purify the flesh of Oak Entertainment. Are you doubting that Oak Entertainment can't kill Khazar? With the entrance to the military camp blocked by fans of no guild, the anti-fans concentration camp can't rush in, and Oak Entertainment naturally can't come out, at least not in the short term. Now it all depends on whether Oak Entertainment's core players are strong enough. If they can't take down Khazar directly, once Khazar stands up, if the main tank can't hold him, the entire guild will be wiped out, and there will be no escape. Just when Li Chen thought the anti-fans concentration camp would patiently wait for the outcome, they unexpectedly launched an attack. The massive team of anti-fans suddenly surged forward, but stopped abruptly about 20 meters from the fan group. Among the crowd, a dozen mages, protected by a group of guards, raised their staffs high, and in the next moment, countless shards of ice suddenly fell from the sky above the military camp. Entrance. Mages level 20 area attack skill Ice Rain. The fans at the military camp entrance were caught off guard. Some didn't even have time to react before falling. Even those who did react found it useless, as they couldn't escape the crowd. Ice Rain was a continuous attack, with waves of ice shards falling every second, lasting for 8 seconds. However, Ice Rain was a channeled skill, meaning the caster couldn't move while casting. If they moved, the skill would break. If the fans blocking the military camp entrance were an organized and prepared team, they would naturally counterattack those dozen level 20 mages immediately. But the innocent fans had no such capability, and most of them were young girls, some even only 14 or 15 years old. Fans who couldn't even join a guild had no good equipment, and the ice rain from those dozen elite level 20 mages dealt devastating damage to them, wave after wave, akin to a slow execution. Those who survived scrambled to hide, while those deeper inside began to retreat even further, and the entrance to the military camp was unexpectedly opened. The dozen infamous mages immediately retreated into the depths of the crowd, then withdrew in the opposite direction under the protection of a group of people. The anti-fans concentration camp understood the game well. At worst, they would let those dozen mages roam in the wild for a day, and with the protection of a guild, they wouldn't die. Although they couldn't return to the city, guild members would deliver supplies, which wouldn't affect their leveling at all. When Li Chen saw the entrance to the military camp open, he stopped making wishes and turned to Oh Shernan, saying, "With the terrain restrictions, you shouldn't go. I'll try to see if I can sneak in and steal the boss." Li Chen rode towards the entrance of the military camp, hoping to slip in while the anti-fans concentration camp opened up the fan group. But before he could get close, the entrance to the military camp was once again blocked by fans of no guild. Being so close, Li Chen heard the passionate cheers from behind the fan group. Sisters, protect the destiny. Everyone, gather quickly, the anti-fans dare not all go red. Don't be afraid, sisters, the other side doesn't have many level 20 big shots, they can't unleash area attacks. For the goddess, brothers, hold on a bit longer, the goddess will finish the boss soon. The chaotic encouragement truly rekindled the fans' courage, and they foolishly squeezed back into the entrance of the military camp. Most of them were those half-grown kids who looked underage, while the older fans hesitated around the military camp, clearly still holding on to a bit of rationality. Watching those little fans shivering in fear yet still gritting their teeth to support their idols made Li Chen furrow his brows. Were these kids out of their minds? Was it worth it for the so-called idols? The anti-fan camp was blocked again, and seeing these little fans blocking the entrance to the military camp, some members of the group rushed out, shouting angrily, "You brainless idiots! You love those bastards, but do those bastards love you? You're clearly being used and still don't realize it. Sisters, wake up! These guys who exploit fans aren't worth our support. Those shouting encouragement are definitely from Oak Entertainment. Are you really going to be their human shield?" Li Chen had already grabbed hold of Zhu Dashan, but upon hearing the last sentence, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. At first, he thought these fans had come to follow Oak Entertainment voluntarily, but now, after hearing the analysis from some members of the anti-fan camp, he instantly realized. If it weren't for Oak Entertainment's deliberate guidance, how could these kids know which boss to fight? Moreover, without Oak Entertainment's protection, how could most of these fans, who were only level 15 or 16, charge into an area with level 23 monsters? Looking at these little fans with determined faces, completely unwilling to heed advice, Li Chen felt that today's kids were a bit foolish, while also being somewhat angry at Oak Entertainment for toying with them. True idols shouldn't be like this. Of course, perhaps these few star idols didn't necessarily intend to do this, but the Oak Entertainment behind them was definitely the mastermind. Watching the military camp entrance tightly blocked by layers of fans, Li Chen summoned the guild interface. Do you want to initiate a guild war against Oak Entertainment? Yes. Guild war initiation failed. Initiating a guild war requires 5,000 guild prosperity or 500 gold coins. Damn! The guild prosperity and funds of class 2 were both 0, so naturally, they couldn't initiate a guild war. To initiate a guild war, he would need to inject 500 gold coins into the guild funds, which was 500,000 yuan. If he could grab the boss, it would be worth it, if not, it would be a huge loss. Li Chen hesitated and decided not to proceed. Of course, not wanting to spend money was one reason, the other was that he thought of a solution. He didn't even need to initiate a guild war, he could just charge into the opposing camp alone, and they definitely wouldn't let him rush towards the boss without taking action. Once they attacked, his name would naturally change color, and he could directly activate the good-evil mode to counterattack. In good-evil mode, only players with changed names would take damage, so there was no need to worry about becoming a red name. Li Chen rode Zhu Dachang and charged towards the entrance of the military camp under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Because the anti-fan camp and Oak Entertainment were in a state of war, the names of the opposing members couldn't be hidden in each other's sight, and the opposing names were red while their own names were green. Li Chen ran over with his name hidden, and the members of the anti-fan camp thought he was just another brainless fan. An official from the anti-fan camp, seeing from dozens of meters away that Li Chen's equipment was not simple, ordered an attack on him decisively to avoid complicating the charge at the military camp entrance. -6 A series of forced 1-point damage indicators appeared above Li Chen's head, leaving the few anti-fan camp warriors charging at him dumbfounded. A few warriors who didn't believe in evil used their strongest attacks, but still only dealt 1 point of force damage. Although Li Chen hadn't planted the Guild War flag and hadn't activated Zhu Dacheng's stone armor aura, his defense had already reached a terrifying 2,130 points. A skill with 150% damage requires an attack power of around 1,500 to break Li Chen's defense. Skills like Charge or Whirlwind Slash and Ice Rain, which only deal 130% damage, would need an attack power of about 1,650 to be effective. While there are certainly some who can reach such attack power, they are extremely rare. At the very least, one would need nearly a full set of ordinary golden equipment from the Demon Abyss dungeon, and the weapon's attack power must also be considerable. There might be some in the Black Fan concentration camp who can achieve such attack power, but they likely wouldn't be able to reach Li Chen, and even if they did, they probably wouldn't deal much damage. Li Chen ignored the players from the now grey Black Fan concentration camp and, after shaking off the stun, charged directly to the fan wall. In front of the frightened girls who were pressing back, Li Chen sighed. If Tuan Tuan dares to act foolishly like this again, I'll spank her until she's in 4 pieces. Li Chen executed a thunder leap, covering a distance of 35 meters, flying over the heads of the brainless fans and into the Khazar military camp. In the good and
evil mode, no one took damage, but when the Oak Entertainment members saw someone jump in and head deep into the camp, naturally, some initiated attacks to stop him. However, those with high attack power were all near the boss, and the Oak Entertainment members defending the camp entrance had attack powers that couldn't break through defenses.
Not being able to break
defenses doesn't mean the names won't change color. Li Chen executed a jump slash on a gray named archer, and the force damage he dealt instantly restored his health.
Minus 2682, minus 202 cutting.
Minus 193 poison, minus 202 cutting. Terrifying damage rose above the archer's head. With 6,600 health, the archer was considered well equipped, but unfortunately, it was about to drop close to the
midline.
Even if Li Chen didn't finish him off, the subsequent 4 instances of poison would cause him to lose 1580 health, leaving him severely weakened. Li Chen indeed had no intention of finishing him off. He charged towards Khazar under the barrage of attacks. When his health dropped to around 80%, he swung a whirlwind slash in an area with many gray names. This was also a result of his equipment being updated significantly, greatly increasing his strength. If it had been before fighting Catherine, it would have been impossible to charge like this without
starting a guild war and not wanting to turn red.
An arrow struck Li Chen, stunning him in place, and a negative effect appeared on him, causing the damage he received to suddenly increase.
With many attacks dropping from breaking defenses to single or even double digits. Armor piercing 5%.
Although this state lasted only 3 seconds, it caused Li Chen to lose over 4,000 health. Minus 1,260. A warrior, whose weapon and armor shimmered with a faint golden light, executed a jump slash on Li Chen, dealing 4-digit damage, followed by a powerful strike that took away
over 1,000 health. Li Chen's health dropped to the midline.
The damage from the jump slash was 160%, and to deal over 1,200 damage to Li Chen, who had a defense of 2,130, the attack power
would need to be at least 2,000 plus.
This was naturally impossible. Li Chen's base attack power was only 1778, and even without considering the 20% reduction from the guards, his attack power
was only 2222.
By this calculation,
wasn't this person's equipment on par with Li Chen's?
Such an absurd thing was something Li Chen naturally didn't believe.
It should be a talent that ignores percentage defenses, but the attack power must also be quite high.
Fortunately, others couldn't share this defense-reducing talent with him, otherwise, Li Chen would have been done. 4. Li Chen knew it wasn't the time to linger in battle, so he executed a thunder leap to a densely packed area. There were already quite a few gray-named members of Oak Entertainment around, and many healing classes had their names turned gray for healing gray-named players. Li Chen's lost health was instantly restored by more than half. That warrior charged after him. But since Li Chen had just been stunned a few seconds ago, this time he didn't trigger the stun. Li Chen received a whirlwind slash, having just reduced the health of the fragile target. He had blasted with thunder leap to a sliver. He directly knocked down several opponents, while others panicked, dodging and shouting for healing under the effects of the 2 layers of poison
and cutting damage.
The warrior who had caught up also had damage numbers of over 1,000 floating above his head. Li Chen's attack power had dropped by 15% due to the roar skill used by the Guardian class, resulting in significantly lower damage. Moreover, the warrior was indeed equipped with top-tier gear. Not only was his attack power high, but his defense also reached
around 1,200.
However, Li Chen's health had already recovered to over 10,000, and he had no intention of retreating. The warrior, with a talent that reduced defense, had 2 chasing skills, and he couldn't let him escape. With a roar that reduced the surrounding hostile player's dual attack by 15%, Li Chen followed up with a heroic strike, dealing 1,300 damage to the warrior. Then, a basic attack followed by a shield bash and another basic attack left the warrior momentarily dazed.
Even more bewildering was the 5 layers of poison and cutting damage,
inflicting around 1,000 damage per second, which was terrifying. A healer cast a shield on the warrior, but Li Chen executed a jump slash that not only broke the holy light shield but
also dealt considerable damage.
The warrior turned to flee, but Li Chen relentlessly pursued him, hacking away.
2 beams of golden light struck the warrior in succession, delaying his death for a moment.
Li Chen's thunder leap was off cooldown, and he jumped directly to the side of the healers and the fragile targets, executing another whirlwind slash that left the healers
scrambling.
He then turned and charged, stunning the warrior he had just attacked, and with a series of skills, he took him down.
The people from Oak Entertainment around were dumbfounded. Some even forgot to attack.
Because the one Li Chen had just killed was Wang Tianyi, the #1 idol of Oak Entertainment.
He was also the visible president of Oak Entertainment.
Since Wang Tianyi was a star, he had hidden his name to avoid trouble, and Li Chen had no time to check the system messages, so he naturally didn't know who this person was. Although he didn't understand why the people around him looked as if they had seen a ghost, Li Chen didn't think too much about it and continued moving towards Kasa's direction. At this moment, the
chat channel of the Black Fan concentration camp in Oak Entertainment had exploded, as both sides learned through system messages that this unexpected guest was the invincible cute team. One side was joyous while the other was in despair. The title of Battlefield Disruptor was no joke, and with Wang Tianyi taken down, the strategy group of Oak Entertainment, which was fighting the boss, inevitably made a slight mistake. Two powerful healers who were supposed to heal the main tank failed to dodge the boss's whirlwind slash and were instantly taken down. Kasa seized the opportunity to kill the main tank. Li Chen, after a few steps of dizzying and bloodsucking, finally rushed near the boss, only to see Kasa going berserk, chasing down the people from Oak Entertainment. Li Chen threw a true eye over, and then his expression changed drastically as he turned to run. Kasa's health wasn't much, but his attack power had risen to over 3,100. Oak Entertainment was truly pathetic. Had they spent all their energy on deceiving fans? They hadn't even taken down Kasa in 10 minutes. The Black Fan concentration camp at the military camp was still discussing whether to take advantage of the invincible Q team's assault on Oak Entertainment to force their way through the fan group. Although it would lead to some people turning red, named Oak Entertainment was definitely in disarray at this moment, and having fewer people participating wouldn't hurt them. But before the discussion could conclude, a figure jumped out from above the brainless fans. With the flickering effect of lightning, it was clear that the returning invincible Q team was back. This legendary big shot dashed to the right like a dog chasing a rabbit, and even a red glow flashed on him, seemingly activating some acceleration skill, making him run even faster, before hopping onto a small black pig and racing far away. Get out of the way. Clear the path. Get the hell out of the way, don't block the road. Urgent shouts echoed from within the military camp, growing increasingly frantic. There were hundreds of fans blocking the door, and in front of them was a concentrated camp of black fans eager to join the fray, making it impossible for the crowd to disperse. The people from Oak Entertainment in the military camp could no longer hold back against the rampaging Kasa and launched an attack on the fan group from behind. The air was filled with the sound of desperate screams echoing across half the map. Li Chen, who had already run quite a distance, suddenly pulled on the reins upon hearing the noise, turning to see such a frenzied act, the fire in his eyes barely contained. Was it really necessary? Kasa's attack power could indeed take anyone down in an instant, but as long as a certain price was paid. Leading the boss deeper into the military camp was not impossible. Those who managed to lure the boss away might not recover their lost equipment, but with such a large guild, could they really not afford that little loss? Of course, the presence of a concentrated camp of black fans outside was also a significant reason. But to use these half-grown little fans and then turn around to strike them down, was that something a person would do? Li Chen could already guess that Oak Entertainment would definitely throw a few so-called temporary workers under the bus afterward to salvage their reputation among fans. The simple and passionate little fans would continue to follow their idols as always. One was willing to fight, and the other was willing to suffer. What did it have to do with Li Chen? Brain-dead fans were not worthy of sympathy, especially those who spent their parents' hard-earned money to support the so-called gay Zhai. But thinking about how his own guild treasure would grow up and might be deceived like these little fans in the future, Li Chen felt a surge of anger. Li Chen summoned the guild interface and injected 500 gold coins into the guild funds. Announcement from Shenhaoqing, the little second-class guild has declared a guild war against the Oak Entertainment guild. Within 2 hours, neither side will gain evil points from the battle. What a meddlesome affair. Li Chen cursed himself, turned his mount around, and charged back towards Kasa's military camp. Oak Entertainment, unwilling to give up the boss, decisively withdrew their core team and sacrificed some ordinary members to slow down the boss. They planned to rush out of the military camp to reset the boss. At this moment, the concentrated camp of black fans had already learned from the shouts of Oak Entertainment members that Kasa was going berserk. The higher-ups of the black fan camp quickly ordered an advance, intending to beat down the drowning dog. However, the Black Fan Camp was a newly established guild, only at level 1, and their members were significantly weaker in both strength and numbers compared to Oak Entertainment. They couldn't hold out for long before being pushed back by Oak Entertainment. When the announcement of the guild war from Little Second Class against Oak Entertainment rang out, both sides' offensives momentarily stalled. Then, the man riding the little black pig charged back in a thunderous leap, landing directly at the entrance of the military camp, and a terrifying wave of damage erupted over the Oak Entertainment players rushing out. Li Chen raised his hand and planted the Guild War flag at the entrance of the military camp, boosting his defense to 2,227 and his attack power instantly to 2026. With a whirlwind slash, the 2,000 plus damage combined with poison and cutting effects left no nearby fragile players standing. The soul devouring of the shield took effect, raising Li Chen's attack power to 2047. Just with a thunderous leap, followed by a whirlwind slash, he instantly killed 21 people.
Some guards from Oak Entertainment used a roar, causing Li Chen's attack power to drop to 1739, but it was still terrifying. With the guild war initiated, Li Chen naturally had no reservations, going on a rampage in guild mode.
He didn't move far, repeatedly jumping around at the entrance of the military camp, effectively splitting Oak Entertainment in half.
The Black Fan camp, which had been pushed back outside, seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the Oak Entertainment members, who had already rushed out of the military camp. With their reinforcements cut off, the Oak Entertainment members outside quickly fell into a disadvantage, suffering heavy casualties.